When the doctor told me I had late-stage lung cancer, I excitedly licked the hospital toilet. I've lived a life that's been too bitter and exhausting, bullied by classmates in school, harassed by bosses at work, and constantly criticized by my wife after marriage. It's a good thing to leave early. However, misfortune continued to strike. I was mistaken for a thief, accused of being a voyeur on the subway, and even encountered an old lady trying to scam me while using the restroom in the park. Since that's the case, let it all be destroyed. No one will have it easy. After leaving the hospital, I walked through the streets feeling lost, pondering how to divorce my wife. Suddenly, a crisp ringtone sounded, and I saw a dropped phone on a bench by the roadside. I picked up the video call, and a round-faced person appeared on the screen. Listen carefully, stealing property worth $2,000 will get you a prison sentence. I have recorded your face, so don't harbor any illusions. Bring the phone to me immediately, it's worth $15,000. I was dumbfounded. This fat woman actually mistook me for a thief. I didn't steal your phone. You must have dropped it here. Come and get it. When I heard the woman say she would call the police, I instinctively got scared of trouble, patiently explaining, how could my phone fall? Do you think I'm a fool? Hurry up and bring it to me. Don't mention any conditions. Why are there so many fools? I furrowed my brows, just about to continue explaining, when another man's face appeared on the phone. Listen to me. The phone was a gift for my girlfriend. This is your last chance. If you don't bring it to me, get ready to go to jail. You motherfucker. I finally exploded. I was already in a bad mood, and then I was falsely accused of stealing. I threw my phone directly into the middle of the road. As cars passed by, my phone was crushed into a pile of debris. Watching the phone being crushed into debris, for the first time in over 20 years, I felt so relieved. At this moment, I finally felt at ease. Screw it. For the remaining 6 months, I will only live for myself. When I got home, my wife Yang Mingxue came out in a bathrobe. She saw me frown and said, "You're back so early today. Bring me the hairdryer. I'm going out for a drink tonight. Make me some millet porridge." I didn't say anything and silently took the hairdryer and handed it to Yang Mingxue. She didn't hide her disgusted expression at all. Get lost. Go rinse your mouth and wash your face. You smoked again. How many times have I told you? No entering the house without washing your face after smoking. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you. The high decibel loudspeaker starts again. That's the old men and women in the neighborhood dancing square dance. They always dance until late at night. The residents around have reacted countless times, even called the police, but it's useless. In order to make these big shots lower the volume, I bought several cases of soda to give to these martial artists. After the old men and women drank the soda, sold the empty bottles, they danced even more happily. Today, I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. I walked into the storage room and reappeared with a sledgehammer in my hand. Yang Mingxue looked at me disdainfully. Coward. You always look fierce, but when it comes down to it, you're a coward. Don't be a coward. Smash the speaker. I don't care what you do. I shook the hammer in my hand, felt its weight, opened the door, and left a back view for Yang Mingxue. Yang Mingxue felt something was wrong. This coward seemed to have changed today. She didn't even bother to blow dry her hair. She came to the balcony and wanted to see me eat cake, then as one of the materials to mock me. I went downstairs and found several large boxes of fruits and 6 buckets of 12 liters of purified water at the entrance of the building. These are all from Tang Yuan Yuan on the 9th floor. When Tang Yuan Yuan saw me coming out, she immediately stopped me and helped me carry the fruits and water into the elevator. My door is not locked. Put them in the kitchen and make sure they are neatly arranged. Don't touch the refrigerator in the kitchen. In the past, I didn't know how to refuse. Tang Yuan Yuan often directed me to do this and that. I carried a sledgehammer, glanced at Tang Yuan Yuan, and said I was busy, so I moved it myself. Tang Yuan Yuan was angry. I am a woman. You want me to move such heavy things? Do you have a problem with your brain? We are all neighbors. Just help each other. Are there selfish people like you? Go find your husband to move things. Don't use moral coercion. I said impatiently. Do you have a brain? Do you know how hard my husband works every day? Can't I, as a wife, show some care for my husband? I am speechless. I ignored this woman. I have more important things to do. I walked a few steps to the square where people were dancing, with 2 wooden speakers 2 feet high, playing loud music with full power, giving the whole small garden a surround sound feeling. I walked over, without saying a word, unplugged the power, and the music stopped abruptly. The elderly people who were dancing happily stopped. Without music, dancing is not fun, which made them very unhappy. What do you want to do? Plug in the power for me. Several old people know me. I have given them soda to drink, so they have a good impression of me. I smiled at the old people and took out the iron hammer. With a wave of my hand, you will know what I want to do right away. With a click, the iron hammer smashed on the speaker. The old people were stunned, and after a moment, they all shouted, "You are crazy, stop it, compensate, my speaker, it costs hundreds of dollars." I didn't stop, smashed the speaker to pieces in a few hits, smashed the MP4 player, and stomped on it a few times. So satisfying, and especially relieving. I smiled sweetly at them. Now they know what I'm going to do, right? The old people are angry. The angrier the old people are, the more refreshed I feel. It used to be me who was angry. Now it's your turn to be angry. Several old people are about to come up and fight me, ready to hold onto my thighs and not let go. Another old man lies down, clutching his heart, shouting loudly, "Someone is killing! Help!" The voice is heartbreaking, but no one pays attention to them. I put away the iron hammer, turn around and leave, not giving the old people a chance to catch me. Back downstairs, I said to Tang Yuan, who was full of resentment, "I have found a few old people to help you move things, and they will be here soon." When Tang Yuan heard that I had found people, her resentment disappeared, and she looked at me with anticipation. I ignored Tang Yuan, quickly entered the elevator, and returned to my own home. Yang Mingxue saw all this on the balcony. She could hardly believe her eyes. This was her weak husband, acting so decisively, not even caring about the old man lying on the ground playing tricks. The way he smashed the stereo was too cool. Married for 2 years. I've never seen Chen Sun so handsome. Yang Mingxue wanted to wrap her arms around Chen Sun and kiss him. Chen Sun went home, changed his shoes, put away the hammer, washed his hands, rinsed his mouth, and then stared at Yang Mingxue. Yang Mingxue read Chen Sun's gaze. She wanted to party. Not now, Chen Sun. Don't. Or wait until I get back from the party. Yang Mingxue had forgotten to call Chen Sun a loser. Chen Sun pounced on him, lifting his bathrobe and making negative distance contact. Yang Mingxue's refusal wasn't that strong. The two began to mingle, becoming more and more intense, with Yang Mingxue gradually taking over the dominant position, even more passionately than Chen Sun. Yang Mingxue is pretty. Before she met Chen Sun, her family was poor and she had no money to buy pretty clothes, not to mention skincare products, and she had no chance to meet rich people. After the marriage, both pay cards were held by her, and the income of more than $20,000 per month made this woman feel happy. Without being taught by anyone, this woman learned to buy beautiful clothes and high-end cosmetics. In less than 2 years, the person is much prettier, and the dress is much more fashionable. Yang Mingxue's male classmates regretted half dead. How did they not realize that this woman was so beautiful back then? The two entwined, clapping rhythmically, completely ignoring the brawl outside. Half an hour later, Yang Mingxue said in exasperation, "Wimp, you are cool. I still have to go back to bathe again. Annoying. Get a divorce." Chen Sun said, "What do you mean? You want a divorce after you've had your fun? When did you learn to pluck carvings and be ruthless? You're a loser. Haven't you always disliked me for being useless? Now I'm giving you freedom to find a capable husband." Chen Sun didn't want to say more. He was physically tired and mentally tired. Bullshit, isn't it? Do it again if you can. Wimp. Yang Mingxue continued to hit Chen Sun, even though Chen Sun's performance just now made her quite satisfied. It's noisy outside the door. Chen Sun got dressed and pulled open the door, startling Yang Mingxue and rushing back to the bedroom to get dressed. There was a large number of old men and women at the door, as well as Tang Ye, all with red faces and eyes. "Chen Sun, don't think to give some fruit. We won't look for you. Speakers 500 yuan a pair. Player 500 yuan. Moral damages. A person 100. We 12 people. Give 1,002. A total of 2,200 yuan. Guming is the leader of the square dance. He is almost 70 years old. Hale and hearty. Red. Righteous. Open-mouthed to find Chen Sun compensation. To be justified. Give fruit. Give what fruit? Chen Sun was a bit confused. They robbed all the fruit I put downstairs, saying that you compensated them. Tang Ye spoke with a sobbing voice. Half an hour ago, a dozen old men and women dancing in the square came to find Chen Sun, and Tang Ye thought that these people were found by Chen Sun to help her carry fruits. Tang Ye happily distributed the fruit to these people, who had really helped carry it, only to move it to their own homes. After figuring out what happened, Chen Sun didn't even know what to say. This world gave off a feeling of absurdity, and he didn't expect that a casual remark could cause such a big misunderstanding. Yang Mingxue was fully dressed, carrying an exquisite small bag, and said to Chen Sun, who was standing in the doorway, "Get out of the way. I'm going to the party. Remember to call me around 2 o'clock, and if I get drunk, you'll drive." The 2 o'clock Yang Mingxue said was 2 in the morning. The car was bought when they got married. The owner's name is Chen Sun. Most of the time it is Yang Mingxue driving. Only when Yang Mengshui party drunk, he has the chance to drive. Become Yang Mengshui's free chauffeur. Looking at his wife's delicate face, Chen Sun was about to ask her to stay to talk about the divorce when the elevator doors opened. Yang Mengshui passed through the crowd made up of old men and women, entered the elevator, pressed the first floor, and the elevator quickly closed. It seems she didn't care what Chen Sun said and thought he was joking when he said divorce. Pay up, or I'll call the police. You are seriously disturbing the public and interfering with the normal entertainment and rest of the residents, do you know that? Gu Ming pointed his finger at Chen Sun, spitting so much that his finger was almost touching Chen Sun's nose. Chen Sun said, I wanted to give each of you $1,000 in compensation. Since you want to call the police, let the police handle it, I'll wait at home. After saying that, Chen Sun closed the door with a bang, opened his cell phone, and started recording. The grandparents outside the door were enraged by Chen Sun's attitude, making noise and cursing, and beating the door as hard as they could. A loud cacophony accompanied by Tang Ye's cries and curses. Chen Sun poured a cup of juice, sat in the doorway, not slow to drink, dared not open the door. His home-installed security door, made of pure steel, very strong. The old man ring door. In addition to generating noise, the effect is not great. Outside the door is as noisy as a food market. Did not make Chen Sun noisy, but the opposite door next door and upstairs to the noisy. The person on the other side of the door pulls open the door, sees that it's this group of old men and women, afraid of getting into trouble, closes the door in seconds, and silently mourns for Chen Sun. Chen Sun, this guy is in big trouble. That group of old people is good to mess with? The couple upstairs on the 7th floor couldn't stand it and came down angrily. What's all the noise? It's noisy. My son is going to be online class soon. Can you guys be quiet? Square dancing can be blocked with double glazing, and double glazing is ineffective for arguments in the building. Shut up. Is this study time? Is this a school? Does your son study and you don't let people talk? Your son is a human being. Aren't we human beings? What gives you the right to deprive us of our right to speak? Who are you? An old lady continuously issued soul-torturing questions. Can't give birth to a child and blame the bed. Poor studies and blame others for being noisy. Is cheating to be blamed on the poor quality of the condom? Another lewd old man immediately made up for it. Just like your kids. They don't listen in class. What's the point of relying on remedial lessons? Get a job before it's too late and don't waste educational resources. Another old man continued to hit the couple on all fronts. When Chen Sun heard this, he almost laughed out loud. The couple upstairs is brutal and unreasonable. I did not expect to meet an even more brutal and unreasonable person. It is really a very cool thing. The evil people have their own evil people to grind. Chen Sun didn't laugh out loud. He suddenly remembered his illness and the smile slowly faded from his face. This earth, it's too bitter. Too tiring. It's good to leave early. That's all. It's time to prepare for the aftermath. Chen Sun suddenly had no interest in recording. He put away his cell phone, went back to his bedroom, didn't even take off his clothes, collapsed on the bed, didn't want to do anything, and in a daze, he actually fell asleep. The overtime work on the project was so strong that he hadn't slept well for more than 2 months. Knock, knock, knock. The floorboards rattled rhythmically. Again the kids upstairs were jumping rope. Said countless times, I hope this child jumps rope to go downstairs. This family never listened. Chen Sun looked at his cell phone. It was already 10 p.m. Looks like another use of the hammer is in order. Chen Sun took an iron hammer, went to the 7th floor, and gently knocked on the door. Opened the door is the mother of a small child, more than 30 years old. See is Chen Sun. Face immediately pulled down. Is it again to interfere with my son jumping rope? Do you know that the children's physical education test to test jumping rope? You pull a face is what do you mean? What do you mean by pulling a face? Do you have the nerve to bother with a little kid? Chen Sun lifted the woman and walked into the living room. In the living room, a small child is jumping rope, and the child's father counts the number of times the child jumps rope while watching TV. When the child's father saw Chen Sun, he obviously froze for a moment. Chen Sun, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? It's been said a million times, so there's no need to say it again. This kid jumps rope, early and late, gets up at 6:40 a.m. To jump rope as well, and starts jumping at 10 p.m. If it was just jumping rope at night, Chen Sun could still tolerate it. Getting up at 6 a.m. to jump rope is too torturous. Nowadays, young children are suffering. There is a lot of homework, and many elementary school students do not go to bed until 10:30, and they have to get up very early in the morning because classes start at 7:20. But none of this is a reason for you to be a nuisance. If you go downstairs and jump rope until the end of time, no one will care. Bam! Chen Sun slammed an iron hammer into the center of the TV screen. The LCD screen stabbed a few times and made a current sound before turning into broken pieces and a pile of electronic components. Before the man could react, Chen Sun's iron hammer had already smashed on the coffee table. The coffee table panel is glass. Chen Sun exerted too much force. With a crash, the tempered glass directly into a pile of crumbs. The teacups and fruits on the coffee table and so on jumped up, and then fell to the ground. A mess. This is the first time. Chen Sun finished, called it a day, and walked away. Wow! The child cried out, terrified. The couple was also stunned, and it took them half a day to react. The female wanted to call the police, and a cold chill rose from the bottom of his heart as Chen Sun's calm expression appeared in the male's mind. The police at most compensate some money. In case Chen Sun retaliation them, that iron hammer tempered glass can be broken. Not to the human brain. Certainly not alive. Forget it, Daodu will go downstairs and jump rope later. The man said. Why should we listen to him? Chen Sun, I'm not afraid of him. The woman was furious and insisted on calling the police, but was stopped by the man's eyes. Daodu is good. Go take a bath first and go to bed early. Chen Sun returned home, feeling very cool and so relieved. A barefoot man is not afraid of a man in shoes, and a man who doesn't want to die is not afraid of a barefoot man. Chen Sun didn't sleep. He saw the location on his cell phone that his wife had sent 4 hours earlier and fell into deep thought. Chen Sun often suspected that between him and Yang Mengxue, there should be no love, and that they were married purely because the conditions were right. The two often quarrel because of the interests, but never suspected that the other party may be cheating. Chen Sun at first thought it was mutual trust, at this moment only to understand that it is because they do not care. Love to derail you out. It does not matter. The only way to trust each other completely is to not care. Even if you don't come home in the middle of the night. Wife often go in girlfriend's party, almost every time to let him go to the car to pick up. Chen Sun think it is a woman's vanity. Yang Mengxue want to show girlfriends. She has a love her and very listen to her husband. Chen Sun tangled for a while, and finally decided that the divorce property division, to the woman to stay half, women and then 1,000 bad. After all, husband and wife are dying people, why bother too much? The house was bought before marriage. The car is also. Chen Sun does not care about the property. He just want to go peacefully, go without attachment. Father in the county as a janitor. Soon to be 60. Full 60 will be dismissed. His father is a migrant worker. No pension. Chen Sun want to leave his father some money for retirement. Half a house should be enough money for my father's retirement. With 6 months left, he plans to tender his resignation tomorrow and go home to spend more time with his father. I thought a lot of things to do. Too many people cut off. Think about it. Think that in fact, that's it. He is not a big man. The so-called aftermath. In fact, not much to deal with. At 2 p.m., the cell phone rang on time, and came among them Yang Mengshua's slurred voice, Wimpy, come pick me up. Chen Sun has long been accustomed to. He took a taxi to the bar, back out of the drunken wife, went to the underground parking lot to find the car, stuffed his wife into the back seat, opened the window and drove. Yang Mengxue has a large amount of alcohol and a very good taste in alcohol. Drunkenness does not curse or talk nonsense, and never vomits. When the cold wind blew, she sobered up a lot, and began to chatter about all kinds of trivial things about her girlfriends. Chen Sun drove seriously, not caring about his wife's nonsense. After returning home, the two of them slept in separate beds and were at peace with each other. The next day Chen Sun woke up very early. I guess Yang Mengxue did not use the car today. He drove to work and did not want to squeeze the subway. The company has a flexible work schedule for the development department, with no commuting time, based on the progress of project completion. Chen Sun came especially early today, parked the car. Chen Sun bought a breakfast, sat down at the workstation and just ate 2 bites. The phone rang, an unfamiliar call. Chen Sun pressed the answer button, and an angry voice came from inside the phone. Move the car. You've taken my parking space. The whole office building 38 floors, in the center of the city. Chen Sun's company rented 3 floors. The property gave Chen Sun's company 80 free parking places. Chen Sun is also one of these 80 places. The property is divided into fixed and mobile parking spaces, and the fixed spaces are paid for by someone and correspond to the license plate. Mobile parking spaces are available to all who have a place. Chen Sun is very sure that he parked in a mobile parking space. Fixed spaces are delineated in yellow. Mobile spaces are green. Very easy to distinguish. Chen Sun suspected that the other party had called the wrong number. You may be mistaken. I parked in a mobile parking space. Is your license plate MB9527? Yeah. What's up? Then yes. This parking space is mine. You wait. I'll be right down. Chen Sun was a bit unsure. Hurry up. I'm busy. The voice on the phone was impatient. Chen Sun took his breakfast and ate it as he walked down the elevator to the car. A man, who looked small for his age and had a big stomach, stood next to a black Mercedes. Next to the man was the property security guard. The two were talking about something. The man's expression was impatient. The security guard was smiling with him. "Excuse me, was it you who just called me?" Shensun finished his breakfast in 2 bites and felt a vague pain in his chest, presumably because the cancer cells had also woken up and started to become active. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and drive away from me. This position is mine. Security guard, you also listen to me. Don't let everyone in. Be careful, I'll file a complaint against you." The fat man's face was impatient. Shensun looked at the delineation of the parking space, which was green, indicating that it was a mobile parking space. "And as long as you work here, you can park if you have a spot." "When did this parking space become private?" Shensun asked the security guard. The security guard was young and looked like he was probably not long into adulthood. He was afraid of being complained about. "Mr. Chen, this parking space is mobile. Anyone can park here. That Mr. Zhang used to park here all the time. And you came earlier today. Mr. Zhang would like you to move away." Shensun found that this parking space was quite good. There was a big sign on it, just enough to block the sunlight. No wonder this fat man occupied this parking space for a long time. "Mobile parking spaces, isn't it always first come, first parked?" Shensun asked, pressing the remote control switch with his hand, and the car recorder in the car was turned on. The security guard is also very depressed. Those who come here to park their cars are all lords. He dares not offend anyone. "Why don't you move a bit? There are many empty seats over here." The security guard looked at Shensun and talked a little better. "Not interested. I think this parking space is quite good." Shensun didn't want to make things difficult for the security guard, but he also didn't want to move the parking space. He didn't feel good about looking at that fat guy. The fat man's fire came up. "You fucking want to mess up, don't you? You believe it or not, I'll smash your car." Shensun laughed. "If you don't smash it, you're a grandson." The fat man opened the trunk of his car and took out a baseball bat, waving it twice into the air and whirring. "Apologize to me right now. If you don't, I'll get you killed. Hurry up and do it, grandson." Shensun's very calm behavior infuriated the man. "Do you fucking not want to live? Do you know who my father is?" The fat man's plump face pressed over to him, a few pimples seeming to fall off his face. "Who is your father? Ask your mom. Don't blame me. I'm only 27. I don't have a son as old as you." Shensun took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a beautiful drag. Bam! The fat man took out a baseball bat and ruthlessly smashed it down. It was originally aimed at Shensun's head. Shensun didn't give a damn. The fat man forced the baseball bat to bend and smashed it on the ground. The rebound force was particularly large, making his hands numb. "Is there anything else?" "No, I'm going up." "Don't smash the ground. The concrete is quite hard." Shensun flicked the cigarette in his hand with a relaxed and disdainful look, not taking the fat man seriously at all. The fat man was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. His blood rushed to his brain. He lifted the baseball bat and smashed it furiously with all his might against Shensun's car, as if it was Shensun's head. The car cover, the body, was smashed flat. The car glass was smashed. Fat man's strength is really good. The fire is not small. Smashed after also kicked the body 2 feet. After venting, Fatty finally calmed down. "Dare to fight with me? You're still a bit young." The security guard looked on in awe. Shensun calmly dialed the police. "Someone is smashing the car. Come quickly. Someone is going to die." The benefits of the city center came through. The nearby police station was less than a kilometer away, and 5 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived, and when they were parked, 4 policemen came out. "I heard there was going to be a fatality, and the police came in larger numbers." The fat man remained calm when he saw the police coming and seemed to know the police. Shensun can see. This fat man should have some background, otherwise it will not be so arrogant. The background should not be strong. Really strong background. Will not run here to work. The police started taking pictures from all angles, documenting, etc. Looking professional and businesslike. After getting this done, start asking what's going on. What happened was very simple. After the police officer asked, he turned off the law enforcement recorder, and Shensun knew that the official operation had begun. "You have this matter, which is a civil dispute." And from Mr. Zhang's description, the fact that he has been parked in this space for a long time without anyone questioning it indicates that Mr. Zhang owns the right to use this space. "Mr. Chen, you occupy other people's parking spaces. This is not right. You work in the same building. Head up, no head down. There is no need to make a stalemate. I suggest that you give Mr. Zhang a little bit of spiritual compensation on the line. Not much, a symbolic give a few $100. This thing is over. Mr. Chen, you see how, after all, you are all educated. You do not lack the few $100. There is a criminal record is not very good." The policeman spoke in a gentle voice. It turned out that the fat man's surname was Zhang. Chen Sun smiled and said, "Thanks to Mr. Zhang's magnanimity, Mr. Policeman, may I ask if you are aware of the regulations given by the property for the management of parking spaces?" "Not quite sure. The parking space is the property. As long as it is not used for illegal purposes, the property has the right to stipulate the method of managing the parking space." The policeman looked at Chen Sun's appearance and estimated that he was not too easy to mess with, immediately switching his tone and trying to shake off the pot. "Since it's not clear, how did it turn out that I'm hogging Mr. Zhang's parking space? And besides, who was the one who smashed the car? I stood here and did nothing. I would have a criminal record?" "Mr. Zhang said that you insulted his family." "What Mr. Zhang said is evidence? Did you ask me? Did you ask the security guard next to me? Even if I verbally abused his family, it was just verbal abuse, not hijacking his parking space, right? May I ask which of my behaviors will result in a criminal record?" Chen Sun asked. "Mr. Chen, don't be anxious. Xiao Gu is new to our police department. He hasn't graduated for long. He lacks experience, and he's also well-intentioned and wants you to reconcile. You don't misunderstand." Another police officer immediately came over to round up the situation. "You'd better turn on the recorder. Just do the official thing. If it's really me who committed the crime, I'll admit it. I'll pay the compensation, and I'll be sentenced to as many years as I want." Chen Sun's face was calm and indifferent, making the police officers who came to persuade him to fight even more flustered. With his years of experience on the police force, he knew that the calmer someone was, the less they were to deal with. The fat man surnamed Jean laughed disdainfully. "Wait, after entering the police station, I'll see if you're still honest." The policeman opened the door of the car and wanted to let Chen Sun and the fat man get into the car. Chen Sun took out his cell phone and took pictures of the smashed car. "No need to take pictures. We have records here." The policeman comforted Chen Sun. "All right, wait a moment. I'll wait for the record to finish uploading." Chen Sun said. "What record?" The police and the fat man were shocked. They didn't see Chen Sun taking a cell phone video. "I turned on the car recorder, and it was on from the time I interacted with Mr. Zhang until now, so the video should be able to be used as evidence," Chen Sun said calmly. The fat man's face changed at once. "I'm a programmer and habitually upload the files from my car recorder to the internet. I've just finished uploading them. I have 7 email addresses and I keep a copy of each. Now you can rest assured that the records won't be lost. Now you can go to the police station." Chen Sun took the initiative to sit in the police car. The police officer who just rounded up the scene sat in the car and asked Chen Sun in a low voice, "I just looked. The car record is still on now. Should I turn it off?" "It doesn't matter if it's off. It doesn't consume much electricity. What brand is that recorder of yours and how well does it record?" "I got a copy on my cell phone. Check it out. It should work well. It's pretty clear." Chen Sun tapped on the video and handed his cell phone to the police. A total of 15 minutes of video. 4 files, recorded by the car recorder from 4 different angles. Before the police could finish watching the video, the police car had already driven to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, the 4 police officers plus the fat man on this call watched the video. "This doesn't count as willfully destroying other people's property. I searched online. It seems that in addition to compensation, there's also a prison sentence, which isn't long, less than 3 years in prison." Chen Sun, like an elementary school student, asked the police uncle for advice. "We are only responsible for recording. Whether to sentence or not is not our purview." The police officers were also very weak. The way they had just behaved was problematic. This video, if it was put on the internet, their police career would be seriously affected. The fat man didn't realize that his impulsiveness would have such an impact. Undermined, the fat man thought in his mind. "Can I call home?" the fat man asked. Before the interrogation could officially begin, the fat man's request was allowed. Chen Sun was a bit uncomfortable. "Can I smoke?" Chen Sun asked, looking at the large letters on the wall that read "No smoking." "Go to the smoking room." The police were very friendly to Chen Sun. After smoking, he re-entered the interrogation room and waited another 10 minutes for the fat man to come in. All the arrogance on the fat man's face disappeared. Obviously, if the video was published online, the fat man might be implicated in the so-called relationship behind him if he was fleshed out. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'm in a bad mood today. I'm willing to compensate you for the loss I've brought you. Do you think 1 million is enough?" The fat man seemed to be very rich, opening his mouth for $1 million. Chen Sun wanted to laugh. He was a programmer, a rigorous thinking programmer. How could he jump into such a low-level trap? "Mr. Zhang, just compensate me according to the price. I bought my car for 170,000 yuan. After depreciation, it is estimated to be about 136,000 yuan. the hi-fi equipment in the car. It is the imported goods bought by a friend. It is a little bit more expensive. More than 60,000 yuan. And in the car there is also an inhalable mobile disk. It is the program that I have worked so hard to design for all these years. I formatted my computer a couple of days ago. And in the mobile disk it is the only backup. If the things inside this disk is lost, Mr. Zhang may have to compensate me. If not lost, there is no need to compensate. Today I cannot go to work. My salary of 30,000 a month. According to the calculation of 22 days, everyday salary of about $1,500. Do you need me to issue an income certificate? Chen Sun asked modestly. If Chen Sun had asked for that $1 million, it would have been extortion and blackmail, and the amount would have been huge enough to sentence him to several years. Chen Sun made a list of claims. Even if the number is a little bit bigger, it's just a reasonable request. After all, it is normal for the compensation to be a little higher than the actual price. No one is a fool. The fat man knew that he had met a ruthless person today, and he finally gave up on the idea of pitting Chen Sun. The two men, with the help of their police uncle, peacefully and amicably signed an agreement of understanding. Fatty Zhang compensated Chen Sun 377,900 yuan, and the two men understood each other and were not allowed to say anything against each other in public. Signing a good understanding agreement. The fat man is also a quick person. Immediately call the money. 3 seconds later, Chen Sun received an arrival notice from the bank on his cell phone. Chen Sun took the initiative to shake the fat man's hand. Happy cooperation. The fat man wanted to pinch Chen Sun's hand disabled as he shook his hand hard. Dude, tough enough. Admirable. I have a lot of admiration for you too, Chen Sun said. Jingling, Chen Sun's cell phone rang. Chen Sun answered the phone. What? Dongsheng police station? I'll be right there. Half an hour at most. Chen Sun had just hung up the phone at Dongsheng police station when his cell phone rang again. Yes, I'm Chen Sun. Changfeng police station? I'm not available in the morning. Let's do it around 3 in the afternoon. Definitely come. The police in charge of the interrogation and the fat man were stunned. What in the world is this guy doing? Before leaving the police station, 2 more police stations came to the phone. It's a tight schedule. A regular at the police station. Sorry, business is busy. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chen Sun apologized and gave the few policemen a smile, and made a point of nodding his head towards the fat man in greeting. The fat man almost cried. What kind of people have I met? Chen Sun doesn't have a car. Having just received a compensation of more than 300,000 yuan, Chen Sun decided to be extravagant and took a taxi to the Dongsheng police station. The Dongsheng police station is next to Chen Sun's neighborhood. Chen Sun had just entered the door when he heard familiar noises. Boss Gu Ming was at the front of the line and had the loudest voice. Several old men and women were filled with righteous indignation. And when they saw Chen Sun, they twisted his arm. That's him. We mustn't let him get away. He's the one who smashed our speakers. Chen Sun thought to himself. Yesterday smashed the old man and woman speakers. Today the car was smashed. I do not know if it is considered the reincarnation of heaven. Please keep quiet. Please let go of your hands. Let's have a talk and not interfere with the normal work of the police station. The staff of the police station brought Chen Sun and a few old men to a large office. Elderly people speak fast. 7 words, all in the accusation of Chen Sun. How bad. Responsible for taking notes of the police finally cannot stand. You can be quiet. Can a one to say it? You say so? How can I take notes? The old man continued to complain for a few minutes before slowly stopping. The police officer asks, who said it first? The person who says it has to sign the record. When these old people heard that they had to sign and draw, they all wimped out and let each other talk. The police had to say to Chen Sun, why don't you tell us what's going on? We got a call saying that you broke their speakers with an iron hammer yesterday, seriously interfering with their normal entertainment. Chen Sun nodded. It's like this. Our neighborhood has a small blank area, similar to the street garden. Several uncles and aunts like to dance. The street lamp wires stripped, private wires to play music. The neighborhood in addition to the elderly. There are many small children. In case of electrocution, it is very dangerous. It just happened to have a small child passing by. I'm afraid to electrocute the child. The situation is too urgent, too late to discuss. Smashed the speakers. So it's true that you smashed the speakers? It's true. It was too dangerous at that time. Uncles and aunts are old. I guess they don't have a few years to live. It doesn't matter if they are electrocuted. But children can't be in danger. Children are the future of our country, the hope of the family. The neighborhood has too many small children. This kind of disregard for the safety of children really is too unethical. Animals can do this kind of thing. I am really very painful. Now the property is also really. Private wires also do not care. The power company people do not know where to go. This kind of phenomenon, no one came to find. Alas. Chen Sun, a look of pain. Not yet finished. Has been a few old people angry to explode. Isn't it obvious that they're being called lackadaisical and animals? A couple of old men, intent on faking a heart attack, looked at the ceiling slanting upwards as if it were cameras. And there were several of them, so there must be footage. So they had to force themselves to hold back. Police? What he said is not true. He just hates us dancing and says that the sound is too loud and affects their rest. Don't believe it. Chen Sun, you're hurting people out of your mouth and disrespecting the elderly. Gu Ming finally didn't hold her tongue. Please don't interfere with my records. What is going on will be investigated. When it's your turn to make a record, I will naturally let you talk. The policeman was also very headstrong. These old people didn't care about the rules at all. They just cared about their own pleasure. What the hell are you investigating? If you would have investigated, you wouldn't have recorded it. It's obvious that Chen Sun is lying and you wrote it down. You're in league with him. How much did you charge him? The other old lady was used to rampaging and was a bit tongue-tied. The police officer finally became angry. I'm warning you, there is a recording here. You interfere with normal law enforcement. No matter how old you are, you can be detained for interfering with law enforcement. The old lady was holding her face red. No heart attack. And she didn't die after holding her breath for half a day. The police finally finished registering the statement. And of course, the content was described by Chen Sun as the old man pulling and connecting wires, rather than dancing to disturb the public. The police asked who pulled the wires. A few old people blame each other. Do not dare to admit that they did. The old people began to infighting. Red in the face. So that Chen Sun eye-opening. These old people are not working together. United to screw him. How to fight up internally. The police took Chen Sun, along with several elderly people, back to the neighborhood and found that the power supply of the street lamp had indeed been stripped and someone had installed an outlet on it, which proved that what Chen Sun said was true. Notify the electricity bureau to come over. The electricity bureau people also said that this kind of open socket is very dangerous, easy to leak electricity. Once it rains, the possibility of leakage will be doubled. The socket position is very low. Small children can easily touch it. The old people refused to admit that they had installed it, and in the end, the electricity bureau and the police had no choice but to announce that the next time they were found to be messing with the sockets, the electricity bureaus would fine them, and the police would detain the people for a date of at least 15 days. After the police left, Chen Sun revealed a triumphant smile. It's a piece of cake to clean up your old bunch. The old people tried to attack Chen Sun again. Chen Sun took out yesterday's recording and said while playing it, "If I give this recording to the police, you guys are properly disturbing behavior. The police can analyze who it is based on the sound, and you definitely won't go to jail, but it's no problem to be detained for 10 days. The recordings show the old men beating on the door as hard as they could and spitting fenugreek. The old people were angry and scared, and one old man let out a despairing exclamation. My God, this society is so dark that there is no place for us old people to reason. It's already noon. It was all already at home, so there was no need to go out to eat. Chen Sun, who habitually saves money, returned home. Wife Yang Mengyao sleeps like a dead pig. Every time she drank too much, she would sleep until 2 or 3 p.m. After being fired by her boss, she simply stopped working and stayed home as a full-time wife. Chen Sun entered the kitchen and fried 2 eggs and chopped green onions, cooked a bowl of noodles, put the eggs on top of the noodles, sprinkled them with scallions, and poured a glass of juice, intending to eat and go to work. It smells good. Yang Mengxue woke up and saw the noodles. Not washing her face and hands, she sat directly at the table. Wimp, chopsticks don't even take. You want me to grab it by hand? Chen Sun washed his chopsticks and handed them over. I didn't cook them for you. Come on, you don't even go to class to please me. You cooked me noodles on purpose. Tell me, are you trying to raise your allowance? Chen Sun said, I want a divorce. Ha! Yang Mengxue let out a chuckle, not smiling at all, as she buried her head and ate her noodles. Chen Sun recooked a bowl of noodles for himself, and used the noodle soup directly, so he couldn't fry an egg. So he had to crack 2 poached eggs inside the noodles. The two ate in silence. Chen Sun cleaned up the dishes, washed them, and put them on the shelf to drain, then brought up the divorce again. Chen Sun, do you really want to divorce me? You haven't taken the wrong medicine. Yang Mengxue asked curiously when she saw that Chen Sun did not look like he was joking. Right. Why? Chen Sun opened the nightstand, found the medical records, and flipped to the latest page. The doctor said that the survival period is 6 months. Yang Mengxue couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the diagnosis written on the medical record, and it took several minutes before she burst into tears. Turns out, this woman still cares about me a little bit. Chen Sun also wanted to cry, and something hard in his heart was slowly melting. Yang Mengxue suddenly jumped into Chen Sun's arms and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry, husband. I'm really sorry. I cared too little about you. Chen Sun's eyes were red and astringent. It's fine. It's all over. What's the use of saying sorry? Do you have to get a divorce? Yang Mingxue raised her head, her eyes misty with tears. Yeah, the house I'm going to sell. Half the money from the house will go to you, and I'll leave the other half to my dad for his retirement. The car I'm going to sell, and I'll give you half of the money, and I won't bother to break down anything else that isn't worth anything, so you can take whatever you want. Why do you have to get a divorce? It's easier for you to find someone else if you're divorced, and if I die, you'll have a bad reputation as a widow. I'm not leaving. Whatever. I'll go to the police station right away. Chen Sun looked at the time. It was still not too late to go to the Changfeng police station. You'll go to the police station if I don't get a divorce? Yang Mingxue suspected that Chen Sun's cancer didn't grow in his lungs, but in his brain. You may not be able to use the car for the next 2 days. It's been smashed up. Yang Mingxue brain a bit cannot keep up. A moment of the police station. A moment of the car was smashed. This is to get which play? Chen Sun went out and walked for half an hour to Changfeng police station. The police officer who received Chen Sun looked at his watch. Mr. Chen, the other party hasn't come yet. Why don't you take a statement first? No problem. I'll go to work after making a statement. Chen Sun said. The police had told Chen Sun on the phone that someone had called the police yesterday to say that their cell phone had been stolen. And through the video call, a screenshot of the thief's avatar was sent to the police as evidence for the call. The cell phone was located near Changfeng Park, so the police were called to the Changfeng police station as well. 2 police officers, one asking and one taking notes. In fact, the recording can be. The record is mainly to facilitate the confirmation of the signature. May I ask if you were at Longfellow Park at 5:37 p.m.? Yesterday. I'm not sure if it's 37 points. I was supposed to be on the outskirts of Longfellow Park after 5 o'clock and didn't go in. What are you doing in Longfellow Park? Coming out of the hospital? Passing through? Have you ever stolen a cell phone? Nope. The reporting party initiated a video call to her stolen cell phone. Did you answer it? What's with this video call screenshot? Chen Sun felt that these 2 policemen were a bit childish, asking questions that were out of bounds. You guys don't want to beat around the bush. I'll just tell you what happened. I got out of the hospital, walked home, past Changfeng Park, saw a chair on the side of the road, sat down to rest, and realized there was a cell phone on the chair when the phone rang. Without saying a word, the caller said that I had stolen her cell phone and wanted me to send it back to her. Of course I couldn't send it back to her. Put the phone where it was and I went home. What happened after that? I don't know. The 2 police officers taking statements looked at each other, suspecting that Chen Sun was lying. You guys won't think I'm a thief just by virtue of a video screenshot of the other party's call. I'm convinced. The quality of the police is so bad now? Chen Sun began to speak venomously. The police officer who asked the question had an attack of pride and immediately retorted. How can that be? The screenshot was only used as a report material. We found you through face recognition. We won't easily jump to conclusions until the facts are clear. If we really thought you were a thief, we would have just gone out to the police. Chen Sun nodded. Well, that's not bad. It shows that there's no water in the brain. The 2 cops were sweating like crazy. Does this guy have social bullying disorder? Not afraid of offending the police? Okay, that's it. Is there anything else you want to ask? If not, I'm off to work. No. Why don't you wait another 10 minutes? The person who reported it may be late. Chen Sun looked at the wall clock on this wall, showing that the time was 3:30 p.m. He arrived at 3 o'clock and the police station called with a 3 o'clock appointment. Why don't you guys let the person who reported the case arrive at 3 o'clock as well? Chen Sun was a bit impatient. We made an appointment for her to be there at 2:50. The cop explained. Alright, wait for another 10 minutes. Chen Sun looked at the police officer's helpless appearance and sympathized a little in his heart. Thank you Mr. Chen for understanding. If all of us film police had met a good citizen like you, we would have lived an average of 10 years longer. The 2 policemen escalate their favoritism towards Chen Sun. And knowing that Chen Sun has a decent job and buys a house and a car, they are basically sure that Chen Sun has been framed. At 3:40, the reporting party didn't show up. 2 policemen escorted Chen Sun out of the door. Chen Sun to the company. The butt did not sit hot. The phone came again. Is Changfeng police station. Mr. Chen, the report has arrived. Is it convenient for you to come to the police station now? I'm going to work. Okay, then. Chen Sun was about to hang up the phone. Suddenly heard a sharp voice from inside. You also heard. He is a thief. Stole my cell phone before he dared not come to the confrontation. Quickly arrest him. You police are all eat shit, grow up. Immediately go to me to arrest people. Be careful, I'll let you have a good time. Chen Sun almost laughed, saying that the police eat shit, and also said that the police cannot eat. This woman is rare in 100 years. After hanging up the phone, Chen Sun opened his computer and checked the meeting notice on his email. The program meeting is in 10 minutes. The project members came slowly to the conference room. The project manager opens up a piece of software called PRICT, which is lined up with the project schedule, broken down to what should be done each day. Developers, testers, artists, etc. all in place. The schedule is a little tight. A developer questioned. Chen Sun saw it too. There is nothing wrong with this plan on the surface, but in fact, software development may encounter technical problems at any time. Therefore, the development progress must leave a buffer time. Otherwise, it can only be completed by overtime. This plan looks like a reasonable arrangement. In fact, the overtime time are included. Chen Sun, what do you think? The project manager let Chen Sun speak. Chen Sun coy, never dared to raise any objections. According to the past, Chen Sun will certainly say, listen to the leadership. Chen Sun said, remove me from the development staff and I'm going to take a leave of absence. Taking a leave of absence. You're taking a leave of absence when the project is so tight? Take what vacation? The project manager almost jumped up. Annual vacation. The company can take a lot of types of leave. The most common is sick leave, personal leave, annual leave. Sick pay 20% discount, personal leave pay full deduction, annual leave normal payroll. The company has a 1-year annual leave. Chen Sun 3 years did not take annual leave. Cumulative to the present, a total of 21 days, plus weekends, etc. Just 1 month cannot work. The project manager was furious. Chen Sun, you are the main developer of this project. If you take a leave of absence, the whole project will be delayed. If you are dissatisfied with me, you can say it in public or in private. I am stuck on the project to everyone tightly, fighting for the treatment. All of you can never be left behind. The project manager was telling the truth, and he dared to argue with his boss in order to fight for Chen Sun's salary. Chen Sun was moved for a moment. Turns out, there are still people who value me. We are together as a team. We have worked on several projects. We are familiar with each other. We trust each other. So I won't hide it from you. After I finish my annual leave this time, I will resign. Chen Sun said calmly. Resignation? Everyone was stunned. Chen Sun and the company. Honest. Rarely speak. But work is not bad. Dirty work, hard work. Basically thrown to him. He never pushed. You got a new job? The project manager asked. I've got cancer. Lung cancer. Advanced stage. The doctor said. The average survival period is 6 months. If it spreads, I'll be gone in 3 months. Chen Sun's words shocked everyone more than his resignation. Colleagues, everyone eat more and play more in the future. Bless you all with less overtime and more raises. And by the way, try not to smoke, Chen Sun said with a smile. Chen Sun's smile was a bit rueful. Over the years, we have been together. Although hard, but in fact, the relationship is very cordial. Due technology, people are relatively simple. Not so many curved road. The test group was 3 women, and all 3 women cried. A couple of male co-workers also went red. Chen Sun also wanted to cry. He held back and said, I'll treat you tonight. Go to the Chuan Yu Grand Hotel. The project manager silently removes Chen Sun from the development resources. Treat is not urgent. You first hand over the work. Don't be too busy to mention resignation. The company has an event in a month. Go to Hong Kong City to play. You can bring your family. The per capita budget of 20,000. The project manager said. Chen Sun understands the good intentions of the project manager. If he mentions his resignation now, the personnel department is not familiar with the people in the development department, and there is not much affection, and the quota for going to play in Hong Kong City will certainly not be given to the soon-to-be departed. I'll take a vacation first, wanting to go back and stay with my dad for a while. Chen Sun told his arrangement. People have to go. The program can't be stopped, either by transferring people from other programs or hiring new people. The meeting ended hastily because Chen Sun was leaving and the project plan had to be readjusted. Chen Sun organized the list to be handed over and started to write the handover document. Let's start with a clean slate. After all, this company has been really good to him. The new leader is here. Meeting today. Are you going? A coworker came over and asked. No go. I write handover documents. The former leader of the development department was called Chen Hang, with Chen Sun a last name. He liked Chen Sun, this kind of not talkative burying the head in the sand employees. And then this person went to a startup company as a technical director. The company recruited for half a year, only to find a new leader to replace Chen Hang's position. It is said that the new leader is some kind of overseas study returned to the technical cattleman. 2 hours later, it was almost 6 p.m. Chen Sun's cell phone rang. It was Yang Mengxue called. Chen Sun did not think too much. After connecting the phone, 192, continue to write documents. Chen Sun, as far as you are concerned, it's just a divorce. I'll just agree to it. Is there a need to make it like this? Yang Mengshue's angry voice came from the phone, with a crying tone. What's wrong? Chen Sun documents were forgotten to write. Yang Mengshue was not in the right mood. Why did you smash the car like this? Yang Mengshue cried out with a wow. Chen Sun froze and realized that Yang Mengshue should have seen the smashed car. The car was downstairs, and Yang Mengshue must have been downstairs at the company as well. Chen Sun had forgotten about the car being smashed. He closed his computer, went downstairs, and came to the parking place. Yang Mengyao squatted next to the car, covering her face and crying. This was the second time Chen Sun had seen her cry. Yang Mengshue heard Chen Sun said that the car was smashed, thought that there was a little friction, specially ran to the company to see the car, did not expect it to be so serious. She was so sad that she didn't hold back and cried at once. Chen Sun took out a paper towel and handed it over. The woman took the paper towel, wiped her tears, raised her fist to hit Chen Sun, before she touched Chen Sun's body, suddenly remembered that the other side had cancer, withdrew her hand, and sobbed lowly. The car was not smashed by me. The other party has already paid for it. I called the 4S store to pull it to be repaired. Chen Sun explained. It's almost closing time. There must be no one there. Someone. They rush the performance. They don't even close the store at 10 o'clock. Chen Sun took out his cell phone and found the sales phone number of the one who bought the car in the first place, said a few words, and soon someone drove over with a tow truck. When the visitor saw Chen Sun's car, he walked around the car 3 times and sked in admiration. Dude, you're not being professional. You'd have to break the bumper to cheat the insurance. Chen Sun had to clarify again. It wasn't hit, it was smashed. Smashed? You have to file a case. The case isn't closed. The insurance won't cover it. I pay my own way. The car was towed away. And Yang Mengshue asked worriedly. Repairs aren't expensive, are they? It wasn't expensive. None of the important parts were damaged. Just the hood and glass were smashed. Yang Mengshue thought about it and asked, are you working overtime today? No overtime. Go home first. I'll walk you up to get your computer. Chen Sun brought Yang Mengshue to his workstation and packed up his things in preparation for going home. He has 2 computers. One is owned by the company and the other is also owned by the company. One is a desktop. Good performance. 50-inch extra-large flat-screen HD monitor, mainly used for programming. The other computer is a laptop. Thin and light. Average performance, mainly used for meetings and writing documents. Colleagues saw that Chen Sun's wife was so beautiful. They came over to say hello. This was the first time Chen Sun became the center of attention in the company. Of course, everyone's eyes fell more on Yang Mengshue. There are a lot of programmer bachelors. It's good to find a girlfriend. I didn't expect Chen Sun to find such a beautiful wife. Chen Sun put his laptop into his shoulder bag, nodded to his colleagues and was about to leave the office when a stranger suddenly appeared in the development department. The visitor was wearing a white shirt, black pants, black leather shoes, and his hair was combed without a trace of disarray. He also froze for a moment when he saw Yang Mengshue. When men saw a beautiful woman, their reactions were similar. The man's gaze quickly landed on Chen Sun. You are Chen Sun? Chen Sun was confused. Who was this person? He responded politely. Yes, I'm Chen Sun. I'm Tan Shubua. English name Simon. You didn't attend the development department meeting, did you? Tan Shubua said. Chen Sun immediately realized that the visitor was the new leader of the development department. Simon Tan. Hello. Do you have a minute? I'd like to discuss with you why the last project was delayed for over a month. I've talked to everyone else on the project team but you, Tan Shubua said. Chen Sun apologized. Sorry, I have something to do today. I have to go home with my wife first. Tan Shubua looked at Yang Mengshue and sank his face. The development department is an important department of the company, and it's best to go to the conference room when foreign guests visit. Chen Sun didn't say anything. The development department totaled more than 50 people. Tan Shubua came before. Has long understood all the personality, temperament and ability. He got the evaluation. Chen Sun development ability is strong. Do not love to talk. Weak character. Seeing that Chen Sun didn't say anything, Tan Shubua thought even more that the information he had gotten was correct, and he raised his voice quite a bit, aiming to be heard by everyone in the development department. Of course. It's now office hours. I don't care what you have going on. You must stay and discuss your work. The people in the development department all raised their heads from their workstations and looked at Tan Shubua. Everyone was worried about Chen Sun. Today is the first day of the new leader's arrival. Offending the new leader. The end will not be good. Chen Sun understands. The new leader wants to establish authority. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He is the chicken. What time does the development department start and finish? Chen Sun asked. Tan Shubua has long watched the time. The company regulations at 9 o'clock to work, 6 o'clock off. It is only 5:45. How many years have you been in the company and you don't even know the commute time? Tan Shubo's voice raised again, smelling a bit angry. Chan Sun said, indeed I don't know. The project manager came over to round off the situation. Mr. Tan, Chen Sun is a bit unwell. His wife came to pick him up. Tan Shubo glanced at the project manager. For Xiao Lu's sake, I won't bother with you. Come with me to the conference room right away and discuss the reasons for the delay of the last project. Chen Sun put his computer bag back on his back and said to Yang Mingxue, wait for me for a few minutes. Tan Shubo felt that he had one, and he and Chen Sun came to the conference room. The two men sat down. Chen Sun took his cell phone out, set it to silent, and put it on the table. Tan Shubo was satisfied to see Chen Sun set his cell phone to mute. He said, a meeting should be like a meeting. I don't know why you didn't participate in today's general meeting. For the first time, even if it's the first time, next time you must participate. Chen Sun said, Mr. Tan, didn't you say you wanted to ask me why the project was delayed? Tan Shubo didn't expect Chen Sun to be in such a hurry. He asked, why the postponement? Plans are made based on workload, and workload is estimated based on requirements. You go to the server and pull the project's requirements when the plan was made, and the requirements that were eventually formed. Why was the project delayed? Isn't it obvious at a glance? Isn't it a waste of company resources to find each person for a separate meeting for something so simple? The words that Chen Sun uttered were completely beyond Tan Shubo's expectations, clearly saying that he, the leader, did not even understand basic common sense. Chen Sun didn't wait for Tan Shubo to respond. He looked at the time on his cell phone. 6 o'clock had arrived. Mr. Tan, 6 o'clock is here. I'm off duty. Bye. After saying that, carrying his computer bag, he pulled open the door of the conference room and walked out with his head held high, leaving Tan Shubo with a tall back. Tan Shubo was so angry that his mouth shivered. After so many years of work, it's the first time I've met someone so rigid, disliking the leader so much and not giving any face. Tan Shubo walked out of the conference room and was going to chase after him to grab Chen Sun and reprimand him. Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue had already entered the elevator. Looking at Tan Shubo about to come over, Chen Sun waved her hand and smiled sweetly. That smile was deeply imprinted in Tan Shubo's mind, like a thorn, piercing into his heart, making him feel shame. Chen Sun must be fired. Tan Shubo was furious. Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue went home by public transportation. It was the first time the two had ridden public transportation together. Waiting for another half an hour is the rush hour after work. Chen Sun 2 perfect miss. So there are not many people in the car, and there are 3 empty seats. Empty seats are not continuous. The two had to sit separately. Chen Sun sat by the window seat. An old lady came up and said to Chen Sun, I want this seat. Chen Sun froze for a moment. He thought the bus didn't have any empty seats. He was about to stand up to give up his seat, when he saw that there was an empty seat next to him. He didn't continue and reminded the old lady, Auntie, there are empty seats here. Empty seats are reserved for the elderly, infirm, disabled and pregnant, and the seat backs are greenish yellow, while the regular seats are grass green, so it's easy to tell the difference. Quickly give up your seat. What's wrong with you, young man? I told you to give up your seat. You talk so much nonsense. That seat is not by the window. I don't like it. Hurry up. I can't stand steadily. The driver doesn't know how to drive the car. It shakes so much. The old lady is carrying a plastic bag with one hand. The bag contains 3 or 4 apples. The other hand holding the chair. Looks like a good body. Flexible hands and feet. Chen Sun often gives up his seat to people. He sits in the office for too long. Sometimes he doesn't even go to sit when there is a seat. He wants to stand and exercise. Maybe the old man wants to see the outside. Chen Sun intended to stand up and give the window seat to this old lady. Bam! The plastic bag in the old lady's hand directly hit Chen Sun's head. Don't give up your seat. Believe it or not, I'll hit you again. The old lady's face was red. Chen Sun froze. This old man went out of his way to hit someone. The old lady had apples in her plastic bag, and it hurt vaguely to smash them on her head. When people are unlucky, they can't even drink water. Chen Sun found that he kept encountering strange people in the past 2 days, which should be a sign of bad luck. He didn't know if it was luck or bad luck, because he felt that the old lady didn't have much strength, and the apple hit him on the head with a little pain, but it was more of a comfort. As a programmer, his shoulders and head were often uncomfortable from looking at the screen for long periods of time, and after being smashed, he had a massage of sorts. Since you're so fierce, I won't give you my seat. The force is too small, Chen Sun said, then pulled out his cell phone and read a novel. The old lady was obviously provoked by Chen Sun's words and lifted the bag, slamming it against Chen Sun's head once again. Chen Sun's head was off, and the brave old woman smashed Chen Sun's back, which was a lot more powerful and made Chen Sun feel very comfortable. The old man cursed, his mouth full of obscenities. Chen Sun took out his headphones and put them on, and began to listen to Rakshasa Sea City, and his nose was still humming lightly to the rhythm. This made the old lady so angry that her fire was about to jet out of her nose. She carried the bag and struck Chen Sun's back many times in a row, making Chen Sun grateful to the old lady. A couple of the guys next to me couldn't look away. Granny, take my seat. Don't fight. You've hit me so many times and no one else has fought back. On the other window seat sat a young man. Student-like. The young man took the initiative to let the old aunt sit. Mind your own business. I'm going to clean up this thing that doesn't know how to respect the old and love the young today. I'm teaching him a lesson on behalf of his parents. The traditional virtues of our country are being disgraced by this kind of people. The old lady panted and reprimanded, then held the bag with both hands to give Chen Sun a fierce beating. The student-looking man said angrily, "He's not even hitting back. What more do you want? I'll even beat you together if you keep talking nonsense." The old lady crossed up and completely lost her mind, destroying anyone she saw. The middle schooler was a bit aggrieved, obviously not having been beaten up by society, and couldn't take this much. His eyes were red. Chen Sun looked out the window. "See to the station." He stood up. To the old lady, evil smile, "Your strength is good. Smashed in the shoulder is particularly comfortable. More powerful than the massage in the bath center. Thank you." When he finished, he came to the door of the car and looked out the window, waiting for the car to come in. Where can the old lady stand this anger? She clenched the bag with both hands and raised it high, to vigorously smash Chen Sun, so that Chen Sun will never forget. The bus into the station to slow down. The elderly hands holding up the bag did not hold the handle. The whole person fell forward. She didn't have her hands on anything, and due to inertia, she flung herself right into the front of the car, hitting her head on the foot of a chair, and the old lady went white as a sheet and went into shock. Chen Sun did not notice the old woman. After the car door opened, he and Yang Mengxue quickly got out of the car, vaguely heard shouts of alarm coming from the car. They did not care. From the bus stop to home, passing by the food court, Yang Mengxue bought fish, bought fungus, and bought some meat and ribs. "Aren't you afraid of getting fat when you buy so much?" Chen Sun asked. "For you to eat fungus. Black fungus nourishes the lungs." Yang Mengxue also bought 2 pairs. Chen Sun was a bit alarmed. "You can cook?" "I can cook a lot of dishes. Don't forget that my brother is a chef." Yang Mengxue's face blushed. The two had been married for 3 years. Yang Mengxue's kitchen was rarely entered and she had never cooked. Carrying the dishes home, Chen Sun wanted to go to the kitchen to help, but was kicked out by Yang Mengxue. "We're all getting divorced. Let me cook you a meal. You won't poison it. For the sake of heritage, women can do anything." Chen Sun joked. Suddenly felt, Yang Mengxue, this woman, is an ordinary small people, shortcomings, careful eyes, love to take advantage of. But in fact, it is a normal human being, not so annoying. Soon, the first dish came out, braised fish. "Try it. I've seen my mom make it a million times." Listening to Yang Mengxue's tone, Chen Sun hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to use his chopsticks to clip a little bit and put the fish into his mouth under Yang Mengxue's expectant gaze. "Put." Chen Sun threw up. "Why did you spit it out?" "I followed the steps strictly as my mom said. It's not tasty at most." "Why did you spit it out?" "Fish is expensive," Yang Mengxue said. "You taste it." Chen Sun went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, intending to rinse his mouth. Yang Mengxue also clamped a piece of fish in the mouth, followed by spit out, quickly rushed into the kitchen, grabbed the cup of water in the hands of Chen Sun, rinsing his mouth vigorously. "It's too bitter. How can fish meat be bitter? Did I buy spoiled fish meat? It's not right. The fish is alive. How could it spoil?" Yang Mengxue was puzzled. "You broke the bitter gall when you killed the fish," Chen Sun said with a bitter smile. Dinner on the table. Would fungus stir-fried back to the pot of meat, braised pork ribs, tomato and egg soup, plus a small bowl of rice. These are all made by Chen Sun. Yang Mengxue dares not try again. That fish completely hit her confidence in cooking. The two men began to eat their dinner. "Hubby, medicine is advancing every day nowadays. Aren't the terminal diseases of the past all common diseases now?" Yang Mengxue wasn't too used to comforting people. She thought for half a day and found a sentence to comfort Chen Sun. "I hope." Chen Sun added a piece of black fungus to his mouth. After the meal was finished, Yang Mengxue cleaned up the dishes and washed the dishes. And 3 minutes later, the sound of plates falling on the floor and breaking came from the kitchen. "How did the plate become so slippery after adding detergent?" Yang Mengxue said. Chen Sun silently cleaned up the kitchen and said to Yang Mengxue, "I've printed out the divorce terms. If there's no problem, you sign it and we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." There were no loudspeakers for square dancing outside, no little kids jumping rope upstairs, and the whole room seemed quiet. Yang Mengxue briefly looked at the divorce agreement given by Chen Sun, looking for the place to hit the signature. Chen Sun has already signed. Yang Mingxue wrote her name and said with a smile, "My handwriting isn't as good as yours." Chen Sun laughed. Just as long as the person is good looking. The two sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, watched commercials, watched the news broadcast, watched the weather forecast, watched serials, watched the international news, saw Yang Mingxue in tears. She still could not hold back and cried. "Is it okay not to divorce?" Yang Mingxue asked. "It's time to sleep," Chen Sun said. The next morning, Chen Sun got up, washed up, made breakfast, waited for Yang Mingxue to get up, ate, and the two of them took the agreement and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. 3 years ago, the two also came and got married. There weren't many divorces, and the two handed their marriage licenses to the clerk, who reviewed the divorce papers, asked a few brief questions, and the big red marriage license was recalled and replaced with a dark red divorce license. The red color of the divorce certificate is darker than the red color of the marriage certificate. Chen Sun went directly to the company. As for where Yang Mingxue went, he didn't ask. "Chen Sun, the administration department is looking for you for your documents." Chen Sun had just entered the company when a co-worker reminded him. Chen Sun came to the administration department. The female colleague in charge of the company's booking knew Chen Sun, the company's group building. "A week's travel to Hong Kong City. You can bring your family members. I have your ID card, but I don't have the family members' documents. Trouble you to provide it." Chen Sun found his father Chen Daidong's ID photo from his cell phone. "You're not taking your wife? Divorced? Come on. Your wife is so beautiful. I even saw it yesterday. Whoever marries it hurts. How can you get a divorce? Really divorced?" The female colleague quickly input Chen Daidong's ID information into the booking system, and with a click, 4 air tickets were printed out, for 2 people, 1 each for the round trip. "The company is a large client and can issue airfare directly, and lie to me about the divorce. Obviously your wife is pregnant and can't fly. Chen Sun, you look honest. I didn't expect to be able to pretend so much." The female coworker handed the ticket to Chen Sun. Chen Sun put it away. "Who said you can't fly when you're pregnant? I'm really divorced." Collecting the air tickets, Chen Sun returned to his workstation, intending to continue writing the handover. "All employees of the development department, go to conference room B1303 for a meeting." The secretary of the development department, Yu, came over to give a verbal notice. Everyone dropped what they were doing and stepped into the conference room in 2s and 3s. Tan Shubwa sat on the podium seat in the conference room with a serious expression. The employees who came in were originally joking and laughing, but once they saw this expression on Tan Shubwa's face, they vaguely felt that something was wrong and followed suit with seriousness. The atmosphere of the meeting place became depressing all of a sudden. Chen Sun chose a corner of the venue to sit down. This kind of conference, he would choose the most inconspicuous position. Tan Shubwa hummed twice, cleared his throat, and said, "Yesterday, I held a general meeting for the entire department, and I also talked to some of the key project developers. The vast majority of the employees work in a serious and professional manner, and I'm very happy to be able to work with so many excellent co-workers. However, there are also a very few employees, perfunctory and irresponsible with their work. They don't know to review the delayed completion of the project. They have a very strong ability to make excuses. They are late for work, and leave early after work. Such employees are the black sheep of the company. Who specifically? The data is clear at a glance. This is the development department employee doorcard swipe record." Tan Shubwa projected his computer on the conference room wall, which showed the number of tardies. The company does not have a specialized attendance mechanism, especially in the development department, where no one takes attendance at all, and the attendance data is calculated based on the time an employee enters the company by swiping his or her doorcard. Topping the list of late arrivals is Chen Sun. Not only was he late a lot last month, but he didn't have a swipe record for half of his workdays. "Chen Sun, how do you explain?" Tan Shubwa questioned in public. Chen Sun looked at Tan Shubwa like a fool. "Explain what?" "Explain why you've been late so many times and haven't clocked in for several days. You're absentee, and according to company rules, you can be fired for more than 3 absences. Chen Sun stood up and said, "What you mean is that the leaders in front of you are all idiots, and I haven't been fired for missing work so many times, right?" Tan Shubwa's neck was red, his forehead was engorged with blood, and under the light, his forehead was reflective and bright. He had wanted to take Chen Sun to set up an example, and when he saw Chen Sun being so unruly, he made him unable to get off the stage in front of so many people. He almost lost his temper on the spot. "I don't care how your former leader dealt with it. In any case, it won't work under me. I'm going to give you one more chance to explain yourself in public, and if you don't, you'll be fired immediately." Tan Shubwa took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his chest. Chen Sun sat down and did not say a word. The demeanor was obvious. I am too lazy to explain to the fool. Chan-sun, you're fired. Pack up and leave. Tan Shubwa said. Mr. Tan, if you fire me, you have to give a certificate of separation as well. Thank you. Chen-sun's nonchalant reply infuriated Tan Shubwa. The secretary, Yoshi, whispered a couple questions to Tan Shubwa, then called the meeting to a close. Chen-sun ignored the probing eyes of other colleagues. He opened the computer, logged into the development account, opened the code sign-in log, the last year's code submission log screenshot to save, and then export the log, save it, and send it to his own private mailbox. The whole process took a total of 5 minutes. 15 minutes later, the personnel department came over to inform Chen-sun, you are fired, and then handed Chen-sun a sheet to sign, a notice of dismissal. The reason for the dismissal was that Chen-sun had accumulated 51 days of innocent minor time in the past year. The notice was in duplicate, and Chen-sun signed both copies. After the personnel department stamped it, Chen-sun's company account was locked and he could not access the company's internal system. The colleagues in the development department had a good relationship with him, and he knew that Tan Shubwa was in the development department at the moment. So Chen-sun didn't bother to say goodbye to his close colleagues, packed up his things and left the company straight away, waited for 15 minutes, and then got on the bus home. Going to work on the subway and taking the bus after work has been Chen-sun's habit for a long time. The subway takes a short time, but is expensive. He has to be in a hurry to get to work and has to take the subway. Today he is not in a hurry and can take the bus home at a slow pace. After arriving home, Chen-sun turned on his computer, downloaded the screenshot of the log of his code submission to the server, took a picture of the dismissal notice given by the company with his cell phone and uploaded it to his computer, and started to write an email. I am Chen-sun. I was fired today. The reason for my dismissal is that I am absent from work. A year absenteeism accumulated up to 51 days. The company determines whether an employee was at work that day based on the swipe record of the door card. And I had 51 days of work without any swipes. And that's because I worked consecutive overtime at the company without ever leaving the office. Attached is my code check-in log, which clearly shows when the code was submitted, ranging from 2 a.m. to 11 a.m. in the middle of the night. The code server is housed within the company and is physically isolated from the external network, so it is impossible for me to submit code from home. The IP address for submitting code is also on the company's intranet. After describing the facts, Chen-sun did not make any request. He sent the letter to the company's personnel director and the personnel department responsible for dealing with specific things colleagues. After writing the email, Chen-sun felt chest tightness. He lay flat on the sofa and looked at the ceiling lights. Without turning on the lights are not lit. Just like without life, people become corpses. Wife. Oh no. Ex-wife Yang Mingxue is not at home. I don't know if she went back to her mother's house. All have been divorced. Why do I care about her? The house should be listed in the brokerage. It's written in the agreement that the house and car will be divided equally. If you don't sell it, you can't share it. After the chest tightness passed, Chen-sun took out the 7 or 8 bottles of medicine prescribed by the hospital, poured out a few capsules according to the usage and dosage, threw them in his mouth, and sent them down to his stomach with water, and the sugar coating of the medicine left a vaguely sweet flavor on Chen-sun's tongue. Taking medicine is also sweet. Just like life, what's wrapped in the sweetness is actually bitterness. Chen-sun degenerated from a programmer to a master of chicken soup for the soul and began to lament life. Look for the real estate license and find the payroll card as well. The payroll cards used to be kept by Yang Mingxue. He took his paycheck card ID and real estate license and went to hang out at Cheap Realty, Central Park Realty, Wa Home, etc., etc. Then brought a bunch of agents to the house to take pictures, video, etc. The agent didn't leave for a few minutes. Chen-sun's cell phone rang. It was the company personnel calling. The little girl in the HR department had a nice speaking voice. Chen-sun, our director saw that email of yours. Can you come to the company? I'm not feeling well and I'm planning to go away for a break, so I won't be coming to the office. Here's the thing. The company's decision to fire you was a bit hasty, and there was no talk about compensation, so they want you to come over and make up a compensation agreement. No need. I've already given the relevant documents to the Valley Red law firm. They'll be here later to sign a retainer agreement with me, and I'll appoint a lawyer to come over and talk. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, the little personnel girl said, why don't you hold on a little while, and I'll give the leader an idea of your current situation. Good. Of course Chen-sun did not look for any Valley Red law firm. He made a false move. The purpose is not only to make Tan Shubwa difficult, but also to fight for himself and other colleagues in the development department. Development department of 7 groups? We have been good relations. Programmers are mostly focused on technology, not so much mind to fight with each other. If not because of lung cancer, Chen Sun really do not want to leave the company. Chen Sun has no good or bad feelings towards Tan Shubua. He did this, just want to let Tan Shubua know, leaders and subordinates, everyone is well. Don't because you are a leader. You can just dispose of subordinates. Less than 10 minutes. The phone call from the little girl in the personnel department came again. Chen Sun, what are your requirements? Directly to us. There is no need to go to a lawyer. The leader said. Try to meet. Chen Sun said. 1. Have Tan Shubua send an email to the entire company admitting that it was wrong to fire me. 2. Have Tan Shubua hold a meeting in the development department and publicly apologize to me. I'll pass it on. I want to know the result by 6 p.m. If there is no result, I tacitly agree that the company rejected my request. Chen Sun said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Sun felt refreshed, not knowing if the medication was working or if the expulsion was going in the direction he expected. Didn't wait until 6 o'clock. The phone rang. It was an unfamiliar phone. Chen Sun connected and heard out that it was Tan Shubua's. Chen Sun. I'm Tan Shubua. I apologize to you. It was wrong of me to make the decision to expel you without fully understanding the situation. I'm here to solemnly apologize to you. Chen Sun said. When I was fired, it was public, and the apology I wanted to be public. I've rescinded my decision to fire you and would like you to return to work. I already have a new job, so come back and forget about it. I won't accept your apology either. Since there was no public apology. After saying that, Chen Sun hung up the phone of his own accord. Tan Shubua was so angry that he almost crushed his cell phone. Chen Sun has already found a new job, which means that he has long wanted to leave the job. You leave the job. You leave the job. You deliberately provoked me and dug a hole for me. Shameless Chen Sun, the existence of people like you is simply a shame for programmers. A public apology. That's impossible. He, Tan Shubua, came to the company for less than a week and publicly apologized to his staff. His prestige was gone. How could he manage his staff? Apologize for the phone is played in front of the personnel director to play. If not, Chen Sun to make a big deal out of this matter, affecting the company's image. This is the company's personnel department. Because the recruitment and dismissal of employees, the external exit is the Ministry of Personnel. Sun Tan does not accept apologies. Tan Shubua said. What terms did he offer? The personnel director asked. Tan Shubua struggled for a few minutes, but still said what Chen Sun wanted. He wants me to publicly apologize. The personnel director is not a fool. He knows the difficulties of Tan Shubua. The two talked for half a day, and finally came up with an agreement. Chen Sun resigned for personal reasons. The company thanked Chen Sun for his hard work over the years, and compensated Chen Sun for 12 months' salary. This was the maximum amount of compensation that the personnel department could come up with. Other than that, they didn't come up with a better method. After all, once the lawsuit was filed and made a big deal, there was no telling how many things would end up getting messed up. It was already after 9 p.m. when Chen Sun received the notice from the HR department. Alright, I'll come and sign tomorrow. Chen Sun agreed with his mouth full. Chen Sun pre-tax $30,000 a month. 12 months salary. That is $360,000. Because it is compensation. Belongs to the damage compensation. Also do not have to pay taxes. Is a windfall. Chen Sun mentally gave Tan Shubua a nod of approval. The bastard's sandy breath and leadership temper bursting with desire. At 11 p.m., the door opened and Yang Mengxue finally came back. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was a little puffy. I have to go back to my hometown. If someone comes to buy a house, you go to talk. The market price of our neighborhood is 50,000 square meters. The price of the 6th floor is higher than the average price. It is estimated to be about 55,000 square meters. I quoted a total price of 2 million. If someone talks, it can't be less than 6 million. How soon will you be back? A month later. You don't work? Fired. Yang Mengxue went to the bathroom. Washed up. A little embarrassed look, wimpy. Chen Sun, can you lend me some money? Just 10,000. I don't have any money on hand. Chen Sun's payroll card is held by Yang Mengxue. Every month on the 15th payroll, deduct taxes and all kinds of gold. To the hand of almost 25,000 or so. Yang Mengxue will take 2,000 put into their own card. The remaining 5,000 is Chen Sun's pocket money plus living expenses. Where's the money from before? Chen Sun estimated that the family should have savings. Even after deducting the mortgage of 5,000, there are $15,000. Yang Mengxue again big spenders. It is impossible to spend all 15,000 a month. So Chen Sun thinks that the family has savings. My brother talked about his girlfriend. I bought some cosmetics for his girlfriend in the name of my sister's brother-in-law. Yang Mengxue said. Chen Sun looked at Yang Mengxue. What about the family savings? Bought financial products. Yang Mengshue's voice was low. Well, I resigned. Tomorrow go to the company to sign. Early settlement of wages. After the settlement I will transfer 20,000 to you. You do not spend a lot of money in the future. And do not buy any messy financial products. I also don't know anyone. Can't help you find a job. The house is sold as soon as possible. Otherwise you don't even have money to spend. Suddenly, Yang Mengxue embraced the man she had called loser for 3 years, buried her head in Chen Sun's chest, sobbing. She was beautiful. She could find a richer man, but she could not find anyone better than Chen Sun for her. This person is terminally ill with less than 6 months left to live and both are divorced and still worrying about her future for fear she won't have money to spend. Yang Mengxue just hugged hard like this, like she was hugging the most precious thing in her life. Only when you lose it do you realize how precious it is. The next day, Yang Mengxue was woken up by the beeping of her cell phone. She habitually touched her side. It was empty. Chen Sun had already left. The Z Women's Insurance software on my cell phone prompted me to receive a transfer of $160,000 from Chen Sun. $160,000? Did Chen Sun rob a bank? Where else would he get $160,000? Is strange when chat software on the prompt also came. Chen Sun sent, the day before yesterday the car was smashed. Repaired. Repair costs more than 20,000. Smashed our car for fear of leaving a record. Compensated me more than 300,000. Is considered to be premarital property. I transfer you half. Yang Mengxue looked at the message, deliberately noticed that our car the 3 words, Chen Sun said we rather than I, indicating that in his heart, I am still a wife. Thinking of this, Yang Mengxue, sweet and sad, stretched out her hand and directly slapped herself twice. Yang Mengxue, you're not human. Since they got married, it's always been Chen Sun who cares for her, even giving way to her in quarrels. If she had cared more about Chen Sun, told him to rest more and asked him to smoke less, Chen Sun would definitely have listened to her and might not have gotten lung cancer. Yang Mengxue flipped out the phone and dialed. Gu Xiaoyu. I remember your grandfather had lung cancer and was later cured. It's not cured, and it hasn't gotten worse. My grandpa is now square dancing every day. By the way, my grandpa lives in Dongxing neighborhood. It seems like he lives in the same neighborhood as you. No way. I'll visit grandpa sometime. Yeah, call your handsome husband Chen Sun when the time comes. By the way, going to the Heartbreak Bar tonight? Not going. I've had an upset stomach lately and I keep wanting to vomit. Ha ha, you're not pregnant. Nope, planning to wait a couple years before having kids. Yang Mengxue hung up the phone and saw that Chen Sun had left another message. The car is fixed. I'm going to drive back to my hometown. You don't buy anything when you go back home? Yang Mengxue returned the message. Chen Sun went to the company. The personnel department cancelled the dismissal decision and replaced it with normal separation procedures, and also found the finance department to give Chen Sun an additional 5 months of salary. 1/2 of the month is his unpaid wages. A month of annual leave directly into money. The remaining 12 months is as a separation compensation. Suddenly getting more than $400,000. Chen Sun did not feel happy at all. Other than life and death, everything else is idle. Cancer weighs like a boulder on the heart. Chen Sun went to the 4S store, picked up the repaired car, saw Yang Mengxue reminding him to buy something, so he stopped by the supermarket to buy a bottle of wine for his dad, remembering that he was going to stay in his hometown for a month. He drove home, intending to bring a change of clothes with him. Yang Mengxue didn't go out to play, which made Chen Sun a little surprised. Seeing Chen Sun packing up his clothes, Yang Mengxue again felt a pang of guilt. She was buying new clothes every month. Chen Sun hadn't bought any clothes once since he got married, and was still wearing clothes from 3 years ago, when Chen Sun cleaned up. Yang Mengxue had already made a large table of dishes. Don't worry about eating, I didn't make it. I ordered takeout. Yang Mengxue was rather unconfident about her level of cooking. It was late. Yang Mengxue had gotten so much food. She was afraid of Chen Sun's health problems and hoped that Chen Sun would go home the next day. In the past, Chen Sun is to take the coach home. The hometown is not accessible by train. The coach has become the preferred mode of transportation. 5 hours or so to get home. The village people go out to work. After earning money, buy a car, drive home. Very dignified. Chen Sun's parents also want Chen Sun to drive home. At that time Chen Sun was still young, did not drive back, but also joked about his parents' vanity. Until his mother left the world a year ago, he was particularly sad, which has become a regret in his heart that can never be repaired. That's why he'd rather labor for 5 hours than drive home. The next morning, Chen Sun woke up and saw fried eggs, milk, and bread on the table. Yang Mengxue kitchen, wearing an apron. You made it? Well, eat a lot. You'll get hungry on the way. Chen Sun didn't say anything as he silently finished his breakfast. He found that the clothes and pants that he had found last night had been folded and put into a plastic bag. Chen Sun carried the plastic bag into the trunk of the car, pulled open the door, found the passenger side of the drink, bread and other food. Eat on the way and rest at the service area if you're tired. Yang Mingxue said. You're so considerate. Chen Sun complimented Yang Mingxue, started the car, gave Yang Mingxue a wave, and drove back home against the dappled sunlight of the neighborhood. His father, Chen Dadong, worked as a janitor at the county seat. Chen Sun didn't go to see his father. He drove back to his hometown first, the old two-story house. Peasants do not lack land for building houses. Basically every family cannot use up the homestead. Chen Sun's two-story house, repair 6 rooms, the upper and lower 3 floors. After my mother died, my father seldom went home, and he didn't have time to come back for the spring festival because the unit needed someone to watch the door for the spring festival as well. My father couldn't afford to have his salary tripled and often volunteered to work overtime on holidays. Chen Sun car parked in front of the house. The one in the city is a suite of rooms, which is the home and the heart of Chen Sun. He forgot his key and couldn't get in. Carrying joss sticks, paper money, and 2 bottles of wine, Chen Sun came to the hillside. Here was his mother's grave, and on the grave, the grass grew very thick. There is a legend in the countryside that grass grows luxuriantly on the graves of good people, and when building a grave, many people dig up the surrounding grass and build it on the grave. Chen Sun's mother said she didn't need it. Chen Sun took out 3 wine glasses, filled them with wine, placed them in front of the grave, knelt down, kowtowed, and the moment he raised his head, his face was full of tears. Setting the paper money on fire, he poured the rest of the wine over it, and the light blue flames rose into the air, and the paper money slowly turned to ash. Chen Sun knelt and did not move, kneeling for a long time, legs numb. Chen Sun sat next to it, just like when he was a child. His mother was doing needlework. Chen Sun moved a small bench, sat next to it, listening to his mother talk about the village flying short and long. Mom said that when Chen Sun grows up and gets married, she will bring Chen Sun a child. Mom lied and left Chen Sun alone before Chen Sun had a child. Chen Sun often feels lonely in the city, and now that he is by his mother's side, his heart settles down. Mom, I'm coming to stay with you soon. Chen Sun used to pay his respects, saying that he came to see you. This time, he estimated that he would come to be with his mother in 6 months. He wished to be buried next to his mother. This, perhaps, was the last wish of his life. There are not many cars in the countryside, and when the children come back from school and see Chen Sun's car, they gather around and chatter endlessly. Chen Sun stood up without patting the dust on his body. He went back to the front door of his house, opened the car door, took out the candies, and grabbed them for the kids in big handfuls. Ah, Chen Sun, is this car yours? The neighbor uncle looked at Chen Sun's car with envy. Chen Sun grabbed a handful of candy and handed it over. Uncle Zhang, have some candy. Chen Sun is back. Ah, aren't you married? Why are you back today? Is it for your little cousin's matter? The village chief also came over and was excited to see Chen Sun. There are not many college students from the village, and Chen Sun is the only one who got into a prestigious university. Little cousin? Are you talking about Qi Shulan? What's wrong with her? She's due for her senior year later this year. Chen Sun took out a box of cigarettes and handed it to the village chief. In the countryside, except for the elderly and children, the young people have all gone out to work, and it is rare to see people of Chen Sun's age in the village. The village chief took the cigarette and asked Chen Sun rhetorically, "You don't know? Did Dong didn't tell you?" Chen Sun had a bad feeling. Qi Shulan is his uncle's youngest daughter. Since childhood, very good grades, got into the county's key high school, is now the 2nd semester of the 2nd year of high school. Next year should be able to go to college. What happened to Qi Shulan? The village chief sighed, wanting to speak. In Chen Sun pressed. He finally said, Qi Shulan is beautiful. Was harassed by a boy in the 7th class of the 2nd year of high school. The boy is a repeat student. After the police, the parents of the boy took out a certificate issued by the hospital. The boy has depression and schizophrenia. It is possible to suffer from this disease without being held legally responsible. After being harassed, Qi Shulan was so scared that she never dared to go to school again. Uncle Zhang, help me distribute these candies. I'm going to my uncle's house. Chen Sun gave several large bags of candy from the trunk to Uncle Zhang and drove to his uncle's house. My uncle's house isn't far from his. It's a 10-minute drive. My aunt and uncle are working outside and haven't come home yet. Just the cousin is home alone. Chen Sun was sad to see his cousin Qi Shulan. The Qi Shulan he remembers has a braided hair, a little baby fat, and a red face. Qi Shulan in front of me. Hair is very messy. Wearing green cloth pants, sandals, clothes or rags. Appear very wide, pale. Basically nothing blood, cheeks concave, deep eye sockets. Eyes are lightless. Then Chen Sun is also like a walking corpse. Qi Shulan took a kitchen knife, put the pigweed in a wooden pot, woodenly cut the pigweed. The whole person is not very angry, almost like a robot. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Qi Shulan was so alarmed that she saw through the doorway that it was Chen Sun before she dared to open the door. Lan Lan, come eat some candy. Brother bought it in Magic City. It's delicious. Chen Sun took out the milk candy. Qi Shulan's reaction was very slow. It took more than 10 seconds before she shook her head to indicate her refusal. Chen Sun took out 2 buckets of potato chips. You eat the potato chips? They're crunchy, and the cucumber-flavored ones are especially delicious. He didn't care if Qi Shulan ate it or not. He tore open the package and handed it to Qi Shulan. Qi Shulan squeezed out a smile, wiped her hands on her apron, took the bag of chips, picked up a chip with her fingertips and put it in her mouth. The chips crumbled into crumbs and tasted great. Uncle and aunt came back carrying hose, and when they saw Qi Shulan start to eat, uncle and aunt sighed. Chen Sun did not dare to ask Qi Shulan directly about the situation. He secretly asked his uncle. That brute, he tried to rape Shulan in school. Shulan was in the girls' dormitory. Her clothes were torn. 4 girls in the dormitory, and the other 3 girls were terrified. If not for a teacher coming over to patrol. Uncle briefly described the situation. What did the police say? Chen Sun asked. The police came and took the brute away, and quickly released him, saying they had a certificate from a major hospital for mental illness and depression, and that this wasn't illegal. Auntie added from the side. Lan Lan is too scared to go to school and has nightmares every day. Oh, I know. After a week, let Shulan come to school. You all stay out of other things. Auntie, I'll transfer $10,000 to you. You buy some good food. Lan Lan is too skinny. Chen Sun had thought that in this world, except for his dad, other people were not worth holding on to. The moment he saw Qi Shulan, he had a heart-wrenching pain. It turned out that there were many other people in this world who were worth his attention. When he was a child, his uncle loved him very much. His uncle's family was poor, and if he wanted anything, his uncle never gave it up. Auntie wiped tears from her eyes. In the evening, Chen Sun stayed at his uncle's house, and his aunt stewed chicken and cooked bacon, making a table full of more delicious food. Chen Sun actually didn't have much of an appetite, and for fear of spoiling his aunt and uncle's fun, he ate the meat with a big mouthful, and kept talking about new things in the city in an effort to make the scene seem a bit more lively. Qi Shulan was also very close to Chen Sun and had loved playing with this big brother since she was a child. Under Chen Sun's continuous enlightenment, her appetite got much better and she ate a small bowl of rice and several slices of meat. Early the next morning, Chen Sun got up and drove into the county. First go to the unit where your father is. My father was a temporary worker, sharing a 20 square meter hut with bunk beds, no kitchen, no bathroom, and I had to go to a public restroom more than 700 meters away to use the toilet. When his father saw Chen Sun, a smile bloomed on his face, and that kind of heartfelt happiness and joy made Chen Sun blame himself. He was so busy working to earn money that he had too little time to visit his father. Father is much older than a year ago. The wrinkles on his face are as clear as a knife carving. He has become a lot more, and the whole person is not as energetic as he was. It seems that the death of his mother was a big blow to his father. Dad, brought me you 2 bottles of wine. I still have things to do, so I'll leave you alone for the next few days, Chen Sun said. Hearing that Chen Sun was going to be busy, the disappointment on his father's face flickered, and he immediately revealed an understanding smile. Dabeo, you go and get busy with your business. I'll be watching the door every day. There's nothing to worry about. Don't worry. Chen Sun's nickname was Dabeo and his father used to call him by his nickname. A few people asked who the father was. The father proudly introduced to others, "This is my son, a graduate of a prestigious university," causing other workers a burst of envy. Saying goodbye to his father, Chen Sun drove to the school. This is the school that Chen Sun attended, but also the county's best key high school. The county's population of several million people, only 7 classes, each class of 30 people. Every year there are a lot of people who want to sharpen their brains, want to put their own children to this school. Chen Sun's family doesn't matter. He got in on points. The school is very big. There are many parking spaces. The school's gate is locked, not allowing Chen Sun to drive in. Chen Sun took out a box of cigarettes and handed it to the doorman. I graduated 8 years ago. I want to go back to my alma mater to take a look. The doorman immediately let Chen Sun in with a smile on his face. Every year, people like this come to visit their alma mater. Chen Sun got good grades that year and entered a prestigious university with the 5th best score in the school. He was grateful to his school and teachers, but this time it's not about appreciating school. Arriving at the principal's office and seeing that the principal had aged a lot, Chen Sun placed the 2 bottles of famous wine in his hands on the table. Principal Meng, how are you? Principal Memphis lifted up and looked at Chun-sun. It seemed a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was for a moment. You are? My name is Chun-sun, class of '08. I haven't been back to my alma mater for many years, and I wanted to come and take a look. And I found that so many places have been remodeled, and the school building has changed so much that I almost didn't recognize it. Principal Meng smiled. The principal's office hasn't changed. After saying that, he smoothly put away the 2 bottles of wine and put them at the foot of the table to appear less conspicuous. He recognized that the wine was several thousand a bottle. 2 bottles, estimated to be worth between 6,000 and 8,000. When students come back, there must be something going on. With so many students graduating every year, there really aren't many who come back to see their teachers. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Shen-sun didn't beat around the bush. I have a cousin named Chi Shulan. From the 3rd class of the 2nd year of high school, she was harassed by a guy named Wei Jun at school and was almost raped. Principal Meng's face changed, got up, closed the room door behind him, and sighed. I do know about Chi Shulan's matter. Wei Jun scaled over the wall of the girls' dormitory and sneaked in. We also called the police. Wei Jun's family has a certificate given by the hospital, and medical records. He is mentally ill and depressed. This situation, the police cannot help. The certificate they gave, does the school have it on file? The school has them too, and if you don't believe me, I'll find them for you right away. Principal Meng also didn't know what phone number he dialed, spoke into the phone, and a female secretary came over with a stack of information. Principal Meng handed it to Chun-sun. The material is not much, just 7 or 8 pages, with records of medical consultations and signatures of specialists, which indeed show that Wei Jun is mentally ill and severely depressed. You see, all these documents are authentic, although they are copies. I've seen the originals as well, and the hospital has a stamp. Principal Meng said. Got it. Thanks Principal Meng. I have a question right now. Why don't you fire Wei Jun? Wei Jun is depressed, and if he is expelled, the school can't afford to take the blame if something happens. Principal Meng said. Chen-sun laughed. It is Wei Jun's father Wei Changfa has money. Donated $1 million to the school. The school is not willing to offend him. Right. Wei Jun's performance in the midterm examination that year was not good. Did not get into the county middle school. Is to give money to go on? Right. Wei Jun's performance in school is also very poor. He is now a senior. In fact, is repeating the year? Right. Principal Meng said. What you said is true, and none of this is a reason to expel Wei Jun. The school charges a sponsorship fee every year, and students who pay the sponsorship fee can enroll with a low score. Wei Jun's score is so low that the sponsorship fee cannot be. His father gave $1 million directly. Chan-sun said. I'll go find Wei Jun's parents. When he finished, he took out his cell phone, took a very serious picture of the material, and then sent it to an email for backup. Leaving the principal's office, Chen-sun went to the front of a villa less than 200 meters next door. This is Wei Jun's home. Houses near schools are expensive, not to mention hard to come by. Wei Jun's father, Wei Changfa, opened a winery in the county, and his assets are said to be hundreds of millions of dollars, which is considered to be one of the rich people in the county and a celebrity in the county. Chen-sun didn't go to Wei Jun's house until 9 p.m. Sophomores are usually dismissed at 9:30, and residents have to be dismissed at 10. The one who opened the door for Chen-sun was a middle-aged woman who was a bit fat. Chen-sun took one look and knew that this person was not the hostess, but should be the maid of Wei Jun's house. It seems that Wei Changfa has more assets than rumored. My name is Chen-sun. I'm here to find the parents of Mr. Wei Jun. Chen-sun said politely. The woman who opened the door went in and said a few words, then came out again and opened the iron gate of the villa, allowing Chen-sun to enter. The security of the county is very good, and the owner of the villa should have no other ideas. So Chen-sun entered the Wei family villa very smoothly. The living room was large and furnished in a grand manner, and Chen-sun could tell at a glance that this was not a place where the Wei family often lived, and it should be a house bought for the sake of the children, because the flavor of life here is not strong. Hello, I'm Wei Jun's mom. May I ask if you're a teacher at the school? A rich middle-aged woman walked out. The woman wore gold earrings, a pearl necklace, and a fuchsia dress that looked tacky and smelled strongly of money. Too fake. This woman deliberately made herself look like this. This was Chen-sun's first impression, that this woman was deliberately concealing her strength. Chen-sun smiled. My name is Chen-sun. I'm not a school teacher. I'm also a graduate of county middle school. I'm considered Wei Jun's senior. The woman smiled politely. You must have gotten good grades. It's all because the teachers teach well. The teachers in the county high school are high level and attentive. Those who can't learn well have no one to blame but themselves. After Chen-sun finished speaking, the unhappiness on the woman's face appeared and quickly disappeared, showing that the woman was very good at hiding her emotions. Chen Sun said that if you can't learn well, you have only yourself to blame. Obviously, Wei Jun's grades are very poor, so the woman will have this reaction. What would Mr. Chen like to drink? White water will do. A glass of plain water was placed on the table, but Chen Sun didn't drink it. I'm Qi Shulan's cousin, Chen Sun said. The woman looked puzzled. Your son, Wei Jun, tried to rape my cousin at school. Chen Sun saw that the other party did not even know Qi Shulan's name. The heart did not get angry, but only felt sad. Rich people hurt others, is not concerned about the people who were hurt, so the name did not even bother to inquire. Mr. Chen jokes. My son wouldn't do such a thing. That's just him having an attack. Of course, there are things we didn't do right. How much compensation is needed? Mr. Chen, name a number. The woman appeared to be very polite, her speech dripping with water, the complete opposite of the vulgarity she was deliberately revealing. No money. I want Wei Jun to drop out of school and never appear in the county center. Chen Sun said. What are you? Dare to make me quit school? Believe it or not, I'll get you killed now. An arrogant voice suddenly appeared. Chen Sun did not need to guess at all. He knew that it was Wei Jun who had returned. Chen Sun twisted his head and looked at Wei Jun, like he wanted to engrave the man's appearance in his mind. Wei Jun 2 steps in front of Chen Sun. What to look at? I have a psychiatric certificate. Psychiatric killings are not illegal, let alone rape. Qi Shulan has long been on my watch. She ran too fast. Next time it will not be much easier to escape. This woman does not obediently cooperate, and dared to resist. Bitch. Chen Sun ignored Wei Jun, not to mention getting angry because the other party's words were hard to hear. He looked at the woman blandly. One more time. Do you agree with him to withdraw from school? The woman looked at her indisputable son and frowned. Xiao Jun, how many times have I told you to be polite in front of guests? After speaking, he turned to Chen Sun. My son has many problems, but the matter of withdrawing from school is not up for discussion. Chen Sun got up. See you later. Don't go. I'll kill you before I go. Wei Jun was very arrogant, and by the looks of it, his mom couldn't control him. Chen Sun walked out the door, and there was also Wei Jun's voice. I can cripple him by calling a few random people. Dare to come to my house to show off. Wei Jun arrogant, a little retarded. Wei Jun mom's city is very deep. This is the conclusion that Chen Sun came to. Time is not early. Chen Sun searched for half an hour, before 10 o'clock, finally found a print store, printing out the photos taken in the cell phone, buying a dozen sheets of thick craft paper, and going to the paint store to buy red paint. Chen Sun began to get busy. It's almost 1 o'clock in the evening after writing, recording, buying oversized speakers, and getting everything ready. The next day, Chen Sun came to the school door early, pulled out with a large craft paper with blood red paint written in large letters, for money. The school disregarded the safety of the whole school, teachers and students, so that there is a risk of homicide of mentally ill patients to go to school. Then, Chen Sun took out hundreds of materials and handed them out to everyone he met. On top of that, then activate the tweeter to start playing. This thing is more powerful than a square dance stereo. The sound directly covers the whole campus. Attention all teachers and students, Wei Jun in the 7th class of senior high school is a psychopath. He may commit murder and rape at any time. It is not illegal for psychopaths to kill people. Please pay attention to safety and wear your helmets before going to class. Attention all teachers and students, Wei Jun in the 7th class of senior high school is a psychopath. He may commit murder and rape at any time. It is not illegal for psychopaths to kill people. Please pay attention to safety and wear your helmets before going to class. Attention all teachers and students, Wei Jun in the 7th class of senior high school is a psychopath. He may commit murder and rape at any time. It is not illegal for psychopaths to kill people. Please pay attention to safety and wear your helmets before going to class. The voice was high and exciting, so that all the students who were reading in the morning could hear it. Wei Jun was in his seat, so angry that he cursed, grass mud horse. I'm going to kill you, son of a bitch. Hearing Chen Sun's broadcast, combined with Wei Jun's performance, many students were scared, especially Wei Jun's classmates. Resident students had no choice. Those who didn't live in the school walked out of the classroom one after another. Some headed for the school entrance. They wanted to go home. Seeing Chen Sun handing out flyers, he took one in passing. You can't interfere with teaching. That's what Chen Sun knows. After playing for about 20 minutes, Chen Sun turned off the loudspeaker, and when the material was almost sent, he changed the playback content, moved the player and the loudspeaker to the car, and in the county streets, slowly drove to the Board of Education, and in passing, played, Wei Jun, the 7th class of the 2nd year of high school in the county middle school, is a psychotic, and at any time he may commit homicide and rape, and the school, in order to get the money, disregarded the teachers' and students' lives and safety. The car didn't drive fast, and by the time we got to the door of the Board of Education, the people there hadn't even gotten to work yet. Chen Sun was in no hurry, parked his car in front of the Board of Education and played it over and over again. Soon, someone came over and told Chen Sun not to release it. Chen Sun handed the whistleblowing materials to the Education Commission. Incidentally, to clarify, 2 days later, if Wei Jun is still in school, I will go to the Municipal Education Commission to report the inaction of your County Education Commission. And by the way, to the whole network, can you stop the loudspeaker first? The receptionist was being driven crazy by the loudspeaker. He wanted to call the police to get them to shut Chen Sun up, but he was afraid of provoking Chen Sun. Chen Sun thoughtfully turned off the speaker. It didn't take long for dozens of parents to bring their anger and protest at the school and in front of the Board of Education. This is definitely going to get bigger if it's not dealt with. The Board of Education is very fast. Less than 10 o'clock in the morning. Arranged for several people to go to the county middle school. 12 o'clock noon. The school cafeteria loudspeaker began to broadcast. After the verification, the sophomore class of 7 students Wei Jun suffers from a serious disease, is not suitable for further study, is now given to discourage the treatment. Wei Jun was picked up by his mom. Along the way, Wei's army was breaking into song. Wei Jun's mother, He Junwan, was sitting on the sofa, and when she saw her son in this state, she sighed and said, Wei Jun, you're about to turn 19, and if it wasn't for your parents covering you, you'd be enough to go to jail. Mom, how can I go to jail? Our family is rich. Who would dare to mess with it? Who'd dare mess with that? Didn't someone just mess with you yesterday and get you out of school? What's that person's name? I'll find someone to get him killed. Wei Jun gritted his teeth, remembering that this person used a loudspeaker to make him lose face in front of his classmates. He wanted to get this person killed. You still want to find someone to get him killed? You'll be lucky if he stops. I doubt he'll stop easily. He Junwan said. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find him. If he dares to show up, just wait for death. Wei Jun was furious, but he didn't dare to lose his temper at He Junwan, so he could only kick the door of his home a few times. He Junwan didn't feel right. Who are you looking for? We got a report that there is a person named Wei Jun in your family who has a serious mental illness. Neurotic split symptoms. This condition will attack others at any time. It is not suitable for recuperating at home, and must receive treatment. The doctor walking in front said. He Junwan immediately explained. No such thing. My son is normal. I'm sorry. Based on the information provided by the informant, we checked the records kept by the psychiatric hospital. Your son's condition is very serious. Concealing his condition is not good for you or the patient. If you don't cooperate, we'll apply to the court to deprive you of your guardianship rights. The policeman said gravely. When Wei Jun saw the police, he wasn't afraid at all. Many police officers had come to his dad and had a good attitude. I am Wei Jun. What are you looking for me for? Wei Jun said calmly. With a few clicks, the police handcuffed Wei Jun. Wei Jun kicked his feet about. Are you fucking crazy? What are you grabbing me for? The patient is in serious condition and has had a seizure. The white coat next to him said. Several male doctors and police officers together to hold Wei Jun. A nurse took out a long-prepared syringe. A needle down. Wei Jun issued a shocking roar and insults. After the drug was advanced, Wei Jun was still struggling hard. I'm not sick. I'm going to get you guys killed. Because it was an intramuscular injection, it took 10 minutes for the sedative to take effect. Wei Jun was tied up, strapped to a stretcher and taken to the hospital. Please sign. The doctor took out a book for He Junwan to sign. He Junwan was so angry that her hands were shaking, and after a while, she was able to control her anger and sign. There are 3 hospitals on the west side of the county. The People's Hospital, the Chinese Hospital and the Psychiatric Health Center. The Mental Health Center is the most famous hospital, where mental patients from several surrounding counties are sent to, and it is full of experts and many authorities. Li Ho-hong, who is the chief physician of the psychiatric hospital, looked at the medical records and was speechless. He was the one who wrote that Wei Jun was mentally ill last time, and he wrote the certificate. Chen Sun directly found him, very simply said, mental illness. Only a description of the condition. No prescription of medication. No treatment records. As long as I stir up this matter, whether you sit in jail or not, career is definitely over. To give a random person a certificate of mental illness is likely to go to jail. This, Li Ho-hong is aware of. Mental illness is not an ordinary disease. When Wei Jun saw Li Ho-hong, he thought he saw a savior. Uncle Li, let me go. You do know that I'm really not sick. Li Ho-hong took out a fountain pen and wrote quickly. Wei Jun saw that Li Ho-hong didn't say anything and got anxious. Uncle Li, the last time the certificate was my parents looking for you to open it. You know that I'm normal. I'm really not mentally ill. Say a fucking word. What the hell do you want? Li Ho-hong said to the few doctors beside him. The patient has mild hallucinations and is highly aggressive. Let's prescribe a course of treatment first. A course of treatment is 1 week. When Wei Jun heard this, he cursed, Li Hohong, you fucking want to die. Lao Zi came out to get you killed. My dad won't let you go. Treat it immediately and postpone the other patients. Li Hohong said. Wei Jun was gotten into the treatment room, which was soundproof so well that only vague screams came out. Mentally ill people can't stand it, let alone normal people. The main treatment in the treatment room is electric shock. Half an hour of electrotherapy. Wei Jun's horse-killing style hair became more pronounced. His hair was much more spirited, and contrary to his spirited hair, his whole person shriveled down and stopped cursing. A nurse came over and wanted to give Wei Jun medicine. Not many mentally ill people are able to take their medication properly, and most need help from nurses. Wei Jun, of course, did not want to take the medicine, and the 2 male nurses came over with a bad look. If you don't want to be electrocuted, take your medicine honestly. The nurse was clearly threatening. Wei Jun shivered straight away. The electric shock treatment was horrible. 7 or 8 pills. Wei Jun didn't hesitate for a second and took a mouthful. The nurse was uneasy and made Wei Jun drink water and checked his mouth to prevent him from pressing the drug against his tongue and not swallowing it. Patient cooperation is good. The nurse rated Wei Jun's performance as excellent and gave it a 5-star rating. Wei Jun thought the medication was the end, but it was really just the beginning. Patients who have just come in and are in the pre-treatment phase need to be bundled. Wei Jun was half lying bound to the bed, able to move around very little, and his head was able to rotate freely within a certain range. He twisted his head and saw Chen Sun's face outside the window. Chen Sun had a smug smile on his face, saying how annoying he was, and he even hooked his finger towards Wei Jun. Wei Jun, who just calmed down, has always been accustomed to rampage. Where can he stand this kind of provocation? He could no longer hold back. Chen Sun, I fuck asterisk your mother. What kind of thing is a cunt? After coming out, absolutely kill your whole family. One not to be left. I fuck asterisk your mother. Wei Jun said, while making hard to kick with his feet, could not kick anything, so he had to use his heel to hit the bedboard, making a dull sound of thud 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 thud. The nurse outside heard the noise and immediately reported it to the head physician. The patient's condition is serious. The dose of electric shock needs to be increased. The doctor quickly gave his conclusion. 2 male nurses came over and pushed Wei Jun's bed in the direction of the treatment room. Wei Jun understood that he was once again shaded by Chen Sun, and his whole body trembled with fear, and with all his strength, he struggled to get up, and was forcibly held down by the male nurse. Psychiatric hospitals, with many male nurses and a lot of strength. Those who are not strong enough can't do this job. He Junwan also rushed to the hospital, saw his son was so roughly treated. Angry 7, rushed up to the nurse to pull away. Please don't interfere with our normal treatment. A doctor came over. What normal treatment? My son is not sick. What are you going to do to him? He Junwan angrily rebuked the doctor. Electroshock therapy, which is routinely administered to emotionally unstable patients. What? You tasered my son? Yes, after the first electroshock was completed. The effect was not obvious and we just increased the dose. The doctor was very nice and patient in explaining things to the family. It's okay not to explain. The more she explains the more He Junwan can't stand it. She's sad and angry and blows up on the spot. No! Stop it right now. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Murder! Murder! He Junwan screamed. Security! The doctor appeared calm. A few security guards came over and looked at He Junwan with a grim gaze. If you continue to make a scene, we can assume that you're schizophrenic, and that your son's symptoms are likely to be inherited from you. The doctor said. This is a psychiatric hospital. Not an ordinary hospital. Psychiatric hospitals are never afraid of medical trouble. If the medical trouble is excessive, directly give you a conclusion of schizophrenia. On the electroshock, if you do not serve, you can also increase the dose. There's never been a medical disturbance in a mental hospital, and if Ho Chun-kun wants to make a disturbance, she's the first one. He Junwan immediately shut up and forced herself to endure the discomfort, listening to the vague cries coming from the treatment room. She clenched her teeth for fear of screaming out as soon as she opened her mouth, and her whole body tightened up so much that she almost couldn't hold her breath. She didn't brute force it and chose to call Director Lee. I'm in the middle of something, so go wait for me in room 703. Director Lee didn't answer her words directly. He Junwan waited for half an hour, estimating that the treatment was over, before Director Lee appeared. Room 703 is small and is Director Lee's separate office. Mr. Wei is an old acquaintance of mine, so I'll make it clear. Director Lee unlocked the door and hung the red not on duty sign on the office door before lowering his voice to speak to He Junwan. He Junwan finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Go ahead, Director Lee. Director Lee cleared his throat. Mental illness is a special disease. Last time, Wei Jun harassed his female classmates. That certificate was issued by me, for fear of someone checking, so the medical records are all there. But there is a loophole. Did not prescribe medication for him. People who suffer from this disease are not suitable for learning and living in public. These circumstances, I also gave both you and Mr. Wei a few months ago. This time, Wei Jun appeared to harass female classmates again, even worse than the last time, and both almost got it. Mentally ill people must take medication. They must be treated. If they are not treated, it means that this certificate is false. I will be held liable for issuing false certificates. I may go to jail. My career is basically completely finished. Similarly, Wei Jun is not mentally ill, and if the other party prosecutes, it is attempted rape, and he will also be sentenced, if treated. On the current regular protocol, the first week of medication and shock doses would be high. The following weeks would be better and could be medication only. But, at least, it would be at least a month. Director Lee gave a brief overview of the situation. He Juinjuan's brain spun quickly. Is it possible to just prescribe a treatment program without actually treating the patient? Such as getting an electroshock treatment room, but not electroshocking the patient or taking medication? There are 7 doctors in charge of electroshock, and more than 20 nurses in charge of helping with the medication. All of them on a rotating basis. And unless Mr. Wei can take care of all the nurses and doctors, there will be a problem in case someone talks about it. Director Lee said, there are almost 30 people, and each of them, if you give $10,000 for hush money, it's more than $300,000. He Junwan had a meaty moment, and she planned to pay for it. Even if you take care of all these people, it may not always work. That man called Chin Sun. He strolls around the hospital at all times. He appears as a family member of the victim. He has the right to observe the aggressor. In case he catches on, he will probably make a bigger mess. I've seen him videotaping with his cell phone several times. Director Lee said. He Junwan finally realized that the crux of the matter lies in Chen Sun. She had a pang of regret. If she had just agreed to Chen Sun and let her son drop out of school and then transfer to another school, the things that followed would not have happened. Thank you, Director Lee. I'll find Lao Wei to figure it out. He Junwan said. Remember to pay the medical bills. Li Hohong kindly reminded, causing He Junwan to almost vomit blood on the spot. My mother spent money to torture my son. Sinning. Wei Changfa has just finished a meeting in the office of Wei Lai Winery. It's only June. Wei Changfa is already deploying the sales work for the spring festival. Wei Lai Distillery mainly produces sorghum wine. This white wine, people in the surrounding counties like to drink. Farmers especially like, because the taste is pure and strong enough. Many small factories are produced. Wei Changfa is more far-sighted than others, and through various ways, he slowly annexed other wineries and eventually became the largest local winery. Wei Changfa also became one of the local tycoons as a result. He was in a bit of a trance when he received a call from He Junwan. Over the years, the two families have worked hard to make the brewery a success, and their children's education has fallen by the wayside, not to mention their poor character if they don't study. In order to let his children receive a good education, he directly donated millions to the county middle school, so that his son Wei Jun, who did not even get into high school, entered the best middle school in the county, and also bought a house next to the school. Education actually has a time limit, and after that stage, it is very difficult to be effective. It's like an adult acquiring childhood toys with little interest. Wei Jun grew up without education, to high school, his mother personally to see the management. 3 years down, the child's grades are still at the bottom of the list, the rebellious psychology of adolescence but more serious. Later, because of harassment of female classmates, he almost went to jail. Wei Changfa had to seek the help of Director Lee of the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital and issued a certificate, which allowed Wei Jun to escape from prison and chose to repeat the year to the second year of high school. Unexpectedly, Wei Jun, who had been repeating a year, relapsed from his old illness and sneaked into the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night. This time the situation was even worse than the last time. You find a way to shut that Chen Sun up, He Junwan said. To shut Chen Sun up, either pay him or make him afraid to speak. Wei Changfa feels ridiculous. Blackmail money blackmail to me? Do not think about what Wei Changfa is. He thought about it and decided to do both. First threatening Chen Sun and then giving him $10,000. He investigated. Chi Shulan's parents are farmers. Not much background. This Chen Sun is estimated to work outside. Slightly insightful. Thinking that $10,000 wasn't enough, he asked the treasurer to set aside another $10,000. Chen Sun did not go to his father in the past 2 days. He suspected that someone was watching him, so he chose to stay in a cheap hotel. $40 a night. This time back, did not bring a computer? As a programmer, he is still a little uncomfortable. So he had to pass the time in the hotel while watching TV and playing the phone. The hotel's phone rang and the receptionist informed Chen Sun that someone was here to see him. Chen Sun came downstairs. See a worker like people, wearing overalls, above the words Wei Lai Brewery. Hello, are you Chen Sun? The worker asked. Wei Changfa's people? Chen Sun asked rhetorically. The worker obviously froze for a moment and immediately said, yes, Mr. Wei is treating you to a chat at the Tianfu Lu Hotel. Chen Sun is not too familiar with the county. He hasn't been in the county for more than 8 years, and he doesn't even know where Tianfu building is. Lead the way, Chen Sun said. The worker frowned. Tianfu Lu is on East Street. A bit far. Forget it then. Chen Sun finished speaking, intending to go back to his room to rest. The worker said, don't be in a hurry. I'll ask the boss for instructions and see if I can get a taxi there. After saying that, took out the phone, said for a while, and finally, agreed to take a taxi to send Chen Sun over. The cab fare Wei total out. Wei Changfa was in a box on the second floor of Tianfu building. After he answered the phone, he smiled and said, this kid is so poor that he can't afford to take a cab. When the time comes, just say something to scare him. There are 5 or 6 people in the room. One of them is called Zhang Jiani. Gnarled muscles, arms are tattoos. He used to mix with the society, and then the state control is more and more strict. He cannot find work, cannot be mixed. Wei Changfa was recruited to the winery, sometimes responsible for the factory security, sometimes to collect debts. A few others, Zhang Jiani's men. When Chen Sun arrived, no one got up to greet him. They all stared at Chen Sun, wanting to give him a hard time with their gaze. Chen Sun seems to be completely unaware of the cannibalistic gazes of others. Looking at the empty seat next to him, he sat down, looked at the people around him, and instantly recognized that the person sitting next to him should be Wei Changfa, and that muscular man was here to make a statement. Zhang Jiani said, brother, drink white wine or beer. Chen Sun looked at the table full of bottles and said, boss Wei asked me to talk about things, not to drink. Zhang Jiani slapped a slap on the table. You fucking face shameless. I agreed to you sit. How dare you sit down? Chen Sun said coldly. Who is Wei Changfa? Holy shit, Mr. Wei's name was called by you. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed right away. Zhang Jiani stood up and immediately wanted to hit someone. Chen Sun lifted the beer bottle and slammed it down hard against the edge of the table. Clatter a sound. The bottom of the bottle broke. Zhang Jiani did not react. Chen Sun with a sharp beer bottle. Zhang Jiani face stabbed over. Zhang Jiani quickly dodged back, and his face was cut by the glass, and blood flowed long. Chen Sun didn't stop and grabbed Zhang Jiani's hair. The glass bottle in his other hand stabbed at Zhang Jiani's throat. Wait, Wei Changfa yelled. Chen Sun stopped. The sharp beer bottle glass has cut through the skin outside Zhang Jiani's throat. Blood slowly flowed out. As long as Chen Sun slightly advance a little bit, will puncture the trachea leakage, will die. Zhang Jiani was trembling with fear. Wei Changfa was shaking even more than Zhang Jiani. He had only arranged for Zhang Jiani to intimidate Chen Sun, but he hadn't expected that it would be himself who would be intimidated. He looked at Chen Sun's face. It was an indifferent face. The face was calm, indifferent to life, unconcerned about his own life or the lives of others. What the hell does this guy do? Did he kill someone? Wei Changfa was completely convinced that if he had been late with that shout, this man would have absolutely slit Zhang Jiani's throat. If Zhang Jiani died, it is a homicide case. Things are big. Wei Changfa cannot get out of it. Wei Changfa was afraid. He piled on the smiles. Brother Chen, have a word. Chen Sun asked. Who else wants to get me killed? The voice was still cold and clear, not intentionally loud, without any emotion, and it sounded like thunder in Zhang Jiani's ears. Zhang Jiani often fights and threatens others, and his movements are scary. But in fact, if he really wants to kill people, he does not dare. He has seen outlaws, real outlaws, too similar to Chen Sun. Simple movements, single target, not scary, just want to kill. He felt the glass piece on his neck. At any time he would stab in. He did not dare to speak or move, for fear of provoking Chen Sun, so he had to beg for mercy with his eyes. The others were even more afraid to speak. The people who were brought in to calm the scene were all subdued by Chen Sun. Wei Changfa snapped. He poured himself a glass of wine. It's all because my son is not competitive and made brother Chen angry. I punish myself with 3 cups. After saying that, no matter if Chen Sun agreed or not, he took a sip of dry, then poured it full again and drank 3 cups in a row. Chen Sun took the bottle off Zhang Jiani's neck. Get gauze to wrap it and take care to sterilize it. Calm, sensible to a fault. Zhang Jiani tore open the wet towel used to wipe his hands on the table and pressed the wound on his neck. The wound on his face was actually deeper, but it wasn't life-threatening, so he couldn't care less instead. All of you go out. Wei Changfa waved his hand. and Zhang Jiani and his men slipped out, leaving only Chen Sun and Wei Changfa. Chen Sun released Zhang Jiani, indicating that it is possible to talk. Wei Changfa is a human savant, and through Chen Sun's actions, he quickly determined Chen Sun's attitude. Wei Changfa drank too quickly and his face was a little red. He was going to use the second method, giving money. $200,000, Wei Changfa said. As compensation, Wei Changfa directly raised the number in his mind tenfold. 20,000 he really cannot say. Afraid to say it, Chen Sun directly walk away. Not give him the opportunity to negotiate. Not enough, Chen Sun answered simply. How much does it cost? It's not the money. I mean, it's not enough just to pay out. Brother Chen, my son is only 18 years old. Please be generous. I want him to stay in a mental hospital for half a year, I guess. Chen Sun finished speaking, pushed open the door of the private room, and left. Wei Changfa was angry and anxious. He had thought that he would call the police to arrest Chen Sun if he let him take the money. $200,000 is enough to sentence Chen Sun for several years, and while Chen Sun is serving his sentence, he will try to find a way to get Chen Sun some charges and stay inside for the rest of his life. Then he could pick up his son from the mental hospital. Unexpectedly, Chen Sun's softness and hardness made all his maneuvers fall through. This man cannot be dealt with in the normal way. Wei Changfa called He Junwan, and the two accused each other of not bringing up their son well on the phone. After arguing for half an hour, the two started to talk about business, and Wei Changfa said he judged Chen Sun and hoped that He Junwan would go and talk to Chen Sun, hoping to impress Chen Sun as a mother. People with cold faces have hot hearts. This is Wei Changfa's summary over the years. Chen Sun met He Junwan the next day. The woman washed off her face makeup, lipstick were not painted, gold necklaces and so on all disappeared. Dressed in ordinary middle-aged women's clothes, body a little fat, looks like a housewife just from the grocery store to buy food home. The place where the two met was the only park in the county, and there were lots of people around, and lots of old men walking chess. He Junwan sighed. I'm 46 years old this year. Mr. Chen is not that old. Is it okay for me to call you Xiao Chen? Chen Sun said. Whatever. Xiao Chen. I don't know if you have any children. My son, Wei Jun, is in a psychiatric hospital, being electrocuted every day, injected with drugs, and taking a large amount of medication. These medications, the mentally ill are fine to take, but a normal person will become mentally ill if they take them. I, as a mom, have a heart like a knife. He Junwan was about to cry. Chen Sun is not half impressed. Crocodile tears only. He said, my cousin, at home everyday nightmares, are afraid to go to school. This is all because of your mentally ill son. Your son is a human being. You as a mother's heart is like a knife. My aunt and uncle are not human beings. They do not have a heart like a knife? He Junwan was afraid that Chen Sun wouldn't speak. And once he did, no matter how egregious the content was, there was a chance for relief. This matter, is my son did wrong, our Wei family is willing to take all the responsibility. I will immediately arrange for someone to give Qi Shulan students compensation. $500,000 you see enough. He Junwan didn't say let Chen Sun spare her son, but said compensation first to show sincerity. Chen Sun looked at He Junwan and seemed to be torn about something. He Junwan heart secretly happy. The old way yesterday to give him 200,000. He did not even think about it. It seems, or not enough money to give Our Wei family is a big family. 200,000 and 500,000 is not much difference. To the poor boy in front of me, the difference is big. He Junwan predicted that Chen Sun would add a few tens of thousands of dollars, but not more than 50,000. Chen Sun took his cell phone out and put it next to the table. He Junwan took a look and knew that the other party was worried about recording, so she also took her phone out, unlocked it, and handed it to Chen Sun for him to check. Also patted the whole body in passing, indicating that he did not record. Chen Sun didn't check the other man's cell phone. He didn't ask for money, but what came out surprised He Junwan. Someone offered $600,000 to guard your son until he really becomes mentally ill. He Junwan's thoughts flew. Who is it that wants to pay $600,000 to harm his own son? It's definitely not someone on Chen Sun's side. It's someone on his own side. 700,000. Xiao Chen, you give the card number. I'll transfer the money to you right away. I don't want you to say out who made you do it, as long as you stop. If I'm not wrong, the person who offered 600,000 now hasn't given you the money to give it after the matter is accomplished, right? Chen Sun said. The crime of bigamy is punishable by up to 2 years in prison, and according to our laws, criminals cannot serve as business corporations. Chen Sun didn't promise to ask He Junwan for money, even if He Junwan secretly recorded it in other ways. It was useless. It was all He Junwan's own fault for saying that she would pay the money. He Junwan understood Chen Sun's words and immediately said, Thank you, Mr. Chun. The two quickly separated. Chen Sun drove back to his hometown in the countryside, took Qi Shulan to apply for a bank card, and then let He Junwan manually copy the card number. After receiving the transfer, Qi Shulan went to school. Chen Sun went to the psychiatric hospital to find Director Li Wei Jun's matter. It ends here. Wei Jun transferred to a middle school in the next county. More than 10 years ago, Wei Changfa and He Junwan got a small workshop, their own artificial rubbing wine, brewing wine. The two families are very hard. It took 10 years to turn a small workshop into a large distillery. The winery was established later. Shares Wei Changfa accounted for 90%. He Junwan only accounted for 10%. According to the law, the winery was established after the two had been married for many years, and regardless of the number of shares, it was the couple's common property. The two couples have a good relationship, and He Junwan never thought much of it. Occasionally there are rumors that Wei Changfa hooked up with some woman. He Junwan also think it does not matter. After all, the man is a big boss. To give their own men face. It wasn't until Chan Sun showed up that she felt something was wrong. In this county, the vast majority of employees less than $2,000 a month. Someone to take out 600,000. Let Chin Sun against Wei Jun. This kind of person. Very few. Even if the competitors of Wei Lai Winery cannot afford to take so much money. After Chan Sun said bigamy, He Junwan immediately understood that Wei Changfa has someone outside. And this person must have had a child with Wei Changfa. Once Wei Jun became a real psychopath, most of the Wei family's property would become this bastard's. He Junwan is now even grateful to Chen Sun, without whom she would have been a total flop. A few days later, He Junwan sued Wei Changfa in court for bigamy, with photos of Wei Changfa and a woman being very affectionate, and video footage of a little boy who looked very much like Wei Changfa calling Wei Changfa his father. Later, Wei Changfa was sentenced to 2 years in prison, and the legal person naturally fell into the hands of He Junwan. He Junwan set up a new company, and Wei Lai Distillery pledged its sorghum liquor formula and brand as collateral to purchase the new company's software technology. 2 years later, Wei Changfa was released from prison. Wei Lai Winery is not only an empty shell, but also owed millions of dollars in debt. The brand named Wei Lai Pure Sorghum Wine also belonged to another company. Wei Changfa and He Junwan divorced and got a third of the house. These are all things that Chan Sun doesn't know. The so-called giving Chan Sun $600,000 to make Wei Jun a real psychopath is naturally false. He just heard that Wei Changfa had a lover, and there's a natural conflict between a lover and his wife, so he took advantage of it a little, and He Junwan believed it. After Chan Sun took care of Qi Shulan's business, he came to his father's side. The smile on his father's face didn't stop when he saw Chen Sun. Dad, the company has a benefit that arranges for employees to bring their families to Hong Kong City to play. You've never gone out before, so I reported your name, Chen Sun said with a smile. Silly boy. Why don't you report the name of Ming Xue? Go and change it for me quickly. There's no way to modify it. The airfare is typed out. The name is yours. Chen Sun smiled as he pulled out the air ticket with Chen Dadong's name written on it. I'm paid $80 a day for my work, and the money is gone if I don't go to work. Chen Dadong still didn't want to go. Airfare is over $3,000, almost $7,000 round trip, plus a week's lodging, for a total of $16,000, which will be wasted if you don't go. 16,000. That much? Might as well give out money. What kind of benefits? Your company's boss is really a loser. Chen Dadong criticized Chen Sun's former boss as well. A few days later, Chen Sun drove his car and brought his father, Chen Dadong, to his home in the city. Yang Mingxue is also at home. Dad, you drink water. Yang Mingxue was very enthusiastic, making Chen Dadong a bit uncomfortable. 2 years ago, Yang Mingxue was quite cold to Chen Dadong, the father-in-law. All kinds of look at the wrong way. Chen Dadong came to his son's home. Then to go to a stranger's home is more uncomfortable. Dad, have some fruit. Chen Dadong had just finished drinking water when Yang Mingxue peeled apples and washed grapes again and brought them over on a fruit plate. Chen Sun pulled Yang Mingxue aside and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing? Can't I be nice to Dad?" Yang Mingxue asked. "As you wish." Chen Sun didn't say anything more. After all, it was a good thing to keep his father unaware of his divorce. Chen Sun took his father to buy new clothes and pants and a new cell phone, which made this old man from a farmer's background difficult all the time. "Debeo, what are you slutty about? Spending money indiscriminately. If you were in the old country, I would have swollen your buttocks long ago. I'm so mad at you. Don't think I won't beat you if you get married. I'm giving face to your daughter-in-law." A few days later, Chen Sun appeared on an airplane next to his father who was flying for the first time. The father sat in the window seat, excited and nervous, at first constantly asking this and that, and then realizing that no one around him was talking much. He shut up immediately for fear of embarrassing his son. Chen Sun took the initiative to explain to his father. To the right of Chen Sun was the aisle, and next to the aisle were 5 rows of connected seats, with Tan Shubwa sitting in the seat closest to Chen Sun. Tan Shubwa's face turned blue. He did not expect that Chen Sun, who had already left the company for almost a month, would not be able to keep his ghost alive and appear around again. When the others in the development department saw Chen Sun, they didn't dare to be too enthusiastic and used a nod as a greeting. Chen Sun can understand. After all, he is not happy with Tan Shubwa. Other people are still working under Tan Shubwa. In case of giving you small shoes, no one can stand. Chen Sun took the initiative to greet Tan Shubwa, and also introduced his father to Tan Shubwa. Dad, this is the leader of my company, a software expert, returned from overseas, and can also speak English. Tan Shubwa was furious. What can still speak English? Have you introduced people like this? The plane slid slowly and took off smoothly. Chen Dadong's nervousness is gone, and there is more excitement. With his son by his side, he was not nervous. When I was a child, home was wherever my parents were, and when my parents were old, home was wherever my son was. When the plane passed through the clouds, Chen Dadong's wrinkled face was piled with smiles. Chen Dadong, have a good life, have a promising son. Most of the other people in the village have never been on an airplane. I'm on it, and I'm going to Hong Kong City. Happiness and pride welled up in Chen Dadong's heart. Old people don't ask for much, so they are especially easy to satisfy and happy. In less than 2 hours, the plane stopped at the airport in the port city of Vidor, with a view of the bustling harbor. Feeling that he hadn't sat down enough, Chen Dadong was led by his son and followed the others. Although Chen Sun left his job, a lot of this event was a group effort, such as the airfare, the programs to go out and the hotels to stay at, all of which were unified. Going to the hotel together to complete the check-in formalities, Chen Dadong was again overwhelmed with emotion. The hotel is so luxurious. I've only seen it on TV before. Had a quick lunch and then went to the amusement park, which is a favorite place for kids. Dabeo, it's time for you guys to have kids. I want to be a grandfather. Chen Dadong watched the small children play and became dissatisfied with his son. Dad, what are you thinking about? Let's go play the projects first. Chen Sun took his father, like when he was a child, holding his father's hand and playing one program after another. I can't fulfill my father's wish in this life. Chen Sun felt a little sad in his heart. Chen Dadong soon realized that something was wrong. All the other colleagues were playing together, and his son and himself were playing alone. Son, are you on bad terms with your coworkers? No, my coworkers and I are very close. They play items that you don't like, so I brought you over to play alone. Dad's side is selling Mark 6. I'll go buy a few bets. Maybe I'll hit the jackpot. Don't buy it. Lotteries are all a scam. Chen Dadong firmly resisted the temptation. Chen Sun bought 5 lottery tickets. Dad, if you win the jackpot, how will you spend it? The jackpot, 5 million. I guess I'll keep it for my grandson and not spend a dime. That's the double color ball. I don't know how much the Mark 6 jackpot is. It's based on a percentage of the total. And if you don't win the last period, the prize money will accumulate to the next period. And if no one wins for several consecutive periods, the maximum may be several hundred million. Chen Sun said, then if I win the Mark 6 jackpot, I'll keep half for my grandchildren and half for my great-grandchildren. Chen Dadong began to fantasize about winning the jackpot. Chen Sun was amused and angry. This old man did not think to give himself flowers. The reunion lasted a total of 7 days, with the 3rd through 6th days spent playing on several other islands, and then returning to the port city again on the evening of the 6th day, as we had to take a flight back on the afternoon of the 7th day. In the evening, there is nothing to do. Other co-workers go to drink. Chen Sun in the hotel with his father to chat. The TV was playing the Mark 6 lottery, and Dad couldn't understand what was being said on TV, and kept talking to Chen Sun about things in his hometown. When the last number opened out, Chen Sun suddenly felt a little puzzled, and he suspected that he had won the lottery. Opened the bag, found the Mark 6 that I bought a few days ago, repeated the corrections a dozen times, and won. 2 or 1. 1 for the grand prize and 1 for the first prize. Chen Sun froze. He wanted to yell and scream. This god, this dog of a god, left himself only 5 months to win the Mark 6 lottery. Chen Sun looked at the television set and watched the excited expression of the program host. He wanted to smash the television set. Dabeo, I'm tired. I'm going to take a bath and go to bed first. If you want to play, go play with your coworkers. Running around for the past few days had made even his father, who was always in good health, feel tired. Chen Sun where to sleep. He overnight insomnia, like back to the time of reprojects to catch up with the progress. Overnight overtime. I thought, everything does not care about him. Did not expect, but still tortured by a jackpot cannot sleep. Similar to stockholders, A positive line changes the outlook of life. The next day, the last day of activities, the company did not have a unified arrangement. Everyone is free. Dad, wait for me at the hotel. I have something to go out for 2 hours. Chen Sun told his father. Go ahead. I happen to want to rest more. Chen Dadong comforted his son. Chen Sun went to cash in his prize. The grand prize was $120 million and the first prize was more than $6 million. I don't know how this was calculated. Chen Sun bought 5 lottery tickets and surprisingly won 2 of them, surprising the staff who cashed the prize. Ticket inspection, prize redemption, tax payment, a set of process operation down, a total of £104 million to the account. Converted into Chinese currency, it was more than 900 million. Chen Sun had the feeling of dreaming. With the card, Chen Sun was not assured and went to the bank to check again, and it was really so much money. When Chen Sun returned to the hotel, his dad frowned. Dabeo, didn't you go play with your coworkers? Colleagues went shopping. Come on, we're leaving this afternoon. Let's go do some shopping too. Chen Sun didn't care if his father agreed or not, and took him to the most luxurious shopping center in Hong Kong City, the Hui Hong Kong Mansion. Inside the Backport Mansion, all the world's top name brands. Chen Sun was wandering around with his father when he passed by a clothing store called Paradiso and saw a nice navy blue blouse that would look great on his father. Take this dress down and let my dad try it on, Chen Sun said. The salesman looked at Chen Sun coldly. This dress is over $200,000 a set. Are you sure you can afford it? Chen Sun had long heard that waiters in Hong Kong City looked down on mainlanders, and he never expected that he would still encounter discrimination in a shopping mall like Back to Hong Kong Center. When Chen Dadong heard that it was going to be over $200,000 for a set, he immediately wimped out. Dabeo, I don't like the color of this dress. The salesman looked at Chen Sun playfully with an expression that he really couldn't afford it. Chen Sun asked, are you sure I can't afford it? Do you dare to bet that if I can afford 10 pieces, you cut off one of your fingers? The salesman looked at Chen Sun's posture and decided to provoke Chen Sun a bit more. I'm a salesman. I can't just gamble with customers. But I have to remind you, 10 pieces of clothes, worth about $2.7 million. Are you sure you want to buy them? Chen Sun pulled his father's hand vigorously. Dad, try these 2 pieces of clothing, and the pants, and take a couple of belts to match the pants color. The salesgirl knew that she had encountered big money today. She maintained her unassuming attitude and brought several sets of clothes and pants for Chen Sun's father to try on one by one. Of course, when trying on the clothes, she tried her best to serve and picked several sets according to Chen Dadong's body shape. It's true that a man is only as good as his clothes. Wearing this set of clothes and pants worth close to $500,000, Chen Dadong's entire body was much more refreshed and looked much younger. Dad, this suit fits perfectly, Chen Sun said. After a long time of choosing, I finally chose 5 sets of clothes and pants. The salesman folded the dress pants, bagged them, suppressed his inner excitement, and said, Sir, please swipe your card. Swipe the card? Who said anything about swiping a card? I can't afford it. So what's the point of swiping a card? I'm just trying it on. Can't I try it on if I can't afford it? It's ridiculous. Chen Sun took his father and left angrily. Is that sales clerk sick in the head? Knowing that we can't afford it, but still letting us swipe our cards. Chen Sun's voice with doubts floated in the distance. The salesman was so angry that his hands were shaking, his breath was short, and his chest wanted to explode open. Wanted to curse but didn't dare, afraid of being complained by Chen Sun. She rushed into the locker room and threw a wild punch and kick at a plastic human body. Chen Sun still took his father to other stores and bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes. Still expensive, but not outrageously so. Chen Sun has $1 billion in his card and is considered to be a tycoon, but the kind of peasant consumerism in his bones remains unchanged, and he still can't afford to spend money. Chen Dadong asked how much it cost. Chen Sun told his father by narrowing down the total price tenfold. Chen Dadong revealed a cannibalistic gaze and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to slap his loser son twice. Can't you save a little? Father and son did not continue to shop in the mall, walked a few laps, went to the snack street to eat the special snacks of Hong Kong City. It's too hard to eat. Not as good as your mom's cooking. Chen Dadong could not figure out how something so unpalatable could be treated as a delicacy by the locals. Chen Dadong bought a whole bunch of snacks that can be taken on the airplane. Bring some for your uncle's family, your second uncle's family, your aunt's family, your cousin's family. Too little, not enough to share. Something so hard to eat, must let them taste it. Chen Dadong treated the airplane as a coach and bought a lot of things. Still felt that it was too little, not enough to give away. Chen Sun looked at his busy father and felt another pang of heartache. He thought that, in this world, no one else was worth holding on to except his father, and that he could leave the earth unattached as soon as he had set his father up. Seeing that his father had to buy gifts for so many people, He remembered how many people had loved him as a child, giving him good food and small gifts. Perhaps, life is about going into debt and never being able to pay it off. Going to the airport 2 hours in advance. Chen Sun thought about it and went to the duty-free store to buy a bag for young Mingxue. Although divorced, but, after all, husband and wife, exhausted, he boarded the plane to go back, not knowing if he was going to relax or suffer. This tour made Chen Sun feel more tired than working overtime. One is on a journey, only to return. Chen Sun went home, and his ex-wife Yang Mingxue was obviously in much better spirits. Took my father to a nearby Sichuan restaurant to eat. The old man was very excited. A little tired of the trip or not, or back to the meal is delicious. Foreign food is really hard to eat. Those foreigners are too poor. What do they eat all day long? Not that foreigners are advanced. Hong Kong City is also domestic. It's just that I didn't receive it back for long. Chen Sun corrected his father. Dad, I'll cook for you tomorrow. Chen Sun doesn't eat my cooking and says it's hard to eat. I've practiced for a month and my cooking skills have increased greatly. Yang Mingxue said. Yes, tomorrow we'll eat at home. Chen Dadong was happy to see his daughter-in-law in this state. After the meal, Chen Dadong went home to rest, while Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue pretended to go for a walk downstairs. What's wrong with you? We're divorced. You don't have to be like this. The better you are to me, the more scared I am. Chen Sun said. I have a classmate, called Gu Xiaoyu. We were in the same class in elementary and middle school, and our relationship has always been very good. Yang Mingxue suddenly talked about her classmate, making Chen Sun puzzled. Gu Xiaoyu used to live in the Dongxing neighborhood as well, and then when this side was demolished, her family got a large amount of demolition fees and moved away, and her grandfather bought a house in the neighborhood we're in now. Chen Sun listened quietly, wondering how Yang Mingxue could have gotten so far. Gu Xiaoyu's grandfather got lung cancer at least 10 years ago. The 8th hospital said that this old man could live up to 3 months. Then their family found an old Chinese doctor. Gu Xiaoyu's grandfather went to see that old Chinese doctor every month. The old man is still alive and in very good health until now. Yang Mingxue finally got to the point. You mean that old Chinese doctor can cure lung cancer? Chen Sun's heart was on fire. He really didn't want to die. It didn't heal, but it didn't get worse either. It's better to forget it then. Lying in a hospital bed every day and not deteriorating is no different from a walking corpse. It's better not to be treated. Chen Sun didn't like the idea of spending the rest of his life in the hospital. No, the old man can live a normal life, buy food and cook for himself. He is in our neighborhood. I made an appointment with Gu Xiaoyu. I will take you with me to visit her grandfather on the weekend, and ask where the old Chinese doctor is. Yang Mingxue said. Hope rose in Chen Sun's heart. Mingxue, thank you. If we can get it under control, we'll remarry, okay? Chen Sun thought for a moment. That house, if you don't want to sell it, just remove my name. Chen Sun didn't directly answer about the remarriage, and Yang Mingxue remained happy. When the two returned home, they heard a loud noise coming from the television set, accompanied by the sound of Chen Dadong snoring. The old man was so overexcited that he fell asleep on the couch after a few days of traveling without resting and watching TV. Chen Sun took a small blanket to cover his father's stomach and was, for the future, full of hope. When he was young, Chen Sun often fell asleep in a chair, and it was his mom and dad who carried him to wash his face and feet and then put him to bed. The next day, Yang Mingxue made 7 or 8 dishes with a fairly average flavor. Chen Dadong was not a picky eater. Chen Sun was in a good mood, and both of them ate a lot, making Yang Mingxue think that her cooking skills had really improved. After lunch, Chen Dadong insisted on going back to the countryside. I went out on a trip and bought so many things that I need to send them out in a hurry. Chen Sun understands his father's showy heart. He drives and sends him back to the countryside. My father had just gotten out of the car and was screaming for something to be taken out. Chen Sun parked the car, and his father together to the car to get things. Not long, uncle and aunt carrying a few chickens over. Qi Shulan also followed. Chen Dadong proudly said that all these things were bought back from the harbor city. While helping to move things, the uncle talked about the recent situation. This time Qi Shulan weekly examination. The results only slightly dropped a little bit. They had to come to thank Chen Sun. Chen Sun gave Qi Shulan that bank card. Did not give uncle to say how much money inside. Uncle and aunt both did not care. This is also considered a goodwill lie. Shulan, this is the pocket money your brother gave you. You are not allowed to ask your aunt and uncle for money in the future. Chen Sun said. Don't spoil Shulan. Auntie said happily. The uncle and his family are rural people. Timid. If they know that there is $700,000 in the silver card, surely do not dare to ask for it. Even if they do, something else will happen. The countryside favors sons over daughters, so they might give the money to Chen Sun's cousin to get married, and won't use it on Qi Shulan at all. Since the death of his mother, His uncle's family has rarely come to Chen Sun's home, this time to bring so much food to the house. So that Chen Dadong a little bit to see. Aunt said a slip of the tongue. Chi Shulan was bullied, but also said that Chen Sun finally went to retrieve the scene. So that Wei Jun withdrew from the school, but also in the psychiatric hospital to be electrocuted thing. Chen Dadong was shocked to hear that he was working as a doorman every day in the county and had no idea that so many things had happened. Originally also intended to take his son to go to the county. Several colleagues as security guards sighed to show off. After hearing about the contradiction between Chen Sun and the Wei family, Chen Dadong was afraid, and immediately had to arrange for his son to hurry back to the city. In this county, Wei Changfei is almost a household name. All know his family's Wei Lai sorghum wine. No Wei family power. No one dares to mess with. In case to find Chen Sun trouble, he, as a father, really cannot rest assured. Chen Sun wanted to tell his father that it wasn't him who was afraid of the Wei family. It was the Wei family who was afraid of him. Dad, go to the county town and choose a house. My son is rich now. Chen Sun was eager to buy a suite for his father. He had a lot of things to say to his father. He hoped that his father would quit his job and take care of his health. And that $1 billion, he was going to share some of it with his relatives, or leave some more for Yang Mingxue, and the rest, donate it. But it all starts with buying Dad a house. In the end, he didn't say anything, except that his father should buy a house in the county and not continue to live in a group home shared by more than 20 people. Chen Dadong's phone rang. This is the new cell phone that Chen Sun bought for him. Chen Dadong set the cell phone audio to the maximum, and suddenly remembered that he had not yet shown his new cell phone to Chen Sun's uncle and aunt. He made a very exaggerated action of answering the phone, as if it was a leader answering the call of a subordinate, and intentionally turned on the speakerphone. Brother Dadong, I heard that Chen Sun has returned. Cousin Ant's voice came from the phone. This cousin's aunt is a relative of Chen Sun's family for several generations, named Shui Yongqian. I heard that his son, Shui Daji, went to college a few years ago. Chen Dadong gave him $100 at the promotion banquet. Yes, Chen Sun and I went out for a week, and even took an airplane. The round-trip fare was $7,000. Chen Dadong finally caught another person and started bragging about his glorious experience, then waited for Shui Yongqian to envy him. Chen Sun didn't walk back to Magic City, right? It's good that he didn't. I'll come over right away. There's something to find Chen Sun. Shui Yongqian did not envy, hung up the phone after 2 sentences, making Chen Dadong very upset. He has not blown enough. Chen Sun waited for almost an hour before Shui Yongqian showed up. Good day, cousin aunt, Chen Sun said. Chen Sun, finally I see you. Daji is in trouble again. If you don't help him, his life is over. Shui Yongqian wailed, looking like the end of the world had come. Chen Sun was startled. This Shui Daji has been reckless since childhood. Will not borrow online loans. What happened to Daji? He had a car accident and rubbed someone's skin while driving. Daji, the boy was timid and drove away. This man remembered the license plate and has called the police. What to do? Shui Yongqian was restless. The hit and run was indeed wrong, and I heard that it only rubbed the skin. So Chen Sun didn't think it was a big problem. How old is the other guy? Not much older. Mid-20s. That's fine. Rubbing the skin is not a big deal. Chen Sun put down his heart. More than 20 years old. Break a little skin. A few days will be fine. The big deal is to compensate each other some money. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal either. But the other side isn't being reasonable. They have to put Daichi in jail. I guess it's blackmail. Compensate some money. Spend it to get rid of it. Chen Sun mourned for this aunt. There was really nothing he could do when he met his son who loved to get into trouble. If the aunt didn't have any money, he planned to help advance it first. Difficult. They've already called the police, and we've received a call from the police to go tomorrow at the latest. Chen Sun, Auntie can only ask for your help now. Auntie was so sad that he cried. This big man. His heart ached when he thought of his son possibly going to jail. Auntie, it's fine. You won't go to jail for such a small matter. Chen Sun comforted his cousin's aunt. It's good that he won't go to jail. Daji is planning to go for the civil service exam. This is a black spot. I'm afraid it will affect his public service exam. It turned out that his aunt was worried about this, and Chen Sun planned to contribute some money to set this matter right. He really didn't lack money now. The other party should know that Daichi wants to take the public examination and take this opportunity to blackmail money. Yeah, that's why Auntie wants you to cover for it. You're not taking the civil service exams. There's no repercussions, cousin aunt said. Chen Sun froze. Topping? Topping is illegal. You don't make a big deal out of a small thing. Why take the fall for something that can be solved with money? Isn't that stupid? It's fine. Just a few years in jail at most. Out in 3 or 5 years. Not much impact. That old man is already dead. Don't worry about the follow-up. We'll pay for the medical bills and whatnot. You just take the fall. Chen Sun realized something was wrong. What old man is dead? Daji ran over someone? Didn't you say it only rubbed the skin? The living one only rubbed the skin. The other one is older. Was hit into serious injuries. Go to the hospital on the way to die. Have to renegade that the car hit the dead. Obviously as the hospital rescue is not in time. Off the Daji ass. Now the people. Look at you, a little bit of money on the blackmail you want to blackmail you. If it is not the Daji, drink a little bit of wine. Will not be a car accident. Alas. Townships of the highway is too bad. The road maintenance team of the people are eat shit, grow up. Collect road maintenance fee never soft. I do not see them properly repair the road. If the road is good, how will happen traffic accidents? If the road was good, how could there be traffic accidents? I really want to find the road crew to pay for the damages. What the cousin aunt said made Chen Sun completely confused. You're telling me that Daichi drank and hit someone with a drunk driver, killing one and injuring another? He took the civil service exam. The score of the county's third place. The heart a happy. Just drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Daji see people over a little panic. Coupled with the road is not good. There was a car accident. Did not even hit someone. Is to meet the bumper sticker. Those two people must want to touch the porcelain. Are what people ah. The car drove past, don't know to hide. New car ah. Crash bars are broken. Repair the car, do not know how much money. Daji so kind people. Not much experience. Met this kind of people. Really unlucky blood. People are unlucky to drink water or stuffed teeth. After this thing, I have to go to worship the Bodhisattva. Cousin aunt's father droned on, listening to Chen Sun dumbfounded. What kind of logic is that? You run someone over and blame them for not getting out of the way. Are people faster than cars? Chen Sun said. Auntie, he is drunk driving. No matter if he hits someone or not, he will be sentenced to imprisonment. Didn't he take subject 1 when he took the driver's license test? Fart subject 1. He color blind. The state does not even give him a test. Physical examination did not pass. Where to get a driver's license? To put it bluntly, it is bullying, discrimination against physically challenged people. Daji is not learned, so simply do not know that you cannot drink alcohol and drive. Our country's education is too rigid. A lot of terms and conditions are not humane. People abroad humane law enforcement. Cousin auntie's thoughts are quite ethereal. Auntie, stop it. I can't help you with this matter. Chen Sun really couldn't listen anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to listen, all 3 views would be distorted. And if they weren't distorted, he wouldn't be able to resist kicking this cousin aunt twice. Chen Sun, you drifted. This little thing are not help. We are still relatives. Do you have a conscience? When you were a child I still often hug you. You pooped and peed on me. I never disliked you. Your younger brother has a hard time and you do not help. When did you become so cold-blooded? Reading stupid. How did the school educate you? Don't you know that kinship is very important? Brother Dedong. You educate Chen Sun. Can't let the child be so cold-blooded. Chen Dadong also came to advise Chen Sun. Dabeo, if you can cover for Daji's matter, go ahead and cover for him. What do you mean by covering the bag? Chen Dadong thought the term top bag was very fashionable. Chen Sun told his dad what it meant to be a top bag, saying in passing, if I go to a top bag, I guess I'll start in 10 years. Chen Dadong turned into Chen Derue in seconds. Chui Yongqian. Your son is a son. My son is not a son. What makes you want my son to go to jail? Your son does not take the civil service examination. How can not go to jail? This thing, said to the Central Asterisk Center, are your son is unreasonable. Even jail this shit are not willing to take the place. Really something. Cannot rely on your kind of cold-blooded relatives. Chen Dadong. I see you also floating. Have college students son terrific. My son is also a university. Chen Dadong was so angry that he didn't have words. Whoever dares to harm my son, I'll fight him to the death. Scram! The 2 men almost fought. Uncle pulled Chui Yongqian, aunt pulled Chen Dadong. Or not, these 2 were ready to make a move to teach each other a lesson. Brother, don't go to the top. Chi Shulan pulled on Chen Sun's coat, timid and a bit afraid of that cousin aunt. Chui Yongqian saw Chi Shulan, like seeing a baby. Shulan, how old are you? I remember you read the 2nd year of high school this year. Chi Shulan ducked behind Chen Sun. Shulan will be in her senior year in the second half of the year, and she will take the college entrance exam next year. And after the entrance exam she will be 18 years old, an adult. Auntie proudly said that in the countryside, not many girls go to high school, and almost none can take the college entrance exam. Great, great, let Shulan take the blame. Shulan is more suitable than Chen Sun. Shulan is underage. It doesn't matter if she kills someone. She doesn't have to bear criminal responsibility. At most she will be fined. Great. Shulan, let's go. Let's go to Auntie's house right away. Chui Yongqian smiled broadly and said great 3 times in a row. Chen Sun looked at Chui Yongqian like a retard. No, Shulan is not allowed to take the blame. Aunt and uncle also immediately stopped Chui Yongqian. Shulan is going to school tomorrow. You two are also really. Shulan is a girl child. In the future is to be married. What's the use of going to college? Still not someone else's family. I'll give you $3,000 for Shulan to take the blame. No. I'll give 6,000. Record the statement and then go to class. It does not affect Shulan good grades. 1 day or 2 days do not go to class. Still get into college. Chui Yongqian remembered the $6,000. A burst of pain. Forget it, just as $6,000 to feed the dog. The aunt and uncle refused outright. Chui Yongqian reprimanded Qi Shulan's parents for disregarding their relatives while raising the price. In less than 10 minutes. From 6,000 to 9,000. And finally said as if he were cutting meat. 10,000. 10,000 at most. No more. My aunt and uncle looked at each other and were really impressed. $10,000. Just go to the police station to record a statement. This kind of money, it's too easy to earn. The opportunity is rare. Shulan, you have enough tuition for college. Let's go. You're underage and a student. The national key protection object. Don't worry, there won't be any problem. The more Chui Yongqian spoke, the more excited he became. His eyebrows fluttered. Then he turned his head to despise Chen Dadong. Without your son, I can still manage. A sad expression appeared on Qi Shulan's face. Chen Sun looked heartbroken. This child has a heavy heart. My aunt and uncle are a bit patriarchal and don't care about their daughter's feelings at all. Regardless of whether the aunt and uncle let Qi Shulan take the blame or not, this hesitant attitude will make it difficult for the young girl in her adolescence. Chen Sun decided to help the poor girl again. Aunt, uncle, just now my cell phone is recording. If you guys let Shulan go to cover the bag, I will report it. You are jointly providing false evidence. You will all be sentenced. None of you can escape. Uncle, don't blame this nephew of mine for being ruthless. Chen Sun took out his cell phone and shook it. Chui Yongqian jumped up on the spot, cursed at Chen Sun and wanted to grab Chen Sun's cell phone. The aunt and uncle also felt that Chen Sun was wrong and ruined their chances of making money. Chen Sun didn't know what to say when he saw Qi Shulan silently shedding tears. Shulan, your parents want you to take the blame. Why don't you know how to resist? Chen Sun said. Qi Shulan's eyes are a bit hollow. Brother son, do you remember when you were a child? That yellow dog in my house used to be tied with a rope. I thought I was afraid that the yellow dog would run away before I tied it. Then I found out that the rope was broken, and the yellow dog didn't run away. Maybe that dog knew that no one cared even if he was gone. I'm the same at home. Mom and dad will always care about my brother, and I'm just better than the yellow dog. Chen Sun is worried that the kid Qi Shulan will get depressed. My aunt and uncle didn't care at all. They thought that they had done their parental duty by feeding and clothing the children. Shulan, you'll go to school tomorrow. I just happen to be going to the county seat as well. And drive you. Chen Sun ignored that cousin aunt's incompetent rage. Your family is no good. It's unbelievable. What the fuck are all these people? How did I encounter such relatives? I'll tell the world about you guys and see who dares to spend time with desperate people like you. Chui Yongqian was furious, cursing as he walked, kicking an empty bottle on the side of the road. Chen Sun silently put Chui Yongqian's phone number on his blacklist. That's the end of the friendship with my cousin's family. Auntie didn't earn $10,000 and was a bit upset. She was sad for 2 minutes and then forgot about it and started to help Chen Sun's family clean the room. Qi Shulan also went over to help. The house hadn't been lived in for a long time. There was dust everywhere. Auntie nagged as she cleaned. Chen Dadong, how often does your son come back? You don't even know to clean it properly. Can you stand up to your sister? Chen Sun's mother is older than his uncle, and the two siblings have a very good relationship. His uncle loves Chen Sun very much as his only nephew, and his aunt is also very good to Chen Sun, just like his own mother. So Chen Sun doesn't feel embarrassed when his aunt criticizes his dad, but feels very warm instead. Aunt is a rural woman. Housekeeping is very skillful. Soon cleaned Chen Sun's home, but also burned a large table of food. After dinner together, uncle and his family before going back. It was late. The countryside sleeps early. Chen Dadong boiled the face and foot washing water. Let his son wash. Dad, I'll boil the water. Out. The kitchen is dusty. Cooking in the countryside. With firewood. The kitchen does tend to produce a lot of dust. Chen Dadong cannot afford to let his son not let Chen Sun into the kitchen. After washing up, Chen Sun went to his room to sleep under the watchful eye of his father. Rural mosquitoes. Just lie down. The father came over, holding a flashlight, looking for mosquitoes in the mosquito net, afraid that Chen Sun did not drive away all the mosquitoes, but also his son as a child. After looking for mosquitoes, Chen Dadong habitually touched his son's forehead before remembering that his son had grown up. Looking at his son, he smiled lovingly. pride in his eyes. When I was a kid, it was the same thing. On summer nights, after Chen Sun went to bed, my dad or mom would hold a flashlight and check very carefully to see if there were mosquitoes, touch Chen Sun's forehead to see if he had a fever, and check if he was well covered. Mom's gone, and dad hasn't changed this habit. Chen Sun lying, did not move, remembering childhood, remembering mom. Tears flowed out a little bit, flowed all over the face, wet pillow. The next day, drove his father and Chi Shulan to the county town. After returning to the school, Chi Shulan was in a much better mood, smiling and saying goodbye to Chen Sun, letting Chen Sun put down his heart. This kid, he shouldn't be depressed. It took a night with my father in the county and an all-night persuasion to get him to agree to buy a house in the county. Dad, I've got the money for the house. I'll have it ready for you, and I'll also have the money for the decorations and furniture. Don't worry, if you don't have enough, ask me for it. Chen Sun left $1 million to his father. You can't keep too much money, and I don't think there will be much left after you buy a house and furniture so that no one will hit on his father. After settling his father, Chen Sun drove back to Magic City. This time, it was a smooth ride back to the Magic City and I was home in 3 hours. At home, Yang Mingxue was like a statue, sitting in front of the dining table and staring blankly, not knowing what was on her mind. Chen Sun came back and the sound of the door opening startled her. Gu Xiaoyu and I made an appointment to come to my house tomorrow morning. Her grandfather loves tea. I bought some pour intending to give it to her grandfather. Right pour, to nourish the stomach. Yang Mingxue pointed to the iron box on the dining table. The dark red iron box with the dark flowers is uneven and has an antique and elegant feel to it. Chen Sun thought for a moment. I almost forgot. Forget what? Bought you a bag. Put it in the trunk of the car and kept forgetting to give it to you. Chen Sun bought clothes for his father in Hong Kong City and also bought a bag for Yang Mingxue. As soon as Yang Mingxue heard that there is a bag, the dull eyes instantly became God. Followed Chen Sun to the downstairs. Opened the trunk of the car. In the corner found a bag in a bag. Beige bag. Yang Mingxue hugged the bag. Her heart ached. Such a good bag. You just throw it away. Pissed me off. Wimpy. Before scolding, Yang Mingxue suddenly realized that the two had already divorced, and the other party bought himself a bag. Which was a sentiment. Take the bag. Go home. Turn on all the lights in the room. Put the bag in the center of the table. Take a picture. Go to the shopping network to search for the price. And then let out a shriek of pain and joy like being raped. Chen Sun, you robbed the bank. This bag more than 80,000. Oh my god. You're a loser. My mother today not to beat you to death. A loser. The heavens will not tolerate. Yang Mingxue opened her teeth and claws and pounced on Chen Sun, wanting to strangle this loser to death. Keep your voice down and pay attention to your image. Chen Sun reminded. Listening to Chen Sun's reminder, Yang Mingxue suddenly realized. You bought fake goods. High imitation. Right. Now you know I don't lose money. Chen Sun said calmly. A bag is excited like this when you buy a car to spend more than 100,000 yuan. As if you are not so excited. Yang Mingxue's mood was like riding a roller coaster, and she instantly felt that the bag did not look good. How much for it? Don't remember the price. The shopping ticket is in the bag. See for yourself. Yang Mingxue carelessly pulled open the bag. See the shopping ticket? Once again screamed. You will not buy things. On this broken bag you spent more than 7,000. Xu also bought 2,000 out. Dai Lishir bought the genuine only more than 30,000. Chen Sun said. Duty-free stores buy it. It's cheaper than outside. Yang Mingxue saw the numbers on the top of the bag and let out a more mournful scream than the first time. Chen Sun. This is dollars, right? You bought a real bag? It says $7,199. After saying that, Yang Mingxue rushed into the bathroom and made dry heaving sounds. What's wrong with the dollar? Does the dollar make you sick? It makes you want to vomit? You hate money that much? False modesty. You've been screaming too much today. It's not normal. Chen Sun despised Yang Mingxue in his head while admiring Yang Mingxue's miserable condition. It's fine. I just suddenly wanted to vomit. Yang Mingxue said. Probably cooled my stomach. Don't get sidetracked. That bag isn't real. Yes. For you. Yang Mingxue clicked a bunch of pictures, then carefully put the bag into the shopping bag. What are you doing? Old lady sends out a circle of friends. I want you to care. Yang Mingxue, who had a bag, instantly became taller and had a different temperament. Chen Sun clicked on Yang Mingxue's circle of friends, and found that this woman even intends to resell. Genuine. Online selling price of 88,000. Want. 87,999. $1 less. The brain is sick to buy. Luxury goods tariffs are so high. The duty-free store 7,199 US dollars, converted into Chinese currency is more than 50,000 000 yuan. I did not expect the domestic selling price of close to 90,000 IQ taxed too much. Chen Sun underestimated the attraction of bags to women. Soon, Yang Mengshua's phone rang non-stop, and Chen Sun was annoyed to hear it and hurriedly hid in the bedroom. Needless to say, it must be Yang Mengshua's group of women who hang out together all day long who want that bag. Chen Sun didn't lie down for 10 minutes when Yang Mengshua walked into the bedroom. Chen Sun, pack up, Gu Xiaoyu is coming to our house, saying that she is now going to visit her grandfather. I thought you said you were going tomorrow morning? She stopped by to check out the bag. Yang Mengshua said shyly. Oh. Chen Sun was non-committal and took out the medicine bottle, realizing that there was not much medicine left inside. The doctor prescribed a 3-week dose, went back home for a week and didn't take it, and traveled out of town for a week and didn't take it, so I still have some left. Pouring the rest of the medicine in the palm of his hand, he counted it, poured it into his mouth, took a cup of water, and suffocated it in one gulp. Looking at Yang Mengshua for a while, a big dose of pills is as bad as eating beans for anyone who looks at it. Half an hour or so later, Gu Xiaoyu arrived. Gu Xiaoyu was wearing jeans and a pink short-sleeved dress, and her face was painted with light makeup, so Chen Sun could see that the woman had freckles on her face. The woman's clothes seemed to be of average quality, giving off a plastic texture. Gu Xiaoyu briefly greeted Chen Sun and started to take pictures of the bag, and also carried the bag for Yang Mengshua to help her take a picture together. Chen Sun is a little depressed. This woman did not say good to visit her grandfather. Look at this situation, is to see the bag. The two women spat and discussed heatedly, completely forgetting that Chen Sun was beside them. Chen Sun turned his laptop on and realized that it was a bit stuck. One of his wishes once was to buy a superbly configured laptop that was thin and light. At that price, it would have cost tens of thousands of dollars. Listening to the two women chatting, he felt bored, turned on his computer, surfed the internet, wanted to see the latest hardware news, but had no desire to buy. After all, there's not much use in buying a laptop that nice for someone who's leaving the earth in 5 months. Laptops are good for work, not for gaming. For the sake of portability, laptops have weight in mind, which leaves the CPU running at low power and extends standby time. Therefore the performance is naturally inferior to desktops. And to be thin and light and good performance of the notebook, it will use more expensive materials. The price is naturally more expensive. Chen Sun chose the laptop with a standby time of 22 hours, just about to place an order. The two women came over, and Gu Xiaoyu looked at Chen Sun, like he was appraising a bag. Look very handsome, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. Eyes vain and lightless, often play computer, right. Small belly also have. Suggest to lose weight. Wear too casual. Collarless short sleeves make people feel that you have just woken up. Shorts fabric has no texture. The whole person appears to be 10 years old. Twilight ah. In addition your flip-flops are too damaging to your image, destroying your handsomeness. Gu Xiaoyu finished his review, turned his head and began to criticize Yang Mengshua. Lao Yang, your husband has a very good foundation. Clean up and tidy up. Go out and definitely be a handsome man. Look at him in this outfit. Completely a gouging uncle who strolls around the vegetable market. I want to throw it all away when I look at it, and I'm not interested at all in wanting it. Yang Mengshua said, don't talk so much. When are you going to meet Grandpa Gu? Go now. I'll make the lipstick lighter. My grandpa is old-fashioned and really hates wearing heavy makeup. Gu Xiaoyu tossed at the mirror for another half hour. Finally, the trio walked out the door. Chen Sun carried the box of tea. Gu Xiaoyu carried the small bag of fruits. Yang Mengshua carried her own small bag from before. And the three of them talked and laughed as they went to find Gu Xiaoyu's grandfather. Gu Xiaoyu's grandfather is in the same neighborhood, less than 5 minutes away. Knock on the door. An old man opened the door to his room, and both Chen Sun and the old man froze. Chen Sun, what are you doing here? The white-haired Gu Ming shouted angrily, all but forgetting that his granddaughter Gu Xiaoyu was beside him. Surprisingly, it's Gu Ming, old enemy Gu Ming. This gave Chen Sun a feeling of absurdity. Grandpa, you guys know each other? Gu Xiaoyu said. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. The corners of Gu Ming's mouth twitched as his entire body became agitated. Change your shoes for shoes. Don't block the doorway. Chen Sun said. Enter the door. Change shoes. Walk into the living room. Put the tea on the table. Sit on the sofa. Cross your legs. Unknown. Thought Chen Sun is the owner of this house. Gu Xiaoyu and Yang Mengshua were also full of doubts. Looking at this, it seemed like Chen Sun was quite familiar with Gu Ming. These two are almost 40 years apart. What kind of friendship can they have? Is it fashionable to forget years of friendship nowadays? Gu Xiaoyu went to the kitchen to wash the fruits, and Yang Mengshua followed in to help, leaving Gu Ming and Chen Sun space to communicate alone. Gu Ming sat across from Chen Sun, and the old man looked at Chen Sun with a smirk. What are you doing in my house? Why did you come to your house? Your granddaughter and my wife are girlfriends. She knows that we live in the same neighborhood. She begged us to help take care of you, by the way. In case you have a heart attack, we can order an urn for you in advance. What style do you like? Poundland is cheap. You can cut the price. Chen Sun replied. I'm not angry. I definitely can't be angry. Gu Ming kept hinting to himself that the anger in his heart was still dumbfounded and could explode at any time. People grow old. Gu Ming look at Chen Sun that way. Definitely not Gu Xiaoyu to beg Chen Sun to take care of him. Otherwise, why send me poor tea? This thing, just look at the packaging. Definitely not cheap. My granddaughter's feisty personality wouldn't think of finding someone to take care of me. In the end, what is the matter? Is it asking for my help? Looking for my help can be, you go to the community garden, kneel down in public, apologize to me. My old man may have a soft heart and agree to you. Gu Ming said. Chen Sun despised, you get it. How old? Live a day is a day you still cattle. You have no money and no power, just a retired old man. In addition to receiving a monthly retirement paycheck, every day the food processed into feces. What is your ability to help me? For the community, you are a burden, not a resource. The cemetery booked. Jinshan landfill over there is a piece of open space. Do you want me to find people to help you plan a location in advance? Listening to Chen Sun's vicious language, the anger in Gu Ming's heart quenched and she put down her heart. Trying to cover up my weakness with harsh words, the kind I can't see. I've lived 70 years for nothing. Gu Ming makes rhymes through her nostrils and doesn't answer. Watching Chen Sun pretend to be a man, Chen Sun had the feeling of hitting the air hard. Gu Xiaoyu and Yang Mengxue washed the fruits and brought them out to put them on the coffee table. Seeing that both Chen Sun and Gu Ming were silent, it was a bit strange. Grandpa, didn't you just have a nice chat with Mengshue's husband? Why are you suddenly silent? There's nothing to say. We're enemies who don't speak a word. Gu Ming said. Chen Sun revised. No, there's no such thing. The accurate term should be, words are not enough. Gu Xiaoyu comforted Gu Ming. Grandpa, how old are you and your fiery temper still hasn't changed? Gu Ming changed his kind face. Xiaoyu, what happened to you? Grandpa hasn't seen you for a long time, and you've lost weight. Gu Xiaoyu first expressed his concern for his grandfather's health, and after coaxing the old man to be happy, he asked the ancient head where the old Chinese doctor he knew who could cure lung cancer was and how to contact him. At this moment, Gu Ming's heart snowballed. Little tour, you're asking for your classmate. Yang Mengxue was Gu Ming's elementary and junior high school classmate. Right, Gu Xiaoyu said. Gu Ming's eyebrows opened up and smiled triumphantly. It's Chen Sun's family? Xiaoyu, I'll tell you. It's good to make friends, but, some people, human face, you have to learn to distinguish. This Chen Sun is not a good person. Less to socialize with him. Gu Xiaoyu was about to speak when Chen Sun interjected. Ancient grandpa, I'm not dating Gu Xiaoyu. Don't worry, I've known her for less than an hour. Grandpa Gu's animal-faced heart is soft. For as long as you've known me, I'm sure as hell not going to refer a doctor to you. So tell me, what's the patient to you? Say it to make me happy. Gu Ming gloated. Not hiding it. Chen Sun shut up and didn't say anything. Gu Xiaoyu came to round up the situation. Chen Sun, don't be angry. My grandfather is joking with you. He is very good. Especially kind. Yang Mengxue said. Grandpa Gu, Chen Sun has lung cancer. It's in the late stages. He's only 27 years old. So do yourself a favor and refer the doctor to him. Gu Ming's eyes widened as if she had instantly become 10 years younger. Are you telling the truth? Yang Mengxue nodded and said excitedly. It's true. She thought Gu Ming would immediately tell her the contact information of the herbalist. Gu Ming almost laughed out tears. The wrinkles on his face deepened a lot. Like a blooming chrysanthemum, ha 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 ha. The wicked have their own god to clean up. Gu Xiaoyu reminded his grandfather. Grandpa, don't laugh first. Where is that doctor's phone number? It's okay to say the address directly. Saving lives is like putting out fires. No give. Absolutely no give. I'm going to rid the people of evil. Gu Ming spoke decisively. Give or take. Maybe that doctor is simply a liar and bragging about it. Chen Sun said. Gu Ming was angry again, wanting to do justice to the divine doctor in his heart. Liar? How can Dr. Yi be a liar? I've had lung cancer for more than 10 years. If it wasn't for Dr. Yi, I would have died 10 years ago. More than a decade has not cured you of your illness. What is this not a liar? Chen Sun quickly found the weakness in the other party's words. It's cancer. It's lung cancer all right. I didn't have it operated on. I didn't have it removed. It hasn't gotten worse in 10 years. And there are signs of improvement. And you're calling him a liar. Gu Ming was so angry that her face turned red. Who knows whether what you say is true or false? Dare to take me to confront me face to face. If you don't dare, you must be a liar and have a weak heart. Chen Sun said. Gu Ming stood and came. pulling Chen Sun's hand to go. Immediately go with me to confront me. Dr. Yes, side has a lot of patience every day. If you dare to call Dr. Yi a liar in front of them, I'll see how you die. Must give me a public confession. Chen Sun followed and stood up. The old man suddenly came to his senses. Good you Chen Sun. So it's a provocation. Ha ha, trying to provoke me. My old man is so wise. How can I fall for your tricks? Yang Mingxue gave Chen Sun a wink. Chen Sun, why don't you apologize to Grandpa Gu and admit your mistake? Chen Sun pretended not to see it. Yang Mingxue had to take the initiative to apologize on her own. Grandpa Gu, Chen Sun is stubborn. You old man is generous. You don't have to bother with a stubborn donkey. Gu Ming said, little girl, your husband is not stubborn. Is bad. We are over there dancing in the square. Did not provoke anyone. He was good. Ran over a burst of smash. Smashed our speakers. Player smashed. But also to let the power supply bureau of the finance. You say, this is a human being to do things. Chen Sun, you are fierce. Ah, how do not be fierce? The heavens to punish you. God has finally opened his eyes. It was only then that Gu Xiaoyu and Yang Mingxue realized the process of Chen Sun and Gu Ming's feud. Chen Sun said calmly, old man, I'll give you a good deal in advance. If you admit your mistake to me, apologize, and honestly tell me Dr. Ye's contact information, I'll spare you on account of your age, and also on account of Gu Xiaoyu and Mingxue being classmates. Otherwise, I'll make you regret for the rest of your life. These words made Gu Ming's slightly calmed anger rise again. If I give you the doctor's address, I'm your grandson, Chen Sun said. You wait. Yang Mingxue hurriedly pulled Chen Sun out of the door, and if he waited any longer, it is estimated that this old man did not die of lung cancer, but would be directly exasperated by Chen Sun. What's wrong with you today? You weren't like this before, Yang Mingxue said. Yes, I wasn't like that before, and if I were the old me, I would have admitted my mistake and promised the old man that they'd square dance all they wanted. Whether it was for the sake of getting into less trouble, or for the sake of my own illness, I would have done it. But today I won't, because I'm not happy to admit I'm wrong, and from today on, I won't commit myself. I'll only do what makes me happy, Chen Sun said. Go home first. Yang Mingxue felt that Chen Sun was not in the right state today. When the two returned home, Yang Mingxue felt that she should take care of the patient and went to the refrigerator to find a bottle of drink and handed it to Chen Sun. Drink it, lower the fire, Chen Sun said. When I went back to the countryside this time, I saw the livestock and suddenly thought, oxen are strong and durable. They can do heavy work, but their efficiency is too poor. Horses can run and pull, but their endurance is poor. Donkeys have moderate speed and endurance, but their temperament is particularly bad. Pigs are full of treasures, but they have to be slaughtered to eat meat and skin, and if they eat too little, they don't grow fat and get sick easily. I thought, can we evolve such a kind of livestock? Low condition requirements, docile character, get sick own treatment, can work, high efficiency, the best less rest. I thought, the world will never appear this kind of creatures. Until the day before I returned to Magic City, I saw myself in the mirror. You mean, all these years of marriage, you're the chattel, right? Yang Mingxue said. In answer to her, there was silence. Chen Sun is not just talking about livestock at home, but also at work. Yang Mingxue's eyes floated as she recalled her married life of less than 3 years, and she was certain that Chen Sun was right. After a while, Gu Xiaoyu reappeared with a bitter smile on his face. Chen Sun, you are really too. Why bother with an old man? My grandfather is 70 years old. Chen Sun replied, resist bad habits. Start with me. Start now. Gu Xiaoyu despised. Come on. What are your plans for the back? There's nothing planned. The house I plan to sell. I won't live in this neighborhood in the future. Chen Sun said. Mingxue, your house is very good. The neighborhood facilities are good. The house is in the center of the neighborhood, and the floor is good. Why do you want to sell it? Gu Xiaoyu asked to know that he should not ask. Yang Mingxue two families spend a lot of money. Chen Sun is the main earner of the family. Chen Sun got cancer. Not only can not make money, but also spend a lot of money. They can only sell the house. Yang Mingxue didn't want her best friend to know she was divorced, and didn't answer the question. Let's go eat together. The newly opened Sichuan in Chongqing restaurant is good. After the meal, Gu Xiaoyu grabbed the money and was stopped by Chen Sun, who forced him to pay. Chen Sun, I'm a good sister to Xiao Shui. Don't worry, I'll find a way to find the doctor's contact information from my grandfather. Gu Xiaoyu patted his chest and assured, no need, I can find it. Chen Sun looked confident, making both Yang Mingxue and Gu Xiaoyu wonder. Old man Gu Ming was even more stubborn than Chen Sun. How could Chen Sun find the contact information if he didn't admit his mistake and apologize? The next day, Gu Ming as usual, woke up very early, washed up, went for a walk on the Greenbelt Fitness walkway next to the neighborhood, bought groceries, went home to cook, eat, took out the Chinese medicine and began to fry, then drink the medicine, gargle, change into comfortable anti-slip shoes for the elderly, take on the special bus card for the elderly, and walk over to the bus stop in front of the neighborhood. After the 712-line bus arrived at the station, Gu Ming got on, swiped his card, found a seat and casually surveyed the area, then saw a familiar face. Chen Sun swiped his card, sat beside Gu Ming, and asked, "Old man, just for such a short while at noon, you're actually making sweet and sour pork ribs. You're getting older, eat less sugar, and pay attention to your blood sugar." Gu Ming looked at Chen Sun. "How did you know what I ate for lunch? You followed me?" "Yes, I definitely followed you. I not only know you made sweet and sour pork, but also know what time you woke up, took a 30-minute walk, and shopped at the market for 20 minutes. How about that? I've got all the whereabouts right. Are you going to go to find that old Chinese doctor now?" Gu Ming was furious. "You have to be shameless." "How am I shameless? You followed me. I'm stalking you. You're not an 18-year-old beauty. No one will believe me when I tell them. You can't do anything about it." Gu Ming stood up and shouted at the driver for a while. "Stop the car. I want to get off." The driver ignored him and kept driving. Gu Ming also knew that he was too excited. Buses are not cabs, and you can't get off at any time after leaving the station. At the next stop, Gu Ming huffed and puffed to get off the bus, and before he could stand still, Chen Sun was already standing beside him. "You're not going to see a doctor today? Don't follow me, or I'll call the police. Do you have enough power on your cell phone? Not enough, I'll lend you a rechargeable battery. Call the police. Hurry up." The old man picked up the phone, wanted to call the police, but ultimately chose to give up. If he really called the police, there is no way to say anything. Chen Sun did not take him. "What? I'm not going to let you have your way today. Not going to the doctor. I'll see what you do." Gu Ming put away her cell phone and went to the other side of the road, intending to take a car home. "Really not going? Be careful of getting worse." Chen Sun followed Gu Ming closely. The two returned home after only one stop on the bus. Gu Ming returned home, a bit stuffy, pushed open the window, and saw Chen Sun sitting downstairs next to the stone table, with 2 bottles of drinks on it. Chen Sun was playing with his cell phone, and there was an oversized rechargeable treasure on the table, which was probably enough for Chen Sun to play all day. "I'm a retired old man, I'm afraid of you. Have the ability to stare at me 24 hours a day? You do not go to work is strange." Gu Ming thought viciously, closed the window hard, took the remote control, pressed hard. The TV advertisement voice came out. "Reduce blood fat and blood sugar. Please use laxative oral liquid." In the latter days, Gu Ming can see Chen Sun at any time, as long as the moment he goes out. Chen Sun like a shadow. He finally broke out and called the police. "I'm being followed," Gu Ming said. Nearby is the Dongsheng police station. The police car drove to the downstairs of Gu Ming's house, and 2 policemen knocked on Gu Ming's door. "Mr. Gu Ming, we received a report that you were being followed," the police asked with great concern. Gu Ming was 70 years old and was still being followed. Most likely it involved inheritance issues, so the police didn't dare to take it lightly. This policeman from Dongsheng police station is familiar with Gu Ming. They met only a month ago, when Gu Ming and other old men and women said that Chen Sun smashed his speakers. "Yes, following me for a week. I can't even go out. It's too painful. That person is downstairs. From our neighborhood," called Chen Sun. Gu Ming pushed open the window and pointed to Chen Sun, who was playing with his cell phone in the gazebo downstairs. Chen Sun was holding his cell phone and playing with it, not even glancing towards Gu Ming. Once the police heard the name Chen Sun, they immediately understood what was going on. This is revenge. Revenge for Chen Sun so that the old man cannot dance square dance. "Old man Gu, save your breath. Chen Sun and you have a conflict. We are aware of it. You really don't need to falsely accuse him of stalking you. In broad daylight, he was over there playing with his cell phone. You have to say that someone else is stalking you. We when the police are also people. What do you want us to do? Can't go and arrest a person playing with a cell phone. Not to mention that he also lives in this neighborhood, resting in the public gazebo of the neighborhood. This is the right of people." The police heart depressed. Now the bad guys become old. Caught the young people hard pit. The social climate is so. They when the police cannot change. Gu Ming was so angry that her mouth shivered. "You little cop, how do you talk? Chen Sun is obviously supervising me, tracking me, causing great disturbance to my life. Do you guys as police know how to dry rice all day long? Your salary is the tax we pay." The 2 policemen looked at each other, knowing that they had encountered a rogue, and secretly sighed. The old man is playing hard to get and there is no solution yet. 2 for the police. Big Brother experienced, already have a solution. They turn on the law enforcement recorder, and the old man together, to go downstairs to ask, Mr. Chen Sun, we received a report that you have been stalking Gu Ming for a long time. The police uncle said. Chen Sun took a look and was happy. Two policemen. I feel so familiar. Smoking or not, Mr. Chen, please cooperate. We're enforcing the law. And once again, Gu Ming called the police to report that you were following him. The police officer had a helpless look on his face. Chen Sun said, you guys aren't making a movie, are you? Me stalking Gu Ming? Is there anyone who stalks people like me? I'm sitting here stalking people? Master Gu, are you playing with the police or insulting people's intelligence? If I really want to follow you, why don't I hide in secret? Stalking someone is so honorable? Do I have a hole in my head? Chen Sun continuous questioning, asked the police want to ask but did not dare to say out words. If the police asked this, I guess Gu Ming to jump up. Gu Ming in his mind constantly said, cannot be angry. Absolutely cannot be angry. Once angry will fall into the Chen Sun this kid's pawn. The two police officers are also very speechless. This old man is obviously not normal. Must be the last time to smash the speaker thing. The ancient head hate on Chen Sun. The two have made a grudge. Seeing Chen Sun's innocent look, the police officer could only be businesslike. Mr. Gu, we haven't found any signs that you are being followed by this Mr. Chen. If there is nothing else, we are going to go back to the police station, and this report is processed. Another police officer said righteously, by the way, remind Mr. Gu that the police are there to maintain social order, not a tool for someone to use to retaliate against another person, and it's illegal to report a false police report. The two men finished, turned off their recorders, and planned to close the group. Won't the two of you have a cigarette before you go? Chen Sun asked. Great. Bribing the police with cigarettes. Gu Ming finally reacted. When the police came to enforce the law, there were people coming over to watch. At the moment, the onlookers could not stand it. Old man, greetings with acquaintances. Handing cigarettes is very normal. Right. And the two police officers did not take the cigarettes at all. You do not respect for the old. I see that you still have a few years to live. The man ran away after saying that. And Gu Ming couldn't find anyone to take revenge on even if he wanted to. Chen Sun was speechless and said, Mr. Ancient thinks I'm stalking him today. The police are also here. It's perfectly possible to tune the video. I've spent the last week, almost every day sitting here reading and looking at my phone. If I'm really stalking him, it's impossible for me to run here every day and look at the book. A man came over to testify. I've seen this young man for days on end, and he's been here reading and playing on his cell phone. Gu Ming was at a loss for words. Everyone helped Chen Sun. Chen Sun was too insidious and cunning. It was necessary to expose this person's face. He didn't say that Chen Sun started stalking him today. Don't be fooled by this person. He's been stalking me for a week. The onlookers all couldn't stand this old man. You old man is really something. Others said that they read books here every day for at least a week. You immediately said that others followed you for a week. Aren't you hitting the snake on the stick? Yeah, it's so unreasonable. Like you're rich. You don't think you're some kind of big beauty, do you? Someone else is stalking you. I think it's this old man who's psychopathic. There were all sorts of comments. And those who thought Gu Ming was perverted made up the majority. With one mouth, Gu Ming could not speak to so many people. A young man said, sell human skin masks on the internet. More than $10 a piece. Paste the face. It becomes another person's appearance. People really want to track you, casually by a few dozen. Every day in your ass turn you do not know. Gu Ming was startled. Really? Of course it's true. A couple of our friends fooled around and bought a lot of them. You don't spend your days imagining that people are coming to stalk you. Gu Ming saw that everyone was talking about him, and intended to explain a couple of things. This Chen Sun had lung cancer. I also had lung cancer, and I found an old Chinese medicine doctor to bring the condition under control, and it didn't deteriorate for 10 years. And Chen Sun also wanted that old Chinese medicine doctor's contact information, so he followed me for a week in a row. After Gu Ming finished, he was finally relieved. Now, everyone should believe him and condemn Chen Sun. The crowd didn't realize there was this layer of problems. Chen Sun asked, I want the old Chinese doctor's contact information. You're afraid of being followed by me. Just give it to me. Why are you tossing so many things out? The crowd thought in their hearts. Yes, not just an old Chinese doctor's contact information. Give it is not enough. This old man is obviously lying. Give it to you. Dream on. Everyone see clearly. This Chen Sun has a grudge against me. There is absolutely no way I will give him the contact information of the old Chinese doctor. Gu Ming said smugly. Chen Sun asked, if you offend an old Chinese doctor and the old Chinese doctor doesn't treat you or prescribes you medicine indiscriminately, are you okay with that? Gu Ming was even more complacent. The old Chinese doctor is a doctor, a healer, a parent, and will surely treat the patient when he meets him. Only a morally corrupt doctor will not treat the patient. Chen Sun asked. In that case, you are morally corrupt for not giving me the contact information of the old Chinese doctor? Gu Ming's old face blushed. I'm not a doctor. Chen Sun turned to the crowd of onlookers. Everyone understands now. A month ago, Mr. Ancient was square dancing over in the garden. A small child passed by. I was afraid of that speaker leaking, so I unplugged the power supply, and then I offended him. And when I played with my phone here, he called the police to arrest me, saying that I was stalking him. Gu Ming sneered. Chen Sun, don't turn black and white here. Why don't you say something about smashing the speakers? No matter what you say, I won't tell you the address of the old Chinese doctor. Before Chen Sun could say anything, everyone else condemned Gu Ming. Don't you have lung cancer? Why don't you go and buy? I hope the disease beats this selfish old man soon. He has lung cancer and so does everyone else. He should be in the same boat. But it turns out he's so good that he even keeps his doctor's contact information a secret. I've never seen such impudence. Bad people getting old. Or old people getting bad? I see this ancient head is having both. The scene is a bit of a mess. Gu Ming was pointed out by the crowd. First could not stand it. Hid at home, and never asked the police to arrest him again. The two policemen made Chen Sun sign and drove off as well. A farce. Chen Sun returned home. The home was very clean. Chen Sun's randomly stripped underwear, socks and whatnot were also washed and dried on the balcony. And young Ming Xue was mopping the floor. Instead, the two divorced and the home became more like a home than ever before. Change your shoes. Several sets of people came to look at the house today. 3 waves of people looked at it and asked if it could be cheaper. Yang Ming Xue threw Chen Sun a pair of brand new slippers and then continued mopping the floor. The 2 million I'm hanging on to. The most I can talk about is 200,000. Any more than that definitely won't work. Chen Sun said. Buying a house is like that. You have to go too far below the market price and people will think there is something wrong with your house instead. Where do you live when you sell? Yang Ming Xue asked. After the house is sold, Yang Ming Xue can go back to her mother's home to live. Chen Sun does not have a house in the city. Where to live is a problem. I went back home to the countryside to be with my dad. Chen Sun said. Oh, Yang Ming Xue responded and continued mopping the floor. Chen Sun thought about it and said. I know you can't let go of this house. Don't feel bad. The old doesn't go and the new doesn't come. With money, it's easy to buy a house. I don't want the money from selling the house. It's all for you. Yang Ming Xue raised her head after a while. Her eyes read. I don't want a house. I want a home. Sell the house faster than Chen Sun predicted. The next day, with the help of cheap real estate agent PhoneBridge, the seller negotiated the price. The house 606 million deal. Furniture and so on, all free. The house was bought 3 years ago, when it was only 3 million out. Chen Sun did not have so much money. Loaned 2 million. And now there are more than 1.5 million loans. These 2 years, housing prices crazy. So that a lot of people who work hard and seriously, but did not buy a house is very hit. Chen Sun was forced to buy a house because he wanted to get married. And at that time he felt miserable carrying so much debt. Now he realizes that choice is more important than effort. A house is a fixed asset. Much more troublesome than buying bottled water. The buyer gave 30% down payment of 2 million. Chen Sun took the 2 million to settle the loan. The remaining $500,000, he gave Yang Ming Xue, and then cooperate with the agent to run 3 times. Is expected to wait at least a month, in order to apply for the transfer formalities. That means the house they can still live in for a month. You don't rent? Yang Ming Xue asked. No rentals. I'm going back home after the closing is done. Yang Ming Xue began to pack her own things, organized 2 big bags, called the pulling car, pulled back to her mother's home. Gu Ming hadn't seen Chen Sun in the past 2 days, and instead of being relieved, he was even more worried. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Sun must have bought online human skin masks, taking on thousands of guises and appearing by his side at all times. Gu Ming buy food, walk, see any stranger. He thinks it is Chen Sun change, even in the middle of the night to push open the window for air. See outside walking the dog. Fitness in the middle of the night. He thinks it is wearing a human skin mask of Chen Sun. These days, it's just torture. Normal people living in a state of being followed would break down. He couldn't help himself and called the police again. The police arrived soon after. Chen Sun is now in disguise and changes his face every day to spy on me and follow me. Police? You have to catch the bad guys. Put Chen Sun in jail. He bought at least 50 human skin masks. Gu Ming had aged quite a bit in the past 2 days, and he was on the verge of crying. The 2 policemen were also about to be driven crazy by Gu Ming. Master Gu, have mercy. We as film police officers really deal with too many things every day. Can't you just be normal? Gu Ming, in front of the 2 police officers. dialed the citizens hotline to complain about these two poor police officers. Police officers do not act. I will give you exposure. The citizens hotline is a radio station. The advent of the internet has reduced the number of people who listen to the radio, but there are still some loyal listeners, such as many drivers who will listen to it because the citizens hotline informs them of what is congested at any time. The two policemen cried and laughed. The reporter came up for an interview with righteous indignation, thinking that it was the police who did not help an almost 70-year-old man to solve the problem. The hosts, listeners, etc. in the live broadcast room were also very angry and were waiting for the follow-up results. The next day, the TV station broadcast the results of the interview. Mr. Gu, a citizen of the city, suspected that Mr. Chen, a citizen of the same neighborhood, was following him because he saw Mr. Chen playing with his cell phone under his house. After the reporter's investigation, Mr. Chen said he found that the neighborhood gazebo was well ventilated, so he played with his cell phone in the gazebo for several days in a row. It was Mr. Gu who was overly concerned. Mr. Ancient told reporters that he had lung cancer, was treated by an old Chinese medicine. The condition is under control, has not worsened. Mr. Chen also want the old Chinese medicine address, so long-term tracking of Mr. Ancient. The reporter was surprised and asked Mr. Ancient why he didn't give Mr. Chen the address of the old Chinese doctor, and Mr. Ancient said that Mr. Chen was of low character and was determined not to give it. He also said that Mr. Chen bought a human skin mask online and followed him 24 hours a day. Subsequently, the reporter interviewed Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen confirmed that he suffered from lung cancer, but also once wanted to find Mr. Ancient to ask for the old Chinese medicine contact information. Mr. Chen also said the two feud situation. Mr. Ancient likes to dance square dance, private wires, with the community street lamp wires connected to the player. At that time, a small child passed by, almost electrocuted to death. Mr. Chen in order to save the child, the power unplugged, but also to the Power Supply Bureau to report this matter. So Mr. Old has been grudges. The reporter to the end, but also from the police side to see the previous times the report record, to confirm that Mr. Chen did not lie. After the radio broadcast, many people called into the radio station. Some people scolded Mr. Ku for being selfish and shameless, while others condemned square dancing as a nuisance to the public. Someone else said that he knew an old Chinese doctor and wondered if he was the one Mr. Ku was talking about. Not 2 days later, Chen Sun received an unfamiliar phone call. Excuse me, are you Chen Sun? I am. Who are you? My name is Yi Yufan. You can call me Dr. Yi. Do you have lung cancer and it's terminal? Yeah, Dr. Yi. How did you know? Don't ask how you know that yet. If you believe in Chinese medicine, come to 632 Extension Road and I'll take your pulse. Thank you. I believe in Chinese medicine. Come right over. Is Dr. Yi free now? Come in the afternoon. There's a line when you come. This person, Yi Yufan, seemed to be very busy and quickly hung up the phone. Chen Sun suspected that he had met a scammer because the voice was young, presumably younger than Chen Sun's age. Nowadays there are advertisements everywhere for old Chinese doctors treating syphilis and warts with a single shot or something. After thinking about it for a while, the dead horse was treated as a living horse. Chen Sun decided to go and take a look, as he was fine at home anyway. Organize your medical records, put them in a special file bag, and there's no need to bring anything else. Chen Sun wanted to drive away, and after agonizing for a while, he was afraid that the other party was really a liar and chose to take public transportation to go there. When a crook sees a poor person, he may cheat less money. After changing 2 buses and 1 subway, I came to the door of 632 Extension Road. This is a very ordinary commercial and residential building. Chen Sun came to the door and was hesitating when the doorman came up and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Dr. Yi," the doorman said. 6th floor, 603. It doesn't look like a scam. It looks like a pyramid scheme with a stronghold. Chen Sun came to the 6th floor and found room 603. A very ordinary room, without any license plate, with a dozen or so people sitting inside and lining up. A young woman in a white coat came over and poured Chen Sun a cup of water in a disposable paper cup. "Please sit down." Chen Sun took the water and said, "I was let over by Dr. Yi Yufan's phone call." The young woman smiled faintly. "I see. You're the thousand-faced warrior Mr. Chen who beat up the disturbing demon square dance, right?" Chen Sun was confused. "I'm Chen Sun. I'm not the man of 1,000 faces." The young woman did not pick up the head of the conversation. Into the inner room, soon came out a white-coat young man. The man came over to shake Chen Sun's hand. "Chivalrous hello. I'm the one who gave you the phone call Yi Yufan. My grandfather's movements are a little bit slow. Estimated to wait for 3 hours. Chen Sun saw that there were only about 10 people in front of him, and at the rate of 5 minutes a person, it was estimated that it would take an hour. I did not expect it to take 3 hours. I'm wondering, how did you know my phone number? Chen Sun asked curiously. Mr. Chen is now a celebrity. And after the radio station aired your story, someone found us, and I went to check the records and found that there really was a patient with the surname Gu. Old Mr. Gu Ming has been a doctor with us for a long time, and his surname is rare, so I know that the old Chinese doctor he was talking about is my grandfather. Many people on the internet say that you did a good thing. There are a lot of square dance nuisances. There are in our neighborhood. Mr. Chen, if you are interested, you are welcome to go to our neighborhood to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. Yi Yufan said with a smile. Chen Sun talked to Yi Yufan for a few minutes and finally understood the cause and effect. It turned out to be Gu Ming. The old man made a big deal. A netizen's relative just happened to have been seen by old Mr. Yi. The netizen hated this kind of behavior of Gu Ming and sympathized with Chen Sun, so he tried to find a way to find Chen Sun's contact information through the radio station, and gave the contact information to Yi Yufan. Chen Sun didn't expect the result to be like this. He suddenly saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Faint, but at least not so desperate. After waiting quietly for more than 3 hours, it was finally Chen Sun's turn. Yi Qingduan looked to be in his 60s. His skin was very good, not many wrinkles on his face. His hair was not very white, and he looked quite good. If Yi Yufan didn't call him grandpa, Chen Sun would have thought that the old man in front of him was a middle-aged man, and he looked younger than Chen Sun's father. Chen Dadong. Chen Sun quietly sat down, took out the medical records and examination reports that had long been prepared, and handed them to Yi Qingsuan with both hands very respectfully. Yi Qingsuan flipped through the medical records very casually, picked up the inspection report, looked at it very carefully, and after a few minutes, put down the report, holding a pen in one hand. The other hand, at the angle of inch Guan ruler, accurately pressed on Chen Su's pulse. Yi Yufan sat next to him and watched his grandfather's reaction very intently. The whole room, it seemed very quiet. Chen Sun could not help but get nervous. He was afraid of the old man's mouth to say the word hopeless, like a prisoner waiting for the judge to judge. Without a word, the old man just pressed on Chen Sun's pulse. It took at least 10 minutes before the old man let go of his hand. Chen Sun looked at the old man apprehensively, not daring to take the initiative to speak. The old man did not look at Chen Sun, turned his head to look at Yi Yufan. Xiaobao, you record it. This patient's situation is very special. He is depressed. It should have lasted for more than 10 years, resulting in the heart fire being suppressed. The heart belongs to the fire. Fire grams gold. The lungs belongs to the gold. The fire can't gram the gold, resulting in the lungs' failure of the function of the lungs' cathartic function, and accumulated over the years. It became lung cancer. It's a pity. A pity. The education of nowadays, to control the child too strictly, will eventually react to the child's body. The old man sighed as he spoke. Chen Sun finally couldn't help but ask, Dr. Yi, am I still saved? It's up to you whether you're saved or not. Were you raised to be an obedient good boy? Right. Your kidney qi is sufficient. Your kidney water is vigorous, and your vitality is strong, but your heart qi is suppressed, leading to a heart-kidney imbalance, which in turn suppresses the lungs. Plus you smoke too much, and the lungs' cathartic function is suppressed. The toxins are accumulated for a long period of time, and it is hard for heaven to condone you not to have lung cancer. Yi Qingduan was full of sympathy for Chen Sun. If I quit smoking, will I be cured? If you quit smoking right away, the cancer will get worse in a month at most. Chen Sun was confused. Didn't all doctors recommend quitting smoking? So what should I do? Should have listened to me. Chen Sun had to shut up. Yi Qingdan wrote something quickly on the paper. The dragon flew, and Chen Sun did not recognize it at all, suspecting that the old man was not writing Chinese but a heavenly book. After the old man finished writing, and scribbled a pass, will write a good cross out, and finally tangled for half a day, before saying, your disease, accumulated for too long. Not only the problem of lung cancer, I only less than 1% of the certainty that can be cured. At present can only first eat some medicine to try to see the effect. In the future, come over every week at this time. I'll give you a pulse. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Chen Sun's heart went cold when he heard that there was only 1% certainty. Yi Qingduan was reporting the names of the medicines, and Yi Yufan was recording them quickly. After prescribing, Yi Yufan handed the heavenly book to the woman next to him, who went to another room to grab the medicine, and after 10 minutes, came out with a big bag of medicine. 7 days worth, 1 packet a day. The woman said. Chen Sun asked, how much? The registration fee is 150 and the medication is 31 per package, totaling $367. the woman said. The registration fee at the big hospital is only $14, but a random checkup is several hundred, plus the cost of the medication. The last time the doctor prescribed him a month's supply, totaling more than $5,000. It seems that the registration fee for TCM is expensive and the medicine is not. Also remember, life must be regular, and quit smoking, but slowly, not in a hurry. Your body is now accustomed to smoking. Too fast to quit, but easy to cause confusion. Yi Qingsuan's thinking seems to be different from others, who think that quitting smoking should be done quickly. Chen Sun gave the Yi family grandparents and grandchildren a thank you before saying goodbye. Xiao Bao, go get Xiao Chen a bottle of water. He came quite far from here. Yi Qingduan said. Chen Sun heartwarm. Not that the doctor cold-blooded. This old grandfather is quite concerned about people. Listening to him call Xiao Bao and a little want to laugh. Yi Yufan also more than 20 people. His grandfather even called him Xiao Bao. Yi Yufan took a bottle of water and gave it to Chen Sun. My grandfather's meaning is, drink some water. Don't bother with the ancient head. And liberalize your mind. Don't be too concerned either. Young people should have the vigor of youth. Chen Sun is a little strange. This doctor wants him not to bother with the ancient head, but also wants him to have the vigor of a young man. Is it not a little contradictory? Young people are bloodthirsty and like to carry hard. Returning home with a hint of doubt and 7 packets of Chinese medicine, he found that young Meng Xue had already moved out without even saying goodbye. The room was a little empty and so was the heart. If it can be cured, if God gives you a second chance, will you still choose young Meng Xue? Chen Sun thought as he decocted the herbal medicine. There was a knock on the door. It couldn't be an ancient head, could it? Knocking so sharply that it seemed rude. Chen Sun opened the door, and there was a youth standing at the door, who was very handsome and full of childishness. Chen Sun couldn't help but ask, Yang Er, what's wrong with you? The real name of Yang Er in Chen Sun's mouth is Yang Xingyu, and he is a rather two-dimensional person. Yang Xingyu said, brother-in-law, you're blocking the doorway and won't let me in? Also please call me Yang Xingyu. How many times have I told you that you don't know how to change? Yang Xingyu is Yang Mengshue's real brother, and if he is not divorced, he is considered Chen Sun's brother-in-law. Yang Xingyu just turned 20 this year, and people in Mordor count imaginary years of age, so it's okay to say he's 20, and it's okay to say he's 22. He didn't go to college, went to learn to be a chef for a few years, graduated from chef school a few months ago, and seems to have gotten a job at some restaurant. Come to find me for something? Chen Sun knew at a glance that this former brother-in-law definitely had something to find him. Brother-in-law, you divorced my sister? Yang Xingyu inhaled. What's that smell? I'm decocting Chinese medicine. Chen Sun said. Why do you want a divorce? Yang Xingyu asked. Why the divorce? Chen Sun was a little hesitant, not knowing whether to tell this brother-in-law the truth. Yang Xingyu came to ask. Yang Mengxue certainly did not say. Yang Xingyu was sad. Brother-in-law, I know that you divorced because of me. My girlfriend had to buy that set of cosmetics. My ears were soft and I didn't have any money, so I asked my sister for it. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. Don't you guys get divorced? I'll never ask my sister for money again. See, Chen Sun did not reply. Yang Xingyu continued. I read the chef class enrollment money is given by my sister. My living expenses in these years is also given by my sister. My sister is not right. I should not lie to you and say that the money to take the money to buy a wealth management product. I am sorry, brother-in-law. Since childhood, my sister has been taking care of me, and I'm used to be taken care of by my sister. I have a girlfriend only to understand that my sister is married. I should think about my own home. Chen Sun did not know whether to be angry or sad, so it turned out that what Yang Mengxue said about buying financial products was given to his brother-in-law. Also good. There are several female colleagues to buy financial products. The results of the loss of a lot of money, 2 menstrual disorders, 3 family conflicts are divorcing, and want to find a home in the company ahead of the next. Chen Sun patted this big boy's shoulder. Xingyu, I'm divorcing your sister, not because she's giving you money, it's because I have my own health problems, so go to work at the hotel. Sister suddenly came back with something. Yang Xingyu realized that his sister has been divorced, asked the reason for the divorce. His sister did not say anything, asked anxious to cry. Do not ask. A person hiding in the corner of the silent tears. Sister and brother have always been very good relations. Yang Xingyu originally wanted to go to brother-in-law to beat him up, ask him why he bullied the poor sister. Remembered the internet said help brother demon. Found that his sister is this kind of. The anger in his heart turned into guilt. Listen to brother-in-law said divorce and he has nothing to do. The knot in his heart unraveled. In turn, worried about Chen Sun, brother-in-law. What's wrong with your body? It will not be that aspect is not working. Right. You're taking medication to regulate. There is no need to divorce. Ah. Chen Sun cried and laughed. pointing to the medical record book on the table. Yang Xingyu took the medical record book and flipped to the end. Seeing the diagnosis written on it, advanced lung cancer, Yang Xingyu was struck by lightning. He didn't know what to say. He'd been thinking of persuading his brother-in-law to remarry his sister. How can I advise my brother-in-law that he has terminal cancer? Divorce should be better for your sister instead? Isn't it too selfish to think that way? My brother-in-law has always been a good person. After a while, Yang Xingyu said, brother-in-law, lung cancer doesn't have to be a terminal illness. Aren't you taking Chinese medicine? Don't worry about me. I'll regulate myself. Go to work. The restaurant earns a good income. Right. I heard your sister say that she gets $5,000 a month in basic salary. Yang Xingyu sighed. Didn't get paid. Got fired. Fired? Chen Sun is very strange. Yang Xingyu study as a chef. In the Lanqiang Technical School chef competition. Took 2 gold medals. The level is quite good. After graduation to work in the hotel let him do the job is to cut vegetables and other miscellaneous work. Do not do a good job was dismissed as normal. The wage is to give a. In Chen Sun's questioning, Yang Xingyu said what happened. 3 months ago, Yang Xingyu went to work in this hotel. Said he let him do the chef. In fact, do the job is to wash the dishes and wash the dishes. Kill the fish to send food, etc. All are miscellaneous work. The boss said that the probationary period of 3 months. The wage of 5,000. The probationary period can be when the chef. The wage of 5,000 plus a commission. Trial period wages are not issued first, such as dry full 3 months together with the settlement. Little social experience. Yang Xingyu quickly agreed to honestly do 3 months of odd jobs. After 3 months' time is up, Yang Xingyu asked to turn legitimate chef. The boss said that there are already chefs. Yang Xingyu immediately resigned, intending to settle the wages, and then look for work as a chef. I did not expect the boss directly flipped, said Yang Xingyu. Demolition of his hotel, suddenly to go. The hotel did not find a replacement for Yang Xingyu workers. The entire hotel cannot open. Not only do not give Yang Xingyu money, but also looking for Yang Xingyu compensation for 3 months of living expenses. Because the hotel package food, there's a police station right next door. So go ahead and file a complaint. Go ahead and call the police. Sue wherever you like. Or call the police and have me arrested without a penny of your paycheck. These are the boss's exact words. What are you going to do? Chen Sun asked. What else can be done? They play rogue. Must be very familiar with the police station. When they said the wages, they also said verbally, there is no evidence. Yang Xingyu was depressed and said, I'll take care of this. I have to get my money back. You wait. Chen Sun in turn comforted Yang Xingyu. This kind of boss, surely not the first day to pit employees. A miscellaneous resignation. You even said that the whole restaurant to tear down. This is obviously want to renege on the debt. Seeing that Chen Sun is going to stand up for him, Yang Xingyu feels much better in his heart. It seems that there is really no conflict between his brother-in-law and his sister, and the divorce should be because of lung cancer. He remembered one of his classmates. His hometown in the countryside is said to have a prescription that can cure cancer. Chen Sun decocted the medicine, poured it into a bowl, and waited for it to get cold while reading the news on his cell phone. God's justice. The patient's family offers a reward of $100,000 for the pursuit of the murderer. A powerful news headline popped up. Chen Sun clicked in and read the content of the news, and his brain was a bit spinning. After a few minutes, after drinking the Chinese medicine, and repeatedly confirming it, he realized that he had read it correctly. The content of the report is closely related to Chen Sun, as he is one of the parties involved. A month ago, more than 60 years old Mrs. Tang bought fruit to visit her grandson. Sitting on the bus with a young man in conflict, the young man pushed the old man down in the car, ran away. The old man lay in the hospital for more than a month. Spent more than $500,000 is not yet alright. The old lady Tang's family out of $100,000 public reward. The photo in the news was not very clear and it was not a frontal view, so the public safety system was unable to locate the person by means of photo identification. Chen Sun suddenly had a ridiculous idea. This old lady Tang is not a good bird. Her family is certainly no better. If the Public Security Bureau really wants to find Chen Sun, it can completely through the bus card swipe records to line up. That is to say, the Public Security Bureau watched the video and found that it had been the old lady Tang unilaterally attacking Chen Sun, and the final fall had nothing to do with Chen Sun, so it refused to look for someone, and the family of the old lady Tang pinched the head to make a fake news out of it, with the aim of course of looking for Chen Sun to pay compensation for the medical bills. Nowadays, these self-published media outlets are very skillful in selling anxiety and emotions, one fake news after another, as long as they can attract eyeballs. Let's go. First go to that restaurant you mentioned, Chen Sun said. Yang Xingyu was a bit scared. Brother-in-law, You're not well. Don't have a conflict. If something really happens, I can't explain to my sister. Why don't you call on my sister? She's experienced in fighting. Don't worry. I'm not reckless. The two came to the Hui Cuisine restaurant where Yang Xingyu worked part-time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening at the moment and there were quite a lot of people eating. Chen Sun looked at the glass door of the hotel and scrutinized the doorknob on the door. And in his mind, he had already figured out what to do. Go. Chen Sun led Yang Xingyu away. Just leave? Yang Xingyu asked. You give a word to your sister. Just say that you won't go home tonight. Stay at my place. And go back tomorrow morning. Chen Sun said. Yang Xingyu was baffled and didn't know what Chen Sun was up to. Chen Sun took Yang Xingyu to the hardware market and chose a very thick chain lock. How much is the boss? Chen Sun asked. 150. It's too expensive, isn't it? 150 for this stupid lock? It's a robbery. It's really not expensive. It's made of pure steel. And anyone who buys a lock like this is a big boss. The owner of the hardware store spoke nicely. Well, I'll buy it back and try it out. And if it doesn't work, can I return it? Within 10 days, unconditional return. 10 years old store. Absolute peace of mind. Chen Sun paid and let Yang Xingyu hold the lock. And the two of them went to the neighborhood to eat a random meal. That lock is 102 at most. Brother-in-law, you're being punked. I know. Isn't it refundable? Yang Xingyu's stomach was full of questions, wondering what exactly Chen Sun was up to. At 10 p.m., Chen Sun went into the bathroom to take a shower and Yang Xingyu came in. Brother-in-law, I'll rub your back. Chen Sun was speechless. I know you want to ask me how I dealt with the hotel. I never gave it to you because I wanted you to learn to use your eyes more and not ask about everything. Yang Xingyu ingratiating to Chen Sun, rubbing the whole body. While unconvinced, brother-in-law, you should work out. All have a small stomach. You just how big? Programmer, this point is not good. Long-term sitting still. People do not get fat. The stomach first up. The next day, the two slept until 10 o'clock, brushing his teeth, rinsing his mouth, and eating some breakfast along the way. Chen Sun also drank the Chinese medicine. The two were refreshed. Chen Sun took out the arm-thick chain lock and said to Yang Xingyu, are you ready? Yang Xingyu was confused. What's ready? Go get the money. What money to get and where to get it? Go to the hotel. Get your paycheck. Did you forget? Yang Xingyu O2 sounds, confusedly followed Chen Sun together, to the front of the hotel. The restaurant doesn't do breakfast. It usually opens at 10 a.m. 10:30 to 1:30 is the mealtime. And after that point, the next mealtime will be at night. When Chen Sun and the two of them came to the hotel, it was just 12 o'clock. The mealtime and the peak dining time. Chen Sun went forward, pulled the glass door of the hotel, and padlocked it with a chain lock as thick as his arm and locked it. Guests can't get in outside. The inside can't get out. The hotel owner, two families are so angry that they jumped to their feet. Go to the police. Go to the complaint. Arrest me. Go to the court. Anyway, do not give unlocking. Arrested me. I come back tomorrow. Chen Sun said. Yang Xingyu watched from the side, feeling exhilarated, and his smile never stopped. That's even better than getting that $15,000 paycheck. The male owner of the restaurant was so angry that the blood rushed to his head, took out a kitchen knife from the store, wanted to kill and could not go out, was held by the female boss dead. There were people all around asking what was going on. Yang Xingyu told the story about the boss withholding 3 months' salary and not paying it, adding that the boss not only didn't pay the salary, but also asked him for money for food. Yang Xingyu spoke with a fluttering brow, with no trace of the victim's sadness. Guests coming to dinner have condemned the owner. The more people gathered around, the more they got. Boss-savvy people? No, this time the more explanation the more no one believe. He pulled down his face. To Yang Xingyu transferred 15,000, 8,000 per month salary. 3 months, and you've only given me 15,000. In addition, this lock is $150. I have a small ticket. Never cheat. Chen Sun pulled out the small ticket for buying the lock, raising the boss's already elevated blood pressure a little higher. The boss endured the nausea and transferred money to Yang Xingyu again, making up enough for $24,000 of salary plus 150 chain lock costs. Consider the money fed to the dogs. The owner reassured himself. Chen Sun opened the lock. I know you want to retaliate. If you dare to retaliate, I dare to keep locking. Have the ability to cut me with a knife? The boss gritted his teeth, itching to eat Chen Sun, afraid that Chen Sun would come to lock up the next day. The boss had to hold back his anger. Brother, count your hard feelings. This matter will be over. How? Boss is cool. It ends here. Chen Sun saw it as a good thing. When Yang Xingyu and Chen Sun left, the faces of the two bosses were gray. Brother-in-law, you're awesome. Come home with me and pick up my sister. Yang Xingyu had a smile in the corner of his eyes. Chen Sun was so powerful. It didn't look like she was seriously ill at all. Go to the hardware market first, Chen Sun said. Yang Xingyu was a bit dizzy. What are you going for? You still need to buy a lock to get back at the boss? He only charged $30 more too. It's really not necessary. Return this lock 150 buy. Not return, you stay dry. Chen Sun taught this brother-in-law a lesson. Yang Xingyu's entire body was confused. Taking the small ticket and lock. Changing back $150. Yang Xingyu felt that this world is too dark. Everywhere is a setup. When he left, he saw the face of the owner of the hardware store. It seems that it is not so good. You've spent a lot of money on me in these 3 years of learning to be a chef, right? Chen Sun asked. Brother-in-law, I promise to pay you back when I make some money. As long as you make up with your sister. Yang Xingyu immediately guaranteed. There's an opportunity to make money. Are you willing to go? Chen Sun asked. Yang Xingyu was immediately on guard. His brother-in-law's appearance, especially like a liar. It's definitely not a good thing if you don't go. Yang Xingyu said. Chen Sun showed Yang Xingyu his cell phone. Yang Xingyu read the news that offered a reward of $100,000 to find someone and asked suspiciously, Brother-in-law, are you asking me to find someone and give $100,000 if I find them? Right. Going or not? Of course I want to go, but this is too hard to find. With close to 30 million people in Mordor, finding someone based on a sideways and not so clear photo is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Look closer. After Chen Sun prompted, Yang Xingyu looked carefully again. He found 2 things. 1. The person wearing a red dress next to him, very much like his sister. 2. The person who was looking for the side face, very much like his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? You mean? Yang Xingyu lowered his volume and looked around sheepishly. No one's paying attention to them. I'll contact them now. There's no rush. This family will definitely play tricks and not pay. They're not a restaurant. We have to find a way to get them to pay first. Chen Sun said. Back home, Chen Sun drafted a contract. The content is very simple. Yang Xingyu is responsible for finding people. Mrs. Tang's family gave Yang Xingyu the money in advance, paying the full amount, and if it is not found within a week, Yang Xingyu returns all the money in 50,000 yuan as compensation. After writing it, Chen Sun sent the contract to Mr. Nyo of Valley Red Law Firm for review. 2 years ago, the Valley Red Law Firm needs to do a website. The owner of the firm had no money. Chen Sun helped them do a free. The people in the law firm became friends with Chen Sun. And if there were any legal problems, Chen Sun would seek advice from Mr. Nyo. Lawyer Nyo, a woman with a heart of gold, reviewed the contract given by Chen Sun, modified the possible loopholes, and then resent it to Chen Sun. Chen Sun printed 3 copies and told Yang Xingyu to take the contract to Mrs. Tang's family. You go now. You must remember, no matter what they say, you don't agree. You must come up strictly according to the contract. Chen Sun was afraid that his brother-in-law was not experienced enough. Got it, brother-in-law. Don't worry, I won't have any problems this time. Yang Xingyu was full of confidence. People are strangely destined for each other. After Chen Sun got married, Yang Mengshua looked down on him all day long. But instead Yang Xingyu thought this brother-in-law was very nice. Chen Sun is an only child, and has always treated Yang Xingyu as his younger brother, and the two have always had a good relationship. Let Yang Xingyu go to the Tang family. Can make money. Chen Sun does not care. He mainly wants to cultivate this brother-in-law, improve his ability to do things. Of course, deep down, Chen Sun still wanted to take advantage of this incident to teach old lady Tang's family a lesson. Yang Xingyu followed Chen Sun's arrangement and looked for the Tang family's contact information from the internet. I found the person you guys put a bounty on. Yang Xingyu opened the door. Where is he? Tang Xiaoshan asked. Yang Xingyu heart lamented. Sure enough, exactly the same as what brother-in-law said. The other party did not mention to give $100,000. Directly want people. He's in the country. Yang Xingyu said. Tang Xiaoshan sent an angry emoji. Of course I know he's in the country. What I'm asking is where exactly is he? Yang Xingyu asked. Is it true that you offer a reward of 100,000? Tang Xiaoshan replied in seconds. It's definitely true. As long as we confirm that the information you provided is true, we'll definitely give it. I guarantee that the information is true. How to pay? Is it a bank transfer or direct transfer? Yang Xingyu said. Either way, as long as the information is true, you send me the person's exact address first and we'll pay after we verify it. Pay first? I'll take you to the person. I know where that person lives. The two men were in a tug-of-war on the chat tool, one insisting that they had to pay first, the other insisting that they had to see the person before paying. Both wanted what the other had and finally settled on going to a fast food restaurant to meet in person. 3 people came from the Tang family. Tang Xiaoshan, Tang Xiaoping, Tang Xiaoan. Three brothers. Seeing Yang Xingyu's youthful appearance, the three brothers' hearts were set, and they decided to trick the address into their hands. As for giving money, dream on. You said you know this person's exact address. How do you prove it? Tang Xiaoan asked. Look at the photos first. Yang Xingyu took out his cell phone and showed the photos to these three people. The photo is also sideways, much like the one Tang Xiaoshan and the others got from the bus video, and much clearer. Can this photo be forwarded to me? Is there a frontal photo? Tang Xiaoping asked. Can't. Pay the money and I'll give you the frontal photo and can provide details of where he lives. How can I trust that you won't give false information when you're paid? This matter, I have long considered it. Here is a contract. Follow the contract. Yang Xingyu took out a paper contract, then sent the electronic version of the contract to Tang Xiaoshan. The three brothers of the Tang family are all 40 years old. They wanted to cheat Yang Xingyu, but when they saw Yang Xingyu making this mess, they looked at each other and started to get anxious. Nowadays, children are all human beings. It is too difficult to cheat them. What's wrong with this society? Where is the minimum trust between people? After reading the contract and briefly discussing it, the three brothers offered to pay in installments, paying 30,000 up front and the remaining 70,000 after meeting the target person. No, the contract can't be changed in a single word. This is a contract that I specifically looked for a lawyer to get. It cost me $1,000. Yang Xingyu said. Chen Sun had emphasized to him that absolutely nothing in the contract could be modified. If we don't modify the payment method, then forget it. We can't get that much money. Tang Xiaoping said. Okay, wait until you guys have enough money. Yang Xingyu put away his cell phone and pulled his leg out, not hesitating for a second. Tang Xiaoshan stopped. Little brother, can't it be less? How about $50,000? No. After being rejected, the three Tang brothers began to take turns bombing. You little kid, don't you have any sympathy? Have you fallen into the eye of money? My mom was hit and injured and is still lying in the hospital, asking you to give the murderer's situation. You don't give it, and you want to cheat us out of our money. You're only how old are you? And you're thinking about money all the time. It's too treacherous. Phase or not, I'll tell your lord. By the looks of it, you're still a college student, aren't you? I'm going to report you to the school. I'll see how you can still go to the school. Fraud is illegal. $100,000. Enough to sentence you to several years. You will get married and have children in the future. The children cannot take the civil service examination. I'll give you one last chance. We don't care that you cheated us out of money. Give us the guy's address. As an eyewitness, cooperating with the investigation is a minimum obligation. You're still a student. If you don't cooperate, I'll go to your school and you'll be cancelled. The three had talked non-stop, coercing all the way. At this moment, Yang Xingyu completely believed what Chen Sun told him. This family is a bunch of scoundrels, never thought of giving money in the first place. He put away the contract, put it in his bag and said with a smile, you guys go ahead and sue. I have to go beforehand. Goodbye uncles. The three were furious and formed a circle, stopping Yang Xingyu and surrounding him in the center, looking like they were going to hit someone. Yang Xingyu's face changed as he raised his voice and said, what do you want? This is a fast food restaurant. There are a lot of people around. If Yang Xingyu yells up, three lewd men pulling a handsome teenager with red lips and white teeth. I don't know what others will think. The three Tang family brothers immediately stopped. Little brother, have a word. Sign the contract. Give money. Nothing else to say. Yang Xingyu pretended to be angry, secretly happy in his heart. The reaction of these people, and brother-in-law said exactly the same. Go back to drive his sister away, so that she and her brother-in-law together absolutely cannot be divorced. So powerful brother-in-law, where to find Now medical technology is so advanced. Who says cancer is a terminal disease? The contract is written clearly. If the person found is not what they need, or if they don't find anyone, Yang Xingyu returns all the money, and also compensates the other party for 5,000 for lost labor, equivalent to the interests of both parties are guaranteed. Let's go home and discuss it. The three Tang brothers didn't end up giving the money right away. Okay, keep in touch. Yang Xingyu's cute and innocent appearance disgusted the three. They couldn't wait to smash this hypocritical face with one fist. Yang Xingyu went back, described the process in detail to Chen Sun. Listen. Of course, he slightly exaggerated the story. The Tang family, three young vicious. He Yang Xingyu wisdom superb. The three brothers played between the palms. This afternoon, tomorrow at the latest, they will contact you. Chen Sun was boiling Chinese medicine, drinking for 2 days. Not much feeling. The lungs are still vaguely painful. Chen Sun does not doubt the level of that Yi Qingtsuan. He is skeptical that he is very sick, completely hopeless. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Sun smoked it while drinking the medicine. Brother-in-law, Give me a cigarette too. Yang Xingyu reached out. Splat sound. Chen Sun slapped over. The force was so strong that it made Yang Xingyu's hand red. Do you want to get lung cancer too? Chen Sun stared at Yang Xingyu, causing Yang Xingyu to have a moment of fear. His brother-in-law was too fierce and was brought down by his even more fierce sister. No, it was the ex-brother-in-law. When I get the money, I'll go find Dong Dong for a big meal. Yang Xingyu digressed. Winter is Yang Xingyu's girlfriend. Chen Sun has never seen. I heard that it is in the department store counter selling cosmetics. Daily income is not bad. Save your money. You're also about to turn 22. Get ready to buy a house and get married. Chen Sun is like an old woman. I know. I'm 21 in false age. Actually, I'm 20 weeks old. It's still early to get married. Brother-in-law. You wait. I'll give my sister a call. Yang Xingyu quickly dialed Yang Mengshua's phone, and also turned on the speakerphone, presumably on purpose to let Chen Sun hear. On the phone, Yang Mengshue was breathless. Sis, I'll give you some good news. I'm here with my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law found an old Chinese doctor and took Chinese medicine. The effect is good. Yang Xingyu said. That's good. Why don't you go to work and run to your brother-in-law's side? Yang Mengshua's voice was already breathless. Of course I'm going to persuade my brother-in-law not to divorce you. Sister, you don't rush to find the next family. I know you're a big beauty. As long as you announce the divorce, the people chasing you will line up in a long queue. But there's no need to be in such a hurry. In case my brother-in-law doesn't hang up. Yang Xingyu, this douchebag. Over time, douchebag temperament began to slowly expose. Shut up, vomit. Vomiting sounds came over the phone. Sis, what's wrong with you? Yang Xingyu was anxious. With a beeping sound, Yang Mingxua hung up the phone. My sister loves cold drinks. She must have eaten bad again. I just heard her vomiting. Yang Xingyu didn't know if he was comforting himself or giving Chen Sun a piece of his mind. Of course, Chen Sun knew that Yang Mengshue loved ice cream, only that in order to maintain her figure, she was still relatively restrained. It's probably cooling the stomach. Chen Sun drank the Chinese medicine in one go. It was damn hard to drink. Chen Sun wanted to give up. Thinking of Gu Ming, that dead old man even drank for 10 years. Chen Sun admired Gu Ming. This old man no wonder lived to 70 years old, body is still so good. Perseverance is still very strong. After 5 in the afternoon, someone from the Tang family contacted Yang Xingyu. After both sides talked, Tang Xiaoshan signed the contract. Both sides made 3 copies of their ID cards, and Tang Xiaoshan transferred $100,000 to Yang Xingyu, and the contract became official. According to the contract, Yang Xingyu has to find the target person within a week. The time counts from now. Within a week. You're okay with that? Tang Xiaoan asked. No need for a week. Now, Yang Xingyu said. The 3 of them took a taxi to Chen Sun's neighborhood. When he arrived at the door of Chen Sun's house, Yang Xingyu opened his cell phone and started secretly recording, then knocked on the door. Chen Sun opened the door, pretended not to recognize Yang Xingyu, and asked, Who are you looking for? Tang Xiaoshan asked, May I ask if you rode the 712 bus more than a month ago? Chen Sun was speechless. Who the hell are you and what do you want? You've got the wrong person. Tang Xiaoan also felt that his brother was asking the wrong question. Most city dwellers take public transportation every day, and it's obviously a bit brain-dead when you have to ask someone if they rode a certain line a month ago. Tang Xiaoan said, It's like this. Were you on a bus a month ago? When you had a conflict with an old man, who hit you on the head with an apple? Chen Sun said, Correction. I didn't have a confrontation with an old man on the bus, but I did encounter an old lady who hit me on the head with a bag of apples. Tang Xiaoping said, That's right. It's you who's looking for you. That old lady you're talking about is my mother. Chen Sun asked, Are you here to apologize to me on behalf of your mother? There's no need to apologize. There's no need to apologize at all. I've almost forgotten about this matter. If you guys don't tell me, I can't even remember. I thought at the time that the old lady was mentally abnormal. After all, a normal person wouldn't do such a thing. The 3 Tang brothers were excited. What is your name? Sir? Free of your surname, Chen Sun. You may call me Xiao Chen. Mr. Chen. My mother had a confrontation with you on the bus and was seriously injured, lying in the hospital for over a month. Tang Xiaoshan was the boss, but instead, he was the most sullen. No way. I didn't have any conflict with your mother. How did she get hurt? It can't be that she fell and hurt herself. You guys are really. The old lady is so old, but also let her walk around alone. Safety first. People to be a little bit of at least filial piety. Your mom raised you 3 is not easy. Where she fell, lying in the hospital for more than a month, has not died, really is a big life. Older, everything has to be prepared in advance. You booked the crematorium, did not? Jinshan landfill side of the people less. You can book. Chen Sun long-winded mother-in-law. Self-centered. The tone of voice with genuine care. As if the elders are caring for a few unintelligent grandchildren. The Tang family of 3 young people to listen to each heartfire. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Can you stop? Tang Xiaoan couldn't stand it anymore and told Chen Sun to stop delivering arguments. Shut up. $450,000 for my mom's medical bills. Give it to me right away. And the mental damages will be counted separately. Tang Xiaoshan's voice was loud. You want me to pay for your mom's medical bills if you don't pay for them yourselves? No way. Poor old lady. Gave birth to 3 sons. Got sick. No one to pay the medical bills. Your mom would have been better off not having any sons and just getting sick in the first place. Oh, I'm wrong. That era abortion is not popular. And contraception is not as advanced as now. I know an ultra-thin. 0.01 millimeters. You wait. I have a website. I heard that the double 11 to be discounted. Chen Sun continues to be nonsensical. The Tang family 3 brothers to get the thoughts are messed up. That this do not give birth to a son directly sick. Especially angry. Fearing that he would laugh. Yang Xingyu turned off his cell phone recording and waved his hand. Bye. Bosses. Bye. Brother-in-law. Bye. After that, he flew away from the scene of the crime. Brother-in-law? The 3 Tang brothers seemed to have heard the man called Yang Xingyu calling for his brother-in-law. The thought of being cheated flashed through their minds. The 3 didn't forget that their main goal this time was Chen Sun. Xiaochun. You're still young. You seriously injured my mom. If we call the police, it's a criminal case. You're young. It's a pity if your future is ruined. Don't allow a settlement. Pay some money. We don't want too much. 600,000 will do. Tang Xiaoping said. Right. You live in the school district. Such a good neighborhood. The house is worth several million. And there is no lack of this money. Medical expenses are definitely something you have to pay for. Lost wages, nutritional expenses and whatnot. We can point less. Or even don't want it alright. Tang Xiaoan said. We are not unreasonable people. I understand that you young people spend a lot of money. We did not ask for more money. Medical expenses are real. How much money spent all have records. Chen Sun saw that Yang Xingyu, the douchebag, would walk away and wouldn't make a leak. And he started to normalize. Why do I have to pay for medical expenses? Give a reason. Tang Xiaoshan got angry. You injured an old man. You don't compensate for the medical expenses. And you're asking for reasons? Chen Sun said. Beat someone into the hospital. It's a criminal case. You should let me go to jail. Compensation for medical expenses, only additional conditions. I'm not thinking for you. Thinking that young people going to jail ruins their future. Why can't you turn your brain around? Tang Xiaoping was still not dead. And continued to persuade. Okay, you wait. I'll call the police now. Tang Xiaoshan had a fiery temper. Chen Sun sat on the sofa and said to the 3 Tang brothers. Do you need to say my address here? It's convenient for the police to come over. Kid, you're tough enough. I'll see if you still have a stiff upper lip when the police come. I don't have a hard mouth. And as far as being ruthless goes, I'm nowhere near as bad as you 3 brothers. And as ruthless as I am, I wouldn't leave my own mother in the hospital. Tang Xiaoshan took out his cell phone. Income 110. The 2 younger brothers continued to persuade Tang Xiaoshan to give up the police. Chen Sun felt that these 3 performances were a bit pompous and secretly gave them low scores. The trio once again talked about group comedy with the aim of trying to persuade Chen Sun to give money, both softly and hard. Chen Sun had nothing else to do at home other than boiling Chinese medicine and drinking it, and he found it quite amusing to have someone to chat with. Listening attentively to the 3 mastered comedians before rejecting the requests made by the other side without hesitation. The 3 of them spoke with dry mouths, and when they saw that Chen Sun did not advance, the fire that they had forced to suppress came up again, and they could not control it a little bit. The oldest, Tang Xiaoshan, began to threaten. Chen Sun took out his cell phone. If you dare to threaten me again, I'll call the police first. Aren't you going to call the police? The 2 brothers, Tang Xiaoping and Tang Xiaoan, held the reckless boss down. Let's go. 3 people today is not enough preparation. Intends to go back to prepare to come back. Identified the place where Chen Sun live. They do not panic. Think that certainly can get back the medical fees, but only the time sooner or later the problem. After waiting for the people to leave, Chen Sun went to the real estate agent to look at the house he wanted to rent. According to the advice given by Yi Qingdao, he wanted to go to the suburbs to rent a room. The air was good and conducive to clearing the lungs. He had planned to go home to be with his country dad, and 6 months later find a place where no one was around and die in secret. Yi Qingsuan, an old Chinese doctor, gave him a glimmer of hope. Humans were obsessed with life and would not give up so easily until they were completely desperate. Houses are rarely rented out for 6 months, usually for a year. Otherwise the landlord does not rent them out. What Chen Sun is worried about is that if he dies in the rental house, the house will not be so good to rent in the future, causing losses to the landlord. Once your condition worsens, you'll be hospitalized early, and dying in the hospital won't be a big deal. Chen Sun thought about it and found a perfect solution. The agent's name is Feng Daqiao. Chen Sun's house is sold by him. Heard that Chen Sun wants to rent a room, which does not belong to his control. He contacted the agent over the extension of the road to help Chen Sun to find a room. Suburban house hunting went surprisingly well. Near Extension Road, less than 5 kilometers away from Yiqingdan's clinic, there are 7 or 8 houses for rent, which are large and still cheap. Chen Sun finally chose a 3-story detached house. The reason why he chose this one was because next door to this house neighborhood was a forest park. The landlord asked for 6,500 a month. Chen Sun said this side is too remote. Directly give a year's rent. You this young man people spirit. I like. This way, if you give a year's rent at once, the deposit is not necessary. The rent is 6,000 a month. The landlord's hair was a bit white, and looked like he should be about the same age as Chen Dadong. How embarrassing then. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This house of mine has been empty and closed for most of the year. Those who come here to rent, all choose to live in a small house. If it wasn't for you, it would be really hard for me to rent it out. The landlord looked very real. Chen Sun took the initiative to pay the agent's fee for the landlord and then transferred 72,000 to the landlord. Give me a direct line when the furniture breaks. The landlord was happy. Taking the key with him and bidding farewell to the landlord, Chen Sun went to his house to load his clothes and other things into the car and bring them to the rented house. By the way, he gave the key of his original house to the agent, who had already sold the house and would naturally give the key to the next family. Go to the supermarket to buy laundry detergent, shampoo, bath and so on, and then buy a few bags of frozen dumplings thrown in the refrigerator. Chen Sun began to mop the floor. Cleaning. The house had been unoccupied for a long time, and although the landlord had arranged for it to be cleaned once, it still smelled faintly of mold. It was tossed around until 10 p.m. before it was completely done. Took a shower. Suddenly remembered that on the roof of the house was the terrace. Chen Sun carried a bottle of water, naked, and came to the terrace, lying in a recliner, looking at the deep blue sky, reading a book, twinkling stars, all the fatigue on the body. At this moment, Chen Sun could finally think about the so-called future. If the experts at the 6th hospital are accurate, he or she only has 5 months left, with $1 billion in the bank and 2% interest per year, all for $2 million. Money is certainly not a concern. Father Chen Dadong is still in good health. Assuming he can live to 90, there are 30 years left to spend $100,000 a year and leave $3 million for his dad. Ex-wife Yang Mingshui. People beautiful. Refind a next family is very easy, but husband and wife, or leave her some money. Too much is not good. Too much money, the next family will look at her money, then leave $10 million for Yang Mingshui. Good. Auntie and uncle. The countryside doesn't cost much. Cousin is working outside, and cousin should have no problem getting into college. Then give the aunt and uncle 1 million, the cousin 1 million, and the cousin 1 million. Cousin has 700,000 in her hand, enough for her to go to school. Chen Sun's mind was thinking about how to deal with the aftermath, and before he could fully think about it, he fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Sun woke up and realized that the sky was bright, naked and naked. I can't believe I fell asleep on the roof with nothing on. It's embarrassing. Chen Sun hurriedly hid back to his room, suddenly remembering that he didn't even have a few months to live, and it didn't matter if he was humiliated. Getting dressed and planning to go downstairs to get breakfast, I saw my next door neighbor sweeping the yard. Next door is naturally also a detached house. The yard has flowers and trees, fallen leaves all over the ground. The bald old man next door slowly sweeps the ground, gathering the fallen leaves together, and then pouring the fallen leaves on the roots of the trees. That leisurely movement made Chen Sun look dumbfounded. The old man's leisurely movements and careless demeanor gave a strong sense of quietness, as if the rhythm of the whole world had slowed down. So, this is the real slow life. Young man, newly moved here? The old man, wearing pajamas, looked at Chen Sun and greeted him. Yeah, just moved in last night. Not familiar with the surroundings yet. Are you? Go out and turn right. There is Forest Park. You can run in it. Go exercise. The old man said. Just for a moment, Chen Sun fell in love with life here. Wearing shorts and an undershirt, Chen Sun went out, didn't go to buy breakfast, but went to the forest park as the old man said. The park was large and not very crowded. Most of the people walking in the park were elderly. There was a lot of weeds, and there were lakes and hills. Unlike the city's parks that are maintained by people, this was more of a natural setting. Chen Sun tried to run for 10 minutes, tired and frantic, panting, habitually to pull out cigarettes from the pocket. only to realize that in addition to the keys, cigarettes, cell phone are not with. Couldn't even buy breakfast if I wanted to. Chen Sun rested for half an hour before he completely slowed down. His body was really too weak. I went home, changed into big pants and slippers, naked, took my cell phone, and went to a small store to buy buns and soy milk as I walked. The surrounding farmers are similar to him, like bare-chested work. Chen Sun thought he was similar to the farmers. Suddenly found his miserable white skin color. The farmers that healthy wheat skin color, only to know that the gap is still quite big. I wonder if the Tang family will continue to go after him. The three Tang brothers went home, discharged their mother, put the old lady on a stretcher, and came to the door of Chen Sun's downtown home. The old man took out his pepper spray and wiped it next to his eyes, and tears immediately flowed out. After everything was ready and he intended to meet Chen Sun, the old man immediately started bawling. Knock, knock hard. Door doesn't open. Opposite door opens. Who are you looking for? The opposite door asked. Looking for Chen Sun, Tang Xiaoshan said. Chen Sun he moved out. The house was sold long ago, and he was preparing to move a few days ago, the opposite door said. The three Tang brothers were stunned. When did you move out? Tang Xiaoping asked. A few days ago, I think. I saw the two Chen Suns moving things, the opposite door said. The three Tang brothers finally realized that they had been tricked. The opposite door finished and left for work with his bag on his back. If he didn't leave he'd be late. The three brothers of the Tang family were in the hallway, looking at each other, all thinking that the other was stupid. Unable to recognize such a simple scam, the three brothers started analyzing what was going on in front of their mother. The man we met the day before yesterday was definitely not Chen Sun. He was an imposter, and he knew that the real Chen Sun had long since sold his house and moved away. It hasn't been delivered yet, so the buyer of the house hasn't lived in it yet, and the house is actually unoccupied at all. Yesterday, when we arrived, it was business hours, and the fact that this man was not at work, and was waiting for us specifically in his room, indicates that this man is probably a hobo. Not necessarily, this person is most likely the agent. The agent is the one who knows that the house was sold and the agent has the keys to the house. The trio discussed it over and over again and felt that the likelihood of it being an intermediary was very high. The three of them carried the old lady downstairs, and Tang Xiaoan went to the agent at the entrance of the neighborhood to ask about the situation. Has that house in building 8-602 been sold? Tang Xiaoan asked. Sold. The net signature is successful. The buyer's down payment is given. Now in the process of the loan. If you buy a house, there are still several sets of housing in this neighborhood. The district is a school district. Buy a house before it's too late. The agent was very enthusiastic to Tang Xiaoan introduction. Who was the agent who closed this house? I want to find him. Tang Xiaoan asked without revealing anything. Feng Daqiao. Someone is looking for you. A young man walked out and said. I'm Feng Daqiao. Who's looking for me? Tang Xiaoan said. I'm looking for you. I want to buy a house in this neighborhood. No. 8602 was sold by you. Right. Do you still have the key to that house? I want to go look at the room type. I want to buy a set of similar. Yes. The landlord left us a key. Feng Daqiao said enthusiastically. Tang Xiaoan dialed the phone and asked his two brothers to carry his old mother to the real estate agent and put the stretcher on the ground. You want to cheat me out of money? No way. Feng Daqiao was puzzled. What's wrong with you? This gentleman? Snap sound. Tang Xiaoshan went forward. Quickly give each other a slap in the face. Damn. You joined together yesterday to cheat us 100,000 yuan, and now you still want to pretend. Tang Xiaoan wanted to stop his brother, but it was already too late. Von Bridge is dazed and confused. After reacting, it was immediately clear that someone was going to mess with the store. Feng Daqiao is also only in his 20s, and his hand is much faster. Backhand is a slap thrown out. Then the others come over and quickly hold Tang Xiaoan down. Immediately, the Dons released a big move, jamming the old lady's hospital stretcher in the doorway, half in and half out of the room. With the glass store door unable to close, Tang Xiaoping immediately pulled open a banner with a white background and blood-red words. Punish the culprits severely and pay for murder. The cheap real estate agent had been pretty good, and once he saw the blood-red banner, he had absolutely no idea what was going on. Feng Daqiao hurriedly explained what had happened to the store manager. Competitors sent to hack us? The real estate market is too competitive. The store manager concludes, then calls the police. Dongsheng police station duty police received a call. Speechless, again this neighborhood. Gu Ming old man began to fight again, this time the unlucky agent? How come there's always something going on in this shitty neighborhood? A week ago, Ancient Head said he was being stalked, and today there's an old lady bravely breaking into a real estate agent. What is the relationship between this old lady and Gu Ming? Officer Tan, who was in charge of the records, was also speechless. Could the entire neighborhood have been collectively possessed? Officer Tam is even planning to go to a Taoist priest to jump on the bandwagon. The police car came over, saw the banner, then saw Feng Daxia with half of his face swollen and Tang Xiaoshan with both sides of his face swollen. Tang Xiaoshan had shoe prints all over his face and body, and his whole body looked like a runner in a TV show. Sell old men and women cannot dance square dance. At home a little panicked. At the moment see the door so lively, happy to go up to the crowd, but also notify each other. With the fair almost, old men and women grabbed the best location. The store entrance surrounded. Some old men and women took the opportunity to enter the store. Out of disposable cups to drink the store's pure water. Two prescient old men and women teamed up, respectively, into the men's and women's toilets. Toilet paper inside the toilet to take away 90% of the rest of the thin pieces of the left for emergency use. The police car was stopped directly outside. Simply cannot enter the scene, can only watch from afar. The old people are happy. The whole scene with the fair. Just no one to sell melon seeds, cigarettes, peanut sodas. Less atmosphere. The old folks became the main event, and the real fights were marginalized instead. When the old people had seen enough, the police had a chance to take away Tang Xiaoshan and Feng Daxia, who were involved in the beating. The Tang family's old lady was lying on a stretcher, surrounded by other old men and women as if she were an iPad, and one old man even inquired, "Do you have an old companion? I'm widowed. We can start a family. Our children are older and we should have our own lives. Do you have any intentions?" Old Mrs. Tang looked puzzled. "My health is not good. I don't know how many years I can live. It doesn't matter. It just so happens that the people from the police station are there. So let's bring the account book and get the license on the way. I can find another one if you die. No worries at all." The two brothers of the Tang family were so angry that they almost spat out blood. To think that someone would take advantage of the fire and fight a fucking robbery. This was too much of a bully. The two brothers looked for a car to bring their mother home. The driver saw the old man lying on the ground. A foot throttle. Run to the shadow cannot be seen. 7 or 8 cars in a row to stop. Cab drivers without exception ran away. In the end, the two brothers had to call an ambulance. The old man who proposed watched the paramedics carry Mrs. Tang toward the stretcher and asked her, full of affection, "Do you want to reconsider?" Inside the police station, Tang Xiaoshan insists that it was Feng Daxia who cheated him out of $100,000. Feng Daxia is almost mad by Tang Xiaoshan. This person is inexplicable. Came up to beat people, and also bit back, saying that he cheated him out of money. He is the competitor arranged to deliberately come to make trouble. Warm court entrance on a location. Was our cheap real estate grabbed? Other real estate companies want to go over there to set up store. There is no front room. They deliberately arranged to come to make trouble. You check the background of this person. Surely related to real estate agents. Feng Daxiao said angrily. Intermediary? I am a local of Magic City. My family has 2 suites. I will go to be an agent. Laugh your ass off. Local people are great? Are you used to being a grandpa? You have 2 suites that your wife exchanged with her upper and lower mouths. The fish that the pornography crackdown missed. Shit. How dare you curse? Don't believe I'll split you. Police? He's trying to hit again. The two argued directly at the police station. Officer Tan was almost crushed by these two people. Feng Daxia, that mouth really stinks. Tang Xiaoshan Yi is not much better. You are mutual assault. 2 people hurry to sign the settlement agreement. Otherwise, all have a case. Feng Daxiao did not want to have a criminal record. And with a criminal record, it would be too difficult to find a job. And now they all require a clean criminal record. He endured the humiliation and gritted his teeth and signed. Tang Xiaoshan did not want to have a record. He was still thinking of asking Chen Sun for money through public opinion. If he had a record, public opinion did not prevail, and it was hard to make people sympathize with a person who had a previous conviction. Tang Xiaoshan also gritted his teeth and signed the settlement. You shake each other's hands. This matter ends here. Tang Xiaoshan, you hit first, but you were hit worse behind you. Feng Xiaoqiao, you were hit first by the other party, but you hit back harder. Both sides are even. Very good. Hold each other's hands tightly. Put the hatred down. Put your hands up. With a click, a photo of the two making up was taken and filed away for safekeeping. Feng Daxia was inexplicably beaten up and returned to the store very depressed. The store manager praised Feng Daxiao, saying that he had sold a house of more than $6 million this month, and also recommended that his clients go to the suburbs to rent a house, and that he took the initiative to take care of everything in today's group fight, saying that the bruises and shoe prints on Tang Xiaoshan's body were all made by him alone. Then the store manager kicked Feng Daxiao out and arranged to work in another store, and Feng Daxiao almost vomited blood. After Tang Xiaoshan went back, his 2 younger brothers were complaining that he was too impulsive, hitting people before things were clear, and ended up being beaten. Tang Xiaoshan was beaten by his brothers complaining, but also almost vomited blood. Mom's medical expenses. It is everyone's equal share. Could have made a profit. You're so messed up. Can't get a penny, but also lose a lot of money. Tang Xiaoping was very dissatisfied. Okay, things have come to this point. Don't complain to each other. It's better to go to the Dongxing police station to report to the police. First get back the $100,000 that were cheated. Tang Xiaoan said. The $100,000, too, was shared equally among the three. Right. What are we fooling around for? Let's go get that 100,000 back first. Tang Xiaoping said. Tang Xiaoshan's face is still bruised, and the shoe prints on his face have not completely disappeared. The three of them came to Dongxing police station again. This time, they brought that contract with Yang Xingyu and the transfer records. Officer Tan, who received them, was vaguely disturbed by the sight of these three masters and knew that something absolutely bizarre was going on. What are you guys doing here again? Didn't we agree on a settlement? Officer Tan took his pen and tapped the table. We were cheated out of $100,000. This is the contract, and this is the transfer record. Tang Xiaoshan wanted to speak, but was stopped by his brother with a look. The one speaking at the moment was Tang Xiaoping. Officer Tan curiously read the contract and then the transfer records, and intuitively, he felt that the contract was quite strict. There is nothing wrong with this contract of yours. We are not responsible for issues related to contract disputes here. You need to find another department, or go directly through the court. Officer Tan said. This is fraud. $100,000 is just gone. Do you know how hard it is for me to earn this $100,000? Tang Xiaoshan with a sobbing voice. Shut up. Tang Xiaoping and Tang Xiaoan told his shit-stirring big brother to shut up in unison. Officer Tam didn't say anything, waiting for the dawn to finish his implosion. Tang Xiaoshan shut his mouth in aggravation. Tang Xiaoping tried his best to use a calm tone. If it was a normal contract dispute, we definitely wouldn't have come to the police. This is not a normal contract dispute. It's a money scam. The scammer Yang Xingyu first asked us to sign this contract, then strictly enforced it according to the contract. And after we paid the full amount, he brought us to the cozy court neighborhood. Officer Tan took a pen and wrote quickly. He took notes carefully. Yang Xingyu went to building 602, knocked on the door, and showed us a man named Chen Sun, a man who also confirmed that he was involved in a violent collision with my mother on the bus over a month ago. Tan police officers heard the word Chen Sun 2 words. The heart trembles. Secretly sigh. Chen Sun again made a mess. Before he could finish his sigh, he heard the words a violent collision with my mother on the bus and almost spat out a mouthful of blood, which reminded him of some minor movie scene he had seen. Be serious. Be serious. Unless you can't help it. Resolutely not to laugh. Officer Tan kept hinting to himself. He was a professional after all, forcibly restraining the urge to laugh, and generally not laughing unless he couldn't help it. We look for Chen Sun compensation for medical expenses. Chen Sun refused to pay compensation, said there is no evidence. At that time the time is already very late. We have to go to take care of his mother. Did not continue to communicate with Chen Sun. The next day, that is, today, we bring the hospital inspection report and payment records to find Chen Sun. Found that there is no one living inside. The neighbor reminded us that we know that this set of houses have been sold. We suspect that Chen Sun is actually the agent. We went to the cheap agent. The other side really has the key. And then what happened? You know. Tang Xiaoping described the whole process briefly, and Tang Xiaoan stared at Tang Xiaoshan dead in the face to prevent his elder brother from babbling. Officer Tan asked some more detailed questions and organized them into a rigorous report record for Tang Xiaoping to sign. This is a case that we will analyze and also continue to follow up, and it is impossible to determine whether it is a dispute or fraud. If it is a civil dispute, there will be specialized people to deal with it. Officer Tan said, "Go and arrest these two crooks. Do you eat shit to grow up? We pay so much tax to support you. You are pigs. Do not know to catch bad guys." Tang Xiaoshan held back for half a day. Finally didn't hold back. A mouth, directly spitting fragrance. Tang Xiaoan still expects Officer Tan to help to investigate properly. When you say this, it is obvious that you are offending the police. The two brothers dragged Tang Xiaoshan out of the doorway, all three of them furious. Officer Tan was also a bit angry. This Tang Xiaoshan, his words were really too hard to hear. After the three Tang brothers left, Officer Tan suddenly remembered that he had a record of Chen Sun's phone number. Finding the phone, he dialed it. Chen Sun took a look. It was a call from the Dongxing police station. He guessed that the Tang family had gone to the police. "Hello, is this the Dongxing police station?" Officer Tan said. "I'm Officer Tan from the Dongxing police station. Chen Sun, I've received a police report here involving fraudulent behavior. I'd like to ask if you know the situation. What's the situation? Officer Tam told the story. When Chen Sun heard that Tang Xiaoshan had actually fought with that agent and got into a fight, he felt a little bit overwhelmed. Feng Daqiao. This kid was nice, helped him sell his house and rented him a new house. He decided to find an opportunity to thank the agent. Officer Tan. You're on the unit phone. If you're interested, call me on my personal phone and I can tell you more about the situation, Chen Sun said. Officer Tan looked at the time. It was still early to get off work. He silently recorded Chen Sun's call. In order to prevent people from calling the police in bad faith, police department calls are recorded by default. It looks like Chen Sun has something he wants to say but doesn't want it to be recorded. It's business hours now, so I'll find a time to talk to Li in detail when I get off work. Officer Tam hung up the phone and his curiosity got the better of him and he checked through the internal system and found that Tang Xiaoshan and the others had reported a case at the Changfeng police station. The status of the report indicates that it has been closed. Officer Tan saw the handler, and it just so happened that he knew him, so he immediately called over and asked, Old Meng, you handled the case where Tang Xiaoshan's mother was beaten and injured on the bus, right? Memphis said. Yeah, I handled it. What happened? The three Tang Xiaoshan brothers came to me to report that his mother had been beaten up, and in order to find the person in question, they ended up being swindled out of $100,000. I want to know what really happened on the bus. Do you have the surveillance video from the bus company over there? Yes. I can see the dossier if I set you up as an assisting investigator. The dons are all too odd. You'll see why I want to close the case right away. After setting it up, Officer Tan saw the video from the bus at the time. There were 4 cameras on the bus, and the original footage was so long that, as an archive, the dossier held only the parts of the case that were relevant. After the footage was edited, it totaled less than 20 minutes. In the car, Chen Sun kept his head down. An old lady came to Chen Sun's seat and asked Chen Sun to give up his seat. Chen Sun appeared to stand up. The old lady started to criticize Chen Sun. Chen Sun did not continue to give up his seat, and then the old lady smashed Chen Sun's head and back with a bag. The old man's movements are not fast. A total of 3 stops. The old man smashed Chen Sun a dozen times. The shooting angle is very clear. You can see the expressions of both sides. Chen Sun said 2 sentences after the back has been closed. Chen Sun behind a junior high school student wearing a red scarf seems to have said 2 sentences. By the old lady with a finger pointing to scold. Later, Chen Sun got off the car. The old lady held the bag with both hands, to vigorously smash Chen Sun. The car door opened. Chen Sun quickly walked away. The process of less than a second. The old lady's action is too slow. Smashing action is not yet completed. People did not smash, because they did not hold anything, but instead, let himself fall over. His head also hit the chair legs. The bus driver's operating procedures are fully compliant. There is a tone before starting the car. Found that the old man fainted past. Immediately stopped to allow passengers to change to the next one. Called 120 to send the old man to the hospital. So the bus company will certainly not be compensated for the old man. So the Tang family's people hit the idea of hitting the head of Chen Sun. No wonder old Meng didn't use Chen Sun's face photo to look for someone in the ID system. This is obviously the Tang family blackmailing. After knowing this, Officer Tan basically understood what was going on when combined with the performance of the Tang family today. The matter was clear. Officer Tan didn't feel the need to ask Chen Sun anything more. He was just a little curious. How could such a bullish person like the Tang family be hooked by a young man named Yang Xingyu, and give him $100,000? After hanging up the phone, Chen Sun went to a store called Bright Tableware to buy something. I want a thermos, a bigger one, Chen Sun said. Sir, may I ask what you want this kind of insulated cup to be used for mainly? The waiter looked at Chen Sun wearing flip-flops, big pants, and an undershirt and immediately came out to greet him. This kind of casual dress is definitely big money, and the suits are either sales or agents. This is something that the waiter knows very well. I've been taking Chinese medicine lately, and decocting is troublesome, so I want to buy a cup and brew it as tea. Chen Sun stated his needs. Once the salesperson heard that Chen Sun wanted to use the cup to soak Chinese medicine, he worshipped Chen Sun even more. This kind of person is definitely a successful person. Maybe high IT, entrepreneurship. The company went public, became a billionaire at a young age, and then began to get high on drugs to maintain their health. Sir, this pure white steel cup is perfect for you. Ceramic inner liner, no contamination of drugs. The shell is composite steel, very hard and not rusty. The main material is titanium, very lightweight. There is an isolation mesh inside. Put the drugs inside, and then separated by the isolation mesh. When you drink it, there is no dregs of the drugs to be taken by mistake. The waiter explains and demonstrates as he goes along. It was a pure white cup with a capacity of at least a liter. Very beautiful, like a pure white jade. modern industrial technology, which made an ordinary cup so beautiful, made Chen Sun admire it. Other than the capacity being too large, Chen Sun was very satisfied. Sir, this cup base also has a USB charging port. Inside there is our company's latest mini small battery. The capacity is not big, only 20,000 mAh. Of course, you can also plug in the power supply to directly heat the cup. The cup cover is luminous. In the middle of the night without turning on the light, you can also see where the cup is. The waiter said. Chen Sun had moved on and asked, how much? With charging? 600 yuan. Without charging it can only be kept warm and cannot be heated. 600 yuan. The attendant said with a smile. Chen Sun felt that giving an extra 2,000 was definitely an IQ tax, and he had to be kind to himself by choosing the 5,600 slot, this one. Then, the waiter said, there is an additional service for this cup. We can engrave the gentleman's name and cell phone number into the bottom of the cup. Does Mr. need it? Carve it up. Chen Sun thought that this company store was pretty good. He had wanted to buy some pots and pans to take home, but he didn't expect to be attracted to the cups. With the cups, Chen Sun went to other stores to buy rice cookers, frying pans and other kitchen utensils, and returned home fully loaded. When I got back, I rinsed the herbs briefly, put them in that 600 baht cup, added water, plugged it in, turned on the TV, and watched a boring commercial program. There are less than 5 months left in life, and he's watching boring commercials. Most people are like that, wasting their lives with a million regrets. Chen Sun and other Chinese medicine soak well. Open the lid. Found that the lid is actually a small cup. Think this 5,600 spent really worth it. Pour the potion into the lid. Wait 5 minutes. Take a small sip. It's just the right temperature. Chen Sun drank it in 2 mouthfuls and frowned, feeling that it was actually not that hard to drink, not knowing if he was used to the flavor or his taste buds were numb. When the cups show that they are fully charged, Chen Sun takes the cups with him and drives to Chihuan Soup to take a bath. Chihuan Tang has a total of 6 floors. The first floor is a place to take a bath. The second floor is mainly a rest hall with free drinks, fruits and so on. The third floor is for eating, with more than 30 kinds of food and hot pot. The fourth floor is at SPA for women. The fifth floor is at SPA for men. And the sixth floor is an open-air swimming pool. Chihuan Soup is a chain store. Open 7 or 8 stores in the entire Magic City. Chen Sun previously came with colleagues. Think it is good. Is a good place to relax. First, I went for an hour-long soak, got a little thirsty, and went to the second floor for a few slices of cut kiwi fruit and a glass of frozen orange juice before heading to the fifth floor for a massage. Formal massage parlor. To Chen Sun, massage is a 40-something middle-aged man. Hands are very strong, so that Chen Sun bath where loose clothes and pants are also all off. The whole body massage again. Feel very fluent. Young man, your body is a bit weak. Heavy dampness. Do you want fire cupping? After the master finished massaging Chen Sun, he started selling. No need. I bought Chinese medicine. Speaking of traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Sun remembered that the traditional Chinese medicine he had brewed had not been finished. He went downstairs, found the oversized thermos cup from the grid where he had put his things, took it with him to the second floor, found a thick soft cushion, poured himself a cup of traditional Chinese medicine, finished it, lay down, and, without realizing it, fell asleep. When I woke up, there were 3 missed calls on my cell phone and the cup was gone. In addition to the 3 missed calls, there were so many messages. It's early, only 11 p.m. Chen Sun went downstairs to change his overnight hand license, and in the meantime, he gave the front desk. I have a large insulated cup, pure white. I don't know where it went. Please help me find it. Thank you. Please take it easy, sir. We'll look for it right away. The cup shouldn't be missing. I wonder if someone could have taken it by mistake. The waiter had a good attitude. Soon the smiles were gone from their faces. The ants in charge of cleaning searched for it several times but couldn't find it. The rest area, where everyone is wearing shorts and short sleeves, is not allowed to have cameras as a rule. So Chen Sun's cup really doesn't know who took it. The lobby manager came over to deal with it personally. Sir, I'm sorry, how much is that cup of yours? Our company will pay for it at the original price. Chen Sun laughed breathlessly. The cup is not cheap. Compensation even if. Next time I'll be careful. When Chen Sun sleeps, he is very careful to put his cell phone in his pants pocket, and the cup is casually placed next to him, not expecting the cup to be stolen. The lobby manager was presumably trying to give the user a good image. Sir, you are spending money with us and something is missing. We should compensate your loss. How much is it? I'll arrange for compensation right away. 5,600. Just bought it today. $600 for a cup? Sir isn't kidding. The professional smile on the lobby manager's face turned into a real one as he thought Chen Sun was joking with him. Chen Sun opened his cell phone and took out the payment voucher for today's shopping to show the manager. The smile on the lobby manager's face was a little stiff. He wanted to smack his own mouth. The guests have said that there is no need to compensate. I am this stupid. I have to go to compensate. I thought a cup is only a few $dozen. Seeing the lobby manager's somewhat stiff face, Chen Sun sympathized. No need for compensation. The lobby manager touched the sweat on his head and accompanied with a smile. Sir, why don't I apply for a platinum card for you? And when you come to consume in the future, it will be 50% off for normal times and 75% off for holidays. Chen Sun said. Okay. Just after finishing, Chen Sun saw 7 or 8 people coming over to the checkout. The checkout people had already changed their clothes, and an old lady was holding an oversized thermos cup and poured some drinks from it. Drinks are available on the second floor but cannot be taken outside. This old lady was supposed to pour her drink into a cup and take it home with her after checking out. The more Chen Sun saw the cup with the pure white shell, the more it looked like his own cup. Mostly the cups are so pretty and very appealing to the eye. After 11 p.m. Those who stayed overstayed and those who didn't had to check out and leave. And the old lady and her party were in line to check out, intending to leave. Sir, come this way for a moment. I'll get you a gold card. The lobby manager was going to take Chen Sun to apply for the card. Wait a moment. Chen Sun came to the old lady. Auntie, can I take a look at this cup? It's very pretty. Chen Sun said politely. It's fine. This cup is good. My son brought it back from abroad. It has a large capacity. There's nothing like this in the country. The old lady was very proud of her appearance. Chen Sun took the cup, lifted it up, and saw his name engraved on the bottom of the cup, and underneath the name were 11 numbers. His cell phone number. Auntie, did you take the wrong cup? This cup is mine. Chen Sun wasn't sure if Auntie had taken the wrong one or stolen it, and he acquiesced that the other party had taken the wrong one. No mistake. This cup is mine. How can I make a mistake? Young man, it can't be that you see this cup of mine looks good and want to cheat away. I'm old, but my brain is not confused. Auntie spat, causing Chen Sun to frown for a while. The cup I just bought today to brew the Chinese medicine. Chen Sun said. He was now sure that this old aunt was not taking it by mistake, but stealing it. Your cup for Chinese medicine. Open your doggy eyes and see clearly. It's filled with mango juice, not Chinese medicine. The old auntie bullied. A young man came over. Mom, what's going on? He said I took his cup, which you obviously gave me from. The old aunt's voice rose much higher when she saw her son coming. The young man looked at Chen Sun. What do you mean? You want to falsely accuse my mom of stealing, insulting people in public? If you don't pay me back some money today, I will definitely not spare you. Queuing checkout people see a lively. Give up checkout. Come over to watch. Less than 10 seconds. Surrounded by more than 20 people. The lobby manager is afraid of accidents. Constantly persuade to check out, go to the queue. There is nothing going on. Everyone dispersed. The old aunt, seeing that there were many people, lay down on the ground and bawled. What have I suffered? My son is filial to me and bought me a cup, but I was falsely accused of stealing even a cup. The ground is covered with thick foam. The old man lying down unharmed. Other people see the old man crying heartbroken. Cannot stand. Have condemned Chen Sun. You lad. You look human. Why bully an old man? It's a good thing the old man's son was there, or you wouldn't have known what a mess you'd make. Apologize to the old man. Pay some moral damages, and let the old man forgive you. Old auntie is so pathetic. Coming to take a dip and causing a scene. Young people nowadays. This morality. This quality. It's really hard to say. When Chen Sun heard these righteous condemnations, he remembered the book of the rabble. Quantity is justice. It is a deep realization. Will you guys shut up? How dare you speak in favor of a thief? I suspect that you're in cahoots. Chen Sun shot back nonchalantly. What the fuck did you say? The old aunt's son sealed Chen Sun's collar with a hand to make a move. The lobby manager hurriedly pulled the two apart. Let's have a conversation. If you fucking dare to talk nonsense again, I will definitely not spare you today. The young man spaced out the lobby manager and pointed his finger at Chen Sun in a furious manner. The old auntie, with a snotty nose and tears in her eyes, cried that she had been innocent all her life, but today she had been insulted in public and treated like a thief. You child, apologize to auntie. Look how poor this auntie is. Why bother with an old man? An elder sister kindly advised Chen Sun, and it was obvious that the elder sister was kind and not a bad person. Big sister, that cup is really mine. Chen Sun explained calmly. Your name is written on the cup. Shameless, the old aunt cried, loudly rebuking Chen Sun. Yes, that cup really does have my name written on it. So take the cup out and let everyone see if my name is engraved on the bottom. Chen Sun said. The old aunt froze. Yeah, show it to everyone, the kind older sister said. The lobby manager came over, took the glass from the old aunt, and showed everyone the bottom. On the bottom of the cup, the word Chen Sun is indeed engraved, followed by a series of numbers. The onlookers saw it. The young man reacted quickly. Come on. This is my special lead engraved. Followed by customer service phone number. The world only one person named Chen Sun? My mom's memory is not good in her old age, so she carved a customer service name. And you want to claim it when you see the same name. Shame on you. Chen Sun asked. There's a phone number after it. Does someone have the same phone number? The young man sneered. Phone number? It's the service line for the water glass company. The onlookers slowly felt that something was wrong. The mother and son were becoming more and more like liars and talking a bit strong. The reason is that cell phone numbers are rarely used for service hotlines. Chen Sun said, do you want to call it? If it's a service hotline, I'll give you $100,000. I was wrong. It's not a service hotline. It's the salesman's own number he left behind. And you can always call him if there's a quality problem. The young man remembered that it was a cell phone number, not a landline number, and immediately changed his story. So much nonsense. Just hit it. Chen Sun said. Just fight. Who's afraid? The young man took out his cell phone and dialed with confidence as Chen Sun's cell phone rang. Now what? Chen Sun asked. Now. Everyone knows that Chen Sun was wrongly accused of stealing cups from this mother and son. Damn you. Go to hell. You're the salesman who left his phone number to punk me. After the young man finished speaking, he punched Chen Sun in the chest. Chen Sun didn't expect this person to be so impulsive. He didn't hesitate to choose to fall to the ground. Then his feet trembled and made a full body convulsion. Playing dead. Who wouldn't? It's not like there's much skill in this stuff. And the floors are covered with plastic foam that won't hurt if you fall. Chen Sun's first time pretending. It was very unprofessional. He kept adjusting his posture. And he didn't know if it was realistic or not. The young man completely did not expect Chen Sun to be so vulnerable and fall so quickly. He had wanted to mess things up and cause a brawl, then take the opportunity to run away. But he did not expect Chen Sun's reaction to be completely unexpected. The young man saw Chen Sun in convulsions, startled, and did not intend to settle the bill, pulling his mom to run. The onlookers, who had just been bursting with a sense of justice, saw how violent this young man was and immediately moved out of the way, expecting the man to run away earlier so as not to hurt the innocent. The lobby manager shouted, "Security! Stop! These two are trying to skip the check." A couple of security guards came over and stopped the young man, mother and son. If the lobby manager shouted that someone was fighting, the security guards would definitely not intercept them. The security guards were not paid well, and fighting was a dangerous thing to do, so they would rather lose their jobs than intercept them. And the lobby manager knew the mentality of the security guards very well. Sure enough, as soon as they heard it was a runaway order, a couple of security guards stopped at the exit and wouldn't let them go out to change their shoes. The old lady rolled on the ground. Molestation. These security guards want to gang rape me. The young man struggled to fight. The security guards just stopped the old lady from leaving, while this young man was directly caught dead by the security guards, surrounding in the queue to buy a single people watching the fun. Full of joy. Have video. Send a circle of friends. 60-year-old woman fell to the ground. Deep call for security to enter. The old lady rolled across the floor non-stop, crying over and over about being wheeled by the security guards as she rolled over in the direction of the door, trying to run. The two staff members in charge of the checkout were not idle. One called for an ambulance and the other for the police. Police cars and ambulances arrived almost simultaneously. Chen Sun was quickly rushed to the hospital for a full-body checkup, with a special focus on his chest. There are shadows on the lungs. The injury is very serious. You need to hang an oxygen tank, because it was after 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Emergency. The doctor saw a shadow on the film taken out, could not make more determination, heard that the patient was hit in the chest, and immediately ruled it as a serious injury. Chen Sun was admitted to the intensive care unit. The whole time, he stayed conscious but didn't say anything, pretending to be unconscious. The cost of the patient's tests plus the ICU fees total $15,000, and we recommend $50,000 up front. The doctor billed. The patient was unconscious and there was no way to collect money from the patient. The hospital contacted Chi Huantong, who called the ambulance, and Chi Huantong forwarded the hospital's request for payment to the lobby manager, who was still at the police station. Chi Huan Soup is a company. The company's expenditure to financial audit, the cashier to take money to scratch the account. Now it is almost early in the morning, cannot pay the bill. Lobby manager then put this thing to the police. Police interrogation, to prevent collusion, separates the interrogated persons and asks for clarification one by one. The lobby manager, as the alarmist, naturally asked first. The lobby manager said that Chen Sun lost his cup, to the whole process of Chen Sun being beaten. and also said that Chen Sun voluntarily did not want compensation for Chi-Huan soup. In other words, the possibility of Chen Sun losing his cup is very high. Next to be interrogated was the old aunt. The old aunt said that the cup is his son to send. He has been used to make tea and drink. The cup is very expensive. $500 to buy. Chen Sun to rob her cup, but also insulted her as a thief. Her son in order to protect his mother. Anger. Chen Sun touch porcelain. Pretend to faint. This kind of person should be arrested. Sentenced to 10 years 8 years on his honesty. The last interrogation is the old aunt's son. He said the cup is his mother's birthday. He bought. His mother's age. Memory is not good. It is carved in the bottom of the cup customer service name and phone number. Customer service staff attitude is oddly poor. Was his mother scolded a few words? They want to find a way to retaliate. Abused his mother. He hit the other side. Did not touch the other side. The other side collapsed. Is definitely a liar. After the police had finished recording, the lobby manager came over and said that the hospital had sent the patient to the intensive care unit and that the medical bill needed to be prepaid in the amount of $50,000. You seriously injured someone and put them in the ICU. Do you choose to pay the money or wait to be charged? The police gathered the mother and son together and questioned them. Compensation. Dream on. That man was clearly touching the porcelain. My son did not even touch him. He fell into the intensive care unit by himself. The old auntie was on the verge of jumping up. What do you say? The policeman asked the young man. I'll think about it. Then cuff him first. You've put someone in the ICU. The other guy didn't do anything. You're a one-sided hitter. The police said. Another policeman took out handcuffs and cuffed the young man. Who are you to say that my son unilaterally hit someone? It was clearly that liar who hit me first. The old aunt angrily rebuked the police and tried to continue rolling on the ground, looking at the concrete floor and realizing that it was a bit dirty. We watched the security footage. Video? Where did the video come from? The guy's cell phone wasn't even turned on. Where did the video come from? Video provided by Chi-Huan Soup Company. This company's video has definitely been modified. It's too easy to modify the video nowadays. You guys are in cahoots with Chi-Huan Tang. I'm going to file a lawsuit. You guys are definitely charging black money, bullying me for my age, bullying my son for not having a background. It's too hard for the common people to live. God nah. When will you open your eyes and look at us, the poor people? The old lady knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing, in tears, and when she heard that she had to pay $50,000, she didn't mind that the ground was dirty. Let me remind you that what you're saying right now is also being videotaped, and we're recording in HD here as well, the cop said nonchalantly. The old lady shriveled up at once. What I just said nonsense. It doesn't count. Can the video be deleted? It's okay to modify it. Chi-Huan Tang is considered a mid-range consumption place, and anyone who can go here to spend money is not very poor. The old lady's son asked, if the other person insults me and I hit them, is that considered mutual assault? The policeman thought for a moment. It counts. Because verbal insults count as assault, but the video is with sound, and we didn't hear in it that the gentleman was verbally insulting to your mother. He just said that the cup was stolen by your mother. Falsely accusing my mother of stealing a cup is not an insult. If what he said is the truth, it's not an insult. The origin of that cup. Are you willing to apply for an expert appraisal? Let me remind you again. The appraisal fee may not be low. The estimate is $30,000 out. If you feel wronged, we will find a way to make the other party pay for the appraisal fee. The old lady cried, not appraisal. Obviously as my son sent me. You buy experts to fool us vulnerable groups. We ordinary people can only be wronged. Find a place to redress the wrongs cannot be found. You are also people. You do not have parents? Treat the people like this. You do not heartache? When you purchased the cups, did you get an invoice? Or a shopping slip? Or a payment record? Whatever. The police officer asked. I'm so old. Where can I remember so much? You police can have a little conscience. Can you not catch us old people to make torture? Mr. Zhu, where did you buy it? Do you have a record? The policeman finally lost the battle in front of the old lady and turned his head to ask the young man. The young man said, I gave cash. No transaction records, small bills or anything. And I don't get reimbursed. So I didn't take it. And this time I'll admit it. And the appraisal will be waived. You put my mother back. She is 61. What mall did you purchase it at? Not purchased at the mall. A small store. I would have liked to buy another quilt. The store has been closed. The owner went back home to Bungbu. The young man was surprised that the origin of the cup was completely locked up in such a short period of time. The police said, if you can't prove that you bought the cup, we can only confirm it based on the information provided by the lobby manager of Chi Tang. This cup is worth more than 5,000, and stealing more than 2,000 is considered a large amount. Considering your mother's special circumstances, we will first allow her to go back, and if we don't get the victim's understanding, in addition to compensating the other party's financial losses, we will also have to detain her for at least 15 days. The old lady is considering kowtowing again. If you don't cooperate, we'll treat you the same and cuff you too. The police officer anticipates the old woman's behavior and gives her a heads up. Mom, let's go to the hospital and pay the fees first. The young man called Zhu Jiang, in his 30s, after being handcuffed, his mind was much clearer, and he was not impulsive, and took the initiative to let his mom pay the medical bills. Let me remind Mr. Zhu again, if you don't get an expert to identify the source of the cup, based on the available evidence, the name and phone number on the bottom of the cup belongs to that Mr. Chen. We'll assume your mother is suspected of theft. Are you sure you don't want to get an expert? No more searching, but I maintain the right to seek expert appraisal. Zhu Jiang didn't let up. The old lady is also weak. No to find expert appraisal, most likely to lose more money. She regretted half dead. The heart of the Chen Sun ancestors cursed all over. This Chen Sun is really shameless to the extreme. Deliberately buy such a good-looking cup is not put away. Have to put. This kind of scum, how not to go to death. Eventually, she went with the police and paid the $50,000 hospital bill. Zhu Jiang was in a state of criminal detention because of the beating and could not just go out, so he spent the night in the police station. Chen Sun lay in the hospital for a night. Growing up, he has never been hospitalized, feeling quite new. In the latter part of the night, he slowly woke up and saw a couple of nurses busy nearby. Doctors are still pretty tough, with people on duty 24 hours a day, thankfully in 3 shifts. Chen Sun wanted to go to the bathroom and try to stand up, not realizing that it immediately triggered some kind of reminder device, and a paramedic immediately came over, presumably the kind of reminder device found in intensive care units. Sir, what are you doing? The paramedic asked. I need to go to the bathroom. You wait. I'll get the caretaker. Don't move. Soon, an escort came over. No, I can get there myself. Chen Sun didn't want to go to the restroom and be stared at, even if the other party was a man. The caretaker didn't listen to Chen Sun. He hugged Chen Sun, picked him up from the hospital bed, put his feet into the shoes on the floor, and helped Chen Sun to put on his shoes. The nurse looks almost 50 years old. The person is very black, dry and thin. The person is not as big as Chen Sun. I did not expect so much strength. Holding Chen Sun, a 135-pound person, is very easy. Uncle is so strong, Chen Sun said casually. The strength is not big enough. I used to be strong, but now I'm old and I can't do it anymore. The caregiver said. Help Chen Sun to go to the toilet. Help Chen Sun to pull open his pants and urinate. Then he helped Chen Sun to wash his hands, helped Chen Sun to the side of the hospital bed, picked up Chen Sun and put him down. The whole process is very smooth. Chen Sun had to get help from his opponent in order to pretend to be seriously ill. You're very young. How did you get into the intensive care unit? You didn't get into a fight. Didn't see any injuries. The caregiver guessed that he was a bit bored. It was now after 3 o'clock. There was nothing to do, and he casually chatted with Chen Sun. He had seen too many patients in the intensive care unit, basically lying down and unable to move. Chen Sun this kind, very special. Not really a fight, it's being hit. The other guy hit me in the chest, and I happen to have lung cancer. Terminal, Chen Sun said with a laugh. The caregiver looked at Chen Sun, his hand shaking a bit. Kid, don't be sad. It's not sad. The doctor said 6 months of survival. It's already been 2 months. I still have at least 4 months left. Chen Sun picked up a pillow and put it on his back, not wanting to sleep. The caretaker walked out of the hospital room in silence. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the doctor came over, checked Chen Sun once again, analyzed the shadows of the lungs once again, and asked Chen Sun if there was any problem with his breathing, and if he had any difficulty in breathing. Chen Sun didn't want to mislead the doctor. Doctor, that lung shadow, it's cancer. It has nothing to do with hitting me. Oh, the doctor snapped. Chen Sun was transferred to the general ward and given a 2-hour infusion of anti-inflammatory drugs and saline. It didn't take long for the old lady who stole from him last night to arrive, moving nimbly and not at all like an old man in his 60s. The old lady brought a lot of nutrients to Chen Sun, and the caregiver from last night came over, took a look, and asked Chen Sun, "This is your mom?" The old lady was embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. The caretaker was also a little embarrassed and knew he had asked the wrong question. After a while, he took a wallet out of his pocket, which was very old. Chen Sun was curious as to what this caretaker was going to do. The caretaker opened his wallet. There was no money in it. There was a small cloth bag with a string tied to the mouth of the bag. He took out the bag, unraveled it, and inside was a white jade ring. which was slightly larger than a dollar coin, with a hole in the center of the ring pierced with a red thread. Child. This is called peaceful blessing. I begged for my son 17 years ago. I got divorced. My wife took my son and ran away with someone else. The peace talisman has been put around. I didn't have a chance to give it out. I feel it's quite eye-catching with you, so I'll give it to you. It's not worth much. Don't mind it. The caregiver held the peace talisman in both hands and gave it to Chun-sun. The two of them had met in passing, and had simply said a few words, which together didn't add up to 20 sentences. Chun-sun suddenly wanted to cry. He respectfully accepted the peace talisman and wore it around his neck. Uncle. Thank you. The caregiver was a bit shy, saw Chun-sun put it on, smiled, pushed a bucket of medical waste, and left. Chun-sun wanted to call out to this person. His mouth opened, but he didn't say anything. Watched this unknown kind uncle leave, and watched the thin and small figure disappear into the aisle. The old lady saw the caretaker walk away and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. My son was too impulsive yesterday. He shouldn't have hit you." Chun-sun was still thinking about the caregiver and didn't care what the old lady beside him said. The old lady continued, "Mr. Chen, we spent thousands of dollars on nutritional supplements that are worth much more than that cup of yours." Chun-sun looked at the old woman with a pang of disgust. This old lady is not a big villain, just greedy for small advantages. If before, Chun-sun will choose to avoid. "You admit that you stole that cup?" Chun-sun asked. The old lady's face went a shade of red and a shade of white, and she struggled for half a day. "I took the wrong one." "You took the wrong one? That means you have the same cup at your house and you took the wrong one?" The old lady was tempted to say she had it at home, but was afraid she wouldn't be able to find a similar cup. The cup was in very nice shape and was a delight to look at. Otherwise she wouldn't have thought of stealing one. The old lady suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit. "Mr. Chen, no matter what, it's all our fault. My son is cranky and hasn't found a girlfriend after more than 30 years. You are a big man. Just forgive him this time. If he's really in jail, he won't be able to find a date even more in the future." The old lady cried as she spoke. Chun-sun's heart softened as he asked, "Where's your son? Why isn't he coming? He got arrested, hospitalized someone, and the police won't release him." Chun-sun thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask my lawyer." When the old lady heard that Chun-sun also has a specialized lawyer, she was terrified, and combined with the fact that Chun-sun is almost $6,000 for a cup, she thought that she had messed with some super big shot, and her heart became even more fearful. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't take the wrong cup. It's because I saw that the cup was too good looking and couldn't help but steal it. Don't consult a lawyer. I'll try to satisfy whatever compensation you want. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." The old lady's speech was a little incoherent. While Chun-sun was hesitating, the police officer who handled the case yesterday also came. "Mr. Chen, do you choose to settle or sue?" "Reconciliation." Mr. Chen is willing to reconcile. Before Chun-sun could say anything, the old lady spoke first. Chun-sun said, "Let's talk about it after I'm discharged from the hospital. Where's your address so we can find you easily?" "Huisen Yasu Building 8. The police officer took out a pen and took notes. The old lady wanted to say something, but Chun-sun ignored her and directly pressed the service button next to the pillow. This key is convenient for the patient to notify the medical staff. Soon, a white coat came over and asked Chun-sun what was wrong. "I want to be discharged." Chun-sun said, "This is a serious condition and you are not eligible for discharge. I would recommend a few more days of observation." "Thanks. I don't like hospitals. Check out." The patient insisted that the doctor has nothing to say. These years, medical disputes are very strong. The patient a variety of unreasonable demands. The doctor can only meet. Both the old lady and the policeman heard the doctor say that the condition was serious and not eligible for discharge, and both had different thoughts. The police estimated that Chun-sun did not want to fold, and looking at Chun-sun that way, he did not look like someone who lacked money. The old lady is worried to death. The doctor has said that the condition is serious and is not suitable for discharge. This person has to go out. In case the condition worsens, how much money will be paid out? "Mr. Chen, do you want to think about it again and stay in the hospital for a few more days?" the old lady said. Seeing that Chun-sun did not agree, the old lady turned to the police for help. Chun-sun really didn't think about that much. Seeing the old lady like that, Chun-sun said, "Discharge the hospital first, and go directly to the police station to talk about other things." The old lady went to settle the expenses. A night plus daytime examination. More than 20,000 was gone. Heartache old lady a shiver. A lot of people, because of raw disease, become poor. Chun-sun got into the police car that went to the police station, and through the window glass, his heart soured when he saw the same caretaker who had given him the peace talisman, helping another patient out of bed. Entering the police station, he called Zhu Jiang, who beat up the people yesterday, and the police even purposely opened Zhu Jiang's handcuffs. The police officer was beside himself and said, "You guys feel free to discuss it. I'll turn off the video." Chan Sun said, "There's nothing to discuss. I just want to ask how long the sentence will be for beating and how to sentence for stealing." The police officer said, "What I said is just for reference. The specifics also depend on the court to decide. Under normal circumstances, in your case, if you do not reconcile, the beating will be sentenced to less than 3 years in prison. If reconciled, because of the beating hospitalized, but also detained for 15 days. As for the theft, depending on the amount of money, the value of his theft this time is between 1,000 and 10,000. Theft under $1,000 is detention only, between $1,000 and $30,000. It's a large amount and the sentence is also under 3 years, above 30,000. It depends on the circumstances. We're not judges, just for reference." After listening, Chan Sun said, "That cup of mine, I just bought it yesterday. There is a transaction record. The amount of 5,600 yuan. That should be less than 3 years, about the same as the sentence for hitting someone." The police officer confirmed, "Yes, but it's up to the court to decide." The old lady in Zhujiang did not expect things to be so serious. The old lady panicked at once. "Police, can I be sentenced to 6 years? My son's crimes are sentenced to me, okay? My son is wrongly accused. He is still just a child. Have no girlfriend? He is just a little bit of a quick-tempered." The police officer was completely speechless by the phrase, "He's just a kid." "You guys talk, I'll go out first." The policeman was afraid that he would follow Chen Sun and condemn the other party. After the police went out, Zhu Jiang asked, "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, this matter, it's our fault. I was too impulsive. How much do you want? How much money do I want? Do you think I'm a beggar, coming to ask for money?" Chen Sun asked. Zhu Jiang is angry and afraid. He really does not want to go to jail. Last night in the police station squatting a night he cannot stand. "I'm sorry, I misspoke. I was trying to give Mr. Chen a little bit of compensation. Nutritional expenses." Zhu Jiang spoke much better. Afraid of angering Chen Sun doesn't need money. Inside his bank card in Hong Kong City, the interest can't even be spent. Looking at this pair of terrified mother and son, Chen Sun is also confused. Should he find the other party to pay for the money? Or should he punish the other party? Chen Sun thought the world was so boring. How much do you think to give? Mother and son wanted to go out to discuss the figures, but the police were outside the door and would not let them go out. The two had to use their hands under the table to compare the figures, and finally said, 100,000 yuan. "Mr. Chen, our family doesn't have a lot of money. My retirement salary of 6,000 per month. My son's salary is not as much as my retirement salary. He's not even married. And we really don't have much money. 100,000? Chen Sun didn't expect the other party to be so generous. This Zhu Jiang is mostly a mommy's boy. You must not be a poor man to be able to go to the Chihuan soup and take a bath. Seeing that Chen Sun did not immediately agree, Zhu Jiang was apprehensive. "Mr. Chen, we really don't have much money. At most another 10,000. 110,000. Okay? Forget it. Seeing as you guys are sincere in recognizing your mistakes, let's make it 100,000. I don't want the cup," Chen Sun said. Mother and son and regretted. "I should have known to give 50,000. The other is not satisfied and then slowly add, "However, there is a condition," Chen Sun said, startling the mother and son again. "Want cash. No transfers. Cash? So much cash. It's not convenient for me to take." As soon as the old lady heard that she had to give that much cash, she figured that Chen Sun must have other plots and immediately refused. "I'll accompany you to the bank to withdraw the money," Chen Sun said. Finally, the two sides and the police witness signed a settlement agreement. The old lady and his son took Chen Sun, went to the bank to withdraw $100,000 in cash. $100,000 in cash, got a rather large bag to fit. Chen Sun was on the side of the road, intercepted a cab and drove to the hospital, bought a pack of cigarettes, smoked 2 in front of the hospital, then bought 2 drinks, a bag of bread, entered the hospital, sat on the bench, the bag with $100,000 thrown very casually at his feet. On the drink, eat all the bread, tummy's a little bit full. By 5 p.m., Pan Afu, who had been busy all day, could finally take a break. He changed out of the hospital's light blue coveralls and put on his own clothes, and before he could walk out of the hospital's front door, he saw Chen Sun waving to him. He almost didn't recognize Chen Sun without his hospital gown. "Young man, you're out of the hospital? Why aren't you wearing patient clothes?" Pan Afu thought it was strange. People in the intensive care unit had to wear patient clothes that were uniformly issued by the hospital. Chen Sun was wearing the same set of shorts and short sleeves as Chi Huan Tang, and his feet were also wearing bathroom slippers. Yeah, I'm out of the hospital. It was a little hard for Panafuk not to ask so many questions. He had seen too many patients who were forced to be discharged early because they had no money. Chen Sun must have been forced out of the hospital in this way as well. Panafu sighed. He wanted to help Chen Sun but had little ability. Uncle, do me a favor. I'm not in good health. Carry this bag for me. I want to treat you to a meal. Chen Sun said. No problem. In fact, there is no need to go out to eat. You go to my place. Just walk 2 steps to it. Uncle will cook for you to eat. Uncle did not make much money over the years. Cooking level is good. Panafu saw that Chen Sun could not even afford to be hospitalized, but still want to treat him to a meal. Decided to save money for Chen Sun. Yes, uncle. What's your name so I can address you later? My surname is Pan. My real name is Pan Fusho. Everyone calls me Ah Fu. You can call me Ah Fu. I'll call you Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, you bought a house in Magic City? Children laugh at you Uncle Fu. I this salary where can afford to buy a house. I rent a house. Peasant houses. Very cheap. 900 yuan a month. Water charges are also free. Pan Afu a little bit proud. Pan Ah Fuk said. It's just 2 steps away, but it took him half an hour to get there. Chen Sun is empty-handed, and Pan Ah Fu is carrying 2 bags, one with Chen Sun's $100,000, and the other with his work clothes. As they walked and talked, Chen Sun didn't hide the fact that he had cancer and it was terminal. Pan Ah Fu sighs as he walks away. Passing by the food court, Pan Ah Fu went to buy a lot of vegetables. Xiao Chen I'll give you a secret. Buy vegetables must come after 5 o'clock to buy. The price is much cheaper. I'm going to buy some fungus, clear lungs. After buying the vegetables, Pan Ah Fu went to other stalls and bought 3 pounds of 5-flower meat in addition to the fungus. If he was right, he usually seldom bought meat, and today he probably bought it to entertain Chen Sun. Chen Sun helped carry the groceries and followed Pan Ah Fu to his home. Chen Sun never thought that there would be this kind of house in the suburbs of Magic City. This is a row of bungalows, obviously specialized in renting to the poor. The kitchen is separate. No bathroom. To go to the toilet you have to go out and walk for 15 minutes to get to the public toilet. Obviously some people are not willing to walk too far. When Chen Sun passed by, someone was flushing against the pole, and when he saw Chen Sun coming over, he didn't avoid it, and even took the initiative to greet Pan Ah Fu. Ah Fu, you have guests at home? Yeah, old bull. You didn't go to foot wash? Don't go. No money. Paychecks aren't due until the 25th. The boss is so shady. The person called Old Ox by Pan Ah Fu finished urinating, shook, saw the meat in Chen Sun's hand and smashed his mouth, as if he was a bit greedy. Pan Ah Fu didn't continue to make small talk with this person and brought Chen Sun into the room, turning on the room's lights in passing. The entrance is the kitchen. The kitchen is connected to the bedrooms and there is no hall. In the bedroom, there was a small table and a plastic stool, for 2 people to eat together. One of them had to sit on the bed. Xiao Chen, wait for me. I'll cook quickly. Pan Ah Fu turned on the fire, boiled half a pot of water, soaked the fungus in boiling water, and then threw 3 pounds of 5-flower meat directly into the pot to cook. Taking advantage of this gap in time, he quickly washed the vegetables. After 10 minutes, Pan Ah Fu fished out the pancetta, poured out the water, rinsed the pot again, then took the already half-cooked pancetta and rinsed it out. Then sliced the pancetta into thin slices and put it on 2 big plates full, putting the pot on the stove and putting the spatula in as well. Waiting for the water to boil dry, Pan Ah Fu poured oil into the pot, and after the green smoke rose, he poured a plate of pancetta into it and stir-fried it. The oil is quickly fried. Pan Ah Fu puts the chopped ginger and garlic into the pot, then adds the bean paste and continues to stir-fry for a minute, turning the pancetta into a yellowish color that is very attractive. Pan Ah Fu poured in the chopped garlic cloves, stir-fried for a few more minutes, and started the pan, filling the room with the aroma of meat. Xiao Chen, you eat first. I'll make you popped fungus. Pan Ah Fu puts the fried back-to-pot pork on the dining table and continues to start frying. In less than half an hour, Pan Ah Fu got 7 or 8 dishes out, colorful and fragrant, filling up the small table. The man wasn't really bragging when he said the cooking was good. Taking out the bottle of Erdwotu from under the bed, Pan Ah Fu found 2 cups and finally thought, Xiao Chen, you're not well. You can't drink. Chen Sun said, Uncle Fu, your stir-fry is delicious. Yummy, eat more. I'll do a break, and on the day of the break, you'll come to my place for a ride. Pan Ah Fu said happily. You wait. I'll go out. Pan Ah Fu finished speaking and went out in less than 5 minutes, carrying 2 bottles of drinks. One was a soda and the other was a fruit juice. Chen Sun used to not drink this kind of blended juice. He poured himself a glass of juice. Uncle Fu, I don't drink. I can drink juice with you. Pan Ah Fu was in high spirits today, drinking one cup after another, and before long, his face was red. Little Chen, if my wife hadn't left, my son would be your age, Pan Ah Fu said. Uncle Fu, haven't you gotten in touch with him over the years? Contacted. My wife ignored me, said I'm a loser, cannot earn money, my son is almost 27, have not married, now the bride price is expensive. Ah, your Uncle Fu was saddened. Don't laugh at me. I work 2 jobs and still can't save much money. I'm uneducated, so I can't find a good job, so I have to do hard labor. Pan Ah Fu was obviously a little drunk. Chen Sun remembers Pan Ah Fu saying that he got divorced 17 years ago, which means that at the time of the divorce, Pan Ah Fu's son was only 9 years old. Uncle Fu, how much money do you need for your son's wedding? I don't know. Didn't say. I went to my ex-wife and she cursed me out and wouldn't even give me a chance to talk. And my son hates me and won't talk to me. My ex-wife married someone else. I don't know if the child's stepfather treats him well. Pan Ah Fu laughed, picked up his wine glass, and took another mouthful, borrowing wine to drown my sorrows. Everyone has annoyances. Chen Sun didn't advise Ah Fu, who had more worries. After dinner, Chen Sun went to clean up the dishes. Don't go. I'm too narrow to live here, or I keep you at my place. It's 9 o'clock. I'll send you home, Pan Ah Fu said. Okay, then I'll go home first. Leave a phone number for easy contact. Chen Sun and Ah Fu both added each other's WeChat, also left their phone numbers. Go out. Walk a few hundred meters to the side of the highway, and take a taxi, master. Go to Chihuan Soup. Chen Sun's car was still parked in the Chihuan Soup parking lot. Chihuan Soup is open all night, and Chen Sun doesn't plan to go home. He's going to take a bath in Chihuan Soup to wash off the hospital breath. The cell phone rings. It's Uncle Alfred's. Uncle Fu. Still not sleeping. Didn't sleep. Chen, you forgot to take your bag with you. It's not something I forgot to take with me. It's something I gave you. Still being polite to your Uncle Fu. Sending such a big bag of stuff. I'm not polite then. Pan Ah Fu's tongue is a bit big and his speech is slurred. You have to take it. If you don't, I won't treat you as an uncle. Chen Sun smiled and hung up the phone. To Chihuan Soup. Chen Sun did not have time to take the hand card. The lobby manager came. Saw Chen Sun. The last time Chen Sun's hand card to find out. Chen Sun was beaten. The clothes are not changed to send to the hospital. He originally stored the clothes are still in the Chihuan Soup. Mr. Chen, is everything okay? It's okay. I'm going to go take a bath. Just a moment. I'll apply a VIP card for Mr. Chen. 30% off no matter when you come. The lobby manager said. Thanks. The card is electronic. Just quote your cell phone number at checkout. 30% off normally and 30% off on holidays, but with bonus points. Chen Sun is still very satisfied with the service of this store. Finding the original hand sign, he opened the cabinet and was about to put his cell phone and other things in it when the phone rang again. Still from Pan Ah Fu. Xiao Chen, are you mistaken? That bag is full of money. Pan Ah Fu said eagerly, listening to that tone. I guess the wine sobered up. Yeah, just took it out today. Don't open it. Take it straight to the bank tomorrow. No, I can't take your money. What am I if I want your money? Where are you? I'll bring it to you right away. Uncle Fu, take it easy. I'm not well. I'm going to bed soon. This money is for you. Son, you need money for medical treatment. Uncle Fu doesn't. I have this disease. Can't be cured. The money is no use to keep. This money is not mine. I was beaten. The other party compensated me. You take it. As a little bit of my heart. You don't accept it. I'll leave. I'm not at peace. Uncle Fu's choked voice came from the phone. He should be thinking of Chen Sun's illness. This kind and hard man is probably secretly wiping his tears. Chen Sun also wanted to cry. Not for himself, but for Uncle Fu, a man with whom he had only met a few times, who was genuinely concerned about him and cared about him, simply because he was about the same age as Uncle Fu's son. Uncle Fu, I'm going to bed. Talk tomorrow. Chen Sun finished, hung up the phone, put away his things, came to the bathroom under the shower head, unscrewed, suddenly, cried. Tears did not have a chance to stay on the face. The water from the bathroom shower head was very sharp, instantly washed away the tears, but did not wash away the human suffering. The sea of people is vast, and most people who meet for the first time have already seen the last of each other. Chen Sun reckoned that his interactions with Uncle Fu ended here. After a long time, Chen Sun finally didn't feel so bad and found a pool, letting his whole body soak in the hot water, only revealing his head. He spent that night at Zihuan Soup and came home the next day. Mrs. Zhang wanted to return the cup to Chen Sun, but Chen Sun thought it was dirty and didn't want it, intending to buy a new one. When they went to rebuy the cups, the salesman froze. Mr. Chen, you bought the cups less than a week ago. Did you break them? Our company's cups. You have to take a sledgehammer to smash them before they rot. Give it away and buy a new one. Chen Sun said. More than 5,000 cups. Said to give away? Mr. Chen is definitely a big spender. The salesman found the manager, who upgraded Chen Sun to VIP and then said, our company doesn't discount our products. Sorry, but we have an exercise bike that we can give to Mr. Chen for free. The manager got a very nice bike out of storage. The car has a red tripod and the rest of the car is black, giving it a very cool, techie feel. Chen Sun immediately liked the car, priced at $1888. Mr. Chen spent more than 10,000 in our company within a week. This car is as a VIP member. Direct delivery. Like the cup. The body can be engraved with name and cell phone number. Do you need it? The manager asked. Thanks. Carve it together. The people in the store started to get busy. This store mainly sells cutlery. Bicycles are not the products they sell in the store, but the bicycles must have a license plate. Otherwise they are black cars. The salesman obviously regarded Chen Sun as a super rich man, running forward and backward, and it took more than an hour to get the license plate ready. Chen Sun only got the cups and bikes in the afternoon. He left his address at the store, rested at home, and the other party got them delivered to his door. The level of service at this store made him feel good. If I didn't have only 5 months left, I would really want to open a store and learn how to do business. Chen Sun thought about this. Life is too short and so many things end before you get to try them. Where do I have a life? I just didn't die. Chen Sun said mockingly. With 5 months left, Chen Sun decided to sleep until he woke up every day. It's the first time Panafuk has had so much cash in his hands. He stayed up all night and went to the bank the next day to make a deposit. Please tell us about the source of funds. The bank counter worker was a woman, soft-spoken and nice. Source of funds? Someone else gave it to me. Why do people send you? I don't know. He had dinner with me, left his bag at my house and left on his own. What's his relationship to you? Sir? It doesn't matter much. Common man. How long have you known each other? 2 days. The bank staff was speechless. Mr. Pan, please don't joke. Okay, we're at work. I'm not kidding. Panafu's forehead was sweating. He really didn't know that the bank had this rule that a one-time deposit of more than $50,000 had to detail the source of funds. Pan Aphrodite is to get a new card. Still not a joke? You don't have any relationship with the person who sent you the money. And just after knowing each other for 2 days, the other party directly sends you $100,000? Who would believe that? I really can't say. You can get me the card first. I won't deposit the money for now. Panafu had to give up depositing money. The staff quickly got the card to him. I'll deposit $49,000. Panafu said. According to the bank, you don't have to tell the source of funds for less than $50,000. The staff member rolled his eyes in exasperation. His mouth opened and he gritted his teeth, buried his head and deposited the money. Today Panafuk doesn't go to the hospital to work. He works 2 jobs. The other job is to go to the next garden to cut the branches. Landscape work is temporary and paid for the amount of work done. Panafu carrying more than 50,000 yuan of huge sums of money. The heart is apprehensive. He went to the next door bank. Another card. This time he learned his lesson. Only 49,000 deposits. Took pictures of 2 cards to send to Chen Sun. I realized that WeChat didn't have a note. And I didn't know which one was Chen Sun. Cell phones are getting smarter and smarter. And you can't really do without culture. Panafu texted Chen Sun. Xiao Chen. I saved the money. I kept 200. I appreciate your feelings. I have to pay you back the rest. Chen Sun is not in the habit of reading text messages. These days, almost no one reads text messages except for spam and verification texts. Panafu's SMS was directly ignored. Chen Sun went to the forest park next door. And this time, he rode the tawdry bike through the park. This park is the so-called sculpture forest park. The front part of the area has a lot of sculpture. The back part of the area in addition to the road. Almost no traces of man-made repairs. The main of forest park. Want to retain the original flavor of the forest. In fact, the trees are transplanted. The forest is full of old people and children. No young people in sight. I guess the young people are all at work at this hour. When will the fight for fame and fortune end? Early risers and late sleepers are not free. Chen Sun remembered his previous state of life, which seemed to be like this. Without riding 2 laps, Chen Sun's flamboyant bicycle attracted a lot of attention. And small children looked especially greedy. The colors are too bright for the low-key. Chen Sun muttered to himself, carrying a supersized mug of water that was too pretty to be true, and riding an incredibly tawdry bike. This outfit was out of place in the park. Uncle, can I touch your car? A small child said. No problem. Feel free to touch it, but you can't ride it. It's not a children's bike. It's too high. A small child riding it will fall. Shensun held the bike and let the little kid touch it at will. A few small children were envious to the point of despair. The car was gleaming in the sunlight, bleached and pretty like something out of a fairy tale. A couple of kids couldn't let go. The children's grandparents were also around and were very happy to watch the little kids having fun. After the children had all left, Shensun pushed the cart and went to the nearby restroom. I drank too much herbal medicine. My stomach is a bit full, and I urinate a bit more often. Putting the bike by the toilet and locking it up, Shensun went to use the restroom. Turning on your cell phone and playing with it while going to the bathroom is the proper way to go to the bathroom. There were sudden shrieks and noises from outside. There are too many little kids. Shensun continued to play with his cell phone. After going to the bathroom, washing my hands, and going out the door, I saw an old woman lying on the ground next to me, making painful noises, and a couple of other old ladies who were very anxious. What's going on? Shensun asked. Young man, help! The ambulance can't drive in. Help carry your aunt to the highway. An old man said. Shensun see the old man on the ground pale. Expression of pain. Very poor. Did not think too much, carrying the old woman to the side of the road. Ambulance soon arrived. The car paramedics launched a stretcher, put the old man on the stretcher. Even with the stretcher pushed into the car, drive away. Only then did Shensun have time to ask what was going on. Auntie Gu is really something. Every time she buys vegetables, she has to come to the park toilet to wash them, saying that it saves water. Now it's good that she fell and broke her bones. I don't know how much more money it costs. An old lady in her 60s was obviously familiar with that Auntie Gu who had fallen. Auntie Gu lives right next to the park. She doesn't just wash the dishes, she comes here to wash her socks too. Another old man was also saying that Auntie Gu was wrong. Auntie Gu's family isn't actually poor. Both of their sons work in the city and earn very high incomes, and their daughter works for a large corporation. Both of Auntie Gu's family members also have retirement pay, so I don't know why she's so stingy. An old man was familiar with Auntie Gu's family. Maybe Auntie Gu comes once in a while. Shensun said. What rare visit. There are cameras everywhere in this park. I'm a park restroom security guard. We've made a special count. Auntie Gu comes 55 times a month on average, twice a day most of the time. The old man said with a smile. The old man's name is Hu Guangxing, who just turned 60 last month and was planning to retire. The unit couldn't find anyone to replace the old man's job because the work of guarding the toilets was quite boring and the wages were so low that no one wanted to come. So the old man knew to stay on and was rehired back by the unit. Seeing that the old man was about the same age as his father, Shensun remembered that his father also worked as a security guard, and suddenly missed his dad a little. A few people had a good chat. Auntie Gu has a fracture. The pain is Auntie Gu. Bored old people have more to talk about, chatting with eyebrows raised, wishing that whoever has another fracture, so that everyone can be happy. Little Chen, you're here too? A landscaper suddenly called out in a very affectionate manner. Shensun took a look and smiled. Uncle Fu, I didn't recognize you in this outfit. I almost didn't recognize you even with this look. Pan Ah Fu said with a smile. Pan Ah Fu wears a straw hat, a uniform garden worker's outfit, a scythe in his hand and gloves. A completely different image from yesterday. Chen Sun, wearing big pants, flip-flops, and a duck-tongued cap to protect his head, also looked very different from yesterday's image. Both felt a connection. Chen, didn't you see the message I sent you? What message? Shensun opened his cell phone and saw the message Pan Ah Fu had sent him. Uncle Fu, that money really don't need to pay me back. I've told you, it's the money for compensation for someone else hitting me, and I really don't need that money. I have money. Look at my bike. 1888 it. Chen Sun said. Son, who doesn't need money? Everyone does. Don't say anything about really not needing it. You can keep it for your mom and dad. Pan Ah Fu insisted on paying back the money. Chen Sun said. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Uncle Fu, I'll come to you when I have time. Your fried food is so delicious. Okay, find a time to go to the bank. Pan Ah Fu couldn't forget to pay back the money. Chen Sun, afraid that Pan Ah Fu will pay back the money, rode his bike back home and started to call. There were a dozen missed calls on his cell phone, 10 of which were from his brother-in-law. Yang Xingyu, dialing over. Yang Xingyu asked sharply, brother-in-law, where did you go? You didn't say anything when you moved. What is it? The matter of me earning $100,000, the east window, was known by my old sister. My old sister is really good to you. She said that she has divorced you. The $100,000 is the two of us jointly earned. Should be divided into half of you. Brother-in-law, my sister is still in love with you. I don't have your bank account number. You don't reply to messages either. What's wrong with you? I don't want the money. You save it first. In a few years you'll have to get married too, so you can't do without money. Talking about marriage is a big headache. My girlfriend's parents are urging us to get engaged. And I don't have any money or a job. So what's the point of getting engaged? If you don't have a job, go find one. You're getting engaged and you're still hanging around all day. You can't go on like this. Okay, I'm going to look for a job now. My sister has lost weight in the past few days. She's always vomiting. She's afraid to eat ice cream. Tell her to go to the hospital to get checked out. She said it's hard to do a gastroscopy. Why don't you talk her into it? Yang Xingyu had a bunch of nonsense in front of him, and letting Chen Sun persuade his sister was his real purpose. Chen Sun thought for a moment. Alright, I'll give her a call. Fight now. Hanging up Yang Xingyu's phone, he called Yang Mingxue. Chen Sun, what are you looking for me for? Yang Mingxue's voice was a bit weak. How long has it been since the divorce? Is it true that you're still in love with me? No. It would be that no one cooked for her and she came home hungry from drinking. Chen Sun said. Are you not feeling well? Nothing wrong. I went with Gu Xiaoyu a few days ago to eat Hong Kong Gateway to eat cold drinks. Recently always regurgitated. No other problems. I also ate pickled fish for lunch. My stomach is holding out. Yang Air made it. It's good that there's no problem. Yang Air said you always vomit and don't go to the hospital. My stomach is fine. It's just eating cold drinks that gives me problems. I used to be fine with alcohol. I've rented a house on this side of Extension Road. It's got good air. So if you're not doing anything, you can come over and hang out. Extension Road? It's all suburban. No go. I'm going back to the city tomorrow. I picked out a computer the other day and the merchant paired it up for me to pick up. So tomorrow I'll go to the computer city to pick up the computer. And by the way, why don't you take you to the hospital for a checkup? Going to the hospital is even possible. Meeting you is. It just so happens that my mom wants to see you. So prepare yourself. She's going to yell at you. Get used to it. It's not like she hasn't scolded before. Different. Before you were her son-in-law. Now you're her ex-son-in-law. Yang Mingxue seemed to be in a good mood and joked. The next morning, Chen Sun took the subway to the computer city and picked up the computer. The laptop, top configuration, cost $27,000. If it was before, he really couldn't afford to buy such an expensive computer. Carrying a computer bag, Chen Sun came to the downstairs of Yang Mengshue's mother's house and sent a message to Yang Mengxue to go downstairs alone. As for his mother-in-law, it is better to avoid it if you can. Yang Mengxue and her mother Zhou Yumei walked out. Mom, Mengxue, I'll treat you to dinner at the Chuanyu restaurant. Chen Sun was still a bit weak when he saw his mother-in-law and asked with a bit of curtness. Yang Mengshue's lips were a bit white. Her skin used to be bright white, but now it was pale, so it seemed that there was a real problem with her body. Zhou Yumei coldly looked at Chen Sun. You still have the face to call me mom. Are you very accomplished for harming my daughter like this? Yang Mengxue said. Mom, stop it. I'm the one who filed for divorce. Chen Sun always wanted to remarry and begged me every day, but I didn't agree. Zhou Yumei said to Chen Sun. Keep begging until you say yes. I won't promise. Yang Mengxue said. Yeah, you guys go out to eat? Why don't you call me? I'm not from this family? Yang Xingyu shone in his sportswear. Didn't you go to meet your girlfriend's parents? Chen Sun asked. Going next week. Her family isn't in Mordor. It's a 7-hour train ride to get there. Yang Xingyu said. Chen Sun looked at Yang Xingyu and realized that this middle-aged teenager had a big grin and to be breath, with little growth. Brother-in-law, you didn't drive? Yang Xingyu asked. I'm going to Computer City today to pick up my computer. It's crowded over there and it's not easy to park. How much did the computer cost? 27,000. I picked the configuration myself. Chen Sun patted his computer bag. Zhou Yumei, heart of the fire cat, rubbing out. Chen Sun, you buy a computer or 30,000 yuan. Is the attitude of living a good life? Just like you. How could Xiao Xue marry you? You kneeled and begged her to go back and she didn't even go. The attitude is not right. Yang Mengxue was a bit embarrassed. Mom, Chen Sun spends the money he earns on his own however he wants. Zhou Yumei hates her daughter for not being competitive. You just spoil him. And if he gets you a mistress in the future, your life will be ruined. Mom, we're divorced. If you say that again, I'm not going to dinner. Okay, everyone stop. Brother-in-law lives in the suburbs. It's not easy to come. Let's go. Sichuan and Chongqing restaurant is very good. Today I'll order food. Don't eat to hold up the table. Yang Xingyu both sides persuade. Sichuan House in the so-called International Plaza, in fact, is a large shopping mall. The 7th floor are all restaurants. Chen Sun and others booked in advance by the window box. Zhou Yumei ordered 2 vegetarian dishes. Yang Xingyu alone ordered 5 dishes and was denied 4 by Zhou Yumei. It's too expensive. If you want to eat it, make it yourself at home. Zhou Yumei said. Yang Xingyu was furious. Mom, I'll never come out to eat with you again. You're the one who's full of crap. Zhou Yumei was quite dissatisfied with her son. I'm full of crap. I'm full of being pissed off. You need a good beating. The dining table is a square table. Yang Xingyu sat next to his mom with an aggrieved face. Zhou Yumei held the chopsticks and wanted to knock his son's head. Finally, giving in as painfully as if cut flesh. Okay, 2 more dishes at most. Yang Mengxue ordered fatty beef and sour soup and pickled fish. And Chen Sun also ordered 2 dishes. 4 people ordered 8 dishes. Surely that's enough food. Now get down to business. Chen Sun, Xiao Xue, the 2 of you. One is 27 years old. One is 26 years old. Not a child. Quarrels are quarrels. Couples who don't quarrel. Other couples quarrel. Sleep. The next day will be reconciled. You quarreled until the divorce. I'm going to put the word out today. Remarried within 3 days. Yang Mengxue, if you are not remarried within 3 days, I'm going to throw your things out of your house and sleep on the street to go. Zhou Yumei began to lecture. Yang Mengxue didn't give her mother the truth about the divorce. Got it. Mom, eat. Yang Mengxue digressed. During the meeting, Zhou Yumei criticized her daughter, criticized her son-in-law, criticized her son, criticized the street community, criticized the whole social atmosphere is not good, criticized the national system is not good. Chen Sun knows the temper of the former mother-in-law. Used to be an elementary school teacher, retired after the idol panic, but also reluctant to join the ranks of the square dance, slowly morphed into an elderly female cynic. Spray. In fact, there is no ability and no bad intentions, not to produce any destructive force. Vomit. Yang Mengxue was eating happily when she suddenly got sad and started vomiting again. That's not right. There's no cold drinks. Chen Sun wiped Yang Mengshue's mouth while patting her back. Zhou Yumei continued to spray. How old are you? You don't cover your stomach when you sleep. I've told you 1,000 times, but you can't change your bad habits. You're the same as your deadbeat dad, and you're pissing me off. Chen Sun, are you blind? Don't you know how to pour water for Xiaoxue? Chen Sun hurriedly poured a cup of water. Zhou Yumei continued to spray. You want to kill painfully? You pour boiling water directly, let Xiaoxue drink. You want to scald her to death? A soup pig pulling out its hair? Chen Sun was waiting for the water to cool before giving it to Yang Mengxue again, and did not act to scald Yang Mengxue. Yang Mengshue's face didn't look right. It's fine. I'm better. I'm determined not to go to bars to drink in the future. Yang Mengxue drank water and slowed down. Gu Xiaoyu didn't look for you? She came to me several times wanting to borrow that bag of mine for her high school reunion. She was going to show off. Yang Xingyu buried his head in his food. Yang Mengxue and Chen Sun were chatting awkwardly, and only Zhou Yumei kept staring at her daughter. Mom, I don't have flowers on my face. Why do you keep staring at me? Just stare at the boiled beef. Don't you always like it? Are you pregnant? I see your face is a bit puffy, Zhou Yumei asked uncertainly. Pregnant? Impossible, Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue said in unison. The two had been careful, planning to have a child in their 30s, and how could they get pregnant when they hadn't even touched each other since the divorce? The reaction is strong in the first 2 months of pregnancy. When I was pregnant with Xiaoyu, the pregnancy sickness was also very strong. It's better with a girl, Zhou Yumei said. 2 months? Both Yang Mengxue and Chen Sun could see panic in each other's eyes. They've been on birth control. The only time, was the time more than a month ago, when Chen Sun came back from the hospital. In the living room, on the sofa, when Yang Mengxue had just taken a shower and did not do any protective measures, and after it was over, Yang Mengxue went to the bar, and did not do any follow-up treatment. It's not going to be a one-time win. Both of them lost their appetite for eating. Mom, I'm going to the hospital for a checkup. Chen Sun, go away. Without saying a word, Chen Sun carried his computer and Yang Mengxue on his back and left. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be a grandmother. I'm going to be a grandmother. Zhou Yumei the squirt turned into a fool. Mom, you remember to pay the bill. Those 2 crooks didn't pay for their dinner, said they were treating, and ran away early, all without paying. Yang Xingyu reminded his mom. When he left the restaurant, Yang Xingyu had a face of meat pain. He bought the bill. A meal down. Was not rich. He was not rich. The financial situation is even more tense. Yang Mengxue is pregnant. It's not the early pregnancy test paper that checks it out. It's the result given by the hospital, which is more accurate than the early pregnancy test paper, leaving Yang Mengxue and Chen Sun with their last glimmer of hope. A new life, coming into the family. Only, it wasn't all that promising. Chen Sun looked like he was dreaming. He wanted to laugh, to cry, to find a place to vent. Child, I'm sorry I can't give you a warm home. It's likely that your father will be gone before you're even born. God, why did you do this to me? I can't even die without a care in the world. It took a while for both of them to accept the reality of their pregnancy. What do you think? Chen Sun asked. I want a child. And I have a child when you're gone. Yang Mengxue didn't know whether to be happy or sad. It's not good to marry someone with a child. Chen Sun also wanted a child. But he wasn't that selfish and didn't want to use Yang Mengshue's happiness for the rest of her life in exchange for having offspring of her own. Maybe I'll be lucky and find someone who accepts my child. Yang Mengxue laughed. Her face was a bit bleak, obviously thin, but with a bit of puffiness. Not as good looking as before. It is said that life and death have their own destiny. But, really facing life and death, how many people can see through? Taking the report card, the two left the hospital. Walk with me, Yang Mengxue said. It was hot outside and Chen Sun had wanted to call a car. It's okay. I heard people say that couples have to suffer together in order to be happy and grow old. Maybe we haven't suffered together. It's all about you being tired and me enjoying myself. So the heavens made us separate so quickly. Yang Mengxue was a bit forlorn. I don't know if hanging out together in the middle of summer counts as suffering. Chen Sun thought. Both were jobless, walking slowly, watching the rush of pedestrians on the road. The world is full of sorrows. They go out early in the morning and do not return at night. It didn't take long to get to Changfeng Park. Chen Sun told the story of the last time he picked up a cell phone here and was taken for a thief. You're really too. There's no need to throw your cell phone in the middle of the road. Yang Mengxue laughed. You don't know how exasperating it was at that time. By the way, that case seems to be still open. Went to the police station. The other party didn't come. I don't know how it was handled afterwards. Chen Sun's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. This number called a few times, and the first few times Chen Sun just missed it and didn't answer. He pressed the answer button and a familiar voice came from the phone. Hello Chen Sun, this is Officer Tan. This is my private phone number. Hello Officer Tam, what can I do for you? It's like this. We suspect that you are suspected of a fraud together. But then, from our official point of view, this can't be considered a fraud. It can only be considered a contract execution problem. So I privately want to find you to ask about the situation. And let me say up front, this is just an exchange between us privately. Okay, you ask. Chen Sun was curious. Mr. Yang Xingyu signed a contract with the three Tang family brothers. You know about this, right? That's what Officer Tam is asking about. Chen Sun didn't hide anything, and told the story of how he was smashed at the time, and then being falsely accused online and other things. They offered a reward of $100,000 to find me, as if I was unforgivable. So I got Yang Xingyu to match it. It's not a fraud, is it? It's completely according to the contract. After hearing this, Officer Tan couldn't help but marvel. Brother, talent whether it's fraud or not I don't know. Those three brothers definitely won't stop there. Do you want you guys to settle and forget about it? I am not going to bow down to evil forces. Chen Sun made a rare humorous remark. Alright, I know about this. Another thing you should also be aware of is that there is a person named Su Yuan who is manhandling you on the internet. Officer Tan said. Su Yuan? I don't recognize it. Said you stole her cell phone, she called the police. They wouldn't deal with it, and teamed up with you to screw her over. Chen Sun said. Thank you, Officer Tan. This matter has come to my mind. After hanging up the phone, seeing Yang Mengshue's big eyes staring, there was a little bit of weakness. I actually wanted Xingyu to realize the evils of the human heart ahead of time. I didn't mean to pit him. Just now, Chen Sun explains the process of joining forces with Yang Xingyu to Officer Tan. Talking with a fluttering brow, forgetting about her pregnancy and avoiding her ex-wife. Yang Mengxue, are you trying to use Yang Air again? Yang Mengshue's big beautiful eyes stared at Chen Sun. Did Su Yuan post a bounty on the internet to humanize me? Xingyu is light enough to do it again. Chen Sun had a bit of a heart attack. Chen Sun opened his microblog and saw Su Yuan's post. Su Yuan describes herself as a hardworking and progressive woman, and her boyfriend fell in love with her for 3 years. He bought her a cell phone. The two of them went to the park to take a break. Their cell phones were stolen. She called her cell phone through a video call, got through, and also took a screenshot of the thief's appearance, and the police found the man. However, the police officers at the Changfeng police station were acquainted with this person and openly harbored the thief. In the post, there is a big avatar of Chen Sun, and there is a recording of Chen Sun swearing, "Fuck you." There's the woman's police report, and a short recording of her conversation with the police, etc. It wasn't the thief that made Su Yuan angry, but the police. I can tolerate thieves. We can't tolerate the condoning of thieves. That's what Su Yuan summarized after her post. The reposts below reached a horrifying 270,000, and the woman's followers rose to over 1 million. 1/3 of the replies were abusive to Chen Sun, cursing the thief to death. 1/3 were abusing the police, and the rest were verbalizing support for the woman. The woman publicly declared that she would rather not have a cell phone and was willing to pay $100 000 to manhandle this thief. Small modifications to the last contract can be utilized twice. Chen Sun said. Whatever. Don't bring Xingyu down. Don't go too far either. For the sake of our children's blessings. Yang Mingxue said. Accompanying Yang Mingxue back to her mother's home. Just as she entered the door, Zhou Yumei posted up. Where's the report? Where's the inspection report? Are you pregnant? Boy or girl? Yang Mingxue is changing her shoes. Anxious to death. Are you pregnant or not? Zhou Yumei was about to jump up. Pregnant. Less than 2 months. Can't tell the gender. Chen Sun said. Zhou Yumei laughed so hard that her face fell off. Baby girl, go rest. I'll do it. Yang Mingxue wanted to pour water, but was stopped by Zhou Yumei. She poured the water and cooled it for a few minutes before handing it to her daughter. Then, turning his head, he began to reprimand Chen Sun, standing there foolishly. Soon to be a father. Still acting like a child. Go and buy some fruits. Sour and sweet ones. Chen Sun put his computer bag down, and by the way, he also put down his super large cup. He was going out to buy fruits for Yang Mingxue. Wait, Chen Sun. What is this? Zhou Yumei pointed at the cup. Cups. Cup? It's about the size of a bucket. It's nice. How much did it cost? Where did you buy it? I'll go buy one too. Radiant Cutlery bought them. 5,600 apiece. I'll get you one tomorrow. Zhou Yumei now really jumped up. What? A cup of 5,006? God. My daughter, how to marry you, this loser. If not Xiao Xue pregnant, I immediately let you divorce. Xiao Xue. Your man spends money indiscriminately, you know. You must manage the money. Angry me. Chen Sun. Spending money generously is not right. Don't mind mom talking too much. You guys are going to live a life. The old lady chattered on. Yang Xiaoxue was afraid that Chen Sun would be annoyed. Chen Sun walked out of the door with a sore nose. In the past, the one who nagged him like this was his mom. But now that she's gone, I want to hear her nagging again. I bought 3 kinds of apples. Sweet, sour and crispy in different styles. Opened the phone. Looked around. There is no bright tableware store within 5 kilometers. So I had to carry the apples back to my mother-in-law's home. Zhou Yumei didn't speak anymore. Her eyes were red and she had obviously cried. She silently washed the fruit and peeled 2 apples. One handed to her daughter and one to Chen Sun. Yang Xingyu was also next to her. Nothing. Chen Sun took the apple and took a bite. Zhou Yumei said, Chen Sun. Xiao Xue put you sick thing said. You because of this divorce. Sorry, children. When the mother of the wrong blame you. You are not emotionally incompatible. Since it is a family, when things happen, carry it together. You are sick. Xiao Xue left you alone. Xiao Xue, if there is something, you also left alone. This is not a family attitude anymore. Chen Sun bowed his head and ate the apple. Zhou Yumei continued. You're a child with a good heart. I know. You're afraid of involving Xiao Xue. I also know. You're husband and wife. It's right to rely on each other. Husband and wife don't rely on each other. Who else can this world rely on? It shouldn't be thought of as getting each other into trouble. If you think that way, it's too foreign. Xiao Xue is pregnant. Whether you divorce or not, the child has to be born. Even if Xiao Xue is going to marry in the future, she still needs to leave an offspring for your Chen family. If you really have a death, what will your father do? If there is a grandchild, your father will be happy. I speak harshly. If you don't accept me, I'll say the same thing. Chen Sun's nose was sore. I'm sorry, Mom. I know I'm wrong. It's good if you know you're wrong. In that painting class of mine, there are also many old people who have cancer. People are very optimistic. One more day of life, even if they earn a day. How old are you? Decadent like this. Zhou Yumei is an elementary school teacher. Just retired last year. Do not serve the old. Enthusiastic community activities. Just a few days ago to get a senior class. Teaching the elderly in the community painting. Mom, brother-in-law knows he's wrong. So don't say anything. Yang Xingyu didn't have an apple to eat, and he had a big opinion of his mom. Little children, get off to the side. I'm talking business with your brother-in-law. Chen Sun, you rent a room. Get Xiaoyu over to live there. You come to live with me. I'll take care of your life. Eat better. Resistance is strong. Your body will recover easily. Before Chen Sun could agree, Yang Xingyu had already protested and received a slap in the face as a result. Mom, I rented a house on Extension Road, and there's an old Chinese doctor over there named Yi Qingxuan who has seen Gu Xiaoyou's grandfather, Gu Ming. Chen Sun said. Okay, then you keep living over there and come see Xiao Xue every week. Got it. Yang Xingyu whispered. Brother-in-law, my sister said you were looking for me. Chen Sun was a bit embarrassed. He didn't want his ex-mother-in-law to know about him and Yang Xingyu. Let's go to your room and talk. Chen Sun said. Zhou Yumei's house is not big. Just more than 80 square meters. 2 rooms and 1 hall. Zhou Yumei and her daughter live in a room. Yang Xingyu live in a room. The living room and kitchen are connected together. Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu hide in Yang Xingyu's bedroom and show Yang Xingyu Su Yuanyuan's tweets about the online reward for finding Chen Sun. Brother-in-law, your ability to pull hatred is too powerful. Ha ha, without saying anything, get ready to work. Yang Xingyu was happy. After Chen Sun revised the last contract and got lawyer Nyo to review it, Yang Xingyu started to act. I sent an email to the girl whose real name is Su Yuanyuan, saying that I had accidentally met Chen Sun, and had taken photos of him, and that I knew where Chen Sun lived. She attached the 3 photos she had taken. Yang Xingyu waited for 2 days before receiving a response from the other party, presumably because the other party left too many messages and did not notice. Su Yuanyuan took the initiative to add Yang Xingyu's WeChat, and the two sides began to talk. Excuse me, do you really have the details of this person's address? Su Yuanyuan asked. Definitely, 100% guaranteed. Then please send it to me. Thank you. Are you using internet transfers or cash? What do you mean? Didn't you offer a reward of $100,000 for finding this man? No way. You really want money. I'm a weak woman. I'm being bullied. You don't dispense justice, but you even want to ask me for money? Didn't you offer a public reward of $100,000? Is that true? It must be true, but you can't ask for money when my bounty is real. You should want justice and support me unconditionally. Yang Xingyu almost vomited blood and showed the chat log to Chen Sun, who also almost vomited blood. This woman is a real oddball. Forget it, she just lost more than $10,000 of cell phones. It's normal that she can't afford to pay out $100,000. This is different from the Tang family's old lady's medical bills after all, Chen Sun said. Yang Xingyu also intended to give up, so he didn't continue talking to this woman. He had a girlfriend who was too much nonsense to talk to other women. It would easily cause misunderstandings. He didn't say anything, but Su Yuanyuan wasn't going to let him off the hook. Handsome, tell me the address. No, you've agreed to pay $100,000, and with a public bounty on it, and people down there giving you bounties. There's absolutely no way I'm going to give you the address. You're really not giving? Right, really not unless you pay. Su Yuanyuan was furious. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't, I'm going to expose you. I have over 1 million fans now. You have over 10 million followers and it's not right to practice deception. So don't try to get my address without paying. The two argued, and finally scolding each other. Su Yuanyuan scolded each other morally corrupt full money eyes. Yang Xingyu scolded each other liar shall not die. After cursing, Yang Xingyu thought that this matter was over. Unexpectedly, when the fighting forces bursting Su Yuanyuan, in microblogging to write a small essay, Moral Degradation to What Extent? In the article, it describes how a man approached her and asked for $100,000 at the drop of a hat, and how after she, a weak woman, had her cell phone stolen and was roughed up by the police, someone took advantage of the situation and tried to continue to rip her off. Attached is a partial screenshot of the chat log. After the article was issued, many people commented on it, abusing Yang Xingyu mostly. Of course, there are also people who questioned, you are not public reward. Others operate according to your reward. How is it a liar? Those who questioned it were called out on their autism. CO11's followers have also grown. Many fans suggested to publicize the scammer's WeChat, to humanize this scammer. Su Yuanyuan hesitated and decided not to disclose it. She wrote, many fans suggested that I disclose the WeChat of this scammer. I chose to be kind and let him off and myself off. But I will never let go of the person who stole my cell phone. And I will never let go of the perfunctory police officers. And I will fight to the end. Under this microblogging, fans have suggested, let Su Yuanyuan borrow money to find the crook steal. The crooks if the real scam. Do not give the thief's address, or the address is false. 100,000 is not a small number. Enough to make the crook sit in jail for a few years. If the address given is true, after finding the thief, you can find the thief to fight the lawsuit to get the $100,000 back, or find the police to fight the lawsuit. Apply for state compensation. After seeing these suggestions, Su Yuanyuan's heart was moved. Hubby, why don't we spend $100,000 to ask this crook? Su Yuanyuan discussed with her boyfriend. The man got depressed. Honey, I don't have that much money. Only $50,000. I can't believe you have private money. I'm so mad at you. The two had a fight, and Su Yuanyuan took out 50,000 yuan, plus her boyfriend's 50,000 yuan. And when the funds were in place, Su Yuanyuan took the initiative to find Yang Xingyu, saying that she was willing to give the money, but the address had to be real. Yang Xingyu had already given up, but he didn't expect this woman to contact again. Sure, meet up and talk about it. Yes, my boyfriend is coming too. Make an appointment to meet at KFC. When Su Yuan saw Yang Xingyu, she felt her eyes light up. This person is so handsome. His eyes are so nice. Much more handsome than my boyfriend. Yang Xingyu boy-girl statue. And his sister Yang Mingxue looks like 7 or 8 points. Say, how can I be sure the address you gave me is real and valid? Surely we can find that person. Su Yuan worked for an accounting firm. And her thinking was still rigorous and habitually calculating. It's not that simple. I'll take you there myself. I'll pay for the transportation. And meeting people is considered real. Su Yuan and her boyfriend found this argument reliable. But they started to get entangled in the payment method again. Asking for 1/3 of the payment first, 1/3 after the meeting, 1/3 after catching the thief and getting the money back from the thief, and then the final payment. Yang Xingyu's head got big just listening to it. No, it has to be paid for all at once. I don't have that much time. What if you take the money and run? A contract must be signed and both parties give their IDs. Su Yuan said. Yang Xingyu couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll go prepare the contract. Su Yuan heart-thumping. This boy smiles so beautiful. Let a person's heart-touching feeling. Su Yuan wanted to exchange $100,000 for one night, and wondered if Yang Xingyu agreed. The three made an appointment to meet again when Yang Xingyu got the contract ready. Yang Xingyu contract is ready-made. He did not give it immediately, but until the next afternoon. Seeing the rigorous contract, Su Yuan is assured that the ID card and other good copies, as a contract annex, both sides signed, but also deliberately pressed the handprints, said that I personally signed, and then Su Yuan transfers money. Yang Xingyu receive money. Well, let's take a taxi. The other side is on the extension road. It's a bit far. Yang Xingyu said, should we call a few more people? Su Yuan was suddenly a bit scared. The extension roadside was a bit remote and not part of the city. No, it's not like we're going to fight. We're going to find someone, Su Yuan's boyfriend said. His earrings and Su Yuan's earrings mirrored each other under the KFC lights. Yang Xingyu took a taxi and brought the couple to Building 8 of Huixian Yashu on Extension Road. Building 8 is a single-family home. Someone who can afford to live in a house like this would steal a cell phone? Su Yuan got weak, and kind of wondered if she was mistaken, and that this person was probably picking up the phone, not stealing it. The taxi fare had cost more than $100. Yang Xingyu was a little heartbroken. However, thinking that he had already arrived at $100,000, Yang Xingyu felt slightly better. After ringing the doorbell, Chen Sun came out in shorts and slippers and a tank top. Hello, may I ask who you are? Chen Sun looked as if he hadn't woken up. When Su Yuan saw the person in front of her, it was indeed the person from that voice call of hers. Only the difference in temperament was a bit big. Su Yuan asked with a bit of trepidation. Excuse me, were you once at Changfeng Park, on a video call with me? When Chen Sun saw Su Yuan, he suddenly realized, you're the one who falsely accused me of stealing a cell phone? Yang Xingyu opened his cell phone recording and interrupted their conversation. Ms. Su, may I ask if he is the person you are looking for? Su Yuan nodded. Yes, that's the one. Then you guys have a good chat. I have to go beforehand. Yang Xingyu had the recording as confirmation evidence and immediately called it a day and left. This time, he wasn't that stupid and didn't call his brother-in-law, but pretended not to recognize him. Su Yuan saw Yang Xingyu walking away. Her heart panicked even more. Her boyfriend on the contrary was relieved. This person can afford to live in a villa. Looking for him to ask for money. Surely he can get it. You stole my girlfriend's cell phone. In order to find you, we spent $100,000. We also do not look for you to miss work or something. Give $12,000. This matter ends here. Chen Sun saw Yang Xingyu walking out of sight and put down his heart, thinking that this child is saved and growing up. After all, this society is full of traps. The identity of the hunter and the prey may switch at any time. Yang Xingyu will grow up by being a hunter a few more times. Su Yuan heard her boyfriend say so. Suddenly had a bottom. Your name is Chen Sun. Right. I have seen your name over there in the police station. You are living in a villa. And still count with me more than 100,000 yuan. If I report to the police, you are estimated to be at least life imprisonment. Earn a lot of money by stealing. Right. Villas are living. You are also considered a thief in the 996. Cowman. Chen Sun was brainwashed by this woman into stealing to get rich? You can buy a villa for being a thief? Miss, are you mistaken about something? Chen Sun had long known that this couple was in the middle, but he just didn't expect the other party's degree of seriousness to be in such a realm. Even more too than Yang Air. Even the matter of buying a villa through stealing was set out. We were mistaken. We didn't expect you to be a repeat offender. How is it? You also did not expect. Hiding in such a remote place or we found it. This is the net of heaven. Heaven has eyes. Don't think that you do bad things no one sees. It's great to steal. Right. The taste of jail is even more sour. If you immediately reform and redo your life, there may be a slight chance. I am a good woman to talk to. I am gentle, kind and beautiful. Su Yuan went on talking to herself. This woman has more nonsense than Jo Yume, a retired elementary school teacher. Before Chin Sun could react, Su Yuan had already taken out her cell phone and took a shot at Chin Sun. Well, the deposition is over. You can't run away from me. Your picture has been taken by me. Your address has been recorded by me. I'll see how you can still deny it. Either give money or go to jail after giving money. Take your pick. Su Yuan said smugly. Photos? Didn't you take a screenshot last time saying that you kept my photo? Chen Sun asked a bit strangely. Yes, last time I have already recorded the whole call record. The police station still retained a copy. It is impossible for me to withdraw the case, unless you take the initiative to admit your fault and apologize. Of course, regardless of whether you admit your fault or not, the compensation cannot be less than a penny. Su Yuan said. Chen Sun was speechless. He snapped the door shut and went upstairs. He was too lazy to waste time with this odd pair. Yang Xingyu was still waiting for him outside. Su Yuan laughed coldly. You can hide for a while, but can you hide for the rest of your life? The two took pictures of the villa in all directions. Chen Sun appeared again. The man was carrying a very nice oversized mug, riding a bike that was too pretty to be true, and looking like he was going out. Wait, what are you doing? Su Yuan's boyfriend called out to Chen Sun. I'm going to work out. What's wrong? Chen Sun asked. You want to run away before things are clear. Believe it or not, I'll smash your villa to pieces. Feel free to smash. I have an anti-theft system in this villa. Everything you do will be videotaped. The surveillance content will be uploaded to the server. Smash it. It will be automatically alarmed. Chen Sun said with a smile. The middle-aged couple was shocked. So it was fortunate that they hadn't done anything out of the ordinary just now. Bye. I'm going to work out. You guys keep playing. Chen Sun rode his bike and left, leaving the couple in the wind. The police car is parked at Villa 8. May I ask if you are the owners of the villa? The police came down and saw the two Su Yuan. No. We were passing by. We came to look for Chen Sun. Chen Sun lives here. Su Yuan was really scared. This Chen Sun was definitely not just going for a bike ride for exercise. He is a fugitive. The police have shown up. This person is a professional thief. East window? Not right. The thief is not so crazy. This person will not be a murderer. Su Yuan's face was white with fear. Do you know when Chen Sun will be back? The policeman asked. I don't know. He just took off on his bike. Run away? The policeman pulled out a file, wrote 2 strokes on it, and shoved it into the downstairs mailbox. After the police car drove away, the two Su Yuan had the feeling that they had retrieved a life. Chen Sun is definitely a fugitive. What should I do? I can't get the $100,000 back. Su Yuan was depressed. No wonder he's so arrogant. This murderer is so bold. Surprisingly, he doesn't know how to restrain himself and still lives in a villa. A murderer would be timid? A coward would kill? You're too middle-aged. Su Yuan was not happy with her boyfriend. Let's wait 2 days and check again. If this man is just a habitual thief, he should still be alive. If it's a murderer, we're lucky we didn't get killed today. Saving our lives is important. What healthy? It takes a few months for a murderer to be sentenced to death. You're too timing. Su Yuan's level of dissatisfaction with her boyfriend increased. Chen Sun went out on his bike and went to Bright Furniture. Yang Xingyu sat in the store. The waiter who had served Chen Sun many times brought Yang Xingyu a frozen Coke, and also made plates to serve small cookies or something. All kinds of snacks. When Chen Sun went in, Yang Xingyu's stomach was full. Hello Mr. Chen. The waiter was happy to see Chen Sun and came over to greet him. Good. This is my brother Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. This is Kaie. Good service attitude. Right. Chen Sun introduced both sides. The waitress was depressed. Mr. Chen. My name is Xing Ku, not Kaya. Yang Xingyu saw that badge of the waiter and expressed his skepticism about his brother-in-law's literacy level. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. Ms. Xing, I need to buy 2 more cups. One is red and one is white. Chen Sun said. The waiter brought out 2 glasses. One pink and one bright white. Crystal clear and very pretty. Engrave the names on both, Jo Yume, Yan Mingxue. Chen Sun gave the names and cell phones of his ex-mother-in-law and ex-wife. Yang Xingyu was enraged. Brother-in-law, you please my mom and my sister. What about me? When you buy 2 cups, you'll get a bike for free. The bike for you. This bike of mine is a gift. It's over $1,000 on the market. Chen Sun said. Yang Xingyu said. Fake it. Buy 2 cups and get over $1,000 worth of stuff? How much do the cups cost? 300 or 500? It's weird if the store doesn't lose money. Cup 5. 600. Xing Xiaoqi, the waiter who Chen Sun called Kaie, said with a smile. An hour later, Yang Xingyu left on his bicycle, carrying 3 water cups on his back, and rode for more than 3 hours before arriving home. After arriving home, he gave the red cup to his mom Zhou Yume, the white one to Yang Mengxue, and the black one to himself. Chen Sun finally bought a cup for Yang Xingyu. Yang Xingyu felt that the black color would suit his personality as a cool guy. Did Chen Sun buy them all? Zhou Yume asked. Yes, and gave me a bicycle. Yang Xingyu was afraid that he would lose the bike if he put it downstairs, so he purposely carried it to his home. Yang Mengxue saw the cup, couldn't tell you how much she liked it, took a picture, sent it to her friends, and drew a bunch of likes. After asking Yang Xingyu the price, Zhou Yume dragged out a broom from the bathroom and violently beat Yang Xingyu. It's only strange that I won't beat you to death for being such an unfilial son. Your brother-in-law spends money indiscriminately and you don't know how to block it? Yang Xingyu was so angry that he was dumbfounded. Mom, who's pro-life? Brother-in-law spends money indiscriminately. Why are you hitting me? It's you who are fighting. Zhou Yume was so angry that she was delirious, destroying anyone she saw. After Yang Xingyu left, Chen Sun went for another big ride in Forest Park before going home. When I got downstairs, I saw a piece of paper taped to the outside of the mailbox, a court summons. Chen Sun was curious. What did the court want with him? Went back to take a shower, put on a pair of shorts, took the mailbox key and went downstairs, opened the mailbox and found a dozen letters inside. The top one was from the court, and the others were for water, electricity, gas, and so on. Chen Sun went upstairs with curiosity and a stack of letters, threw the payment list in the trash and opened the court summons. Looking at the content, Chen Sun was really speechless. The applicant's name is Gumiaro. Gumiaro goes to the toilet in the forest park to wash her clothes. Feeling tired in the middle of the trip, she tries to rest against her bike, which doesn't bear Gumiaro's weight and collapses on the ground, with Gumiaro following her to the ground. MS. Gumiaro is 63 years old, frail and has a fractured leg and wrist bone. There was no signage for parking bicycles next to the toilet and it was not a place to park bicycles. The owner, Chen Sun, parked his bicycle randomly and did not prevent any danger signs on his bicycle, which caused the person in question, MS. Gumiaro, to fall down. Although the owner of the car Chen Sun took remedial measures after the incident, Gumiaro backed to the side of the road to facilitate the ambulance aid. But, it does not change the owner of the car triggered the fact that the client suffered significant injuries. Gumiaro entrusted Chunwei law firm, the owner of the car Chen Sun compensation for MS. Gumiaro medical expenses of 275. 300 yuan, moral damages, loss of work of 122, 700 yuan, and to pay the attorney's fees, a total of 466, 600 yuan. In other words, when Chen Sun put his bicycle next to the toilet and went to the toilet, Mrs. Gu went to help the bicycle fell down, and Mrs. Gu was injured in the fall, so she sought compensation of $460,000 from Chen Sun. Chen Sun remembers clearly that at that time, he was afraid that the car blocked others to go to the toilet, and deliberately put it on the side, not blocking the road. Take a picture of the attorney's letter and send it to Attorney Bull. Not long after, lawyer Nyo took the initiative to call over, laughing as he did so. Chen Sun, did you do something bad that such a strange thing can be spread on your head? Let's not talk about anything else. Give me your bank account number. I'll hire you as a family lawyer first. I'll definitely need your help with this lawsuit. No hurry, don't talk about money first. This lawsuit is very typical. It can improve the reputation of our Valley Red law firm. Free of charge. You first go to the park where the accident happened. See how many cameras there are. Convenient for us to take evidence. Good. After hanging up the phone, lawyer Nyo was in his office, his stomach hurting from laughing. Several other co-workers came to ask what was going on. Great. There's a strange case. This time, we must go all out and fight this lawsuit. Win or lose, we must maximize the impact. Nyo Guhong said, Boss, you wouldn't have taken an aphrodisiac as a birth control pill, right? There's a pet hospital next door. Do you want to find a veterinarian to check you out? The company secretary said with a smile. Get lost. I've been married for many years, with 3 husbands and 4 lovers. You youngsters are the ones who need aphrodisiacs. Lawyer Nyo laughed and scolded. Nyo lawyer more than 30 years old. Is the age of a woman a flower? To be flirtatious and flirtatious. To have a face with a face. This kind of young man killer. Not a lack of men. The men are most lack of her. Chen Sun finished calling lawyer Nyo and went to the Forest Park restroom to ask about the camera. Hu Guangsheng, the old man who watches the toilet, is crying. Uncle Hu, how are you? Chen Sun felt a sense of kinship when he saw this old man. The old man is so upset. It's likely that his partner has died. And at that age, it's actually quite dangerous. Granny Gu is looking for the court to sue me. Hu Guangxing's eyes were red. Sue you? What's wrong with you? His family sued me, saying that Auntie Gu often comes here to wash vegetables and clothes, and that I never admonished Auntie Gu. If Auntie Gu had been stopped from coming to wash clothes, she would not have fallen. The place provided by the park for washing clothes was not safe enough and there was no hint of any warning, so they sought $1 million from the park, and I'm jointly and severally liable for $170,000. Chen Sun was completely on fire, looking for the park to claim compensation, looking for Chen Sun to claim compensation. He merely felt that this family was a bit of a scoundrel, and now even this poor old man was being claimed compensation, which was too shameless and touched the bottom line of being a human being. You can't bully honest people. Honest people shouldn't be bullied. Hu Guangxing touched the tears. My annual salary is only more than 30,000 yuan. 170,000 I don't eat or drink to work for 8 years. I'm about to retire. The yellow earth are buried under the neck. Where to go to him to find the 170,000 nah. I didn't stop Auntie Gu from coming to wash the clothes. Auntie Gu came to wash the vegetables and clothes a few years ago. I persuaded her countless times, and the leaders criticized me. It's no use. Auntie Gu likes to take advantage of the situation. I came to pay for it. Is there any justice in this? Chen Sun said. Uncle Hu, I'll help you find a lawyer. And your unit will find a lawyer too. Don't worry. Granny Gu also sued me, saying that I put my bike next to her. She helped it, and fell, so she's looking for me to pay $460,000 in damages. You're being sued too? His family is treating Auntie Gu like a money tree. Hu Guangxing forgot to be sad when he heard such a strange thing. Chen Sun looks for Hu Guangxing to ask about the surveillance video, which Hu Guangxing doesn't have here, and he takes Chen Sun to the surveillance room. We keep videos here for 2 years. Don't worry, they're all there, but I can't copy it to you. You'll have to find a lawyer to copy it through the proper channels, or go directly to the police station. The IT person in the surveillance room said. Of course Chen Sun wouldn't go for a copy. He took out a box of cigarettes and handed it to the other party. Without saying a word, the IT staff pulled up the video footage from the day of Gu's grandmother's accident. In the video, Chen Sun puts his bike in front of the toilet, looks around, realizes it will be in the way, moves the bike to a nearby corner, and then enters the toilet. Next to it, Auntie Gu was washing things next to the sink, saw Chen Sun's bike, obviously attracted by the car, looked around. No one. The dishes do not want to push the car to go. The car locked. Gu Auntie moves too quickly. A foot slipped, fell. The car also followed the fall. Gu's luck was good. Sliding farther, the bike did not hit her. Auntie Gu called for help. Hu Guangxing old man out, immediately dialed the ambulance phone. And soon there are several people, old people, small children over to point. The latter was what Chen Sun knew. And he carried Granny Gu to the side of the highway to wait for an ambulance. This Gu Auntie wouldn't be trying to steal that bike of yours, would she? The IT man said. It's a bit like that. Chen Sun also suspected that Granny Gu was trying to steal the car, but he didn't dare to be sure. That car of his was too tawdry for anyone to like. The toilet had 3 cameras outside, leaving Chen Sun a bit speechless. Is it hardware that doesn't sell? With more cameras, not to mention fewer crimes, there are even fewer people urinating and defecating on the roadside. The development of information technology seems to have really improved the morality of society as a whole, or raised the cost of crime. Giving lawyer Nyo the situation, he transferred $10,000 over in the meantime. Errand fee. This side is rather remote. I'm free anytime now. You can find me anytime you want to eat. My treat. Come on, don't be polite with me. I'll bring the power of attorney to you later. You sign it and I'll apply for a copy of the surveillance video. Lawyer Nyo chose to refuse to accept the money. This woman was just a domineering female president model, doing things in the wind. You don't need to come over. I'll go straight to you. I just happened to be going back to the city in the afternoon as well. Chen Sun wanted to go see Yang Mengshui. Former mother-in-law Zhou Yumei at first planned to let Chen Sun live in her home, and then brushed the jitterbugs, which said that men careless, unable to take care of pregnant women. Pregnant women in the first few months is very important, and her husband in the same room the child may fall, coupled with the fact that Chen Sun will smoke a few cigarettes from time to time. She did not let Chen Sun come over to live for fear of cigarettes affecting the grandchildren. Chen Sun first went to Guhong Law Office, signed a power of attorney, and then went to his ex-wife's mother's house. Zhou Yumei lives in an old neighborhood, which was built over 30 years ago, and most of the neighbors know each other and often talk together. Before Chen Sun arrived downstairs, he saw a bunch of people from afar. and the number of people was more than 20 by visual estimation. This group of old people were together, and instead of square dancing or discussing national issues, they were passing around a pink cup. Jo Yume colorful. Speaking of this cup, how awesome, 5600A, the price is not expensive. My son-in-law sent a child's heart. I will not excuse Chen Sun that child. People filial piety. Especially listen to my daughter. Not married. The payroll card will take the initiative to my daughter. He earned a little money on the side last month, just 100,000. To my daughter, my son and I bought 3 cups, but also to my son also bought a bicycle, $1,888. The child to save money, to buy all the cheap goods. He used to love to spend money indiscriminately. Went to Hong Kong City to buy a bag for my daughter, 88,000. After being scolded by me, he no longer dared to buy expensive items. People who live their lives spend 88,000 to buy a bag. Of course I was angry. Chen Sun loves to smoke. My daughter is pregnant. Do not let them live together. Chen Sun also cried it. You say this child are going to be a father, but still like a small child. Cannot afford to let go of our family. Xiaoxue. Jo Yume that eloquent. With a tone of unconcern to show off his son-in-law. Chen Sun heard a burst of wild sweat. Hate to find a crack in the ground to drill in. He hesitated to wait for the old man dispersed and then go to find young Mingxue. Before he could act, he had been discovered. An old aunt saw Chen Sun. Auntie Zhou, isn't this your Chen Sun? Chen Sun, where did you buy that cup? Is it really 5,600 each? Chen Sun had to explain. The cup was bought at Radiant Tableware. Their company only makes high-end products, so the price is inflated. In fact, it's not even worth that much. The cup is made of titanium alloy. This material is usually mainly used in airplanes. Very light, but strong and durable. In the end, Chen Sun was forced to open the Z Women's Insurance, and showed the payment record to this group of old men and women. And sure enough, it was 5,600 once, and 16,800 the second time, because the second time I bought 3 cups. Chen Sun first purchase records did not let these people see. Chen Sun and my daughter's cups, both white, couple's cups. I'm old and like red, so Chen Sun bought me red. Festive, the child is otherwise ordinary, but really filial. Jo Yume began to show off again. Chen Sun, how do you let Xiaoxue live back at her mother's house? An aunt couldn't stand Jo Yume's showy behavior and finally found a reason to attack. Xiaoxue is pregnant. I love to smoke. I'm afraid it will affect her. Chen Sun had to find an excuse to put it off. He couldn't say that he divorced Yang Mingxue, so he lived separately. Why did I hear Xiaoxue say that you sold the house? This aunt was unyielding and had to expose people's scars. Jo Yume, afraid of Chen Sun, said leakage. Immediately took over the conversation. Xiaoxue pregnant. Chen Sun want to buy a larger house. The child only work a few years. Money is not enough. So the original first sold. That aunt continued her attack. Buy a big house? Isn't their original house already 100 square meters? How much bigger do they need? Jo Yume's old face reddened. Chen Sun thinks it's small. If you have a child, you have to hire a live-in aunt, and I have to go over to take care of my grandchildren. It's simply not enough to live in, so I'm planning to buy a 200 or 300 square meter house. Of course, a villa is also possible. Our family really doesn't have much money, and it's best not to have a total price of more than $50 million, or else it's a bit of a stressful situation. Of course, the young people, it's okay to give them a little bit of pressure, and Chen Sun, the income is not high. $50 million is still quite a lot. Jo Yume modest finished, once again attracted a burst of crazy envy. The aunt who attacked her so angry that she spat blood, suddenly remembered something. Auntie Zhu, your son is not doing real estate agents. Give Chen Sun introduction. Find a 50 million or so houses is not too easy. Jo Yume almost collapsed on the spot. Pretending was struck by lightning. It was true. She wanted to find an excuse to slip away. Auntie Zhu heard. This kind of good thing, how do you not have some business sense? She immediately gave her son phone. Soon, a young man wearing a white shirt and black pants and black shoes to come over. Wearing so much, the summer is not afraid of heatstroke. Mr. Chen, I'm Xiaoma from Centeline Real Estate. My name is Ma Zhengjie. My mom said you want to buy a house? Chen Sun does not want to buy a house. He does not know how long he can live. When Ma Zhengjie said this, Chen Sun was really moved. Yes, slightly bigger. The total price shouldn't be too high. Just around $50 million. Thinking of the child in Yang Mingxue's stomach, Chen Sun decided to keep a house for the child. There are a lot of these houses. You should be buying downtown. There's a villa at this price, but it's a court auction house. If you're not afraid of trouble, you can buy this kind of house. The price is at least 30% lower than the market price. Jo Yume and other old men and women are interested. What is the court auction house? How can it be so cheap? Some people owe other people's money and don't pay back. The house is taken out by the court to auction off the debt. This kind of house is the court auction house. Our company just happens to be acting as an agent for this kind of house. Ma Zhongjie explained seriously. The old men and women asked questions, and Ma Zhongjie patiently explained in detail, instead leaving Chen Sun, a potential buyer, out to dry. All people are filled with contempt for taking advantage of the situation, and would be filled with longing if they were on the receiving end of it. Hearing that the foreclosure is cheap, this group of elderly people are moved. Soon, there are 7 old women followed by Ma Zhongjie to the real estate agent to discuss, which includes Chen Sun's former mother-in-law Zhou Yumei. Yang Xingyu will soon be 21 years old. Zhou Yumei wants to get a house for her son. This is what Chen Sun knows. Knocking on the door, Yang Mengxue opened the door and was a bit surprised to see Chen Sun. Why did you come over? Not recuperating in the suburbs? After pregnancy, Yang Mengxue does not make up, do not run the bar. The wall is affixed to a large table. Is Zhou Yumei work and rest schedule? What time to get up? What time to brush your teeth and wash your face? What time to go out for a walk? What time to eat 3 meals? What time to go to bed? And so on. Under the supervision of mom, forced to become a good girl, Yang Mengxue people look much more pure. 2 days do not see. The face of the meat seems to be a little more. Look a little cute. Completely unlike married people. I went to the Valley Red law firm. Had a little something to do with them. And also stopped by to check on you. How's it going? Having a good time? No. My mom is crazy and I'm falling apart. You go buy me some barbecue and come back to eat. My mom is like a spy. She supervises my food every day. What the hell is it that I'm eating? The clear soup, not to mention the Coke, won't even let me drink it. You don't buy barbecue. First see if there is no mental hospital nearby. Enroll my mom. Yang Mengxue saw Chen Sun like a savior. What did she feed you? What's for dinner? All stewed stuff and only a few pinches of salt. Count M, said the expert on shakeology, said to go low sugar and low salt. And oh my god. My mom wants to get me killed and leave the property to her son. Yang Mengxue pointed to another table posted on the wall with recipes, densely written from Monday to Sunday. You can eat so much every day? Chen Sun was surprised. In the past, Yang Mengxue didn't dare to eat indiscriminately for fear of getting fat. Yeah, forced to take it. My mom is stricter than a robot. Took it out on me the way she did with elementary school kids. You eat so much every day and I don't see you getting fat. Fat what? Every day 20,000 steps at least. Can fat only strange. I finally understand why the farmer's uncle large meals are not fat. Doing so much work. Can you get fat? Buy me some barbecue. I want to eat too much. My cell phone has been collected by my mom, and I can't play with my cell phone for more than an hour a day. Saying that I'm afraid of radiation. And she brushes jitterbug, which is really harmful. Good people are taught to be bad. My mom retired only a year. Have degenerated into what kind of miserable. Yang Mengxue was like a whiny woman, accusing her mom. Chen Sun was speechless. Having been with Yang Mengxue for 3 years, the most familiar thing about each other was each other's tastes. Of course he knew what Yang Mengxue liked to eat. The barbecue restaurant doesn't open until after 6 p.m. I'll get you some fried chicken, Chen Sun said. Brother-in-law. There's me. The door to Yang Xingyu's room opened, and Yang Xingyu looked at Chen Sun with a thieving look. Bam! A pillow flew past, hitting Yang Xingyu's head with pinpoint accuracy. Roll back. No roll. Sis. Brother-in-law. I know a barbecue place that's open during the day. I'll take you there. Yang Xingyu was studying to be a chef, and his familiarity with the surrounding restaurants far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he was a professional in this regard. What if mom comes back? Yang Mengxue had a little heartburn. Don't worry. My mom values her son over her daughter. She doesn't care if you die or live. Die heroically. Just remember to leave your property to me. Yang Xingyu began to talk nonsense, and was once again violently beaten by Yang Mengxue. The 3 of them sneak out like underground workers when mom is not at home. The barbecue restaurant Yang Xingyu said wasn't far away. Only the name of the store was rather scary. Zen Cool Barbecue Restaurant. Normal humans don't come up with such sick store names. In front of the store, hanging a black and white banner, the first-time guests most likely thought that the owner inside had just died his wife in the funeral. Typical heavy metal death style. Yang Xingyu, familiar with the road, with his sister and brother-in-law into the store. The store lights hazy. The windows are all blocked with thick curtains. Obviously it is the afternoon. Make as late as the night. Cold air. Eerie. Yang Xingyu found a seat. Sat down. The sound of death rock sounded, accompanied by the surrounding ghost fire like a ghost light. Obviously going to eat. Make it like going to the grave. An expressionless waiter approached and threw 3 menus with a snap, the cover of which read, Corpse Eater's Treasure. Yang Mengxue covered her mouth and laughed maniacally. This store is too capable of pretending. Cool, isn't it? My girlfriend especially likes this style. Yang Xingyu said proudly. The front of the menu is barbecue, and the name of the dish can definitely scare people to death, decomposition of a corpse. A few pages behind the menu are drinks that say, vampires only. Yang Mingxue ordered a whole lot of grilled meat kebabs and so on. Ordered Bloody Marys, spider brain marrow and other drinks. And the result of delivering them up was watermelon squeezed juice and kiwi juice. Sister, brother-in-law, I want to open my own restaurant. Yang Xingyu said. You run a restaurant? You're losing money. If you don't sell your mom's organ, you can use it as capital. Yang Mingxue cut her hair on Yang Xingyu and despised him from head to toe. I want my brother-in-law to be the president. Brother-in-law is stable. Yang Xingyu wanted to pull Chen Sun down. No, Chen Sun needs to nourish his body. Yang Mingxue didn't agree. Well, brother-in-law, you must get well. My sister is still waiting for you to get well. My sister is useless. Except for good-looking. Other than good-looking, other nothing, can marry you. Is she did good in her past life? Sis, you are so fierce can be married out. Is also considered Goddo's matching wrong pair. You have 3 seconds to admit your mistake. If you don't admit your mistake, wait for death. Do not admit fault. Brother-in-law. In fact, my sister has a big secret. We have never dared to tell you, and now have a child. I will tell you all. Shut the fuck up if you want to die. When the two siblings get together, they start tearing each other apart. And Yang Xingyu ultimately doesn't get a chance to tell Yang Mengshue's big secret. Chen Sun had long since gotten used to this odd pair of siblings, and he buried his head in his food. I have to say, this brutal barbecue place is pretty tasty. Drinks were given for free, as well as a variety of condiments that were also free, so you could self-adjust to taste. This person, my brother-in-law, is good at everything, but his vision is not good enough to look at a fierce woman like my sister. Yang Xingyu was pretending to be deep. Xiao Yu, are you really planning to open a restaurant? Chen Sun asked. It's true. I discussed it with my girlfriend. She's at the cosmetics counter and doesn't make much money. Wanted to wait for me to become a big boss. She will help me to pick the junior. She won the real lady. Yang Xingyu didn't know how strange of a girlfriend he had found. The two were just as unreliable. On your level, cooking dogs do not eat, but also open a restaurant. Your girlfriend discerning eyes. And you Pearl. So do not harass us. When to let mom to collect your body? Sis, can you say anything half as good about me out of your mouth? Yes, wait until you've accomplished something in your life. The siblings are at it again. Chen Sun interjected. Xiao Yu's cooking level is good, but it's definitely not good enough for a big restaurant. I suggest targeting white-collar workers and try doing takeout. Still my brother-in-law understands me. I plan to make white-collar restaurant. The taste does not matter. The important thing is exquisite, beautiful, with vegetables, fruits, low salt and low sugar. Healthy food. It's fine to make a meal for lunch. Yang Xingyu was excited. You're only doing it for lunch. Don't you lose money? Yang Mengxue questioned, getting angry when she heard low salt and low sugar. Sister, can you shut up? Amateurs do not talk nonsense. We make standardized products. First make a store, then open branches with the money earned. Keep expanding. 3 years of profit, 5 years of listing. After the listing, I'll travel around the world with my girlfriend. And you and my brother-in-law will be envious to the point of despair, and your mouth will be watering. Chen Sun said. This idea is similar to mine. Xiao Yu just made $200,000. Take it out for the principal. Yang Mengxue immediately became alert. $200,000? Where did the 200,000 come from? Xiao Yu, did you go with Chen Sun to cheat money again? Yang Xingyu, under his sister's gaze, decisively betrayed his brother-in-law to keep him safe and said the process of making money from Su Yuan. Yang Mingxue was very unhappy. Chen Sun, this kind of thing, don't do it in the future, even if it's for the sake of our child's virtue. Okay. Chen Sun also felt that it was a bit too much. He actually didn't care about the money. It was purely because he looked at Su Yuan with displeasure. No way. I want to do this a few more times. A lot of fans rewarded Su Yuan. It's not like it's her own money. Yang Xingyu felt that his sister was cutting him off. Yang Mengxue let Chen Sun assure her before she was relieved. Xiao Yu, think about the restaurant. Let's get a business plan. Your sister will take 51 shares and you will take 49. Chen Sun said. The proposal was opposed by both siblings. Yang Xingyu, I'd rather work part-time than work with my sister. She's been bullying me since I was a child. Bullying me for 20 whole years. It's really not easy for me to live. Yang Mengxue, Yang Xingyu is too douchey. Going from one failure to another. He can totally take it to my mom to educate her students as a negative example. I'm going to take 99% of the shares in the restaurant. The remaining 1% is reserved for my mom. The three of them didn't discuss any results, but they were too full to go straight home and went outside for a while to let the smell of the barbecue go away before going back. Zhou Yumei has long returned from the agency side, and made a table of food, forcing Yang Mingxue to eat. Yang Xingyu and Chen Sun hid in the room to study the business plan. Xiao Xue, why has your stomach gotten bigger? It's only a few months into the pregnancy and it's so big, the baby is growing too fast. Zhou Yumei was a bit worried. Mom, I am eating too much. Come on, this stuff won't hold up at all. It must be the kids growing up. Nutrition is too good nowadays. Some little kids, 5th grade, grow taller than middle schoolers. Zhou Yumei felt that she had discovered the truth. In fact, it was because Yang Mingxue had eaten barbecue outside, so she didn't have an appetite. Yang Mingxue eventually didn't finish the dishes that her mom had prepared for her, and she even took the initiative to ask Chen Sun to take a walk with her, and she was going to throw up if she ate any more. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yang Mingxue had taken 30,000 steps, and Chen Sun felt like his legs were going to break. Still too much lack of exercise. Chen Sun secretly resolved to strengthen his exercise from today. After the walk, Chen Sun rested for an hour, revived with full blood, and left only at 9 o'clock in the evening. After Chen Sun left, Yang Mingxue sat on the sofa like a wooden statue. Her mother came over and sat beside her daughter, holding cut fruits, and said, Xiao Xue, what's wrong? Not in the best of moods? Have some fruit. Yang Mingxue told Chen Sun about how he was going to help Yang Xingyu open a store. He didn't leave himself any shares, like he was dealing with the aftermath. Don't think about it. It's not that I'm thinking too much. He must be getting worse for wear. He's lost weight. After saying that, Yang Mingxue hid in her mother's arms and cried bitterly. Mom, I'm sorry for Chen Sun. I cared too little about him. He's worked so hard and hasn't had a good day. The clothes and pants he is wearing today were bought 3 years ago. He can't even afford to buy himself a new suit. Zhou Yumei tightly embraced her baby daughter and also cried. Child, the past is over. Think more about the future. Mom, do I still have a future with Chen Sun? Of course I do. The baby in your belly is your future. Chen Sun returned home at 11 p.m. He drove slowly, and when he got back, he set goals and a workout program for himself. The first goal is to live until the child is born, and no matter what, just to see your child and die in peace. Second goal, live until your child graduates from elementary school. Third goal, live until your child graduates from high school and goes to college. Tears came to my eyes when I wrote my goal. I can't bear to leave this earth, but it's not up to me. I can only look to heaven. No, you can't rely entirely on the heavens. You have to have an execution plan. Chen Sun develops a rehabilitation program. Reduced cigarettes by 1 a week, now to 2 cartons a day, for a total of 40 cigarettes. Quit smoking at the rate of 1 reduction per week for 40 weeks, over 2 months. Exercise no less than 3 hours a day. No grilled meat, bacon or preserved food. All fresh vegetables, fruits and meat. Must go to bed by 11 o'clock every day and reduce exposure to computers and cell phones. It took 3 o'clock in the morning to write all the plans and goals, and Chen Sun had the feeling of going back to the company to work all night. On the third day, Lawyer Nyo finally took care of the relevant formalities and came to Extension Road to look for Chen Sun, and then, according to the standard procedure, copied away the surveillance video of that day, and also specially copied the video of the previous washing of vegetables by Granny Gu. Lawyer Nyo, Uncle Hu Guangxing, who has also been accused, so you can help him too. I'll pay for the money. Chen Sun suddenly remembered that he had said he would help Hu Guangxing. No problem. Nyo Guhong was enthusiastic. Finding this honest security guard, Nyo Guhong's heart was also very bad. This old man had a great deal of stress in his heart, and he had obviously lost a great deal of weight. Uncle Hu, this is Lawyer Nyo. She also represented me in my lawsuit. Hu Guangxing was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Daughter, thank you. Nyo Guhong hastened to let the old Hu do not get excited, and asked in detail about the whole process. Knowing that responsible for the maintenance of this forest park on the Qing Environmental Protection also accused Nyo Guhong and go to the Qing Environmental Protection to inquire about the situation. And finally, the Qing Environmental Protection also received a letter from the lawyers to the Nyo Guhong, entrusted the Valley Red law firm to help fight the lawsuit, because Bull Valley Red charges a symbolic $1 attorney's fee. This is an opportunity to reverse the social climate. We, Valley Red law firm, are willing to make a small contribution to society. Nyo Guhong said his attitude. Of course, although the words, Chen Sun knows that Nyo Guhong is, after all, a career woman, and ultimately want to make money. If not guessed correctly, Nyo Guhong is hoping to publicize his law firm through this lawsuit. For the first time, Chen Sun knew that lawyers were so tedious and meticulous in their work. First, you have to analyze the other party's claim, find the corresponding legal provisions, and then according to the legal provisions to find all the evidence, and then extract the evidence in your side's favor. If your party wants to counterclaim against the other party, the evidence related to the counterclaim has to be found again. Chen Sun looked at his head. In fact, our law firm lawsuit is not the main income. The main income is to do legal counsel to enterprises, so that enterprises to avoid legal risks. Niu Guhong explained to Chen Sun. Large corporations often enter into contracts with other companies, and without legal counsel, contracts that go wrong are likely to be costly. Law firms can help large corporations review contracts. So why do you guys take lawsuit jobs? How can we protect our clients when not filing a lawsuit is the equivalent of not going to war? And not going to war is just paperwork? Isn't it clear from the terms of the law? The clauses are written clearly. The judge is the one who executes the judgment. In short, there is a great deal to learn about winning or losing a lawsuit, or even the severity of the sentence. If you are interested, you can invest in our law firm. Oh, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. And when you guys need to expand, look me up. Chen Sun became more and more familiar with Niu Guhong, and their relationship became more and more cordial. According to Mr. Niu's lawyer, this case is very simple because things are very clear. However, the real trial is estimated to wait for 3 months. Civil litigation cases are very many. In the court side of the long line, the longest 1.5 years before the trial are. Chen Sun wakes up every morning, doesn't wash his face, first goes to the forest park for half an hour jogging, walks slowly for half an hour, goes to the bakery and buys fresh bread for that day, goes home and takes a shower, squeezes juice from apples and pears and other fruits, drinks it, puts the Chinese herbs into that giant cup, boils it, then fries 2 eggs and eats them with the bread. Breakfast done. It was time to carry that giant mug on my back, ride my bike, and check out the various restaurants down the street, taking notes on what the restaurant menus had to offer. Yang Xingyu is going to do the catering, and this person with a serious case of middle-agedness is definitely not going to do the meticulous work. Chen Sun has to understand the production of food and beverage industry, and then choose a specific direction to cut. Otherwise, hot-headed to open a store. Certainly very risky. Chen Sun rode for a few days, counting at least 50 restaurants every day. The more he counted, the more alarmed he became. Too many restaurants have gone out of business. So many small restaurants with transfer signs. This makes Chen Sun very incomprehensible. Dining is not very hot. Why there are so many stores closed? On this day, Chen Sun came to the door of a store called Il Cafe and looked at the store in a mess. He had bought a cup of coffee from this coffee shop 3 days ago, and he didn't realize that it had gone out of business so quickly. Boss, are you a corpse collector? A stylish handsome man wearing tattered jeans and a canvas denim shirt asked Chen Sun. What body collector? A restaurant body collector. I just saw you looking at the door for a long time and thought you were a restaurant body collector. What do you mean by restaurant corpse collector? Chen Sun asked curiously. This is not simple. The restaurant cannot be opened. The inside of the thing's lost a pity, anxious to transfer, a moment and cannot find to take over. So you can only find a restaurant to collect corpses to take over, and then sell it backwards to the next family. Fashion handsome man said. As it turns out, the so-called restaurant body collectors are the ones who dump used dinnerware. Ah, wouldn't that take a lot of money to do that? No need. Need to rent a warehouse on the line. The transfer price is very cheap. Look at my set of coffee machines. The original price of 75,000. These beautiful cups, a set of more than 4,000. All together, 300,000 or so. You guess how much the final transfer can be? No more than $30,000. The fashionable handsome man's expression was obviously sad. Chen Sun was also surprised. These things are at least 80% new. He would have thought that 50% off. More than 100,000 to take down. I did not expect $30,000 at most. These cups of mine don't have the logo of the restaurant's name, so I can still sell them for a high price. You know that beef and rice place across the street? Their chopsticks, plates, etc. all have the restaurant's name on them, and as a result, no one wants them for nothing. Chen Sun thought about it and said, why don't you transfer it to me and pack these things for me? Okay buddy, do you want to open a store or be a body collector? I want to try them all. Where's your warehouse? I'll send it to you for $25,000. How's that? No problem. I don't have a warehouse. You can just drop it off at my house. I can put it in my first floor yard. Chen Sun didn't think he would get a bunch of coffee equipment home. A few days later, he saw a Kizo coffee store in another place with a banner saying coming soon, but in fact, it had just begun to be renovated. I found a decorator, contacted the owner of Koshiro Cafe, and took him to my villa. The boss looked at Chen Sun's coffee machine and related equipment and said, Big brother, all these machines of yours are from Germany. The quality is indeed good, but I have to save money when I open a store. Close to the machine plus all the cutlery. How about $100,000? Chen Sun looked embarrassed. This is too cheap. Finally, Chen Sun for 120,000 yuan, sold the package to the owner of the more soft coffee. Net profit of 95,000 yuan. It seems like a money-making opportunity, more so than catering. When a restaurant dies, there's a restaurant body collector. When a person dies, the patient is thoughtful and loves to think a lot. Obviously making money is a happy event. Chen Sun suddenly remembered his own illness, and his mood immediately grayed out. If you die yourself, who will collect your body? Yang Mengxue? No, she's pregnant. She can't be emotionally unstable. Dad is from the countryside. He's not familiar with the big city. He might get lost. It's better not to bother others and take care of it yourself. Chen Sun decided to go and pick out a grave for himself. Returning to his hometown for burial is impossible. His account has long been moved out, and he can only buy a cemetery in Magic City. Opened my phone and searched for cemeteries and found so many of them. Other people like the cemetery in the suburbs. Quiet. Chen Sun thought he was a quiet person. After death, find a lively place better. So he chose the East District's Tranquility Mausoleum. This cemetery is relatively close to the city. It is estimated that the price is not cheap. Chen Sun is not short of money. The price is not a factor to consider. Since it is the choice of a lifelong residence, he feels that he should still go to see it in advance, which can be compared to buying a house to live in for a long time. At first, Chen Sun planned to drive to the cemetery because the distance was quite far. After briefly thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to go by bike. It was supposed to be a workout, and riding a bike was also considered a kind of exercise. Plus he didn't have anything to do in the first place, so riding a bike wouldn't have any effect. After soaking up the Chinese herbs and eating and drinking enough, Chen Sun started cycling across the Magic City. It was easier than expected, because he wasn't in a hurry. Chen Sun rode more easily and stopped by a nice restaurant for dinner. He ordered steamed vegetables for a healthy meal. It took almost 4 hours to get to the so-called hospice mausoleum. What's going on today? Did you guys have an appointment? The mausoleum gatekeeper smiled when he saw Chen Sun, startling him. It's not the Qingming festival. The mausoleum is basically empty, and the ghosts feel lonely. The gatekeeper is naturally bored. What appointment? Chen Sun asked. 10 minutes ago, a young man, also like you, rode the same bike and carried the same cup, but that cup of his was black, which is better looking than this one of yours. And it's a wonder that you two, one black and one white, didn't make an appointment. The gatekeeper chuckled. I'm here to pick out a grave for myself, Chen Sun explained. The gatekeeper also laughed. The young man wants to pretend to be a ghost to scare me. But I'm scared. I can't be scared by guarding a haunted house every day. Chen Sun knew that the gatekeeper had misunderstood, and he didn't bother to explain, asking, where's the guy you said was riding the same bike as me? Chen Sun suspected that this person was Yang Xingyu. It can't be such a coincidence. What's Yang Xingyu doing at the mausoleum? Is he picking out a grave for his brother-in-law? West End 12. The gatekeeper replied. Chen Sun entered the cemetery and saw that there were many tombstones, giving a sense of silent hustle and bustle. In addition to the tombstones, there were many trees inside. The environment was really good, just a little too quiet. Of course, if the graves weren't quiet, they were haunted. Chen Sun heard someone talking and he rode over. Sure enough, it was Yang Xingyu. Chen Sun hid behind the big tree, wanting to see what this middle-aged youth was going to do. Yang Xingyu held a huge cup and sat in front of the tombstone in a cozy manner. Dad, I have good news for you. My sister is pregnant. Yang Xingyu took a sip of his drink and was telling. Chen Sun was startled. Could it be his ex-father-in-law buried inside? Dad, today is the anniversary of your death. My sister was supposed to come. She's pregnant and Mom won't let her go out of town. She said she's going to stay home to nurse her baby. Dad, don't worry. Everything is fine at home. Mom bought me a court auction house. You don't know. Now the price of the house has risen 10 times. All 60,000 or 70,000 a square meter. Mom bought me a court auction house is 30% lower than the market price. Mom told me to get married early, saying that I'm too impetuous as a person, and that I'll be quiet only after I get married. Dad, if you were around, you would definitely disagree with me getting married at such a young age. I'm still a kid. I'm not even at the legal age for marriage. And Mom is a little panicked. Dong Dong said, wait until I reach 25 years old and then get married. Her family in Jiangxi want a bride price. She wants to secretly marry me. Do not want a bride price, but I'm still according to the customs of their hometown. Winter hopes that I can find a formal job. It's quite difficult to find a job. My brother-in-law said that he would help me get a restaurant, and I was moved. I intend to be my own boss. My sister always doesn't believe in me. She beats me every day, and strikes me from the flesh to the spirit. and every time I let her. Sister is too fierce. Dad, you should have disciplined her back then. If my sister wasn't so fierce, I guess it wouldn't be my brother-in-law's turn now. Speaking of my sister, I'm happy and sad. My sister married a good family. My brother-in-law is good to people. I've been studying to be a chef for 3 years. It's all because of my brother-in-law's money. Oh no, it's my sister's money. The money is earned by my brother-in-law. He doesn't know that my sister has given the money to me. My brother-in-law, who's a really good guy, doesn't get mad even when he knows that my sister has spent the money on me. Dad, my brother-in-law and my sister got divorced, and it wasn't because they were having relationship problems. It was because my brother-in-law had cancer and didn't want to drag my sister down. My sister cried a lot in secret, and it was heartbreaking for me to watch. Only I didn't say anything. My brother-in-law is such a good man. I wish so much for him to get well. Brother-in-law out of the countryside. So poor, a lifetime before they have time to enjoy. And then get cancer. I heard that there are only a few months to go. Dad, in heaven's name, bless my brother-in-law to be safe and well. If my brother-in-law can live well, it doesn't matter if I don't want the house. Dad, you must bless your brother-in-law. Chen-sun silently pushed the car and left the mausoleum, looking for a place where no one was, before crying out. Back home, Chen-sun turned on his top configuration computer and began to search for lung cancer-related information. Live and let live by any means necessary. Be true to yourself and to those who quietly care about you. Chen-sun didn't want to passively wait for God's arrangement anymore, and for the first time he started to actively face cancer. He clearly remembered that the attending doctor of the 6th hospital had said that there was only a 6-month survival period, and according to this statement, more than 2 months had already passed, and the cancer cells should have spread. But so far, he didn't seem to have any other problems except that he was particularly tired from running, easily tired from going upstairs, and often had a vague pain in his chest. Could it really be that the herbs are working? Drinking Chinese medicine as tea every day. Chen-sun is so used to the bitter flavor that he is no longer afraid of bitterness. The more he looked at the internet, the more confused he became with all the claims. In the end, he decided to go to the hospital for more radiography. For better or for worse, be clear in your mind. The next day, with the original medical records, I drove to the original hospital, and after various tests such as filming, it was noon. After calling Yang Mingxue asked Chen-sun to go over and have lunch together. The two have been divorced for more than a month, and now that his ex-wife has her own biological child in her stomach and cancerous cells in her body, Chen-sun is also confused about what exactly to do in the future. 3 years ago, not long after the marriage, at that time, Chen-sun's body was not yet a problem. His father was working as a security guard in the county. Chen-sun received his mother to Mordor, and lived with himself. At first, the whole family was naturally very happy. However, less than 3 months, Yang Mingxue quarreled with her mother. After his mother left Mordor, she died due to illness, which made Chen-sun's heart has always been dissatisfied with Yang Mingxue, which also became a knot in his heart. The fact that he had been nonchalant with Yang Mingxue all these years was also related to this matter. In front of the mausoleum, overheard Yang Xingyu talking to himself. He realized that his mother is from the countryside. His wife grew up in the city. There is a huge difference between the habits and views of the two people. Living together, because of trivial things, it would be strange if they do not quarrel. In the program, right is right and wrong is bug. In life, winning and losing are more important than being right or wrong. The so-called winners in life are sometimes hard to beat. Wives and mothers who both think they're right are just not meant to live together. In that moment, Chen-sun forgave Yang Mingxue and let go of his heart. If cancer really took him early, he only blamed it on his bad fate and didn't blame anyone. Chen-sun came to his ex-wife's house and realized that Yang Mingxue had really put on some weight. Chicken stew, mu shu pork, fruit platter, prawn cassoulet, rice, luxurious and simple dishes, lovingly put together by the ex-mother-in-law. Zhou Yumei kept adding dishes to Chen-sun. Chen-sun, eat more. Yang Mingxue also said, Chen-sun, eat more. If you don't, my mom forces me to eat every day. My stomach is never empty. Yang Xingyu protested, what's wrong with you guys? Am I an air person? My stomach is empty. Why doesn't anyone care about me? No one cares about Yang Xingyu. I'm full of gas. I'm going to find Dong Dong. Yang Xingyu said, isn't that Dong Dong of yours at work? You go to her. Be careful of being fired by your boss. Yang Mingxue added to Yang Xingyu's woes. Chen-sun said, Xiao Yu, I found a job that feels quite suitable for you. I don't know if you are willing to do it. Then, he told the story of how he collected the dishes from the cafe and dumped them out to earn $95,000. Zhou Yumei and Yang Mingxue both felt that this was suitable for Yang Xingyu. Come on, I don't have any money right now. It costs money to collect dishes. Yang Xingyu said. Don't you have $200,000? You haven't given me a share of the loot yet. All of it went to your girlfriend? Chen Sun asked. No. Mom bought me a house. Next week to get the real estate license it. Put my money are empty. Mom old sister. You think I'm suitable for this thing? Must invest. One person 1 million on the line. Yang Xingyu middle 2 disease irregular attack. Mom, did you really buy a house for Xiaoyu? He doesn't have a job. How did he get a loan? Chen Sun asked. The matter of buying a court auction house. Chen Sun heard Yang Xingyu talk about it in the mausoleum. Court auction house. 100 square meters only sold for 4.2 million. I bought it with full payment. Zhou Yumei said proudly. When will you get the property license? Has the house been cleared? Chen Sun was suddenly a little worried. The title deed came through. No loan. The number came down the same day. The title deed is going to be in our hands next Monday. The people in the house haven't moved out yet. They said they will leave when we get the title deed in our hands. Chen Sun is even more worried. The court auction house. If it is not vacant, the people inside are mostly nail households. Will not go easily. Was there court staff involved in the delivery? Yes. The house will be delivered next Wednesday. The people from cheap real estate are also going to be there. Registering the water, electricity and coal degrees. If you're not sure, we'll go to the agent first and ask. You know that agent? His name is Ma Zhongjie. Chen Sun didn't say much. He has a former colleague who bought a court auction house and had a lot of problems. After the meal, the family went to the real estate agent and met the young man called Ma Zhongjie. Ma Zhongjie warmly received Zhou Yumei and Yang Xingyu. For Chen Sun, it seems to be not too concerned. He felt that Chen Sun is a bit bragging. Said to buy what $50 million of the house. Brother Chen, it's you. An agent was very enthusiastic when he saw Chen Sun. Chen Sun also recognized that this person is called Feng Daxiao. Chen Sun sells and rents houses. Are looking for this person. Little Feng, aren't you at the real estate company in front of Cozy Court? Why are you running here? Saying more is all tears. Chen brother. I did a good job over there. Last month was still an excellent employee. But the result is that I met is 3 idiots. Said that I joined forces to cheat them $100,000. The store manager was afraid that I would be retaliated against. So he arranged for me to transfer to this store. Feng Daqiao said it is angry. He did a very good job in the original store. The surrounding environment is also familiar with. To this side to refamiliarize the environment. For an intermediary, the situation of the surrounding neighborhoods must be personally understand the situation to be able to do. He is now 2 eyes. The accumulation of all over there is gone. What's going on? You didn't offend anyone? Chen Sun asked with great concern. Feng Daqiao told Chen Sun in detail about the 3 Tang brothers coming to cause trouble. Chen Sun listened to his heart pounding, feeling that he had pitted the future of such a great young man as Feng Daqiao, which was not what he had intended. Next to him, Ma Zhongjie saw Feng Daqiao and Chen Sun chatting affectionately and asked in a low voice, that braggart knows Feng Daqiao? What bragging rights? It should be Feng Daqiao's old client. An agent replied, a regular customer? Funny, this guy even bragged to me about buying a house of about $50 million. Laugh it up. Wearing such cheap clothes. I don't think he has even $500,000. Ma Zhongjie hugged a stack of information out, very warmly greeted Yang Xingyu family, also incidentally gave a friendly nod to Chen Sun. Obviously, he did not know the relationship between Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu family. Chen Sun asked, Xiao Ma, I looked for you last time to chat about buying a house, and then you didn't contact me, so I'm looking for Feng Daqiao now, which doesn't count as jumping the gun. Ma Zhongjie said, not counting. I'm sorry I didn't help you find the right one. In the future you can find old Feng. He is new. The performance is 0 it. Feng Daqiao's face is red. Damn. My performance is 0. Already in the company meeting by the leadership. You have to say in front of the customer. You are not a pit? Seeing Feng Daqiao's face is not good. Ma Zhongjie continued to salt the wound. Mr. Chen wants to buy a house of $50 million. You help Mr. Chen find a house. Immediately become the company's sales champion. Feng Daqiao said, Mr. Chen, don't pay any attention to him. Chen Sun said, I'm not looking for a $50 million house. I'm looking for a bigger house with a budget that can't exceed $50 million. Seeing Chen Sun talking seriously, Feng Daqiao was also very headstrong. He was not familiar with the surrounding. Mr. Chen, you wait for me for 2 days. I'll take a field trip to a few surrounding neighborhoods before I say anything. No rush. Give me a call if there is a suitable one. At least 5 rooms. The center of the district. Not noisy. The floor is preferably in the middle, not blocking the sun. Other than that there is no requirement. Ma Zhongjie saw Chen Sun said so seriously. The heart secretly laughed, pretending to be a big spender. Ridiculous. Feng Daqiao, this idiot, even took it seriously. but also to find a house. Brain problem. With a contemptuous mood, enthusiastically gave Yang Xingyu mother and son to talk about the various handover precautions of the court auction house. After the explanation, Chen Sun walked out with this mother and son trio. Zhou Yumei said, "This little horse is so enthusiastic." Ma Zhongjie was surprised in his heart. What exactly is the relationship between this Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu and their family? On the way home, Zhou Yumei asked, "Chen Sun, do you really want to buy a $50 million house?" "Yes, after the baby is born. I want to hire a live-in nanny for convenience." Chen Sun said, "Where did you get so much money? Robbing a bank doesn't give you that much. You didn't win the lottery, did you?" "Mom, it's only 5 million even if you win the lottery. Unless you win Mark 6. Yang Xingyu took over. Chen Sun thought that this mother and son were suitable for fortune-telling, and might be able to become industry leaders. No one believes that Chen Sun really wants to buy a house. Chen Sun's phone rang. A stranger's call. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I'm Chen Sun. Who is it? Do you take cutlery?" Chen Sun immediately reacted to the fact that someone had taken the initiative to ask him to collect the dishes. "Collected? What hotel are you?" "Chinese restaurant. Tables and stools too, complete with pots and pans." "How much?" "And a refrigerator oven." "I'll come over and check it out before I say anything. You text me the address and I'll come over around 4 p.m. After answering the phone, Chen Sun received an address from the other party. "Chen Sun, do you really do the job of collecting dishes?" Yang Mingxue asked with a smile. It's been a long time since I've seen Yang Mingxue smile. She has recently been under the care of her mother, fattening up a bit, like a baby fat, but she smiles so beautifully, with a bit of pure female high school student flavor. "Right. Xiao Yu, you have nothing to do. Come with me to take a look." Chen Sun wanted to take Yang Xingyu. If he really hangs up, Yang Xingyu, who is his uncle, must be an important dependence for his children, and he must raise Yang Xingyu. Yang Xingyu didn't want to go. It was summer. He would rather be at home blowing the air conditioning and eating sorbet. "Xiao Yu, if you don't want to be kicked out of the house, take the initiative." Zhou Yumei threatened her son, in the gaze of mom and sister that could kill. Yang Xingyu got into Chen Sun's car. On the way, Yang Xingyu had been complaining about his mom turning a nice home into an elementary school classroom. "Cut the crap. I'll invest in you. Half of the money you make. Half of your sister." "Okay," Chen Sun said. Money immediately gagged Yang Xingyu, following the address given by the other party. Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu came to a place called Baolong Plaza. This place is a so-called shopping street, and it's very popular. The two arrived on the 3rd floor, leaning against a store next to the elevator. The owner's name was Lu Feng, a male, wearing a black suit and a tired face. The two sides were briefly introduced, and Chen Sun realized that it was the owner of the cafe who had introduced him. Chen Sun didn't bother to babble and went straight to the point, with Yang Xingyu studying next to him. The first thing to look at are the plates, dishes, bowls, etc. "Boss Lu, I'm very sorry. You have your restaurant's name on these dishes. This can't be transferred. I don't want it." Chen Sun gave up after one look. Lu Feng was already sad. After hearing this, he became even sadder. "Boss Chen, I specifically looked for someone to customize the tableware. The quality is very good, with top quality ceramics." Chen Sun can only apologize. Backstage kitchenware a whole lot. This restaurant opened 3 years. A lot of kitchenware are old, and not worth money. Disinfection cabinet and so on is new. Refrigerator, freezer several, and ice machine, juicer and so on. These things are slightly worth a little money. What's left is the table and stools. It looks bulky, but it's not really worth it. The final tally, occupying a restaurant of more than 200 square meters, was $15,000 when the contents were packed down. "Boss Chen, you're killing the price too hard. I've renovated this store twice. The first time I spent more than $500,000. The second time more than $200,000. Lu Feng said with a bitter smile. "Really didn't kill the price. These things of yours, they need to be recleaned. So many of them can't be used." Chen Sun disguised as a crooked businessman, not willing to add a penny more. 10 minutes later, 16,000 sold. Chen Sun called the company pulling the goods. A few masters to help. Loaded a large truck. Table, stools, pots and pans all loaded away. Lu Feng pursed his lips and watched the truck pulling the goods go farther and farther away and finally become completely invisible. He re-entered the hotel, looked at the messy, empty room, looked at the decoration that could not be removed still, remembered that he had spent so much effort, and finally had to choose to close down. Did not hold back. Sat on the floor, sat in the garbage, cried like a child. Life, it's really tough. The name of the restaurant, the pattern, the cuisine, all of them were designed by him repeatedly and carefully selected. It was clear that he had used all his strength and still lost. he really can't afford to sell it. However, if we don't close the store again, we lose money every day and the rent is more than $3,000 a day. The big truck pulls up to the house Chen Sun rented. After unloading, Yang Xingyu carefully took out those plates and dishes with the name of the restaurant, cleaned them, and then arranged various kitchen utensils neatly. Throughout the entire process, Yang Xingyu did not say a word and operated silently. Chen Sun saw Yang Xingyu this way. Know that Yang Xingyu was hit a little big. That Lu Feng, experienced. People are also shrewd. The hotel is still closed. Waiting for Yang Xingyu to slow down, Chen Sun said, have you noticed? The first floor of the ground floor of Baolong Plaza is also catering, which is very hot. So why not the third floor instead? Stupid. The first floor of the ground floor is a snack. The customer unit value of how low a bowl of noodles $20 are too expensive. Above the big restaurant, just a dish more than 30. Slightly better dishes are hundreds. That's why the store up there went out of business. The economy is bad. Consumption is downgraded. And the cheaper the price, the more it survives. What's the point of surviving? You have to make money. A lot of money. Otherwise why work so hard? Life first, Chen Sun said. Suddenly remembered. Yang Xingyu's surviving and his own surviving are completely different. Yang Xingyu is to feed himself. He is to live one more day. Yang Xingyu went back a little downcast. Fried a handful of good food is his pride. Now he is a little skeptical of the catering industry cannot do. Chen Sun began to look for a warehouse. Although the villa is spacious and there is no problem to put so many things, but it is not comfortable to live in. In addition, he has to continue to acquire second-hand tableware. No warehouse really cannot. This side of Yanchang Road is relatively remote. Chen Sun did not find a suitable warehouse, and finally found a small abandoned factory. The factory used to do food processing. No pollution, but the rent is more expensive. 6,000 a month. With Chen Sun now rented villa almost. Finding someone to organize and clean a little. Chen Sun transported the messy pile of dishes to the factory, and the house was much more spacious. Remembering that he hadn't called his dad for a long time. In the evening, he called his dad, Chen Dadong. Chen Dadong was in good spirits and said that he had chosen a house, well decorated and new. Dabao, the house in the county is not expensive. It's only more than 300,000 yuan, 150 square meters. If it was in the Magic City, 3 million wouldn't be able to take it down. Chen Dadong probably showed off to his son. The majority of those who went to the county to buy homes were farmers. Farmers move with a family of 5 or 6, so small houses don't sell well, and they all prefer to design large flats. Is there enough money? Chen Sun asked. Enough is enough. I've saved $110,000, plus the $1 million you gave me, and there's still $700,000 left after I bought the house. It's enough. Are you coming back in the Spring Festival? Not coming back. Chen Sun is afraid of an attack of the disease in the Spring Festival, and it is not known whether he will live until the Spring Festival. Now in August, according to the hospital, Chen Sun still has the last 4 months. It doesn't matter if you don't come back. Come back next year. You and Xiao Xue come back. You don't have to go to the countryside to live. Xiao Xue is not used to living in the countryside. Chen Dadong's voice was full of pride. Yang Mengxue had been to Chen Sun's countryside home once and was quite unaccustomed to it. Chen Sun hesitated for a moment, but still said, Dad, Xiao Xue is pregnant. It's already been 2 months. What? Xiao Xue is pregnant? Boy or girl? Ahahahaha. I'm going to be a grandfather. My son is awesome. My good son. You're finally going to be a father. Chen Dadong was so excited that he was a bit incoherent. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl now. It's less than 2 months. Chen Sun felt that his father did not have any basic common sense. How could he know the gender of the child in 2 months of pregnancy? I'll send some souvenirs to my grandson. Chen Dadong began to envision a bright future, causing Chen Sun to feel another pang of sadness that his father was completely unaware of his situation. Chen Sun gave the address of his mother-in-law's house. 3 days later, Zhou Yumei called and said that she did not know who sent several £100 of things over, which scared Chen Sun. My aunt and uncle sent it. 200 pounds of rice. Said no pesticide rice. And is this year's new rice? Just out. That rice is indeed good. Open the bag. A rice fragrance. And especially white. Obviously better than the supermarket to buy rice. 100 eggs. 50 duck eggs and 50 goose eggs. All eggs from free-range chickens, ducks and geese. And what with the wild rabbit meat, the smoked leg of pork, and so on. Is your uncle crazy? Sending so many things, all of them? Do they have food to eat? Zhou Yumei didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The house was not spacious, and after putting a whole bunch of things, the kitchen was almost filled up. Chen Sun came to his mother-in-law's house to help organize things. At noon that day, with the old family steamed rice, topped with cut bacon. The aroma wafted out. The whole building is fragrant. Xiao Shui, eat less. This is bacon. It's not healthy. Xiao Yu, eat more. Zhou Yumei said. Yang Mengxue especially wanted to eat more bacon. She had little interest in the meat stewed by her mom. Yang Xingyu finally felt like he had a place at home because his mom finally let him eat more. After the meal, Zhou Yumei proudly took out a document to Chen Sun to see. This is the real estate license. Finally came down. Everything went well. Chen Sun opened. The real estate license is written in the name of Yang Xingyu. Xiao Yu only contributed 200,000. The rest of the money, I contributed part of it and found Xiao Shui to borrow 1.5 million. Zhou Yumei looked at Chen Sun a little uneasily. Yang Mengxue that 1.5 million. Is Chen Sun sold the house? If the daughter's son-in-law is not divorced, this money is equivalent to the son-in-laws. Their own used to buy a house for their son. A little unreasonable. Although Zhou Yumei strikes Yang Xingyu all day long, deep down, she still feels that her son is more important than her daughter, and that her son is a member of her own family, while her daughter is to be married off. Chen Sun returned the real estate license to Zhou Yumei and asked, when will the house be delivered? 2 weeks later. Seeing that Chen Sun was not angry, Zhou Yumei was still uneasy and carefully put away the real estate license. Yang Mengxue explained, Chen Sun, let me tell you, Yang Air didn't have a job and couldn't take out a loan, and my mom was too old to take out a loan, so she asked me to borrow money to buy the house in full. It's okay, no need to explain it to me, I'm just worried that the delivery will go smoothly. Poor people have a lot of things going on and often have disputes over small interests. Chen Sun, now billionaire, do not care about that more than $1 million. What's more, this thing happened after the divorce. Yang Mengxue has the right to deal with her own money. Yang Mengxue fights with Yang Xingyu every day, and in the big things, she is still unconditionally helping this two-bit brother. There won't be any problems with the delivery. The original landlord promised to move things out within 2 weeks. Yang Xingyu was just afraid that Chen Sun would be unhappy. Although the $1.5 million for the room was given by his sister, it was actually earned by his brother-in-law. With his mom and sister's money, he was at peace, but with his brother-in-law's money, he was still a little weak. Gnawing old nibbling sister successful Yang Xingyu is also dignified. He secretly resolved to earn money, immediately give brother-in-law to buy a good pack of cigarettes. Chen Sun called his uncle and thanked him for sending so many delicious food. What's the point of being polite as a family? I'm going to be an uncle soon and I'm having fun. That cousin of yours is so useless. He doesn't have a girlfriend until now. Uncle was both happy and angry. Angry that his son was 1 year younger than Chen Sun. Chen Sun had a baby and his son still didn't have a girlfriend. Yang Mengxue took the phone and said, thank you uncle, the bacon is so delicious. Mengxue, when you have a baby, bring it to uncle's house and eat as much as you want. Uncle said, okay. Chen Sun was speechless. Yang Mengxue used to rarely take the initiative to speak to Chen Sun's relatives and whatnot, and she was sweet-mouthed after eating the bacon sent by her uncle. So it seems that foodies are still easy to bribe. Chen Sun chatted with his uncle for a few days, and his uncle said proudly that his youngest daughter Shulan's grades had improved, and her monthly exams were in the top 10 in the whole school. Chen Sun, you are really powerful. Wei Changfa is rich and powerful. They don't dare to mess with you. Something happened to their family. Wei Changfa was arrested. Everyone in the county knows about it. Uncle said. Chen Sun briefly asked a few questions, only to know that Wei Changfa's wife He Junwan is really a ruthless character. Prosecuted Wei Changfa for bigamy, and Wei Changfa is now arrested. It's not that I'm good, it's Wei Changfa's own unclean ass. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Sun said. You've been modest since you were a child. A nephew is like an uncle. I'm the same way. Uncle praised Chen Sun's noble qualities. Chen Sun cried and laughed, listening to his mom say that this uncle liked to brag since he was a kid, and it had nothing to do with modesty. After talking to his uncle, Chen Sun was in a good mood for no reason. It seems that in the future, it's only right to communicate more with loved ones, not to be bored alone. Chen Sun's phone rang again. It is an unfamiliar number. It will not be a restaurant closed down again. Hello, which one? Chen Sun asked politely. Brother Sun, it's me, your first cousin uncle. The voice on the phone was enthusiastic. Chen Sun had just thought about communicating more with his relatives when this strange first cousin's phone call came, leaving Chen Sun silent for a while. Your Guoxiang first cousin. Don't remember. Zhang Dogua, do you remember? Zhang Dogua? Chen Sun finally remembered. Zhang Dogua is the next village, older than Chen Sun 2 years. This man called Zhang Guoxiang is Zhang Dogua's father, and Chen Sun's family is a bit of a distant relative. According to the rural name, really should be called cousin uncle. Zhang Dogua is of course a nickname, and his first name is Zhang Yingsun, which the boss says is to welcome the new year. because he was born at the end of the lunar month, and Zhang Dogwa says it means to welcome the bride. As Chen Sun remembers it, this Zhang Dogwa often bullies people and loves to fight. Chen Sun was the object of bullying, and did not have a good impression of this very distant cousin. "Good day, cousin," Chen Sun responded politely, while his head was full of questions. "What was the purpose of the other party's call? I heard from your uncle that you are very powerful. Someone as bullish as Wei Changfei is afraid of you. I won't say any more nonsense. Help cousin uncle to get someone," Zhang Guoxiang said. "Fishing for people? What do you mean? Fishing for who? It's the dog Wah. He was arrested. You fish him out. We also intend to buy a house in the county. To write the name of the dog Wah, you have to let me sign," Zhang Guoxiang said. "Arrested? Who arrested him and why was he arrested?" "The Public Security Bureau arrested. You also know. The countryside police station. Black very much. All day messing around. Do not move to arrest people. Dogwa to buy a house to sign. The Public Security Bureau also does not release people," Zhang Guoxiang said angrily. "Why were you arrested?" "Why? He was drunk. Killed a person. Just this little thing was arrested. He is not intentionally killed. Is drunk to kill. No way. Small place. The Public Security Bureau a little bit of power just cover the sky. Black too dark. Do not go to arrest the liquor seller. Arrest our powerless and powerless people." Lord Zhang Guoxiang began to condemn the darkness of this society, so that Chen Sun's eyes went black and almost thought that he was dreaming. "Cousin Guoxiang, it's not a small matter. I can't afford to fish him out. I shit. You don't have the ability to pretend what you college students are great. I shit." Zhang Guoxiang angrily hung up the phone. Chen Sun was in the wind for a long time before he blacked out the other number. It's better not to contact people indiscriminately. It's still dangerous out there. No program is simple. Chen Sun suddenly missed the days when he worked late into the night every day. Co-workers are perverted at best. Fellow townspeople are likely to be deformed. Speaking of county fishing people, Chen Sun suddenly remembered his classmate in the county, called Blade. Blade is a nickname. The real name is Renwei. His father is an official in the county. Renwei's grades are a mess. Can enter the county high school? Must have relied on the family's relationship, but ultimately did not get into the university. Renwei was very close to Chen Sun and gave him a lot of study materials. After Chen Sun got into college, Renwei gave Chen Sun a watch and a pair of brand-name sneakers. Sneakers quality is very good. Chen Sun wear 4 years are not bad, and only later learned that the pair of shoes more than 2,000. Equivalent to Chen Sun half-semester living expenses. I wanted to find Renwei to help inquire about this Zhang Dogwa. Hesitated for a long time. Chen Sun finally did not open his mouth. Chen Sun didn't drive the next day. He took the subway to the hospital. It's easy to smoke while driving, and he needs to quit. With the goal of smoking 1 fewer cigarette per day, he should now be down to 7. It's really hard to quit smoking. Carrying an oversized insulated cup, Chen Sun went to the hospital to get the checklist and showed it to the head doctor. After the doctor saw the report, he didn't say the results, but flipped forward, combining it with Chen Sun's report from 2 months ago in comparison. Incredibly, this cancer you have is spreading very slowly, the doctor said. What's the problem? No problem, no problem. Everyone's body is different. Oh, I read your report card 2 months ago. The cancer has spread. It is estimated that in about 6 months it will spread to the whole lung. It's just strange. Looking at it now, the spreading speed is very slow, as if it's being suppressed. The doctor held up his glasses, amazed in his tone. At the rate it's spreading now, how long is it estimated to take to spread throughout the lungs? It's hard to say. Wait, I'll calculate the area of the shaded portion. Oh, look at the rate this is going. The spread is slower in the first 2 years, and in the 3rd year, the expansion will accelerate. Chen Sun took a long breath. Whether it was because he exercised or quit smoking, or the medicine given by Dr. Yi Qingxuan was effective. In short, the first goal, to live until the child was born, should be no problem. Chen Sun habitually wanted to reward himself with a cigarette to celebrate the completion of the first goal. He held back, only 33 cigarettes today. Putting the inspection report away carefully, Chen Sun bought 2 bottles of wine, intending to pay Yi Qingduan a visit, to thank this eccentric old man. Taking the bus to the subway, passing by the original neighborhood, Chen Sun saw Gu Ming. Old Gu, you're going to see a doctor today. Chen Sun felt that he could survive and was in a much better mood, and when he saw his old enemy Gu Ming, he greeted him enthusiastically. When Gu Ming saw Chen Sun, the veins on his forehead shot up. Chen Sun, I won't give you contact information even if I die. Chen Sun smiled. Gu Ming had preconceived notions about him. Gu Ming wanted to get off the bus. The bus had already driven out of the station and could not stop. Gu Ming intended to get off at the next stop. Chen Sun sat quietly, playing with his cell phone. Guming peeked at Chen Sun and saw that Chen Sun didn't seem to have the intention of following him. He chose not to get off the car, intending to see what Chen Sun was up to. The back part of the road was the subway. Once he realized that Chen Sun wanted to follow, he could get out of the subway and not go to the doctor. Chen Sun is using his cell phone to contact Nyo Guhong. Lawyer Nyo, Granny Gu's daughter wants to meet with me to talk. Can I go and talk? Chen Sun asked. Chen Sun received a phone call on the way. It was the daughter of the Gu granny. Said that he wanted to interview. He has no experience in this area, and would like to consult with a lawyer to represent him. Yes, be careful of 2 points. The first point is to prevent the other party from recording privately, so don't just make promises. The second point is that when you come across anything that's not clear to you, you can ask me directly on the phone. After receiving lawyer Nyo's affirmative answer, Chen Sun was much more relieved. It seems that today's luck was good. The examination report showed that her condition had stabilized, and Grandma Gu's daughter took the initiative to come over to talk about the settlement again. If Yang Mengxue hadn't gotten pregnant, Chen Sun definitely wouldn't have settled, and it wouldn't have mattered if he'd fought a scoundrel like Granny Gu until the end of time. Thinking of Yang Mengxue's comment about giving more blessings to the children, Chen Sun doesn't hate Grandma Gu's family as much, and he now looks at everyone in a favorable light. The car stops at the gate, which is the station for changing to the subway. Chen Sun got out of the car and didn't look at Gu Ming at all as he swiped his card and entered the station. Waiting for the subway, Gu Ming secretly followed Chen Sun a few meters away. Full of questions, this Chen Sun is not to follow me. Why do not look at me? Is it in my body to install a wiretap? Thinking of Chen Sun, a programmer, Gu Ming was worried. He must be a hacker and hacked my phone. No, I have to turn off my phone immediately. Gu Ming took her cell phone out and long pressed the off button. Gu Xiaoyu went to find Yang Mengxue. Lao Yang, where's that cup of yours? Let me see it. I must see it. It's so nice. It's just too big. I heard Chen Sun bought it for you. Chen Sun's is also big and thick. Gu Xiaoyu spoke quite hotly, suddenly saw that Yang Xingyu was also beside him and blushed. Snotty Yang Air, eavesdropping on our conversation? Yang Xingyu has been a bit soulful for the past 2 days. He has always thought that his cooking skills are good. In the school also won 3 cooking competition awards, and now did not succeed, because of the lack of stage. Once he came out to open a restaurant, the people who eat absolutely lined up to the end of the world. The men lined up to the non-ejaculation. The women lined up to the menopause. With Chen Sun went to collect a second-hand restaurant kitchenware. He realized that the original restaurant is really not so simple. There are too many links. Cooking is only one of the many links in the restaurant. Must find someone to work with. My sister can do the finances and can take care of the cash register and order and serve food on the side. Mom has a bad temper and a high level of chopping, so she can take care of cleaning, washing and chopping. And brother-in-law, he can take care of the purchasing. The girlfriend, Winter, is pretty and is responsible for looking like a flower on the line. As for me, Chef Young, of course, I'm in charge of the chef and spending money. Yang Xingyu finished planning, saw Gu Xiaoyu, immediately counted Gu Xiaoyu in. Gu Xiaoyu, since childhood, is a mischievous and unfeminine person, responsible for washing dishes, getting reprimanded, and being an antagonist. After being lectured by Gu Xiaoyu, Yang Xingyu didn't dare to say the perfect plan in his head. He closed the door and continued to think empty thoughts. Gu Xiaoyu took a picture of Yang Mengshue's cup. This cup is really good. It's just a bit expensive. I want to buy one for my grandpa too. Saying yes, Gu Xiaoyu called his grandfather Gu Ming. Shut down. Gu Xiaoyu didn't care. My grandfather forgot to charge again. This old man. I'm worried about his dementia. Gu Ming didn't know anyone had called him. After entering the subway, Gu Ming's full head of white hair was like a signboard, and people soon gave up their seats for him. He sat down and saw Chen Sun standing with a bag on his back across a carriage, and in his mind he was still constantly analyzing whether Chen Sun was following him or not. The city subway is a beast that roars and runs underground, devouring couples and couples of parents and children, and spitting out the silent battered workers. The subway was crowded, but no one was talking. Everyone was silently playing with their cell phones. It seemed noisy and quiet. Chen Sun bagged behind his back, ran into someone else. He played with his cell phone all the way. The phone is not much electricity, so he put the bag on his chest, with a charging cable connected to the cup. While charging and playing, the cup has a 20,000 mAh battery, which is comparable in capacity to rechargeable batteries on the market. When charging, the cup will have an alert light. The cup Q light flashed. Chen Sun didn't notice. The woman in front of Chen Sun noticed. Chen Sun stood, and in the seat in front of him sat a woman, wearing a skirt, with her breasts a little low. The woman suspected someone had been filming just now with that flicker, but didn't see who did. The woman pretended not to know and continued to play with her phone, her eyes looking around. Sure enough, Another light flashed. The beautiful woman was furious. "You're so shameless, aren't you? Taking pictures secretly and turning on the flash." Chen Sun was holding his cell phone just right for this woman, towering over her, and it was easy to photograph this woman's key parts. The beautiful woman's voice was so loud that the people around her heard it, and they didn't know who they were talking about in the sneak peek, and even Chen Sun didn't know that the woman was talking about herself. The cup's charging indicator blinked again. The beauty finally exploded. Huffed and stood up, snatching Chen Sun's cell phone. "Let you take a sneak peek." Only then did Chen Sun realize it was him he was talking about, and knowing it was misunderstood, he hastened to explain. "I didn't sneak a peek. The rechargeable indicator was flashing." The woman grabbed Chen Sun's cell phone and wouldn't let go. "Give me the phone." Chen Sun frowned. This woman was unreasonable and violently grabbed the cell phone. "I guess I'm usually used to being a bully. You're too shameless, aren't you? So many people are watching. You grabbed my cell phone? Immediately return the cell phone to me. If you don't return it to me, I will call the police." The woman didn't expect Chen Sun to be the first to complain about the evil. She screamed, "Stealing photos, ah, hooligan, ah." Guming has been staring at Chen Sun from the side, and when he saw Chen Sun was wrongly accused, he was the happiest of all the people in this car. God has finally opened his eyes. The wicked have their own wickedness to grind. Let's go to the same place. Chen Sun. Chen Sun held the woman's hand and snatched the cell phone. "Robbing my cell phone and slandering me. How shameless. Stealing my cell phone didn't work. It turned into an open robbery." The woman was so angry that her face was red, obviously being secretly photographed. This person turned around and falsely accused her of stealing a cell phone. Who is this looking for reason to go? The woman's mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find an opportunity to fight back. Next to a righteous young man rode to see the injustice. "I say buddy, you steal photos of others still have a reason. Hurry to delete the photos. Apologize to the girl." "When did you see me sneaking around?" Chen Sun asked. "You weren't filming, so why are you grabbing your cell phone in a panic? Are you blind? It's this woman who robbed my cell phone, and me getting my phone back is called robbing?" At this moment, there have long been people with cell phones recording video, to post the shameless sneak peekers online. Chen Sun plugged his cell phone into the charging cable, to continue charging. The woman screamed. "There's evidence of his sneak peeks on the phone. I saw several flashes of light." "Are you pig-headed? Having a sneak peek with the flash on? Sick as hell," Chen Sun said. Some people around us started talking. "It's not right to talk about random people sneaking around. Sneaking around who turns on the flash. Normal photos don't have the flash on either. This woman won't have other ideas when she looks at someone else who is handsome." Public opinion in the subway seems to be rising in Chen Sun's favor. The woman was furious. Shouldn't it be the man who argued whether there was a sneak peek? How did it turn out that he had thoughts about the man himself? This world is too twisted. The righteous young man looked less than 20 years old, green and righteous. He didn't let go of Chen Sun, walked up and said to Chen Sun, "Dude, if you didn't sneak a shot, take your cell phone out and show it to everyone. One look and you'll know." Chen Sun snorted his nose. "You also have a sick brain. I also said that you are a murderer. The murder weapon is hidden in this woman's panties. In order to prove that you are not a murderer, are you going to strip this woman naked?" The young man was enraged and wanted to grab Chen Sun's cell phone. How could Chen Sun let him grab it? With a push of his hand. "Get lost." The young man was waiting for Chen Sun to make a move, and when he saw Chen Sun pushing away, he shouted. Everyone saw it. He was the one who made the move. "I was defending myself." After saying that, he punched Chen Sun in the face. Chen Sun wouldn't fight with anyone. He made light of the situation and fell to the ground on the spot. The lab test reports in his bag scattered on the ground. Hospital test reports? Advanced lung cancer? Someone screamed when they saw the results on the report card. Chen Sun has been unconscious. The charging indicator on his cup is still flashing intermittently. It is not at all a sneak peek. The young man freaked out. Misunderstanding. Sir, wake up. Get him to the hospital. He's going to die. Someone said. The subway arrives at the station. Stops. And the doors open. Said Chen Sun secretly photographed the woman like a cat, flying out of the subway door, quickly out of the station, running without a trace. The young man was in 6s and 7s, calling, "Hey, why are you running away?" Someone called the police. The train doors had closed, the car had started, and the young man was at a loss, not knowing whether to go after the woman or to help Chen Sun up. Gu Ming saw the scene in front of him and didn't know whether to be secretly pleased or to help. At the next stop, the passenger police on the platform came over, carried Chen Sun out of the station, sent to the nearest hospital for fluids, and sent the young man to the police station to make a statement. After making a statement, the young man thought it was fine and was going home, but he was handcuffed and the parents were informed. Be prepared. If that Mr. Chen dies, You may be suspected of intentional homicide. I'm just doing what's right. The young man was so anxious he was on the verge of tears. He hated the woman who had wronged him. The woman walked out of sight. We'll help you find the woman based on the footage provided by the others. The policeman also sympathized with the young man in front of him. The man had a light fluffy mouth and a strong student vibe. The injury on Chen Sun's face is not serious. In fact, it is just a little bit of trauma. And that young man's hand is not heavy. But he was a cancer patient. And it was terminal. The kind of patient that no one knows when it will be gone. The hospital gave him a direct infusion of glucose amino acids and whatnot, not daring to mess around with other medications. When Chen Sun woke up, several people came to see him. There were 2 police officers, a man and a woman, and a couple, also a man and a woman. Seeing Chen Sun wake up, the husband had a relieved look on his face, and his wife gently reminded, "This gentleman is awake. Do you need us to do anything?" The police ignored the couple and asked Chen Sun, "Mr. Chen, do we need to notify the family?" Chen Sun said breathlessly, "No need. Where's my bag? There's an inspection report inside. Don't lose it. Don't worry. It's all tucked away. Please check my cell phone. They're falsely accusing me of stealing photos. Please check it, both of you." Chen Sun asked the police to give him his cell phone. He opened the lock screen and immediately handed it to the police. The 2 police officers checked the phone. There was no sneak peek, but there was a selfie. The female police officer visually inspected the length of Chen Sun's selfie, gulped, and after making a serious note, returned the phone to Chen Sun. "Will the person who slandered me for stealing photos be sentenced?" Chen Sun asked. "According to your situation, you should not be sentenced, but you can apply for a civil lawsuit to find the other party to claim for moral damages," the police officer replied. "Thanks," Chen Sun said. The husband asked, "Can you tell me about my son?" "Mr. Chen doesn't seem to be seriously hurt." The police had to explain. "The civil lawsuit I'm talking about is between Mr. Chen and that MS. Sham who falsely accused him of stealing photos. Your son beat someone into the hospital, both in shock. This incident is very serious. Unless Mr. Chen takes the initiative to give up pursuing the matter." "Mr. Chen, your attitude is," Chen Sun said, "I want to go home." On the subway was falsely accused of stealing photos. Chen Sun is very upset, is trying to teach a lesson to the woman. The woman ran out of sight. Chen Sun naturally do not want to stay in the hospital stupid. "Mr. Chen, we'll drive you," the husband said. This couple, they look very well groomed. I don't know how such a nurturing couple can raise such impulsive children. Chen Sun took this couple as a negative example and decided to teach his children in the future. He must learn the lesson, so that the children do not be so impulsive. When I think about how long I don't know how long I'll live, and that there might not be a future, my mood drops. No need. I'll go back by myself. Chen Sun packed his bag. The man pulled out a business card and handed it to Chen Sun. "Mr. Chen, I'm the father of the person who beat you up. I'm really sorry. If you're free, sir, I'd suggest going for a full medical checkup. We'll pay for all the expenses." The business card says, Manhwaeyun, no other title. The wife also said too, "I'm sorry, my son just got into college this year. People are too impulsive. We didn't control our children." Chen Sun said, "An inspection is not necessary. I want to go home first. Mr. Chen, if it's convenient, exchange contact information." The male remained polite. Chen Sun originally wanted to experience blackmail. I did not expect the other parent to be so polite. He added the man's WeChat, refused the other party's request to drive him, walked to the subway station, and took a car home. After Chen Sun left, the couple went to the police station to see their son who was locked up. Both of them suppressed anger, wanting to reprimand their son. See the child's pitiful appearance. The couple's heart softened. The words of reprimand turned into comfort. "Son, don't be sad. Learn a lesson. Next time don't be so impulsive." The son, Ma Huatang, was aggrieved. "Dad, Mom, that woman said she was secretly photographed. I thought it was true and had a brain fart." "You can't hit someone with a brain fart. And a mistake is a mistake," Mom said. Ma Wedding said, "I didn't know this man had cancer, and I wanted to apologize to him personally." "What kind of big shot do you think you are? And you personally apologize? Do you think someone can apologize for you? Not only do you have to apologize, but you also have to beg others to spare you. He's a cancer patient. Any random problem in his body can be said to be the aftermath of your beating." Ma Huayun finally couldn't help himself and wanted to teach his son a lesson. Ma Huatang was stunned. He didn't think his impulsiveness would cause such a big consequence. "Don't say anything. Let's go back first. You stay well at the police station and don't cause any trouble." The wife was afraid that Ma Huayun would say something more serious to scare her son. After returning home, his wife worriedly asked. The man called Chen Sun, who seems to be very sinister, didn't ask for compensation on the spot. Ma Huayun said, I don't think so. That person doesn't look like an insatiable person. Alas. I hope I can pay out some money to settle it. Xiaoting has just started college. If she leaves a bad record in school, her life will be over. This year is really too bad. The company has problems, and Xiaoting is getting into trouble again. Set aside $1 million. If Chinsun wants more than $1 million, let him go to court. The company is going out of business. There's no more money. The two men looked sad. In the evening, Yang Mingxue called. Chen Sun, what's wrong with you? Are you seriously injured? Yang Mingxue asked anxiously. Chen Sun said, it's not serious. How did you know I was beaten? Gu Xiaoyu called me to tell me that her grandfather saw you on the subway and said that you got into a confrontation with someone, got knocked to the ground, and fainted to death. It's not that serious. I was trying to be scary, pretending to faint. Her grandfather gloating again? I haven't seen the old man Gu in a while. The old man is having mental problems, and when he sees me, he says I'm stalking him. Is it serious or not? I'm coming over to see you now. Send me the address. Too far. This side of the extension road. No need to come over. This side of the traffic is inconvenient. At night there are very few streetlights. Ghosts get lost. Yang Mingxue was silent for a moment and said, my mom doesn't let me play with my cell phone, saying that she's afraid that the radiation will affect the fetus, so I'm not going to say much. There's a video of you getting beaten up on the internet, and it's really scary to watch. Don't worry. I'm not that fragile. You go to bed early. The two said good night to each other. Chen Sun had the illusion that it felt as if the two were in hot love, holding on to each other and caring for each other. After the divorce, they are more like two people than before the divorce. Monsieur actually cares about me. With this sweet thought in mind, Chen Sun planned to take a shower and go to bed. Stripped naked, stuffed the dirty clothes into the washing machine, entered the bathtub, put half a tub of water. Remembered Yang Mingxue said that the underwear and socks should be washed by hand. Chen Sun wanted to struggle up from the bathtub, to wash the underwear by hand. Forget it, I'm single now. I don't have to listen to anyone's words. Chen Sun didn't end up washing his underwear and socks. The next morning, Chen Sun woke up on time, ran, drank his medicine, and went to the grocery store to buy fresh vegetables. An auntie said contemptuously, a big man coming to the food court so early in the morning. Looks like someone who doesn't have a wife to love. Chen Sun said, lovers are for pain. Buying groceries in the morning is such a hard work. Of course I can't spare my wife to do it. Auntie got up so early to buy groceries. Uncle must be lying in bed sleeping, right? Auntie really knows how to love people. Auntie, anyone love? The old auntie's face changed, feeling her face being smacked with pain, and she directly twisted her head to not look at Chen Sun. Women have no one to love them. It's easy to get old. Auntie, be careful when you use the mask. The wrinkles are too deep to pinch the mask and it's not easy to take it off. Chen Sun complimented. The aunt was so angry that she was not in the mood to buy food. The whole person is not good. Chen Sun bought fresh vegetables, fresh meat and so on, and returned to the entrance of the villa to see Yang Mingxue and Zhou Yumei waiting. Why are you guys here? I didn't give you the address, Chen Sun asked with a smile. Xiao Yu has been here and knows the address, Zhou Yumei said. Seeing Chen Sun's face swollen, the two women felt a pang of heartache. Yang Mingxue thought to herself, I can't even afford to hit it. Being hit by other people? Angry. Zhou Yumei frowned when she saw the vegetables bought in Chen Sun's hands. This point, is it enough to eat? Of course it's not enough to eat. Chen Sun bought it for himself alone. Chen Sun put the vegetables away and took Zhou Yumei and Yang Mingxue to the vegetable market again. Zhou Yumei found that the vegetables here were at least 1/3 cheaper than in the city, and repeatedly complimented Chen Sun on his ability to choose a place. Bought a whole bunch of them. Chen Sun wanted to go to the kitchen to help, but was kicked out by Zhou Yumei. Go chat with Xiaoxue. Yang Mingxue walked around the room a dozen times. Gosh, the villa is so cool. You can even practice boxing. It's really too comfortable to live in. Chen Sun, you live alone in such a big house. Aren't you scared at night? Didn't you secretly find someone to keep you company? Zhou Yumei poked her head out. If we have a few more babies, we won't be afraid. When he finished, he went back to the kitchen for a second and continued to prepare lunch. Zhou Yumei, the goddess of cookery, had spent 2 hours making a meal that only 10 people could finish in one sitting, and was going to force Yang Mingxue to eat it all. After dinner, Chen Sun took his ex-mother-in-law and ex-wife to the forest park next door. Yang Mingxue was completely captivated by her surroundings. It's like a natural oxygen bar. There are natural hills with a variety of flowers and trees and a small stream running through it. This place is perfect for raising a baby. This was of course the conclusion of the mother-in-law, Zhou Yumei. After taking a walk for more than an hour, Chen Sun couldn't help himself and hid in the restroom and smoked 2 cigarettes fiercely before he got over it. After coming out, He was disliked by 2 women together. The smell of smoke is too heavy. Don't affect the fetus. Chen Sun had to follow the 2 women 3 meters apart. Without taking 2 steps, the phone rang. Hello? Which one? Chen Sun asked. Mr. Chen. I'm Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun? Chen Sun's brain didn't react to who it was. How is Mr. Chen's health? Is he better? Has the swelling on his face gone down? It was only then that Chen Sun reacted to the fact that this was Ma Huayun, who had his business card yesterday. It's nothing major. I'll go give the police a word to drop the charges and ask them to release your son. Chen Sun looked at young Meng Shua's back and remembered the words that said to give the child virtue. That kid called Ma Huatang is not a bad person. Hot-blooded youth, easy to be impulsive, and a little bit of righteousness. Chen Sun did not want to bother with the other party. Why don't I pick you up? Chen Sun gave his home address. After hanging up the phone, Chen Sun said that Ma Huayun was coming to pick him up to go to the police station to sign a settlement agreement. Zhou Yumei was very unhappy. What settlement agreement to sign? Should let the person who beat you go to jail? Not jail, at least pay money. What is this? Hitting people is not a crime. Just hit them? In less than 40 minutes, Ma Huayun's car appeared under Chen Sun's building. Seeing Chen Sun living in a villa, Ma Huayun put down his heart. It's unlikely that someone who lives in a villa would screw him out of his money. Dog-eyed and profiling. Most people are of this mindset. And so is Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun took a few bottles of Mao Tai, a box of imported Chelsea, as well as what is strong bones, kidney tonic, our tonic medicine. In fact, nothing useful. Collect IQ tax. Packaging is good looking. Used to give gifts is more appropriate. Together, the gifts are estimated to be worth $20,000 to $30,000. Chen Sun didn't ask for a gift. Zhou Yumei turned to Ma Huayun and gave him a splitting criticism. Bullying our family, Chen Sun. I'm not done with you. Ma Huayun forced the gift on Chen Sun's house. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. A small token. Chen Sun said. I don't drink. Really don't. When Yang Mingxue saw the wine, her eyes were glowing and her mouth was watering. Since she knew she was pregnant, Zhou Yumei had watched over her like a supervising prisoner, giving her no chance to drink at all. Zhou Yumei didn't give Ma Huayun a good look. Do you think our family can't afford wine? You beat someone to death and you want to settle up with 2 bottles of wine? Chen Sun was afraid that his mother-in-law would say something that would embarrass Ma Huayun even more and said, Mr. Ma, let's go. The police station gets off work early. Ma Huayun was taught that elementary school teachers have a lot of words. He ducked into the car, waited for Chen Sun to sit down, and immediately started the car, quickly escaping Zhou Yumei's sphere of influence. My ex-mother-in-law. She talks more. Mr. Ma doesn't need to be too concerned. Chen Sun said. Your mother-in-law is still very powerful. Ma Huayun said carefully. He recalled that yesterday, Chen Sun said that he was divorced without having to inform anyone. Ma Huayun suspected that the reason for Chen Sun's divorce was because his mother-in-law was too strong, and his sympathy for Chen Sun increased in his heart. When he arrived at the Public Security Bureau, Chen Sun found that the woman who falsely accused him was also there, and the modern means of investigation is really strong, and it is very easy to arrest people through face recognition. Ma Huatang was released and apologized to Chen Sun very sincerely. Police, as you can see, this is a matter between the 2 of them. It has nothing to do with me. And they apologized. I'm purely lying down. The woman who had falsely accused Chen Sun was called Shang Yiyun, and when she saw Ma Huatang apologizing, she immediately brushed off the relationship as if she hadn't caused the matter. Your apology is accepted. Let's leave this matter at that. Chen Sun ignored Shang Yiyun. He picked up the standard settlement agreement and signed his name and date. This was the second time he had signed it. The last time was with Mr. Zhang, who had smashed his car. A very familiar feeling. Seeing that Chen Sun had even forgiven the person who had beaten him, Shang Yiyun put her heart down and asked the police, Can I go now? The police asked Chen Sun, What do you want? If this woman had just misunderstood him for stealing the photo, he would not have felt anything. This woman constantly shirked her responsibility as if nothing was wrong. This made Chen Sun very upset. Apologize and compensate me for the mental damage. Chen Sun said. He knocked you out. You don't seek compensation from him. You seek compensation from me. Are you sick? I think you're gay. This woman was furious and verbally abusive, as if she had suffered a major grievance. Ma Huatang's face turned red with anger. The woman he defended on the subway was this kind of person. He regretted it so much at the moment that he wanted to drag the woman out and beat her up. No apology, huh? I won't accept the apology either. Yesterday you suspected me of clandestine filming. I also suspected you of clandestine filming. Please hand the phone over to the police to deal with. Chen Sun didn't bother with nonsense. His time was precious. The woman was visibly stunned. I'm secretly filming? Are you out of your mind? I'm going to secretly film? whether it's surreptitious or not. Either show your cell phone to the police or show it to me and see for yourself. The woman pulls out her cell phone to delete things. The police are here. She wants to delete the evidence, Chen Sun said. The police officer reminded, Ms. Shen, there is surveillance here. It's useless for you to delete the evidence. I have personal privacy on my cell phone. Why should I show it to you? The woman put away her cell phone. Didn't you try to grab my cell phone yesterday to check it out? How come when it's your turn, you don't dare? The woman sneered twice to show her disdain. Are you a man? What's wrong with me being a woman looking at your cell phone? Unless there's something unseemly on your phone. Chen Sun was too lazy to care about this double-standard woman. He directly said to the police, if Ms. Shang doesn't cooperate, let's go through the legal process. I will sue. Just leave. Who's afraid? Shang Yiyun's attitude was brutal. The police were all pissed off by this woman. Ms. Shen, let me remind you. You said that Mr. Chen was secretly filming. We took evidence yesterday and did not find any secret filming. You are likely to constitute the crime of defamation. The circumstances are not serious. The penalty is a detention of not less than 5 days but not more than 10 days, and may be fined not more than 500 yuan. The circumstances are serious. Convicted for the crime of defamation, and sentenced to less than 3 years of imprisonment, detention, control or deprivation of political rights. Shang Yiyun was startled. I'm a woman. How can I slander? Slander has nothing to do with gender. Men and women are equal. Shang Yiyun obviously didn't know much about the law, but she was really scared and immediately changed her face, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, it's me who misunderstood you. If you apologized 10 minutes ago, I would have accepted it. Now I don't accept the apology and must show your phone to the police. Chen Sun's tone was cold. Shang Yiyun dwelled on it for a while and handed her cell phone to the female police officer next to her. Male police officers shouldn't look at it. It took the policewoman 2 minutes to find 7 photos with Chen Sun as the avatar. Ms. Shen, these photos show that you were the one who secretly photographed Mr. Chen. The policewoman said, how could I possibly sneak a shot? I'm a female. I shoot in the open. Stealing a shot is sneaking a shot. Don't know the least common sense. Did Mr. Chen know when you were filming? How could I let him know? I was keeping evidence. Shang Yiyun immediately shut up after saying this. The police exported the photos and recorded the time they were taken because the time the photo file was created was the time it was taken. Miss Shang, the evidence that you secretly photographed Mr. Chen is solid, but you didn't use it in an illegal way and didn't photograph Mr. Chen's sensitive parts, so it's not a crime, but the evidence that you slandered Mr. Chen is solid, and as a police officer, I would suggest that you sincerely apologize to Mr. Chen. The policewoman decided to help Shang Yiyun one last time. Shang Yiyun cries, all the evidence is against her. Finally, the two sides in the police coordination. Shang Yiyun gave Chen Sun $2,000. Chen Sun accepted the settlement. Chen Sun's mood relaxed for no reason as he left the police station. Not because he won, but because he found himself in a much calmer mood, doing things less extreme, and being forgiving. Oftentimes, reconciling yourself with yourself is the only way to truly let go. There is no perfect world. We are all ordinary people. We all make mistakes. It's not an essential problem. We can get past it. The police felt that it ended well, and that the matter had been settled once and for all. The only one who was upset was Shang Yiyun, and the more she thought about it when she got home, the angrier she got. What is the right? The person who hit, not a penny. The mouth moves on the line. He apologized, and also gave 2,000 yuan. It is too unfair. This unfair society must be corrected, and must be able to make weak lives cry out. Fairy Shang Yiyun started shouting online. She wrote indignantly, a weak woman, every day hard to commute to work, squeeze the subway, by the boss PUA, living a hard and humble, just want to seek a little bit of small happiness, but this happiness is also broken. On the subway, a man condescending, holding a cell phone, the camera pointed at her breasts. She politely prompted the other party not to do so. The other party did not pay attention to her at all. She suspected that she was being secretly photographed. Of course, in the end, it was proved to be that there was no secretly photographed, but the bad man raised a knife and had to be stabbed into a good man's body in order to be considered a crime? In this world, do you have to use the blood of the weak to arouse a little conscience? Shang Yiyun also made it a point to emphasize that she did not do anything. She was secretly photographed, although the secretly photographed did not succeed, but the police also interrogated her, and forced her to apologize, plus a settlement of $2,000, and the other person who fought and assaulted. The police did not say anything, and let the two sides settle. Shang Yiyun cries out, what kind of society is this? Should the weak be trampled on? After I finished writing, I corrected the errors that appeared because of the pinyin input method, and then I pasted Chinsun's photo, sent it out. And by the way, I had a few big V's, such as the famous singer Baek Na-young, the environmental actor Yao Chang, the master of the toothpick, and the headline regulars, and so on, sent out for 2 hours. Shang Yi-yun has been constantly brushing the microblogging. There was no response. No one liked or commented. It seems that ordinary voices are still hard to be heard by others. Shang Yi-yun went to search for related videos. She remembered that someone was recording the video. She couldn't believe that the person who recorded the video didn't post it online. Sure enough, she found it. She retweeted it to her microblog with the message, "I am the woman who was secretly photographed. As a woman, I can do nothing but wash my face with tears. I hope that the majority of women go out to take care of themselves. For the perverted secretly photographed maniacs, we will never be tolerated. In the face of injustice, I will fight to the end." She retweeted it hundreds of times that day before going to bed outraged. Woke up a few times in the middle of the night and realized that not many living people gave a shit about her. No reviews, no likes, nothing. It took Chinsun more than 4 hours to leave his house, go to the police station, and then return home again. During the hours she wasn't at home, Jo Yume rummaged through the house and almost turned Chinsun's home upside down. She was looking for condoms and feminine products. After not finding a set, Jo Yume was relieved. Chinsun, this child did not cheat. Xiao Xue, you used to be wrong. In the future, you have to be good to Chinsun. Yang Mingxue rolled her eyes. That wimp is as timid as a mouse. If he really wants to find a little 3 or 4, I would rather like it more. No, 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 I'm used to it, and I'm determined not to call him a wimp in the future. Your mouth should be changed. Who does not move to call his own man a loser? Useless women only find a loser man. This place is really good. I do not know how Chinsun found. Jo Yume does not want to go back to the city. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening when Chinsun returned home. In the suburbs, comfortable to live in, not easy to get around. Jo Yume and Yang Mengxue didn't leave. Jo Yume made the soup, most of which was forcefully poured into Yang Mengxue, leaving a small portion for Chinsun. Mom, there's no need to leave me food next time. I don't eat after 8 in the evening, Chinsun said. Jo Yume saw Chinsun's work schedule posted on the wall and said, "You digest and digest before you go to sleep." Chinsun went to brush his teeth, and Jo Yume started nagging again. "Chinsun, you also put your underwear and socks in the washing machine, and didn't even air them out, so you'll have to wash them by hand in the future. You know." Chinsun's head was filled with black lines. "Got it. I'll go hand wash it now. Go brush your teeth. I'll wash them for you," Jo Yume said. Chinsun's old face blushed, feeling too sloppy. The bedroom is attached to the bathroom. Chinsun went to the bathroom to take a shower, and after he washed up, he returned to the bedroom without wearing anything. Yang Mengxue looked at Chinsun's body and started to comment. "You seem to have some packs and your stomach is smaller. Have you been working out lately?" "Yeah, working out every day. No weight loss. Less fat." Both saw the longing in the other's eyes. The knocking on the door was inappropriate and as annoying as it could be. "It's Mrs. Jo Yume, the mother-in-law." Chinsun hurriedly found shorts and short sleeves to put on, and reluctantly opened the door. "Chinsun, there are 2 bedrooms downstairs. You can sleep downstairs," Jo Yume said. "No more quilts." Chinsun is still making a final struggle. "It's summer. Just take a shirt to cover your stomach." Jo Yume doused Chinsun's last glimmer of hope, and under the forced gaze of his mother-in-law, he honestly went downstairs to sleep. Jo Yume began to reprimand Yang Mengxue. "Within the 3rd month of pregnancy, the placenta is unstable in its bed, so you can't have intercourse." Yang Mengxue got angry and ignored people, hugging her pillow and lying on the bed, pretending to watch TV. The villa has 5 bedrooms, a loft on the 3rd floor, and 2 small rooms. A few more people could fit. Wait for another month. You'll move in here. Tomorrow we'll go back to the city, Jo Yume said. "Not back." Yang Mengxue had to fight against her evil mom, and eventually failed miserably and went to bed honestly. Chinsun overslept that day, and it was a little hard to keep his little head upright for a long time because he hadn't slept for a long time and his little head wasn't down. The next morning he was woken up by Jo Yume, and when he woke up, he found that breakfast was already set on the table. "Mom, Xiao Xue, I forgot to mention that I went to the 6th hospital for a checkup a few days ago, and my condition is still slowly deteriorating, and the cancer is spreading, but it's slower than originally expected," Chinsun said while eating. Originally, the atmosphere was quite good, but when Chinsun said this, the stone in everyone's heart became a little heavier. "I'm going to show the report to Dr. Yi later." Chinsun felt it was better to show it to the doctor and let Yi Qingsuan judge. "All the gifts from that man yesterday, take them all and give them to that Dr. Yi." especially the wine. Definitely don't leave it at home. Someone wants to steal it in the middle of the night. Zhou Yumei glared at young Mengxue as she said, "Mom, what are you looking at me for? I quit drinking. I'll believe the hell out of you." The mother and daughter were at odds last night, and now they were about to explode again. If it were before, Zhou Yumei would have jumped up and cursed. Her spirited character never targeted her daughter. She targeted everyone. After breakfast, Chen took away all the things that Ma Huayun had sent yesterday and gave them to Yi Qingduan, then invited Yi Qingduan to read the report card. "Chen Sun, have you been living a regular life lately?" "This effect. It's much better than what I predicted. I thought it would take 5 months to achieve this effect." Yi Qingduan looked at the report card and was very pleased. "Is it a good thing? That doctor at the 6th hospital first said I'd live 6 months at the most. Now he says I'll live 2 or 3 years. Yi Yufan did not move beside him and took away Chen Sun's gift and put it in the next room. "This state is called living with the disease. Cancer is very difficult to cure. If it is maintained, has not deteriorated, maintained for 50 or 60 years, isn't it quite good?" Yi Qingduan said. Yi Qingduan's words were like a light that shone into Chen Sun's dark world, showing a new path. He kept thinking about how to get rid of the cancer. Every time he saw those cases online, it gave him a deep sense of despair. Yeah, so what if it can't be cured? It's okay to live with cancer for a long time, as long as it doesn't get worse. Chen Sun was thrilled. Yi Qingduan said, "Still come once every 2 weeks in the future. By the way, take the things away. I don't want gifts. Remember to pay for the medicine. I don't owe any money." Chen Sun said, "Dr. Yi, I can't drink this wine or anything. It's a waste to leave it at home, so take it and deal with it as you please." Yi Yufan dispensed the medicine to Chen Sun according to the prescription prescribed by his grandfather, then asked, "You really don't need those Mao Tai wines? I really don't drink. I'm quitting now, and I don't want cigarettes." "Well, I'm welcome to it then. My grandfather gives me so little pocket money that it's not enough on my paycheck. I'm talking about my girlfriend. I'm going to meet my future old husband. That pile of stuff is just right for use," Yi Yufan said lewdly. The two men laughed out loud, in a heartfelt sort of way, carrying a big bag of medicine back home. Yang Mengxue saw such a large bag of medicine and sympathized with herself and Chen Sun. Yang Mengxue was forced to take a large amount of food every day, for the sake of the little life in her stomach. Chen Sun was forced to take a large amount of medication every day, for the sake of his own life and for the life in Yang Mengshue's stomach. All of us are living hard, for a so-called better future. Why is the good always in the future and not in the present? After knowing that Chen Sun's condition had not worsened, Yang Mengxue began to think about these philosophical questions, and soon, her little head was a confused mess. "Forget it, let's figure out what we're going to eat for lunch." "Mom, for lunch, we'll have cassoulet prawns, fried fatty beef with scallions, and king crab. Other than that, I'll just get some by the way." Yang Mengxue started ordering. She was still hating her mom for what happened last night, so she intentionally made some difficult dishes for Zhou Yumei to do. Okay. Zhou Yumei went to the grocery store. Lunch, boiled shrimp and white water. Rice, corn rib soup. "What are you looking at? Do you think that you ate too poorly at noon? It's not bad at all. There's enough nutrition," Zhou Yumei said. She deliberately punished her daughter. "Mom, I've been drinking the ribs and corn soup for 3 days in a row, and I doubt I'm not my own," Yang Mengxue said. "How dare you suspect your mom of stealing? You wanna piss me off?" Zhou Yumei glared at Yang Mengxue. Additional work for readers of user 10683637. The wildly frightened thousand AO Shui. Yang Mengxue said, "When did I say you stole?" Zhou Yumei became even more angry. "Are you saying that your mom is too ugly and no one wants her? A child doesn't mind his mother's ugliness, and a dog doesn't mind his family's poverty. You can even say such words." Yang Mengxue wanted to hit the wall. "You think I'm worse than a dog?" Chen Sun saw the mother and daughter mixed unclear. He is not good to intervene. Pretending to be deaf and dumb, pretending to hear nothing, burying his head and eating furiously. Ma Huayun's call saved Chen Sun. "Mr. Chen Sun, I don't know if you believe in Chinese medicine." Chen Sun took the opportunity of answering the phone to escape from the mother-daughter PK battlefield and went to the balcony to answer the phone. "Believe it or not. What's wrong?" "I have a distant relative, an old Chinese doctor. He never advertises. Not many people know about it, and it's not far from you. For this disease of yours, you can find him to try. Don't worry about the medical expenses. I'll pay for it." Chen Sun was a bit curious. "What's his name? Where is the clinic?" "His name is Yi Qingduan. The clinic is on Extension Road. I don't remember the exact number. If you'd like, I'll take you directly to his home." Chen Sun smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Ma. I am now a patient of old Mr. Yi Qingduan, and I just went to get my medicine today." Manhwaeun's surprised voice came from the phone. Too coincidental. I also said that I first contacted that aunt of mine and then give you. And I'm afraid that you don't believe in traditional Chinese medicine. So I first asked you about your side of the attitude. Dr. Ye's medical skills are excellent. And this disease of mine is under control, Chen Sun said. The two chatted happily, each finding the other person nice. After the conversation, it was found that Yang Mengxue was sulking and Zhou Yumei was losing her temper. What's going on with the two heroines? Chen Sun asked jokingly. Your wife is too hard to serve. Don't eat the cooking. I don't fucking care. Do whatever you guys want. Zhou Yumei took off her apron, incidentally taking off the painted skin of an elementary school teacher, revealing the essence of a shrewish old aunt. Who let you manage? You manage too much. I'm 26 years old. Still like a child. No freedom at all. Yang Mengxue twisted her head without looking at her mom, looking at a plane tree outside the window. Chen Sun had to be persuaded by both sides. First Yang Mengxue criticized a few sentences, saying that mom is hard, to be grateful, and then began to eat prawns and drink soup, eating and saying that the taste is good. Mom's handiwork is absolute, more professional than Yang Xingyu. Finally went to rebuy prawns and beef back, made stewed prawns and scallion exploded beef. Seeing Chen Sun a patient to serve them, the two women finally had a clear conscience and stopped fighting, not continuing to treat their home as a battlefield. Mothers and daughters don't hate each other. The two women made up as if they had never quarreled before, and then told Chen Sun that they were going back to the city. Chen Sun was suddenly a bit reluctant to give up. A home is only a home when there's a woman in it. Despite all the bickering, drive and take the two women back to their mother-in-law's house. The agent Feng Daqiao came over to visit and said that he had found a suitable house for Chen Sun. Chen Sun, do you really want to buy a house? Zhou Yumei asked. Buy it for Xiao Xue. Chen Sun said. Yang Mengxue said. Chen Sun, the most important thing for us now is not to buy a house. It's for you to get well. It's fine if you don't have a house to rent. I just want you to be well. Nothing else matters. Yang Mengxue know that the family's money is not much. The house sold 6 million. Pay off the original loan of 1.5 million. The rest is 4.5 million. The two equally. Chen Sun had more than 2 million. If you want to buy a house, Chen Sun will have to take out a loan. You have to work hard to make money. Yang Mengxue didn't want Chen Sun to trade his life for money. Chen Sun wanted to tell the truth about winning the Mark 6 lottery, but he didn't know what timing to choose. Mr. Chen, when are you free to go see the house? Feng Daqiao asked. Chen Sun said. Now. Xiao Xue, you go along and take a look. Women have an irrational obsession with houses and look at them whether they can afford them or not. Yang Mengxue want to follow to see. Zhou Yumei unreservedly also followed. I'm afraid that you young people do not know how to buy real estate. I'll go to watch so as not to be cheated. Feng Daqiao stifled a laugh. Auntie, don't worry. I never lie. Mr. Chen is also our old client. I sold his house. Feng Daqiao led the three to the Fairview Mansion. The Fairview Mansion was close to Zhou Yumei's neighborhood, and it was only a 15-minute walk. Fairview Residence is a high-grade neighborhood over here, and the house is exactly 10 years old, which is considered to be a relatively new neighborhood in the center of the city. The house that Feng Daqiao showed them was a duplex structure, upper and lower 2 floors, with a staircase in the middle, a total of 337 square meters. The house is in the center of the district, not by the roadside or high-voltage transformers, etc. The district has a very high greening rate. It can be said that it fully meets Chen Sun's requirements for the house. There is a reason why this Feng Daqiao, who was able to become a sales champion in his original store, has this attitude of doing things with heart and soul. Unless one's character is particularly bad, it is difficult not to succeed. Of course, if the character is particularly bad, it will be easier to succeed. The room was very empty. It was basically unfurnished except for hard furnishings such as the kitchen and bathroom, not even curtains. Feng Daqiao in the room to introduce the house, a total of 7 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. The living room floor is marble, seemingly atmospheric. Small children, if you want to play on it, you can lay carpet. The floor of the bedroom is heavy antwood paved wooden floor. This floor is very good quality, casually used 30 years no problem. Kitchen, bathroom and so on, all use the world famous brand. The landlord spent $1 million on the decoration back then. You only need to buy furniture to move in. Zhou Yumei looked shocked and asked sheepishly, how much does this house cost? This neighborhood, the average price of 120,000. This house in the center of the district is considered to be the best floor. If not, the total area is too large. The price can be sold to 150,000 square meters. If you want in good faith. The landlord said 40 million. Taxes and fees and whatnot each bear their own part of the line, calculated lower than the average price. $40 million? That's too expensive. It would take me years to sell my body. Zhou Yumei was incoherent. I can sell it too. Sell it for a good price while I'm young, Yang Mingxue said with a smile. Neither mother nor daughter had any intention of buying it. It was purely for looking at it. I'm more than happy with the house and the price. Talk to the landlord, Chen Sun said. If you want to talk, according to the rules of the store, you need to pay $20,000 of intent, and the full amount is refunded if you do not negotiate. Feng Daqiao said. No problem. Let's go back to the store. Yang Mingxue thought she was dreaming. She finally understood why her name had the word dream in it. Go to the store to pay the 20,000 yuan intention to pay the money. Feng Chaoqiao contacted the landlord. The landlord is out of town. Back next Wednesday. Asked next Friday cannot. No problem. Just next Friday afternoon. I have plans in the morning, Chen Sun said. It's been half an hour since we left the agency store before Yang Mingxue woke up from her dream. Chen Sun, did you sell your body? Where did you get the money? Organ trafficking is illegal, I'll give you that. Get naked. I'll check it out. What did you sell? I won the lottery. Alright. Chen Sun had no choice but to tell the truth when he saw Yang Mingxue turn into Yang Mengyu. Classmate Gu Xiaoyu shines. Yang Mingxue, you're nymphomaniacal. Lewdly looking at your husband. What do you want to do? I heard you letting out a lewd bell-like laughter downstairs. Now it's broad daylight. You can't help it? Gu Xiaoyu, you're the one who brought our Mingxue down. Zhou Yumei didn't like Gu Xiaoyu. She felt that Gu Xiaoyu was a bit of a bandit. Auntie Zhou, I'm here to find old Young for the class reunion. Sam Tang came back from abroad and said that he wants to treat everyone to dinner at the revolving restaurant, so that all of our classmates can go. Gu Xiaoyu didn't expect Zhou Yumei to be there. Her face flushed and she immediately changed the subject. Zhou Yumei frowned. What triple xylitol? I also triple phosphoric and triple acid glandular dry. Auntie, you know Sam Tang. It's Tang Dequan. His whole family emigrated. He even chased Xiaoxue. You beat him away with a stick. Have you forgotten? Gu Xiaoyu said. That little rascal. Ah, I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Xiaoxue, don't go to the reunion. There are no good people in there. For readers user 10955398 Big Brother plus more. Thank you Big Brother reward, but also thank all the readers who support this book. I want to go. Have to go. Yang Mingxue insisted on going. I'll break your legs if you go. You break my legs and I'll get an abortion. You wanna piss me off? Once Zhou Yumei heard that her daughter wanted an abortion, she was furious, regretting that she didn't have an abortion back when she was pregnant with Yang Mingxue. Gu Xiaoyu has long been accustomed to this pair of strange mother and daughter daily duel to the death. She calmly explained to Chen Sun, Sam Tang is our junior high school classmates. After junior high school graduation, we are in different schools. Sam Tang chased after Lao Yang, who was even uglier at that time than now, and Sam Tang was blind to Lao Yang. Both parents thought the other's kid was too bad to be good enough for their own, and it was over before it even started. Don't worry, you won't be cuckolded. Yang Mingxue was furious. Gu Xiaoyu, when have I ever been ugly? Chen Sun said. Mom, if Xiaoxue wants to go to the reunion, let her go. No drinking. Zhou Yumei guessed that she couldn't stop it, so she had to retreat, knowing what her daughter's virtues were, and take a precaution in advance. Where is your family Yang Air? Gu Xiaoyu asked. Yeah, where's Yang Xingyu? Couldn't have hooked away with his girlfriend. Yang Mingxue then remembered that she had a younger brother. Xiaoyu went to collect the house today, bought that court auction house and handed it over today. Zhou Yumei said. Yang Mingxue wanted to call Yang Xingyu, but her cell phone was snatched away by her mom. The radiation is too high. I'll call. Dialing the phone, it was a female voice. Auntie good. I'm Xiaoyu's girlfriend Dongdong. We're here at the house. The other party is not willing to move out. Xiaoyu is quarreling with the original landlord, and the police have come. Zhou Yumei was in a hurry. Is the person alright? Did you do it? Didn't do anything. They were a family of 4. We couldn't beat them. Xiaoyu was going to call for help. I snatched his cell phone and called the police. Good job Winter. We'll be right there. Zhou Yumei complimented her future daughter-in-law and took Chen Sun and Gu Xiaoyu with her. Running to the crime scene, Yang Mingxue was forced by his mom to stay at home to watch the door, and so on. After his mom left, Yang Mingxue laughed maniacally, picked up his cell phone, and quickly ordered grilled chicken wings, grilled lamb kebabs, beef skewers and other unhealthy food. Life is precious. Kebabs aren't expensive, and takeout is easy. Yang Mingxue was looking forward to a little more noise over there so that mom could come back later. Chen Sun has long been worried about the court auction house will be a problem. It is only when you become a bad lender that the property is forced into foreclosure. There are a lot of people on the scene. There are 2 police cars. There are also people from the court. Ma Zhengjie, the intermediary, is also there. Yang Xingyu's face is reddish. Next to a girl who is about the same age as Yang Xingyu is constantly persuading Yang Xingyu. The girl looked clean and fresh in her jeans and ponytail. Xiao Yu, introduce me to mom. Zhou Yumei saw the girl beside her son and immediately forgot what she had come for. Mom, what time is it? Still introducing. Annoying. Yang Xingyu was in a bad mood. Hello auntie, I am Dong Dong Dong, Xiao Yu's girlfriend. Dong 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 took the initiative to introduce herself, and it was evident that it was a generous girl. Zhou Yumei's head was spinning when she heard that name. Dong 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 Dong? Is this a gong and a drum? This mom and dad would pick a name. Surely they are not their own. Yang Xingyu didn't have the good sense to introduce to everyone. This is my girlfriend Dong Dong. This is my mom, is also my home NPC. As long as I am close to her, will immediately assign the task. What to wash the dishes fold the quilt mopping the floor to go outside to buy some noodles Zhou Yumei cut off Yang Xingyu's introduction by calling over with a slap. Yang Xingyu chose the next. This is my brother-in-law. He is a coward. Was my sister and my mother teamed up to bully. People are ruthless and do not talk much. The only advantage is obedience. My family's ancestral tomb after the smoke. My sister was finally able to marry such a good husband. Wait a minute, you look at my sister will know. That woman is a butcher. Sun Yang is her prototype. Chen Sun tries to kick Yang Xingyu to death. Yang Xingyu introduced Gu Xiaoyu. This is my sister's best friend Gu Xiaoyu. With my sister a hill of raccoons. The same stream. Through Xiaoyu's sister, you can see what is called a female devil. Gu Xiaoyu growled. Yang heir, we're here to help you get your house back. You'd better shut the fuck up. Yang Xingyu closed his crow's mouth. Dong 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 said. Green smoke came out of your house for the second time. So I appeared. Chen Sun is sure that Dong 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 is also a douchebag. And Yang heir is kind of a perfect match. Hello Dong heir. Chen Sun took the initiative to greet. Introductions out of the way. Get down to business. Yang Xingyu was afraid that his mom would turn a small matter into a big matter. And a big matter into an unmanageable matter. So he let Chen Sun deal with it. And let his mom spectate from the side. Chen Sun went to ask for information. The former landlord said, we are law-abiding citizens. I live at home with my wife and my parents. I didn't invite anyone to mess with me. You guys suddenly sold my house and forced me to move out. Isn't that forcing people to die? Is it like this to still appear in a modern society where such things don't give people a way out? Like it's a good thing to say? Chen Sun asked the court staff, why are you auctioning? The court staff said, the homeowner owes money and does not pay. We are legally compliant with the law to auction the assets in the homeowner's name. Now that we've bought the house and the other party won't leave, what are we going to do? This is a matter to be left to the police. It's not our area of responsibility. Chen Sun asked the police officer next to him. Comrade police officer, how are you going to handle this? 4 police officers, one of whom spoke. We were called to the police and found out that it was a title dispute. And we police officers are not in charge of title disputes. So we can go to the real estate transaction center to settle it. Chen Sun asked the intermediary Ma Zhongjie, what's going on with you guys? Ma Zhongjie aggrieved, we are real estate agents. We only help customers to complete the transaction. To assist in good procedures I have no power and no power. Just agent court auction. Chen Sun looked around. So, this problem can't be solved It can be solved. You can apply for a refund or enforcement. But I have to remind you that a 5% processing fee may be deducted for refund. If you enforce it, the time is also expected to be longer. And you will also encounter a situation where the former landlord does not leave. The court officer was conscientious enough to spell out the pros and cons. Chen Sun laughed. We definitely won't be checking out. And we're going to stay in right away. So I'll take care of it myself. The cop asked. How do you fix it? If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who created the problem. It's not that simple. People don't understand what Chen Sun is up to. Chen Sun said calmly, a terminal cancer patient. 2 months ago, the 6th hospital gave the conclusion that I would live for at most 6 months. Now that 2 months have passed, I still have less than 4 months left. Before I die, I'll settle the house problem. And by the way, I'll consult the comrades working in the court. If you kill someone, how long does it usually take from being arrested to sentencing to death? The former landlord was in a hurry. Comrade policeman, this madman threatened me. Arrest him, he's going to kill someone. Chen Sun smiled gently. How long will it take? The court staff was also shocked by Chen Sun's smile. Depends on the situation. If you don't file a lawsuit, it is estimated that 2 months, but the court is very busy. From filing to investigation also takes a long time. If the other party hired a lawyer, the lawsuit is estimated to take half a year. And the final calculation, 10 months or so. Chen Sun said with satisfaction. That's enough. Thanks. The cop asked. What's enough? I can only live for 4 months. And if I kill someone, it takes 10 months to be sentenced. Enough time for me to live. The former landlord screamed. Don't you dare. After saying that, he pounced on Chen Sun to make the first move. What about the 4 cops next to you? They're not vegetarians. The former landlord was grabbed on the spot by several pairs of strong hands. After calming down, I realized that I had fallen for Chen Sun's trick. Yang er dong er, gu xiao yu. All looked at Chen Sun adoringly. The man made his former landlord break his defense with a few words. Bull. I'm going to go buy something and I'll be right back. Chen Sun said. The police don't dare to leave so easily when Chen Sun goes out. Who knows what kind of murder weapon Chen Sun went out to buy? The former landlord asked. Full of heartburn, what is he going to buy? It won't be to buy a knife to kill someone, right? You are the police. The murderer is right in front of you. Why don't you do something to arrest him? Oh no. You do it to arrest the criminal. Ah, what are you doing arresting me? The cop said calmly. He's only a murderer if he kills you, and when he does, we'll make sure we arrest him. The 2 former landlords were looking for something in their room and were going to use a kitchen knife in self-defense when they were stopped again by police. The knife was confiscated outright. The former landlord's mother was rolling on the floor. It's killing. It's killing. I'm 70 years old. I'm not going to live. The former landlord's father cried. There's no justice. The police have joined forces to bully people. Who killed you? The policeman said. That man just now. Pushed my mom to the ground and ran away. You police go and arrest him. I'll call the police if you don't arrest someone. The former landlord said. The policeman said. The law enforcement recorder we keep on. You call the police. It is also us who call the police. 1 call to solve 2 alarms. You are brushing up our performance. The former landlord angrily rebuked the bad cops. How can you harbor bad people? You are in cahoots. The police are colluding. This country is going to end. Zhou Yumei finally found the opportunity to play. The country will not be finished as long as the next generation is properly cultivated. I am full of hope for the country. Full of hope for the future. The police froze, and so did the landlord. What topic is this talking about? Is it related to the current delivery? Elementary school teacher Zhou Yumei continued. Wash your hands diligently. Change your clothes diligently. Insist on doing morning exercises every day. Don't run and jump around during class time. Keep quiet when the flag is raised. Care for your classmates. Care for the collective. Study hard and get better every day. Start from me. Start from now. Dong Er lowered his voice and whispered in Yang Er's ear. Your mom isn't crazy. I can't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a loud laugh. What do you know? My mom is strategically stalling to buy time for my brother-in-law, so that the police can be present. Yang Xingyu said. Sure enough, the police also a little stifled. Thought Zhou Yumei is from Wanping South Road. No. 600 psychiatric hospitals sneaked out. See, Zhou Yumei did not wear a hospital gown. A little more at ease. Raised his hand to speak. Teacher is good. The teacher can listen to my speech? Zhou Yumei continued to speak at length for 5 minutes before giving the police officer a chance to speak. I'm done. Fellow police officer, please go ahead. This matter, I hope to discuss it. I know you guys are in a hurry to move in, but you also have to give other people time to move. Right. The police began to make peace. Today push tomorrow. Tomorrow push the day after tomorrow. After all, the next time they encounter the police, the person who dealt with most of the time is not them. Who encountered who is unlucky. Starry Young said. It's been dragging on for a couple weeks, and the last time they came in and said they were going to move out today, they signed off on it. The old lady, the former landlord, climbed up from the ground. I am old. My eyes are not good. I can't read the words on it clearly. They asked me to sign and I signed. I didn't realize that they were asking me to move. This child is only how old? So young to learn bad. Lying to our old people eyes are not good. God damned. God, how not to take away these bad people. Ah, why is my life so bitter? The old lady was in tears, accusing Yang Xingyu of being a liar, except that her voice was particularly loud. There was no emotion of grief, and the traces of acting were very serious. The former landlord said, on the day of the signature, my wife and I were not at home, just my parents were there, both 70 years old. The law enforcement should be a little bit of minimum morality. Right. The person who tricked my mom into signing the contract should be arrested by the police. Yang Xingyu was so exasperated that he did not have any words. This family is deliberately mixed with unclear. Yang Xingyu is too tender to be an opponent. The cop was unmoved. So now that you're both here as a couple, can you sign? When will you move out? The former landlord said. There's no way we're going to enter into a transaction with a scammer. Ever. At this time, Chen Sun returned, carrying a white bucket. There was a vaguely bad odor coming through. When the police saw that Chen Sun did not have a weapon in his hand, he was half relieved. Mr. Chen, we're negotiating to move out. Why don't you give them another week? It's still pretty hard to find a house, the police said. It says by 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's past that point. Chen Sun said. Can't you just be accommodating? The policeman was making a last-ditch effort. He realized that Chen Sun was still more reasonable and wasn't as mean as his mouth made him out to be. Chen Sun looked at the former landlord. Yes, it's fine to re-sign the agreement. It can be extended for a week. Before the former landlord could speak, his mom had already come over and fell to the ground, hugging Chen Sun's legs. Murder. Murder. I have a heart attack. I'll die. Son, you have to see who killed your mom. Remember to give me revenge. The police are speechless. Obviously open the law enforcement recorder. This old lady still come to this set. Chen Sun laughed. So, you're not signing the agreement? The former landlord said. The agreement must be re-signed. I ask for very little. Compensate me $3 million and I'll move out immediately. $3 million? I already spent $2 million on the auction. Yang Xingyu was furious. I can give you $300,000. Not to compensate you. It's because I think there are 2 old people in your family. Chen Sun said. The former landlord was dismissive. I didn't see a penny of the $2 million auction. And I still have the nerve to say it when I'm forced to buy and sell. Chen Sun sighed. He really didn't want to do this. But this family had no intention of re-signing the agreement and tried to play dirty from the start. It wasn't very easy for him to walk around with the old lady holding his legs. So he stopped walking too. The old woman thought that Chen Sun would try to break free. Chen Sun did not move. She did not know what to do. Paralyzed on the ground holding someone's legs. A little uncomfortable. Chen Sun is not moving his legs. Manually. He opened the white plastic bucket he had brought back and a strong odor of bad paint appeared. Chen Sun lifted a bucket and threw paint at the wall. The house is going to be decorated. Splash some paint first. Chen Sun said calmly. The paint smells so fucking bad. Police, police, police? Arrest this man. He's throwing paint on my house. The former landlord screamed. Old lady, are you hugging me to keep me for dinner? Chen Sun asked gently before continuing to splash out the rest of the paint. Yang Xingyu felt so good. It's just that the smell of paint is too bad. Where did you buy it? Brother-in-law? How much? Hardware market to buy. This is the cheapest. $87 a barrel. The boss recommended painting outdoor railings. Said that if you paint the walls indoors, the people who live there are prone to leukemia. You hurry to take your girlfriend and mom to stand away from. The police, the court staff, the agents, all covered their noses. You guys can just stay at the door. I'll accompany the family to have a good chat about moving. Chen Sun said. Chat your mom's ass off. The former landlord was furious. Your mom's head is on the ground. Chen Sun said. Sir, it's a bit over the top. We should give them a little buffer time. The policeman secretly gave Chen Sun a thumbs up and verbally admonished him. You guys must have thought that the paint wasn't enough. Don't worry. I'm well prepared. Chen Sun said. Gu Xiaoyu said. Yang Er, you're really right. Yang Mingxue, that crazy batch marrying Chen Sun is smoke from your family's ancestral grave. Such a man. I like it. Yang Er warned. No stealing men from my sister. You can steal them from my girlfriend. Zhou Yumei was a bit worried. They won't beat Chen Sun, right? Chen Sun can't win. 4 policemen and 2 court people are there. What are you worried about? Gu Xiaoyu said. Chen Sun's arrogant look makes me want to beat him up. Not to mention the police. Zhou Yumei said. Mr. Chen is so awesome. I looked away. The agent, Ma Zhongjie, also couldn't stand the smell of the paint and pushed open the window of the building to inhale oxygen. Chen Sun took out a cigarette. Lit. Mother-in-law is not around. Hurry to smoke a pressure essence. The former landlord's family was furious. I didn't move my stuff. Compensate me for my furniture. My stool is the one Qianlong sat on. And the bed is a dragon bed, worth $50 million. Really? Didn't you say you were broke? If you don't pay your debts and hide your property, we can consider continuing to prosecute you. The court staff was happy. This family is estimated to conceal the property. The valuable things have long been emptied. The home on the table, stool, bed. Basically no valuable things. The former landlord couple stayed in the room and did not go out. The old lady cried for half a day and no one cared. And lying on the floor was not comfortable. Not cold, but the floor was too hard. The old lady choked. And the old man was a little bit confused, not knowing if he should hold Chen Sun's other leg. After a while, the old lady let go of Chen Sun's legs, and Chen Sun asked with concern, why don't you continue to hug? If you are not comfortable, you can change your position. The old lady barely took a breath and rolled her eyes beside her. Count on it, the former landlord said. Is stalemate. A middle-aged man carrying a toolbox of over. May I ask which is Mr. Chen? Chen Sun said. I am. Don't you want to change the lock cylinder? Is this house yours? I wouldn't dare change it without a real estate license. The locksmith was startled to see the police here, and immediately went through the formal lock change process. Normally, he wouldn't look at the real estate license and give the money and do it. Yang Xingyu handed the real estate license to the lock change master and looked at it. No, I own this house. The locks can't be changed. The former landlord screamed. Change? Don't be afraid. The police are there. I'll change the lock of my own house. Yang Xingyu said. Chen Sun humbly asked the police for advice. If I change the locks on my own house and someone comes to my house and interferes, and I stab them to death, is that considered self-defense? Excessive defense. The policeman gave his answer meticulously. The lock change master heard Chen Sun said to stab people to death. His hands began to shake. This Nima is too scary. I'm just a lock change master. I still want to live a few more years. When did the lock change also become so dangerous? The landlord's mother wanted to come over to hold the lock changer, but was blocked by Chen Sun and the police teamed up. The police finally figured out that it's better to have a long pain than a short one, and settle it once and for all, and there will be a lot less trouble later on. The master is a professional. The hand has been trembling. Still 10 minutes or less. The lock cylinder change. The new lock corresponding to the 4 keys to Yang Xingyu. Chen Sun gave $200. 100 is enough. The master replied with a shaky voice, as if the man in front of him had said he wanted to kill someone. I'll pay 100 in advance. This person will definitely destroy the lock cylinder. Chen Sun said. Well, thanks. You guys keep destroying. Yell if you need to. When the master left, he also threw a business card to Chen Sun. For the sake of money, potential murderers he wasn't afraid of. Chen Sun looked at the time. It will be delivered soon. The policeman asked. What have you gotten yourself into again? How can 1 bucket of paint be enough for a house as big as mine? I've reserved 10 buckets. Chen Sun said. Sure enough, a migrant worker-looking man came to the door carrying 4 buckets of paint. Without saying a word, Chen Sun took the paint and splashed it furiously. All bedrooms in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house all smelled strongly of paint. You're being too hard on yourself, the landlord said. If you talk to us properly, I can even let you stay for an extra month. Chen Sun said. Bull, you can't live with it when it's made like this, the landlord said. Wrap it up and go. There are 5 more buckets of paint tomorrow. Chen Sun finished and walked out of the room. Just let it go? Yang Xingyu asked. What else can I do if I don't count? Chen Sun said. The police and court staff left the room. Ma Zhongjie was also embarrassed and hid in the aisle. Dong 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 reported it to the police, and after she signed it, Yang Xingyu went to lock the door and leave. The landlord's family was locked inside. I don't know how long the other side can hold out. If they really want to leave, they can completely open the door from the inside. We won't bother the working comrades of the court and the police in the future. Thank you all. Chen Sun made a thank you to those involved. The policeman is alarmed. It's a wonder he's not in trouble. The court staff made a point of apologizing. I'm sorry. We didn't expect the other side not to leave. It was a mistake in our work. Chen Sun skimmed his lips and did not expose the 2 court officers with good attitudes. What a job mistake. It's so fake. A few people returned home. Zhou Yumei was like a sensitive dog, sniffing around. Yang Mingxue, did you steal food? Yang Mingxue blushed in embarrassment. Mom, you guys are back so soon? It's the first time my brother's girlfriend came to the door. Why did you go and mess with the trash can? Inside the trash can, there were bamboo sticks, chicken bones, and the room smelled like grilled chicken wings and squid and lamb kebabs. Zhou Yumei wanted to reprimand Yang Mingxue for stealing junk food, but considering her son's girlfriend's first visit to the house, she suppressed her anger and said, Dong Dong, our house is rather small. Dong Er said, it feels quite cozy. Chen Sun said, don't get cozy first. Wait for Xiaoyu to join me and go install the camera. Install a camera? What kind of camera to install? First give the red packet. My girlfriend's first time on the doorstep. Everyone must give the red packet. Don't think about escaping. Those who see it will get a share. Yang Xingyu stretched out his hand. Dong 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 said, how embarrassing. Let everyone break the bank. Verbally saying sorry. The collection code on the cell phone immediately in front of everyone's eyes. As if reminding, the first time to meet, not to give red envelopes to be embarrassed. Zhou Yumei gave Dong 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 a big red packet. Yang Mingxue said, I'm raising a baby, and my cell phone radiates a lot, so I won't send it. Chen Sun said, I'm waiting for the camera, and I'm not posting it. Yang Er jumped up. You husband and wife are in the same boat. Brother-in-law. You weren't like this before. You were brought down by my sister. Your brother-in-law is growing up. Yang Mingxue said. Zhou Yumei took Yang Mingxue's cell phone and said, Dong Dong come over. I'll send red packets for your sister. I'm not afraid of radiation. Yang Mingxue was speechless. Mom, I'm your daughter. What's wrong with daughters? Daughters are married off. Daughters-in-law are their own family. Mom, you're so patriarchal. Can you cover it up a little? I'm a people's teacher. I'm the same as my watch. I just value my daughter-in-law more than my daughter. What's wrong with that? Chen Sun predicted that this mother and daughter will make a mess without a break, and sent red envelopes on behalf of young Mingxue. Well, to get down to business, that family will move out easily. They will absolutely destroy it before they leave. And I'm not afraid of them destroying it now, but it's troublesome in case he comes back to destroy it after you've renovated it. This time, we must thoroughly clean up after them, Chen Sun said. After a while, there was a delivery of 5 small cameras. Going to load now? Yang Er asked. Right. Together, Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu returned to the door of that house. The door was open for ventilation, and inside the old woman and old man were crying, and the 2 former landlords were arguing. Chen Sun was a bit heartbroken, wondering what this family had gone through, and how they had managed to lose their house. Eventually, he hardened his heart. Yang Xingyu and Chen Sun hiding in the hallway, waiting for more than an hour. The landlord 4 people only left the room, carrying a large bag. The furniture did not move. It is estimated to go to live in the hotel. After the 4 had gone out of sight, Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu quickly took out stools from the room, stepped on them, and planted cameras at different angles, with the cameras pointed at the door of the room. Once that was done, the 2 wiped the dust off the stool, put it back in the room, locked the door, and flashed. That night, Chen Sun returned to his home on Extension Road. The next day, someone delivered paint to the door, and Yang Xingyu took the paint and splashed it again. In the afternoon, it was discovered that the door could not be opened. The inside of the lock cylinder was filled with a lot of 520 glue. Yang Xingyu called the police. The police came to the door, made a statement and took evidence. Then notify the former landlord. The former landlord is dead set on denying that he did it. Yang Xingyu gave the video to the police, who showed it to the former landlord. Mr. Young, are you suing? Definitely sue. See you in court. The behavior of the former landlord can be said to try to burglary, or destruction of other people's property and so on. This person does not have the money to hire a lawyer. The lawsuit most likely to lose, before the debt is not still civil behavior. Now the destruction of property suspected of theft is a criminal offense. The 2 severity is completely different. Mr. Yang, you and I didn't even know each other before. There's no injustice. I want the house back. It's my fault. How about we reconcile and move out right away? The former landlord finally softened. I won't prosecute you now, but I reserve the right to prosecute. Yang Xingyu, this douchebag, was finally not douchey for once. The prosecution period is 10 years. Please keep the relevant evidence. After 10 years it will expire. The police kindly reminded both sides. I'll keep it well. Yang Xingyu turned into a good boy who listened to the police uncle. The former landlord is very speechless. He is only to the lock cylinder filled with glue. The handle fell into the hands of the other side, but also to save 10 years. Too pitiful. With a trace of reluctance, the landlord walked out of the door of the police station. Just Chen Sun's face said how annoying. Let's find a place and talk, Chen Sun said with a smile. Chat, what's there to talk about? What else do you want? Not even in my house. The former landlord's teeth itched to gnaw on Chen Sun, and in his heart, he also felt strange. This person avoided Yang Xingyu and looked for him alone. He didn't know what kind of bizarre purpose he had. How many accounts do you have for your son's women's insurance? Chen Sun asked. What do you want? Chen Sun sighed. I don't want to do anything. Your parents are 70 years old. Right. I want to transfer some money to you. Rent a house. Give the old man a place to stay. The former landlord looked at Chen Sun, trying to find intrigue in this face, wondering what Chen Sun had planted. This person yesterday so ruthless, do things so absolute, absolutely not what good stubble, now suddenly becomes so kind. There must be a conspiracy. The sky will not fall pies, but often fall traps. The former landlord studied carefully for a long time, did not see the smell of a trap on Chen Sun's face, and saw frankness and sympathy. The former landlord also sighed. Tense nerves relaxed. All accounts associated with my ID card are regulated. As soon as there is money will immediately be transferred to take to pay off the debt. The cell phone is tied to my father's account. You really want to give me money? Turn my father's account. After reporting the account number, Chen Sun turned in seconds. The former landlord asked in amazement. You transferred me $200. 000? He expected to transfer a few $1,000s. Chen Sun said. The maximum transfer amount per day for my son's women's insurance is only 200. 000. The former landlord's mouth trembled a little and his eyes turned a little red. Thank you. Thank you. Nothing. We bought your house and actually took advantage of it. I don't know why you didn't just sell your house to pay off your debt. It has to go to this step of court auction. I'll leave first. Take care of yourself. Chen Sun said that he was going to leave. May I know sir's name? I think I heard your name called yesterday and forgot it. Chen Sun. My name is Su Qian. I used to have a name. I changed my name to Su Qian after I went bankrupt. I wanted to escape from my debt, but I didn't expect that. The people in the court were clear-eyed. This little trick of mine didn't have any use, Su Qian said with a bitter smile. Su Qian, you're a night watchman? Chen Sun was startled, thinking that he had encountered a crossing. Don't laugh at me. I used to be a big boss, living in a villa. Business failed. Most of the things in the house were taken away, and in the end this suite was left, and in the end I didn't keep it. People come to this point. Everything is fake. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea. These 7 items to get it done is happiness. So I changed my name to Su Qian. People, this life, really difficult. Chen Sun smiled, not knowing how to comfort this former big boss. You're being scary when you say terminal cancer, Su Qian asked. It's true. The diagnosis given by the oncology department of the 6th hospital, reviewed and confirmed, Chen Sun said. Su Qian looked at Chen Sun and didn't know how to comfort this frank-faced young man in front of him. The man looked more alive than he was. Bye, Chen Sun said. Bye, I'm going to look for a house, Su Qian said. After Su Qian left, the police came over, followed by the court auction staff. Mr. Chen, you really don't need to help this man. He's not a good person. He owes people a lot of money. And he also owes the bank an amount so large that you can't imagine. The court staff said. I'm fine with my own peace of mind. Chen Sun said. You won't have peace of mind. You don't even know who the person you're helping is. His original name is Su Jiayin. Just search online and you'll see what he's done. The court staff said. Chen Sun laughed. There's no need. I don't want to burden myself. It's good to be confused. The court staff's heart was clogged. Chen Sun's words made the staff roll their eyes half-heartedly. Yang Xingyu happily returned home and boasted his brother-in-law for a while. Brother-in-law projected too accurately. That guy called Su Qian, behaved like a grandson in the police station, and was arrogant yesterday. Zhou Yumei began to boast. Xiaoxue, your mom has a unique vision. Right. To find you a husband, doing things that do not leak. Yang Mingxue said. You are discerning, buying problematic houses for your son. Normal humans don't operate like this, pitting their sons against each other. Zhou Yumei erupted. Yang Mingxue, listen to me. I didn't even bother with you when you ate barbecue yesterday. You're going to be a mom soon. You can't even control your own mouth. Yang Mingxue was unyielding. What's wrong with me eating barbecue? Either give me barbecue or burn paper for me. You choose one. Zhou Yumei's blood pressure was up. Yang Mingxue, are you trying to piss me off to split the inheritance? Yang Xingyu firmly stood on the side of the mother. Sister, self-control is too poor. Must control their own mouth. You really let down the mother's heart. Mom really gone. Heritage, you do not want to get a point. Shut up. Shut up. Mom and sis yelled at Yang Xingyu at the same time. Yang Xingyu was speechless. What's wrong with me? You don't have a job. You don't get to talk. Yang Xingyu hid in the corner and drew circles. His voice in the family was too low. He agonized for a while and decided to take the advice of his brother-in-law, Chen Sun, to become a restaurant corpse collector first. To Chen Sun phone. Did not answer. To Chen Sun message. Old half a day before reply. Something. Tomorrow contact. Chen Sun is really something. After parting ways with Su Qian, he went straight to the coffee shop. The appointment was made a few days ago, and Tan Xiaoye, the daughter of Granny Gu, is coming to have an interview with Chen Sun. Mr. Chen, have you thought clearly about the compensation for letting my mother fall? If it's negotiable, I don't want to go this far into court. The two negotiated at a newly opened cafe. Tan Xiaoye opened the door and directly asked about the situation. The owner of the store, Koshiro Cafe, used to buy second-hand tableware from Chen Sun. Ms. Tan, how much money do you intend to scam me by trying to take advantage of your mother's fall? Report a number so that I can be mentally prepared. Chen Sun didn't even answer the other party's words directly, and in turn said that the other party was scamming. If not wrong, Tan Xiaoye must be with a recording device. Chen Sun, if you discuss compensation money with the other side, directly into the other side of the trap, equivalent to indirectly admit that Chen Sun let Tan Xiaoye's mother fell. Mr. Chen, it was clearly you who made my mother fall. How can you call it fraud? Ms. Tan does not admit that it is a fraud. Then use bumper sticker maybe with the accurate point. Your mother is not to see me, that car is very expensive. Take me as the target of bumper sticker, and then bumper sticker, and then arrange for you to come to me to ask for money. You mother and son often do this thing. Right. Very skillful. A ring set a ring. Not quite like the first time to do. Before the number of times must be quite a lot. Before you generally want each other to give you how much? Tan Xiaoyu didn't expect to meet an expert today. She took a deep breath and adjusted her strategy. Chen Sun is certainly not that bullish. Bullish is the lawyer Niu Guhong. Gave Chen Sun in advance how to introduce the conversation into their own rhythm. Tan Xiaoye ordered a cup of coffee and Chen Sun asked for a cup of pure water. Both of them were preparing. The scene became tense. Chen Sun was faking nervousness. He wanted to make himself appear nervous and his opponent would let his guard down. Tan Xiaoye also faked nervousness. She wanted to make her opponent nervous through the tense atmosphere. She was in her early 40s and was the eldest daughter of Grandma Gu. She had participated in many business negotiations and knew that she could not easily reveal her cards. Tan Xiaoye worked as a secretary in a listed company, and in this regard, had a lot of experience. According to her prediction, this polytechnic man named Chen Sun, in his normal state of rigorous thinking, would be full of loopholes once he became emotionally agitated. With coffee in her mouth and a fierce look in her eyes, she stared at Chen Sun, creating a tense atmosphere, and Chen Sun really did act rattled. There's drama. She was waiting for Chen Sun to speak first. Once she spoke first, she would lose in terms of momentum. Chen Sun pretended to be nervous and kept taking small sips of water. After a bottle of water was finished, Chen Sun didn't say half a word. Tan Xiaoye saw Chen Sun drink all the water and thought that the bastard was going to talk. But unexpectedly, Chen Sun took out a huge thing from his crotch and put it on the table. Is this thing called a bucket or a mug? Chen Sun straight away won't be able to straighten Tan Xiaoye out. Chen Sun poured out a small half cup of Chinese medicine and slowly drank it, making it look like he was tasting tea. Tan Xiaoye finally sulked. Why isn't Mr. Chen speaking? Chen Sun panicked, almost dropped the cup. Sorry, I just suddenly thought of a program. I wrote it. There may be a problem. Not a problem with the logic. It is in the case of high concurrency. There will be performance problems. You know, the database encounters this situation. Either give up locking, or ensure transaction integrity to avoid dirty reads. Chen Sun rattled off a paragraph popularizing the idea of programming to Tan Xiaoye. Tan Xiaoye's anger slowly rose. Mr. Chen, I didn't come from Pujiang to listen to your lecture on programming. Sorry, professional habit. Chen Sun smiled shyly, like a pure white rabbit. Tan Xiaoye finally stopped pretending. Mr. Chen, let's get straight to the point. My mother was washing clothes in Forest Park, and you put the car by the toilet, which was the main cause of my mother's serious injury from the fall. I'm not an unreasonable person, and I hope that the compensation issue can be resolved through mutual negotiation. May I ask Ms. Tan, how do you prove that your mother is not a bumper? Chen Sun wouldn't even talk to the other party about compensation. If he could get someone to pay compensation for this kind of thing, he'd rather just run over them. So, Mr. Chen is not going to compensate us? Ms. Tan, my car was placed next to me. Your mother took the initiative to touch the porcelain, and then intentionally fell. This is a very obvious act of touching the porcelain. Just like the street is full of cars, and your mother went to crash into the car into serious injuries. Please don't denigrate an elderly person, and show both parties a minimum of respect. Please address the matter itself. This one, it's not about age. I put my car next to me and your mother pushed it and walked away. If your mother wasn't touching the car, then it was stealing. Ms. Tan, do you think your mother was stealing or touching? Both sides stopped pretending, and the fireworks were on. Mr. Chen, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't return to the topic of compensation, I'll publish this matter on the entire internet. Mr. Chen will not only lose the lawsuit at that time, his reputation will also stink, and his job prospects will be affected. Tan Xiaoye began to be aggressive, looking kind but actually threatening. Chen Sun said, "Thank you, there is no need to give me the opportunity. You can directly publish it. If you make up facts to slander me, I will call the police. How much time will be sentenced for the crime of defamation? It is recommended that Ms. Tan check it out in advance. In that case, I'll take my leave and see you later." Tan Xiaoyu stood up. "I'll get the bill." Ms. Tan, Tan Sun said with a smile. "No, it is." Tan Xiaoyu bought her own cup of coffee. Chen Sun said goodbye and pulled his leg towards the door. "Waiter, this person skipped the check." Tan Xiaoye reported Chen Sun on the spot for skipping the bill. "Thank you for this young lady's report. Mr. Chen and I are acquaintances. It's free for him to come to our store for coffee. Mrs. Welcome to visit next time," the coffee shop owner said with a smile. Tan Xiaoyu almost became angry at Tan Full Moon and slammed the door. "Thank you, Boss Lu," Chen Sun said with a smile. When Tan Xiaoye came to ask Chen Sun to meet her, Chen Sun purposely set the meeting place at Euro Coffee, and by the way, he asked his boss, Lu Dongkai, to help him to get angry with this arrogant woman. "Boss Chen is polite. Come often in the future," Lu Dongkai said. The cafe opened not long ago. Got a few promotions? Business is good. The promotion stopped. Business is worse. Let Lu Dongkai a little depressed. Mr. Chen. That woman just now was so fierce looking. The waitress patted her chest. This waitress was a young girl in her early 20s. Speaking in a gentle and soft manner. The person was not pretty or ugly. Of course, there are not many pretty young girls that work as waitresses. She is fierce. Chen's son chuckled. I thought it was Mr. Chen's girlfriend. Luckily it's not. Mr. Chen is so handsome. His girlfriend must be pretty. The waiters started gossiping. Chen's son told the story of Aunt Gu stealing a bicycle in the park, which resulted in serious injuries. And Aunt Gu's daughter, Tan Yu, surprisingly went to court to claim compensation for Chen's son and the park security guards and other things. The waitress was furious. This woman is so vicious. I just gave her a smile for service. I'm so angry. I'll go mop the floor. The waiter pulls a mop out of the utility room. Lu Dongkai said, the ground isn't dirty. What are you mopping? Isn't it just once a day? That woman is dirty. She sat here. I can't stand not mopping the floor. I'll use disinfectant after closing. Tan Xiaoye didn't know that a waiter thought she was dirty, but she was an elite white-collar worker. And when she got home, she immediately started searching for the relevant laws. And by the way, she searched for information about Chen Sun. Soon, she saw the microblog posted by Shang Yiyun. The name was Chen Sun, and the photo was also Chen Sun, with 0 retweets and comments on this tweet. The person who tweeted it must be a regular person. Tan Xiaoye was overjoyed. Her belly full of fire from Chen Sun instantly disappeared. She took out her recorder, listened to the conversation with Chen Sun over and over again and cut it up. Then she took pictures of the list of expenses for hospitalizing her mother, Auntie Gu, and pictures of Auntie Gu's painful expression, and then wrote the article. In the article, he said how miserable he was, how hard it was for his mom to support the 3 siblings, how hard it was for his mom to go for a walk in the park, go to the bathroom, and be tripped over by a person on a bicycle. And the other person not only didn't pay for it, but also said that Granny Gu either stole or touched the porcelain. Excuse me, is there a 65-year-old man who goes to bumper cars? Is there a 65-year-old man who goes to steal bicycles? My mother's legs are not even flexible. People who falsely accuse my mother of stealing cars, do you have some humanity? At the end of the article, Tan Xiaoye put a screenshot of Shang Yiyun's tweets on the back as well as additional material. The person who falsely accused my mom is the same person that this MS. Shang Yiyun met. Tan Xiaoye didn't use Chen Sun's front avatar. She didn't write Chen Sun's name. She just twisted the facts. It's very hard for Chen Sun to say that she slandered her. Instead, Shang Yiyun said Chen Sun's name, and she also used the photo of Chen Sun taken secretly on the subway. Su Yuan swiped through Weibo and saw what Tan Xiaoye had posted. Ha ha ha, Chen Sun is in a big mess. This time, he must be made to compensate for my cell phone, and the $100,000 he was cheated of. Su Yuan retweets Shang Yiyun and Tan Xiaoye's tweets on Weibo, then says that Chen Sun is a habitual thief who stole her new cell phone. But this person seems to have connections with the Public Security Bureau, which is always looking towards him. The 3 Tang brothers also saw Su Yuan's tweets. Another person's mom got hospitalized by Chen Sun. The 3 Tang brothers retweeted Tan Xiaoye's tweet. And by the way, the situation of their own family, Chen Sun had run away after injuring their mother, who hadn't recovered until now. Scum! Seeing Tang Sanxiao's tweet, countless people left messages on Weibo, supporting the Tang brothers and abusing Chen Sun. Tan Xiaoyu was very satisfied when she saw this, and the result was even better than expected. Don't blame me for being hard-hearted when you did it yourself, Tan Xiaoye said. Tan Xiaoyu takes the initiative to contact Su Yuan who lost her cell phone, the Tang family whose mother was violently hit on the bus. And as for Shang Yiyun, she thinks the woman is brainless and there's no need to join forces. What is not brainless about publicizing people's names and photos? Tan Xiaoye prepares to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Sun. A man was looking at his phone in a tiny office in the Songjiang Steel Trading Center. Old Su, what are you fuming about? Someone was asking. This Chen Sun is also too unlucky, picking up 2 old ladies in a row. Parks and buses have become places for this bastard to commit crimes. The man looked at Weibo and said, if Chen Sun was here, he would have recognized that the man called Old Su was Su Qian, the former landlord of the house that Yang Xingyu bought. Who is Chen Sun? Also a capitalist? Oh, an acquaintance, who recently got into a lawsuit. Su Qian said. Su Qian put away his cell phone and pulled out a wazi. International steel futures have risen. Lao Gao, do you want to take a shot? Be careful, don't go broke again and lose your house. Shit, how do you talk? I was merely careless. My old man moved his property away in advance. How can I be considered bankrupt? Su Qian was very upset. Come on, I know you're pretending to be poor and covering it up with bankruptcy, Lao Gao said. Chen Sun of course did not know that there were so many calculations against him. After chatting with Tan Xiaoye, he also recorded, sent the recording file to Niu Guhong, and got a burst of fierce praise. Chen Sun, I like you more and more. The level of speech is much higher than before. To have such a high level of speech when I knew you, I might have married you. In return for your body? Chen Sun sent a funny emoji. Niu Guhong has received a notice from the court that the first hearing of the claim initiated by Tan Xiaoye for Gu's granny is in 2 months. Don't worry. Everything has me. This time, I want to fight this unfair phenomenon on all fronts and reverse the social atmosphere. Niu Guhong seems to be like a big lawyer in Magic City. In fact, she has little influence. The law firm became almost 5 years. Are not much fame. Chen Sun had nothing to be uneasy about. He didn't care, and continued to keep a regular schedule, writing essays as a child. My ideals. 80% of the children in the class had ideals of scientists and soldiers. Chen Sun still remembers the embarrassment of having his essay publicly flogged by his language teacher. What he wrote was indeed not in line with the norms for elementary school students. My ideal is to be a farmer. First earn lots and lots of money, then go back to my hometown and become a farmer, with farmland planted with vegetables and flowers, and 2 maids at home, 1 for cleaning and 1 for cooking. I don't ask for too much interest on my savings, just enough to pay for my living and the maid's salary. I read, write, and spend my time with my beautiful wife every day. Now Chen Sun, who runs, takes pills and wastes his time every day, seems to have realized his life's ideal. Everything's fine, except for the troubles. Trouble arrives when the ex-mother-in-law calls and asks how it's going, only to find out that the mother and daughter are fighting again. Yang Mengxue was supervised by her mother every day to protect the fetus. The heart is very upset. Just a classmate from abroad back, organizing a class reunion. Yang Mengxue to go to the party. By the way, to disperse. Zhou Yumei is worried about Yang Mengxue drinking at the party and strongly disagrees. So the conflict between mother and daughter finally intensifies and a big fight ensues. Zhou Yumei gives in and calls Chen Sun to accompany Yang Mengxue to the party and supervise her diet. When is Xiaoshue's party? Tomorrow at noon. You can come over tomorrow morning. Chen Sun looked at the time and had a nodding head. He had made an appointment to go and talk to the owner of the Fairview residence about buying a house tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Chen Sun estimated the time. The reunion started at 12 o'clock and was predicted to end at 2 o'clock. Chen Sun made an appointment to talk to the landlord at 3:30, which was plenty of time. Aren't I recuperating from my illness? Why is the schedule getting tighter? Chen Sun laughed at himself. When I met my ex-wife and ex-mother-in-law, both were red-faced as well as red-eyed. As soon as they saw Chen Sun arrive, the 2 women began to summarize each other's crimes, all of which were too numerous to mention, and the sentence of death was not yet reached, but life imprisonment was definitely a light sentence. In this family, there is a lack of men. Women are careless in the general direction and careful in small places, completely forgetting the general direction of family harmony, magnifying the details of the other party's mistakes and generalizing, thus concluding that the other party is worthless. Neither of the 2 women treated Yang Xingyu as a man. In their eyes, Yang Xingyu was a douchebag who would make trouble at any time. So Chen Sun, a person who had no relationship with them legally, became the best person to confide in instead. Mother and daughter confided in the process. Another small quarrel, and finally both sides compromise. Zhou Yumei agreed to her daughter to go to the reunion. Yang Mengxue promised to let Chen Sun accompanied. In fact, classmates have long said, no one is allowed to bring family members, because classmates still have single, so as not to hit the single dog. Chen Sun drove Yang Mengxue to the so-called revolving restaurant. You go to the reunion. I'll wait for you downstairs, Chen Sun said. Looking at her understanding ex-husband, Yang Mengxue said, who knows when the party will end? How boring for you to be alone. Go up together. The 2 came together in the revolving restaurant. Yang Mengxue is pregnant and attended without any makeup and in full veil. The other female classmates were deliberately dressed up, making it even more obvious that Yang Mengxue was too casual. What makes people angry is that the other students are dressed up and flamboyant. Yang Mengxue didn't dress up and also flamboyant. The bottom is so good that people are speechless. Only, said not to bring family members. The result, the woman said all do not count. No matter married or have a boyfriend. All follow up. Afraid of reunion triggered old feelings rekindled. Instead, none of the boys brought their wives or girlfriends, and all of them pretended to be single, looking for a chance to rekindle old relationships. Short chapter. Another update in half an hour. We are all junior high school classmates. In the same group. Often send each other pictures. There is no sense of strangeness. There is no feeling of being a world apart. The only stranger is Sam Tang. Tang Dequan. Tang Dequan hair is obviously used hair gel. Meticulous, like steel wire. The whole body is a famous brand. It is estimated that this goods in foreign countries cannot mix. To rely on the famous brand to support, rich people do not bother to pack themselves with brand names, such as Chansun, wearing flip-flops, big pants, collarless short-sleeved, the most exaggerated, but also carrying a bucket-like water cup, the loser atmosphere spread out, covering the whole body. Classmates don't have to introduce each other, but if you bring a family member, you need to introduce them to each other. Tang Dequan sat on Yang Mengshue's left and Chansun sat on Yang Mengshue's right. The family members were introduced by saying who they were as the husband or boyfriend of whoever they were and what company they worked for. It's Chansun's turn. Chansun said, "My name is Chansun, Yang Mengshue's ex-boyfriend. Ended the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship 3 years ago because we got married." With a touch of hilarity, everyone laughed, and those who didn't find it funny, faked a smile to show their support. Class reunions are supposed to be casual. Chansun didn't say his job. Plus Yang Mengshue didn't dress up much. Everyone knows. This Chansun except good-looking. Money-making aspects certainly not. Even by cosmetics for his wife's money is not. Otherwise, why doesn't Yang Mengshue dress up properly? Women love beauty. Most beautiful women have breasts but no brains. And a brainless woman like Yang Mengshue must have married the wrong person. The girls looked at Yang Mengshue with sympathy. And the boys looked at Yang Mengshue with pity. We are all adults and it is basic etiquette to look the other way. More than 30 classmates, 28 came, plus a dozen family members. A total of more than 40 people. Even with the large private room, it seems a little crowded. Within a few years of graduation, everyone is living a normal life. No one has become super rich or down and out. And this kind of class reunion to reminisce about classmates becomes the theme. After another 10 years, the gap between classmates will be big. And only then will the reunion become a show-off meeting for the developed classmates. But the downtrodden classmates won't go to the meeting. So that the classmates who want to show off will lose the opportunity. The scene was lively. Chansun only felt lonely. He silently accompanied Yang Mengshue to eat, did not speak, and did not do much. Tang Dequan was naturally the center of attention at the party, and people asked, consciously or unconsciously, about Tang Dequan's situation abroad. Tang Dequan took the opportunity to show off. The language is mixed with a lot of English words, trying to use foreign languages to enhance the mystique, and indeed attracted the single female students' face fever heart fluttering. Married female students are moved to intend to divorce. Everyone knows that Tang Dequan likes Yang Mengshue, and this guy even announced in school that he would not marry Yang Mengshue or something, and he was almost written up. Old Don, are you married? A boy asked. Maternal single. After Tang Degar finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Mengshue beside him. Yang Mengshue was dealing with a piece of spicy crab on her plate. Slowly, the other students began to pay attention to Yang Mengshue. Yang Mengshue, who used to be full of nonsense, seldom spoke and buried her head to eat furiously. This image of her, this operation, directly exposes the embarrassing truth that she eats poorly at home. Everyone sympathized with Yang Mengshue even more. Yang Mengshue only had eyes for the table full of food. What mom cooks? Low sugar, low salt, all clear soup and water. Eat again. Yang Mengshue feel that I want to change my name to goat sleepwalking. Gu Xiaoyu, who knew the truth, was secretly happy in his heart. Mengshue, you like spicy crab? I haven't heard you say that before. Tang Dequan asked very gentlemanly. It's been a long time since I've eaten. I want to eat too much. Yang Mengshue's image was completely gone, and her hands were covered in oil. Chansun, wipe my face. Yang Mengshue felt that the corners of her mouth were also oily. She wanted to take a tissue to wipe her face, but there was too much oil on her hands, and she was carrying that $88,000 bag today, so she couldn't afford to get the oil on the bag. Chansun took out a wet napkin and very gently and considerately wiped the food residue at the corners of Yang Mengshue's mouth, who scrambled to use her chopsticks to clip a few pieces of deep-fried small crispy meat into her mouth. Foodies never care about image when faced with their favorite food. Chansun got 2 prawns and put them on the plate in front of him, peeled them and put them on the plate in front of Yang Mengshue. Yang Mengshue ate them without any hesitation. Everyone looked in their eyes and sort of understood that although this Chansun didn't have much ability, he was still very considerate towards Yang Mengshue. Tang Dequan wanted to peel shrimp for Yang Mengshue, but unfortunately he was not qualified. He was a little sour, so he proposed that everyone clink glasses. Chansun's supervision finally came into play, pouring Yang Mengshue a glass of orange juice and clinking glasses with everyone. No, 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 Yang Mengshue, you're the wine fairy in our class. Why don't you drink anymore? Your husband controls you so much? Family status is worrying. A girl said. The boys followed suit. Young wine fairy, let's go. Come on, White. Chansun had to step forward. Xiao Shui is pregnant and can't drink. Tang Dequan was stunned. He also fantasized about finding a way to get young Mingxue divorced. He found that young Mingxue was prettier and more flavorful than before. And from the moment he saw young Mingxue again, it was like a dream. I didn't realize that young Mingxue was pregnant. It gave him a feeling of dashed dreams, and his heart especially ached. The other boys were also very sad, and one of them, with the strength of alcohol, shouted, "Yang Mingxue, you're my goddess. You're even pregnant. Your husband is a bastard." Gu Xiaoyu almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Isn't it a normal operation for someone else's husband to get young Mingxue pregnant? Is it not that other people are not assholes if they get young Mingxue pregnant? Gu Xiaoyu, who was only concerned about the world in chaos, said, "Chen Sun, are you afraid that our Mingxue will be hooked by someone else and purposely impregnated old Yang?" Chen Sun said, "Yes, having a beautiful wife and worrying night after night. I am relieved that Mingxue is pregnant." The boys thought it was a good move, and the girls' contempt for Chen Sun increased a bit more. Chen Sun didn't care about the contempt of the others. He took out his cell phone to check it when he had time for fear of missing the appointment with Feng Dacha. An hour has passed since the party, and it's now 1 o'clock, well before 3:30 p.m. Seeing that the cell phone Chen Sun took out was a 3-year-old model, once again confirming that Chen Sun is a poor bastard. Dai Lishur used to be young Mengshue's deskmate. People are beautiful, was the class flower of the year, and then went to high school and university. And at this moment, everyone realized that Dai Lishur was not as good looking as young Mengxue. It's surprisingly true that women change. Everyone but the non-drinkers got a little tipsy. Dai Lishur saw everyone surrounding Yang Mengxue and Tang Diquan. She took advantage of the wine and said, "Yang Mengxue, aren't you rich? Your husband even bought you an $88,000 bag a few months ago. Take it out and take a look." They all thought that Chen Sun was poor. And when Dai Lishur suddenly mentioned it like that, the steady students, they all thought that Dai Lishur was a bit too much. Isn't this tearing the poor man's pride in public? They're all classmates. Why bother? Gu Xiaoyu likes to make things bigger. Yeah, Lao Yang, where's your bag? Show it to us poor classmates. Your family Chen Sun also bought you a 5,600 yuan water cup. Also take us to look forward to it. For reader, user 131022227, a big brother. Yang Mengxue was quite satisfied with today's meal and said with a smile, "Class flower, aren't you doing foreign trade after graduation? Isn't it easy to buy a bag? My husband bought me the bag that was on sale. The original price was less than $100,000. Will you die if you don't pretend?" Dai Lishur thought that what young Mengxue said was false. Tang Diquan is also very upset with Chen Sun. Luxury goods are mainly in France, and there are a lot of high-fashion ones in our country, right? Don't know much about luxury goods. Chen Sun voluntarily admitted that knowledge in this area was lacking for him. Dai Lishur proudly took out her own bag. "Sam Tang, help me see if this is genuine or high fashion. More than 30,000 to buy." Tang Diquan took the bag, pretended to be an expert, and after looking at it, it's authentic, and in foreign countries, 28,000 can buy it. There are tariffs. Dalish said. "Mengxue, let me see your bag?" Tang Diquan said. "You're a big man. All day long research bag dry. Hurry to find a girlfriend to go." Yang Mengxue said. "Yeah, Yang Mengxue is right. You should find a girlfriend." The others also advised Tang Diquan. "Yang Mengxue, where's your bag?" Dai Lishur was unyielding. Chen Sun see the situation. Feel funny, are how old people, childish as elementary school students, have to fight a right or wrong out. He stood up, smiled slightly, and went to the chair by the wall of the booth, the one that everyone had put their carry-on bags on. Everyone looked at Chen Sun. It looks like the guy can't take it anymore and wants to take his bag out to Tang Diquan for appraisal to prove that his bag is real. Chen Sun, in the midst of the crowd's anticipation, took out his own supersized water cup from a pile of bags, poured a cup of Chinese medicine, and drank it all in one go, covered it, put it back, and went back to his seat, lowering his eyebrows as if nothing had happened. Holy shit! This was a common sentiment shared by everyone, including Yang Mengxue. You don't carry a bag. What are you attracting so much attention for? You drink a glass of water. You have to pose so much. Chen Sun seemed to completely forget about the bag. His eyes were lax and disoriented, and he didn't know what was going on in his head. "Mr. Chen, I thought you were going to get the bag for old Tang to appraise," Dai Lishur said. Thick classmates are sighing. "Dai Lishur drunk today. Too aggressive. This is a class reunion it." Chen Sun that look. Obviously bought a fake bag to cheat his wife. Do not dare to take it out. Why do you have to push people too far? Just when everyone thought Chen Sun was going to explain, Chen Sun took out his cell phone and went out to answer the phone. Damn. This guy fakes too much. To keep from identifying the authenticity of the bag, he even chose to hide on the phone. After answering the phone, Chen Sun came back to Yang Mingxue and said, Xiao Xue. The agent came to the phone. That's that phone Xiao Xiao. Said that the landlord arrived early. Or should I go first? You don't want to drink. If you do, you'll definitely get scolded. Dai Lizzie almost laughed through the belly. This little trick can escape the eyes of the old lady. You married did not buy a house willing to spend $80,000 to buy a bag of people, but also rented a room. Your consumerism is really too far ahead of the Sam Tang. Foreign countries are also this kind? Tang Dequan said. There is this similar behavior in foreign countries. Not buying houses and spending money in advance. Chen Sun also felt strange. I have never been abroad, do not quite understand. This is considered to enjoy the advanced mode of foreign countries in advance? Dai Lishur almost autistic. This bastard is obviously pretending. And now it has become an advanced mode of life abroad. How could Gu Xiaoyu give up this chance to stir up shit? Chen Sun. I remember you're buying a house. Fairview Residence. More than 300 square meters, right? That place is not cheap. Chen Sun smiled and didn't say anything. Dai Lishur saw Chen Sun that look. Immediately understand. This person is weak. Chen Sun. Lao Yang is my good girlfriend. Buy a house, this is a happy event. It is rare that we get together. Do not buy the way to Lao Yang mess room? Pregnant and stupid for 3 years. Yang Mingxue after pregnancy. IQ dropped for 2 months. At this moment suddenly awake. Chen Sun where to get the money to buy a house? Yang Mingxue, whose IQ had recovered, waved her hands in succession, giving up even the cassoulet prawns that were at the edge of her mouth. No, 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 I'm signing the contract today. Chen Sun, you go and sign the contract, and we'll continue with the party. Okay, remember not to drink. Chen Sun was about to bolt when he finished speaking, but was grabbed by Dai Lishur's arm. Class president. Everyone has eaten and drank enough. Today is the class's wine god Yang Mengshua's big day to buy a house. She bought more than 300 square meters of Fairview Mansion. Everyone go to her haunted house, how about it? The class president was called Zhu Chaoyang, a chubby man with glasses, looking very stable, because he was drunk. He didn't see that it was Dai Lishur who was deliberately trying to make a fool out of Chen Sun, and said, okay, then we'll go together. Chen Sun said, haunting a room is a gift. Oh, 888 or 666 per person? Dai Lishur didn't expect Chen Sun to do this. 666 it is. 6 and 6. Gu Xiaoyu said. She planned to find Yang Mingxue privately to split the spoils after she collected the money. Good 666. I'll give it. But if you didn't buy a house, you have to return it 10 times. Dai Lishur immediately wanted to transfer the money, pushing Chen Sun, the king of pussy, to death. Chen Sun took Yang Mengshua's cell phone and opened the collection code. Scan the code. Confirm again that if you didn't buy the 300 square meter house in Fairview Mansion, you must return the gift tenfold. Dai Lishur took her cell phone and recorded. Confirmed, Chen Sun said. After recording, Dai Lizzie played it once, and everyone got up together and swept the code to give money. And the atmosphere was quite lively. Everyone gave money except Don Dequan. Tang Dequan doesn't have a domestic account and won't transfer money. Sam Tang doesn't need to pay. He's treating us to dinner today, so it counts as paid. Chen Sun said. Yang Mengxue was made dizzy by Chen Sun, and when Chen Sun was around, she habitually handed over her brain to Chen Sun, and was only responsible for eating herself. Let's go. I've settled the bill. Tang Dequan said. My car is in the underground parking lot. Chen Sun said. Before Yang Mengxue left, she hadn't forgotten to grab a rib and nibble on it as she walked. Wasting food is shameful. Yang Mengxue muttered a muffled voice. The Fairview Mansion is more than 40 minutes away from the revolving restaurant, and those who drink get a chauffeur, and those who don't, such as Chen Sun, drive themselves. Follow that car in front closely, Dai Lishur said to the chauffeur driver. Fearing that Chen Sun had escaped, 24 cars pulled up in front of the cheap real estate Kagome store. Out of the cars came more than 40 people, men and women, stinking of alcohol, not good people at first glance. The store manager was so scared that his legs went weak. This is not to smash the store, right? Is it possible that the customers we screwed are coming to our door? No, these people I have never seen. Must be peers. The agency involution is too powerful. The store manager told all the employees to stand by and immediately hit people with stools if there was an accident. The store manager stood in the doorway of the restroom, intending that if there was a confrontation and the clerks were left to fight the bad guys, he could hide in the restroom and unlock the door unharmed. Feng Daqiao recalled that more than a month ago, he was in another store and was also surrounded by many people. He didn't expect that he had changed stores and his sad fate was once again playing out. This year's flow is not good. He was ready for a vicious fight. Chen Sun walked over. Where's Feng Daqiao? Feng Daqiao's legs trembled in fear and he wanted to run away. Damn. He really came to find himself. Mr. Chen, I didn't offend you. I really didn't do anything to wrong you. Feng Daqiao was on the verge of tears. Chen Sun was confused. Didn't you just call me to come sign the contract? Sign the contract? Signing a contract is fine if you come with your wife. Are you bringing so many people here to force an adulterous relationship? Oh no. Is it to force a signature? A purchase contract signed when the parties are not voluntary is invalid. The purpose of the class reunion is to arrange for new characters to appear. I've read other novels where the class reunion is made to look like the Evil Valley Hate Party. I don't like it too much. This is a realistic type of novel. I try to make the class reunion more normal and make buying a house more fun. I hope you all like it. Yang Mingxue appeared with a big belly. Chen Sun. Stop it. Dai Lisher followed up. Sign. Sign right away. Isn't the bank next to you? Full payment or loan? Feng Daqiao understood at once. Chen Sun derailed. His wife and Junior dueled today, and chose the place of the fight in the agency store. You can fight as you like. Just don't hurt the innocent. Feng Daqiao set the tone in his mind. The store manager, seeing that the visitor was a home buyer, told his employees to quietly lower their clenched stools. Chen Sun didn't know that he had been in a life and death situation and said, Xiao Xue, come over and sign. The buyer is you. I'll just make the payment. Feng Daqiao secretly nodded, although Mr. Chen is scum, but he is still good to his pregnant wife, counting a bit of humanity. Only his wife's stomach grew too fast. Less than a week from the last viewing, the stomach came out. After signing the contract, have to privately ask what milk powder to eat. The effect is so good. Dai Lisher followed up closely. Just like the supervisor, which had to make Feng Daqiao have associations. He did not know that the 30 or so people outside, in the end, is to help the original wife or the junior. He first went to pour water for the people. Don't bother. Let's sign the purchase contract quickly, Chen Sun said. Gu Xiaoyu also followed in. The landlord saw Feng Daqiao with a young man. The young man followed by 3 women. 2 women beautiful young. The third is not much beautiful, but the body is very good. The landlord immediately admired Chen Sun. This man is awesome. Really energetic. Feng Daqiao took out a sample contract and gave it to both parties. Jinxiu Haotai. Building 7. 701. House area 337 square meters. House selling price 40 million. Do both parties have any questions? Chen Sun asked. If the payment is good, can it be cheaper? The landlord asked. How much cheaper? Chen Sun said. As far as I know, you this set of house hanging for almost a year. Right. The total price is too high. Look at a lot of people. The intention of almost no. Why not 36 million sold to me? You take the money to deposit the bank. The daily interest is also a lot. At $36 million, the price is lower than even the cheapest of Fairview Heights currently, which is currently averaging $120. 000 square meters over there. The landlord said. Unless it's paid for in full at once. Okay. 36 million then. Feng Daqiao was stunned. Both sides are so quick to negotiate a contract? In less than 5 minutes, the price is reduced by $4 million? And there's no need for me to coordinate as an intermediary. My eloquence is useless. Are you guys holding me in contempt? The landlord initially bought a period house. The original price of more than 20,000 a square meter. The developer also gave them a discount. The total price of more than 9 million to buy, and now sell 36 million. Blood earn. If the mortgage loan payment, now the country's monetary tightening, loan approval is particularly slow. It is estimated that at least half a year to get the final payment. Chen Sun is more than willing to lower the price if he can pay the full amount in one go. Mr. Chen, can you pay in full within a month? The landlord asked. How can it be? It's only 2 o'clock now. The bank doesn't stop counter business until 4:45. Of course it's all paid off after signing the contract, Chen Sun said. Dalish came down quite a bit on the booze and vaguely felt that she had gotten something wrong. The landlord was surprised, not realizing that Chen Sun was so rich. Feng Daqiao, on the contrary, is very calm. Real estate agent, has seen a lot of rich people. The contents of the contract were quickly confirmed, and the purchaser was Yang Mingxue. The real estate license is also only in Yang Mingxue's name, Chen Sun said. Feng Daqiao basically actualized that this is a war between the original spouse and the mistress, so he doesn't write his husband's name, and for specific details, he, an outsider, is better off not asking for details. He predicted that Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue would get divorced once the property division was clear, and then immediately go into the arms of the mistress. Purchase contracts are standardized, signed by both parties, and then go to the internet to sign them and make them official. Feng Daqiao takes the landlord and Chen Sun to the bank next door, and the 3 women have to follow. Xiao Xue, you're pregnant. Don't move. Rest in the store. I'll be quick, Chen Sun said. The bank takes a number, lines up, transfers the money, and in less than half an hour, it's done. The landlord handed the key to Chen Sun. Mr. Chen, I like people like you who are so painfully honest. Water, electricity, coal and limited TV bills, take a look and see how much is owed. I'll pay. No, forget this small amount of money. No, we Magic City people, how can we take advantage of you? I'll transfer some money to you, no matter how much. We don't have to count anymore. How? The landlord's house is sold. The money is in the account. He is happy to be generous. The second transfer of 9 yuan to Chen Sun. Chen Sun after the collection, tightly closed lips, afraid to resist to the landlord's family elders to say hello. Back to the store. Feng Daxiao took the transfer vouchers, and the purchase of paper contracts together, a line organized. Both sides signed again. The shopping process is considered to be completely completed. The rest of the matter is the buyer himself to get a new real estate license. Turning into a sheep sleepwalking, Yang Mengshue's brain was dumbfounded. If this time to let her pick up the guests, probably she would be willing to do so. Taking out his $80,000 bag, he carefully placed the contract in the bag, which was worth a lot more than the bag. Dai Lizhi saw Yang Mengshue holding that 80,000 yuan bag, like holding an $8 bag, remembering that she took the 30,000 yuan bag as a baby. Her heart constantly sour, her mouth full of bitter taste. I am the class flower. I have good grades. I got into college. Yang Mengshue, this dog thief, is a wine jar. Read the vocational high school. Why she can marry so well. At this moment, she no longer suspected that Yang Mengshue's bag was a high imitation, but only felt ashamed. Her face burned, and her heart fluttered. Mr. Chen, go take a look around the house. I'll take a few of your wives with me, Feng Daxiao said. Fairview Residence is very close to the agency store. Classmates said they want to haunt the house. Naturally, all went. A group of people also do not take the car, hulking straight to Yang Mengshue's house. The house is a duplex structure with 2 floors. The lower floor plus the balcony is more than 170 square meters and the upper floor is more than 150. 30 or so people went in and it didn't seem crowded at all because the house was unfurnished. Old Young, what exactly does your husband do? How come buying a house is as casual as buying a bun? Finally a woman couldn't stand it and asked Yang Mengshue. He's a programmer. Programmers are so awesome now. It's the company that went public and paid dividends. Chen Sun had to come out and explain. Our company went to Hong Kong City to play. I bought Mark 6 and won the grand prize and first prize. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. It's wrong to lie about it. Everyone criticized Chen Sun together. Speaking the truth no one believed. Chen Sun had to lie. I have a grandfather. Grandfather has a blood brother. The war years were pulled to the army. A month ago suddenly found our family. He opened a company abroad. Made some money. Encountered a financial crisis. Sold the company. The money is not much. It is just a few $100 million US dollars. Divided the money among a few grandchildren. Suddenly remembered that there is another brother in the old family. So he looked for someone to inquire about me. I happened to be an only child. So I gave me $50 million. Lean. That's okay. Everyone was full of envious contempt for Chen Sun who had gotten lucky. Yang Mengshue asked. How come I've never heard you talk about it? What happened over a month ago? I never knew how to tell you about it for fear that your emotional state would affect the fetus. Chen Sun was depressed. It was so troublesome to lie. And he didn't know how many lies he would have to use to cover it up later. Chen Sun's phone rang again. It was the birth control expert Zhou Yumei who called. She didn't dare to call Yang Mengshue's phone for fear of radiation. What time is it? Why aren't you guys back yet? Zhou Yumei's angry voice. The phone couldn't even block it. Chen Sun explained. Mom, we came back a long time ago and are playing with our classmates at the Fairview Mansion. Is not drinking dare not come back. Yang Mengshue, the dead duckmouth, simply cannot control. Where the hell are you guys? It's really in Fairview Mansion. I took the time to buy a house. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. It's the same one I looked at last time. You took the time to buy a house? I think you're looking for a fight. I'm coming over now. If not, see how I'll clean you up. You've been brought down by Xiaoxue. Yang Mengshue has been annoying since she was a child. Angry fertility preservation specialist Zhou Yumei hung up the phone. Chen Sun wanted to sneak away. According to the plan, he should have gone for a walk in the park by now. The air in the city really wasn't as good as the suburbs. Not long, the knock on the door sounded. Sweaty Zhou Yumei shined. See the room, so many people. Zhou Yumei shocked. Thought into what marketing organizations? Hello auntie. Sam Tang greeted politely. Zhou Yumei looked at Tang Diquan. Hello, I seem to have seen you before. A bit familiar. Auntie has a superb memory. I'm Tang Diquan. Ah, Tang Dequan? Who is it? Zhou Yumei was confused. Auntie doesn't remember me? Back then you took a rolling pin and chased me 7 laps in the playground of Tianlin 3rd Middle School. In the 8th lap when you tired down, or I sent you to the lot hospital on oxygen. You woke up and did not give the medical expenses to run to find a rolling pin. The drug costs also use my pocket money. Auntie have forgotten? Zhou Yumei's face was iron blue. What are you doing here? Xiao Shui is married and already 3 months pregnant. You dye that heart while you can. You don't have a chance to be a mistress. Oh, I understand. You're here to collect a debt. How much is the pocket money? I'll give it to you right away. Sam Don was straight up wooden, completely at a loss for words. Yang Mingxue felt embarrassed to the core. Mom, can you say less? Zhou Yumei incarnated as a humanoid alcohol tester, grabbed Yang Mingxue, smelled her feet from her head, and made Yang Mingxue huff. Didn't drink. Count on you to be in control this time. Eat fried food. Zhou Yumei was still satisfied with Yang Mingxue's performance. Tang Dequan hid in a circle as Yang Mingxue's other classmates came up to greet Zhou Yumei. What are you doing here? Zhou Yumei asked. Chen Sun bought this house. Yang Mingxue said. Zhou Yumei's mouth was open so wide that if an apple was stuffed in, it would definitely suffocate her. But it really could fit in. Did Chen Sun rob a bank? Or were you cheated by him? This kid is not a good person at first glance. Specializing in cheating pure little girls like you. Zhou Yumei's brain was obviously messed up. Her speech was incoherent and her logic was confused. More confused than suddenly seeing Tang Dequan. Yang Mingxue opened the bag and took out the purchase contract to Zhou Yumei. And only then did this old lady believe it was true. Chen Sun, why isn't your name on it? Zhou Yumei asked. I bought it for Xiao Shui. Chen Sun said. Other classmates have come to compliment Zhou Yumei's good fortune that her daughter married a rich man, and that the rich man is especially good to his daughter. What's so good about it? Do you know why Chen Sun doesn't write his name? He's got lung cancer. Terminal. Only 6 months to go. Zhou Yumei remembered this son-in-law's good. Remembered that this son-in-law will not live long. Can no longer hold back. A sour nose. Crying. Afraid of being seen. Twisted his head to the bathroom rushed. Unfamiliar with the environment. The action is too fast. His head hit the door. Issued a thud. 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 2 sounds. If Yang Xingyuan thought his mother called his girlfriend. Yang Mingxue also had a pang of heartache. Mom. 2 women who fought every day hugged each other and wept silently. The scene was a little sad. Chen Sun didn't know what to say. Life is not as it should be. The students were originally a bit jealous of Yang Mingxue, but after knowing Chen Sun's situation, their sympathy overrode everything and they all came to comfort these 2. Tang Dequan vaguely saw a glimmer of hope. Chen Sun smiled and said it was okay, and a pang of sadness ran through his heart. Whether there is a tomorrow or not is anyone's guess. One by one, the students said their goodbyes. Yang Mingxue locked the door and headed for home as well. Gu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, followed behind Yang Mingxue's ass. Old Yang, share the spoils. Yang Mingxue asked. What's the split? Without me stirring up trouble. Would Dai Lisher have encouraged everyone to make trouble in the house? And could you have received so much gift money if everyone hadn't made trouble in the house? More than 40 people, each person 666 yuan gift. Yang Mingxue received more than 20,000 yuan. Dream on. The money that comes to hand. I will spit it out. Yang Mingxue felt how Gu Xiaoyu had become stupid. Years of friends, each other's character even did not know. Count yourself cruel. In the future, treat me to a big meal every week. Otherwise I'm not done with you. Gu Xiaoyu put down harsh words. Yang Mingxue said. If you can get past my mom, feel free to eat. Zhou Yumei looked at Gu Xiaoyu warily. What random food? Are you trying to mutilate my grandson? Gu Xiaoyu had to leave. Behind came Yang Mingxue's contemptuous laughter. Can you beat me? Can you beat my mom? My mom is ruthless. Even her own daughter is ruthless. And then send a red envelope to Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu heard the red packet beep. Count your conscience. With anticipation. He tapped it and found that the amount was 0.01 yuan. Gu Xiaoyu was so angry that he almost threw his phone away. The inside of the cheap agency Deerball store is a bit of a mess. The employees didn't take their work seriously and all gathered around Feng Daxiao. Treat, treat, treat. The co-workers looked at Feng Daxiao and couldn't wait to send this bastard into the oil press and squeeze out the last drop of oil. Feng Daxiao was all smiles. Definitely please. According to the Mordor regulations, real estate agents can charge 2 to 3 points of brokerage fee on the transaction price. And normally, 5 points of brokerage fee is charged to the buyer and the seller. It took Von Bridge less than 2 hours to close on a $36 million home today. The brokerage fee is $8 million. According to the 45% commission, Feng Daxiao could earn more than $400,000. The house has been hanging for more than a year have not been sold. The store especially said, "Who sold? Commission more than 5 points. That is, 50% of the commission." Feng Daqiao finally got the commission of 540,000 yuan. So Feng Xiaoqiao, who had been in the new store for less than a month, once again became the monthly sales champion. Ma Zhongjie found a deserted place and slapped himself 3 times as hard as he could. Damn it, Chen Sun was clearly a big fish and a client of his own, but he personally gave it to Feng Daqiao. Ma Zhongjie wanted to die. After smoking, Ma Zhongjie had to go back to the store, accompanied by a smile, and complimented Feng Daqiao. Feng Daqiao treated everyone to hot and sour noodles for $6 a bowl. It's not gouging. It's the store's uniform rule. Whoever closes a house buys everyone else hot and sour noodles. Let's all experience the sourness of jealousy from spirit to flesh. Real estate agent is a huge income gap in the industry. Good performance, commission to get soft. Poor performance, receive $1,500 a month of basic salary. The elimination rate is very high. After Feng Daqiao invited a meal, the store's dozen employees felt that he could not be easily spared, forcing him to invite a week of hot and sour noodles. And finally someone had a hemorrhoid attack before stopping the invitation. Feng Daqiao always felt that he would cross paths with Chen Sun later. Dai Lishir had been harboring a fire in her heart since she got home. Chen Sun said that his second grandfather made a lot of money abroad. This second grandfather must have a company to be right. After all, it is difficult to earn $50 million by working alone. Dai Lizi typed in Chen Sun's name and searched online. Look no further. Chen Sun is surprisingly a popular figure on Twitter. I clicked on it, and holy shit, what has this guy done? Dueling to the death with an old lady on a bus. Getting another old lady to bang her head against the door of a park restroom as if she were alive. Stealing a young woman's cell phone in a park. And taking pictures of a young woman's breasts on the subway. That's one hell of a scumbag hooligan. What kind of people did Yang Mengxue marry? Dai Lishir even more chest. Why I cannot marry this kind of extreme, outside the bullying of the weak. At home is the weak, let the woman bully. The guy is also super rich and buys houses for women without putting his name on them. The most important thing is that this thing only has 6 months of life. And after it hangs up, Yang Mengxue will be able to find a new one. Which is really envious to the point of despair. Dai Lishir always felt that she would cross paths with Chen Sun again later. Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue, mother and daughter, returned home. The Fairview mansion is luxurious and spacious, but it's unfurnished and uninhabitable. So now I have to go back to my old house first. The three sat down. Zhou Yumei began to interrogate her former son-in-law. Chen Sun, where did the money to buy the house come from? Chen Sun wanted to say that he won the lottery, remembering that he told Yang Mengxue's classmates that no one would believe him. He had to tell the story of his second grandfather getting rich abroad and remembering his poor brother before he died again. After giving you $50 million, you take $36 million to buy a house for Xiaoxue? Zhou Yumei gently lamented. This son-in-law, there's really no excuse. Too good for his daughter. Thinking of her daughter calling out to Chen Sun in the past, Zhou Yumei wanted to pinch this indisputable daughter as hard as she could. Xiaoxue, Mom will peel you an apple. Zhou Yumei turned her anger into appetite. Mom, I ate a lot at lunch and now my stomach is so full that I'm going to squeeze the baby out of my stomach if I keep eating. You're a crow's mouth, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Yumei was not happy. Yang Mengxue was even more upset. Mom, you don't even think of me as a human being. You think of me as a fetal petri dish. Just let me provide the child with nutrition. Off topic, this is a realistic book, but the background must be virtualized. Otherwise the book is very easy to hang. So we'll intentionally write some of the things that do not match the reality, such as lottery winnings exchange ratio and so on. Please understand, if it is really my mistake. Readers remind, I would have revised. The second thing I want to say is, why does the main female character always go to the bar and come back late? Many readers are disgusted by this, and some people give low scores because of this. This actually hinted a lot in the front. Yang Xingyu and the main couple in the store to eat barbecue, to say the heroine of a secret, was interrupted by the heroine. Later we'll slowly reveal why to go to the bar. This book is about ordinary people. About ordinary people facing the difficulties and tribulations of life. How to get out of the predicament without losing their dignity. How to face up to the tribulations of life. There will be anger. There will be sadness. But more than that, it is cozy and touching. It is openness to life and respect for life. The title of the book is really kind of middle of the road. In shyness. Thank you again to each and every one of my readers. Whether you gave me 1 star or 5. I truly appreciate it. Blessings to all. All the best. For Reader Big Brother. Username 3994541. Who likes yin and yang grass? Plus more. Yang Air is not able to do anything. Dry rice first place. You are not even as good as Yang Air. Not able to do anything. Dry rice is not good. Zhou Yumei hit her daughter in all directions. Mother and daughter won't fight now because they are in a happy mood after having just bought a big house. And they can put up with anything that's hard to take until they can't take it anymore. Knock, knock, knock. Chen-sun opened the door and saw a middle-aged woman who looked quite a bit younger than Zhou Yumei, but looked 5 or 6 points like Yang Mingxue. Auntie, who are you looking for? Chen-sun asked. The middle-aged woman looked Chen-sun up and down, a satisfied smile slowly piling up on her face. You are Chen-sun? Yes, I'm Chen-sun. Chen-sun still didn't know who the other party was. When Zhou Yumei heard the sound, she even spared Yang Mingxue and quickly came out of the living room with a sneer on her face. Miss Yang, why are you here? There wasn't a car accident on the road? When the middle-aged woman saw Zhou Yumei, she laughed. Sister-in-law, I stopped by to see if you are still scourging the earth. Good people don't live long. Scourges live for 1,000 years. You really are cheap. Look at how vain you are. Xiao Shuwei didn't even call me when she got married, and my niece-in-law doesn't even recognize me. What's the matter? Afraid that your daughter won't be able to get married after I tell you all those scandalous things? Goat crazy. You don't slander me. If you have the ability, let's go out and talk about it. Zhou Yumei wanted to shift the battlefield. Yang Dianfeng, who was addressed by Zhou Yumei as a sheepish maniac, laughed. Zhou Yugong, why are you afraid? Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. Your son-in-law is now an internet celebrity. If I hadn't seen your son-in-law secretly taking pictures of young women's breasts on Weibo, I wouldn't have come to find you. Zhou Yumei was confused. What's stealing pictures of women's breasts? Yang Dianfeng said. You don't know? Your good son-in-law stole someone's cell phone and was caught. Stole a woman's breasts in the subway and was caught again. Bullied an old man on the bus and got away with it. And the other person fell and was seriously injured. And he also hit an old man half to death in the park, and is likely to file a lawsuit. And you're still in the dark about it. Zhou Yumei sneered. Sheepishness. You're crazy to go elsewhere. If it weren't for you, would your brother have died so early? Yang Dianfeng skimmed his lips. You got my brother killed. And now someone has come to harm your daughter as retribution. Chen-sun finally heard out. This goat crazy turned out to be the sister of his father-in-law. Hello auntie. First time meeting. Auntie is in such good spirits. Come inside and have a seat. Chen-sun warmly invited this person into the house. This house. It's my family's. Your mother-in-law has taken it by trickery. Yang Dianfeng took 2 steps into the room, kicked off her shoes, and sat on the sofa with her butt. Xiao Shuwei, you don't shout at your aunt when you see her. You are all brought down by your mother. Be polite. Don't learn from your mom. She ruins people. I don't know how many elementary school students are ruined in your mom's hands. Zhou Yumei was furious, but she didn't want to lose her temper in front of her son-in-law, so she had to hold her tongue. Yang Dengfeng, at least call me sister-in-law. I won't bother with you today. Xiao Shuwei is pregnant. Don't make her unhappy. It was only then that Yang Dianfeng noticed that Yang Mingxue had obviously put on a bit of weight. Auntie, you said Chen-sun stole a cell phone, and stealing photos? Yang Mingxue asked with a smile. Yang Dianfeng hesitated for a moment and said, You're pregnant. Don't bother with these troublesome things. It's all in the past, and the things on the internet might be rumors. Chen-sun sighed. He didn't care what others said about him. He was afraid that Yang Mingxue would be upset and affect the fetus. Xiao Shuwei, this matter, I've already entrusted lawyer Niu. She'll collect the evidence. The internet isn't outside the law. I'll sue the other party for defamation. Chen-sun said a few things briefly. Yang Mingxue and the others have long known. Chen-sun said this. It is considered to explain to this aunt. Yang Dianfeng clearly believes in the internet, not Chen-sun. That's not what it says on the internet. Chen-sun, you're lying. Are you afraid that Xiao Shuai will find out about stealing the cell phone? Yang Dianfeng saw that Yang Mingxue's mood was stabilized and unceremoniously exposed Chen-sun. Her purpose was not to target Chen-sun. She wanted to intentionally infuriate Zhou Yumei. Zhou Yumei laughed disdainfully. Do you think our Chen-sun is like you? Wanting things when he sees them. Do you think that Chen-sun, who buys houses like cabbages, would steal other people's cell phones? Come on. Chen-sun married to buy a house. Owed a debt. You win the mother-in-law. As if a penny did not come out of it. If you did not cheat my parents left behind the property, you can only go to live in the street. Poor to lick the ground gray, said Yang Dianfeng. Zhou Yumei said, Xiao Shuwei, take out your $80,000 bag and open your eyes to your uneducated aunt. Chen-sun and Yang Mingxue lowered their heads to eat melon seeds, pretending not to hear. One is a real mom. One is a real aunt. Both of them are not weak. There is no need to get involved when they are juniors. Yang Dianfeng said, Zhou foolish, said I have not seen the knowledge, and I do not know who has not seen the knowledge. Do not know that there is something called high imitation in this world. It will not be the ground floor 8 yuan bag. Say 80,000 yuan. Zhou Yumei where to stand this rond gas. She rushed into the bedroom. threw Yang Mengshua's bag to the table very casually. 8 yuan bag? Open your sheepish eyes and look at it. Don't look at it and then jerk off. Yang Dianfeng mouth a skim. Disdainful look a bit like a drawl. She picked up the bag, plastic texture. 7.99 yuan, Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai shipping. Give positive feedback screenshot can return $3. While despising the bag zipper, see a stack of paper inside. The woman's curiosity let her quickly open. See the housing transaction contract, a few words. Quickly flipped to the transaction amount of the page. And then let out a win like a big laugh. Joe stupid. Too fake. Fake people. Fake purchase contract. If you get a 3.5 million house, I still believe you. Got a 36 million house. I believe you, I'll really be a wind. If you get a $3 to $5 million house, I still believe you. Got a $36 million house. I believe you, I really jerked off. Yugi Zhou smiled inscrutably. Did you bring your medicine? What kind of medicine to bring? The medicine that prevents you from jerking off. Ah, look at the back of the contract? When Yang Dianfeng saw the bank transaction list behind the contract, his eyes went black, and the signs of jerking were very obvious. She calmed herself down, counted the zero on the bank transaction flow sheet, and it was really 36 million, and then looked carefully. It was indeed a bank transaction flow sheet, and it was illegal to fake this thing. After looking at the person who swiped the card, it was Chen Sun, and then opening the purchase contract, he found that only Yang Mengshua's name was written on it. Chen Sun bought a house for Yang Mengshue? Why didn't he put his name on it? That's none of your business. MS. Epileptic goat. Do you think our Chen Sun would go and steal a cell phone? Zhou Yumei asked with a smile. The corners of Yang Dianfeng's mouth twitched and she almost foamed at the mouth. She quickly adjusted her mind and found a new target. Zhou Yumei. Chen Sun bought you a house. This house must be returned to me. Auntie came to our house too? What a rare guest. Didn't you say you'd never come to my house and break off your relationship? What's the matter? I bought a house and you came up to rob my house? The one who spoke was Yang Xingyu. He had just come back from outside. And as soon as he came back, he heard that Yang Dianfeng was trying to rob the family's house. And he immediately got upset. He thought that Yang Dianfeng said to buy a house. Is he by that court auction house? Xiaoyu has grown so tall again. Zhou Yumei. What kind of child have you educated? After not seeing him for a few months, Xiaoyu has become more and more ill-mannered. Yang Dianfeng pretended to be sad in her heart and first deducted a hat to Zhou Yumei and Yang Xingyu. Zhou Yumei was in a happy mood and said, Xiaoyu, your aunt came here today, not to ask for the house, but to falsely accuse your brother-in-law of stealing a cell phone. Brother-in-law stealing cell phones? Auntie, my brother-in-law was falsely accused, and with my help, my brother-in-law gave the person who falsely accused him a hard time, and made $200,000 in the process. Yang Xingyu, this kid is mouthy and chestless. He told the story of how Chen Sun had a grudge against the woman who lost her cell phone, and how he got himself to sign the contract and got the other party to give $100,000. After that, he then told the story of how he had made money from Tang Jiasan Shao. My brother-in-law was great, wasn't he? Turning trash into treasure and making me $200,000. Easy, enjoyable. And of course, the money ended up being taken by my mom to buy a house. Yang Xingyu complacent look, completely did not notice sister brother-in-law and mom, all black face. Chen Sun had wanted to pit those two bad guys against each other, but then he felt that it was a bit humiliating. Those few people were indeed bad, but they weren't so bad as to be punished so much. Yang Dianfeng was envious to the point of despair. Is it true, Xiaoyu? Yang Xingyu, this douchebag, showing off without caring about the consequences. He first took out the transfer records to show his aunt, and then took out the contract to show his aunt. Whether it's true or not, you judge for yourself. Yang Xingyu said smugly. Yang heir, can you shut up? Yang Mengshue wanted to strangle this younger brother. She had seen her aunt fight with her dad over the property back then. That stance was still fresh in her mind. Yang Dianfeng said, foolishness, if you don't want to harm your son-in-law and your son, then honestly let me have the house. There are 3 people in your family, 1 foolish and 3 foolish. Yang Erji corrected his aunt. 1 fish, 3 meals. Zhou Yumei let Yang Xingyu put away the contract, rolled to his room, don't come out, and then said to Yang Dianfeng, 15 years ago, mom and dad died. This set of house that year's price of 270,000 yuan. You got 300,000 yuan in cash. Your brother got 270,000 yuan of the house. Said clearly, and then the house price increase. You didn't buy a house yourself. You have to rob your brother's house. You are still a person. You made your brother all pissed off, and now you're pissing us off. Yang Dianfeng also changed his face. How old was I back then? Bullying me for not knowing anything. I did take 300,000, but how many times did the house price go up? 10 times more than that. Right. You guys made so much money by this house. Let you subsidize $1 million to me are not willing to do so. You still have the face to say it. Today you don't give me the house. Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu joined together to cheat the money. I will immediately tell those few victims on the internet. Chen Sun snapped. Auntie, I don't want to be in charge of your previous affairs. And I can't be in charge of them. It's fine for you to talk about me. Don't involve Xiaoyu. He's young and doesn't know any better. And I'm the one who made him do it. Yang Dianfeng said. No matter who did it. Yang Xingyu will soon be 22 years old. An adult. You give me the house. I'll give you 300,000 yuan. Do not give the house is fine. Compensation me 3 million. Thinking about money is driving me crazy. Zhou Yumei had never been soft in front of this little ant. Chen Sun. Xiao Yu. Let's go out. Yang Mengyu calmly led the two out, leaving her mom and aunt private space. Is everything alright? Chen Sun asked worriedly. It's fine. My mom's at that level. She won't lose a fight. At most half an hour. My aunt will come out crying. Yang Xingyu was confident in his mom's level of quarreling. In less than 20 minutes, Yang Dianfeng came out crying, and Zhou Yumei added from behind. Fighting with my mother? You still have a few years less to eat dry rice. You bullied me. Can you stand up to my brother? Yang Dianfeng cried as she walked. You still have the face to mention your brother. The smile on Zhou Yumei's face was gone. Do you want me to go comfort my aunt? Chen Sun asked. No need. No need. My aunt's relationship with my mom is a cheerful song. You're crazy and I'm stupid. Entwined to the end of the world. Xiao Yu, buy my aunt a bottle of water. It's hot on the road. Yang Mingxue said. Yang Xingyu went to the kiosk to buy a bottle of ice water and handed it over to comfort his aunt. Auntie, it's too hot. Next time you argue with my mom, drink some water in advance. It's hard on your voice. You don't know that my mom is a teacher. She can continue to talk for half an hour without stopping during class. Her foundation is deep. Her strength is thick. And she's a professional when it comes to arguing. You need to practice more. Yang Dianfeng unscrewed the water bottle. Fierce drink, this is not finished. Suddenly saw Zhou Yumei also followed. Head twisted. Did not say a word. Fast walking. Soon out of the cell door. Out of sight. Congratulations to mom on her triumphant return. Auntie can't argue with you at all. Yang Xingyu took Zhou Yumei's hand and ingratiated himself with his old mom. How could a woman as skillful and gentle as your mother quarrel? I was convinced by reason and virtue. And your little aunt was so ashamed that she cried bitterly and returned in defeat. Zhou Yumei was modest. Mom, don't use idioms. My head sounds big. Yang Mingxue was afraid of this elementary school teacher. Zhou Yumei was about to open her mouth to speak again. But Yang Xingyu immediately intercepted. Mom, you'd better use idioms. I'll throw up if you use the literary language. Zhou Yumei finally exploded. Hurry up and decorate the house for me. Decorate it and get lost to live there. Don't want to see your big pie face every day. Yang Xingyu was depressed. Mom, everyone says I'm handsome. You're the only one who thinks I have a big pie face. You that is stupid cute. Everyone see Piggy cute. Pig mom see Piggy only feel stupid. Yang Mingxue finished, only to realize that the old mother also scolded. So that out, is not to say their own mother is a pig? Zhou Yumei was being complacent and didn't notice her daughter's speech disorder. A few back home, Zhou Yumei to take disinfectant spray, said Yang Dianfeng contaminated the entire home, just to spray. Suddenly remembered that his daughter is pregnant, immediately gave up, forced Yang Mingxue drink a glass of juice, said it is to enhance resistance. Yang Xingyu only then no brother-in-law to old sister bought a super large house. Suddenly feel that the mother to buy their own house also does not smell. Deadbeat to find Yang Mingxue to ask for the keys of the Fairview mansion. Shopping for 5 rounds before coming back to the 337 square meters of the house is quite satisfied. Careful to ask, sister. Your house let me as a wedding room cannot. On the time of the wedding borrowed for a few days. Get lost. Yang Mingxue refused without hesitation. Yang Xingyu licked his face and looked for Chen Sun. What about brother-in-law's opinion? How much did you spend to get married? What did you buy for furniture? Your court auction house is bought. You don't decorate? Chen Sun has been married and threw out a series of questions at once. Hearing Chen Sun say this, Yang Xingyu's eyes darkened. No money. I don't have a penny. Dong Dong wants me to find a formal job before I get married. Yang Xingyu is still young. Still 1 year short of the legal age of marriage. His father died before. Hoped that his son early marriage. Therefore, Yang Xingyu's family thinks that Yang Xingyu should get married earlier. After Chen Sun asked Yang Xingyu down, he suddenly remembered that everyone else was planning for a bright future, and he can only plan for his unborn child, and whether he had a future or not was still an unknown. Xiao Yu, do you want to open a store, a fast food restaurant? Chen Sun tried to suggest. I don't have any money, Let's go collect corpses with you first and gain more experience. Yang Xingyu was much more composed. Chen Sun wanted to say that he came to invest money for fear of hurting Yang Xingyu's self-esteem, considering that Yang Xingyu suddenly wanted to make money on his own, and felt that the douchebags were starting to be less douchey. In the evening, Chen Sun and the Yang family ate dinner together, and Zhou Yumei told Chen Sun how Yang Dianfeng had infuriated her brother into cirrhosis of the liver. More than 10 years ago, Yang Dianfeng's parents both died, leaving the family with a house and another $300,000 in savings. Yang Dianfeng's parents lived with Zhou Yumei and her husband, so the house was left to Zhou Yumei and her husband, and the savings were given to Yang Dianfeng. At that time, the price of housing was not high. The price of housing was only more than 3,000 a square meter. This set of less than 90 square meters of the house. The market price is only about 270,000 yuan. Yang Xingyu's father, Yang Zhicheng body thinks sister married soon. Settled down, need money. The 300,000 to the sister. The house themselves stay. When the brother ate a little loss as also should be. No one expected that this house is the old school district. Is a school district housing, corresponding to a model kindergarten, an experimental elementary school and 2 district key middle schools. A few years later, housing prices began to rise. This school district housing rose particularly strong. Other places prices rose 10 times. They here rose close to 20 times. When the house was $270,000, now it can be sold to more than $5 million. House more than 2 million. Yang Dianfeng began to Zhou Yumei's home. Said her brother and sister-in-law cheated her that year, bullying her young and unintelligent, and later asked Yang Zhicheng to subsidize her 1 million. Zhou Yumei ordinary elementary school teacher. Yang Zhicheng working in the shipyard, but also an ordinary worker. Where to get 1 million? Brother and sister 2 antagonism. Yang Zhicheng was sister angry half dead, and later died of cirrhosis of the liver. Because of this, Zhou Yumei and Yang Dianfeng had quarreled countless times, basically quarreling once in a while. Both sides were in a state of flames. Zhou Yumei believed that Yang Dianfeng killed her brother, and Yang Dianfeng believed that her sister-in-law did not agree to pay the money, so her brother was in a dilemma, and she was depressed before she got cirrhosis of the liver. Don't call her aunt from now on, call her a sheep, Zhou Yumei said to Chen Sun. Yang Mingxue said, Mom, stop it, you've been messing around for how many years? Zhou Yumei said, not dead or alive. Chen Sun didn't know what to say. After the meal, Chen Sun returned home carrying an oversized cup. He was now in frequent contact with Yang Mingxue's family, and it felt like the rhythm of a remarriage. The Yang family didn't treat him as an outsider either. The next day, Yang Xingyu came to see Chen Sun. The two of them went to the small factory where used kitchen utensils were stored. Yang Xingyu began to replan the microwave area, the oven area, the refrigerator area, the plates and dishes area, and so on. After planning, it's a good idea to home in on the used dishes you bought last time and put them on the shelves. Chen Sun was beside him and didn't help. Since Yang Xingyu was going to do this, it would be better to let Yang Xingyu operate the whole thing. After organizing everything, Yang Xingyu went to the printing store to print business cards, got himself a business manager title. The front is the name and contact information. The back of the business card is written on the business scope of 2 kinds, acquisition of second-hand tableware, sale of second-hand tableware, acquisition and sale, respectively, printing 2 different sets of business cards. After getting it done, Yang Xingyu, together with Chen Sun, each rode a tawdry bicycle and carried an oversized water cup, and started sweeping the streets. By street sweeping, of course, I don't mean cleaning the streets, but patrolling over street by street to see if there are any restaurants that have gone out of business. First day, nothing. The next day, still nothing. On the third day, I found a small restaurant and spent $3,000 to dish out the other side of the tableware, with a large refrigerator, 2 freezers, and tables and stools, sterilizers and chopsticks and plates and dishes, and so on. The price was negotiated by Yang Xingyu. This order, transferred out, will earn at least 10,000. Chen Sun said, just don't lose money. Chen Sun asked, did you forget something? Forgot to give out business cards. Yang Xingyu said with embarrassment. So, on the 4th day, Yang Xingyu began to send business cards. See, business is good. Send each other to sell second-hand tableware business cards. Encounter business is not good. Send to buy second-hand tableware business cards. On the 5th day, someone called unsolicited, saying the store was closed and asking for used dishes. This is a big restaurant, close to the Wadayaku intersection. Business was good, but then they encountered the construction of the viaduct in front of the door. People from the bridge, their restaurant is next to the auxiliary road of the bridge. Before the bridge was repaired, their business went down the drain. You guys can totally open your store in another place. There's no need to close it. Yang Xingyu said. We've been choosing for half a year and haven't been able to find a suitable place, and if we don't close, we'll lose all the money we used to make. The boss let out a sigh. It's really not easy to do business. When the market is bad, wage earners will at most jump ship, but bosses are likely to jump off the building. After Yang Xingyu talked to the other party in detail, he found that this restaurant has a lot of tableware, and Yang Xingyu spent $50,000. We don't want your spoons and plates and dishes with restaurant names on them. It won't sell. Yang Xingyu said. Little boss, how about this? I'm going to open a store in the back. These things, I'll sell them to you for $1,000. And if I open a store in the future, I'll buy them back for $10,000. How about that? What if you don't buy it? If I open the store, I'll definitely use the original name for the store name as well. And I'm definitely willing to pay $10,000 to get the dishes back if they're redone to order for at least $30,000. If I don't open the store, you'll just take the risk of $1,000. How about that? Yang Xingyu thought for a moment. I'll give you $2,000. Chen Sun was beside him. Did not say anything. He was very satisfied with Yang Xingyu. This child, although too, but did not fall into the well, took the initiative to give each other an extra $1,000. My name is Du Dui. Boss Yang is nice. If I were running a restaurant, I would definitely look for you to buy cutlery. Boss Du is polite. Yang Xingyu's face was less childish and more mature. After going back, Chen Sun complimented Yang Xingyu. Catering is also an industry. Within the industry, when the boss may know each other, you did the right thing today, gave each other an extra $1,000. In fact, an attitude. The other side will recognize you, and in the future most likely will bring you customers. Yang Xingyu personally cleaned the dishes, dried them, and put them in different categories, and the person was exhausted. Brother-in-law, don't you know how to do me a favor? Yang Xingyu said angrily. I put in my money. Money for money. Money for nothing. Yang Xingyu smiled. His brother-in-law's health was not good, and he was only verbalizing it. Yang Xingyu's cell phone rang. Answer the phone for me. It's inconvenient for me to have my hands full of detergent. Yang Xingyu said. Maybe it's a client calling. Chen Sun pulled his cell phone out of Yang Xingyu's pocket and saw the caller ID on it. Mom. It's Mom calling. Chen Sun went straight to speakerphone. Mom, what is it? Yang Xingyu asked. You and Chen Sun both come back. The family received 2 court summonses addressed to Chen Sun. Mom said worriedly. A court summons? Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu returned to Zhou Yumei's house. There are 2 registered letters on the table. Chen Sun opened and read them. One is Su Yuan wants to fight with Chen Sun. One is the 3 brothers of the Tang family want to sue Chen Sun. Amazingly, both letters were from the same court. Chen Sun took pictures and sent them to Niu Guhong, and soon received a response from Niu Guhong. It was the same court as Gu Miao, the grandmother, and it was the same day. It's strange. Gu's granny happened in the suburbs. She could have gone to the court over on Extension Road. Why did she have to come to the city to file a lawsuit? Chen Sun asked Niu Guhong what was going on. Tan Xiaoye should be living in the city. She most likely contacted Su Yuan and the 3 Tang brothers, wanting to let the judge know in advance from public opinion that you have a lawsuit and are not a good person. Niu Guhong was only guessing. She had no evidence. Chen Sun naturally entrusted these 2 lawsuits to Niu Guhong as well. Yang Dianfeng called Zhou Yumei on the phone. And on the phone, Yang Dianfeng proudly said that she had earned $10,000. She went to contact Su Yuan and the Tang family, saying that Chen Sun was Yang Xingyu's brother-in-law, and joined forces to cheat money. Yang Dianfeng received $5,000 from each of these 2 families for providing information. Before Zhou Yumei had a chance to curse, Yang Dianfeng immediately hung up the phone. When Zhou Yumei called, Yang Dianfeng was dead set on not answering the phone, and for the first time in so many years, she fought Zhou Yumei. Yang Air, go cook! Zhou Yumei had nowhere to vent her anger. Yang Xingyu really is a chef major. After tossing and turning for a while, he got a dozen dishes and set a table full of them. Why don't you prepare some food for your sister? She's pregnant and has a large meal. Zhou Yumei asked with a frown. Yang Air was completely two-timed. Mom, such a big table of food is not enough for your sister to eat? None of this should be given to your sister. You added too much seasoning. Zhou Yumei said. Zhou Yumei went to the kitchen, cut the broccoli into small little pieces, put white water to cook, fished it up, added a few salt, stirred it well, and served it to her daughter. Eat a little padding first. I'll eat dinner and then cook for you. Yang Xingyu and Chen Sun sat at the table, facing the big meal, eating with their mouths full of oil. Yang Mengxue sat next to her, holding a plate of broccoli cooked in white water. Not only did she not want to eat it in, but also wanted to spit it out. For reader username 399454991 Peach Blossom Fairy Picking Peach Blossoms. Chu Sol sang of Xianguang Temple. 3 big brothers add more. I'll say it again. When you see Yang Dianfeng in the future, You are not allowed to call your aunt, Zhou Yumei said. She now regretted to death. Why didn't she seal Yang Er's mouth when he was showing off in front of Yang Dianfeng a few days ago? To put it bluntly, she has a show-off heart of her own. Zhou Yumei's self-examination decided to low-key point in the future. After all, the poor only show off. The rich mostly hide the rich. My daughter's son-in-law but live in 300 square meters of large houses. I'm one the mother-in-law low, but also to enhance their own taste. A table full of dishes, colorful and delicious. Yang Mengxue couldn't eat, her mouth watered. And Yang Xingyu and Chen Sun ate happily. Chen Sun's cell phone rang. His hands full of oil, had to open the speakerphone to answer. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Sun? The voice on the phone was unfamiliar. And it was a landline, not a cell phone. Chen Sun thought it was an advertising pitch. What's your business? May I ask if you know a man named Pan Fusho? Chen Sun looked serious for a moment. Recognize. Why? Pan Fusho jumped off a building, from the 5th floor, seriously injured. Internal bleeding, his life is in danger. He left a suicide note saying he would give 2 bank cards to a man named Chen Sun, and also left your phone number. Where is he? Bangpo Second People's Hospital. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Chen Sun's face was a bit unsightly. Yang Mengxue worriedly said, Chen Sun, don't be nervous, I'll accompany you. More people can also take care of each other. Yang Mengxue didn't ask who Pan Fusho was, she was only worried about Chen Sun. It's already 7 o'clock, let Xingyu accompany Chen Sun. Yang Xingyu, go with brother-in-law, Zhou Yumei said. At home, Yang Xingyu is addressed as Yang Er or Xiaoyu, and only on formal occasions will his parents call him by his full name. Okay, let's go now. Sister, you stay home and rest easy. Everything is with me. Mom, don't worry about it. I'm weak and have no problem running errands. Yang Xingyu took out 2 huge rechargeable treasures from his room. All 50,000 ma. He liked to play games, and the rechargeable treasure was a daily device. Yang Xingyu was afraid of Chen Sun's emotional instability, coupled with the fact that it is night, did not dare to let Chen Sun drive. He just got a license, and did not dare to drive. The two took a taxi over. On the way, Yang Xingyu curiously asked, brother-in-law, who exactly is Pan Fusho? I've never heard you talk about it. Chen Sun took out the peace talisman hanging around his neck and said, the caretaker I know in the hospital is particularly honest. I don't know what kind of heavenly trouble he encountered that he would choose to jump off a building. It was 9 p.m. when we arrived at the hospital. Magic City's highway repair is particularly good. Encountered rush hour traffic jams. Sometimes traffic jams can be blocked till you doubt your life. The road is no longer good, but also useless. Just like the body cannot. The wife is beautiful can only lead to the heart of the fire. Receiving Chen Sun, besides the doctor, there were also 3 police officers. One was jittery. The other 2 were relieved to see Chen Sun. Mr. Chen, the doctor just said that the patient is out of danger and is still under observation. Hopefully the condition won't repeat itself. Chen Sun also breathed a sigh of relief. Out of danger. Definitely saved. A white coat explained, Pan Fusho is life. He jumped from the 5th floor. Below is the concrete floor. The normal situation is sure to fall dead. It just so happens that someone on the 1st floor built an awning against the rules. He fell on top of the awning, relieving most of the impact, and fell from the top of the awning on the watermelon stand, relieving it again. Plus he was in good health, and if he had been physically weak, there would have been no one. Chen Sun said, thank you doctor, please use the best medical resources and make sure to save him. The white coat was a bit worried. Mr. Chen, Pan Fusho doesn't have medical insurance. It's okay, I'll pay for it. Just follow the hospital process. How much do I need to pay up front? The white lab coat took Chen Sun to the hospitalization department's fee office and paid $100,000, and the extra money would be refunded when he was discharged. After receiving the money, the doctor seemed to pick the most expensive anti-inflammatory. Chen Sun is not a doctor. He did not care about medical things. He is now most interested in knowing, Pan Fusho, an honest man, why will jump off the building? The jittery young policeman seemed a bit scared when he saw Chen Sun. What's going on? I want to know the truth. Chen Sun asked, his tone nonchalant. One of the policemen said, there may be a bit of a misunderstanding about this. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding can make Uncle Pan jump off a building? Chen Sun said. You can tell Mr. Chen what happened. I've also notified the other party, who will be coming over soon. The police officer said. The young policeman thought for a moment and organized the language in his head. A few days ago, we received a report from a lady named Mangan Ping that Pan Fusho was exposing his genitals in front of her, and based on the report, we arrested Pan Fusho, asked about what happened, and found out that it was actually a misunderstanding because Pan Fusho was urinating in the woods and didn't see Meng and Ping. Chen Sun didn't pick up and waited for the following. The young policeman continued. Meng and Ping said that although it was a misunderstanding, the damage caused to her had already been formed, and demanded that Pan Fusho be detained and that she be compensated for $200,000 in mental damages. And then we tried mediation, which didn't have much effect. So Meng resorted to more extreme means, posting warnings in the neighborhood where Mr. Pan lived that she had encountered an exhibitionist, and posting Mr. Pan's photo and other information. She also said that if she didn't pay up, she would post the information online. Meng and Ping posted it in more places, and many people around her know about it. We went to Mr. Pan to coordinate. The other side is, after all, a woman, suggested that Mr. Pan compensate a little less money. 80,000 yuan will do. Mr. Pan cannot think, jumped off the building. Chen Sun didn't say anything. Yang Xingyu was beside him and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Where's Meng and Ping? I'm going to get her killed. We informed her. She said she would be coming over soon. Mr. Pan left something for Mr. Chen Sun. The young policeman handed Chen Sun a small paper bag. Chen Sun opened. Inside are 2 Zhangjiang bank card, and a small note, which is written in a crooked way. Please give this card to Chen Sun. This is his money. Below Chen Sun's name, there was a string of numbers written, which was Chen Sun's phone number. Chen Sun remembers that he once gave Pan Fusho $100,000. That money is not Chen Sun. Is Chen Sun blackmail got? I did not expect. This money to Pan Fusho brought bad luck. Finding a stool to sit down, Chen Sun felt his chest tighten up. Uncle Pan gave me the peace talisman to bring me peace. I gave money to Uncle Pan to bring Uncle Pan bad luck. Am I a bad person? Chen Sun's heart was filled with self-blame. A sound of high heels on a concrete floor broke the silence. A woman in her 30s walked into the room in high heels, followed by a man. The man's stomach was a bit big, and it looked like he lacked exercise and fat had accumulated on his stomach. This is the Meng and Ping girl, and this is Mr. Chen Sun, Pan Fusho's family. The policeman briefly introduced them. Hello Mr. Chen, that relative of yours sexually harassed me. He jumped off a building but the compensation still can't run away. We can't forgive him just because he's weak. 200,000 I don't want it. 150,000 at least. The woman walked over and opened her mouth to ask for compensation. A strong perfume flavor made Chen Sun a little uncomfortable. Yang Xingyu immediately wanted to curse, but was held down by Chen Sun. What exactly is going on? I have to find out. Oh, what else do I need to know? Photos, videos, I have them all. Mr. Chen is not convinced. I'll send it to you right away. Add WeChat. You'll know how disgusting it is when you see it. Meng and Ping said. The police came over and said, this is a hospital. Mr. Pan is out of danger. Why don't we go to the police station now to talk about it? Chen Sun looked at the doctor. Don't worry Mr. Chen. Pan Fusho has been working as an escort in our hospital. We will definitely take good care of him. You go and get busy. The white coat said. Several people came to the police station. It's already 10 o'clock at night. According to the work schedule Chen Sun had set for himself, he should be getting ready to take a shower and go to bed. After Meng Yiping and Chen Sun friend each other, Meng Yiping sent a few photos and 2 videos. After briefly looking at the photo, it's Pan Fusho urinating. Lots of grass under his feet. Lots of trees behind him. So I don't think it's the side of the road. Then watched the video file. Honestly, a 10-second video is uncomfortable. The camera is pointed head-on at Pan Fusho urinating, and it's purposely zoomed in to give close-ups of Pan Fusho's face and lower body. Any normal man would be physically uncomfortable seeing this kind of thing being photographed head-on. You've seen the video. I didn't falsely accuse him. Meng and Ping said. I'd like to ask if my Uncle Pan was peeing on the side of the highway. I didn't see the road. Not in the photos or the video. Does it matter? Is he harassing me by urinating in front of me? Is he a perverted exhibitionist? Is it okay to harass women without being on the highway? Zhang Yiping's voice raised and became shrill. The policeman said. It's not on the side of the highway. It's about 15 meters from the highway. Chen Sun has been to the place where Pan Fusho rented a room. That place is relatively remote. The public toilet is several hundred meters away from the place where you live. Even if Pan Fusho urinated on the side of the road, at most misbehavior, cannot be said to be an exhibitionist. Pan Fusho is old and conservative and cares a lot about reputation. This, Chen Sun can feel. Meng, when I saw this video, I think it was taken with a cell phone. Chen Sun asked, do you think I'm going to have to carry a camera specifically for this? Meng and Ping were impatient. Through the lens, I can determine 2 things. Pan Fusho's feet have been standing still the entire time you've been filming him, And the second thing is that you keep walking towards Pan Fusho, getting closer and closer, right? Yeah, I walked for more than 10 seconds, and when I got to him, he still didn't get it up and continued to urinate. This kind of person, he really doesn't know what shame is. To be honest, I've lived for decades. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of person. I don't even know what to say. Meng and Ping acted as if saying one more sentence would defile her mouth. That means that my Uncle Pan, was urinating in the woods and you walked over and saw him? Right, Chen Sun asked. The policeman's face was a little hard. How do you talk like this? I went for a walk in the woods with my boyfriend and saw that Uncle Pan of yours taking a piss. You're saying this as if I went into the woods to look at your Uncle Pan. You need to have a pussy face or not. You think your Uncle Pan is a big handsome guy. This woman was polite just now, and within 2 sentences she blew up. The man next to Meng and Ping added, our custom over there. If a woman sees another adult's chicken, she will be unlucky for a whole year. Your uncle is lewd, sexually harassing my girlfriend. I see that he's not too young. I didn't beat him up, which is considered to be merciful. Chen Sun asked the police, is this behavior of my Uncle Pan harassing others? That young policeman was already a bit uneasy, and at this moment, he had to say, this situation with Master Pan is not considered harassment. My Uncle Pan was urinating over there and this woman ran to film it. Did this woman sexually harass my Uncle Pan? The police had not yet answered. The pair of men and women were all enraged. Harassment of your mother's head. Obviously that uncle of yours is shameless. In broad daylight harassment of us. I am a woman, how can harassment of men? Chen Sun treated the other party as if they were air, and continued to ask the police, is taking pictures of private parts considered harassment? The cop is cornered, count. Why is my uncle being harassed and claimed money? Don't you police care? Chen Sun pressed on, pursuing the police. Mr. Chen, this matter is indeed our mistake. Let me talk about the whole process, related to the successful launch of the Mars rover. Another seasoned police officer said, related to the successful launch of the Mars rover? Both Yang Xingyu and Chen Sun were a bit surprised. This cop was too able to pull his punches. I don't want to talk more with you guys. Your uncle sexually harassed me. No matter how you try to weasel your way out of it, no matter how much money you give to the police, I will definitely not compromise. For the sake of your uncle jumping off the building, I'll give an extension of 3 days. And if I don't receive the compensation after 3 days, I'll definitely expose your disgusting uncle on the internet. Meng and Ping didn't even listen to what the police were saying and started to yell. Wife, don't talk to them, go home first, you have to work tomorrow. The man dragged Meng and Ping, and left. The policeman sighed and said, it's really related to the successful launch of our Mars probe. A few days ago, our country's Mars probe was successfully launched, and there were a lot of foreign students in the university town over here. And that day there were 20 to 30 foreign students partying and having a barbecue, and there were a dozen or so Koreans. And the Korean students said that our country's aerospace technology is actually very average, and that their Korean technology is the real #1 in Asia. We are stealing their technology. Yang Xingyu and Chen Sun look like they're listening to heavenly books. What does this have to do with Pan Fusho? The policeman continued, the Koreans said they were #1 in Asia, and a few Indian students disagreed. The Indians said they were the first in Asia, and I don't know what happened, but the two countries got into a fight in English, and when they couldn't solve the problem with their mouths, they got into a fight, and more than 30 people got into a fight, and 7 of them got broken bones. All the men from several police stations around us were deployed. All the fights were arrested. All the injured were sent to the hospital for surgical treatment. Master Pan happened to be on duty that night. Under normal circumstances, the shift was handed over at 8 a.m. But it turned out that there was too much going on that day, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock the next day that he handed over his shift. Master Pan is estimated to be too busy for too long. In a hurry to go home, the road suffocated, went to the woods to urinate, and then caused this thing. We have been out every day these days to solve the fights. We did not take this matter of Master Pan seriously, did not properly analyze, only based on the photos. Thought Master Pan went to the woods to harass others. Pan Master jumped in the afternoon. We feel that things are not right. Pull out the video, only to find out the real situation of this matter. Pan Master first into the woods, Meng and Ping from the other direction after entering the woods. This thing, but also really not Pan Master harassment. We didn't handle it well up front. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. The police officer sincerely apologized. You guys should know about Meng and Ping posting in the surrounding neighborhoods and abusing my uncle, right? Chen Sun coldly asked. We just found out too, and advised Meng and Ping. It was obvious that the police were worried that Chen Sun would pursue them for their mistakes. Mordor was promoting civilized law enforcement years ago, and the police officer's suggestion that Pan Fusho pay up without fully understanding the facts was one of the reasons. even though it wasn't the direct cause of Pan Fusho's jump. If Chen Sun really pursues the case, the associated responsible persons may all be penalized. I just hope that Uncle Pan will get better. After knowing what happened, Chen Sun was in no mood to stay at the police station and return to the hospital once again. He wanted to spend more time with the poor old man. Yang Xingyu was worried. Brother-in-law, go back and rest. I'll accompany Uncle Pan. No, I'll stay with him. Yang Xingyu saw that he couldn't persuade his brother-in-law. He went to open a room next to the hospital. Brother-in-law, you go and sleep first. The doctor said Uncle Pan is sleeping now. It's no use for you to sit dry. You won't be able to wake up until 3 a.m. at the earliest. You set the alarm clock and come to take my place after 3 a.m. Good. Chen Sun also knew that he was not physically able to do so. He went to the hotel to sleep for 5 hours and then went to the hospital so that Yang Xingyu could continue to sleep. Yang Xingyu was particularly excited to play the game. Not sleepy at all. And after replacing Chen Sun, he went to the hotel to continue playing the game. It was 5 in the morning when Pan Fusho woke up. Through the glass, he saw Chen Sun, the lowly old man's face full of tears. Xiao Chen. I'm not a bad person. I didn't harass anyone. Chen Sun can't hear what Pan Fusho was saying. Critical ward. Family members can't go in. Chen Sun smiled at Pan Fusho and comforted the poor beatnik. The nurse came over, changed the infusion bottle for Pan Fusho, looked at the monitoring instrument on the bedside. The physiological indicators are good. She came out to Chen Sun. Pan Fusho do not know if he is a good name. By the afternoon, all kinds of indicators are very normal. Internal bleeding points did not reappear. After 2 more days of observation, he could be transferred to the general ward on the 4th day. The doctor later discussed briefly with Chen Sun and concluded that it was Pan Fusho's long-term physical labor, strong muscles, and the medication used was more on point, so he recovered quickly. Chen Sun added money, plus Pan Fusho has worked in this hospital for more than 20 years. Surprisingly, Pan Fusho coordinated a small ward for 2 people. After being transferred to the general ward, the patient's family was finally able to accompany them. When Pan Fusho saw Chen Sun, he explained incoherently, Xiao Chen, I really didn't harass anyone. Where do I put my old face? It's so embarrassing. I really don't want to live. Chen Sun comforted. Uncle Fu, I believe you. You're not that kind of person. Pan Fusho cried. This almost 60-year-old man cried like a child. Xiao Chen, your Uncle Fu lived almost 60 years. Never done such an unseemly thing in his life. I really did not harass people. How do I explain? They just do not believe me. Chen Sun said. Uncle Fu, you've been fooled. The other party wants money. Uncle Fu wiped his tears and said, the money you gave me, you take it back. I cannot want. I have little culture. Only under the hard labor to earn money. Everyone earn money are not easy. In addition to help you Uncle Fu a favor. These years I saved some money. I contacted the people in the old country. They gave my son's phone number. I do not have the face to see my son. You help me to transfer the money to my son. Chen Sun remembered that Uncle Fu had once told him that Uncle Fu's wife had married with her child, and the 2 sides hadn't contacted each other for many years, but he didn't know why he suddenly got in touch recently. Recuperate at ease. I'll take care of the rest. Chen Sun said. I don't know how many days I'll live. I've contacted my son and he's ignoring me. Just get his bank card number for me. Chen Sun took the number given by Uncle Fu, and through the cell phone number, added a person named Yuan Mengfei. Did Uncle Fu's son later take his stepfather's last name and change it? Who are you? The other asked. My name is Chen Sun. May I ask if you're from Punpu Township? No. There's something to be said for finding someone else if you want to scam money. I am the agent of Mr. Pan Fusho, who wants to find his real son, Pan Chongsheng. Don't recognize. The other party sent the message followed by an angry emoji. Chen Sun continued to chat and realized that he had been blacked out. Chen Sun had to send a text message. If you are Pan Chongsheng, please contact me. Your father is in the hospital. Less than a minute after sending the text, the call came in. What are you Pan Fusho? The voice on the phone came from a man's voice, sounding not very old, probably about the same age as Chen Sun. I treat Uncle Pan as my own uncle. What happened to him? The person who asked seemed to want to care about Pan Fusho, but was afraid of being seen, so his voice remained cold. He was falsely accused, couldn't think straight, jumped off the building. Luckily, fell on the 2nd floor of the unauthorized awning, fell to the 1st floor, fell on the watermelon stand, seriously injured, just resuscitated. Do I need to pay for the medical bills? No, it's that he wants to give the money he saved over the years to his own son. There was a silence on the phone and after a while the other person said, thank you, I don't want his money. Chen Sun was a bit anxious. I don't care if you're Pan Changjiang or Yuan Mengfei, as long as you're Uncle Fu's real son, I should transfer the money to you. I promised Uncle Fu. I have long been not his son. Need him when the ghost shadow cannot see. More than 10 years never contact. Heard that I want to get married. Immediately come to contact. Give some money. Just one more son daughter-in-law. Where in the world is such a cheap thing? This person called Yuan Mengfei. His tone was very angry. You may have misunderstood. Uncle Fu didn't know you were getting married. He's been looking for you. And every year he's been sending people in to ask about your whereabouts. Don't you think it's too fake? Nowadays information is so advanced. If you really want to find someone, you can't find them? Chen Sun was speechless. You've been on the phone with me. You're going to look for Uncle Fu now. Can you find him? Can you know where I am? Information is even more advanced. What if it's deliberately hiding? Silence. Another silence. If you figure it out, get in touch with me. Chen Sun didn't know what to say. After hanging up the phone, Chen Sun was clueless. This kind of misunderstanding between loved ones. It was difficult for him, an outsider, to intervene too deeply. Little Chen, have you contacted Chongsheng? Pan Fusho asked in a low voice. Got in touch. He said he's getting married. That money, you keep it for your retirement. He can't visit you right now. Knowing that you are sick, he is very anxious. Chen Sun had to tell good lies. I want to be discharged. Help me with the discharge paperwork. No, Uncle Fu, you've had internal bleeding. You can't be discharged from the hospital. In case something goes wrong, it's very dangerous. You've been in the hospital for over 20 years. You should know the consequences of not listening to the doctors. I know my body. There's nothing wrong with it, so I'll be discharged today. The hospitalization fee I know. It's expensive. I've been in the hospital for 20 years. I know the costs well. No, you must listen to the doctor. Pan Fusho has to struggle to sit up. Chen Sun advised for a long time. Pan Afu was still worried. Old tears, children, I know you have a good heart. I really want to be discharged early. This hospital no money people really cannot afford to stay. I am a temporary worker. No social security. No health insurance. A few days down. Estimated to spend 2 or 3 million. I don't have a lot of savings. I want to keep more for my son. Chen Sun said. Uncle Fu, do you think your son would be at ease if he knew that you'd rather risk your life than leave him the money? Pan Fusho tangled for half a day. Just don't tell my son. Your son is not a fool. You take care of your health. A long life for your parents is a blessing for your son. Comforting Pan Fusho, Chen Sun found a place and smoked in silence. The earth is too hard. Too hard. The cell phone has a message alert. Chen Sun opened it to look at it and found that it was Yuan Mengfei who had refriended him and also left him a message. Thank you for taking care of my father. Please give him a message that I can't visit him. My foster father on my side is also sick, and my mother wants me to get married early to celebrate the occasion. Chen Sun replied. Uncle Fu wanted to be discharged from the hospital to save the money for you. I didn't agree. After half a day, Yuan Mengfei sent a sad emoticon. Chen Sun wrote a long paragraph. Brother, I said I understand the process. Your mother suddenly took you away that year. Did not go through the divorce procedures with Li's father. Went 7 years before the formal divorce with Li's father. Uncle Fu has been looking for you. Now working in the Magic City. The first few years of working 3 odd jobs. In the hospital as a caretaker. In the supermarket freezer as a porter. In the park as a sanitation worker. Most of the money saved. Said to leave you to marry a wife. Whether you accept his money or not. I hope you don't hate him. As a man, he has used his best. After sending it out, Chen Sun remembered his own father. And how he hadn't tried his best for the sake of this family. Migrant workers are really suffering. It's not easy to earn some money. They are looked down upon and often bullied. Chen Sun's phone rang. It was Yuan Mengfei calling with a crying voice. Brother Chen. I want to talk to him on the phone. Is it convenient? Once Chen Sun heard the other party call him Brother Chen, his heart warmed and he said, convenient. Any time is convenient. Take the phone. Come to the ward. Pan Fusho was not convenient to take the phone. Chen Sun opened the speakerphone, put the phone in Pan Fusho's ear. Uncle Fu. Chang Shang's phone. Chen Sun said. For Big Brother, Master Guo's car repair shop. Pan Fusho was like being electrified. The whole person was shocked. And before he spoke, he cried out first. On the other side of the phone, there were low sobs, too. After a while, Pan Fusho finally spoke. Chang Shang, you're getting engaged. Dad saved some money. Take it and spend it. Buy a house. No, I have money. Yuan Mengfei's tone was hard. I guess he hadn't spoken to Pan Fusho in years. After all, he was only 8 years old when he separated from his father. Chang Shang, don't mind the small amount. Dad is not capable. After saving for 20 years, only saved $500,000. Dad has only one son like you. Didn't provide you with education. Didn't cultivate you. I'm sorry. Dad is useless. Dad is old. Can't afford to make money. Don't mind it. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize Dad. The money must be taken. Chen Sun couldn't listen to it anymore. Found a place, and was sad for a long time. In the hospital hallway, there are cold chairs. Chen Sun felt tired, physically and mentally exhausted. Sat on a stool, closed his eyes and rested his mind for less than a minute. And then he heard someone talking in a big tongue. When I opened my eyes, one was clearly Indian and the other looked Chinese. But through conversation, I immediately knew it was Korean. Could it be the Korean guys the cops said were fighting? Didn't see these two get hurt. Koreans despise the Indians, you Indian Ajans. Not many normal men. All sexually repressed. Even lizards rape. Indians despise Koreans. All beings are equal in India. We don't just fuck lizards. We recently forced American soldiers. Whether it's a lizard force or an American force, it's still a force for us in India. You Koreans only brag about it. Chen Sun instantly got energized and listened with his ears perked up. When the two foreigners saw Chen Sun, they weren't afraid of being born, and went up to him and asked, "Buddy, you're Chinese. Come to judge which one of us is the bull." Chen Sun said, "Your Chinese is awesome." Half an hour later, Chen Sun returned to the hospital room and saw that Pan Fusho's face was much more rosy. "Chang Sheng didn't call me Dad." Pan Fusho had tears in the corners of his eyes. After 2 more days, the doctor finally gave the conclusion that Pan Fusho could go home and recuperate. Chen Sun went to check out of the hospital. He paid 100,000 yuan in advance for the first time, 50,000 yuan in advance for the second time, and in the end only 17,000 yuan was refunded out. Looking at the long list of information fees, Chen Sun was overwhelmed with emotion. Hospitals, really, are gold-swallowing beasts. Chen Sun had never hated someone so much. Mang and Ping, this woman, forced Pan Fusho to jump off a building and still thinks about money. During the period when Pan Fusho was hospitalized, she took Chen Sun as Pan Fusho's agent and approached Chen Sun to ask for 200,000 yuan in moral compensation. "I know you don't have money now. It's okay if you don't give cash, give IOUs, and the annual interest can't be lower than a 1-year time deposit." These are the original words of Mang and Ping. MS. Mang, we don't have anything to communicate. Next time we meet, hopefully in court. Chen Sun did not want to waste his words on this incomprehensible woman. Mang and Ping immediately rolled their eyes. "You've been given the opportunity. If you don't pay up, then you'll be given online exposure." On the same day, Mang and Ping wrote a small essay posted on microblogging. In the small essay, she described Pan Fusho as a lewd man, deliberately urinating in front of her, intercepting photos from the video, mosaic in the private parts, but also Pan Fusho's face made a close-up. Mang and Ping also contacted a famous feminist, a woman named Hang Zi. Hang Zi immediately retweeted Mang and Ping's tweet. The insults were all over the place, all of them cursing Pan Fusho. Some agitated women manhandled Pan Fusho and learned that Pan Fusho was an escort at this hospital. Gosh, this kind of scum is even a hospital caretaker. I don't know how many female patients have been harassed by him. I've heard he's even held women in labor. Yeah, I remember a guy who had his picture taken before he had a baby, and it looked like this creepy guy was holding it. Soon there were people pulling banners at the hospital. Dozens of women took loudspeakers and played them repeatedly in the hospital's inpatient department to get the hospital to sack Pan Fusho, the scummy lecher who harasses women. All of this, Pan Fusho did not know. The day after Pan Fusho was discharged from the hospital, he received a notice that the hospital had dismissed him. He didn't say anything and he didn't cry. He was supposed to be a temporary worker and was fired without having to pay compensation. Chen Sun has been with him for the past few days. "Uncle Fu, you can go to the police," Chen Sun said. "Call the police?" "Yes. Mang and Ping secretly photographed your privacy and slandered you on the internet. I've already found someone to collect the evidence. This time, it's not a civil dispute. It's a criminal case. As long as the facts are established, you can arrest someone. No matter if it was Su Yuan or the 3 Tang family members. They were not as bad as this Meng He Ping. So inhuman. Pan Fusho almost lost his life because of this. And this woman still thinks about asking for money, driving people to their deaths, and still won't let go. In that case, how could Chen Sun let her go? Not only did this woman commit the crime of slander, she also committed the crime of insult by using vicious language to insult Pan Fusho. The crime of insult, the crime of defamation, anyone who openly insults another person or fabricates facts to defame another person by violence or other means under aggravating circumstances shall be sentenced to fixed term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. Criminal detention, control or deprivation of political rights. For the crime, of course, Chen Sun chose to call the police and leave it to the police. Why do they all have to hurt each other even if they are all bottom feeders? That Mang and Ping, who don't look like they are rich, why do they have to be so aggressive to persecute someone they have never known? Chen Sun couldn't figure it out. Pan Fusho is the person concerned. Chen Sun and Pan Fusho no blood relationship, does not belong to the direct line nor the collateral relatives. The police thing? Ultimately have to let Pan Fusho personally do. Chen Sun and the side of the synergy. After reporting to the police, Pan Fusho was notified by Forest Park that his sanitation temp, also of bad repute, had been fired. It didn't take long for the call to come from the supermarket side, and the supermarket job was lost. Pan Fusho closed his lips tightly and clenched his teeth. Chen Sun saw a deep despair from this man. Chen Sun is worried that Pan Fusho will jump off the building for the second time. Uncle Fu, get well. Changsheng is waiting for you to help carry your grandchildren. Chen Sun said. I don't hold grandchildren. I have a bad reputation. Don't let Nagisa know. Changsheng National Day marriage. Next year National Day you can hold grandchildren. Changsheng wedding spend a lot of money. Gave birth to a child. Hand money is certainly not much. You as a grandfather, do not just think of a good reputation. You have to buy toys for grandchildren. Right. Pan Fusho's eyes finally lit up. Xiao Chen. I'm going to go find a new job and save money for my grandson. Chen Sun said. I have a job. I don't know if Uncle Fu is willing to do it. What's the job? I'm divorced. Uncle Fu is aware of. But with brother-in-law relationship is good. He intends to open a restaurant. Now. Every day in the collection of second-hand tableware. Retrieved to be cleaned. To be organized. In the future to open their own restaurants also need people. I do not know Uncle Fu is willing to go. Willing? Of course I am. Little Chen. Uncle Fu thanks you. After taking care of Pan Fusho's work, Chen Sun went to the police station to inquire about Meng and Ping. Based on the materials you provided, we have ascertained that the situation is true, and in accordance with the legal procedures, Meng and Ping were apprehended and brought to justice. The people at the police station were afraid that Chen Sun would say that they were inactive, and this time, they handled the situation rather quickly. When Meng and Ping first went around posting flyers abusing Pan Fusho, if the people at the police station had actively stopped them, not so many things would have happened later. Thanks a lot. We will only prosecute Meng and Ping. Chen Sun made it clear to the people at the police station that only Meng and Ping would be prosecuted, not the police station's inaction, so that the police comrades could rest assured. Every department is assessed and police bonuses are affected when the complaint rate is high. There's a feminist netizen. What's her name? Hang Zi, who heard that Meng and Ping were arrested and is planning to use this to cause trouble. So prepare yourself a little. The policeman seemed to remind Chen Sun. Thanks. Of course, Chen Sun knew that woman called Hang Zi, who was very hot recently and was the idol in the hearts of many fairies. By the way, he went to see Pan Fusho, this middle-aged man, since he knew that his son was going to get married. His whole spirit was refreshed, and he had to go and help right away. Joining Yang Xingyu's big business of acquiring second-hand tableware, Chen Sun took Pan Fusho to the small factory building they had rented, stored a lot of used dishes, and some furniture, but still pretty empty, except for being rather out of the way. Uncle Fu, you return the house and live here. There is a food market next to it, and this is considered a catering industry for us, and catering industries are all about food and shelter, Chen Sun said with a smile. What if Boss Yang doesn't fancy me? Pan Fusho was jittery. Take the warehouse room key. I'll call Boss Yang now. Chen Sun dialed Yang Xingyu's number. Brother-in-law, come back soon. My mom is fighting with my sister-in-law and aunt again. It's so much fun. Once in a lifetime. A voice with a middle-of-the-road vibe came from the phone. Yang Xingyu later to open a catering company. This person is too simple. Open the company will definitely have all sorts of problems. Chen Sun's health is not good and cannot help too much. Need a person to help Yang Tu to deal with all sorts of trivial things. Uncle Fu will become the best helper. In addition, there is a need to trigger the secret of Yang Mengxue through the incident of Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu incident. These chapters, I revised several times, are not very satisfied. The first version, Pan Fusho's son is called Changjiang. The whole incident is very ridiculous. Sand sculpture breath thick. Too funny. I write their own cannot help but laugh. Completely diluted the sadness of the atmosphere. The back of his son's name changed to Pan Changsheng. Overturned and rewritten. Remove all the funny episodes. With the most bland tone of voice descriptions. The 6 chapters of the content of compression. I'm not sure what I want to do. But I'm not sure what I want to do. Sorry. The title of the book is still very middle of the road. And I wonder if the low rating has anything to do with that. I've taken the place of the reader in despising the guy who helped me with the title. The guy who took the title of the book looks a lot like me. And he was me a month or so ago. Chen Sun almost forgot to tell Yang Er about Pan Fusho, and he asked nosily, how was the battle? It's intense. Do you want me to give you a live feed? Forget it. You'd better come back here. My sister told me not to tell you. You mustn't say it's from me. I'll leave right away. Another thing, Don't you want to set up a company to do catering? Uncle Fu was the first external employee of our company. The salary is $5,000 a month, plus $1,200 subsidy every month, inclusive of food and housing. $1,200 is a meal supplement. He lives in our warehouse. You have no problem with it. No opinion. What opinion can I have? Isn't Uncle Fu's body still not fully recovered? Should I let him rest for 2 days first, and the salary will be counted from today? Good. Pan Fusho was right next to him, and after hearing the contents of the call, he finally put his heart down. After explaining to Pan Fusho how to categorize the dishes, how to clean them and other operations, Chen Sun rushed to his ex-mother-in-law's house. These days, helping Pan Fusho with things, Chen Sun was in a constant state of anxiety, and this was the first time he had worried about someone since he was diagnosed with lung cancer. Things were taken care of and he wanted to relax. The battle between Zhou Yumei and Yang Dianfeng has not subsided. Only the battle line has lengthened. Yang Dianfeng sat in the dining room, sitting next to a middle-aged man. The man's eye blisters are very heavy. I guess the past few days did not sleep well. Zhou Yumei smiled like a flower. That smile, needless to say, certainly quarrel prevailed. Both Yang Mingxue and Yang Xingyu were hiding in Yang Xingyu's small room. The two siblings were gambling, and Yang Air had already lost several thousand. I bet that after 3 minutes, Mom will shame Auntie and Auntie will be so angry that she will beat the table. Yang Mingxue said, at least 5 minutes. Yang Xingyu said, bet, 500 this time. After 5 minutes the ring table counts as my loss. Before 5 minutes, no matter how many minutes, it's my win. Okay. The siblings began to start the clock. The cell phone has long since been adjusted to a stopwatch. Yang Dianfeng said, Zhou Yumei, this is the last time I call you sister-in-law. In the end let Xiaozong move the account over. Give a word. Zhou Yumei sneered. Yang Dianfeng, your brain did not jerk. Just counted us. You want to move your son account over. You pig brain. Found a husband. Also pig brain. Your family is considered completely finished. Take medicine or not saved. With a bang, Yang Dianfeng's husband, Wang Jianing, slammed his fist on the table. What do you mean? You and Feng had a fight. Why are you scolding me? Wang Jianing was furious. Yang Air was even more pissed off. 1 minute and 55 seconds. Yang Air, pay up. Yang Mingxue said triumphantly. Yang Air's heart was unwilling. Sister, why don't we forget about it this time? Dream on. There's no father and son at the gambling table. Pay if you don't want to die. Yang Mingxue stared viciously at Yang Air. If Aunt Wang Jianing knew that the people in the room were using their behavior as gambling props, he would probably ring the table to pieces. Yang Air transferred $500 to Yang Mingxue and cried, no more gambling. Gambling is bad for your health. It's fine. A small gamble is good for the heart. Yang Mingxue said. Yang Mingxue has obviously put on some weight. I'm over 2 months pregnant. My belly hasn't gotten any bigger, and my face is round. No more bets. Old sister, you eat less. If you eat any more, you are already ugly. Turn into a fat woman. Be careful of your brother-in-law looking for a mistress. After Yang Xingyu lost the bet, he decided to hit Yang Mingxue verbally. Yang Mingxue without pressure, we have long been divorced. I have a house and a rich woman. It's too easy to find a man. Just hook your finger. The men are lined up in a long line. Come on, look at you. Standing with Winter. You're just a big mom. On the same level as my mom. Yang Air, do you want to die? Yang Mingxue's voice raised. Chen Sun finally arrived. Zhou Yumei does not want to lose the image in front of her son-in-law. The vicious words in her mouth immediately disappeared. Becoming a sensible retired woman, Chen Sun. This is your aunt, Wang Jianing. Although your aunt is not a person, but your aunt did not offend us. He is also considered a victim. Wang Jianing was furious. You say that my wife is not a human being and I marry a beast? No, pigs are not beasts. They are domestic animals. Excellent teacher Zhou Yumei corrected the little mistake. Chen Sun was curious. You guys argued for 3 hours and you weren't tired? Your throats aren't hoarse? Where did you buy the throat lozenges and what brand? When Yang Mingxue saw Chen Sun arrive, she thought that Chen Sun was here to persuade him to fight, but she didn't realize that Chen Sun was here to consult about the product. No wonder this guy is on good terms with Yang Air. Chen Sun is also very two-dimensional. Yang Mingxue pulled open the door and caught Chen Sun away, placing 2 boxes of throat lozenges on the way. Always have them at home. Please take them as needed. After saying that, Yang Mingxue pulled Chen Sun out the door. What's wrong with you? I haven't even had a drink of water when I got to your house. Chen Sun felt that his ex-wife was a bit strange today. Don't talk nonsense first. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My mom is fighting with my aunt. She doesn't have time to care about me. I'm going to eat something delicious. My mom's cooking is awful. She didn't used to be like this. She's crazy about wanting grandchildren. Well, what do you want to eat? Sichuan and Chongqing restaurants. Heavy ones are fine. Is mom okay? 2 people across the street. Will she make it? My mom is a teacher. In class. 1 person against more than 30 people. Afraid of what? Those 2. My mom has destroyed each other many times. What's all the bickering about again? My aunt has a son. Want to move the household to our home. This side of the counterpart of the middle school is good. The magic of kinship can be attached or borrowed. My mother to let my aunt to give 300,000 margin. My aunt of course, not willing to give, but also to find my mother to ask for 2,700,000. In short, very. The 2 of them went to Sichuan and Chongqing Hotel. Yang Mingxue sent a message out, and not long after, Yang Xingyu and his girlfriend Dong Dong made an appearance. Dong Dong, order the food. Yang Xingyu said bullishly. Dong Dong politely called her sister brother-in-law, then sat next to Yang Xingyu in a well-behaved manner. Yang Mingxue said, I'm treating you today with a budget of 5,005. You guys order whatever you want. Yang Xingyu was pitiful. Sister, you're so rich. Can you give me back the $5,500 I lost to you? Less nonsense. Order food. Dong, order whatever you want. Today old sister has money. Yang Mingxue had that look. More big money than Chen Sun. Yang Mingxue ate the most. Boiled fish and boiled beef. Yang Mingxue ate half of it by herself. Dong looked well behaved. But in fact, she was also a foodie. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked at someone as two-dimensional as Yang Xingyu. Although Yang Xingyu is too. After all, in the study of 3 years of chef, fried vegetables, he is a professional. The taste is better than the vast majority of ordinary people made out of delicious. His mouth is also the most picky. Peer is the enemy. The dishes of this hotel, was he degraded to nothing? So, 2 men eating without 2 women. Not many people would believe it. 4 people ate less than $1,000. The moment Yang Mingxue paid the bill, Yang Er felt a heartache. All that money was exported by Mia. After eating and drinking, Yang Er and his girlfriend Dong Er went out for a walk, while Chan Sun and Yang Mingxue returned home. Yang Dianfeng is crying. Wang Jianing is persuading. Zhou Yumei has a smile on her face and a hateful face. Needless to say, 1-2. Zhou Yumei quarrel won again and is temporarily ahead. When Yang Dianfeng saw Chen Sun, she put away her tears and asked, Chen Sun, this is the 2nd time I've seen you. I'm an aunt. I have no grudges against you, so come and judge. Zhou Yumei thought that her son-in-law must be toward her and said, okay, Yang Dianfeng, let Chen Sun come to judge. Yang Dianfeng said, you live in a big house. This house is more than 80 square meters. Yang Xingyu is only in his early 20s. There is 100 square meters of house. Xiaoshue's house is more than 300 square meters. We'll soon be living in a mansion, and me, I and your aunt, and your cousin, a family of 3 people, live in 56 square meters of the house. Live more suffocating, you know. Your cousin Xiao Yingye on the junior high school, and would like to transfer to the your cousin is in his 3rd year of junior high school and wants to transfer to the 3rd high school, but he has to move his household registration over, and your mother-in-law refuses to agree. Your mother-in-law won't even agree to this. Chen Sun's brain froze for 3 seconds before he realized that cousin Smart Year in the 3rd year of junior high school is Xiao Song. Not Smarty. Zhou Yumei said. Yang Dengfeng, why don't you finish your sentence? I am not agreeing? You can use relatives to rely on borrowing the way. Xiao Song's account does not have to move over, but also can transfer to the school. Have to let Xiao Song to move the account over. Moving your household over will be beneficial for the secondary school exams. If the person's household is separated, you'll be at a disadvantage when you're admitted. And I promise that I'll migrate the household account back when Wang Song gets into high school. Yang Dianfeng said. Chen Sun couldn't hear what these 2 were saying at all and didn't know what kind of interest entanglements were involved. Zhou Yumei explained, Chen Sun, you do not understand your aunt's meaning. She wants to move her son's account to our account book. Our account book just corresponds to this house. So your aunt is still playing the idea of this house. She really want to let her son in the midterm examination can choose a good school. You can use the relatives to rely on the way of separation of the people. The account does not move. People come over on the line. Chen Sun asked, Mom, if we choose the option of separating people and households so that our cousin can transfer his school registration, do you agree? Of course I don't agree. Yang Dianfeng must apologize to me. Write a guarantee that she will never fight me in the future. And give me $300,000 as a deposit. And I will agree immediately. Chen Sun asked Yang Dianfeng, Auntie, what do you think? What to think? Fix my son's schooling first. Auntie, you only sold Yang Xingyu and I a few weeks ago and made $10,000. Now you want my mother-in-law to do you a favor. You should at least show an attitude of admitting your mistake. I admit my fault. I think your mother-in-law is wrong. She doesn't admit it. I can't do anything about it. Yang Dianfeng redefines admitting fault to mean that someone else is at fault. Chen Sun was speechless. You guys continue. Don't stop. This house, left behind by the elders, is worth more than $5 million, and only gave me a share of $300,000. Elder brother as father. Elder sister-in-law as mother. My brother and sister-in-law not only don't take care of me, but also bully my own sister. Yang Dianfeng was obedient and really didn't stop. Chen Sun a little sympathy for Yang Dianfeng. Zhou Yumei completely unimpressed. You have to come. You this set of rhetoric. I have recited down. You initially took the money not to buy a house. Had to go to speculate on the stock market. Lost money, and then blamed us on the head. If you let your brother come alive, I will immediately give the house to you. My brother has cirrhosis of the liver, and it's all because of you. You're too strong at home, and my brother suffocates every day. That's why he has this disease. A faint sadness surfaced on Zhou Yumei's face. Yang Dengfeng, go away. I can't possibly give you this house, and I won't give it to you even if I make a scene 100 times. You haven't let Chen Sun comment on it yet. Are you too weak-minded to let your son-in-law speak? Chen Sun retreated sharply. It's hard for a clear official to resolve a family matter, so I'll stay out of it. After Yang Dianfeng couple left, Zhou Yumei inhaled vigorously. No, there's the aroma of boiled meat slices. Did you guys go out to eat? Yang Mingxue said. Mom, Auntie is very annoying, but she got one thing right, that is, you are too strong at home. There's nothing wrong with you educating your students and making elementary school students behave, but at home, you expect Dad, me and Yang Er to behave like elementary school students. That's where you're wrong. Zhou Yumei said. Don't change the subject. Did you go out and steal food? Mom, I'm 26 years old. I don't have the freedom to go out to eat a meal, and I have to steal food. Do you think, is it the daughter's problem? Or do you as a mom control too much? Zhou Yumei threw the things in her hand to the table. Good. All against the sky. Don't want me to manage the best. Who loves to manage who to manage? I still feel tired. Next door that Duant. Her daughter is pregnant. Messy eating, child malnutrition. Other families' children are in kindergarten. Their children had big legs short. Until now is still training every day. The one you're talking about is a special case. Yang Mingxue said. The exceptions, when they fall on their heads, are all there is. Mother and daughter are probably going to fight again. Where's Xiaoyu? Zhou Yumei suddenly remembered her son. He went shopping with his girlfriend. Speaking of Xiaoyu, Zhou Yumei's anger disappeared. It seems that the old mom is a little more precious to her son. Mom, on the 15th of next month, Chen Sun's lawsuit is going to trial, so I have to get ready. I have to go over to Extension Road to accompany him. Yang Mingxue said. No, at least 3 months before you can do that. Wait another half a month. Zhou Yumei rejected her daughter's proposal to move to Extension Road to accompany Chen Sun. Chen Sun didn't matter. He felt that his body hadn't changed much lately. It was just his chest that was stuffy. If there was a deterioration in his health, he would have to think ahead and find a way to arrange the 900 million or so in his hands. Wealth brings pleasure in sin. If Yang Dengfeng and Yang Jiqing siblings had money, they wouldn't have been fighting over a house for more than 10 years. Chen Sun decided to write a will in advance. Don't talk, I have a phone call. Zhou Yumei waved her hand, telling her daughter and son-in-law to shut up. Yang Mingxue skimmed her lips, obviously knowing who the caller was. Is Zhou Yumei former teaching school director? A middle-aged greasy man. This person, Yang Mingxue do not like. He obviously than Yang Mingxue older than a dozen years. Do not let Yang Mingxue called him uncle. Must let called brother. What? Xiaoqing is pregnant? Can't be the classroom teacher? This? I'll think about it. Yes. I need to discuss it with my daughter and son. I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning at the latest. After Zhou Yumei answered the phone, her entire body radiated a confident glow. Call up Yang Xingyu. Have Yang Xingyu call up his girlfriend? Chen Sun just happens to be here as well. I'm going to host the first family meeting. Zhou Yumei acted like an elementary school teacher who was about to hold a class meeting. The two of them, Yang Mingxue and Chen Sun, looked at each other, not knowing what this weird old mom was going to do. Called Yang Xingyu, who said that his girlfriend Dong 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 would be back later, and that she worked at the makeup counter and got off work late. It's fine. Come over even if it's late. This decision of mine affects everyone in the family. Zhou Yumei said proudly. Yang Mingxue asked her mom what the hell is going on, and Zhou Yumei was dead set on not saying anything. Mom, you're not going to marry someone, are you? Dad's corpse isn't even cold yet, and you're in the throes of spring. Yang Mingxue mouthed off and was violently beaten by Zhou Yumei with a pillow. It's been 7 years since your dad passed away and his body is still cold. I'm so angry. If it wasn't for Yang Mingxue's pregnancy, Zhou Yumei would have to move the rolling pin. In the evening, Dong 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 finally got off work and came to this 80 square meter house with Yang Xingyu. With 5 people. It seemed a bit crowded. It was more than 8 o'clock. Zhou Yumei surprisingly changed into stockings. Straight skirt. Hair combed neatly. The aura changed at once. Appearing very professional. Come on. Don't pretend. What's going on? Weirdly creepy. Yang Xingyu couldn't stand it even when he saw his mom in full force. Zhou Yumei picked up a cup of brewed jasmine tea. With the lid scraped the floating tea leaves above. Gently sip. Oblique 45-degree angle to look at the ceiling. Not afraid of the light to brighten her eyes. I retired about half a year. The school leadership cannot afford to let go of me to rehire me to be a classroom teacher. Students, tremble. Peach Blossom Fairies Peach Blossom picking itchy marriage 2 big brothers. You promise? Yang Mingxue asked carefully, afraid that the happiness would come too suddenly. If mom returned to school, she would be the equivalent of a prisoner getting out of jail. I didn't promise. They will arrange for someone to come over tomorrow to ask me what I think. To be honest, as an excellent people's special teacher, won the Outstanding Teacher Award many times, I am very willing to return to the teaching position to play a spare time. But well, my son has a girlfriend. My daughter is pregnant. Both need me to take care of. I decided. Zhou Yumei said this and suddenly stopped. All 4 of them looked at Zhou Yumei with anticipation, hoping that the school would recycle her back soon. For the sake of my daughter's pregnancy and for my son's house renovation, I decided to think it over. Zhou Yumei said. The 4 men took a breath in their chests and barely slowed down. Yang Mingxue hinted at Yang Xingyu with her eyes. Yang Xingyu gathered enough courage. Mom, the house decoration thing is not urgent. I discussed with Dong Dong. We will get married after 2 years. You have dedicated most of your life for your children. We are all grown up. There is no need for you to sacrifice your career for us again. Yang Mingxue also said. Mom, we'll take care of ourselves. You're in the kitchen cooking every day. I've learned. Low sugar, low salt, no seasoning, only fresh ingredients. No pickled food. No fried food. Right? Yes. My daughter still understands and reassures me. With such an understanding daughter and a son who thinks about me, I can't be too selfish. I decided to give up the opportunity to return to work and sacrifice myself to be at home with you. Yang Mingxue and Yang Xingyu 2 people almost spit blood. Mom daily boiled out of vegetables. Eat them to vomit clear water. I thought there was a glimmer of hope for my mom to go to school. Dong 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 couldn't say anything, and the 2 siblings had to look at Chen Sun for help. Chen Sun people mouth stupid. Polytechnic men. This situation also do not know what to say. Suddenly remembered Yang Dianfeng. Said, Mom, if you go to school, Aunt Yang Dianfeng should not dare to go to school to find mom's trouble, so that it will not affect the xiaoxue nourishing the fetus. Yang Mingxue immediately understood. Yes, Auntie is really something too. She comes to make trouble every day. Seeing her gives me a big headache. I don't know if it will affect the development of the fetus. Zhou Yumei was startled. No way. The fetus is still small. Less than 3 months. But it's hard to say. Xiao Xue. Today's 3 hours of fetal music. You've only listened to 2 hours. Wait for the meeting to end. Make up for it. Dong 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 covered her mouth, wanting to laugh and not daring to laugh. Her face was a little twisted. Dong Dong, what do you say? Zhou Yumei named her. Dong 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 took a breath and said, Auntie, just go to school. You're in good health. Go to school for a few more years, and you can take care of your sister's children when they come up to elementary school. It's easy to find a nanny, but hard to find a good teacher. Zhou Yumei commented. It's still Dong Dong who can talk and knows the value of a teacher. It's settled, I'll reconsider. And tomorrow I'll make a trip to the school and talk to the director of instruction face to face. People thought she was set, but she decided to think about it. Yang Mingxue wants to change her name to Yang Mingxue. Finished Zhou Yumei things. Yang Xingyu also said his recent arrangements. He and Chen Sun to set up a company called Star Catering Services. Intends to start from the low-end food, targeting the general population. Mom, I want to be independent. I don't want to use my sister's and brother-in-law's money anymore. And I don't want to use your money either. I want to make my own money and pay back the money I borrowed from my sister. Yang Xingyu said. Dong Dong Dong's head was leaning on Yang Xingyu's shoulder, and she was full of happiness. At this moment, Zhou Yumei, Yang Mingxue, and Chen Sun all knew that Yang Air had grown up and turned into Yang De Air, although it's a cooperation with your brother-in-law. But, the shares should be agreed in advance. How should be divided? I don't want you and your sister to fall out and become enemies like your father and your aunt. Zhou Yumei's head was big when she thought of her husband and her sister-in-law. Zhou Yumei fights with her sister-in-law, and her neighbors often make a joke out of it, making Zhou Yumei feel very humiliated. Therefore, Zhou Yumei often show off, so that others know they have a good life. The daughter married a good family. The son has a good fortune. I don't take up shares. Xiao Xue and Xiao Yu, each taking up 50%, Chan Sun said. He was afraid that in case he hung up, the transfer of shares would still have to collect a lot of inheritance tax. No, Xiaoyu didn't contribute any money. The shares can't exceed 30%. Zhou Yumei didn't agree. Yang Xingyu said, Mom, I don't want 30%. Give me 10% is enough. I have no money, no experience. My brother-in-law shouldn't even give me shares. That's more like it. Good. It's settled. 10% of Xiaoyu's shares. Chen Sun and Xiao Shui are family. The remaining 90 shares. Whatever he wants to share. Zhou Yumei sealed the deal. Chen Sun said, or 30%. I do not understand the catering. The company really do. Xiaoyu still have to be the main force. Registered agent I contacted. Xiao Shui and Xiaoyu take the ID card can. People do not have to be present. Nowadays, it is easy to register a company, but it is difficult to cancel it. Can we get Dong Dong to help too? Yang Xingyu asked. Of course you can. However, this matter should be discussed between the two of you. Don't fall out because of this. Chen Sun said. Dong Dong hesitated for a moment and said, I'd better not come to help. I'm a Jiangxi man, and our relatives over there might get crooked ideas if they know I'm working in my boyfriend's company. It's fine. What kind of crooked ideas can there be? Don't worry, everything has me. Yang Xingyu middle two breath appeared again. The next day, the agent appeared. Free registration. Registered capital of 10 million given by Chen Sun. Yang Mengshu 70% of the shares. Yang Xingyu 30% of the shares. After the submission of information, to all kinds of audits, open the basic account of the bank, etc. It is estimated that after a month to get a business license, Chen Sun plan, such as the company's business license down, the Pan Fusho hired as a formal employee of the company. Pan Fusho do not want Chen Sun to give him the 100,000 yuan. Chen Sun to help him make up for the 30 years of social security, the future of the dry time, but also have a medical insurance. Meng and Ping suddenly informed Chen Sun through the police that they wanted to meet him. We've got a court date coming up. What's this woman doing with him? Chen Sun did not want to see it, but went there anyway after the police persuaded him to do so. The two men met in a special reception room, separated by a long table. Need a cop around? The cop asked. No, I just want to communicate with Mr. Chan alone. Meng and Ping had spent a few days in the detention center, wearing wide light blue clothing. The whole person had aged a lot and looked like a street mom. Some women are really supported by makeup, and without this painted mask, they are miserable. After the police went out, Meng and Ping said, my boyfriend is a social mixer. You mess with me, be careful. Chen Sun almost laughed out loud. This woman is also too bullish. Even dare to threaten people in the police station. No wonder you've been shooting at my Uncle Fu's lower body for so long. Chen Sun ignited the woman with a single sentence. You wait, I'll give you two choices. The first one, voluntarily withdraw the lawsuit, publicly admit the harassment, and compensate me for the moral damages. The second one, wait for my boyfriend to get you. Bye. Chen Sun felt that it was a waste of spirit to say one more word to this woman and pulled his legs out. Meng and Ping's breathing deepened to the point of gasping for air, and those who didn't know, thought she had just completed a 10,000 meter run. For user 389-772-8394, directly out the door, looking for the police, said with this woman has nothing to say, go home. See Yang Mengxue in front of the villa, carrying a large and small two bags, smiling like a flower. What brings you here? And with a bag. Chen Sun opened the door and took the bag in Yang Mengshue's hand. In the big bag was a change of clothes and in the small bag was $88,000. My mom finally accepted the school's rehire. Now it's summer vacation. She went to go through the rehire procedures today. The salary can be counted from now. If the school starts then, get 5 months less salary. Yang Mengxue said. And then what? And then there was no one to cook for me so I had to come to your house to dine. Where's Yang Air? He doesn't cook? He buys takeout. Goes to his girlfriend's counter to eat with her. Mom cooks. He swallows it every day on time and in the right amount. No better than me. Spits up water every day. Walks out of line. It was hot outside, so Yang Mengxue went to take a shower and came out in her bathrobe. Chen Sun's eyes were fixed on Yang Mengxue. Yang Mengshue's phone rang and said how annoying it was. Moms, Yang Mengxue pinched off the phone. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Sun's phone rang, also from Zhou Yumei. Chen Sun bitterly smiled and answered the phone. Mom, looking for me? Is Yuki here with you? Yeah, just got here. Put her on the phone. Chen Sun had to give the phone to Yang Mengxue. Mom, didn't you go to school? The formalities are done. I'll give you this. You can't share a room with Chen Sun. You're less than 3 months pregnant. In case the baby falls out, you regret it, go ahead. Yang Mengxue was speechless. Mom, can you cut the crap? Chen Sun is right next to me. I'm here to see him. I'll be back after dinner. After hanging up the phone, Chen Sun went into the kitchen to cook. Yang Mingxue was really hungry. This eater was over 2 months pregnant with no sign of a belly. And after a meal, the pregnancy showed immediately. After digesting for over an hour, Yang Mingxue felt much better and was ready to begin. Yang Mingxue reshowered and her bathrobe was still hanging out. The two men looked at each other and, without consulting, realized that the villa had a feature. It was perfect for mating. The two have zero language and communicate at a negative distance. The exchange is basically phonetically sounding out sounds, sounding out consonants, rhyming, and just a few complete words on the way. Not having to worry about pregnancy, the two of them were very relaxed and felt better than ever. Just in overly simple positions. After the exchange and a good night's rest, I didn't want to cook, went to a nearby restaurant for a late night snack, came home, and after another in-depth exchange, I was so exhausted that I fell asleep. In the middle of the night, there was a knock on the door. Sleeping soundly, I don't know which psycho came knocking on the door. Chen Sun was furious and bedraggled, touched a pair of shorts to put on, furiously went downstairs, opened the door, and before he could curse, he saw Zhou Yume's face. Chen Sun instantly sobered up. Mom, why did you come over? Under the streetlight, Zhou Yume's face was quite ugly. Why can't I come over? Where is Yang Mingxue? Chen Sun said weakly. It seems to be sleeping. Zhou Yume took a few steps into the house, changed her shoes, went upstairs, pushed open the bedroom door, and found Chen Sun's underwear clothes falling on the floor, Yang Mingxue's underwear hanging on the TV, and the skirt thrown on the floor, wearing nothing. Zhou Yume let out a silent scream. It's too late. What I feared has finally happened. Old mom has been intercepting for 2 months. Chen Sun looked for a blanket wrapped, hiding downstairs to sleep. The more he slept, the more awake he became, climbed up, opened the high configuration computer, and frantically searched for relevant knowledge. There mustn't be anything wrong with the baby. Why am I so impulsive? With a strong sense of regret, Chen Sun made an appointment on the hospital's website for a fetal test. The next day, Zhou Yume was still icy cold. Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue were like errant schoolchildren, not daring to say one more word or take one more step for fear of setting the volcano on fire. Find an old Chinese doctor and take some medicine to protect the fetus, Zhou Yume said. Chen Sun remembered Yiqing Tsuan. Wasn't this a ready-made old Chinese doctor? Mom, I'll take Snowy to the maternal and child health branch for a checkup. I made an appointment last night. We'll go back to the Chinese doctor after the checkup, Chen Sun said carefully, not daring to look squarely at the living volcano. Humph. Zhou Yume's entire body exuded an ice-cold aura, giving people a feeling of being uninviting. Chen Sun went to start the car when his cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Which one? Chen Sun asked as he started the car. Chen Sun, my name is Zhang Chunyang. I'm Mang and Ping's boyfriend. What is it that you want from me? I want to talk to you. I'm not available right now. I'm going to the maternal and child health hospital over on Jinhai Road. If it's convenient for you, come over there and talk. Chen Sun hung up the phone. After Yang Mingxue and Zhou Yume sat down, Chen Sun drove and quickly arrived at the maternal and child health hospital. Just as they opened the car door, it appeared that 5 young men stopped them. The men got off their motorcycles and looked ill at ease. The leader, Chen Sun recognizes, is Mang and Ping's boyfriend, Zhang Chunyang. The two have met twice. Chen Sun, withdraw the charges immediately. Otherwise, I'll get you killed today. The 4 people behind Zhang Chunyang formed a fan shape and surrounded the 3 of them. Chen Sun is really scared. He did not expect to encounter this kind of thing in Magic City. Yang Mingxue is pregnant. Zhou Yume is an old lady. He is not afraid of death. In case he beats the 2 women behind him, the trouble will be big. What do you guys want? Chen Sun was secretly anxious in his heart, and for the first time, he had a feeling of being at a loss for words. What for? My girlfriend has told you to drop the case and pay the money. If you don't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm going to get you killed now, Zhang Chunyang said. Next to them, several young men and women saw this scene. One female secretly said to her boyfriend, I don't think those 5 people are good people. Should we call the police? There won't be a fight right away. Okay, call the police right away. 5 men surrounding 2 women. It's too scary. The young girl secretly called the police. Chen Sun was afraid of scaring Yang Mingxue and made a wink, letting Yang Mingxue go first by herself. Yang Mingxue took a step over and stood in front of Chen Sun, looking at Zhang Chunyang with affection. Like seeing a stewed prawn. You guys want to kill my husband? I'm going to teach him a lesson today. So get the hell away from me and be careful, I'll teach you a lesson along with me. Zhang Chunyang reached out, going to grab Yang Mingxue. Chen Sun was in a hurry and wanted to block Zhang Chunyang. This woman is too stupid. How can she not see the situation? Xiao Xue, lighten up. Zhou Yumei shouted. There was a soft pop. Before Zhang Chunyang's hand touched Yang Mingxue, his nose was punched first by Yang Mingxue. The nose is very sensitive. And after being stimulated, Zhang Chunyang simply could not control it, and tears flowed. Ah, you're crying? Did I hit you a little hard? Yang Mingxue asked worriedly. Zhang Chunyang was so angry that he was about to crack. Being punched in the face and fucking cried by a woman does little damage and is extremely insulting. Brothers, give it to me. Get this woman killed. Zhang Chunyang growled, his hatred for Yang Mingxue far exceeding that of Chen Sun. Yang Mingxue instantly pulled the hatred from Chen Sun and became the opponent's first target. The four men in the back swooped right in. Chen Sun recklessly tried to rush forward, but was pulled back by Zhou Yumei. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget. Yang Mingxue struck, with a speed that was strangely fast, flashing sideways past the person who rushed at the front, and punching the person in the eye, who immediately saw stars in the daytime. Yang Mingxue followed with a kick that hit the opponent's lower body, and the man fell to the ground on the spot. Yang Mingxue spun her body around, once again dodging the punches that came her way, and turned to the back of the other man, punching the man in the back of the neck. Chen Sun looked dumbfounded. When did Yang Mingxue become so fierce? Strike too soon. Is this the Yang Mingxue he knows? Is this the Yang Mingxue that you've been sharing a bed with for 3 years? Yang Mingxue struck even faster, kicking one of the men in the knee. The man was unsteady and knelt down on the spot, followed by a hook of the foot, knocking down another one. Not long after, 5 people were beaten to a pulp. 2 people were holding their crotches and rolling on the ground, presumably because Yang Mingxue's pointy leather shoes kicked in the vital parts. Zhang Chunyang bent over, covering his lower body, his face pale, and letting out a pained sound. It's been a long time since I felt this good. Ha 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 ha. Yang Mingxue opened her bloody mouth and let out a wild laugh. Suddenly, he saw Chen Sun, who was in a frozen state, and his mom's cannibalistic gaze. Yang Mingxue startled, stretching out the spring onion jade finger, from the car out of the 88,800,000 bag, put next to the belly, left hand on the right hand, 2 legs side by side, face with a smile. Smile does not show teeth, appear elegant, soft, ladylike. Husband, what you just saw, are all hallucinations. Hallucinations? Chen Sun suspected that he had become Isan Chan. 10 seconds later. I don't recognize. You don't recognize me. Zhou Yumei saw Chen Sun with an image of cerebral palsy. I guess this baby was scared. Immediately comforted, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Xiao Xue has learned to dance before. Her movements are more flexible. In fact, she won't be able to fight at all. She's very weak. I'll believe the hell out of you. Chen Sun remembered. All of them. When he and Yang Xingyu went to ask the owner of the Hui Cuisine restaurant for their wages, Yang Xingyu was afraid of a fight and said he would take his sister with him. When Yang Xingyu introduced Dong Dong Dong, he said that Sun Er Yang was the prototype of his sister. What image of Sun Er Yang? Not just open a black store surely can fight Yang Xingyu had a barbecue with him and said that his sister had a secret. Yang Mingxue went to the villa for the first time and said it was suitable for practicing boxing. Would a decent person say a villa is suitable for practicing boxing? It's all your own stupidity. This Nima is too terrible. Around is a black store owner Sun Er Yang. If mess with her, may not know when will be made into human meat buns. Fortunately these years they let her. Otherwise, there is no chance to get lung cancer. As for the late stage, dream on. Is it too late to get a divorce? Oh, I'm stunned. I'm divorced. Chen Sun had a feeling of having survived a robbery. His thoughts were all over the place but his mind couldn't turn fast enough, generating all sorts of surreal thoughts. Yang Mingxue's mom is still lying. I guess I can't cheat Chen Sun. To had to admit, husband. In fact, I used to practice a little bit of free sparring, and by chance, I also won a few championships. Before Chen Sun had time to reply, a young girl came over and looked at Yang Mingxue adoringly. Sister, the way you just fought was so handsome, especially like Gong Er from the Grandmaster of the generation. Can I worship the master? Gong Er is my idol. Yang Mingxue ignored this little girl. Her mind was still thinking about how to make Chen Sun accept reality. Second sister Gong. From now on, I'll call you second master. The little girl adored Yang Mingxue. You're the one who's Gong Er. Your whole family is heir. Yang Mingxue said without a trace of anger. The little girl's boyfriend pulled the little girl away. I'm sorry. My girlfriend is a bit of a dilettante. Excuse me. This little boy had witnessed the whole process and was afraid that Yang Mingxue would beat them up. His voice carried a tremor. She's not Gong Er. She's Sun Er Yang. Chen Sun finally reacted and corrected the other party. What's wrong with Sun Er Yang? I'll still get you pregnant. Chen Sun kept consoling himself, trying to maintain a man's dignity. Si Chansun finally spoke. Yang Mingxue put down her heart. Husband, not I deliberately conceal. Is my mother conceal? She said that once a man knows that I have practiced combat, surely do not dare to marry me. I practiced dancing in kindergarten, then practiced taekwondo, practiced combat, sparring and so on. Originally wanted to take the sports route. My mother later disagreed. I have long since reformed, abandoned good and evil, redoing, currently taking the gentle lady route. Zhou Yumei also came over to help. Chen Sun, don't be afraid. Xiao Xue hasn't fought since she graduated from junior high school, and she used to fight only twice a week. Don't worry, she definitely won't hit you. She really want to hit you, but also will collect the force. You see, she hit the bad guys are not broken bones. She was really open when she was a child. I and Lao Yang have to go to the other parents every week. Lao Yang's salary is not enough to compensate for. She fights 3 alone. Or boys. Mom, can you say less? Yang Mingxue called a halt to her mom's comforting, estimating that continuing would scare Chen Sun silly. Chen Sun thought back to the 3 years he spent with Yang Mingxue and wanted to cry. You endured quite a hard time these 3 years. Yang Mingxue was a bit embarrassed. It's not bad. In fact, I had a pretty good fight today. I haven't been this relaxed for a long time. Are you still thanking Zhang Chunyang for giving you the opportunity to strike? Kinda. Chen Sun sympathized with Zhang Chunyang. Zhang Chunyang and the others took advantage of Chen Sun's days and ran out of shadow. I finally understand why Xiaoyu said that you are Sun Ernyang. Chen Sun laughed bitterly. Everyone in this family was a liar. Except Yang Er. Xiaoyu's mouth. There's no gate. Zhou Yumei said hatefully, her brain fantasizing about going back to clean up this unfilial son. Ernyang. Let's go to the fetal examination first. Chen Sun was a bit soulful. It's actually nothing. I didn't exert myself much just now. It doesn't affect the fetus. Yang Mingxue didn't know if she was explaining or reassuring herself. Locked the car. The 3 entered the hospital. Chen Sun's mind still keeps appearing in the scene of Sun Ernyang violently beating Zhang Chunyang. His back is cold. I do not know if the hospital cold air is too much, because it was booked in advance and there was no need to queue. It was soon Yang Mingxue's turn. Yang Mingxue's card is at the International Maternal and Child Health Hospital, which is in Suwei, and there's no information on her here, so she can only do routine tests. There's nothing wrong with you. You're healthy. Why do you need to come here for a checkup? The gynecologist asked curiously. Yang Mingxue's face is red with shame. How can I say it out loud? Do I give the doctor that I didn't hold back and did shy things with my husband? Family members, recuse yourself. The gynecologist kicked Zhou Yumei and Chen Sun out, then carefully asked Yang Mingxue about her various conditions. After 10 minutes or so, Yang Mingxue came out with a red face, looking down and not daring to look at her mom and Chen Sun. Chen Sun asked, how is it? Did the doctor say anything? Everything's fine, and I'm going back to my mom's house for a few days. Chen Sun understood. Zhang Chunyang, several people fled on bicycles and did not go far. Damn, that woman is so fierce. Must have learned martial arts. A man with a cross-faced face said. Forget it, I count myself in this woman's hands today. Zhang Chunyang said with hatred. Brother Yang. Not necessarily, no matter how good Kung Fu is. It's still afraid of kitchen knives. Let's go get some knives. I don't believe we can't cut this woman. Zhang Chunyang thought about it. Let's forget about it. It was supposed to go and threaten Chen Sun to get him to drop the lawsuit. Moving the knife. Maybe you and I will have to go in. Just threatening Chen Sun. That's easy. Smash the car. Let's smash this motherfucker's car and make that bastard cry to death. So saying, Zhang Chunyang's heart was moved. Can't use a chopper. There's a Liang steel pipe factory branch over there. Good quality and cheap. Let's buy 5 steel pipes and smash this motherfucker's car to smithereens. That's a great idea. 5 guys went to the store and bought 5 steel pipes. Chen Sun took his wife to the hospital for a checkup, so he definitely hasn't left yet. So let's move fast. It's still not too late. Zhang Chunyang said. Several people on motorcycles, each with a steel pipe, ran towards the health hospital in a murderous rage. In front of the health hospital, 2 police cars stopped and 8 policemen walked down. The police are standing by. Who just called the police? The policeman asked. I reported it. I thought you said there were 5 bad guys trying to beat up 2 women? Where are the women and where are the bad guys? It's against the law to file a false police report. The little girl aggrieved. I really did not report false alarms. The woman may be pregnant. To do maternity tests. The 5 bad guys beat down. A few police officers are a little angry. They received the alarm, thought something big had happened, rushed over, but the result is nothing. This little girl said a pregnant woman beat down 5 men. The ghosts believe it. Just at this time, Chen Sun appeared with Zhou Yumei, mother and daughter. That's them. The little girl saw Yang Mingxue like a savior. Yang Mingxue's 3 didn't notice the police and walked directly to their car. and before they had time to open the door, 5 motorcycles came whistling and stopped around the car. Zhang Chunyang and 5 others carried steel pipes and walked towards Chen Sun, with 8 policemen following closely to encircle over. The 5 were stunned to see the police with batons. 5 seconds later, Zhang Chunyang responded, "Uncle Cop, want to watch a pole dance? Free." Fighting and assault and wounding with an instrument have completely different definitions. With the assistance of 8 police officers, all of the Liang pole dance warriors entered the police station. Chen Sun also followed to cooperate with the investigation. As the injured party, Chen Sun 3 people quickly made a statement. "Also, by the way, I thank the little girl who called the police. The little girl worships Yang Mingxue." The 2 of them took a picture, but also added each other to WeChat. The 5 dancers are the focus of the audit, with Zhang Chunyang at the center. "Big brother police officer, you guys really misunderstood me, and Chen Sun also misunderstood me." Zhang Chunyang explained sincerely. Misunderstanding? Police according to Chen Sun's side of the description. Meng and Ping hoped that Chen Sun withdrew the case. Chen Sun did not agree. Meng and Ping boyfriend Zhang Chunyang shot. Violence threatened Chen Sun. "I did not expect Chen Sun's wife as the Suwei District Women's Sanso champion." The men fought away. Police officers handled these matters all the time and presumed that after Zhang Chunyang and others were beaten, they were not convinced and took a steel pipe to retaliate. "Things are like this. My girlfriend did threaten Mr. Chen Sun. Let him withdraw the lawsuit." Women, easy to impulsive. The brain is either into the water, or heavy water. "I did not listen to my girlfriend. Went to explain to Chen Sun. I did not think that Chen Sun's wife is also a woman, but also very impulsive. Also into the water. We have not yet made a move. She beat us a few people. Good men do not fight with women. I Zhang Chunyang big good man. How can I generalize with small women? Isn't Chen Sun's wife a man if not a woman? Also please don't attack women." The policeman cut off Zhang Chunyang's long speech and warned the other party. "Women with water in their brains. Not my words. The literary master Chao Shuachin said that women are all made of water. My girlfriend's brain is especially watery. Walking can hear the sound of shaking. Often let me mistakenly think that I am in a relationship with a bucket of water. Don't pull literature on me." Then, the 2 policemen in charge of the interrogation had their faces twisted a bit. "We felt that we couldn't explain to Chen Sun verbally, so we bought steel pipes with some of our brothers and planned to apologize to Chen Sun by dancing." The 2 police officers responsible for recording an interrogation finally broke defense, did not hold back, issued a repressed to the extreme ghostly laughter. The 2 of them compared to Officer Tan, or a little worse. Officer Tan in the city as a traffic police for many years. Endurance is super strong. The plump version of grouchy Zhang Chunyang goes on to describe how sincerely he wants to apologize to Chen Sun, and how after Chen Sun misunderstands him, he still doesn't forget his heart and insists on expressing his sincerity with his actions. "Not every true heart will be cherished by someone. Chen Sun will understand me one day." Zhang Chunyang made his concluding remarks. After making their statements, the 2 poor cops came out with their stomachs covered. "Too fucking bullshit." This Zhang Chunyang lived to describe a violent incident into performance art. He is so good brain. Not to go to write a novel is simply too bad. According to the process of handling the case, the 2 policemen had to take careful notes and also make him sign. The 2 reread the content of the transcript, which is properly an elementary school student's excellent essay. They are just a ghostwriter. The real author is Zhang Chunyang. "After work I'm going to go to the bookstore and buy a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. I need to improve my literary skills. Hooligans are cultured, and the police are afraid." The police said, "It's not necessary. Just practice controlling your expression more." The other cop said. According to the maternal and child health hospital side of the video shows that Zhang Chunyang and other people first shot to hit people, not what he said to apologize. They rode the 5 battery car also checked out. The license plate is all fake. Modified car. Battery and body does not match. It is likely to be stolen over. The source of the cars we are checking. Soon. The other team of police responsible for the investigation gave their results. Immediately arrest Zhang Chunyang and the other 5. Re-examine. These people are likely to be criminal offenses, not ordinary fights and brawls. Based on the latest material, the police immediately started a new program. Chen Sun's original plan was to wait for Yang Mingxue to finish her examination and then go to old Chinese Dr. Yi Qingsuan's side to prescribe some medicine to protect the fetus. The results of the examination. Yang Mingxue did not have any problems, plus in the police station to make a statement, etc. Tossed most of the day. Yang Mingxue think there is no need to take traditional Chinese medicine. Chen Sun drove Zhou Yumei mother and daughter back to her mother's home. After half a month, feel free to play however you want. I don't care. Zhou Yumei's expression was cold. This made Chen Sun a bit embarrassed and almost knocked the steering wheel askew. This old lady is still harboring anger. Yang Xingyu heard about Yang Mingxue fight. jumped up, brother-in-law. You now finally know why my sister old bullied me. She relied on practiced martial arts. Every day bullied me. My childhood history of blood and tears can be sung and cried. Really? Say it. Heard no tears. Wait for a free time. You prepare tissue paper and $1,000 red packets. We brothers too good exchange. Why don't you go learn martial arts? My parents did not agree, saying that there is already a crazy person in the family, and one more is going to make a mess. So my sister unilaterally bullied me every day. One of my classmates was pretty and was going to be friends with me, but after seeing my sister chasing and killing a few punks, she got scared and decisively ended the relationship. So I was single for a long time. Speaking of the past, Yang Xingyu poured out bitter water like crazy. Yang Mingxue practicing martial arts. The Yang family has been hidden from Chen Sun, mainly for fear that Chen Sun is afraid to divorce. Under normal circumstances, not many men dare to marry Yang Mingxue, such a forceful value of the woman, but I did not expect that. In the end, or divorce. Brother-in-law, if you hadn't taken my sister away, no one would have dared to marry her. You're the savior of our whole family. Remember that time we ate at the Zen Cool barbecue? I wanted to tell you the truth then. Yang Xingyu continued to betray his old sister. Yang Er, can you stuff that mouth of yours with an apple? Yang Mingxue really couldn't listen to this and carried Yang Xingyu's ears to cut down on this younger brother. Chen Sun was in shock. Yang Mingxue rummaged through the box and took out a box, opened it, and inside was an award certificate. In Magic City, basically every little kid enrolls in all kinds of interest classes since they were little. I've learned ballet. My teacher said I have potential. I've learned all kinds of dances. All of them are okay, and I've won so many awards. Yang Mingxue took out some awards and showed them to Chen Sun. It was only later that I realized that these awards were of little use, and that the so-called special classes were basically money burners, and that except for a very few who were incredibly gifted, it was completely useless for others to learn. Then I learned women's self-defense, and the teacher who taught me said that I was very good at things like bouncing, quick to throw punches, and had a lot better explosive power than other people, and suggested that I go down the martial arts path. I like it myself. Also fantasized about winning the Olympic gold medal. Practiced for a few years before they all knew that in the Olympic program, there is no martial arts this one. I turned to free sparring. Yang Mingxue showed Chen Sun those award certificates while talking about the past. Do you remember we met on a blind date? The introducer, Sister Sue's husband, named Chen Hang, was your former boss. Remember, he has the same last name as me and has always taken care of me. Chen Sun remembered Chen Hang, his old boss, and his heart warmed. Chen Hang later resigned to become the technical director of a startup company. It had been a long time since we had contacted each other. After Chen Hang left, Tan Shubwa came over and fired Chen Sun. Both leaders made Chen Sun especially nostalgic. There's a women's combat class over at the Yingxian League Gym, run by Sister Sue. I've been a part-time instructor in it all these years. It's pretty cool. No wonder you don't gain weight even though you eat so much every day. Chen Sun was furious when he remembered being kept from this woman for 3 years. He. Weak men like you are called wimps in our women's fight club. Yang Mingxue was a little bit smug. Brother-in-law, don't worry. If you can't beat them, you can outsmart them. I've been to that club many times. They're all a bunch of women with muscles growing in their heads. I've cleaned up each and every one of them in a flattering manner. Yang Xingyu came over to interject. Come on. Yang Er often goes to fight with us in the gathering department. He doesn't dare to fight against anyone, so he arm wrestles, and as a result, even the girl at the front desk can win when she arm wrestles with Yang Er. It's so humiliating. Yang Mingxue despised Yang Er. Chen Sun was surprised. Yang Xingyu is not that weak. Right. This child boy female phase. Looks is very good looking. The middle two atmosphere is strong, but it really is not a sickly girl. Yang Er was smug. I told you long ago. Outsmarting them. I touched the hands of all the women in their clubs. Ha ha. If I hadn't pretended to lose, do you think I would have had a chance? Yang Mengshue's eyes widened as she looked at Yang Xingyu. You're thinking this way? You little pervert. I won't beat you to death. Isn't it normal for men to have such thoughts? Yang Xingyu pulled out his legs and ran. Yang Er is hopeless. Yang Mingxue sighed. Zhou Yumei came back from outside just in time to hear this and asked, how is Yang Er hopeless? He's still just a kid. Add 1. Zhang Chunyang is my elementary school classmate. Used to bully me. Forced me to help him write many times. Once the composition also won a prize. The prize was claimed by him. Anger. He is chasing me for this book, and intends to take the steel pipe to urge for more. Supplement 2. There is an outline. No saving. Last week the average daily update close to 10,000 words. Say I'm short readers, please feel conscience. Back to normal updates. Zhou Yumei arrested her daughter home and went to the school. from which she returned with a contract. When she heard her daughter say that her son was not saved, she was not happy on the spot. Her son was a bit of a tiger, but after all, he was her own. Yang Mingxue told her mom about the fact that Yang Xingyu arm wrestled with the woman from the women's wrestling hall and pretended to lose, but actually did it to touch the woman's hand. Zhou Yumei commented, all the way with his father. Yang Xingyu shamelessly and proudly said, I said long ago that those women can only be outwitted. My sister is Sun Ernyang. I am Wu Song. In water margin. Wu Song cleaned up Sun Ernyang very badly, and my sister-in-law is my own brother. Wu De. Yang Mengxue gritted her teeth. You said your brother-in-law is Wu Daolang and your sister is Pan Jinlian, poisoning your brother-in-law? If I don't beat you to the point where you don't even recognize your mother today. I'm not Yang Mengxue. Wu Dalang Chen Sun took out the oversized cup he carried with him, poured a cup of medicinal water, and took it silently. Zhou Yumei, who had always been toward her son, couldn't help herself. Hit whatever you want. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Yang air ducked behind his mom and asked, Mom, what's that in your hand? Zhou Yumei took back the contract. Has long been waiting for someone to find out. Has been no one asked. Decided to keep a low profile. She has endured a good while. Finally found by Yang Air. It seems that the son, after all, is a pro-life. Know what mom wants. She began to flutter. Nothing. The letter of appointment is just the school to rehire my letter of appointment. I had to let me be a classroom teacher. I pushed and failed. The principal, the director of teaching, and many leaders, persuaded me bitterly, saying that the cause of education in the Magic City needs me. I was humble and low-key, but it didn't help. I am full of peaches and plums. Performance is there, so there is no use at all, even if I retired, but also be remembered and thought of. I now have 2 salaries, one retired and one rehired, and it's easy to raise 2 children. After Zhou Yumei finished boasting, the focus still falls on the rehire salary. 2 children at home. The oldest did not work. Pregnant at home. The oldest 2 graduated without a serious job. Recently mixed with his ex-brother-in-law. Although the future is promising, but now can be a penny income is not. Zhou Yumei worried about sitting on the empty. At the moment was suddenly rehired back to the school, but also served as a 3rd-grade classroom teacher, and then the mood. Straight back. Not afraid of the 2 adult baby chewing on the old man. Mom, it's summer vacation and you're getting paid even though you're not officially on the job? Yang Xingyu asked. Yes, you get paid for the summer, too, but no bonuses or teaching grants. The school subsidizes 20 yuan per lesson. Zhou Yumei mainly teaches language, and occasionally history, at least 15 lessons per week, based on the calculation of 4 weeks per month. If the class, there are 200 yuan per month of teaching subsidies. How to spend? Think about it? Poor Yang Xingyu's heart was on fire. The money hadn't arrived, and the bastard had already started to plan how to spend it. Deposit ICBC, regular. Zhou Yumei was arrogant for a handful of seconds. Yang Mingxue said, it's a waste to leave the house in Fairview Mansion empty. Mom, should we buy some furniture and move in, and rent out the house in this neighborhood? I can go. Xiao Yu can't go. It's okay for mom to live with her daughter and son-in-law. It's too embarrassing for her brother to follow. Zhou Yumei didn't quite agree with Yang Xingyu following. A few people started talking about buying furniture. Let Chen Sun comments. Chen Sun, a polytechnic man, nothing aesthetic. Just say that the furniture is comfortable on the line. He is not involved. Lawyer Niu Guhong notified Chen Sun that the court session will be held next Tuesday. And it is that lawsuit of Pan Fusho and Meng and Ping. It's now Monday, 6 days before trial. Chen Sun also has 3 lawsuits, all civil disputes. Pan Fusho that according to the criminal case plus civil disputes together, in the extension of the road this side of the Gulf Court session. Bay Court is a suburban district with few cases, and the indictment is only 3 weeks old before it goes to trial. Are you coming over? Bull Valley Red asked. I'm sure I'll come over. I'll accompany Uncle Fu. Niu Guhong full representation, coupled with the case itself is very clear. Pan Fusho and Chen Sun can be completely without the need to appear in court. It was Chen Sun who kept encouraging Pan Fusho to appear in court. He wanted to let this honest man know what rights he had so that he wouldn't have to be afraid in the future. Uncle Fu, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid no matter how fierce the other party is. Listen to the lawyer. Chen Sun cheered Pan Fusho. Pan Fusho did not experience. He lived a life of humility. The thought of facing into the court judge. The heart jumped. Did not sleep well for several days. Xiao Chen, why don't I not go to court? Pan Fusho beat a retreat. What are you afraid of? The other party can eat you? Chen Sun said. Chen Sun recalled his own college entrance exams. Mom and dad, 2 farmers who have always been particularly frugal, deliberately went to the county town to live in a hotel. Just for the son every day after the exams come out. You can see your parents around. Perhaps having Yuan Mengfei, Pan Changsheng, come over to keep him company might ease Uncle Fu's tension. The chat tool could not be said in a few words, so Chen Sun directly called the phone. Originally, it was with the attitude of trying to invite Pan Changsheng to come over, but I didn't expect that the other party would agree in a single breath. Pan Changsheng surprisingly came here by airplane. Chen Sun drove and took Pan Fusho to the airport and received Pan Changsheng. Pan Changsheng face dark, wearing black leather shoes, black pants, white shirt, looks very new. Just a little bit not quite fit, people a little restless, very nervous look. After seeing Pan Fusho and Chen Sun, his face was indifferent, and after calling brother Chen, he didn't say anything else. Pan Fusho sat beside his son, at a loss for words, more nervous than Pan Changsheng. Pan Changsheng was 1 month shy of turning 8 when he left him. Pan Fusho now lives in the warehouse, which used to be a small abandoned factory, more than 60,000 square meters, 3 floors, and is now mainly used to store a variety of second-hand tableware. Chen Sun thought Pan Fusho was going to cook for his son himself. Everlasting, Dad's taking you to KFC. He. Pan Fusho carried a pleasing tone. Pan Changsheng nodded indifferently. KFC? Your son left you when he was 8 years old. Shouldn't you cook for him with your own hands the first time you're reunited? Chen Sun couldn't keep up with Uncle Fu's thoughts at all. The three of them came to KFC, and Pan Fusho didn't know what to order on his first visit to KFC. Let's have the family bucket and buy 3 more drinks. Seeing that both the father and son did not know what to choose, Chen Sun took the initiative to help them make up their minds. Family buckets are good, Pan Fusho said. After choosing the meal and paying for it, Pan Fusho was surprised. It's not expensive. I thought it was. Changsheng, you go and sit down. Dad will bring it over for you. Chen Sun, you go accompany Changsheng. Pan Changsheng does not seem to love to talk, and Chen Sun found a seat for 4 people. The position is by the window. Pan Changsheng did not look at Chen Sun, looking out the window at the traffic. It didn't take long for Pan Fusho to come over with a big plate of food. Chicken wings and chicken nuggets and Coke and everything. Elderly, eat more, as much as you want, not enough for Dad to buy you. Watching his son eating chicken wings, Pan Fusho was all smiles, as if all the suffering life had given him had disappeared. I often see other people taking their sons to eat KFC. I'm so envious. Today, I also took my son to eat KFC. Changsheng, Dad is especially happy today. Dad's life, it's not in vain. Pan Changsheng faced the glass window, took the chicken wings, ate very seriously, not especially clean. Tears dripped down little by little, did not care to wipe, fell on the chicken wings, fell on the dinner plate, fell on the tip of his father's heart. When he was 8 years old, he was taken away by his mother, far away from home. He always expected his father to come to him. He waited and waited, from childhood to adolescence, from adolescence to youth, and today, he waited. Dad, you eat too. Pan Changsheng wiped his tears. Changsheng called his father. My son called his father. I waited for 18 years and my son called me again. Pan Fusho cried at once. A simple name calling made this old man cry and sob uncontrollably. Was this in a dream? He pinched his thigh as hard as he could. It didn't hurt. Not at all. Chen Sun sucked in a breath of cool air and almost cried out as well. Uncle Fu hit too hard, touched my thighs and pinched me hard. I should not have worn shorts, and next time I must wear jeans. The hearing was held as scheduled. The privacy of the individual is involved and the trial is not open to the public. Pan Fusho entered the courtroom for the first time. He was still nervous and vain, seeing his son beside him, afraid that his son would be nervous. He patted his son's shoulder. Changsheng, do not be afraid, Dad is there. In reality, there is very little that needs to be played by Pan Fusho. The lawyer on Pan Fusho's side is Niu Guhong. The lawyer on Mang and Ping's side is a woman whose real name is unknown, and whose internet name is Hanging Sun. Hang Zi is an internet celebrity who came forward to fight for Mang and Ping under the slogan of speaking for women. Just before entering the courtroom, there was almost a fight. Why won't you let us bring audio and video recording devices? Why won't you let us bring cell phones? You're a black court. In the hall entrance hall, the hangman was furious. The man in charge of security said, I'm not in charge of legal literacy. So if you want to know why, there's a legal literacy gallery next to it. So go and learn for yourself. Hangman said, why should I learn that the court can be lawless? Right. Why should I listen to you? Behind the hangers, followed by a dozen women, hooting and hollering, they pulled open banners, pulled loudspeakers, and wildly shouted slogans. Severe punishment for sexual harassment, and safeguard women's dignity. A few armed police came over and instantly grabbed the women. Sister suspension. Help me. A few women were in a hurry. Shameless. This is deliberately arranged by our opponents to still hack us. I don't even know these women. Hang Zi immediately dumped the pot. A few women thought their ears were out of order. Hang Zi gave them $500 a day and let them come to make a statement. Who knew they would be arrested? And the money didn't even arrive. Hangman's assistant was a little worried. We're not going to lose. How can that be? What are we? Just a small civilian laborer on the other side. In the end, it was a smooth start to the trial with the registration of documents and the surrender of all tools that could interfere with the trial. As required by the requirements of the trial, Meng and Ping stood at the defense table in their orange prison uniforms and looked around. Where's my boyfriend? Zhang Chunyang? Why didn't he come? Didn't we agree to arrange for him to come? Meng and Ping asked. And no one paid any attention to her. The lawyer brought by Hang Zi was anxious when he saw that Meng and Ping were not in the right state. And Hang Zi was calm. Niu Guhong knows that Pan Fusho character is cowardly and timid. She began to give full play to the strengths of the defense attorney to minimize Pan Fusho talk. She speaks with evidence. According to the video footage provided by the police, Pan Fusho entered the grove first to urinate, and Meng and Ping entered from the other side of the grove, entering a few seconds after Pan Fusho. It is true that Pan Fusho was facing Meng and Ping when he urinated, but there were more than 10 meters apart, separated by trees, and although the trees were sparse, the possibility that Pan Fusho deliberately harassed Meng and Ping could be ruled out. Meng and Ping were filming Pan Fusho with their cell phones and were getting closer and closer to him. Pan Fusho did not move his feet during the entire urination process and was completely unaware of it. Therefore, it was Meng and Ping who secretly photographed Pan Fusho. Meng and Ping used this as an excuse to threaten and blackmail Pan Fusho, and also posted insulting materials all over the place. In addition to which, even after Pan Fusho committed suicide, he still didn't stop the blackmail behavior, and continued to rumor and attack on the internet. Niu Guhong listed clear material. Is the police provided video and evidence left online? The source of material is real and credible, coupled with Pan Fusho honest image. The judge used less than an hour. The court sentencing. Meng and Ping extortion and extortion of property amounting to 200,000 final attempt. The amount is huge. Forced Pan Fusho suicide. Sentenced to 3 years in prison. Rumors in public to insult Pan Fusho. Sentenced to 1 year in prison. The two crimes were punished together. A total of 4 years. Compensation for Pan Fusho spiritual loss of 150,000 yuan. The medical cost of 173,000 yuan. The cost of lost wages of 7,000. The end result was that Meng and Ping were sentenced to 4 years and a total of $357,000 in damages for various expenses plus attorney's fees and so on. As for the hanging son's lawyer used what some little local custom to claim 20. A woman who sees another man's genitals will have bad luck for a whole year. The judge rejected it outright. The custom cannot be used as evidence for the claim. The incident took place in Mordor, and Mordor doesn't have this custom. After hearing the verdict, Pan Fusho got excited again. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Lawyer Nyo. Thank you. Hearing the results, Meng and Ping's spirit came at once. Cursing, man genitals were seen by me. Not to compensate me for the money, but also fucking let me pay for the money. There is no justice. The judges are shaking their heads straight. I want to appeal. Meng and Ping were angry. Meng and Ping's lawyer reminded. The other side of the evidence. Part of the video you give. Part of the police from the roadside surveillance video taken out. The evidence is incontrovertible. We appealed. We can only fight for less compensation. The sentence is lighter. Rather than looking for the other side to pay money. Meng and Ping said to the lawyer. Fuck off. I was blind to find you. Zhang Chunyang. Why didn't Zhang Chunyang come? I want a new lawyer. The policeman reminded. Zhang Chunyang is suspected of multiple crimes and is currently in the investigation stage. We will only prosecute when all the facts of the crime are clear. At that time, he will also come here. Don't worry about it. Meng and Ping went out on a limb. He's a migrant laborer. There's a shitload of mental damage. And let me pay for it. Judge more than 50 years old. Finally cannot stand. Civil workers how? Civil workers should be bullied. These years, the status of farmers is more and more low. From the name can be seen. At the beginning of the farmers is the image of the old grandpa, and then became a farmer uncle, and now become a civil worker, and wait a few years is not going to become a serf. You are only willing to do so. Hang Zi shouted furiously. It's too dark. It's really too dark. In order to hit our woman, she even arrested her boyfriend as well. Even the operation of a feudal dynasty like sitting is used. Hang Zi was ejected for disrupting the court. She wanted this effect and immediately tweeted. I've never seen such a dark courtroom. No recordings allowed. Everyone's cell phones must all be put away. In order to falsely accuse this poor woman who was sexually harassed, they went so far as to buy out our lawyers. And they also arrested Meng and Ping's boyfriend in the meantime. Oh my god. What kind of world is this? Later that night, Hangman and his assistant took screenshots of the number of likes and retweets and emailed them out. 0.05 you wanna retweet. 0.01 you wanna like. Hanging Sun complacent. Retweet volume hundreds of thousands. The number of likes of millions. Money is too easy. After the operation, the hangman waits for the settlement of the paycheck, which is paid on a daily basis. Didn't wait for the paycheck to clear. Waited for the black boyfriend to give the message sent to her. Honey, your medical report is in the drawer. Don't forget to read it. Bye. It was then that Suspension realized that the black boyfriend was not at home and something seemed to be missing from the house. She pulls open a drawer and finds the report, pregnant, infected with AIDS, hanging on for dear life. Remembering that most black people don't know their dads, even black presidents, she immediately messages her boyfriend Blake. The message was rejected and has been pulled. No, I could never sync. And luckily, I had a way back and was able to find a country boy as a receiver. Hanging didn't cry. She was strong female. She took out her cell phone, found the classmate who chased her in college and dialed. Way, it's me. After all these years, I still think you're the best for me. Can we talk? I want to eat a banana. Xiao Sheng, I don't deserve you. I bought a period house. It's rotten. I'm in debt. A pained voice came over the phone. After hanging up the phone, Hangman took out a business card and dialed the number on it. Mr. Su, I'm Xiao Hang. Remember? Su Qian hesitated for a moment. Little suspension. Remember. Of course I remember. Why did you suddenly think to call me? You asked me to be your lover. I was young and didn't say yes, trying to find my true love. Now what? Nowadays, I want to find a mature and stable man, and I think Mr. Su is the most suitable. I'm sorry, I'm broke. My friends have left me. I only have my wife by my side, and I don't need a lover anymore. I would be a lamb, follow you around. I'd like to see you with a whip every day, constantly and gently hitting me. Hang Zi chanted softly, and Su Qian immediately got excited and touched his belt. Next door to 601 South Wanping Road, there's a coffee shop. Let's meet, Su Qian said. After the end of the verdict, Pan Fusho asked in a low voice, that girl child is also quite poor, or compensation I do not want to forget. Niu Guhong was both angry and amused. Uncle Fu, that woman is an adult. Adults should be responsible for their own behavior. If her behavior is not punished, more people will follow suit. And with more people following suit, the whole society will be in chaos. By sympathizing with her, you will actually sow hidden dangers in society and bring even more trouble. Where did Pan Fusho understand such a complicated principle? He only felt that Meng and Ping were quite poor. No compensation. Absolutely no money. I'd rather sleep with you, but absolutely no money. Meng Yiping suddenly screamed. Her voice was mournful and resounded in the trial hall with a lingering sound. Quiet. Please keep quiet. The staff maintaining order were clueless. Hang Zi was screaming. She could be expelled. Meng and Ping were screaming. If expelled, it was equivalent to acquittal. If the money is not paid on time, I will apply for court enforcement. Niu Guhong said that she received full authorization from Pan Fusho. Is entitled to apply for enforcement? Meng and Ping publicly announced in court reneging on the debt just can be used as a basis for enforcement. On the third day after the trial, Pan Changsheng wanted to go back. Pan Fusho said, Changsheng, I won't see you off. Pan Fusho knew that he would not be able to hold back his tears when his son got on the plane, and he wished to smile as he watched his son go back. It was still Chen Sun who drove Pan Changsheng. Chen Sun asked as he drove, Changsheng, why don't you spend more time with your dad? Pan Changsheng laughed, happy as a small child sharing candy. Brother Chen, thank you. I still have a few things to take care of at home. What is it? Can I help you? No need. I can solve it myself. Let me tell you something. Don't tell my dad. When I said I'm getting married on the National Day, it's a lie. I don't even have a girlfriend. How can I get married? I'm going back this time to fix a girlfriend. Chen Sun froze for a moment, not realizing that Pan Changsheng, who seemed so honest, would also lie. On the way, Chen Sun was driving and Pan Changsheng was telling his story. When I was a kid, I was especially bold and very skinny. I often made trouble. My dad didn't beat me up much. I wasn't afraid at all. After my dad beat me up he regretted it and said it was too hard. Once I got into big trouble and my dad got so mad he swelled my ass up. I cried so hard my dad cried along with me and said he would never beat me again. After that, he really didn't beat me up. I couldn't be bothered to beat me up no matter how naughty I was or how much he was mad and smashed things. Later, my mom took me to Qinghai and lied to me that my dad would be back soon. So I waited and waited. The more I waited, the more I got scared. And waited for years. And what I waited for was for my mom to get married to my stepdad. And I didn't wait for my dad to come see me. At that time, I especially missed my dad, even if he beat me every day. My mom had a brother later in life, and my stepdad was kind to my own son. And I don't hate my stepdad or envy my brother. I have my own dad to love. My mom and them were moving to the county, and I was an adult at that time. And I didn't go because I was afraid that my dad would come looking for me and not be able to find me. Because my mom had gone back later and divorced my dad and left this address. It was only later that I realized that address was simply a fake. My stepfather wasn't good or bad to me. I don't hate him. I hate my own dad and why he left me. And it took me years to realize that it's the people who care that you hate. I changed without my dad around. I became especially timid, afraid of everything, and weak. My mom says I'm a different person. I'm in love. The girl is my junior high school classmate. I like her. She also likes me. I didn't go to school after middle school. She went to high school. Her family had connections. After graduation she went to work at the bank in town. I opened the boardroom in town. She commuted to work every day. Passing by, I could see her. We agreed to get married on the 4th of July, and his parents said I was dizzy. Her mom said it wasn't decent to run a boardroom and wouldn't let us date until I burned it down. Not 2 days later, she got engaged to a guy at the bank, and there's going to be a wedding on the 4th of July. The engagement ceremony was held at the hotel, and I snuck in to see it, and she looked especially good that day. I wanted to sabotage the engagement scene, and when it came down to it, I wimped out on myself. The day I received your phone call, I was so angry. I threw a pair of mahjong, hated my father. Chen brother, you invited me to come to Magic City. I have never been on an airplane. I am afraid of heights. I am afraid of death. And then I thought, I have to go to scold him face to face. If it were not for the fact that I did not have a real father in my childhood, I would not be so cowardly. In order to see my father, I have to be brave for once. If something really happens, die, but also closer to my father. I was trying to scold him to his face. When I saw him I forgot everything. I didn't hate it at all. I even wanted him to beat me up. It didn't matter if he swelled my ass up. Strange you say. On the way, Pan Changsheng was all about his story, and when he got to the back, he said that he was going to go and make a clean break with his first girlfriend and start a new life. The airplane carried Pan Changsheng away, and Shensen silently wished the man 8 months younger than himself all the best. Pan Changsheng first went to the county seat to visit his mother and stepfather. Dad, Mom, there's $80,000 in here. I made it from running a boardroom. The code is 123321. Giving the bank to his stepfather and mother, Pan Changsheng returned to the chess room and began to make arrangements. The bank closes at 5:30 p.m. Lu Min came out of the bank at 5:40, followed by her boyfriend. The two will go to Lu Min's home for dinner. Lu Min's home is less than 500 meters from the bank in the neighborhood. In addition, there are a lot of female colleagues from the bank also followed together, off work on the way. The county is small enough that you can ride from south to north in half an hour on a bike. Pan Changsheng's chess room is diagonally across the street from the bank, and Lu Min has to pass by it every day when she commutes to and from work. So she sees Pan Changsheng. Pan Changsheng stopped Lu Min. Ping, are you really willing to marry him? Lu Min twisted her head over and looked at a billboard in the distance. Horish soft shampoo. Wash away all your sins. Underneath is a contact number, presumably to help people decriminalize. You're telling me this now. Aren't you afraid? You're afraid that you don't deserve me. You're afraid that you won't be able to give me a good future. You're afraid of everything. You're just not afraid of losing me. I'm fucking engaged right now. I'm all set for my wedding date. And you're here to ask me if it's true. It's none of your business. Lu Min was furious. I used to be afraid of everything. I'm not anymore. Late. Better late than never. I am now announcing in front of all the people, including your fiancé, I, Pan Changsheng, am in love with Lu Yiping. Yiping, I am going to marry you. I am going to be good to you for the rest of my life. And whoever fucking dares to disagree, I will split whoever it is. Pan Changsheng was incoherent. Lu Min's fiancé felt topped with a prairie. He was rolling up his sleeves to get Pan Changsheng. Blood-washing shame. Lu Min's female colleagues are excited. Too exciting. Part of the hope that the more chaotic the better. Lu Min unlucky. There is no opportunity to convert the official staff. The bank's official staff quota is limited. The other part of the immediate call to Lu Min's parents. Lu Min's father was wrapping dumplings. Lu Min's mother was chopping green onions. As soon as she heard this, Lu's father pinched a dumpling all over the place. Lu's mother killed out on the spot with a chopper. She was going to chop the person who was interfering with her daughter's happiness. The chopper was glistening with lard, and it was covered with a few green onions. Lu's father saw his wife rushing out and remembered that the woman had a knife in her hand. Women are too impulsive. It's against the law to kill someone. If I get convicted, my own ears will be clear. I won't have to listen to women yammering all day, and I'll be able to fish all day. The middle-aged man Lu's father fantasized about his wife staying in prison, and he was at home with no one to take care of him, hesitated for 3 seconds, or suppressed the selfishness in his heart. Saving his wife is important. She has a knife in her hand. You can't fight her with a bayonet. You have to outsmart her. Lu's father had no tools in his hands. He was a fan of Jin Yong, learning from Wei Xiaobao, carrying a bag of flour as lime powder, and rushed out after him, pouring the wrapped dumplings into the flour bag in the process. Women love food. I throw the dumplings first, so when she picks them up she can snatch the knife off, and if that doesn't work, sprinkle flour to confuse her eyes. Lu's father followed and rushed out. The crowd of onlookers grew. The evening sun painted the sky scarlet. A middle-aged woman came from the 10,000 channel haze. She held a kitchen knife in her hand, and her murderous aura spread out over the sky, covering the evening sun. Before Lu Min's fiancé could make a move, Lu's mother had already rushed to the front and slashed at Pan Changsheng. The wind of a summer evening blew from afar, carrying with it the fresh scent of fields of rice. The choppers shattered the evening sun, cut through the evening wind, and went straight for Pan Changsheng's throat. Mom! Lu Min jumped into Pan Changsheng's arms, two people who love each other, hugging each other tightly. Next to them, a chopper. In the evening sun, glistening with the light of lard, and the smell of more scallions in the evening breeze. That's Mom's flavor. The knife was directly ignored, because it was her mom's hand that held the knife. Fool, why don't you dodge? My mother almost didn't hold it. There is lard on the handle of the knife, is very slippery. Lu's mother opened her mouth to curse furiously. Lu's father has arrived. The surrounding people saw that almost killed people. Anxious, quickly cut down, hanging us in mid-air. Anxious to death. I want to send a friend, circle it. Pan Changsheng hid Lu Min behind his back and puffed out his chest. Auntie, either hack me to death or put the knife away and let me and Yiping go. Lu's father lifted the bag of flour in his hand, intending to throw it. Pan Changsheng raised his hand, and there was an extra lighter in his hand. Not a disposable one, but an ancient asbestos lighter. Windproof. Lighter gasket is the jewel in the crown of industry. Produced in Japan. Not imported. The Chinese are not produced disposable lighters. Only flint to take fire. Pan Changsheng's face was as calm as water and his tone was cold. I was 18 years old, picking up rags and doing odd jobs for people every day. And I still didn't have enough money. So I had to ask my mom for money to open this chess room. Every day, I'm in the boardroom, watching Yiping, watching her go to work, watching her leave work, listening to her make deposits to customers and withdrawals from customers, watching her bloat up like a swan on a diet in the winter in her thick clothes, and watching her in the summer in her white dresses and high heels, with her feet sprained and swollen like a wounded swan. I've never been to a zoo in my life. I don't know what a swan looks like, and I think Yiping is the swan in my heart. I was a toad. I had low self-esteem. I was ashamed of myself, and it was Yiping who gave me the courage. Auntie, you hated me for opening a chess room, saying that it wasn't a decent thing to do, and you said that you'd agree for me to go out with Yiping as long as I burned down the chess room. The chess room is my life. Without Yiping, I live a meaningless life. A long life is a long suffering. Chess room house is rented. The sky is dry. If the chess room burns down, half of the street probably can't run away. Auntie, I cannot want to live, but I cannot harm people. The stuff inside the boardroom is mine. I moved it all out. Wolfsbane is flammable, and mahjong doesn't even melt at high temperatures. So, I got some gasoline. The people around him were startled. Sure enough, the gasoline smell was much stronger than the onion flavor. That idiot won't start a fire. I'll see that it does. What about Summer? Doesn't he want to live? Yuan Mengfei and Lu Min dry fire. Poor Lu Min's fiancé. His head is so overgrown with weeds that he could make a farm. As the people around her murmured, Lu's mother asked sheepishly, "What are you doing?" Snap light sound. Pan Changsheng turned on the lighter. The flame is small, swaying in the wind. Looks like it will be extinguished at any time. But on the contrary, stubbornly burning. Lu's father opened the flour bag to turn the flour into a dry powder fire extinguisher. But unfortunately, it was too late. And that grandson made the first move. The lighter flew out of Pan Changsheng's hand and flew backwards, tracing a fiery red arc in the air and falling on top of the mahjong scattered on the street. Mahjong, dominoes, dice, werewolves, playing cards, automatic mahjong tables, slocum pool, all in a messy pile, all doused with gasoline. The lighter fell and the fire rose with a roar, instantly becoming a sea of flames, followed by the stench from incomplete combustion wafting out. A sack of flour flew past after it. The flour scattered and danced in the sea of fire. The dumplings landed on the mahjong and were quickly burned to a golden, double-sided yellow. Hot old man, run, or you'll turn into a roasted pig. Someone, fearing that the fire would spread, brought buckets of water and poured it on. and the fire skyrocketed. When gasoline catches fire, this water will only fuel the flames. Lu Min hugged Pan Chongsheng to death. Lu father angry half dead, pulling out a handful of battery car keys into the hands of Pan Chongsheng. Quickly run Yuan Mengfei, are you fucking stupid? Quickly take Lu Min, run. You offended the Gu family. Run as far away as possible. Do not have a child, do not come back. Gu is the surname of Lu Min's fiance's family. Pan Chongsheng woke up as if in a dream, pulled up Lu Min, and rode the car to run. Lu mother took corn from the fire, fished out the dumplings that were about to be burnt and put them in a bag. Minor didn't have dinner. Take it with you and eat it on the way. Pan Chongsheng took Lu Min and a bag of dumplings and rode away. The Gu family was furious and wanted to send someone to intercept them. In-laws, I'm sorry, Lu's father said curtly. Don't talk so much. The bride price given for betrothal. Not a penny less. Plus bank interest. Interest on a call basis. I guess. Deal. In adult relationships, interests often come first. The Gu family helped Lu Min solve her job problem, provided that she married. Now that Lu Min had run off with someone in public, leaving the Gu family furious and losing face, monetarily they absolutely could not afford to lose a penny. The two Lu family members also had no face. Honey, what should we do? Our daughter ran away. Don't worry, Yuan Mengfei will definitely treat Minmin well. What good? He even called his daughter by the wrong name, calling her Ipin. I also heard Minmin call Yuan Mengfei Erkang. Those two brainwashed people, who have watched too much Zhongyao TV, are playing love is deep and rainy. Don't worry, God will punish them. Years from now when they look back at the current situation, they will be so embarrassed that they can't wait to dig up the earth and bury themselves. That kind of movie should be for our age. Shouldn't they be watching Jitterbug? What about the Gu family's kid? But how to do? He is Min Min's fiancé. See his fiancé hugging with someone else. Directly hit He was beside the fake, rolled up his sleeves. You wear a short sleeve, you rolled up your sleeves. Goons. Min Min really want to marry him. A lifetime of bullying. Lu's father was angry when he talked about this. Your daughter just left with someone? She didn't get a penny for the bride price. Wake up, still the bride price. Daughter infamous. Except Yuan Mengfei. No one dares to take her. And give the bride price, you do not give the corresponding dowry. You are selling your daughter. Are you a human being? I'm still worried about my daughter suffering. Come on. Yuan Mengfei's face is cold and his heart is hot. He dared to open a chess room in the town when he was a teenager. And he can still make money. He can suffer. And he is 8-faced. This kind of person can live anywhere. Daughter with him, won't suffer much. Diarrhea certainly can't run away. Lu father comforted his wife. The small county doesn't have an airport. You have to take a long bus ride to the city to get there. Lu Min gave up after eating 2 dumplings, which were charred on the outside and still a bit raw on the inside. Mom and Dad gave it to me. Can't lose it. Pan Chongsheng ate the rest of the dumplings. The two of them were in pain on the coach, always thinking about going to the toilet, holding it with all his might for fear of pooping in his pants. Pan Chongsheng brought Lu Min to the Magic City. Brother Chen, this is my wife. She works in a bank. She can go to Staryu for a period of time to do finance. I used to run a chess room. I can't do anything else, but I still know how to read people's minds. I'll go help Mr. Yang run the business. Pan Chongsheng said. There's no rush. You two, take your honeymoon first. The company is planning to officially launch after the Mid-Autumn Festival. For now, we'll collect the second-hand tableware first. Chen Sun was happy. The company suddenly had 2 more reliable people, and just what he needed. The happiest of course was Pan Fusho. He took out his bank card and gave it to Pan Chongsheng. Chongsheng, now don't excuse yourself. Put the money saved for you. Who will spend it if you don't? Pan Chongsheng knew that there was $500,000 in that card, and he did not know whether to take it or not. The high cost of living in the Magic City. Pan Fusho used less than 20 years to save his son $500,000, much of which was saved from the teeth. Chang Sheng, listen to your brother and put the bank card away. Chen Sun said. In order to make Yang Xingyu's company successful, I arranged 2 more people for him, and there are still 2 left at the back. 1 to help Yang Air do the master planning, and 1 to help Yang Air do the sales. Yang Air is the male number 2. The name is something I seriously thought about for a long time. And Chen Sun is the male number 1. The name I picked randomly. I didn't write the last chapter very well, trying to write a Qiong style love story in the style of Mr. Gu Long, mocking dialogue so awkward that it stubbed my toe. And it ended up being so awkward that I almost hung myself. Lu Min became the finance of Starwood. The woman used to work in a bank and was familiar with finances, but banking was a far cry from a regular business firm. Xingyu Company is a small company, just established not long ago. The official staff on Yang Xingyu and Pan Fusho 2 people. Lu Min joined to be financial, cashier, administration, personnel and other roles. busy half dead. According to the original plan, Chen Sun is intended to wait for the Mid-Autumn Festival before officially launching the company. Lu Min and Pan Changsheng. The arrival of these two living treasures. Do not give them something to do. These two people every day in front of Uncle Fu to play Love Deep and Rainy. Uncle Fu jumped off the building, did not die in the hands of Mang and Ping, was Lu yipping to the embarrassing death. Chen Sun can only find a professional finance to take Lu Min to operate. Onboarding, setting up payroll cards, paying social security, etc. Lu Min learned quickly. This woman is very smart. When she did not go to college, definitely early love led to it. Pan Changsheng culprit. Chen Sun secretly lamented. The first one that Lu Min handled was to pay Pan Fusho's back social security contributions. A total of 25 years of retroactive payments cost $330,000. After spending so much money, Chen Sun did not tell this honest old man. Niu Guhong to Mang and Ping announced in public in court as a reason not to pay money. Let the court in the name of asset preservation. Freezing Mang and Ping's bank account. Mang and Ping in the detention center splash. No one bird her. Want to take out a woman's privilege. The result is that the surrounding is a woman. She finally recognized the situation. Give up again to prosecute. And so, Pan Fusho account suddenly more than 350,000 more. Uncle Fook wants to pay the lawyer's fee. Niu Guhong said free at first, but Uncle Fu insisted on giving it, and in the end, collected $5,000. Uncle Fu asked Chen Sun for the hospital bill and returned the money advanced by Chen Sun, and also returned the $100,000 Chen Sun gave him last time. This stubborn old man, who obviously works especially hard to earn his own money, had to settle all this money. It's too hard to get rich being too nice. Chen Sun is now an invisible tycoon. He doesn't want the money and says he'll send a gift when Pan Changsheng gets married. Something went wrong when Pan Changsheng went through the entry process. The name on his ID card is Yuan Mengfei, but the social security system will not recognize him if he joins the company under the name of Pan Changsheng. Changsheng, you can either continue to use your original name or go back and change it, Chen Sun said. When Pan Fusho found out, he called Pan Changsheng over. Changsheng, if you want to change your name, you still need to go back and discuss it with your stepfather. Pan Changsheng was not happy. Dad, I was originally surnamed Pan. What's wrong with me changing it back? You left me since you were 8 years old. You said you went to open a chess room to support yourself at 18. Your stepfather has raised you for at least 10 years. Son, you can't be a man without a conscience. You change your name, discussing it without even discussing it with him. He'll be chilled. The big deal is that in the future, when you have a child, you'll change your surname back to Pan. He wasn't much good to me. Not as good as my real dad. He is no longer good to you, but also has the grace of nurturing you. A few years old baby, if no one to raise, can grow so big? Your father has been clean all his life, and has done nothing wrong. Pan Changsheng was a bit reluctant, thinking that his real father was too nagging, but eventually he called back and quickly got confirmation from his stepfather. He agreed to change his name. Change the name to go back in person. Lu Min is not at ease, afraid that he is not there. Mom will cut Pan Changsheng into meat pies, call his dad, and heard the angry voice on the phone. Yuan Mengfei, this idiot. Where to throw my battery car? The key does not give me. In the end, Pan Changsheng had to go back to his hometown to go through the formalities, and also took the battery car keys back. Pan Fusho is also particularly satisfied with the current life. A fixed monthly salary of $5,000. The occasional minor illness, go to the hospital to buy drugs can be used to health insurance. Individuals only need to pay 10%, so that he feels particularly at ease. Coupled with his son and daughter-in-law are around, he feels that a happy life is the life in front of him. Of course, if the daughter-in-law to give birth to a baby, it would be even happier. Yang Xingyu was supposed to be engaged. His girlfriend Dong 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 suddenly became anxious when she heard about the engagement, so the engagement was pushed back, and they were already young and in no hurry. Yang Mingxue is at home to nurse her fetus at ease, intending to wait for 3 months to be full, so she can get together with Chen Sun and exchange feelings and bodily fluids. But of course, she still can't live together for a long time because Chen Sun has to smoke. Chen Sun strictly enforces a daily routine, takes medication, exercises, and fights cancer. He thought that the quiet life would continue, but to his surprise, something happened to Zhou Yumei. Someone was downstairs at Zhou Yumei's building, pulling a huge banner with the words written in chicken blood, "Denounce the shameless teacher, give me back my child." It started 2 weeks ago, a week after the Pan Fusho lawsuit ended. Something distressing and even angry happened in the Magic City. A couple was playing by the beach with their daughter when the father put his daughter on the beach and left her alone for 20 minutes. The father returned only to find that his daughter had been swept away by the sea and was nowhere to be seen. When the story came out, many people were outraged at the odd couple. The poor little girl, who is less than 8 years old, is enrolled in the 3rd class of 2nd grade at Sprout Elementary School and would have been in 3rd grade next semester had there not been an accident. The class teacher of the 2nd grade class 3 at Sprout Elementary School became pregnant and applied for a 1-year break, and Yume Jo went to take over the class. Since it was summer vacation and there were still several weeks before school started, Jo Yume had never met any of the children in this class, but only in the class group. Said hello to everyone. Parents heard that as a special teacher rehired back as a classroom teacher, are particularly welcomed Jo Yume. Jo Yume's sense of accomplishment, confidence, intends to devote himself to bring the class of students. She is completely unaware of the trouble is about to come. The class of a small child was swept away by seawater. Huang He and his wife Fei Wu Xian both feel like the sky is falling. Their daughter Huang Xian was swept away by the sea. The couple immediately went to the insurance company to claim $10 million. The insurance company gave the contract. Huang Xian only insured critical illness insurance. To claim, need to be based on medical records and hospital invoices to claim. Huang Xian children were swept away by the sea, belonging to the accidental death. The insurance company does not pay money. The insurance company is a commercial company. Surely will not lose money. Huang He couple analyzed, and the lawsuit with the insurance company is sure to lose. The two families went to the beach to pull banners, only to find out that it is a natural sea lane, not developed by any company, not a tourist attraction, and could not find a claim. The two families changed locations again and went to the front of Sprout Elementary School to cause trouble. After 3 days of pulling banners in front of the school, no one gave a damn about them because the school was on summer vacation and no teachers were working. And the only one who was working was the school janitor. The janitor's uncle took a video on his cell phone, posted it to his friends, got a lot of likes, and otherwise had no impact. The two families are furious, and they see that things are still being discussed in the class group, where the new class teacher, Ms. Jo Yume, is giving a list of things to do in the summer and things to do in the beginning of the school year. Summer vacation precautions. Jo Yume listed to pay attention to the completion of summer homework, pay attention to eye hygiene, etc. Did not say cannot go to the beach to play. The teacher didn't say you can't go to the beach to play. It's the teacher's negligence. You must find the teacher to pay for it, the wife Fei Wu Xian said. Huang He thought for a moment. Don't be impulsive. First ask Mr. Jo for the detailed address of his home. The two couples asked for Jo Yume's detailed address in the class group. Jo Yume simply did not think so much the specific address, but also said that he was free throughout the day. Parents are welcome to come to exchange the child's situation. She is a new classroom teacher. Hope to know more about the child in advance. Huang He first went to Jo Yume's neighborhood to inquire about the situation, and soon learned that Jo Yume is a rich man. A cup are 5,600 yuan, bought more than 300 square meters of luxury housing. After understanding the situation well, the two Huanghe families came with a big bag of things. Jo Yume smiled and opened the door. The two of you are the parents of Huang's classmates, aren't you? You're too polite, and you're bringing so many things. Huang He two shoes are not changed. Directly said, Mr. Jo, we are long-winded. At least 1 million. What $1 million? Jo Yume turned into Jo Yugo for a second. Don't pretend. Mr. Jo, we parents have absolute trust in our teachers and give our children to you. So you as teachers have to be responsible for their children's education. Right? Right. When a teacher is not responsible for the child's education, there must be a problem with the teacher's morality. Jo Yume immediately self-reflected. Her own teacher morality is not a problem. Right. Could it be that the matter of beating Yang Air was known? Our child, playing on the beach, was swept away by the sea. My precious daughter, Fei Wu Xian cried as soon as he remembered his poor daughter. Jo Yume understood at once. It turned out that the couple, as the online said, that the careless couple. She would like to blame a couple of sentences, but also think that the other children are gone. Quite poor. Hard to hold back. Yang Mengshui was also at home, and seeing this woman crying so hard, she hurried out, poured 2 cups of water for the couple, and by the way, took paper towels and handed them to Fei Wu Xian. Jo Yume taught for so many years, never encountered this kind of situation. Don't know how to comfort. She thought about it, felt that useless comfort is also better than no comfort. No matter whether it is useful or not, the child is no longer there. I'm sorry for your loss. Alas, so pitiful. Wife, don't cry. Let's talk about the compensation first. Huang He said. Yes, everything should think more about the future. Did you guys buy the insurance? Do you need the school to provide materials? Don't worry, we will fully cooperate in this regard. Jo Yume was still unaware of the other party's purpose, thinking that she was asked to help provide the materials. Teacher Jo, don't talk about sarcasm and provide any materials. You're the main responsible person. You didn't fulfill your duty to inform the parents. And you, as an experienced teacher, didn't inform the parents, so the compensation should come from you as well. Huang He showed his true colors. Yang Mingxue hid in the room. Feeling her 3 views exploded on the spot. This couple did not review their own responsibility, but even pushed it to the teacher's head. Yang Mingxue immediately opened the cell phone recording. This kind of goods, once in a lifetime. Send a circle of friends, absolutely likes a lot. Zhou Yumei froze for a moment. I didn't fulfill my duty to inform? Huang He said, Teacher Zhou, you indeed did not fulfill the obligation to inform. This is the summer vacation notes you sent. There is not a single tip about not being able to go to the beach. All of them are to prepare summer homework, go to bed on time, play less cell phone and so on tips. Fei Wu Xian put away the crocodile tears. You as a teacher, even the summer vacation children's safety are not prompted, and now the child is gone. The criminal responsibility is not to mention. The spiritual damage fee must be compensated. We do not ask for more. 1 million will do. Zhou Yumei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. $1 million? Huang He said, at least 1 million. We are reasonable people. The money is in place. We will not hold you responsible for other responsibilities. You are retired after all. We are also kind people. Will not let you go to jail. Yang Mingxue covered her stomach, angry and amused, and tried not to make a sound so as not to affect the recording. Zhou Yumei said, this 1 million compensation of yours, I think it's quite reasonable, but then again, I only took over this class 10 days ago, and school hasn't even started. The summer vacation precautions should have been sent by the previous teacher. I'm just adding to it, or else, you guys go to the previous teacher to ask for compensation. Huang He said, Teacher Zhou, we have inquired. You just bought a house for your son, several millions, and your daughter also bought a house in Fairview Mansion, several tens of millions. I believe you don't have any problem compensating. That 1 million, we will definitely look for you to compensate. As for you think you shouldn't compensate, you can give us the money first, and then look for the class teacher in front of you. We only recognize you. The problem with the handover between you and the front class teacher is an internal problem for you. Fei Wu Xin said, yes, we only recognize you. If we don't compensate, when the time comes, everyone will not look good. Zhou Yumei held back her anger. She was mainly afraid that the quarrel would affect her pregnant daughter. Both of you suddenly came to me for compensation. I was not prepared at all. I suggest you take the legal route. Go and sue me, and the court will award me as much as I want. In that case, you want to renege on the bill. Huang He saw that after speaking properly, Zhou Yumei did not pay and immediately flipped his face. Get out. Zhou Yumei wasn't polite. Good. Then don't blame me for making a scene. Huang He saw Zhou Yumei take out her cell phone to call the police, and his wife Fei Wu Xian both went out. The 2 men went downstairs, opened their bags, took banners out of them, took out the picture with the child Huang Xian on it, took out their loudspeakers, and began to play. Unscrupulous teacher, stay with my daughter. Murder pays for blood. The banner was yellow with blood-red letters and red tears of blood against the unscrupulous teacher Zhou Yumei who brutalized an 8-year-old child. Zhou Yumei was furious, went downstairs and saw the banner. The language teacher's occupational disease could not help but criticize, you couples write slogans? You have to be short to be catchy. Too many words. It is not convenient to shout. It is recommended to modify it into 4 words or 8 words. It's an old neighborhood with thousands of people living in it. And immediately people came around. Yellow Crane stops playing, takes a loudspeaker and starts explaining how much they love their daughters and how sad they are to lose them. We are all raising children. We are all parents. Our children are gone. And this teacher still won't leave us alone. You know, Zhou Yumei, or a special teacher. This kind of thing can be done. She's sucking blood. She's sucking blood from the kids. From the parents. She bought a few million for her son. And a few tens of millions for her daughter. Jinqiu Haotai, everyone knows it. High-grade neighborhood. Her daughter bought it. Where did the money come from? This kind of vampire? Mixing in the people's teaching team. Shameless. Too heartbreaking. Zhou Yumei loved to show off. Her daughter in the Fairview residence to buy a house thing. The surrounding neighbors all know. When Huang He said this, everyone realized that Zhou Yumei was so bad. Zhou Yumei was furious. The people around me are all brainless people. It is true that Huang He said about buying a house. But what is the connection with their children being swept away by the sea? Why is everyone looking at me with such eyes? No one understands Zhou Yumei. But instead, someone secretly told Huang He Zhou Yumei is opening classes in the neighborhood and running painting classes for the elderly. The person who reported it thought that Zhou Yumei through the class made money. He was red-eyed, did not want to report himself, so he used Huang He as a gun. Huang He arranged for Fei Wu Xian to continue to pull banners and cry in the neighborhood. and he personally went to the Board of Education to complain about Zhou Yumei's running of classes. Zhou Yumei can only choose to call the police. The police came and said the couple was a nuisance and would be arrested. If you guys dare to arrest me, I dare to die in the police station. My daughter is gone and I don't want to live, Fei Wu Xin said. The police had no choice but to comfort both sides. Mr. Huang, you guys need to keep the sound down. It's affecting the surrounding neighbors. Teacher Zhou, do you want to compensate a little money? After all, people's daughters are gone. Mutual understanding. Police both sides comfort. No one listened to them. Finally, both sides finally reached an agreement. Huang He couple cannot be too loud. Cannot affect other people around. Zhou Yumei was so noisy for 2 days that her whole body almost collapsed. And she didn't even have the heart to cook. Yang Mengxue took the opportunity to order takeout and sent it to the circle of friends, gaining so many likes and a sense of accomplishment. Chen Sun, of course, also saw it. Xiao Xue, what's wrong with mom? Inviting things? Yang Mengxue described the whole incident. Are you guys alright? Chen Sun asked. I'm fine. It's just that my mom doesn't have much of an appetite. So why don't you buy her some Laogan to whet her appetite? It doesn't work. Laogan used to use Guizhou chili peppers, but now they use Hunan ones, and they don't taste as good as they used to. I heard the recipe was restored. When Chen Sun heard that the formula was restored, he immediately bought a bottle of Laogan and didn't eat much of it, and pimples came out on his face. He couldn't help but lament, am I a married man? How can I solve my mom's problem? Yang Mengxue vainly asked for advice. Don't worry. I'll come over later and give Yang Er's girlfriend a word so that she can settle it and earn some advertising money on the side, Chen Sun said. Before Chen Sun arrived, the people from the Board of Education had already arrived. Recently, the investigation of extracurricular cram schools has been very strict, so strict that it has become distorted. In the education industry, overkill has always been the norm. After receiving the report, the Education Commission quickly arranged for people to come over. The staff almost do not need to investigate, and found that they were cheated. He received a report, elementary school teacher Zhou Yumei in the training courses. Zhou Yumei is indeed running a training course, but not for elementary school students to make up, but the elderly painting class. Education Commission people have come. Do not do something cannot give the whistleblower account. A simple inspection, said Zhou Yumei did not qualify to run classes. Illegal classes, due to the absence of any fees, is a mandatory class, so do not fine. Only the painting class banned. Elderly people who attended the painting classes were furious when they heard that they were banned. The couple that made trouble downstairs reported it, and I couldn't do anything about it. Zhou Yumei is very sad. This painting class, she invested a lot of effort, their own money to buy plaster models, buy pigments, etc. Said a long time to get through the property, the weekly class to provide them with the opportunity to open the class for free 2 times. I thought I was doing something for the elderly, but I didn't realize that because of the lack of documents, it became an illegal class. The old people also quit, also bought a loudhailer. A burst of cursing at the Huang He couple, the voice is even louder than Huang He. There was a lot of noise downstairs. Zhou Yumei had to call Chen Sun, drive over and pick us up. Xiao Xue is pregnant. She can't be disturbed. She can't even teach the fetus. Less than 3 months pregnant, let people listen to fetal music. Zhou Yumei estimates that counts as the first person ever. Yang Mengxue liked this kind of noisy atmosphere. She was refreshed. The noise from downstairs couldn't affect her at all, and her appetite became better. Of course, there was no time when her appetite was bad. Chen Sun didn't go to pick up his wife. He and Yang Xingyu went to Dong Dong Dong's counter. Dong 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 in the Arctic Ocean shopping mall to sell cosmetics. Every month there are performance requirements. Dong 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 performance in general. After the emergence of the live platform, many people are through the live platform to buy. Very few people come to the counter to buy. Last month Dong 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 performance is not good. Fu Di Magic Yang Mengxue also spent 10,000 yuan to buy a set of cosmetics. After pregnancy cannot be used. Had to give Dong 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 own use. Chen Sun gave Dong 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 his thoughts. Not too good. It's bad enough that they lost their daughter. Dong 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 said. Just because they're miserable doesn't make it okay to scourge others. They're not blaming themselves either. And they're trying to get rich off of it. Never sympathize with a hibernating viper. Chen Sun was afraid that Dong Dong didn't understand. So he had to use the stories of the farmer and the snake. How Jian and the old lady to analyze them for Dong Dong. Let's take a look at it first. If this couple doesn't change, we'll have to waste it. Yang Xingyu was experienced in this area. Dong 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 said to the leadership. The leadership also think this idea is good. Suggested Dong 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 try. But also Dong 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 arranged 2 assistants. Chen Sun's 5 men came to the downstairs of Yang's house. The Board of Education is at it again. We got another real name report from a parent, from the father of Huang Xian's classmate, reporting that teacher Zhou Yumei was openly selling products in the class group. The people from the Education Commission came over to mediate. Zhou Yumei was even more confused this time. What product did I promote? Chen Sun also felt strange. His mother-in-law, a lot of other shortcomings, vanity, love to show off, but also like to write reviews for people. Chen Sun has seen the reviews she wrote to Yang Mengxue. The student does not fold the quilt, do not do household chores. However, this old lady has a sense of sacredness to the work of education. That teaching is a 100-year plan. If not teach the children well, it will be the death of the country. Zhou Yumei insisted on wearing sneakers in class, trying not to make footsteps, wearing light-colored or cold-toned clothes to avoid children distraction. It can be said that in order to teach students, she has been very careful. Absolutely no way to sell any products in the class group. Did this old lady's cell phone get hacked? Huang He and his wife are downstairs, pulling bloody banners and vocally denouncing Zhou Yumei. When they saw the Board of Education coming, they immediately produced evidence. Chen Sun was afraid that the old lady's blood pressure would rise, so he took the initiative to go over and watch it. And after watching it, he realized that he had underestimated Huang He's fighting ability and the degree of oddity. Yang Er and Dong Er were so impressed that they wanted to send a banner to the couple with a capital service. Beginning in the 3rd grade of elementary school in Mordor, exams are taken with special answer cards for multiple choice answers, and there are special machines to recognize such answer cards, which can reduce the workload of teachers. For this type of answer key, use a 2B pencil to scribble. Zhou Yumei talked about this in advance in her class group, and a parent asked, "What brand of pencil will I use?" Zhou Yumei replied, "Ordinary 2B pencils will do. You can use the ones made by China Pencil Factory, the old brand." Just such a sentence was used as evidence by the Huang He couple, saying that Zhou Yumei received black money, and must have received money from this pencil factory to publicly recommend this brand of pencil in the group. This black-hearted teacher, she doesn't even spare this amount of money. The children will soon be in 3rd grade. Zhou Yumei, you have the ability to show proof that you don't confiscate black-hearted money, Fei Wu Xian said. The people from the Education Commission were also infuriated this time, finally siding with Zhou Yumei. Not making peace, Mr. Huang. The evidence you provided cannot prove that teacher Zhou received black money, and it's the black-hearted people who will associate so much based on this sentence. Huang He was waiting for the people from the Education Commission to break the defense. He immediately called out, "The Education Commission and the black-hearted teachers have joined forces to eat human blood buns. My poor child. Return my daughter." Chen Sun went upstairs to comfort his mother-in-law. Yang Xingyu Dong Dong Dong. Two people got a table. Dong Dong Dong's assistant put cosmetics and adjusted the focus. The main object of makeup is the face, and the essence of makeup is not to have a face. Dong 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 began to broadcast live. The company, in order to promote products, the requirements of each counter must be live. Dong 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 also opened a live broadcast, but nothing popular. She is not willing to do some exaggerated action to attract people. Someone asked. She explained what role of skincare cosmetics, equivalent to a smart product manual. Live 3 months. The popularity of the dismal. The economy is bad. Consumption is downgraded. Everyone is not easy to live. Cosmetics are not a necessity. It is the icing on the cake. Once the economy is bad, the travel industry and the beauty industry will be the first to be hit. The company made all the broadcasters learn from a live sales guru called Li's Fake Wife. Fake Wife Li is a man who sells cosmetics for women, and his basic idea is that, for the sake of sales, a man can put on lipstick, apply eyeshadow and draw on his eyebrows. That's why he was called Fake Wife. Where is expensive? This is the rhetorical mantra of Li's Fake Wife to sell products at high prices. Shameless is the essence of his live broadcast. So Dong 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 live broadcast at the beginning said, the essence of cosmetics is shameless. Next, let's see what's going on with the truly shameless gurus, the protagonists of the seawater swept away children incident that happened a while back, right behind us. What this couple is doing right now, and I'd like to ask the crew to turn the camera around. What are they doing? Why are they holding banners? Oh my god. They killed a lot of chickens and wrote blood letters in chicken blood. They want compensation. They want to pay for the blood debt. They were careless themselves and let their children get swept away by the sea. How dare they have the face to come and ask for compensation? This kind of shameless behavior, not to go to sell cosmetics, it's really the wrong line of work to go into. This makeup, perfect for them, not expensive at all. From this chapter, there are 3 consecutive chapters that are not so good because the content is too heavy. After 3 chapters, it will be good. Dong 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 is mainly in the live broadcast of the scandalous couple of Huang He and the staff of the Board of Education in Mud Tactics. By the way, the introduction of cosmetics. Chen Sun upstairs. While comforting the old lady, do not be angry. while forwarding to his colleagues, friends, university class group, secondary school class group, elementary school class did not build a group, cannot be forwarded. The title of the retweet was of course written long ago. Cruel couple in Mordor let their daughter be swept away by the sea after slaughtering 300 chickens and claiming a huge $1 million payout in chicken blood. The retweet link below is, of course, Dong Dong Dong's live broadcast. Live streaming platforms have their own algorithms to quickly capture hot keywords. Chicken is one of the hot words, because lately, in addition to cracking down on tutoring, the fight against pornography is also more powerful. Chen Sun's old colleagues have asked, Chen Sun, you used to be very honest and never cared about gossip. Why have you changed like a person now? Lung cancer, trying to raise money for a cure. Everyone help forward and click if you are interested. Chen Sun replied. One of Chen Sun's old colleagues, who is responsible for search engine optimization, immediately modified Chen Sun's forwarding title, PM2. 5 triggered lung cancer. Lung cancer patients to raise funds for the live broadcast of the Magic City cruel couple slaughtered millions of chickens to let their daughters swept away by the sea. There are several more hot keywords in this title than Chen Sun gave. Some of these are also international keywords. Professionals do professional things. With this title, it's easier to trigger hot keywords. Chen Sun's classmates, friends, old co-workers, and so on, instantly flooded into the live broadcast room, and coupled with the hot words, finally triggered the live broadcast platform's hotspot monitoring. The platform introduces irrelevant traffic to Dong Dong Dong's live room, and after the people who enter see the content, a high percentage of them stay, and the system introduces more people in based on the retention data. The number of live viewers rubbed off on me. Dong 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 purposely turned off all the beauty faces to show himself and the Huanghe couple in their original form. A close-up of the blood book. 1 for the yellow butcher's face. 2. He needs a close-up of his wife too. No less. Dong 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 explains the purpose of Huang He and his wife's writing a bloody letter down there, to find the returning teacher and ask for money, and $1 million at that. Their daughter was swept away by the sea for a week before Mr. Chow was rehired as the classroom teacher for this class. Mr. and Mrs. Huang He approached Mr. Zhou for $1 million because Mr. Zhou has housing. Yellow Crane couple report teacher Chow for pushing products because he let students prepare 2B pencils in advance. The Huanghe couple reported Mr. Zhou for illegally running classes because he taught sketching and gouache painting to elderly people in the neighborhood for free to avoid the nuisance of square dancing by the elderly. The people at the Board of Education said that Mr. Chow was running the class illegally because he didn't have a license to run the class. The staff of the Board of Education broke the defense to fight with the Yellow Crane couple. And here's a look at the lipstick, which goes on very naturally. Huang He and his wife soon realized that something was wrong because they heard what Dong 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 said. What are you doing? Yellow Crane asked. On the air. Dong 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 had an innocent face, pretending to be cute and innocent, and immediately won the netizens' favor, and the gifts were brushed in waves. It's okay for you to broadcast. What's the point of putting us on the air? Don't you want to claim your teachers? I'll put your claims on the whole internet for public consumption. The Yellow Crane couple choked. If he is justified, of course, he hopes that the more people know, the better. The point is, he is not justified and not strong, and he hopes to make a small fortune in silence. Let's buy some cosmetics on the way. Dong 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 said. Huang He 2 mouths on the spot gas explosion. You even use us to sell products. Are you a human being? Dong 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 of course did not forget that she live broadcast is not to show the pair of oddballs. Her main purpose is to sell products. Bring goods. The one who brought it was Yang Xingyu, the douchebag. Yang Xingyu was used as a model by Dong Dong Dong. I don't have any money, so I can only get my boyfriend to model. Let's look at our eyebrow pencil first. Dong 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 began to draw eyebrows live. Yang Xingyu big eyes, neat eyebrows, red lips and white teeth, without makeup are very good looking. Simply painted, looks more handsome. Of course, the real situation is more difficult to see after makeup, but more photogenic. Then, start painting Yang Xingyu's lipstick, applying blush, etc. Yang Xingyu endured his nausea and wore a smile, and in his heart, he wanted to beat Dong 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 as a drum. In the live broadcast room, they were all fiercely praising Yang Xingyu for being handsome. The number of people placing makeup orders skyrocketed, and there were so many people swiping gifts, with the Yellow Crane couple as the background and Yang Xingyu as the model. The number of people in the live broadcast room grew and turned into a hot broadcast. Yellow Crane husband and wife, angry and gnashing of teeth of the original, attracted more people. These days, even if a pig goes on air, you can turn a fat pig into a cute little piggy by using beauty. Suddenly, seeing this without beauty, many people find it very enjoyable. Dong Dong Dong's crappy live broadcasting skills, 3 hours down, still sold more than 3 million products, according to the return rate of about 5%. no matter what. In the end, it will not be less than 3 million. Cosmetics are highly profitable, and 3 hours of work can bring millions of dollars in profits to a company. Plus many netizens also swiped gifts to see the ugly face of the human world. Huang Yi couple. This time, it is estimated that Dong 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 can make more than $100,000. After the live broadcast, Dong 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 was exhausted. The two staff members next to me are excited. This is the way to get rich. The manager of the company personally called Dong 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 and said that he wanted to promote Dong 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 from ordinary counter sales to gold medal sales. This kind of pie painting technique, the manager is very skillful. Dong 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 took a small package of cosmetics and gave it to Huang Yi's wife Fei Wu Xian. Thank you. Without your help, we really can't do such high sales. Yellow Crane was about to explode. How many sales? More than 3 million. On average, more than 1 million sales per hour. Too hard work. Must insist. Oh. Continue tomorrow. Dong 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 and the staff to go back to the company. Yang Xingyu also had to follow. He had to go to Dong 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 to remove the makeup. It is too fucking humiliating. I am a big man. Was made up in public. The equivalent of public flogging. Yellow Crane was so angry that he almost turned into a white crane and ascended to heaven. Chen Sun felt almost done. Went to the side and drove the car downstairs. In order not to interfere with the live broadcast, he parked the car far away. The live broadcast ended before driving over from Zhou Yumei's home to move 2 large bags of necessities, and part of Chen Sun uncle sent over the local specialties, sausage, bacon, etc. All put in the car. What do you want? Yellow Crane asked. You guys are making too much noise. My wife and mother-in-law are planning to move out. You guys keep it up, huh? Don't stop, Chen Sun said. The Yellow Crane couple was confused. If this family moves out, it's ineffective for them to raise hell down there. No, you can't leave, Yellow Crane said. Fei Wu Xian immediately lay down on the front of Chen Sun's car. If you back up, I'll lay in the back of your car, Yellow Crane said. Chen Sun took out a note, on which he had long ago written the address of his home. I live here, in the countryside. You guys come to the countryside and make a mess. Huang Yi didn't believe the address was real at all. Why do I lie to you guys? I really want to force to go. You can stop my car. You can't stop the street cabbit. I just take a car and go, Chen Sun said. How can I trust that the address you gave me is real? Yellow Crane said. It's not that simple. You take a car and follow me. The cab is much more skillful than me, so I'm sure I won't lose you. Seeing Huang Yi didn't move, Chen Sun continued to add, actually, we are on the same page, and I'm especially thankful to you guys. My wife and I had a conflict. My wife went back to her mother's home. How can I persuade her not to go home with me? Fortunately you guys made a crazy noise. My wife couldn't stand it and decided to come back. Thanks. Welcome to the countryside as a guest. Chen Sun revealed a genuine smile, as if the couple were his closest friends. Huang Yi's originally reddened face slowly turned into a pig's liver color, scaring Chen Sun so much that he didn't dare to continue stimulating them. Zhou Yumei and Yang Mengxue sat in the car. Fei Wu Xian climbed to his feet and asked unwillingly, just let them go? How can that be? We'll get a cab and follow right away. Don't worry, I'll wait for you. Chen Sun rolled down the window to comfort the couple. Chen Sun, are you out of your mind? Aren't we going to the countryside to avoid them? Zhou Yumei felt that Chen Sun was a fool and felt that her daughter had married the wrong person. Can't avoid it. And Dong 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 has only been on air once. The performance hasn't been brushed enough. Don't you think about your daughter-in-law? Chen Sun's car and Huang Yi's cab almost simultaneously arrived at the extension of the road Huisian Yasu 8 building. Good day to you both. This is where I live. It's getting late today, so you two will continue tomorrow. We'll be moving our stuff. Chen Sun parked the car and carried 2 large bags into the room. Zhou Yumei began to pack his things. Huang Yi's 2 families see Chen Sun live villa. More determined to continue to harass the determination, this family is not short of money. Definitely not short of money. The next day, 10 a.m. Dong 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 and Yang Xingyu, along with the company's 2 assistants, have long since set up their racks and Chen Sun came to the courtyard, opened the huge and incomparable parasol in the courtyard, took out 2 bottles of frozen fruit juice, and sat on the recliner with Yang Mengxue, watching the Huanghe couple. You guys can start messing around, Chen Sun said. The 2 Huanghas pulled banners and carried loudspeakers, and realized that the surrounding area was quiet and largely empty. The villa area was not supposed to have many occupants. However, this is not a reason for them to give up. They are people of strong convictions and will never give up just because there are fewer people. The 2 men shouted a few slogans and opened the banner. Sure enough, it didn't take long to attract a lot of people over. The surrounding neighbors. Chen Sun took out a frozen drink, invited the surrounding neighbors to sit under the umbrella, while drinking and enjoying, and incidentally commented on a couple of sentences. For fear of affecting the live broadcast, The sound is very small. Dong 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 is live today. And it's much better because it's quiet around and the sound is clearer than yesterday. It didn't even need to be publicized today. A lot of people are waiting in advance in the broadcast room, while enjoying the odd yellow crane couple and looking at the handsome men and women. Swipe some small gifts and buy some cosmetics for your girlfriend or wife. This time, the live streaming revenue exceeded $5 million, which is a 40% increase in performance compared to yesterday. Dong Dong Dong's face was almost smiling, making people understand what it meant to be brilliant. Mr. Huang, be sure to persevere. Don't let it go so easily. My mother-in-law is driving me crazy. I've long wished for someone to clean him up. Now I'm looking at you. Chen Sun complimented the couple. Yang Mengxue also came over and said, really don't give up so easily to work hard. I hope my mom don't go to be a bullshit teacher. She is retired. Must go. You guys make more trouble for her. Let her completely die this heart. Thank you so much. After the mess, I'll send you guys a banner. Is it convenient to leave an address? Huang Hefei Wu Xian's two mouths were about to vomit blood. They didn't expect someone to be even more bizarre than them. I ordered salt vapor for you guys. It's not easy in the summer. I see that you guys are sweating a lot, especially MS. Fei, not only sweating, but also shedding tears. In the long run, the lack of salt in the body, there will be no spirit. According to your state, you can't stick to it in the long run. Chen Sun said very considerately. Does it need to be frozen? Yang Mingxue asked. Here, I'll give you another set of makeup and we'll continue tomorrow. Thanks. The effect of today's live broadcast was really good. Dong 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 showed Huang He and his wife today's sales results, and also gave a small bottle of moisturizer to Huang He's wife. These two have red eyes. In the middle of summer, I lost my voice here. Looking for $1 million in compensation from you guys. I didn't get a penny, and you guys sold $8 million worth of goods in 2 days. The two Huang He's can barely keep it together. Knock knock, 2 thuds. Who's calling me? Dong 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 asked. No one is calling you. It's mom ringing the wall. Yang Mingxue explained. What's mom doing beating on the wall? Yang Xingyu asked. The outlook on life is crumbling. Of course Yang Mingxue knew what was going on. Zhou Yumei hiding in the back, listening to her daughter and son-in-law and Huang He couple exchange, has been unable to resist, and then heard that the future daughter-in-law used Huang He banned goods sold 8 million. The outlook on life completely collapsed. She has been educating students to study well, down to earth, learn knowledge, will be able to find a good job in the future. Dong 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 directly hit her face, live banned goods than serious work to earn a lot of money. She had done her best to control her urge to bang her head against the wall, opting to use her fists. Fortunately, Zhou Yumei experienced, know that the property regulations are not allowed to demolish the load-bearing wall, so she chose a non-load-bearing wall. If the load-bearing wall, maybe she fractured her wrist. The yellow crane couple hadn't eaten well, and their stomachs had gotten big and they were pissed off. The two men's voices were muffled, their eyes were swollen, and they didn't have much strength left. After a few days of continuous trouble with innocent minors, I wonder what the company will do to penalize them. Chen Sun came out to comfort these two. Gentlemen, would you like a sip of prince's milk? My elementary school teacher's mother-in-law teaches her students to write essays. Their faces are like red apples, and your faces just fit the bill. People to bitch invincible. You can't be more bitchy. If you can't be more bitchy, can't be red-faced. It means that you are already used to it. To that kind of realm it's really hopeless. You guys are red-faced, and you still know that you are shy. You have a sense of shame. Not bad, really good. Remember to take your medication on time. You can't stop taking it. Chen Sun hoped that these two couples would continue tomorrow. Unfortunately, God was not as kind as he wished, and the two couples left, not even wanting a banner or a loudspeaker. Are you guys still coming tomorrow? The netizens are waiting for me. Give a definite message. Dong 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 looked at the two families' distant backs and looked through the water, not even responding to a fart. Huang He and his wife wanted to find Zhou Yumei to get some money to raise some expenses for their son, but they did not expect to meet such a shameless person as Chen Sun. The two families wanted to read online reviews and their eyes lit up. Yang Mingxue forwarded the recording of the first time these two families came to Zhou Yumei's house to the circle of friends, and I don't know who put this recording on Weibo, and this recording was surprisingly on the hot search. Commented a lot of people. Sympathize with the Huang He couple for zero. Almost all of them are in the abuse of the couple. Wish them an early reunion with their daughters in particular. On top of that, there were follow-up posts with video screens of the yellow crane couple pulling banners and holding up signs in their neighborhood, forcing the teacher to leave. Invasion of our privacy must be compensated. Huang He and his wife have found a way to get rich. This time, in addition to looking for the person who released the video and audio recordings to lose money, you can also look for microblogging companies. Husband and wife finally revealed a heartbreaking smile. playing workers. It is too difficult to make money. Yang Mengxue didn't know she was about to get in trouble with the law. The matter of the Huang Ha couple, is it over like this? Dong 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 was a bit reluctant to part with it. It was all money. The live broadcast is over. But their business isn't over. Let's have mom make a statement in the class group. Chen Sun predicted that the yellow crane couple would definitely continue to mess things up. In that case, they would retreat in order to advance. Don't worry, you'll say in the group that for whatever reason you're going to drop the class. See what the other parents do. Chen Sun said his thoughts. Zhou Yumei thought about it and spoke in the parent group, specifically at Huang Ha couple. Parents, I am sorry to say that I will be relinquishing my role as class teacher for this class. 2 weeks ago, child Huang Xian was unfortunately swept away by the sea and left us forever. Child Huang Xian's parents believe that the main person responsible is me. Mr. Huang He and MS. Fei Wu Xian held banners under our house and publicized my crimes with loudspeakers, demanding that I pay in blood and that I pay 1 million yuan in compensation for moral damages. My daughter is 3 months pregnant and needs to recuperate, and there are a lot of old people and children in the surrounding neighborhood, and because of me, there are a lot of problems in everyone's lives. I had to go to the suburbs of Extension Road to hide, and the yellow crane couple followed me to the suburbs to continue the trouble. 2 weeks ago, I agreed to the school's request for rehiring, and officially took over this class a week ago. Because I didn't mention in the summer vacation notes that I couldn't go to the beach to play alone, I became the main person responsible for the death of Huang Xian's classmates, and was forced by Huang He and his wife to have a home to go back to, only daring to hide in the suburbs, and was on the verge of a mental breakdown every day. Therefore, I can only apologize to all the students and parents that I will forego the rehire in the hope that a more qualified teacher will be the classroom teacher for this class. After writing, Zhou Yumei withdrew from the WeChat group. The whole person suddenly like a dozen years old. The spirit is gone. Her love of education, her persistence, her pride, in front of reality, as if it became a joke. Adding follow-ups for a couple of gift-giving bigwigs, whose names I won't mention so as not to upset some people. Please make sure that readers who are parents are aware of the safety of their babies at home. As influenza A has been strong lately, Zhou Yumei suddenly realized that her willingness to return to the podium was not just for the rehired salary. She enjoyed teaching the children more. In the classroom, on the podium, she felt useful and lived a worthy life. It was over before it started, and she was really lost when she was forced to leave. Mom, you fell into the eye of money, right? The big deal is not to become a teacher. Just earn less money. Yang Mengxue couldn't understand the old man's mentality and felt that her mom was too ridiculous. Zhou Yumei sighed. Nowadays, students are getting more and more delicate. Teachers become suspects when they are a little bit tougher on their children, and any problems with the children are the responsibility of the teachers. If this continues, Chinese education is finished. Chen Sun also laughed. Mom, you're not an educator. Stick education is outdated. When I was a kid my dad took me to school and gave the teacher the message. If you don't listen, feel free to hit. Nowadays, parents take their kids to school and give the teacher a direct message. No bullying our kids. Zhou Yumei saddened. Times are different. I'm retired. The rehiring thing is just like that. Wait a few days, I'll go to the school to say give up. Zhou Yumei seemed to have aged 10 years at once. Mom, don't be decrepit. Our children still need you. It's not that easy to be a grandmother. If you don't bring up your grandchildren properly, the child won't be close to you. Yang Mengxue comforted her mom. What Zhou Yumei didn't know was that the class group directly exploded. Parents kept retaining Zhou Yumei, said a lot of good words, but it turned out that Zhou Yumei has withdrawn from the group. Parents from regret to anger have condemned Huang He. The yellow crane couple can't stand this, and they've been trading insults with the parents in the group. Husband and wife were on board together, resulting in a collective condemnation from the group of over 50 parents. In a fit of rage, the two families published all the chat records online, but also shouted, severely punish unscrupulous teachers, resist network violence. The two families wanted to use the internet to combat Zhou Yumei, and to their surprise, they soon had a profound experience with online violence. I don't know who manhandled the couple and their home address was posted online. The two men went out in the morning and found that the door wouldn't open, and someone had filled their home keyhole with 502 glue and injected a lot of glue into the doorway. The two couples think that the high temperature can make the glue melt. Lit a roll of paper to bake the glue on the door. The result is that the glue is flammable. Huang He hand was burned. High temperature glue drops on the hand. Cannot shake off. It was hard to open the door, but I found it sprayed with red paint. Unscrupulous parents, brutalizing their daughter, slandering her teachers. The two families were so angry they nearly had a heart attack. Took pictures of the situations, posted them online, and won a round of cheers. Internet violence is terrible. Fortunately we are the abusive party. Two parents issued a lament. and then took a bucket of bad paint to the door of Huang Yi's house, prying open the other window and pouring the paint in. Zhou Yumei and the others didn't know about these situations. She didn't look at her cell phone for the past 2 days to avoid getting upset. She concentrated on housework, upstairs and downstairs, cleaned by her. All the clothes, neatly folded by her, were put away in separate categories. He also bought an extra large tile jar and cooked the medicine for Chen Sun. The medicine that comes out of the boil is better than the soaked one. Zhou Yumei boiled a large tile jar of medicine and filled it into Chen Sun's oversized health cup. Chen Sun took a sip. It was too bitter, much more bitter than the brew. Mom, did you make a mistake? Why is it so bitter? You didn't soak up the medicinal properties, so it's not that bitter, Zhou Yumei said. Yang Xingyu came over with a sports bag on his back, and when he saw Chen Sun and the others, he said proudly, "Brother-in-law, this live broadcast, I made a lot of money." Dong Dong said she must thank brother-in-law, so I bought gifts for it. Yang Mingxue smiled. Yang heir, you finally know how to return the favor. You've grown up. Zhou Yumei asked, what did you buy for your brother-in-law? Do you know how to choose a gift? Yang Xingyu unzipped the bag, poured out more than 2 dozen cigarettes. Brother-in-law most like to smoke this brand of cigarettes. I heard that the tobacco board restrictions, each store stock are not much. I ran several stores to buy so many. I'm great. Brother-in-law must be especially like. Before Yang Xingyu finished his words, he felt someone around him breathing heavier. He saw Chen Sun's suppressed smile, his old sister's gloomy face, and his mom's murderous face. The heavy breathing came from mom and sis respectively. What's wrong with you guys? It won't be food poisoning, right? Brother-in-law seems to be fine. Yang Xingyu asked with concern. This greeting completely made Zhou Yumei break her defense. Yang heir, you and I, today, only one of us can walk out of this house alive. When Yang Xingyu heard it, he was frightened and pulled his legs to run. This was the prelude to his mom's outburst, which he was very familiar with. Zhou Yumei had no tools in her hands and grabbed the pillow on the couch and threw it out. A pillow flying dangerously. Yang Xingyu felt a black shadow flying and managed to dodge it. Exclaiming, scared out of his literary words, Zhou Yumei was furious and wanted to go to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife to cut up Yang heir as a sheep. Mom, forget it, buy it all. Chen Sun saw the cigarettes and felt that Yang Xingyu was a good kid who knew how to be grateful. Zhou Yumei angry, she put away the cigarettes, loaded into a garbage bag. A box did not give Chen Sun stay. Want to throw and cannot afford to throw. Suddenly remembered that the north side of the hut is a storage room. Looking for Chen Sun to ask for the key, the cigarettes, bacon and so on to put in. Lock. That look on your faces. One of you wants to eat smoked food. One of you wants to smoke. Neither of you are letting anyone off the hook. Zhou Yumei couldn't catch Yang Xingyu, and with nowhere to vent her anger, she gave Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue a furious criticism. Mom, at noon cook less bacon. I eat it will not be poisoned. Chen Sun is also slowly quitting smoking. Less smoking is fine, but instead you that fire has not been down. Yang Mingxue said. Yang Xingyu hung his head and hid in the yard, not daring to enter the door. Didn't I just buy a few cigarettes for my brother-in-law? Is my mom having brain problems? It won't be an early outbreak of Alzheimer's. I have to remind her to pay attention. Yang Xingyu decided to care more about his mom in the future. Remind her at any time is not Alzheimer's disease. He opened the 100 poison search engine. Enter the Alzheimer's disease how to prevent. The first dozen pages are all medical advertisements. Zhou Yumei came out. Yang heir, follow me to the vegetable market. Zhou Yumei had already washed the bacon sausage and threw it in the pot to stew, then brought Yang Xingyu to buy a lot of fresh vegetables. The person who fried the food was naturally Chef Yang Xingyu. The smell of sausage and bacon wafted further. What smells so good? A very calm voice appeared as if the speaker was within earshot. The family was eating. Suddenly heard this voice. Chen Sun is very familiar. He immediately walked out, said to the neighbor, our family cooked some bacon sausage sent over from the old country. The old man want to come over to taste? The next door neighbor was a bald man. This old man was wearing cloth shoes and linen gauze clothes. He looked at Chen Sun and nodded slightly. Excuse me. The old man was really not polite. The first day Chen Sun moved in, the old man reminded Chen Sun that Forest Park was next door. The two families communicate very little, but have always been fairly amicable neighbors. Zhou Yumei was a bit surprised to see the old man come over. After all, it's rare to casually come to someone's house for dinner. She's going to serve dinner. Just a little bit. I'll just taste the flavor, the bald old man said. Zhou Yumei estimated that the old man's meal is not big. Give the old man a little bit of rice. Let the old man sit chief. The old man took a bite of the rice. Not bad. This is new rice this year, with plenty of sunlight. Eating a slice of sausage, not bad. It's sausage made from pigs raised in the farm country. It really smells good. Eating a slice of bacon, well, It's good. It's bacon made from free-range hogs in a farmhouse, and smoked with cypress branches. Seeing that the old man was all right, Chen Sun admired him and said, "Elderly man, eat more. Enough. 3,000 weak waters. Take a dipper and drink it. People of cultivation, not frightened by lightning and thunder, not moved by 5 colors and 5 flavors. I'm eating this sausage and bacon today, going with the flow. If I eat too much, it will go against the principles of cultivation." The bald man put down his chopsticks, his expression indifferent and calm. Chen Sun's family was all stunned. This unassuming bald man was actually an expert in cultivation? No titles, no hair, dressed extremely plain, ordinary, just a bald old man next door. Could it be that this person had already cultivated to the point of returning to the basics? Zhou Yumei was full of admiration, wanted to call this person master. It felt wrong, wanted to address the Taoist master. It seemed inappropriate, finally gave up the name and asked, "Are you a monastic?" The bald man nodded slightly, breaking into a smile. "You interested in this, little girl?" Zhou Yumei brain directly stiff. "I am retired people. You call me a little girl." The bald man seemed to know what Zhou Yumei was thinking in her mind. "I'm over 80 years old. Calling you a little girl isn't too much, right? This old man looks very young. Would he be over 80 years old? Could this be a sign of high cultivation?" Zhou Yumei returned to her senses. "Not too much, not too much. Master, call it whatever you want. Come, I'll feel your pulse. It's considered a bond." The bald man stretched out his hand and pressed it on Zhou Yumei's pulse. His movements were ethereal and standardized in scale, just pressing it in the inch-gate rule orientation. "Well, it's a little bit of a problem. The heart fire is strong. It didn't get catharsis, causing the fire to overcome the wood. The liver belongs to the wood. The wood is overcome by the fire, and the heart fire turns into the liver fire. Little girl, have you recently encountered something that made your heart low? The fire didn't send out. It's not good to go on for a long period of time, and it will result in an unhealthy liver qi." Zhou Yumei kept nodding her head. Right. Lately I've been disheveled. In the past I had a big temper. I had a fire to send out. Other people were sad. I was very comfortable. My sons and daughters can testify to that. Recently I've been holding my own fire. Recently, because of what happened to Huang He, it made Zhou Yumei feel that teaching was not much fun and she was a bit depressed. Yang Mingxue and Yang Xingyu fighting for many years. At the moment highly consistent. Very much agree. Mom used to fire really sent out. They have a personal experience. The old man let go of Zhou Yumei and stretched out his hands, grabbing the pulse of Yang Mingxue and Yang Xingyu respectively, surprisingly checking the pulse of both of them at the same time. "Ha, happy pulse. This female child is pregnant. Well, the body is good. Who adjusted? Qi and blood enough. Everything is good. This male child is also good. The body is very healthy. Well, no problem." The old man let go of the young family siblings, pressed Chen Sun's pulse. "Old half a day. Did not say a word. Elderly man. Just say it. It's fine. I already knew it. I'm lung cancer. Advanced stage." Chen Sun said. The bald nodded. "Chinese medicine does not have cancer, nor any disease, only yin and yang. Pure yang is immortal. Pure yin is a ghost. Balance of yin and yang is a person. Imbalance of yin and yang is a patient. Yin and yang in the body is out of balance so much. Are you taking Chinese medicine recently?" Chen Sun nodded his head. "Yeah, it's been eating." The old man is too good. He can tell even this. If I can't see this, I've cultivated for decades for nothing. Your condition, originally very easy to treat. You are unlucky. Meta quack. Quacks did not dredge but blocked. Similar to a sewer. Not to dredge, but to fill the sewer inside the soil. On the surface of the stinking water did not spread. The deterioration of the condition has been slowed down. In fact, but aggravated the difficulty of treatment. Really want to break the root. Have to learn from me to stand on piles. Good, great, old man. I'll learn now. Chen Sun also worshipped the old man to the extreme, feeling that happiness had come too suddenly. "Eat first. After dinner I will teach you the first move." The old man was very enthusiastic, not a bit of the frame of a high person. Finished, walked out the door, walked into the courtyard, stooped down, picked up the leaves in the courtyard one by one and put the roots of the green plant as fertilizer. Yang Xingyu is a professional chef. Cooking flavor is quite good. At this moment, the family all have no interest in eating. 2 mouthfuls of food, came to the courtyard, waiting for the old man to teach staking. A word of truth. The old man finished in a few words how to refine standing stances. Chen Sun learned it in less than half a minute. There is a huge gulf between knowing and doing. Chen Sun knew the essentials of staking, but he simply couldn't do it. You can only refine an hour after the meal. As the old man was talking, a middle-aged woman came over. smiled at Chen Sun and the others, helped the old man, and went back next door. Zhou Yumei watched the old man return to the house and said to Chen Sun, "Child, this is arranged by heaven to save you." Chen Sun was full of confidence and said, "Why don't I stop taking the medicine and refine my gong later?" "No, you are very sick. The medicine can't be stopped," Yang Xingyu said. Chen Sun always felt that this sentence was so familiar, as if he had heard someone say it before. Yang Er would not be scolding me. Chen Sun, why don't you go to the 6th hospital next week to take another film to check? I think you seem to be in good spirits, Yang Mingxue said. The family was very happy. After an hour's rest, the family started moving. Zhou Yumei went to clean up the room. Yang Xingyu went to wash the dishes. Yang Mingxue was on the sofa digesting food to provide nutrients to the fetus, and Chen Sun started practicing standing stances. Yang Xingyu heard the living room knock-knock sound, immediately associated with his girlfriend, said with a happy face, "I hear the sound of love coming, lighting your head. That's your brother-in-law practicing standing piles and falling down." Yang Mingxue was furious. Chen Sun practiced for half an hour. The fart felt nothing, just felt a little pain in the butt from the fall. In the evening, Yang Xingyu went home. Yang Mingxue and Zhou Yumei stayed in 2 of the 3 rooms upstairs, and Chen Sun stayed alone in one of the south-facing rooms downstairs. Summer night, clear sky, bright moon in the sky, moonlight through the window, sprinkled all over the bed, also shines on the face of Chen Sun. The corners of Chen Sun's mouth turned up and he was smiling in his sleep, except for the drooling, which was a bit silly. It's just after 5 in the morning in the Magic City. Chen Sun slept until 8 o'clock. Yang Mingxue has also been sleepy lately, which Zhou Yumei said is a sign of the healthy growth of the child in her belly. After breakfast, Zhou Yumei wants to go alone, saying that she had a little epiphany yesterday after being nudged by the bald old man, and she wants to go for a walk in the nearby forest park. Yang Mingxue almost couldn't help but jump up when she heard that her mom wanted to go out for a walk. Chen Sun was startled. This bastard has 2 eyebrows with color and 2 eyes. It can't be that it is going to be in heat again. It is not even 3 months yet. Chen Sun retreated 3 steps in a row, keeping a safe distance of over a meter. "What do you want?" "I want to fall in love," Yang Mingxue said daintily. "False, absolutely false. This woman is full of violence." Chen Sun asked, "Who do you want to talk to?" Yang Mingxue was speechless. "Of course it's with you. I've never been in love. I got married on a blind date with you. It's all my mother's fault. My mother hid next to us when we were on a blind date at McDonald's. At that time, you definitely didn't notice the lewd middle-aged woman next to her. She took a liking to you as a son-in-law, and forced me to get married at the end of the blind date." Chen Sun wondered. "You're not bad looking. Is your mom that afraid of smashing it in her hands? I like sturdier guys. My mom got someone to introduce me to a fitness guy. It was my first blind date. This guy said he liked free sparring in addition to fitness and showed me where he practiced sparring. We fought and he got kicked by me. And then I became infamous in the dating market. And then you picked up the slack. Haven't you ever talked about it before? What's the point of talking about it? I used to see guys and think about how to go down on them and knock them out quickly. If it wasn't for that experience, my mom wouldn't be in a hurry to force me to get married. Talking about it fills me with anger." Chen Sun had a billion points of sympathy for the woman. "What do you want me to do? How about we go to that McDonald's on the blind date and start over? These 2 living treasures, Lu Min and Pan Changjiang, have infected you," Chen Sun appraised. "Going or not?" Yang Mingxue asked daintily. "All right, I'll turn on the air conditioning in the car. You wait for me for 5 minutes. Yang Mingxue pouted, scaring Chen Sun to the bone, and immediately agreed. "No, I don't like you driving. We'll take a cab there. And I only like it when you're carrying a computer bag like you used to have no money." Soon, the 2 packed up their things. Loser man Chen Sun carrying a computer bag, plaid shirt, canvas shoes, standard programmer dress. Loser woman Yang Mingxue carrying an 88,800,000 bag. The 2 take a taxi, go to Guiguo Road, get off in advance. Intend to walk for 5 minutes to go to that side of the McDonald's. Chen Sun got off the car first and went to hold Yang Mingxue's hand. Yang Mingxue is weak and weak. Of course, it is pretending. She has been pretending for some years, and this set of maneuvers is very familiar. The 2 had just stood still when a dog jumped up and pounced on Chen Sun. Chen Sun ate the old family sausage in the morning, which has residual flavor and invites dogs. Then, the dog let out a miserable scream and flew out backwards. Yang Mingxue made a kick. She lightly kicked the dog. The old lady does not pretend to be a lady. It's okay to act like a lady in front of people. She doesn't do it in front of dogs. Are you not human beings? Beating my dog's son? You 2 big living people. Having trouble with a dog. A woman ran over and picked up the screaming dog, with an expression that was even more painful than the dog. The dog didn't look hurt, just angry, and together with its owner, barked furiously at the two Chinsuns. How can you guys kick a dog? Dogs are so cute. Dogs are humans' friends. I really don't know how you can lay your hands on them. Another woman, wearing a light green skirt, angrily questioned Yang Mingxue. I didn't do it with my hands. I used my feet. Yang Mingxue patiently explained, correcting the other party's mistake in the process. Only then did Chen Sun notice that these two women, a dog, were a gang. Chen Sun is a programmer. Ordinary programmers often work overtime. No time to fall in love. Have a girlfriend is good. Not qualified to pick. See the flies fly over. Want to catch up to see the male and female. See the sows. Feel that the eyelids are beautiful and touching. Chen Sun looked at the two women with the eyes of a programmer and thought that the looks were ordinary. The two women, one holding the dog and the other staring at the two Chen Suns, were furious. Your dog lunged and bit. It's best to keep your dog on a leash. Chen Sun was in a good mood now and kindly reminded the other party. Giving a dog a bite won't kill you. At most you'll get a couple rabies shots. Did you have to kick that? This is not a commercial area. Why don't you let my son move around freely? The short-skirted woman holding the dog was angry when she saw that Chen Sun did not recognize her mistake and questioned her in return. Humans move around enough. The whole planet is full of human traces. So why not give the dogs a little free space? The two women, singing in unison, matched each other. This side of Guegua Road is a typical office building area, far away from the living area. Everyone is in the office during working hours. Directly home after work, the road is sparsely populated. The ghosts come out for a walk in the middle of the night are afraid of ghosts, and it is indeed suitable for walking the dog. Your dog's son can move around as he pleases. Don't bite me. Chen Sun held Yang Mingxue and walked in the direction of McDonald's. I say you this person how no human nature at all. The dog is my son. You beat up my son. Today absolutely cannot just let it go. I care about you. What regulations? Your son bites and your adults don't care? How old is my son? A few months. And you're bothering with a few months old? Chen Sun stopped, his expression surprised. You've only had it for a few months? The woman's face turned red. Why are you cursing? When do I curse? When you say I gave birth to a dog's son, don't you mean I'm a bitch? Are there any of you so unqualified? Beating my son and cursing. You treat a dog like a son. You're not a bitch. Are you a male? I see. You're a trendsetter. There are 96 genders in America. Mr. Bitch. Which gender are you? I'm sorry. I apologize. I can't believe I predetermined your gender. I'm kind of curious. Are you gay? Straight? Bisexual? Mandog? I don't see a leash. Chen Sun was full of words. All kinds of terms collided. Directly a car accident scene. So that the woman did not know how to retort. Her mouth began to shiver. And all kinds of emotions were converted into anger. Are you out of your mind? I paid for the dog's son. The woman held her tongue for half a day and stifled such a sentence with little offense. Chen Sun didn't let her off the hook. Your son was bought? Your son was born to a bitch, right? In a few months you took your son away from his real mother. Have you ever considered the feelings of a bitch? Poor bitch. Meeting such a cruel human like you. You are also suspected of buying and selling your son. This is not the first time, is it? You must have previous convictions. May I ask if there is a crime for buying and selling sons and daughters? Just say yes or no. Don't digress. Just say guilty or not guilty. I do not dare to answer positively. Right. Shows that your heart is weak. The heart is weak but proves that you still have a little bit of human nature. Human nature is not completely obliterated. Really, you're not bad. The animal nature is very strong, but retains so much of a trace of human nature. In the future, more interaction with people. Human nature is slowly recovered. Poundland is the best medicine. A week a course of treatment. 3 courses of treatment. The effect is obvious. If it does not work, on the jitterbugs. The two women were dumbfounded by Chen Sun, and Chen Sun took the opportunity to drag Yang Mingxue to McDonald's. Wait, you hit my son. I definitely won't spare you guys. Little Red, keep an eye on them. I'll go to the pet hospital to check for injuries. The short-skirted woman finally came to her senses. Little Red in the green dress said, don't worry, they can't run away. If they do, I'll call the police. Chen Sun said, there's no need to call the police. My wife is pregnant. I'm bringing my wife for a blind date. The place is at McDonald's. I'll wait for you. McDonald's is less than 10 meters from this place. The green dress Xiaohong is confused. This man's wife is pregnant, but also let his wife go on a blind date. The two men's odd degree. I cannot understand. No wonder just now he said something. I listen to the brain to blow up, but also feel that the other side is very reasonable. Rebuttal are unable to find a point. It was now 9:50 a.m. At this point, even the people who were late for work were probably at work, and McDonald's should be basically empty. The 3 strongholds of the Magic City, Starbucks, McDonald's, and KFC, Those who go to KFC basically go there to eat. For simple purposes. With complex identities. Old people. Children. White-collar workers and all. Go to Starbucks white-collar mostly. There are to talk about life. There are to write business plans. The standard is the Apple ultra-thin laptop. Good looking but not practical. Most of the sitting posture is twisted into an oval or parallelogram. The expression must be deep in thought or pain. Appear to be inscrutable. If you go to Starbucks surprisingly is to drink coffee, will definitely become an anomaly. If you can't find KFC or Starbucks, you have to go to McDonald's. I actually like dogs. I had one when I was a kid, but I don't like dogs biting people. Chen Sun said to Yang Mengxue, and the two of them came to the front of McDonald's. 3 years ago, they met here and were married. Today, they are going to start all over again here. Moving from matchmaking to love and entanglement for the rest of their lives. The McDonald's here is aimed at business people. And people often come here to write with the music turned up extra soft. The two go in search of the location of the blind date back in the day, with Little Red in the green dress coming in right behind them. The quietest spot in the corner had been taken, also by a man and a woman. Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue could only sit down next to each other, and Xiaohong followed suit by choosing an adjacent seat, keeping a close eye on the two of them. The man and the woman had very distinctive features. The woman wore heavy makeup and was fashionably dressed, and the man wore black-rimmed glasses and was a bit dull and mute. The two men froze for a moment when they saw the sudden addition of 3 more people. Let's get on with it. It's not a big impact, the man with the glasses said. The thickly made-up woman nodded and took a small sip of Coke. You've returned from overseas. You're kind of a turtle doctor. And you're going on a blind date with me. And you even chose a fast food restaurant like McDonald's. Don't you think it's too casual? Too disrespectful? A blind date? So this pair of dogs were hogging our blind date back in the day? Chen Sun, Yang Mengxue, green dress Xiaohong. The three of them were originally still a bit conflicted and planned to continue quarreling after drinking a cola to moisten their throats. At this moment, the three immediately put down their hatred for each other, and even their breathing became lighter, opening their ears to listen to the exchange of blind date men and women. The man with the glasses was a bit terrified. I'm sorry, my mistake. I just came back from abroad last week. I don't know much about the situation in the country, so I chose a familiar hotel. The disdainful expression on the thickly made-up woman's face couldn't even be concealed by her thick makeup. Time is precious. Let's get straight to the subject. Glasses guy, okay, ladies first. Chen Sun saw in this man with glasses his former self, coy and timid. Heavy makeup woman, excuse me, do you drive a car that costs around $300,000? Not open. Do you have a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house? No. Got 5 million in savings? Neither. In that case, we have nothing to talk about. So let's end it here. The heavily made-up woman took out her makeup mirror and touched up her makeup in the mirror, presumably to catch the next round. The glasses man's mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Say, I asked you your question, so you can ask me too? The heavily made-up woman put away her little round mirror of makeup and turned her nose to the man with the glasses, still not looking squarely at the other man. I'd like to explain. Explain? There's not much need. You really want to explain. It's okay to talk about it. You're here, the woman in heavy makeup said. The man with the glasses looked down at the toe of his shoe. Actually, I could turn my savings into $5 million quickly. Like buying stocks. Buy stocks? You can make $5 million fast by speculating in stocks? Joke. Coaxing children. The thickly made-up woman felt that she was listening to a pie in the sky. The people around her who speculated in stocks either lost a lot of money or lost so much money that they didn't dare to talk about it. It's not about making $5 million. I have less than $200 million in liquidity in my account, and buying other assets, with their fees and long lead times, can only turn into $5 million quickly if I buy stocks. The thickly made-up woman's eyes widened as she stared at the man with the glasses, her false eyelashes almost flying out. You mean you have $200 million in savings? More than $200 million, in dollars, and the handling fee is quite a bit if you exchange it. The heavily made-up woman froze. I also don't drive around $300,000. I actually seldom drive. Usually the chauffeur drives. I drive Bugatti more. Limited edition is hard to get. I'm the standard version. Around $15 million. The business car is driven by the driver. More than $2 million. It's really hard for you to ask me to drive a $300,000 car. My partners would laugh at me. The thickly made-up woman was stunned, and it took her half a day to come back to her senses. I thought you said you didn't even have a 3-room, 2-bathroom house? My house in the suburbs is in Sijing Yunting Villa, 1,200 square meters, and the Vank Villa in the city is more than 600 square meters. You want me to transform it into a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house? The property will definitely not agree. I'm no longer qualified to buy a house. The rules of Mordor stipulate that unmarried residents can only buy one set. I've already exceeded the standard. I can't buy a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. The man with glasses was in a difficult situation. The thickly made-up woman grabbed the glasses man's hands. Really? In fact, I don't care about these external things. I was just testing you. I care more about you as a person. You have passed the test. Let's start this relationship immediately. The man with the glasses was also excited. You really don't mind that my conditions aren't met? Never too much. Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue didn't expect that the blind date would end up like this. Both men shook their heads darkly. The man with the glasses asked, "Can I find out more about you?" "Of course, no problem. We should just get to know each other and go deeper. There's a 5-star hotel next door. You can find a room to go deeper. I am a fitness expert. Don't eat any junk food. Love music. Love art. Love traveling. Love dogs. Healthy. No problem to have children in the future. You can have several if you want." The heavy makeup woman took the initiative to explain a lot of personal information. The man with the glasses asks, "Excuse me, are you a virgin?" The heavily made-up woman opened her mouth, like someone was squeezing her neck, and her mouth opened and closed without half a sound coming out, only the sound of McDonald's music ringing in her ears. After a moment, the thickly made-up woman said with great difficulty, "I'm not, but if you really care about that membrane, I can go for a surgery. Minimally invasive. 100 Poisons has searched for it, and the front page is full of related ads." The man with the glasses continues, "May I ask if you've ever had an abortion?" The heavy makeup woman began to become overwhelmed. "Just once. Really just had an abortion. This society is really too chaotic. I am a simple girl. Like me, such a pure and simple girl. It is easy to attract bees and butterflies." By the bad guy stared at that time, "I do not know pregnant which boyfriends had to have an abortion. In fact, I am really very caring. I walk and even the ants cannot step on it. I can't help but pet the dogs when I see them, and I often take rabies vaccines. I'm a lady of love. I love to raise fish, and I've joined several green organizations." The women in heavy makeup denounced the social injustice. "The social atmosphere is bad. There are too many morally corrupt people. They are such innocent little girls, always living in the dye bowl. And the international situation is not good. The fate of the bitter Well, I'll think about it." The spectacled man interrupted the other's play. The meaning of retreating was clear. The heavily made-up woman whimpered and cried, crying about the evils of the world, and how there were too many crooks, and the way she looked, weak and pathetic. "I've had abortions. I've talked to a few boyfriends. I've smoked, and I've drank heavily, but I'm a good girl. I haven't done anything bad. I don't even go into the kitchen. I haven't killed a chicken or done it." Visibly unimpressed, the man with the glasses drew his hand back. "I'm sorry, I don't think I'm much of a green guy. Can't take it at the moment. Let's call it a day." After saying that, the man with the glasses stood up, intending to leave. The heavily made-up woman stood up as well, trying to make a last-ditch effort. "Sir, please wait." A female voice suddenly appeared, startling everyone. The one who spoke was the green-skirted red. Chen Sun confirmed that the woman had come in with them, and should not know the matchmaking couple. There was a look of surprise on the faces of the matchmaking pair. Green-skirted little red looked like she had made a huge determination. "Sir, I'm a virgin. I've never been in love, and naturally I've never had an abortion. Do you want to consider me? And I'm not a member of any green organizations." Chen Sun, Yang Mengxue, the two are completely convinced. "I did not expect this." Little red looks and courage inversely proportional to the old ancestor said that people cannot look alike, is absolutely true. The blind date man and woman also froze. It took at least a minute for the two to respond. The thickly made-up woman was apologetic. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. We've just been pairing our lines. We've recently been filming a web series that mainly satirizes gold-digging women. I hope I haven't disturbed you all. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The crew is strapped for cash, so we've chosen this place to practice." The scene suddenly quieted as the McDonald's commercial lingered. More choices, more laughter. Chen Sun forcibly restrained his urge to burst out laughing, and soon he didn't have to restrain himself. It just hurt too much. Yang Mengxue was afraid of laughing, so she pinched her thighs vigorously, pinching Chen Sun's thighs, just where Uncle Fu laid his hands on them last time. Little Red turned into Big Red. His face flushed and instantly exploded open, covering his face and pulling his legs out the door. There are 7 or 8 steps a meter away from the McDonald's entrance. Xiao Hong moved too fast. First her head touched the door of McDonald's. A little dizzy, she pushed open the door, did not look at the road and ran wildly. Just across the street someone holding the dog came up. The two instantly collided with each other, rolled down the steps, at the same time, rolled to the side of the street. Teeth. The dog in his arms fell on the road. A cab drove over and ran over the dog. The driver braked sharply. The dog died tragically. Due to inertia, the passenger in the car hit his head on the front row of the backrest, rolled his eyes twice and fainted. Things happened fast. Chen Sun and the others were still inside McDonald's, completely unaware of the taxi slaughter dog rolling eyes incident that had occurred outside. The two of you have a wonderful web series, Chen Sun said. Thank you. No dramas please. We haven't quite finalized the script yet. The man with the glasses was very polite. Don't worry. Definitely not. I'm a programmer, not someone from the entertainment industry, Chen Sun said. Your girlfriend is very pretty. If you are interested in being an entertainer, we can recommend it, Glasses Man said. Just now the cowardice and timidity swept away. Obviously social cattle. Yang Mingxue smiled. I acted for 3 years. I was too tired and have already rested. Actually, we are here for a blind date. The thickly made-up woman looked at Yang Mingxue's skirt with a pregnant woman's radiation protection suit on the outside. This dress of yours. It seems like pregnant women are the only ones who wear it. Yang Mingxue said. I'm pregnant, and I don't know if this dress is useful, so I'll wear it and ask for peace of mind. I'm sneaking out for a blind date. Yang Mingxue thought of her mom returning from a walk and realizing that her daughter and son-in-law had both slipped out, surely knowing that they had gone out to steal food, and would definitely storm out. The face of that pair of playwrights appeared real expression of surprise. Your sister's pregnant, but also sneaked out on a blind date. Now the programmers are so miserable. Pregnant women come to the blind date are willing to take over the receiver, even the placenta to take over? The two were full of sympathy for Chen Sun and reverence for Yang Mingxue. Chen Sun is very interested in the play. I'm very interested in this play. So if money is really tight, you can find me. The guy who can't even find a wife and is looking for a pregnant woman to meet with says that he can be approached if funds are tight? This is a programmer who will love to pretend but has a poor level of pretending. That man and woman identified to Chen Sun. Both parties added contact information. The man with the glasses is called Huang Hai, and the woman with the heavy makeup is called Zhao Weiwei. Zhao Weiwei saw Yang Mengshue's face that was a bit baby fat. Her good feelings multiplied, and she felt that she should advise this woman not to overplay her hand. She sat down next to Yang Mengxue and lowered her voice to ask, "What's your husband's attitude when you come out on a blind date?" Yang Mengxue glanced at Chen Sun. Hubby didn't agree at first. I pampered him and he agreed. Although reluctantly, he was quite supportive in his actions. Zhao Weiwei directly exploded. 3 views shattered into dregs. Our script is perverted enough. I did not expect the reality of the degree of perversion. Far beyond the script. Huang Hai left with Zhao Weiwei. They had to continue to prepare for the script. Unlike Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue, two hobos with a lot of time on their hands. On the way back, Zhao Weiwei told Huang Hai about Yang Mengshue's husband's attitude. Huang Hai stopped inside with emotion. The times are progressing. Society is developing. We have to keep up with the times. Otherwise we really can't keep up with the social trend. Zhang Chunyang called to ask me to treat he mycoplasma or influenza A infection. Specifically do not know. In the Tianlin Lot Hospital infusion. By the way, to read this book. Reading the book process issued a strange laughter. Coughing, but also with trembling, the needle sliding. Stuck into the flesh. Bulging a big bag only to find out. I obviously wrote a sad story. He had no sympathy. Laughing while reading, making his own death, but also looking for me to treat me. I am really speechless. Fortunately I banned him. Otherwise surely in the review nonsense. The two of them, Huang Hai and Zhao Weiwei, returned to the crew and found that everyone didn't look too good. What's wrong? Huang Hai asked. Mr. Huang Hai, the investor is strapped for cash and will probably withdraw. Someone said. Mr. Ma will divest. You can't be kidding. He's so rich, how can he divest? No one will even believe it when I tell you that Mr. Ma invested his money in a person named Su Jian's financial management, and he lost all his money. Isn't this guy in real estate? Real estate will not lose? I'll tell you. Real estate is going on. First of all is to take the land. With the land contract to the bank mortgage to pay for the land. Looking for design companies to design the house type. Looking for landscape companies to design the community landscape. Looking for construction companies to build. Looking for real estate agents to sell. After selling the house, and then go to the front of that some of the companies listed in the money. Real estate companies in addition to taking land. The rest is to take care of the bank. The funds do not break the chain on the line. It looks like the house is their development. In fact, they are financial companies. Empty shell. How do you know so much about it? Being in real estate before? I bought crappy buildings. Blood loss. Equivalent to going from patient to doctor. Familiar with all aspects of real estate. I'm fucking murderous. Zhao Weiwei didn't listen to the other people's discussion. She was very sad. She had thought that she would be able to use this web series to become famous. She was familiarizing herself with the script and practicing her lines every day. She was especially serious and devoted. Who knows, Mr. Ma? I'll go and politely get into bed with him and maybe throw money at him. He has a big family. Zhao Weiwei decided to make a last-ditch effort. I recognize it. Just wait. I'll get in touch. Director Feng said. Huang Hai remembered what Chen Sun had said. If money was really tight, he could be approached. Huang Hai clicked on the avatar of the note takeover programmer, wrote a paragraph, hesitated for a moment, or deleted it. A programmer who went to McDonald's for a blind date to receive a placenta. I even thought of going to him to invest. Am I poor and crazy? Or wait for the results of the sealed guide? Huang Hai self-examined and then quietly waited for the result of the sealed guide's phone call. Phone guide on the phone gabbled for a long half-day. Hung up the phone. With a happy face, Ma Huayun Ma agreed with me. Just called their company's investment department. Ma decided not to dissolve the Department of Recreation. When will I see you? Time to be determined. Next Friday at the latest. At once, the entire crew was in a state of jubilation, and the air of decadence was swept away. Everyone has worked hard. For the boxed lunch at night, add a chicken leg for everyone. Feng Xiaojiang said boldly. No legs. Chicken is fine. A couple of the male actors wanted to eat less to save money for the crew. Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue both sat in the restaurant and ordered a set meal for two, with Coke de-iced and 2 extra pairs of chicken wings. Hubby, aren't we on a blind date? Why are you just eating and not talking? Yang Mingxue was dissatisfied when she realized that Chen Sun had eaten as much as she had. Chen Sun was still thinking about the web series he had just watched. Xiao Xue, what do you think will be written behind that script? Write blindly. The writers are brain dead now. There are too many godly dramas. Let's say we're on a blind date. According to the script you should address me as Mr. Chen. Calling me husband is just blind, right? Have you ever liked another girl? Used to like. The first one I liked was the teacher who taught us spatial analytic geometry sophomore year. Extraordinarily pretty. Extraordinarily pregnant. And she insisted on finishing that semester even though she was 6 months pregnant. You're a pervert. Liking pregnant women. No, it's that when we found out she was pregnant, we all sighed. Such a beautiful female teacher, but ended up marrying a male teacher. What a pity. It's totally possible to find male students. Do you like anything else? Yes, there are more Japanese ones, and European and American ones too. The two had a great time exchanging ideas. Yang Mingxue raised her head and looked out the window. It's so strange. There are so many people outside. This place is an office building. There are usually very few people, and it's unusual for so many people to suddenly appear. Chen Sun's back was to the window. He twisted his head over and saw a group of people. In the middle of the crowd, 2 women, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing a middle-aged man in what looked like an argument. Those 2 women Chen Sun has seen. A short-skirt woman. The other is called Xiaohong, a short-skirt woman BFF. Half an hour ago, Yang Mingxue had kicked their dogs. Didn't that woman take the dog for a checkup? Shouldn't she come to me to pay for the medical expenses after the checkup? Chen Sun was puzzled. There is a hustle and bustle to watch. Of course, the 2 will not let go. Yang Mingxue 2 bites to eat the burger, holding 88,800 bags. Chen Sun hands holding unfinished Coke. The 2 joined the ranks of the onlookers. Not long after, the police car also came and asked what was going on. Short-skirt woman explains, my dog was kicked. I let my best friend Xiaohong to help me look at the person who kicked the dog. I went to do a simple check for the dog. No big problem. I held the dog to find the person who kicked the dog to compensate for the medical expenses. I did not expect. This driver drove to crush our dog to death. Surely want to eat the dog meat. It is too shameful. My poor son of the dog. Ah, I have not had the opportunity to ask for compensation. You just like this to leave had. The black hair people send the golden hair dog. The short-skirted woman was crying especially miserably. And next to her, Xiao Hong was also teary-eyed. The crowd looked at the bloody dog's body, which was truly gruesome, and accused the cab driver of being wrong. A woman with blood-red lips was furious. She cried especially fiercely. This kind of tragedy, so that she could not control. Dogs are human friends. How can you be so cruel to kill a friend? Are you a human being? I want to expose to you. Let your community die. The woman grabbed her cell phone and started videotaping the dog and the cab driver. Dogs are man's friend is a phrase that Chen Sun has heard for the second time and recognizes very well. The police asked the driver what was going on. Encountered fraud. These 2 women are definitely dog thieves. I drive normally. These 2 women have premeditated. See my car drive over. Throw the dog over. Emergency brakes are too late. The dog was crushed to death. They made a kowtow and forced me to compensate $5,000. These 2 women operation is very skilled. Accurate. Throw the dog under my tire. Definitely not the first time to do this kind of thing. If they don't compensate me for the mental damage and lost wages, I'm not finished with them. You guys look at their foreheads. Swollen. This is the evidence. The woman who was videotaping immediately stops the video and looks at Red and her BFF, carefully distinguishing between them and realizing that she's being lied to and that what the driver is saying is true. Because a normal forehead would not be swollen. The bigwigs on the sidelines all recognized the driver's statement and accused the two heartless women of making money with their dogs' lives. The two women had a hard time explaining themselves as they cried, but instead drew even more accusations and insults around them, saying that they hadn't been trained for a long time, and that there was absolutely no way they could have cried out so appropriately, even with tears in their eyes, in a very professional manner. The two foreheads swelled up a big bag. In addition to Pan Changsheng like swelling, other people really think these two women bad and ugly. If they didn't do bad things, why are they so angry? They must be doing bad things being told off, and are furious. The lumps on their foreheads are in evidence. The facts are in front of them, and it's obvious that the scammers are trying to get the poor drivers to just get annoyed by hurting themselves. Our foreheads were accidentally bumped and swollen. Little Red tried to continue explaining. She was also a dog lover. Being treated as a dog slaughterer. She was really aggrieved. You lie a little bit too. Taking so many people for fools? You obviously deliberately injured to blackmail me. We, cab drivers, run for more than 10 hours a day. So tired that we often fall asleep when our wives ask us to pay the rations and press out their overnight meals. I don't have the strength to steal women, let alone dogs. The cab driver looked even more aggrieved than Xiao Hong. He wiped his mouth, recalling the taste of the food he used to steal. Feeling quite nostalgic, Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue were confused. Both men saw the surprise in the other's eyes. Chen Sun, since the examination of lung cancer, can be said to be a series of bad luck. Go to the park, meet people falsely accused of picking up a cell phone, go upstairs and Zhang Granny quarrel, was dismissed from the company, take the bus by the Tang old lady with an apple smashed, take the subway was falsely accused of taking pictures, go to the bubble bath cup was stolen. Today, the two were very calm when they encountered a dog bite just after getting off the bus, which is one of the manifestations of bad luck. If we follow the previous script, it must be the dog-owning woman who comes back to trouble Chen Sun with her dog in her arms. Now, the two women's dogs are taken care of by the cab driver, which is equivalent to the complete destruction of the evidence of kicking and injuring the dog, and Chen Sun's trouble is transferred to the driver's head. Could it be that the peace talisman given by Uncle Fook is working? Not necessarily. Chen Sun wore a peace talisman and still got sued by Anti-Gu Miaro Gu. Maybe the bald guy next door brings good luck. In the dark, Chen Sun felt that his fate seemed to have changed, and planned to communicate more with the bald master next door in the future. The short-skirted woman looked at the driver. Her eyes were about to spit fire as she pulled out a piece of paper with the initial examination given by the pet hospital. Open your doggy eyes and see. The dog is my son, and I even took him for regular checkups. He was kicked in the face. Here are the results. The police officer took the piece of paper, and sure enough, there were the results of the dog's examination written on it, and on the header of the paper, the name of the pet hospital was written. Sure enough, he is a recidivist. All these details have been taken into consideration. Counterfeiting is a one-stop shop. Fraud is industrialized. The woman with blood-red lips finally exploded. She wanted to hit someone. She didn't have any tools at hand. She snatched the coke in Chen Sun's hand and poured it on the short-skirted woman's face. Blood-red lips of the woman is upstairs at work. See the following in the mess. Was originally over to appreciate. See the dog was crushed to death. As a dog lover, her heart was already very sad. See these two women camouflage evidence, repressed for a long time of anger finally erupted. Yang Mengxue carried the bag. Chen Sun carried the bag. 2 cups of coke naturally Chen Sun help hold. If it is Yang Mengxue hold, the dog lady really can't snatch it from her hands. After all, foodies are more protective of food. Yes, how can there be such a coincidence? Just when the dog gets kicked, just when it goes for a checkup, just when it gets run over by a cab, you guys just happen to be able to get someone to pay for it. Right. And maybe you'll be pulling out your dog license, voucher for purchasing a puppy, transaction records, etc. In no time. The counterfeiting is a one-stop shop, definitely a syndicate. Shameless, the poor dogs are being used by them as a scam. Passers-by were talking. The short-skirted woman wiped the coke from her face and was about to take out the proof that she had spent $1,500 on the dog a few months ago. When she heard this, her mouth was full of bitterness, and she guessed that when she took it out, not only would she not be able to prove her innocence, but it would be evidence of a crime. You bunch of idiots. Turning black and white upside down, Xiao Hong fought for her best friend and mouthed off, and as soon as her words fell, a cup of coke was poured on her face, and a second cup of coke was snatched from Chen Sun's hand. Yang Mengxue was depressed. She hadn't even had 2 sips yet. Chen Sun. This loser couldn't even protect a cup of Coke. Come with us, I suspect you two of fraud. The policeman, obviously carried away by the rhythm of the people around him, said to the two coke-faced women. Taxi driver, please also cooperate and go to our office to make a statement. The policeman said to the driver. The cab driver was depressed. Can you just say a few simple words? I have customers. Let the guests off first. Speaking of which, it occurred to the police officer that there was something obviously wrong with the guests not reacting to all the commotion outside. The police were alert, and as soon as they pulled open the door of the car, they found a man lying in the car, alive or dead. The two policemen took 2 steps backwards, grabbed the cab driver, twisted their hands behind their backs, and one of the policemen pressed the walkie-talkie, requesting backup. There may be a murder in progress here at 127, Guagua Road, in front of the McDonald's. Passengers just knocked out. The door pulled open. Hot air into the car. The oxygen concentration in the car rose. The passenger slowly woke up. Saw a lot of people around. There are 2 police officers. Almost fainted again. Oh no. I was transported to the north of Myanmar. Touched the bottom. Soft and still there. Although short, in addition to a little dizzy head, the organ is still intact. The passenger raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and slowly got out of the car. His forehead was also swollen with a large bag, and he suffered minor injuries when his head was ironed and collided with the back of the seat. The policeman was also confused. The guest walked out with his hands up. Definitely a guest who had been in the number. A familiar guest. Otherwise he wouldn't have reacted this way. Did we inadvertently catch a criminal? Chen Sun saw this person, whose forehead, like the pair of girlfriends, was also swollen with a big bag, and vainly asked Yang Mengxue for advice. Xiao Shui, is this the latest fashion in makeup? I don't know much about this. I don't get it either. So you might as well answer the phone. It was a bit noisy around and the front was too attractive. So Chen Sun didn't notice the phone ringing. He saw it was his ex-mother-in-law calling and had to answer. Mom, what's up? Where have you been? We're out walking. You really think I have Alzheimer's when you're out walking in 38-degree heat? Yang Mengxue took the phone. Mom, we were walking outside. The temperature outside is getting higher and higher. We had to go to McDonald's to eat some snacks. There's no need to prepare lunch. Bye. Yang Mengxue hung up the phone in seconds. In less than 5 minutes, a couple more police cars arrived, and the passengers, the cab driver, Red and her BFF, were all taken away. Chen Sun was hesitant to go and give testimony that he had really kicked the other dog. Hello, I just robbed you of your Coke. Sorry, please show me the collection code and I'll pay you back for the Coke. The woman was self-conscious. Chen Sun showed the code. The woman swept the code. Transfer money. The operation is too fast. More than 0. Transferred 200 to Chen Sun. The transfer was successful. Thank you. You're too kind. Actually $20 is enough. Chen Sun didn't notice the woman's face of flesh pain at all. The woman decided to find a way to get her money back. Let's add a contact. I'm dog lover Ruth Wish. Chen Sun saw that the other party looked good and added in seconds. Yang Mengxue snatched the cell phone. Note, Zhu Lu Corpse. Mr. Chen, do you like dogs? Zhu Luzhen asked. I like it very much. Especially like it. I have been raising dogs since I was a child. I raised a dog when I was a child. Named him Flower Tiger. Accompanied me through more than a dozen springs, autumns, winters and summers, and then it went away. I cried. And from then on, no longer dare to raise a dog. Every time I see a dog pass by me, I think of the dog in my childhood. Especially sad. And now I am also especially meticulously. Chen Sun said. Wish Lu Corpse thought to meet peers. Pull Chen Sun into a dog-loving group. $200. And so on later to find a chance to ask for. Yang Mengxue did not expect Chen Sun to be so infatuated with his childhood dog, and said sadly, I've never heard you talk about it. Are you afraid of talking about it sadly and touching the scene? Chen Sun lowered his voice. No, I just made it up. Zhou Yumei's call came again. Chen Sun answered the phone. Give Zhu Lu Zombie sorry to say, family urge, to go back immediately, and then take a taxi. Go, Zhu Ruth is very regrettable. Would have liked to be good with Chen Sun exchange of experience and love with the dog by the way to discuss the price of Coke. When Chen Sun returned home, his ID card and Yang Mengxue's ID card were taken away by Mr. Zhou. Chen Sun, you're going to file a lawsuit and go to court next week. You have to have an ID card. It's very troublesome if you lose it, and it'll be assumed that you're giving it up of your own accord. Chen Sun was touched for a moment. It was still his mother-in-law who was attentive, even though she was a former mother-in-law. Yang Mengxue reveals a contemptuous expression. It's not that Chen Sun and I went out to play today. You have a lot of heart and are afraid that we will secretly go out to open a room later, but also make up such a lofty reason. You educate elementary school students to be honest. What about yourself? The school leaders wanted to talk to me, and the students' parents sent a representative to me, wanting me to go back and take that third grade. Jo Yume said. No wonder this old lady was wandering around Forest Park alone. So she was thinking about this alone. It's better to be careful, in case Hwang Hee's family comes looking for trouble again. It's annoying. We can't have dong 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 live again. Yang Mengxue was a bit uneasy, talking about her brother's girlfriend's name. Yang Mengxue also had a big headache. The pronunciation would float. Hwang Hee couple was netizens' flesh. The home is regularly thrown paint. The building's surveillance all bad. Do not know who did it. They also have a son. In the Cuckoo Kindergarten School. Cuckoo Kindergarten is a private kindergarten. All the parents wrote a joint letter. Said that if the son of the Hwang Hee family in the kindergarten, they collectively withdrew from the class. The kindergarten publicly announced that it would not accept Hwang Hee's son to study next semester. Hwang Hee's wife has been dismissed from the unit. Hwang Hee is now working normally. This is not my understanding. It is the students' parents sent me. The photos and videos are all there. Jo Yume handed her cell phone to Yang Mengxue. Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue both clicked on it with great interest, and saw the door number of Hwang Hee's house. All kinds of abusive words written in blood red paint on the door. The windows of the house were smashed, and a lot of paint was poured into it. Not a photo. It is a video. The resolution is average. It is impossible to determine whether it is the kind of paint that Chen Sun bought last time. The second video shows dozens of parents holding signs at the entrance of the Cuckoo Kindergarten, announcing that they want to quit the school. The school year has not yet started, and the parents' action will not affect the normal order of the kindergarten. Specific results. The video did not, but there is a photo. Above the A4 printout, the kindergarten decided not to accept Hwang Hee's son into the kindergarten. Please rest assured that all parents. The following also stamped a large red seal. If not wrong, Hwang Hee couple. This stimulus angered the vast majority of normal people, including the people of Mordor. I guess the police are no one normal cooperation, including the property are hating Hwang Hee couple. Otherwise, it is too easy to monitor who threw paint, trying to use public opinion to help ask for money. The Hwang Hee couple ended up being bruised by the boomerang of public opinion. I heard that the couple is going to the police station to change their name, Jo Yume said. As soon as Chen Sun heard the old lady's tone, he knew that she wanted to go back to school, only that she was still a bit hesitant inside. When will the school leaders come over to talk? Chen Sun asked. I wanted to come over tomorrow. I returned it. You have a lawsuit next week. Wait until you're done with it. I'm planning on going back on Friday. I left my home address. Next Wednesday. 3 lawsuits are scheduled for the same day. Chen Sun does not care too much about winning and losing. The lawyer Nyo Guhong than Chen Sun also care. She said, must win, and to win beautifully. 3 lawsuits if you lose. All 3 views are distorted. Tomorrow I'll go to the 6th hospital for a checkup. Chen Sun said his arrangement, go to the hospital in the morning for a checkup, get the report in the afternoon, and then go to Dr. Yi Qingsuan's side to prescribe medication. Xiao Shui don't go. Hospitals have many viruses. Pregnant women go less. Jo Yume took a precaution in advance. ID card put away. Cannot open a room, but Chen Sun has a car. If these 2 people act alone, the car will inevitably vibrate. After all, it is summer. Not wearing much, Chen Sun didn't have as much heart as the old lady, and he realized that his group of colleagues were actively at him. He left in June and it's been 2 months now and the co-worker group is rarely looked at. This co-worker group is not a work group, so Chen Sun didn't quit when he left. Chen Sun. Xiao Duzi wrote a novel based on you and earned 270,000 yuan. The speaker is Chen Sun's former team leader, nicknamed HTML. Team leader in English for team lead, referred to as TML. This leader has no shelf, often to colleagues for the interests of the group inside the goodwill. He also has a hobby, like to tell yellow jokes. So in front of TML added a H. The nickname became HTML. The little bean in HTML's mouth, surnamed Pan, is a PHP programmer who often proclaims in the company that PHP is the best programming language and that Chen Sun mainly uses Java, so the two despise each other. Because of Uncle Fu, Chen Sun now felt twice as good about surnamed Pan, such as Pan Jinlian or whatever, so he felt okay about Pan Tudo. What's the name of the book? Chen Sun asked. Cancer patients have a fighting chance of 0, HTML said. Chen Sun, who reads novels to pass the time on his way to and from work, was given the name and quickly found the book. Book title, Cancer Patients Fighting for 0. Written by Pitch Black Banana. Word count, 50,000. Status, complete. Chen Sun was a bit surprised. 50,000 words can earn $270,000? What is written that can attract authors so much? Is it relying on a pen name? with strong expectations? Chen Sun read this novel, and sure enough, it was written based on him. The content of the novel is very simple. The hero went to the hospital to check out cancer. Terminal, desperate to commit suicide, crossing the street in a trance, was hit by a cab. The driver pulled the hero to the nearest hospital, a maternal and child health hospital. The caretaker saw the emergency and took the male lead directly to the operating room, where an experienced and reputable doctor performed a C-section and found no child in the belly. In order to save the reputation of the doctor and the hospital dragged the male lead into the morgue. Just when there was a shortage of electricity, the morgue to heat up, so they directly arranged for the male lead into the crematorium. The male lead finally woke up in the crematorium. The master in charge of incineration thought that it was a scam, a boiler shovel to knock the male lead out, and then burn to ashes. That's the end of the story. Chen Sun always thought that the hero will fight back. Wait until the end. See the book finish 3 words. Gas explosion. Almost a breath did not slow down. It is estimated that half of the cancer cells have been killed by gas. He went back to the group and asked, "The book will make $250,000? HTML replied, "Yes, there is a reader who keeps giving Xiao Duzi likes, reviews, and keeps sending gifts, and after seeing the end of the book, asked Xiao Duzi to have dinner, saying that it was a masterpiece, and Xiao Duzi went to the appointment, and the reader broke Xiao Duzi's knuckles with a rolling pin, and compensated him $250,000 for the damages, and Xiao Duzi gave up the lawsuit. 100 days of hurt, and Little Bean won't be able to touch the keyboard for at least 3 months. This reader is too mean. Do you have contact information?" Chen Sun asked. "Don't you even have Little Bean's contact information?" HTML found it unbelievable that the two were in the same group. How could they not have contact information? "No, I was asking if that reader had any contact information. I'd like to transfer some money to him." Chen Sun eventually did not get the reader's contact information. He rushed to give a small reward for his favorite novel. When Pan Changsheng and Lu Min come to visit Chen Sun has a bad eye because Pan Changsheng and Pan Duzi are both surnamed Pan. Pan Changsheng took out a packet of something, pitch black, and gave it to Chen Sun. "Mountain fungus," Pan Changsheng said. Zhou Yumei took it and opened it to look at it. "Wow, this fungus is amazing. It's grown in the mountains, right?" Pan Changsheng smiled shyly. "Auntie, it's grown in the mountains of our old home, not planted. Some are big and some are small, not as nice as the city's fungus. People in our old home say that the fungus cleanses the lungs when eaten." Zhou Yumei treated it as a treasure. "The fungus is for eating, not for looking at." In the evening stayed Pan Changsheng couple dinner. Pan Changsheng said, he intends to go back to his hometown with Lu Min in the mid-autumn, to apply for the marriage formalities. Even though it's a piece of paper and Lu Min doesn't care, I still wish to give her a name and marry her to our Pan family in a dignified manner, Pan Changsheng said. Chen Sun suddenly wondered if he should remarry Yang Lingshui. The next day, Chen Sun did not drive, took the subway to the 6 hospitals, mainly because he wanted to read a novel on the way. Everything's fine. After the filming, the results would not be available until the afternoon, so Chen Sun planned to go to a nearby cafe to drink tea and read a novel while waiting for the results. Out of the hospital door, did not walk 2 steps, met an old man, hair white, face wrinkles are deep, like a knife carved on the general. See Chen Sun. With a careful ask, "May I ask the neighborhood has a cheap hotel?" Chen Sun had thought that this person was particularly old. A look at the other hand. Veins, dark skin. Chen Sun grew up in the countryside. Know that this is often working in the sun. Being exposed to the sun caused by the age is not necessarily how old, but just look pale. You wait, I'll check for you. Chen Sun took out his cell phone and looked up nearby hotels, the cheapest being $178 a night. It's too expensive. Is there anything under $100? My old partner is sick, having an operation, and I guess I'll be hospitalized for half a month. This old man was a little anxious. Where are your kids? The kids are working out of town and can't get away from the site. Chen Sun asked, do you have any requirements for a place to live? No requirements. If you can cook for yourself is the best. Can not also fine, preferably less than $100. Too expensive, really can't afford to live. Surgery is very costly. Chen Sun said, there's a bathroom next to here. $20 for a bath. $50 for an overnight stay in the rest hall. $70 in total. You see if it's possible. The old man hesitated. He obviously hadn't been to a live-in bathroom. I still have something to do. If you are not in a hurry, I will take you there in the afternoon. It just so happens that I have to come to the hospital in the afternoon. Chen Sun looked at the old man's miserable face, and wanted to help the other party. It is definitely not appropriate to give money. And the other party did not ask for money. Chen Sun is not interested in drinking tea. Suddenly remembered that there is an Eagle Park nearby. It is estimated that the walk is not more than 15 minutes, so he walked toward the park, wanting to take a break. Mr. Chen, you're not here to buy a house again. Feng Daqiao was surprisingly at Eagle Park as well. No, buying a house is not buying cabbage, Chen Sun said. Feng Daqiao obviously do not believe. This scum man bought a house for his wife, not to buy a mistress. Unlikely. The last time he looked at the mistress, the person is really beautiful, not much worse than the pregnant wife. Chen Sun saw Feng Daqiao did not believe his words, but also lazy to explain. He suddenly felt wrong. Little Feng, how come you did not wear the uniform clothing of cheap real estate? Your store is not the provisions of the work to uniformly wear a white shirt? The Feng Daqiao in front of me, wearing a sweatshirt, shorts and sandals, is completely different from the previous style. Feng Daqiao smiled bitterly and said, I was fired. You got fired? Didn't you just win the Outstanding Employee Award? And weren't you the top performer last month? It's a long story. Feng Daqiao looked depressed. Chen Sun asked after him and realized that Feng Daqiao's dismissal had something to do with himself. Chen Sun bought a house, initially contacted Ma Zhongjie, and later found Feng Bridge to close the house. Chen Sun deliberately asked if this situation was a skip order, and Ma Zhongjie confirmed it, saying that he would let Feng Daqiao come to Chen Sun's service. And who knows? In less than 2 weeks, Chen Sun sold a $36 million house from Feng Daqiao. And this kind of performance is very eye-opening. I don't know who it is. It could be C.J. Ma. It could not. In any case, someone has relayed the situation to the top. The act of prying clients is highly taboo in the agency industry. When the leaders above knew, they were furious, and in order to combat the behavior of customer prying, they dismissed Feng Daqiao as a typical case. Mr. Chen, I'm kind of infamous in the intermediary industry. Luckily the company settled the performance to me. Otherwise I'd have problems eating. Feng Daqiao said glumly. He wasn't that short of money right now, but not having a job made him panic. It's not a good idea for you to hang out in the park. Go find a new job. Difficult. I used to be a worker at Foxconn. I quarreled with the head of the production line. The head found 3 people to curse against me. They were all cursed by me and cried. I won the quarrel and lost my job. So I came to work as an intermediary. And I did it for 2 years. And I don't know anything else. Feng Daqiao finished his resume in 2 sentences, because life is relatively simple. Chen Sun thought for a moment. Would you like to be your own boss? Being a boss? Mr. Chen laughed at me. I know how much I weigh myself. Besides being an intermediary, I'm just okay at cursing. Unless I open a cursing company. There should be houses for rent near the 6th hospital. You can go and rent the house. Clean it up. Partition it into small rooms. Make it into an hourly rate. Charge by the day. The price shouldn't be more than $100 a day. A lot of patients' family members have to live over there. After Chen Sun finished speaking, Feng Daqiao thought for a minute before replying. This is feasible, but the initial period will definitely lose money, and it will take 3 months at the earliest to make money. You can try. If you're afraid of taking risks, we can partner up. I'll put up the money, you'll put up the people, and we'll split the money we make equally. How's that? No problem. Do it now. Feng Daqiao felt that Chen Sun was his lucky star. Chen Sun felt that he was Feng Daqiao's calamity, and that the guy had been ousted twice because of himself. The 2 men immediately went to the 6th house and stepped on it. A Mercedes Maybach S680 slowly stopped beside Chen Sun, startling Feng Daqiao, thinking that Chen Sun's driver drove to pick up. The car door opened and the passenger side came down to a middle-aged woman, who came to the back, pulled open the door, and walked out a bald man. The car left slowly. The bald man looked at Chen Sun. Little Chen, you came to the hospital for a physical checkup? Chen Sun said. Grandpa Light, it's you. I took the film at the hospital. The results will not be out until the afternoon. And now I'm taking Feng Daqiao for a stroll. This bald old man turned out to be Chen Sun's neighbor. That car, currently selling for close to $6 million. And this old man has a specialized driver. This grandeur alone completely subdued Feng Daqiao. Feng Daqiao had been an intermediary and had seen many rich people. But there was really nothing that could compare to the grandeur of the bald man in front of him. Your name is Feng Daqiao? The bald man asked, his tone gentle as a breeze, making Feng Daqiao's heart quiet at once. Yes, Grandpa Light. My name is Feng Daqiao. Feng Daqiao heard Chen Sun called Grandpa Light and followed blindly. The bald head said, this name is not good, especially cannot meet the surname Tang. Easy to cross the river to break the bridge. Feng Daqiao froze. Grandpa, you're so right. After I fought with a guy named Tang, I had all kinds of bad luck one after another. Why is there a bridge in the world? Because to the end of the road. Name with the word bridge. You should be low-key. Big words cannot be out of the head. Change the name to Tianxiao. Otherwise, you will be bad luck. Bald said. Von Bridge wants to change his name right away. If you want to get rich, you can follow Xiao Chen's last name and change your name to Tianxiao. If you just want to make a little money, the first name should be changed. Just follow Xiao Chen. The last name doesn't need to be changed. After the bald man finished, he waved his hand to leave. The middle-aged woman followed closely. Grandpa Light, you haven't finished yet. Feng Daxiao was full of questions. I have a student who is an officer at the hospital. I'm going to see him. See you again sometime. The bald man left a sentence and entered the hospital with the middle-aged woman, leaving the two of them, Chen Sun and Feng Daxiao, to worship in the sunlight. Definitely hi, Feng Daxiao said. That's my neighbor, Chen Sun said loftily, causing Feng Daxiao to gasp again. You really want to change your name and take my surname? Seeing that Feng Daxiao was on the verge of kneeling down in adoration of his bald grandfather, Chen Sun couldn't help but ask a question. How can it be? Am I the kind of person who would not even want my ancestors for the sake of getting rich? I, Feng Daxiao, insist on selling my art, not selling my body, and I will not change my name and sit without changing my name. Feng Daxiao straightened his back. Of course, if I can really get rich, not to mention changing my last name, I'm willing to be a great-grandson, as long as the money is given enough. Feng Daxiao added. Chen Sun was about to praise Feng Daxiao for his temperament. When he heard this addition, he swallowed his words hard. Cut the crap. Go to the hospitalization department, and look for the old man I mentioned. The two quickly found the old man in the hospitalization department. Feng Daxiao went to chat with the old man. Chen Sun was furious and took 3 or 2 steps to a hospital bed. Little doozy, look who I am. On the hospital bed half lying a person. Fat, dark circles under the eyes is very heavy. Originally eyes godless. See Chen Sun. There is a little bit of heart. Sun brother good. Eat. Seeing Chen Sun's eyes, this person began to beg for mercy. Chen Sun, don't mess around. My hands are in plaster. I can't move around. I can't even go back home. The hospital wants to observe for a week. If you really mess around, I'll have to do the surgery again. This person is the pen name of Black Banana Pondo. I did not expect this goods even in the 6 hospitals to do the operation. Did you write the book Cancer Patients Fighting Strength is Zero? Chen Sun asked. Brother Sun, don't be angry. I just wanted to write a book that is bursting with negative energy and dense with poison. You and I entered the company at the same time, and our feelings are deep, so I took you as the male lead. The readers are quite fond of you and love you to the bone marrow. Pan Duzi explained incoherently. Who hit you? I want to add his WeChat. Chen Sun saw that this guy's hands were clamped and plastered, and he looked quite pitiful. I hit it. What's wrong? The doorway came over to a man, wearing white short sleeves, shorts, looking very spirited, hands carrying a wooden tray with bitter melon, loofah soup, white rice, and spicy diced chicken. Brother, it's you who did it. Great. I am a colleague with this guy. I want to beat him, still can't really get down. You kind of helped me to take revenge. I just want to thank you face to face. Chen Sun felt that this short-sleeved handsome man was good. How to look at how smooth. The two added WeChat. Chen Sun sent a 200 yuan red packet. Receive. A little bit of heart. Do not mind the small red packet, maximum amount of 200 yuan. This person received the red packet, selected the chili pepper from the spicy diced chicken to feed Pando, while saying, I'm fucking pissed off by him. He writes that novel really harms people. I saw that he wrote interestingly in front of him and gave him a reward of 188 yuan to encourage him to write well. I thought that the protagonist got a system to be reborn before dying, but I saw the 3 words, the whole book is finished. I was almost pissed off to the point of cerebral hemorrhage. I've been holding this breath for a long time. If I don't destroy him and cripple him, he will continue to write novels and harm people. I'm the one who brought him to the hospital. The bastard just doesn't have any friends, and after I'd beaten him into the hospital, a couple of his co-workers came to see him, and the people who saw him were all smiles. I came to take care of him because I felt sorry for him. Pan Duzi was furious. If you want to feed the rice, feed it properly. Spicy chicken, ding, you specifically choose chili peppers for me to eat. And when I said I would not eat bitter gourd, you bought me bitter gourd for 2 out of 3 meals. Chen Sun then remembered. Pan Duzi, this good's hands were beaten and fractured. Eating have to be fed. Eating is solved. How to go to the toilet. Pando turned to Chen Sun. Do you know why the boss wants to tell you about me being beaten? With your brain that has an EQ of 0, surely you can't figure it out. Let me tell you. After you left, you haven't been able to find the right person. The project was already tight. And with my hands injured, I'm even more understaffed. HTML wanted to ask you to go and help out, but couldn't open his mouth. Chen Sun said. I know. I'll call HTML tomorrow. Then the guy who hit Panduzi was warned. Take good care of him. Keep up the current attitude. And post more of his desperate emojis when you can. Don't worry, I will take care of your colleague. We have an agreement that he won't go to the Public Security Bureau to sue me, and I'll take care of him until he can eat with both hands. Mr. Pandoozy, do you know why I volunteered to feed you? Because I didn't wash my hands in the bathroom. On purpose. Pandoozy's eyes were bloodshot. Redder than spicy diced chicken. I'm starving to death and counting begging. Resolutely not eating. Chen Sun's old coworker finished his pleasant exchange and went to ask Feng Dachia how the conversation went. There's something going on. There's a lot of patients here who need companion beds, and there's quite a lot of people who have been hospitalized for more than 2 weeks. I'll leave this matter to you. You're a professional when it comes to renting an apartment. Chen Sun complimented Feng Dachia. Take me to meet Grandpa Light sometime. I still have so many questions to ask him. Feng Dachia said. At 1:30 p.m. Chen Sun got the report card and rushed to show it to the last doctor. Mr. Chen, I know you're anxious about getting this disease, but, anxious as you are, there's really no need for you to come for filming and checkups so frequently. It's not good for your body. There's radiation in filming. Next time, at least 1 month interval. The doctor admonished Chen Sun. And has it gotten worse this time? No, it's not much different than it was. Almost no change. It's obvious when you compare the two films. The doctor said it was obvious. And Chen Sun couldn't see what was going on for a few minutes. Since there was no change in his condition, Chen Sun was quite relieved. And he once again came to know. 6:32, Yanchang Road to see Dr. Yi Qingsuan Yi, quietly lined up, watching Yi Qingduan, the old man, from a distance, how to look like a liar. No, Dr. Yi is highly respected. How could he be a liar? It's my own fault for thinking out of the box. Chen Sun to banish the ridiculous ideas in his head. The more you do not want to think about this matter, but instead, the more clearly recalled the words of the bald neighbor, you encountered a quack. Quacks only know how to block, do not know the catharsis, resulting in your disease. The cure is very difficult. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally Chen Sun's turn. As usual, Yi Qingsuan touched the pulse, looked at the tongue and other operations, completely in line with the standard process of the con artist. After reading it, Yi Qingsuan prescribed medicine. Grandson Yi Yufan asked, Grandpa, hasn't Chen Sun always used a combination of Heavenly King's Heart Tonic and Easy Soup? Why did you remove the Easy Soup today? Chen Sun used to have a depressed heart chi. After taking the medicine for more than a month, the heart chi smoothed out. The necessity of the prolongation soup is not big, so I added Job's Tears as a small tonic, and added Half Summers and Panax Ginseng to remove the swelling and disperse the nodules. Yi Qingdan gave Yi Yufan a detailed explanation. The more he said, the more Chen Sun suspected that the two grandchildren had joined forces to cheat. Take the medicine. Give the money. Very familiar process. Chen Sun took the medicine. Returned home. Mother-in-law Zhou Yumei took the decoction. Poured the medicine into Chen Sun's super large cup. Chen Sun sat in the yard under the umbrella, drinking the medicine, and then saw the $6 million Mercedes Maybach S680 drive over. The car door opened and the bald head walked out. Seeing Chen Sun, he took the initiative to greet him. Hello Grandpa Light. Chen Sun responded enthusiastically. Zhou Yumei asked, his last name is Guan? There's no such surname, is there? I'm calling Grandpa bald since he's bald. That's rude, old man. I'm sorry, my son-in-law is rude. Please tell me the old man's name. The bald man said, a name can be a name. A very name. A name is just a title. It doesn't matter if it's polite or not. My last name is Yi. Chen Sun said a very polite greeting. Hello Grandpa Yi. With this cry, Chen Sun almost broke the bald old man's Dao heart. You'd better call me Grandpa Light. Zhou Yumei was thinking, this old man can't be Dong Dongdong's grandfather. The difficulty of superlatives was so high that few people called them that. Thanks loved the freshness of early summer. 19968485423591457338977728394. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Chen Sun to the former company that called nicknamed HTML. The real name of the project manager Huang Buotao call. Asked the situation, only to know that the project is really very tight. I have 3 lawsuits to fight next week. After that, let me come to the company to take a look. Chen Sun said, you don't need to write a program. Give everyone an explanation of how the front is designed. Your code. No handover documentation. The new people can't read it. And Pondo is hospitalized. Huang Buotao explained to Chen Sun. Chen Sun has been waiting for the court hearing for the past 2 days and is finally leading a regular life. Zhou Yumei woke up early, went to the grocery store to buy fresh vegetables, and when she came back, reminded Chen Sun to go running in the park. After Chen Sun went out, Zhou Yumei washed the vegetables, prepared breakfast, and fried medicine for Chen Sun. When Chen Sun came back from running, breakfast was just ready. After breakfast, Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue went out for a walk to digest the food. and Zhou Yume cleaned up at home, opened all the windows, and ventilated. Go to the lawn to play Tai Chi. After the workout, Zhou Yume starts to prepare the family's lunch, which is the richest because they have to eat less in the evening. After eating, take a nap, wake up and drink frozen orange juice to ensure vitamins. Let Yang Mingxue drink carrot juice. Chen Sun can't help but smoke and must run to the roof. The roof is windy and won't leave much of a smoke odor. A patient and a pregnant woman at home need to be taken care of. Zhou Yume has a busy and fulfilling life. Life is simple and uneventful. Wednesday is the day of court. Yang Mingxue is pregnant and cannot be emotional. Zhou Yume to take care of her daughter. Both did not go to court. Carrying his oversized cup, Chen Sun came to Jing'an court alone. The trial starts at 9:30 a.m. Chen Sun arrives an hour early, wanting to exchange notes with his lawyer in advance. Niu Guhong with his assistant Huang Yi has long been waiting for him at the entrance of the court. Hall 7. Nguyen Hong said with a smile, "Which case is the first one?" Chen Sun was a bit dizzy. With 3 lawsuits today, he couldn't remember the order of arrangement. Session 1. Your lawsuit against Su Yuan, 9:30 to 12 o'clock. Session 2. Your lawsuit against the 3 Don brothers, 1 to 3 p.m. Session 3. Your lawsuit against old Mrs. Gu Muro, 4 to 5 p.m. The first 2 lawsuits have been reported to the police. The police station has the relevant certificate. It is likely that the results will be pronounced in court. The third lawsuit involves a larger amount of money, and did not report the case, is a direct claim. Therefore this session will certainly not be pronounced in court. Niu Guhong put the basic situation. Niu Guhong and his assistant were exchanging courtroom notes with Chen Sun when a large number of people suddenly gathered around. 20 to 30 people came, and there were banners, which read, "Warmly welcome the triumphant return of the 3 wolves of Chen." Chen Sun and Niu Guhong were confused. What the hell is this? Chen Sun is obviously a big Lang. When did he become a third Lang? And the word Lang is also written wrong. A few of the people at the front of the line, with cell phones, microphones, etc., were actually broadcasting live. Mr. Chen Sun is the ultimate dream of our men in Magic City. 3 times a day, fucking all 3 ladies, 2 of them older, 165, 161, and choosing amazing locations, twice in the park, once in the public transit. Wild, amazing battles and great results. Live streamer Li Fake Wife actually came on the air himself. Chen Sun was directly dumbfounded. What kind of words is this about tigers and wolves? Mr. Chen used props, once with an apple, once with an Apple phone. The most extreme is the last time, with a bicycle. We all know that Mr. Chen's whimsical idea of pushing a bicycle is an upgraded version of a pushcart, and this move alone is enough to stand proud of the wolves. Li Fake Wife is worthy of being a master of live broadcasting. Speaking passionately, only the contents of the speech, as if the flavor is not right. For impotent patients, premature ejaculation is all they can dream of. Why can Mr. Chen be so fierce? Chen Sun's self-reflection, why am I so fierce? Please use laxative. A boon for premature ejaculation sufferers. Li's Fake Wife began to bring the goods. Chen Sun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When the hell did I use laxative? The boomerang of fate once again landed on Chen Sun's head. He smashed the speakers. His car was smashed the next day. He used Whooping Crane to do a live stream to sell his goods. And a few days later, he was used to bring in his own goods. The heavens have spared no one. Let's go in early then. Chen Sun was afraid that if he continued to listen, he would not be able to resist buying Li Fake Wife's goods because he saw that Niu Guhong's assistant, Huang Yi, was already placing an order. The 3 hurried inside the courthouse, and behind them came the disembodied shouts of Li's Fake Wife. Families, sisters, for your husbands, your boyfriends, buy up. After going through security, checking all the documents and so on, finally dodging the live broadcast army, Chen Sun wiped the sweat that had not yet had time to emerge from his forehead. His heart palpitating. The live broadcast bandwagon is too scary. You're not nervous? Niu Guhong asked. It's really not stressful. You don't have to worry too much about the outcome. Big deal. Appeal. Niu Guhong smiled. In fact, these 3 lawsuits are not complicated. We have a very large chance of winning. Early morning sunlight through the glass windows of the court hall, shining on the face of Niu Guhong. Let people see the woman's perseverance and competence. Niu Guhong was wearing a black lady's suit and a straight short skirt, like a sheathed knife, giving people a biting feeling, except that, with a light purple lipstick, it made people think that she was poisoned. The trio walked into the courtroom with confidence, and several people came to get a photo with Chen Sun. What's going on? Chen Sun asked. We have been at court for more than 50 years, and for the first time we have encountered 3 lawsuits by the same person. You have made history in our court, a female staff member in uniform said. Yeah, the first person ever. Another staff member, head sticking over, followed Chen Sun to take a picture. Aren't you guys afraid of what people will say? Chen Sun felt strange. Under normal circumstances, the judge was to keep a distance from both the plaintiff and the defendant. Absolutely no private contact. Fear not. That lawsuit of yours, we are not responsible for it. It is not official yet. A few staff members yakking. Better than live outside. On TV, lawyers are eloquent and talkative, with all sorts of reversals in the story. The plot twists and turns are moving and very engaging. Real courtrooms, boring, lengthy. This is the second time Chen Sun has entered the courtroom. Last time it was for Pan Fusho's lawsuit. This time, it's for himself. The presiding judge sat in the center trial seat, next to two stenographic clerks, and there were at least 6 cameras covering the entire courtroom with no dead angles. The plaintiffs were Su Yuan and her attorney, and on top of that, there were 7 or 8 other people in the audience seats. The only defendants on the defense side are defendant Chen Sun, attorney Niu Guhong, and paralegal Huang Yi. All judgments have to be based on the law and exactly which one. The first claim filed by the plaintiff, Su Yuan, was for 15,000 yuan, the cost of the cell phone. Su Yuan provided a record of the purchase transaction and invoice. The price of the transaction was 15,400 yuan, and on the date of the transaction, the cell phone was lost. In addition to the invoice, Su Yuan also gave a screenshot of a video phone call between her and Chen Sun on that day, with the date and time on it. Niu Guhong directly zoomed in, Chen Sun in the hospital to get the test report time, presumed to arrive in Changfeng Park time. That is to say, Chen Sun is still in the hospital when Su Yuan and others have left Changfeng Park. Chen Sun cannot steal Su Yuan's cell phone. Su Yuan gave the evidence did not have any use. As for the screenshot of the video call, Niu Guhong thought it was taken out of context, and she produced the evidence given in Su Yuan's report, which was the entire audio and video recording of the video call between Su Yuan and Chen Sun. The phone records show that Su Yuan threatened and even insulted Chen Sun from the very beginning. Under the evidence, Su Yuan's first article, saying that Chen Sun stole her cell phone, obviously does not hold water. As for Chen Sun picked up the phone and did not return it, the judge needs to decide how to compensate. Su Yuan's lawyer applied to have Chen Sun return the 100,000 yuan agency fee. The lawyer's evidence was that Chen Sun was Yang Xingyu's brother-in-law, and that the two of them had teamed up to cheat Su Yuan out of 100,000 yuan. Niu Guhong once again zoomed in, Chen Sun and Yang Mengshui emotional disharmony, agreed to divorce, and Yang Xingyu does not have any legal relationship. Yang Xingyu know where Chen Sun live. Provide information to Su Yuan. The price is Su Yuan openly on the internet. The whole transaction process, Chen Sun did not participate in the claim for money should look for Yang Xingyu, and Chen Sun did not have any relationship. The entire process, less than 30 minutes, was completed with the exchange of evidence between the parties. The debate that followed was not exciting at all. What was exciting was the looks on the faces of those in the audience. It turns out that Su Yuan already has millions of fans on Weibo. Fans thought Su Yuan was cheated, specially came to support, but I didn't expect that it was the fans who were cheated. The recording of Su Yuan swearing at Chen Sun they also heard. The fans are not good as a whole. The original expected 2.5 hours lawsuit, an hour and a half to end. The presiding judge rejected all of Su Yuan's request, and declared Chen Sun compensation Su Yuan 199 yuan. Chen Sun will be the plaintiff. Su Yuan's cell phone in the road is a direct factor leading to the destruction of the phone. Chen Sun is in the case of verbal abuse. The phone thrown away belongs to the emergency response after being attacked. The main responsibility should be the attack issued by the party to bear. At the same time, Su Yuan was sentenced to pay $17,000 to the defendant for attorney's fees and court costs. Su Yuan said she wanted to appeal, and Chen Sun said he accepted the court's decision. 10 business days to determine whether to appeal. The presiding judge declared the hearing closed. Time is still early. The presiding judge casually looked at the arrangement of the next 2 sessions and asked in surprise, the defendant in the next 2 sessions is also named Chen Sun. It can't be the same person. Chen Sun and Niu Guhong were walking outside, and when they heard this, they also smiled. Yes, it's all me. You are also considered a litigious person. I have been a judge for so many years. The first time I encountered 3 lawsuits in one day. The defendant is the same person. The presiding judge exclaimed. This chapter and the following chapter are rather bland because the lawsuit is too boring, writing funny and too fake. A few people went to the storage locker by the door and took out their cell phones and other electronics. Cell phones are stored separately in the courtroom to keep things quiet. Chen Sun saw more than 20 missed calls on his cell phone. Startled, checking the communication records. These 20 missed calls are all from the same person. The phone shows the address of the old home. Did something happen to Dad? Chen Sun dialed his dad's phone with his heart pounding, and heard Chen Daidong's mid-range voice on the phone. Da Bao, I'm having lunch. Have you eaten yet? Chen Sun is worried that it is the uncle's family accident. A few words to Dad chat. Immediately call the uncle's family over. My aunt and uncle often work in the field without a cell phone, and it's August, the heat of the day, so they should be home at noon. It was Chi Shulan who answered the phone. Brother Sun, you called for us? Chen Sun heard his cousin's smooth voice and instantly put his heart down. Have you guys eaten? Didn't eat. Haven't cooked yet. You didn't have much trouble at school, did you? No. Now summer vacation. Are not in school, and the principal also special care of me. Rest assured. Chi Shulan was quite touched. This cousin is really good to her. Chen Sun guessed that the gift of 2 bottles of wine had worked. After making the call, Chen Sun realized that he did not remember his father's phone number. Dad was greedy and often changed his subscription and changed his number along with it. It's normal that I don't remember. Shameless Chen Sun gave himself a reason and immediately became at ease. The most important loved ones are fine. Chen Sun looked at the cell phone, only 30% of the electricity, but also lazy to dial that strange phone, afraid that in case there is something, affect the mood to fight the lawsuit. Niu Guhong and his assistant, Yi Huang, were chatting, summarizing the morning's lawsuit gains and losses, and Yi Huang asked, the other side's evidence is obviously insufficient, so why fight this lawsuit? Niu Guhong has been thinking about how to win the lawsuit. This problem, she really ignored. I reckon that Su Yuan also knows that the lawsuit is sure to be lost. She is trying to expand her influence and make money through the lawsuit. Chen Sun said, clicked on Su Yuan's microblogging, and sure enough, the woman was crying poor, the lawsuit was lost. Just as we expected. The other party is a veteran. Sophisticated. Prepared sufficient materials. I'm still too simple. The cell phone was stolen. Cheated more than 100,000, and finally still lost the lawsuit. Sisters, unite. The power of the individual is weak. If we unite, we will eventually pry the darkness away and give a light to this ugly earth. Here is a link to buy one cosmetics, to brighten and make your skin glow. Use laxative oral liquid. There are those who support with direct rewards and those who support by purchasing products. Su Yuan really lost the case and made a lot of money. Hope Seo walks out of the courtroom door, followed by a whole bunch of fans and boyfriends. The truth. It just got twisted. The recording that was played in court was fake. It clearly didn't sound like me, but I couldn't afford to apply for an appraisal. Su Yuan told fans. Fans suddenly realized that now technology is so advanced. Synthetic recordings are too easy. The entertainment industry is especially obvious. Many singers, face is fake. Surgery also coated with a layer of powder. Take pictures with beauty face also retouching. Male handsome, female flirtatious, especially attractive. The singing voice is naturally a product of the recording studio. And even concerts are fake singing, such as a band called Malik Sutra. We're always on Hope's side, the fans shouted in unison. No, we are always on the side of justice. Su Yuan modified the slogan of the fans, and the fans felt warm and fuzzy in their hearts, feeling that they were defending justice, and that without them, there was darkness everywhere on earth, and they couldn't see the road, so they could only feel their way around in spite of everything. The boyfriend went to hold Su Yuan's hand and was directly shrugged off. Liar, you're a liar. You promised to give me your entire paycheck, and you secretly hid your personal money. The boyfriend hurriedly admitted his mistake. Hope, I was wrong. Admit fault? A man's mouth. There are only 0 and countless times. Let's break up. Can't really live with a cheater anymore. Su Yuan said and left, surrounded by fans. When Chen Sun and the 3 of them saw Su Yuan's boyfriend's disoriented appearance, they all shook their heads and headed for the cafe next to the courthouse. Give me back my paycheck card, Su Yuan's ex-boyfriend shouted. See, this kind of man. His mind is always thinking of money. Breaking up such a painful thing. He is not sad. Not sad. The first thing that comes to mind is always money. Su Yuan's eyes are red. Sadly threw out a card, crying as she walked away. Pitiful and heartbreaking. The ex-boyfriend picks it up and realizes it's a subway ticket. The ex-boyfriend is a studied man. He hides in the shadows and sees Su Yuan walking in the crowd. Shining brightly, the light pierces his eyes so much that he can hardly open them. He doesn't allow himself to close his eyes. He wants to try to see the woman he has loved so much for 3 years, and the tears are slowly flowing out of his eyes. Pulling the earrings off. The movement was so violent that blood flowed from his ears. He didn't feel his ears hurt. He felt his heart ache. Throwing the earrings on the ground for fear of sticking people, he picked them up and threw them into the garbage can next to the Magic City garbage sorting. He put the earrings into the non-recyclable garbage. In that moment, he grew up. A lot of people think that love grows you up, but it's actually the loss of love that does. The three Chansuns bought Americanos without sugar. Court started at 1 p.m. And you tend to get sleepy if you eat sugary foods at noon. So all three of them just drank coffee and didn't eat lunch. Stay hungry and stay awake. The first of the afternoon went surprisingly well. The three Don brothers are seeking $460,000 in medical bills, and $100,000 in fraudulent expenses, and all attorney's fees and court costs. Nyo Guhong got the video from the police, proving two things. First, Chen-sun got on the bus first, and the Tang old lady got on the bus 2 stops later. Second, the Tang old lady has been continuously attacking Chen-sun, and since the beginning, Chen-sun has not counterattacked the Tang old lady. Therefore, Chen-sun had nothing to do with Mrs. Tang's fall. Medical bills, $460,000. Certainly not compensable. As for the Tang family was cheated 100,000 yuan. Nyo Guhong once again took out the evidence that Chen-sun has long been divorced from Yang Mengxue, proving that, legally, Chen-sun has no relationship with Yang Xingyu, not a relative teamed up to cheat money. The three Tang brothers said that Chen-sun had abused Mrs. Tang with vicious language. According to the recording, which was rather noisy, it could not be proved that Chen-sun had abused the old lady. Based on the principle of whoever puts forward the evidence, the lawyer of the three brothers of the Tang family did not come up with evidence, coupled with the fact that this is the Magic City Court, not Nanjing. Therefore, the court finally adopted Chen-sun's statement. The old lady Tang wanted to sit by the window seat. Chen-sun gave up his seat slowly. Was the old lady with an apple smashed? The court ruled in court. Chen-sun on the Tang old lady fell into serious injuries, do not bear any responsibility, rejected all the claims put forward by the Tang family, and compensation for each other's attorney's fees, litigation costs, etc. A total of $17,000. The three brothers of the Tang family quarreled on the spot, and the brothers almost fought, each calling the other stupid and accomplished. Tang old lady has medical insurance, $460,000 medical expenses. The real individual to pay less than $100,000. The rest of all go to the insurance. The three brothers thought that through the claim can earn more than $300,000. I did not expect to first be cheated $100,000. The lawsuit and lost. After all, brotherly love. The three brothers quickly made up after the fight and discussed going to the bus company to claim compensation. The third really did not pronounce judgment in court. Gu Miao's daughter Tan Xiaoye sued Chen-sun, the security guard Hu Guangsheng, Mordor Shunqing Environmental Protection at once. Nyo Guhong at the same time on behalf of the three defendants, coupled with the same case. So in this one lawsuit together in the trial, Tan Xiaoye claims 1 million on the Qing Environmental Protection, Chen-sun 460,000, Hu Guangxing 170,000, adding up to close to 1.8 million, which is a high amount of claims. Throughout the process, the facts are very clear, and at the center of it all is where the blame lies for Gu Miao's fall. Nyo Guhong argued that Gu Miao was not moving the vehicle, but attempting to steal Chen-sun's car, and that the stolen person could not be held liable for any injuries that occurred during the act of stealing. Counsel for Tan Xiaoye suggested that the fact that it was Chen-sun's car that caused Gu Miao's fall had nothing to do with whether it was a stolen car or the moving of the car itself, and that there was no sign on it saying that it was permissible to store the vehicle, and that Gu Miao did not have any problem with the moving of the vehicle. Both sides argued heatedly about the issue for quite some time, and finally, shifted the goalposts to the question of whether bicycles could be parked next to the restrooms. Tan Xiaoye's lawyer suggested that the maintenance unit of the forest park is the Shangqing Environmental Protection, SEP, and that the SEP provided an unsafe place for people to place their bicycles at will, which led to Gu Miao's fall, and that the supervision was ineffective. The evidence given by Tan Xiaoye was the video footage outside the toilet, which only contained messages such as beware of slippery floors and other reminders, but not messages reminding the outside host not to wash vegetables and clothes, or reminding the elderly that they are prone to falling, etc. Hu Guangxing was the security guard next to the toilet and did not play the role of supervision and reminder. Nyo Guhong posted Hu Guangxing's job functions. Only the maintenance of toilet-related facilities, normal operation. No reminder that the elderly are prone to fall. This item. If you remind the elderly to fall, remind the elderly cannot be here to wash dishes. Hu Guangxing is ultra vires. Hu Guangxing's job function also did not include a reminder not to steal bicycles. So whether Gu Miao moved or stole bicycles, Hu Guangxing did not have the right to remind. In the end, Tan Xiaoye cancelled her claim against Hu Guangxing in court, which was the only progress reached in court. The presiding judge announced that due to time constraints, the day was over and the next session would be announced, and that the parties could, in the meantime, provide new evidence. After the lawsuit, it was almost 5 o'clock. Shen Sun had planned to go home when the lawsuit was over. He took his cell phone out and it was dead. So someone should have made a frantic call and drained the battery. I wanted to call Yang Mengxue to tell her the result of the trial, but then I saw the phone booth next to me. I have to scan the code to pay before I can make a call. I don't know what kind of brainiac designed this. If I can scan the code on my cell phone, why do I need to use this phone booth to make a phone call? Lawyer Nyo, M.S. Huang. I'll invite the two of you for a meal. My cell phone is dead, so I'll go to the hotel to charge it on the way. Chen Sun actively invited the two beauties. Must please. Nyo Guhong was not polite at all. Huang Yi shook her head. I'm on a diet. I can't eat too much for dinner. Just eat whatever. Go eat Philly steak. I know Hainshan Road has a Western restaurant is good. We eat steak. You eat broccoli. Guarantee not fat. Cow Valley Red said. Forget it. Losing weight isn't done in a day. I'll eat steak too. It's kind of giving up my life. The boss remembered to give me a raise. It's kind of a work injury. Huang Yi decisively gave up. The three of them came to the Western restaurant that Nyo Guhong had said. Chen Sun stood at the entrance of the restaurant and had a very familiar feeling about the surroundings. It seems, one comes here often. French sycamores, balsam camphor trees, Loslun double-story buildings on the street, underground parking lots next to the hutongs. Very familiar. The only thing that's a little different is that there's no neon. It gets light at 5 in the morning in Mordor, and dark around 6 p.m. At the moment, it's only 5. And a lot of the bars aren't lit up. Yes, the bar. Chen Sun looked around and saw the logo he was familiar with, an arrow, shot through a heart. Underneath it was written, Heartbreak Bar. You've been to this place before? No way Chen Sun. You come here often to drink? Huang Yi's eyes widened like she was recognizing Chen Sun for the first time. Chen Sun didn't answer. He saw a woman, her hands crossed, walking over like a female bandit. Chen Sun. Good. It's really you. I saw a little bit like you inside. I didn't think it's really you. Who are the two women next to this? What's the relationship with you? What's the first date you guys have had? Bola Chen Sun. Come out to steal food. But also one time about two. Chen Sun was speechless. He really didn't expect that the one who walked out from inside was Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu's interest immediately shifted to women. Damn. These two flirty women also role-playing. Let me see what is played. Nurse? Teacher? No. This woman is wearing black clothes. Not like Batman nor Piggy Man. I know. Play law pretty woman. I shit. You purple lips. Play the poison lawyer? The woman next to you is playing the overbearing CEO's delicate secretary? Chen Sun. You really know how to play. Nyo Guhong looked at Gu Xiaoyu with a smile on his face without uttering a word. Chen Sun explained. Xiaoyu. Don't talk nonsense. This is lawyer Nyo. This is assistant Huang. We just finished the lawsuit. We're hungry and came out to look for food. Gu Xiaoyu was furious. Chen Sun. Do you want to be shameless? You have a wife. You have asked out two women, you are not enough, but also said that you are hungry. Is your desire that strong? Your wife is pregnant. You go around stealing food. You scum. Nyo Guhong finally stepped in. Apologize to me right now. Apologize? You want me to apologize for catching you being a mistress? Shameless. If you don't apologize, I'll call Chen Sun's wife. You're his wife's best friend, right? If his wife knew during her pregnancy that her husband was looking for a mistress, and two at a time, she wouldn't be angry. Gu Xiaoyu was so angry that her mouth shivered. She had never seen such an arrogant junior. I'm warning you. His wife knows martial arts. It's useless even if you know martial arts. You'll be pissed off as usual. Chen Sun spat out blood. Sister Nyo. Stop it. Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense. My cell phone is dead. Find me a place to charge it. I'm starving. Gu Xiaoyu was so angry that she wanted to tell her best friend right away, but she was afraid that her best friend would know that she was sad to affect the next generation, and her whole face was tangled. Come to my store and recharge. We have food here. Chen Sun followed Gu Xiaoyu into the store, and Nyo Guhong and Huang Yi naturally followed. With a snap, Gu Xiaoyu threw over a menu. Chen Sun can order. The other two, please consciously get out. We don't welcome you. Nyo Guhong sneered. The boss didn't say anything. What are you a waitress screaming about? Gu Xiaoyu sneered. I'm the boss. Chen Sun was surprised. You're the boss? Yeah, we're a Western restaurant during the day and a bar after 8 o'clock at night. It's not your first time here. What are you pretending for? Hurry up and order. Junior, take the initiative and get out. Don't make me kick people out. Nyo Guhong and Huang Yi, who were addressed as Xiaosan Xiaoxi, opened the menu. Nyo Guhong said while ordering, Boss lady, any public place of business should not discriminate against guests. If you kick me out today, I can sue until your store closes. By the way, I am a lawyer, and the boss lady of a law firm. Order food. and gas make money. Chen Sun found that obviously a sentence can be said clearly. Women will always be tangled. They also do not care about what is going on. In caring about whether they have the upper hand, no lawyers obviously speak clearly. In the court of law can speak well, and now also become retarded. Count on it. After knowing that these two women were really lawyers, Gu Xiaoyu took Chen Sun's cell phone and went to charge it, intending to come back later to clean up these two women. The bar opened at 8 and she had to make arrangements ahead of time. No time to fight two unfeminine women. Chen Sun actually doesn't like Western food. He likes boiled fish fillet. The two dieting women ordered steak, mushroom soup, bacon, grilled sausage, corn relish, grilled spinach, etc. It seemed like they were really hungry and weren't afraid to hold out by ordering so much. Chen Sun finished eating in a few bites. His cell phone was charging more than 5% and he was finally able to turn it on. He immediately went to make a call. First, he called Yang Mengshui and reported the result of the lawsuit. And by the way, he said that he was treating the lawyer to dinner at Gu Xiaoyu's store. Come back early and don't drink. Yang Mengshui, the wine jar, reminded. Then he called Hu Guangxing and said that Tan Xiaoya had insufficient evidence and voluntarily cancelled the claim. Hu Guangxing was so excited that his voice changed, and he had to invite Chen Sun and his lawyer to dinner. Chen Sun is not familiar with Hu Guangxing to help him fight the lawsuit, purely because of the road. Finally, Chen Sun to the unfamiliar phone to dial back, boot up the phone, found that the increase of 7 missed calls, also this number called. The Chen Sun cell phone are out of power. It should not be an advertising sales pitch. Which one of you? Chen Sun asked. You're Chen Sun, aren't you? I'm your sister-in-law, Auntie Tong, don't you remember? Chen Sun knows who it is. Chen Sun's mother had a cousin, whom Chen Sun called his sister-in-law, who married Cui Yongqian, and so Cui Yongqian became Chen Sun's cousin's father-in-law. More than 2 months ago, the cousin uncle's Sun Cui Daji unlicensed drunk driving accident escaped. Looking for someone to cover the bag did not find a suitable, just Chen Sun back home. The cousin uncle would like to find Chen Sun to cover the bag. The two sides of the friendly exchanges. Chen Sun to the cousin uncle's cell phone to add a blacklist. I didn't realize that 2 months had gone by, and when my cousin's father didn't call, my cousin's aunt did. Hello sister-in-law, have you eaten? Chen Sun knew that his sister-in-law was also an expert who was on par with his cousin's father, and if he communicated normally, he would definitely break down first. Where does your sister-in-law eat? Oh, she hasn't eaten for days. And weight loss. Perseverance is really strong. I failed every time to lose weight. Aunt is too good. The spring festival I want to go home. More to aunt to ask for advice. Auntie Dietino. I know a net red weight loss products. Diarrhea stop oral liquid. Open the jitterbug can see. Take it every day. But also whitening it. Auntie thought Chen Sun will take the initiative to ask her why she cannot eat. Care about her. I did not expect Chen Sun completely not according to the normal process. Pulled into the exchange of weight loss direction to go, but also to promote her products. To make her directly will not be. This child is not doing marketing? My sister-in-law said. Where is your sister-in-law in the mood to lose weight? Now that Deji has been arrested. Your aunt runs every day. Aunt didn't commit a crime. He didn't have to hide. What's the point of running? Does he participate in our county's long-distance running? I remember it's only in the winter. There's no mention of a long-distance running race in the summer. Did aunt sign up for it? If he charges a high entry fee, he might be a crook. Chen Sun once again twisted his sister-in-law's meaning, holding her breath, unable to speak for a long time. Auntie, I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Bye. Seeing that the other party did not say anything, Chen Sun took the initiative to hang up the phone. Chen Sun had just hung up the phone when his sister-in-law's call came again. Auntie, is there anything else you need? My sister-in-law cried on the phone. Chen Sun held the phone and looked at the progress bar of charging without saying a word. Auntie cried for half a day. Saw Chen Sun did not ask her why she was crying, and knew that this nephew was a hobnail. Oil and salt. My sister-in-law cried for so long and you didn't ask why. Sis-in-law was disgruntled. Auntie cries too earnestly. I can't bear to interrupt. Auntie, you've practiced, haven't you? Crying with love and heart? It's hard to do without practice. Auntie was so angry that she wanted to immediately rush to Chen Sun and destroy this unsympathetic nephew. This revenge will be recorded first, and then scold him to death when he gets things done. Auntie suppressed her anger. Chen Sun, Auntie begs you for something. What is it? Da Ji drove into a bumper sticker. A thing that your aunt told you about last time. Yeah, what's up? Da Ji filial piety. Save the money to mom and dad. Buy a driver's license on no money. Bought a cheap. Did not go to the DMV for the record. The traffic police think it is a fake license. Da Ji this child too simple. Fooled. Bought a fake driver's license. The public security bureaus not to catch the crooks, but instead the Da Ji driving without a license. Driving without a license will be sentenced to imprisonment. Auntie thought, our family Chen Sun is not engaged in the computer. Auntie is not worried about it. Chen Sun, you take the time to hack the traffic police system and enter Daji's driver's license. When you come back from the spring festival, little auntie will treat you to dinner. Chen Sun did not expect his sister-in-law also understand hacking. Patiently explained, driver's license cannot be bought and sold, whether cheap or not. Cannot buy real. Daji doesn't know. Daji is color blind. The driver's license is not allowed to take the test. If he doesn't buy a driver's license, do you want him to steal? Stealing is against the law. You know, we're so well educated. We don't have thieves. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Daji applied for the civil service. The medical report also wrote color blindness. By the way, the government website also hacked a little bit. To amend Daji's medical report, do things rigorously. Chen Sun thought that his sister-in-law was definitely talented. The county hospital system has to be hacked as well. They have the medical reports on file. And Daji was examined at the county hospital. My sister-in-law is the talent of thoughtfulness. Auntie, attacking a computer system is illegal. You have to go to jail now was not the time to praise Auntie. Chen Sun felt that he should still give Auntie a clear explanation. That website of the county. He really found the loophole. It is estimated that the programmer who developed the website is a senior student of the chef program of Lanxiang Technical School. And Yang Er is a classmate. What is the fear of jail? As long as I can make Daji's sentence lighter, surely I have to pay the price. My sister-in-law is a person who understands the reason. Well, let's start with this. Tonight you also don't play games. Get the business done. Don't delay. You add me under the chat software. I will send you Daji's ID card. Don't change the wrong one. According to the ID card number. For fear that in case you encounter a rename. My sister-in-law hung up the phone. Chen Sun opened the chat tool. And sure enough, someone added friends. Damn liar. I don't take online loans. Chen Sun wrote the reason for rejection and decisively rejected the friend request. My sister-in-law called again. Auntie, I'm in a lawsuit. Cell phone calls have been monitored. You must not speak. Chen Sun made the first move. The sister-in-law really did not dare to speak. The phone vaguely came from the sound of heavy breathing. Could it be that the sister-in-law was running, together with her aunt? Contact often when you have time. Chen Sun said and hung up the phone. Text message from my sister-in-law. Change your cell phone number and keep talking. Chen Sun had to answer. Text messages were also monitored. The cell phone was less than 30% charged, and fearing that it would not be enough for the road, Chen Sun decisively turned off the phone and walked toward the dining table. Gu Xiaoyu has already arranged things in the store and is giving Niu Guhong a friendly exchange, and the two of them hate to see each other, and their livers and guts are on fire. Niu Guhong, want boobs with boobs, want ass with ass, front and back. It's Chen Sun who took the initiative. He has always liked stronger women. Looking for me to confess 7 times. I refused 6 times. Every time my face was red. Chen Sun outside the mouth is stupid. In front of me really know how to talk about love. Never tire of hearing it. Chen Sun heard Niu Guhong's words from 2 or 3 meters away and almost hit his chair. The restaurant was obviously not doing well. There were not even many customers. You have big boobs, but they sag too much. They're falling out of your navel. Auntie Niu, I smelled silicone when you walked in the door. Your ass is perky. Padded with a lot of inferior silicone. Right. 3 kilos for $5. Buy 3, get 1 free. Buy 5, get 2 free. No wonder your bar is doing poorly. You're a woman who spends her days sniffing women's asses. You don't think it's perverted, I think it's disgusting. The two women were like puppies, obviously meeting for the first time, with fireworks and catching each other in the mouth. Chen Sun felt that the two women are not good to be messed with. He a polytechnic man. Stupid mouth, people cowardly. This kind of thing is not necessary to participate in. He went to the counter to find a bottle of water. Quiet and so on charging. More than 50%. Put away the cell phone. Back to the table. You guys ate it yet? Waiter, pay the bill. Gu Xiaoyu personally came to give Chen Sun account. After the bill Chen Sun realized, Gu Xiaoyu, you open the black store. Right. Just this thing you charge me $26.66. Includes the $6.66 return from the last haunted room. Plus the dividends. Gu Xiaoyu takes a picture of the bill and sends it to Yang Mengshui. Your husband was so ashamed that he returned the money from the last haunted room to me. And by the way, he gave me the dividends as well. Soon received an angry expression from Yang Mengshui. Gu Xiaoyu returned a red packet. Yang Mengshui estimated that it must be 0.01 yuan. Did not point. After half a day, did not hold back. Pointing, found a red packet picture. Niu Guhong carrying a bag to go. Before leaving added Gu Xiaoyu contact information. Choose a day to fight again. I'm busy today. Anytime. Niu Guhong and Huang Yi with the information. did not go home, but first returned to the law firm. Sister Nyo, you don't really like Chen Sun, do you? Huang Yi asked while organizing the information. What's the matter? Can't you like it? He and I are divorced and single. Isn't it normal to like it? He has terminal lung cancer. You've taken his medical records as evidence. You can't have missed it. Life. Chen Sun sat at the bar and saw the waiter put away the dining table and replaced it with a table commonly used in bars, debugged the lights, adjusted the music, and an ordinary Western restaurant was transformed into a bar style. To say that a bar is a lighthouse is absolute bullshit. There are lots of colors of bar lights and liquor. Around 8:30, one after another guests came in. Chen Sun looked at the phone charge almost, said goodbye to Gu Xiaoyu, out the door. Vaguely feel from the side past a man and a woman seems to have seen. He was in a hurry to take the subway home, did not look carefully. He'll have to change subways twice, which will take at least an hour and a half, and he estimates he'll barely make it by 10 o'clock. The female whispered, that man's name is Chen Sun. I know him. He's had a lawsuit against me. Anun, can you help me clean him up? The man said, I know him too. He took my last house. Hang on, don't worry. I don't need to do anything. God will naturally clean him up. He has lung cancer. Terminal. 6 months at the most. It's the 3rd month now. Yang Mingxua holding an accounting handbook. Sitting on the sofa. Read a few pages. Just read the preface. The table of contents are not finished. Want to sleep. Xiao Xue. Go to sleep if you're sleepy. Chen Sun won't get home until 10. Zhou Yumei urged her daughter to rest. Sleepiness is easy after pregnancy. I'll go to the roof and take a look. Yang Mingxua said. Been here for a couple days and have never been to the roof deck. It was nice and cozy to come to the top of the building and sit in a lounge chair. The sound of insects chirping in the summer night rose and fell in the ears, and the amber-colored moonlight painted the whole city with a hazy halo, dissolving the coldness and hardness built by steel and concrete. Yang Mingxua looked at Chen Sun's way home and whispered, Hubby, I miss you. In the past, it was Chen Sun who was waiting for her. Today, she was waiting for Chen Sun to come home. From the subway out, the usual 15 minutes of the road. Chen Sun 10 minutes to walk, just into the neighborhood, far away from the room to see the light through the room. Warm and gentle, illuminating the direction of home. Someone is waiting for their own home. The door opened and Yang Mingxua called out, Come on in, it's hot outside. How did you know it was me who arrived? I was on the roof and saw it from a long way off. You can see that it's me even in such a dark sky? Chen Sun felt that Yang Mingxua was too powerful. A person who studied martial arts had eyes like a torch. Can't see much, walks like. Chen Sun changed his shoes, and there was frozen silver ear and lotus seed soup on the table. Drink and take your medicine. Yang Mingxua sat next to Chen Sun and asked, Is it lonely to ride the subway alone? It's not lonely to be alone. It's lonely to have no one to miss. Incandescent light bulb Zhou Yumei appeared. The school leadership misses me. Tomorrow back to the city, to talk about the return to work arrangements. Chen Sun briefly said the results of the lawsuit. 3 lawsuits, 1 2.5. Leaving the second half of the follow-up to continue to prepare. Although they already knew the result, the mother and daughter were completely relieved when they heard Chen Sun say it in person. The next day, Chen Sun drove and took his ex-wife and ex-mother-in-law back to his mother's house. The house was a mess, and it was assumed that no one had cleaned it since the first day Zhou Yumei left. Yang Air, get out and clean up your room. Zhou Yumei was furious. The door to Yang Air's room opened and 2 people rolled out. One was Yang Xingyu and the other was a small, round, fat man. Xiao Song, why are you here? Zhou Yumei was surprised when she took a look at the pancetta. This little fat boy is called Wang Song, the son of his sister-in-law, Yang Dianfeng, who will be in his 3rd year of junior high school when the school year begins. Hello auntie, the stock market is not doing well these days. My parents are fighting again. I'm tired of listening to it, so I come to auntie to do my homework. Wang Song said, You use your cell phone to write your homework. Is your homework practicing King of Glory? Yang Mingxua could tell at a glance that this fatty was lying. Cousin, you didn't see me when I was doing my homework and I was playing a game. Wang Song lied in a serious manner. His face was not even red, and he used very written words to look official. When Chen Sun saw this little fat man, he could not help but lament the diversity of living creatures. Yang Xingyu and this little fat man are obviously related by blood, and as a result, the 2 people's looks are worlds apart. Yang Xingyu's eyebrows are clear and beautiful. His eyes are big, and he is very similar to Yang Mingxua, and Wang Song's monocular eyelid and the meat on his face is layered, and he looks just like a comedian. Say, what's going on? Yang Mingxua was unmoved. Seeing Yang Mingxua to do it, this child is afraid, Xiao Shue's sister. My mother let me go to tutorials. My father tutorials are costly and cost energy. Might as well take the money for tutorials to speculate in the stock market. It just so happens that my mother's stock market lost money, and they quarreled. And the final conclusion is that I'm this 14-year-old child, do not study seriously, affecting the general market trend, affecting the recovery of our country's economy. And I was angry and came to find Xiaoyu brother. He came to me to play a game, and it was hard for Satoshi to come, so I had to spend more time with him, so I didn't have time to clean up the house. Yang Xingyu explained why the house was so messy. Zhou Yumei had no choice but to do it herself. She had made an appointment for the school leadership to come tomorrow, Friday, the leadership to make arrangements for the start of the school year. So a day earlier, Wang Shirtsong said, "Auntie, don't hang up my account with your family. My parents don't have good intentions. They often come to you to ask for money. They also know that they can't get it back, and intentionally disgust you, and hang up the account for the same purpose." Zhou Yumei said as she cleaned up her room. Song Tsom understands. Your parents aren't angry when you say that? You have to support me even if you're angry. It's the law. A few seconds of pleasure. A lifetime of responsibility. Everyone froze, a little embarrassed, and after a few moments, Yang Xingyu sighed. Kids are precocious nowadays. The fat on Wang Shirtsong's face trembled. What precociousness? I'm 14 years old. In the afternoon, school leaders and parent representatives will come to see Zhou Yumei, and it is inconvenient for small children to be around. Xiaoyu, take Song Tsong outside for dinner. Just beef noodles. Then take him to KFC to do his homework and come back later. Chen Sun, Yang Mingxue, Yang Xingyu, Wang Shirtsong. The four of them went to KFC and bought a bunch of food for Wang Shirtsong. Eat and then do your homework, okay? After feeding Wang Shirtsong, the three of them went to the side to eat Zen Cool Barbecue. This time, my sister is treating me, and buying cigarettes for my brother-in-law has drained the last drop of my blood. Yang Xingyu was very skillful in ordering food. Didn't Winter Live make a big profit? Yang Mingxue asked. Their company called Old West Circle. Do cosmetic skin care products? According to sales, a point to Winter Commission. This time got more than 100,000 it, to avoid taxes, divided into a few months to send. Sis bought her cosmetics punch performance. She is not the 10,000 yuan to return sis, plus buy cigarettes to brother-in-law. There is no money at all. The commission is too low. Next time the commission will be high. The company said dong 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 dong, this name is not good. To change the name, and said dong 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 looks like the TV Wang Yuyan. Behind the live broadcast, it was renamed Dong Yue. A few people chatted happily, and after eating, they went to supervise Wang Shirtsong and found that Wang Shirtsong was playing a game. What about homework? Yang Xingyu asked. The security is so bad. My homework was stolen. What's this? Yang Xingyu took out Wang Shirtsong's summer vacation homework. Brother Xiaoyu, why did you hide my homework? I thought it was stolen. Don't hit me. Wait for me to finish this game before you do it. Don't early offline will be complained. I plan to be a game live in the future. Being complained about is not a good reputation. Zhou Yumei cleaned up the house, bought 2 lilies to put in a vase, put the vase on the living room table, changed into a light beige dress, boil water, used disposable cups to make 4 cups of green tea, with a cup holder, put on the coffee table. 2 came from the school, a leader and a staff member. Parent representatives came too. First sent Zhou Yumei a fountain pen, but also deliberately put the shopping ticket in the box, the price of 199 yuan. The Board of Education stipulates that gifts to teachers exceeding 200 are considered bribes. Parents took out the manual signatures of all parents to ensure that they support the work of Mr. Zhou. There will not be a situation like Huang He, and sincerely invite Mr. Zhou to return to the king. Seeing the parents sign, Zhou Yumei eyes moist. Thank you for the support. I will wholeheartedly lead this class. Parents and leaders are always relieved when they pick up a pen and sign the appointment letter. After the leader left, Zhou Yumei put away the appointment letter, pulled open the closet, behind the clothes, took out a photo frame, which is a black and white photo of the middle-aged man. Zhou Yumei took out a silk scarf and gently wiped it. Old Young, I'd been thinking of going to be with you earlier, but it seems that you'll have to wait 2 more years. When you left, you told me to give your sister a break, and I kept giving in to her, only to make her cry, not to drive her away with a rolling pin. Xiaoyu talked to his girlfriend. That kid is just as unreliable as Xiaoyu and doesn't let people worry about him. A reliable person can't see Xiaoyu either. Xiao Shui is pregnant and treats me like a hater every day. Xiao Shui used to exercise a lot and sweat a lot every day. It's no problem to eat heavy oil and salt. Now that she's pregnant, she can't exercise strenuously, and if she eats like this, she's sure to have a problem. She hates me, and I have to correct her tastes. Son-in-law Chen Sun is a good boy, do things steadily, is heavy-minded. The year before last his mother died. He was sad. Hold back not to cry. Secretly smoking. As a result of physical problems. Old Yang you know more people underground. Dredge up relations. Let the king of hell spare Chen Sun. Chen Sun has no mother. Too poor. Let him live a few more years. Enjoy a few more years of happiness. I'm tired and sometimes I envy you. I want to change places with you and lie down and do nothing. But I still have to live well. I have to take care of my grandchildren. And I have to take care of my future grandchildren. Lao Yang. Don't be in a hurry. Wait for me for 2 more years. Chen Sun and the others sat in KFC playing with their cell phones, waiting for little fatty to finish the game. Chen Sun received a photo of Pan Duzi's distorted face. The person who sent the photo was called Xiao Fei, who bravely took the responsibility of taking care of Pan Duzi after he fractured both of her finger bones. After Mr. Disc Bean refused to take the food I offered, I bought him 3 boxes of cookies and ate them all. He was so thirsty that he drank a 1.5-liter bottle of pure water. The photo is of his distorted face from holding his urine. Please enjoy. Dash gave the message. This dash is pretty tough. When will the cast be removed? Chen Sun asked. Depending on the recovery, estimate 2 weeks. Fei replied. Make the most of the last 2 weeks. Keep it up. After Chen Sun replied, he remembered that he had promised the company that he would go and explain the program to people. Let's hope Pandu recovers sooner rather than later. Received a message from my mother-in-law that the school leaders and parent representatives had left, meaning it was time to go back. The 4 returned home and saw that the house was too clean to put their feet up. I'll go to the company. Chen Sun said. Don't work overtime. Yang Mingshu admonished. No, today is a day to ask my former colleagues what needs to be explained to me, so I can prepare properly and go next week. Chen Sun drove to the company downstairs, found that the company is not bad. He left more than 2 months. Into the office building, the license plate recognition system still think Chen Sun's car is internal vehicles. Continue to free. Driving next to the location that was smashed last time, there was a Mercedes-Benz parked in that location. Vaguely remembering Fatty Zhang's license plate. This fat man is a rich man who lost more than $300,000 and still drives a Mercedes-Benz. Chen Sun thinks this fat guy is nice. Parked the car. Went upstairs. Chen Sun's former direct supervisor Huang Buotao took a temporary access card to Chen Sun. The two came to the development department. Old co-workers came over to say hello when they heard Chen Sun was coming. Even Tan Shubua came over. The project should be very intense. Otherwise Tan Shubua wouldn't have come over. After Tan Shubua and Chen Sun exchanged glances, Tan Shubua's gaze was grim and both of them were a bit embarrassed. Welcome back. Tan Shubua still had a bit of temperament and knew to beg now. Hello Mr. Tan. Chen Sun greeted Tan Shubua in a friendly manner. This time he didn't sarcastically greet Tan Shubua, making Tan Shubua's heart skip a beat. This person wouldn't be digging a hole again. This time it's a few months' salary? Chen Sun knew what Tan Shubua was thinking. Mr. Tan, when I was 21 years old, my senior year, I came to the company for an internship and stayed in the company after graduation. I have been working in this company for 7 years, and left the company in less than 3 months. I sincerely hope that the company is getting better and better, and will never do anything wrong to the company because of personal reasons. Tan Shubua understood that Chen Sun would not bury a pit inside the program. Tough. Tan Shubua nodded his head, indicating that the past grudges had dissipated. After Tan Shubua left, Huang Buotao gathered 7 or 8 people, all developers of this project. Chen Sun's schedule is very tight. Everyone who has issue should feel free to ask. Da Xiong, you remember to write document. Try to detail a little. Huang Buotao said. Chen Sun was confused. In less than 2 months, Huang Haiba had interspersed his speech with so much English. HTML. You've degenerated and turned into a fake foreign devil. Chen Sun said. Can't help it. Got used to it. After Mr. Tan came over, we were all infected by him. Bad habits have been developed. So bear with me. Now the company 3 kinds of people. American ghosts, Japanese ghosts, fake foreign devils. I heard that Mr. Tan is learning Japanese. Huang Buotao saw that Tan Shubua wasn't there and immediately threw the pot at the leader's head. Chen Sun was surrounded by 100 ghosts and didn't care. He took a whiteboard pen and waited for everyone to ask questions. A computer system is divided into hardware and software. Hardware is like a child with superior intelligence but without any knowledge. And software is knowledge. Hardware system without software is just a bunch of heat diodes. Not useful. Software, therefore, is the soul of a computer system. Software is logic. Logic combined into the user's business needs. Programmers need to be based on the business to computer instructions into a business process. This orchestration process is programming. Customer demand is seldom clear at once. With the migration of time, the demand is constantly superimposed. The program also follows the changes. The original clear code slowly turned into a pile of shit. The code is more and more programmers do not regularly add a pile of the above. The code of the entire system has become a mountain of shit, whether it is a master or a novice. In the shit in the mountain, the taste is not good. Of course, except for the special fetish. Chen Sun, as one of the main contributors to the shit mountain, is going to explain the do's and don'ts of the shit mountain stacking process to his ex-colleagues who are ready to taste the shit mountain next week. And before explaining it, he's going to ask his colleagues who have already explored it what the main problems are. Originally, if Pandoozy was there, other colleagues could have asked Pandoozy. Currently, Pandoozy is being fed by someone who has gone to the toilet without washing his hands. And while everyone is happy, they turn their attention to Chen Sun, who has cancer, in the hope that he will make the code clear before he dies, and give a final explanation. Chen Sun let everyone ask questions. 7 or 8 programmers immediately began to ask questions, all full of fire. I guess they have tasted the mountain of shit piled up by Chen Sun. Huang Buotao hosted from the sidelines, letting everyone take turns. Some simple questions, Chen Sun answered casually. The complex ones, Chen Sun himself was confused, so he could only ask Da Xiong to help write them down. Da Xiong took out the speed of chatting with his girlfriend and flew to record. There is also a part of the problem that Pandoozy knows better. Chen Sun intends to end the meeting and go find Pandoozy to talk. It started just under 4 o'clock and didn't end until 6 o'clock. So it seems like people still have a lot of questions. Chen Sun is not well, so I'll stop here today. Mr. Tan said he'll treat you to dinner after the meeting. Huang Buotao said, say sorry to Mr. Tan. I need to drink my medicine. Let's eat next Monday when I come to speak formally. Chen Sun declined the invitation to dinner. He wanted to go to the hospital to see Pandoozy. Da Xiong printed out all the recorded questions. Huang Buotao went to prepare the computer for Chen Sun to use next week. And Chen Sun, clutching the stack of papers, drove straight to the 6th hospital to visit Pandoozy. Walking into the hospitalization unit, I saw so many people surrounding Pandu. Young man, when others take care of patients, they do so with care and attention. I see you taking care of patients. You are too inattentive. Not to mention the patients. I can't even stand to look at them. A kindly old lady was urging Xiao Fei to take good care of Pandoozy. She thought Xiao Fei was a hired hand. Dash said. I crippled his hand. Why did you hit him? Why didn't he call the police? The people around us are listening. Fei told Pandoozy the contents of the novel he had written. Everyone agreed that Fei had done the right thing. This kind of author deserves a beating. You get him some pepper and sprinkle it on top of the cookies. Someone even made a suggestion. Pandoozy, I really don't understand how you can write such a disgusting novel. Fei asked angrily. Pandoozy's eyes reddened. My father is very sick and needs money, and there's still no one to take care of him. You need money and you scribble? You don't work hard, you come out and disgust people. Your mom didn't take care of your dad? When I was 3 years old I had a high fever. My dad took me to the hospital for an injection and my mom ran away. Pandoozy seemed to be holding back tears. Everyone was silent, and after a while the kindly old woman asked, young man, do you hate your mother? My mom hated me. She hated my dad. She was trafficked here, and she was beaten by my dad every time she ran. And then, she finally found a chance to run away. And I don't remember my mom, but I know she must have hated me. There was a silence around them. What a pathetic person. No wonder they write such desperate novels. Chen Sun stood far away, listening to Pandoozy tell his miserable story, how he was ridiculed as a child and bullied by his classmates. He was heartbroken as he listened, and the displeasure he felt towards Pandoozy had long since disappeared, and there was more sympathy. He had never imagined that the chubby, cute co-worker, who was happy every day, could hide so much hurt in his heart. Perhaps, everyone has his or her own pain, not enough for outsiders to know, but only to bear alone. Those who came to the hospital to be hospitalized also had rich people, and a few of them wanted to donate money to Pandoozy. Don't. I really don't want money. I'm not a beggar. Beggars are the ones who would display their wounds for money. I appreciate your feelings. Thank you. Thank you. I have a proper job. I'm a programmer. Pandoozy's voice was a bit distorted. Fei is a sentimental man, and he apologizes to Pandoozy, not for the fact that he hit him, but for the fact that he continued to torture him for a week after hitting him. I'm sorry. I was so focused on torturing you. I never asked how you were doing. Next time I feed, I will absolutely wash my hands. What do you want to eat? Just order. I'm a rich second generation. I have money. Fei is really a kind person, and is going to do everything he can to make up for his faults. Waiting for the people around them to calm down, Chen Sun went over. The two briefly exchanged, began to discuss the program. A number of problems Pandoozy also do not remember. To see the code to know what is going on, Chen Sun promised not to work overtime, but ended up discussing it until almost 9 o'clock. A habit of many years that won't change just because of a break of more than 2 months. Gave Yang Mingxue a word about the situation. Didn't go to his mother-in-law's house, and drove directly back to the countryside. I was driving, and Dad called on the way. Dabo, did your sister-in-law call you? Hit it about Daichi. Whatever your sister-in-law is looking for you for. Don't agree. Chen Dadong was a little anxious in his tone. Okay, promise not to say yes. And what's wrong with sister-in-law? Your cousin Aunt Chui Yongqian, running around the relationship, listening to people say that they can fish out Daji, immediately believe it. The results were cheated $10,000, and went to the traffic police team to send gifts, so that the traffic police team to help his son file a driver's license, but also went to complain about the driving school said to give the documents are fake. Someone told him that all the documents, to verify the authenticity of the computer system, he looked for a cyber cafe to play the game of the kid to crack the traffic police system, and was cheated of another $8,000. Auntie is panicking. He's perfectly capable of going to the victim's family and just paying the money and not pressing charges. Looking for, the family wants 1.2 million, Chui Yongqian has no money, looking for me to sell the house. First help him advance, but also said that his house has good feng shui. It is a pity to sell. He didn't look for you to hack any system. No. I went ahead and blacklisted his cell phone and my sister-in-law reached out to me. No wonder. Your sister-in-law asked me to give you a phone call, saying that your cell phone is being monitored. She is not convenient to contact directly, so that you can buy a new cell phone. Convenient for her to find you to hack the system. I didn't agree to sell the house. She said that your house in Magic City is worth more. Selling it is definitely enough. You cannot be stupid. The fact is that whether you pay or not, a DUI coupled with an unlicensed driver is a jail sentence. And the victim's family does not pursue the case, which is nothing more than a light sentence. Chen Sun did not want to help his sister-in-law's family and wanted to cut ties, and when he arrived home, he blacked out his sister-in-law's phone number as well. In life, there will always be some people, once with you very close, and will eventually drift away, each go their own way, each good. The next day, Chen Sun once again returned to his mother-in-law's house. Zhou Yumei is making arrangements. Although the countryside is good, Xiao Shuai cannot live often, because the back of the pregnant woman all kinds of checks are in the city. The Fairview Residence 1, nicely decorated, not much furniture, must be bought right away. At least the windows and the sofa must be bought. It's summer, 33 to 39 degrees every day, hot weather. The smell of the furniture dissipates quickly. After mid-fall, it's time to move in. Yang Xingyu's foreclosed house, originally intended to be properly decorated, so that Yang Xingyu to live. Zhou Yumei usually despised Yang Xingyu, and finally could not let his son go out to live alone. Arranged for people to clean up, intend to rent out. Although the furniture in the house is old, but very complete, all are big brands, quality is not a problem. With everything arranged, Chen Sun bought some fruit and went to visit his old colleague Panduzi. On the side of the road, suddenly felt that the fruit is not enough, and went to the store next to the hospital to buy bone strengthening powder, hoping that this poor colleague will recover earlier. Carrying the gifts up, I found 3 layers of gifts piled up beside Panduzi. Bone strengthening ones, aphrodisiacs, chi tonic, blood tonic, face nourishing ones, menstrual disorders, postpartum recovery, all kinds of things, and 7 or 8 kinds of fruits. Beans, you're exaggerating. Can you finish this much? It's all bought for me by Faye. Faye, this person, really good, just a little impulsive, buy things without looking at the efficacy, buy indiscriminately. Where's little Fei? Chen Sun hadn't seen the man called Xiao Fei. He went to the Shenhuang Hotel and customized the abalone and fish spiny soup, and he's going to bring it to me later. Chen Sun is really frozen. That hotel is next to the subway on line 9, not far from the 6 hospitals. This small Fei, the whole person to death, to be good to people, that is really good. Pan Duzi close to Chen Sun's ear, lowered his voice, brother to tell you a thing, do not say out. I made up a story yesterday. Said their own life is particularly miserable. Xiaofei listened to it, are secretly crying, that child is really good to cheat. 180-degree turn, to me can be good. You made up stories yesterday? Yeah. I didn't think that anyone would believe a story that retarded that anyone with a slightly normal intelligence would think it was fake. I suspect that Fei is intellectually challenged. Chen Sun also wants to take an IQ test. There are too many fools and not enough crooks. Pandu continued to lament. Chen Sun's gaze was grim, wanting to cripple Pan Duzi's mouth as well and beat him to death. Put down the fruit and walk away decisively, afraid of not being able to resist. Dude, what's wrong with you? Don't go. Say something. Where did I offend you? Pan Duzi felt that Chen Sun was a bit emotional after he got sick. Obviously came to see me. Bought all the fruits. And this is just to say a couple sentences. Why did he suddenly change his face and want to leave? Chen Sun ignored Pan Duzi. He walked downstairs and saw Xiao Fei pushing a supermarket shelf-like cart with several casseroles on it. Not sure if it was for Pan Duzi. Chen Sun wanted to pee in the casserole. Went to explain the code to a co-worker on Monday, expecting to get it done in one sitting, but didn't realize it took 3 days of lectures to basically get the issues raised by my former co-worker fixed. Huang Buotao applied for 3,000 subsidies for Chen Sun, and Chen Sun didn't ask for them, and gave them directly to Huang Buotao. I didn't have time to treat myself when I resigned, so I'll take this money and treat everyone to dinner, counting it as my treat. Let's eat together when Duzi is discharged from the hospital. Huang Buotao was still thinking about Pan Duzi. Don't wait, Pan Duzi isn't a good bird. Chen Sun finally couldn't help himself and badmouthed people behind their backs. When I was a kid, my mom taught me not to just talk bad about people behind their backs. That behavior of Pan Duzi directly made Chen Sun break his defense. Getting things done with the former company, Chen Sun buys furniture, and Yang Mengxue is waiting for school to start. September. As expected, after school started, Zhou Yumei was much busier. Throughout Mordor, all primary and secondary school students are watching the TV program, the first lesson of the school year, or the live webcast, and after watching it, parents are asked to take pictures and send them to the classroom teacher for filing. Zhou Yumei checked one by one, found that did not show his face, did not shoot the program, or one by one review, asked to reshoot. Chen Sun's head was spinning as he watched. The homeroom teacher would be busy for a long time with such a small matter. Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue, both counting the time, were pregnant in mid-June and would be 3 months old by about September 15th. Yang Mengxue picks out furniture for Chen Sun to confirm. It's not like I know anything about it, so you pick it out and I'll go buy it. Chen Sun said. I don't know much about it. Ancient Little Journey knows about it, and she's renovated it several times. Gu Xiaoyu, she'll only decorate the bar. Let's forget it. Chen Sun didn't like to make his home redolent with lights. Gu Xiaoyu has decorated the wedding room. The bar is opened by her and her boyfriend. The boyfriend is a bartender. Once went to France to see the wine, and then went to the United States. Just encountered the shooting. Her boyfriend was hit by a stray bullet. The ambulance over there did not come in time. Said to wait for the end of the shooting before they came over. And her boyfriend just lost. Both of them had their wedding photos taken and their wedding house was decorated. Chen Sun has a bad impression of this woman Gu Xiaoyu, who speaks very exasperatingly. And he did not expect that this woman has such a sad story. After her fiancé died, she used to drink alone. And I was afraid that something would happen to her if she got drunk. So I drank with her. And I was a much bigger drinker than she was. Afterward we made a date to drink and chat every Tuesday. After I got pregnant, I didn't go to her for a long time. Yang Mengxue said a little sad. A stranger added Chen Sun's WeChat. Chen Sun guessed it was his sister-in-law, and wanted to refuse, but finally passed. Chen Sun, right? I'm your aunt. Turns out it's not an aunt but an aunt. Chen Sun was about to pull the black, but suddenly remembered that this aunt is Yang Mengxue's aunt, Yang Dianfeng. What did auntie want to see me about? Song Tsong encountered something at school. Wait, I'll let Song give you a voice chat. His father is grumpy and will mess up if he knows. Yang Dianfeng initiated voice chat. Cousin husband good. I'm Wang Shirt Song. Is the last time you see that handsome brother? I look for my mother to ask for money. My mother does not give. I said leakage. I have a classmate called Tang Xiao. Sports special student. He often bullied our other classmates, and often fined to give him money to buy cigarettes. Chen Sun think a little false. After all, the Magic City in the education of the control is still quite strict. School bullying basically never heard of. And then what? Chen Sun asked. He said that if I don't buy him cigarettes, he beats me once a day. I used to save money to buy them for him, and this time I took the money to eat KFC a couple times. You mustn't tell my dad. My dad has a bad temper. Chen Sun understood that this aunt was hoping that he would step up. After hanging up the phone, he asked about Yang Mengxue's attitude. You go and ask. If you can solve it, you don't have to get too attached. My little aunt is mighty in front of her own family, but she is a wimp outside. Auntie is also short-tempered, and will ring the table if he says a few inappropriate words. Yang Mengxue had a bad impression of her little aunt. Chen Sun remembered Wang Shirtsong's comic master appearance, felt that this child let people bully, or a little heart, let Yang Dianfeng pulled him into Wang Shirtsong's parents group, and then gave the class teacher a private word about Wang Shirtsong. Mr. Chen, I'm aware of this situation you've reacted to. I'll privately communicate with the student and the results will be returned to you soon. The class teacher also took this matter seriously. At noon the next day, the class teacher took the initiative to contact Chen Sun, saying that this matter was true and had already criticized Tang Xiao. Chen Sun thought that this matter had been completely resolved. In the evening, Wang Shirtsong came with a message. Cousin husband. The teacher criticized Tang Xiao, and Tang Xiao admitted his mistake. After school Tang Xiao hit me. Is it serious? Nothing serious, just slapped me in the face and said that if I responded to the teacher again, he would find someone to teach me a good lesson. You keep going to school and I'll fix this thing for you once and for all tomorrow. The next day, Chen Sun added Tang Xiao's father through the class group. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, I'm Wang Shirtsong's cousin's husband. Wang Shirtsong, this kid has no one at home to control him. He secretly smokes. He goes around looking for other students to ask for money to buy cigarettes. And he also looks for your family's Tang Xiao to ask for money to buy cigarettes. And Tang Xiao doesn't give him any money. And he even slapped Tang Xiao. I came to apologize to you. Tang Xiao's father was directly angry. The text was too late to send. Directly changed to send voice messages. Beatings are so forgettable. Absolutely impossible. Your child smoking. Must be expelled from school. Black sheep. Junior high school began to smoke. Bring bad the whole class. Must be expelled. Tang Xiao's father sounded very angry and, it seemed, was a good father who loved his children. Mr. Tang, don't be anxious. It's all between kids. It's not that serious. Just a slap in the face. There's no need to force the child out of school. Just a slap. How lightly you say. My son slapped your child. You must have made a bigger fuss than me. Must let my son do a disability evaluation. You wait. Don't think we are easy to bully. This kind of person must be severely punished. Why don't we just forget about it and we'll pay you some money? $5,000. How about that? $50,000 are useless. I'll go to the principal right away. Wang Shirtsong must be expelled. Mr. Tang, don't be impulsive. There's no need to make a big deal out of something between kids. Don't you go to work? If you don't say it, I've forgotten. Compensate me for lost labor. Mental damage. 10,000 to start with. You wait. This is definitely not going to be left like this. It was obvious that the man was unusually hot. Mr. Tang, you've said a lot of things. What exactly do we have to do to deal with it satisfactorily? You give a result, and we'll follow it. First, you must publicly apologize to the whole school. Second, take my son for a comprehensive examination. For any physical or mental illnesses, you must be responsible to the end. And third, compensate me for the mental damage. Lost wages, at least 50,000. Tang Xiao did not use voice this time, used the text, and did not say that he wanted to fire Wang Shirtsong, presumably sober. Knowing that this point is not up to the standard of dismissal. Middle school is still compulsory, after all, and you can't just expel people. Okay, it's a deal. I'll see you in front of the school. I've told the homeroom teacher as well. Yes. Chen Sun came to the entrance of the school. Not long after, a middle-aged man clamped a briefcase, huffed and puffed over. All school entrance. Looking around, there were only 2 or 3 people at the school entrance, and he recognized Chen Sun at once. You're Wang Shirtsong's cousin's husband, right? Yes. You're Tom Shaw's father? The visitor took out a stack of paper and gave it to Chen Sun, on which he wrote the 3 items he had agreed to in his WeChat. Is the content okay? If it's okay, sign the words first. Here's the pen. A pen that costs $328 apiece. Be careful when you sign. Chen Sun read the terms of the above. As said on WeChat, in the Wang Shirtsong parent representative position signed. The middle-aged man in the Tang Xiao parent representative position wrote his name, Tang Chen. Documents in triplicate. You and I each have a copy of this, and keep another copy on file at school. It must serve as a warning to later students that smoking is inherently wrong, and hitting is especially egregious. Tang Xiao's father saw Chen Sun sign so painfully and calmed down a lot. I contacted the homeroom teacher and she came out to pick us up soon. Chen Sun said. Very well, when I signed just now, I purposely pointed at the camera at the entrance of the school. There are 6 cameras here, which can clearly prove that this agreement was signed voluntarily by both parties. I didn't force you. Townsend said. Chen Sun read the middle school. Is the middle school and high school in the same school? The magic city of the public middle school. Most of the middle school and high school will be separated, because the middle school to senior high school is very difficult. High school examination of the university on the contrary is very easy. 85% of them can get into the undergraduate degree. Mordor Elementary School 5 years. 6th grade to enter junior high school learning. So there is a junior high school students still wear red scarves. Chen Sun and Tang Chen waited at the school entrance for more than half an hour before the homeroom teacher came out. Teachers are strictly forbidden to play with cell phones during class, so it's understandable that the homeroom teacher comes out late. Class teacher surnamedly, Mr. Li saw Chen Sun and Tang Chen too. Gave the gatekeeper said a couple of words. The gatekeeper took out a book. Let the 2 people registered cell phone ID card and other information, to confirm that the 2 people are not a problem, and then opened the small door of the school gate. let the two people in. The three of them came to the special office, and Mr. Lee began to boast. Thank you very much to the two parents for supporting our work. To be honest, if other parents encountered this kind of thing, they would often quarrel and make a very serious scene, and it is rare to meet parents as rational as you are. Townsend was very modest. In fact, when I first heard about this, I was also furious and was going to make a fuss with Mr. Chen. After we exchanged in private, we have reached an agreement. I printed it out, and Mr. Chen signed it. In triplicate, Mr. Chen and I each have one copy, leaving one copy in the school archives. Ms. Lee thought that these two parents were really wonderful, and if other parents were like them, it would be 10 times easier to carry out the teaching work. Teacher Lee took the agreement Tang Chen gave over and said, I told Tang Zhao's mom yesterday, and she said she would deal with it seriously and earnestly. Since you have reached an agreement privately, I won't do much, just follow the agreement. The next class is a study hall. I'll have Tang Xiao and Wang Shirtsong come over. Townsend vaguely felt something was wrong. The kid's mom didn't give me that. It's okay, it's just as well that father came over. Mr. Lee opened the agreement to see what was written inside. Then, Mr. Lee's whole body was bewitched. Holding the agreement in one hand and putting the other hand under the table, Chen Sun took a look and hurriedly dodged, fearing that he would be pinched by Mr. Lee's thighs. He had already been pinched twice, and this time, he would definitely not let Mr. Lee get his hands on him. Ms. Lee is teaching language. The Chinese language examination paper, reading comprehension and composition is the big head. She often come up with a variety of reading comprehension questions to test the students. At this moment, her brain did not turn the corner. Her eyes froze for more than 10 seconds. Either the person who wrote the agreement failed the essay, or he or she failed reading comprehension. Did you guys get the names wrong? It was Tang Xiao who forced student Wang Shirtsong to buy cigarettes. You're compensating for this, so I'm a little confused. Teacher Lee came to his senses. Chen Sun added, yesterday when school was over, Tang Xiao also hit Wang Shirtsong and warned him not to tell the teacher. Tang Chen was alarmed. No, wasn't it Wang Shirtsong who beat up my family Tang Xiao? Teacher Lee didn't care to wait for the study hall and directly called Tang Xiao and Wang Shirtsong over. Tang Xiao go sports specialty route, only on the junior high school. Height are 178 meters. Wang Shirtsong 1 meter 6 out of the head. Round a little fat. Who hit who? Do not have to ask. The first impression to know what is going on. Yesterday in class, Mr. Lee let Tang Xiao public review in front of the class, admitting that smoking is not right. Forcing classmates to buy him cigarettes is even more wrong. Mr. Lee is still thinking about how to deal with the follow-up. I did not expect. Tang Xiao feel lost face. After school also hit. Seeing that both parents were present, plus the teacher, Tang Xiao admitted slapping Wang Shirtsong. I didn't exert any force. I just wanted to scare him. Tang Xiao explained when he saw his father's dark face. Wang Shirtsong, Tang Xiao, you guys go to the classroom first. I'll communicate with your parents. Teacher Lee was afraid that Tang Chen was going to hit Tang Xiao and hurriedly let these two students leave. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my son. Townsend cursed Chen Sun's ancestors in his heart. This person is too damn insidious. My old man is careful enough to do things carefully and watertight, but I didn't expect to encounter a passionate desert. Thank you for Mr. Tang's magnanimity. Let's just stick to the agreement. We've all discussed it and signed it. Chen Sun said. It's just a joke when kids fight amongst themselves. Mr. Chen is taking it too seriously. Kids joke. We adults don't joke. And when the agreement was signed, Mr. Towns made a point of going under the 6 cameras in front of the school to sign it. You're committing fraud. It's a crime, you know. Townsend suddenly came with such a sentence, confusing Mr. Lee. Since this is a crime, it is recommended that Mr. Tang call the police immediately. I will cooperate with the police investigation. If you don't call the police, then it's fine for me to call the police. Seeing that the other party was about to explode, Chen Sun's heart was calm instead. As soon as she said to call the police, Ms. Lee was anxious. If she called the police, the matter would be a big deal. She immediately persuaded, two of you wait a moment, I'll get the principal to come over. When Principal Child heard that the parents were going to call the police, he was even more anxious than the teacher and quickly came over to ask what was going on. The matter between Wang Shirtsong and Tang Xiao was not complicated. It was clear in a few words. What was complicated was the relationship between Chen Sun and Tang Chen. How did these two people sign such a strange agreement? The principal was curious to know how badly these two had twisted their minds to come up with such a thing. Principal Tong. I don't have any opinions about the school and I'm very willing to support the school's work. I hope that Mr. Thompson will just follow the contract strictly. Chen Sun said. Between students, a little conflict. There's really no need to make such a big deal. Tang Xiao violated the school rules. We in line with the purpose of punishment as a supplement and correction as the main purpose. Give Tang Xiao a demerit. Principal Tong was afraid that Chen Sun would call the police. Chen Sun of course did not want to call the police. Wang Shirtsong still have to stay in this school for 10 months. It is not wise to offend the school operation. Unless there is really no other way. I will take Wang Shirtsong to do a full examination. Examine the injuries. And then check if there are any problems with the brain nerves. And whether he has suffered any serious injuries psychologically. According to our observation, after Wang Shirtsong was beaten by Tang Xiao, he was completely unmotivated to study. And he only wanted to play games. Which will affect his midterm grades in the future. And will delay him for the rest of his life. And this is something that I would like to request that the school also take this into consideration. After Chen Sun put his idea forward, Tang Chen was furious and stormy. Where does this all lead to? Playing the game is all about this slap in the face? How much is the examination fee? We will give the invoice. If you can't get into high school, it will have an effect on Wang Shirtsong for the rest of his life. This compensation, we will sue through the court. But the $50,000 written in front of the mental damage and lost wages. Please Mr. Tang, in front of the teacher and the principal. Settle it. Chen Sun opened his cell phone and pulled out the collection code. Townsend said, "This is fraud. This is absolute fraud. Public fraud." Principal Tong had a big head. Mr. Chen, what are your demands? Just say it. I've checked. The school has a dozen allocated high school places every year. Wang Shirtsong suffered from school bullying. It's already good enough to survive. It's hard to get into a high school. I hope that the school will agree to give Wang Shirtsong one of these places. After Chen Sun said it, Tang Chen, Principal Tong, and Teacher Li, all secretly scolded Chen Sun for being shameless. In order to avoid the excellent candidates to play poorly in the examination to fail to get into high school, very high school will give some places directly to the middle school. Middle school students cannot based on the results of the examination, directly into the high school. Absolutely not. Principal Tong refused on the spot, then strictly enforced the contract. I'll leave first. You guys feel free. Chen Sun predicted out that he would definitely offend the school this time. Returning to Yang Mengshue's mother's house, he said to his mother-in-law, "Mom, give me the key to the storeroom. Someone wants to buy the cigarettes that Xiao Yu gave me, and is offering a high price." Zhou Yumei didn't believe a word. Chen Sun, smoke less. Yang Mengshue volunteered. I'll also go to the countryside and supervise Chen Sun. You'd better stay home. 30,000 steps. How many have you taken today? As soon as he said 30,000 steps, Yang Mingxue instantly deflated. Chen Sun is torn, whether to let Townsend go, mainly because he does not have much affection for his sister-in-law Yang Dianfeng, and does not want to invest too much energy. As Yang Mingxue said, if you can help, help. If you cannot help, forget it. Immediately after Townsend left the school, he called his wife. The teacher told you about your son smoking and robbing his classmates. Why didn't you tell me? The wife replied. What's the hurry? It's my son who bullies others. Not being bullied. The teacher asked me to deal with it seriously. I fooled the teacher and got lazy. Townsend was furious. Bakar opened his wife's company downstairs. Let his wife downstairs. His wife looked at the agreement signed by Townsend. The two mouths on the spot cursing. You brain into the water. Your son is tall and big. How can be robbed of money by others? Are you dead? You didn't even give me a heads up about something so important. You have genitals in your mouth? The woman was infuriated by Townsend's words, and was afraid of being heard by her colleagues, so she had to hold her tongue. It's not like I intentionally didn't say anything. That teacher Lee is so disgusting. He's still a class teacher. He couldn't even notify the class about this point, and he only notified me alone. Don't pass the buck. What now? Call the police. This person uses information asymmetry to induce you to sign an unequal treaty. The suspected amount is all the way up to $50,000. It's definitely fraud. Women feel more miserable than the late Qing dynasty, forced to sign unequal treaties. The two families finished their discussion and decisively called the police. Chen Sun was dumbfounded when he heard the police ask him to assist in the investigation. This Thompson actually called the police. Chen Sun photographed the agreement and drove to the Shanlin police station. The Townsend couple is in. The parties proceeded directly to the mediation room. A police report that is not violent is a civil dispute, and mediation is the first step. Mr. Chen took advantage of the asymmetry of information to defraud me and induced me to sign an unequal treaty. Definitely a fraud, Thompson said. Chen Sun looked at Thompson like he was a fool. What have you been tricked into? $50,000. Obviously you are the one who defrauded me of $50,000. I was planning to call the police. If not for my cell phone running out of battery, I would have called the police first. Show the police the agreement we signed. Chen Sun said. The policeman also read the agreement and, rather confused in his head, asked, "Which one of you is Chen Sun and which one of you is Thompson?" Townsend said, "I'm Townsend. This is clearly written above. Wang Shirtsong's family to compensate Tang Zhao's family at least 50,000 yuan." Chen Sun signed next to the representative of Wang Shirtsong's family. According to the agreement, Chen Sun to compensate you for 50,000 yuan. How do you call the police to say that Chen Sun defrauded you? It was only then that the two Thompson families remembered that the agreement had been for Chen Sun to compensate them for the money. At least according to the agreement. Indeed, it is an unequal treaty, but it is unequal to Chen Sun and they are the profiting party. The police suspected that the two men had swapped souls. What did Mr. Chen say? The policeman asked. Chen Sun was going to say, Townsend fraud. Soon realized that it is not right. The two have chat records. It is Chen Sun step by step to lure Townsend to be fooled. Chen Sun decided to give Townsend one last chance. After all, it involves the other party's child. And although Townsend Xiao is annoying, after all, he is only about 15 years old. And Chen Sun doesn't want to go too far. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Tang, both of you are here. And the police are here. I don't want this to be a big deal. Just come up with the contract. The conditions will remain the same. Just change the name. What do you think? A slap is worth $50,000. Why don't you rob it? Police? He blackmailed the money to his face. Before Townsend said anything, his wife jumped up first. The police officer said, "Please keep quiet. We are in mediation. Don't attack each other. Such an obvious scam, can't you see it? My son and that cousin of his are in the same class. My son only slapped his cousin. He even asked for $50,000 in compensation. This is not a human being at all. It's a vampire. May I ask Mrs. Tang if your husband was a vampire when he signed the contract with me?" Chen Sun asked a rhetorical question. "You called my husband a vampire. Police? And he verbally abused us." The police officer was speechless. "Will you continue to mediate? Or will you go through the legal process?" Chen Sun said, "Go through the legal process. Mr. and Mrs. Townsend, continue mediation. I'm not interested in pulling with you guys. It's time for me to eat. Eating on time and keeping a regular life is the way to maintain health. If you're not sure, you can talk to me." Chen Sun put down a sentence of painless words and walked away. Chen Sun returned to his mother-in-law's house and asked, "Where's Xiao Yu? He's been with Pan Shangxing for the past few days. As if he's looking for some restaurant location. Xiao Yu is not bad at cooking. Choosing a restaurant or something? Not as good as that Pan Shangxing." Zhou Yumei said. Chen Sun had to call Yang Xingyu. "You tell your girlfriend with the gongs and drums to make preparations. It might be live again in a few days." Yang Xingyu said. "Go back later and talk about it. I'm here on Guiguo Road. Pan Shangxing chose this location, and we're examining it comprehensively. Is it suitable to open a store?" As soon as Chen Sun heard Guiguo Road, he remembered the last time the two dog-walking women were involved, and he didn't know how it was finally handled. Drive back to the extension of the road. Take the key given by Zhou Yumei. Open the storage room. See the inside of a strip of cigarettes. Feel very intimate. Chen Sun counted. A total of 22 cigarettes. All Huazi. Yang Xingyu, this dish a bag. Really good. Know what I like. Chen Sun took out 2 of them, hid them, and the rest, packed them in a bag and prepared the rest. Yang Xingyu got in touch with his girlfriend Dong Dong Dong, who at the moment, has her own live stage name, Dong Yuwei. The name is a bit neutralized, because most of the attention to cosmetics is a woman. Too feminine name, but not enough to attract people, such as a centralized talent show singer. Go chest flattening road. Not much work, still fire for many years, and finally realized that she works a lot. In the fans circulated only. Junior high schools in Mordor have a total of 4 grades, from 6th to 9th, and most schools have 4 classes in each grade, with about 40 to 45 students in each class, so there are about 600 students in junior high schools. After school, some students need to be picked up by their parents, and some go straight home on their own. Chen Sun is waiting for the end of the school day. The school let out at 5 p.m., and around 4:30 p.m. Parents were coming over to pick up their children and take them home. Chen Sun deliberately selected in the doorway next to the teeth of the road, not blocking the road. The visual effect is okay. Dong 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 and her staff chose another high point. The location is very good. The disadvantage is that you cannot put a table. All the products to bring goods can only let the staff take turns to hand her. At about 5:10, the students came out of the school one after another. Chen Sun, holding a loudspeaker, was shouting, "Hello Tang Xiao student, I am the parent of the student who was slapped by you. I sincerely apologize to you. I apologize to you in front of the whole school. You want me to buy you cigarettes every day. I didn't have any money that day. I didn't buy them for you. It's right for you to slap me. I'm now buying you 20 cigarettes in one go. I hope that you're generous and forgive me for my mistake. I'll never dare not. Working man, part-time to write some of their favorite things, but recently too busy. A friend today again. Not many updates. I try to ensure that there is no more. I'm sorry. Parents who were picking up their children, students who were being dismissed from school, and teachers who were walking out with their students were all attracted at once. Chen Sun has long since sent Dong Dong Dong's live link to a group of former co-workers. Colleagues in charge of web search engine optimization redrafted the headline based on the latest buzzwords. Mordor's shocking school violence tragedy. The student who was slapped shocked the other's hand with his cheek and compensated for 20 cigarettes. The first ever thick-skinned man wears calluses on his slapping hand, and alternative school violence can only be solved with cigarettes. Miserable screams continue to ring out. 2 teenage boys actually do this kind of thing. Smoking, slapping, or smoking cha. Just like the previous times, those who saw the headline quickly went into Dong Dong Dong's live broadcast, and sure enough, they saw a sea of people, countless students swarming, and a man apologizing with a loudspeaker. Next to Dong Dong Dong, Yang Xingyu was one of the assistants, and Dong 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 did not say a word when Chen Sun spoke. When Chen Sun concluded, he gave Yang Xingyu a gesture, and Yang Xingyu immediately told Dong 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 to start broadcasting. In this school, there was a case of school violence where a middle school student slapped another middle school student. After the parents of both sides exchanged information, the person who was slapped even wanted to pay compensation money, because the person who was slapped, his face is super thick. Why is his face so thick? Please see our company's fairy water. Skin care, long-lasting moisturizing skin, bright white skin, brighten the eyes of scum dog. Dong 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 took out a product and boasted about it for a while. The parents next to me saw it, couldn't help but try it out, thought it was good, and immediately placed an order online. Chen Sun continued to apologize more vigorously. Some parents do not believe so strange things how to happen. Should not be beaten by the person looking for the beating of the claim, how reversed. Chen Sun immediately displayed the agreement signed by both sides. The other side has someone above. We ordinary people, beaten and abused, can only endure. I also had to follow the treaty requirements. Public apology. I am now implementing the first article on the treaty. Chen Sun took an enlarged version of the treaty and photocopied hundreds of copies. So whoever wants it, take it yourself. Just take it. Parents are mad. This is the magic city, not Nanjing. The beating demanded to be beaten to pay. All have children. See this situation. Not many can accept. Have come up to support Chen Sun. Dong 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 also gave this treaty a close-up. The number of people in the live room went crazy. To completely solve school violence, please buy Old West Garden selected products. Dong 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 used her crappy live broadcasting skills to pull a raw deal, and the audience laughed while placing their orders. The manager of the company Old West Garden never closed his mouth when he saw the sales figures rising. Thompson and his wife work in their own companies. Finally, someone sent him a link. Townsend, is your son's name Townsend Shaw? And someone is publicly apologizing to your son. Townsend was startled. He had a bad feeling. Townsend was not there as he was in his 3rd year of junior high school and was tall enough to go home on his own and did not need him to pick up or drop off. Thompson clicked on the live link, saw his signature, saw the kind of agreement that he had carefully studied and drawn up, saw Chen Sun, and saw countless people around Chen Sun pointing. His blood rushed to his head, carrying a stool to go to smash Chen Sun to death. Did not walk 2 steps, only to remember that there is still half an hour to get off work. He is in the company. Townsend couldn't wait a minute. He went out, drove, and had to get to the school right away, afraid that he would just go off the deep end, afraid that his son would explode in popularity. Mordor has built a lot of viaducts, and the subway. Of course, the purpose is to ease the traffic pressure, but 5:30 is the peak commuting time. The highway traffic jam makes you doubt your life. Thompson was in the car, so distraught that he had to call his wife. Wife connected to the phone on a burst of scolding. You stupid bastard, do not know to take the subway. Know that now is the rush hour, when it is really blind to marry you. Thompson was so angry that he stepped harder and managed to tailgate with a kick of the gas. The students at the school gates did not want to leave and the parents could not leave. Tom Shaw couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Eventually, he blended in with the crowd and tried to sneak away. Wang Shirtsong has been following Tang Xiao. Cousin-in-law, you're here. I finally waited for you to come. Tang Xiao, my cousin-in-law wants to apologize to you. Wang Shirtsong looked like he was on the verge of tears, saying how pitiful he was. Chen Sun opened the bag and took out a strip of cigarettes from it. Dong 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 immediately adjusted the lens and aimed at Chen Sun's side. The cigarettes are all here. Please ask Mr. Tang Xiao to count if the quantity is enough. Chen Sun said. After saying that, then put the cigarettes one by one into the bag and handed the bag to Wang Shirtsong. Hurry up and send it to your classmates. Take the initiative to apologize. Admit your mistakes. And never dare to forget to buy cigarettes for the big brother on a regular basis again. Wang Shirtsong handed the bag to Tang Xiao. How could the onlookers let it go when they saw that there was something to see? Forming a circle of human wall around Tang Xiao couldn't run away even if he wanted to. His brain was frozen. Thompson took the cigarette like a puppet. Chen Sun bowed to Tang Xiao. Big brother Tang Xiao. In the future, we will never dare to forget to buy you cigarettes. Please be more understanding. Tang Xiao. And don't beat up Wang Shirtsong anymore. After saying that, Chen Sun took out the agreement he signed with Tang Xiao and pointed to the first article, Public Apology. Asked Tang Xiao, according to the agreement, I have apologized in public. May I ask if you are satisfied? Tang Xiao only wanted to leave quickly. Seeing this, he immediately nodded. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Tang Xiao and Wang Shirtsong had the same expression, on the verge of crying, except that Wang Shirtsong was pretending and he was real. Someone had already brought the situation to the attention of the principal. The principal finally breaks his guard and takes it upon himself to call the police. Police cars are coming, but there are too many people. The police car is blocked outside 7 or 8 meters away. Cannot play any role. In the end, had to force the flow of people. A teacher came over and whispered to Chen Sun, Mr. Chen, why don't we do this first? The principal wants to talk to you. Chen Sun saw the good things and said loudly, today, I have completed the first article of the agreement, and I will continue to strictly implement it later. So please rest assured, when you're done, gather up your things and, along with your teacher, go see the principal. The principal's face is all gray, letting the teacher go away and leaving Chen Sun behind. The principal said, Mr. Chen, you are interfering with the teaching order. Principal Tong, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I'll be more careful next time. Chen Sun took the initiative to admit his mistake. Next time? There's a next time? Yeah, according to the agreement, I'm going to apologize in front of the whole school. And there are still a lot of teachers and students who don't know about today. And today's situation was broadcasted out live. I hope more people know the sincerity of my apology. Mr. Chen, we haven't finished investigating the matter of student Wang Shirtsong's beating. And after the investigation is complete, we'll give the student in question the appropriate punishment according to the school rules and regulations. I know, a demerit. Then cancelled before graduation. Right. I don't care about Tang Xiao. All I know is that he beat Wang Shirtsong so much that he didn't have the heart to study and had a hard time getting into high school, and it had an indelible effect on him for the rest of his life. Principal Child thought for a moment. I can think about the quota. Chen Sun said, is it a matter of continuing to apologize? I can also think about it. If Chen Sun continues to make trouble, the school's reputation will become worse than shit. No matter how good or bad the quality of teaching is, he will not be able to be the principal. The city key places definitely won't work. We can only give him the district key places, and there are only 24 in total in our school. If we don't agree, we can't continue to talk. Many thanks, Principal. Chen Sun immediately withdrew his hand. Principal Tong knew that even though he was verbally promising, if he didn't give the quota to Wang Shirtsong later, this person would definitely make more things happen. This person was not easy to cheat, and he had no intention of cheating Chen Sun. He only hoped that this person would hurry up and get lost and never appear in front of his eyes. The police finally broke through the heavy siege and entered the school gates. I'm sorry. I apologize to student Tang Xiao. I didn't expect to cause so many things. Even the police were alarmed. Do you want me to go to the police station to apologize again? Chen Sun said to the police officer, who had also dealt with him yesterday. When Tang Xiao had called the police are depressed. Chen Sun only came to apologize. Did not do anything else. Now that school has been dismissed, there is no impact on the teaching order. And Chen Sun apologized. Deliberately stood next to the students. Do not affect the students in and out of the school door. It is the parents themselves do not go the school entrance to make a mess of it. It's impossible to arrest the hundreds of students and parents at the site. Dong dong dong, the crappy live contestant continued. There are a few police officers on the scene, so please guess what skincare products they use. If you like it, families, please click the link to buy it. The policeman glared at Dong Dong Dong. Dong 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 also stood next to the road, and did not interfere with the order. The police looked at me. His eyes are like a torch, specializing in catching bad people, specializing in catching shoddy products. The police uncle looked at our products and did not arrest anyone, which means that our products are excellent. The police uncle is on duty. His eyes are locked on our skincare products, and after he gets off work, he will definitely take out the personal money that he has saved for 3 months to buy skincare products. Dong 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 said a bull's eye. Pure nonsense. Just then, a man with a white gauze wrapped around his forehead and blood still vaguely seeping out approached. This man is Townsend. Hello, Mr. Thompson. I apologize. I've already apologized to your son-in-law. And the cigarettes were given to him as well. Chen-sun warmly went forward to greet him. Thompson rushed to school after a car accident with a simple bandage. What, apologize to my son? Where did you get the cigarettes? Townsend glared at Chen-sun and tried to make a move, finding several police officers. Thompson cursed Chen-sun furiously in his heart, shameless, ambushing the police in advance. Mr. Thompson, I strictly followed Tong Zhao's request and bought him 20 cigarettes at once. I promise that I will never delay buying cigarettes for Tong Zhao in the future. Just now so many parents saw that Tong Zhao was very satisfied with the cigarettes we bought. Please Tang Zhao student don't hit Wang Shirtsong next time. Chen-sun looked so weak and humble that even the police were moved. Not to mention the parents next to him. Townsend was driving at the time and did not see the scene where Chen-sun gave his son the cigarettes. And when he heard Chen-sun say that, he quickly realized that after he was cunt, his son was also cunt by Chen-sun. Chen-sun, be a man and come to me if you need anything. Don't bully my son. Thompson shouted. Mr. Tang, don't scare me. I know you are an expert. You fight a dozen of them alone. You only got a slight injury on your forehead. Those 7 or 8 were put in the intensive care unit by you. How dare I bully your son? Chen-sun said. The surrounding parents would have found it strange that this Townsend turned out to be Tang Zhao's parent. What was he doing here with gauze wrapped around his forehead? At this moment, after Chen-sun reminded us, everyone suddenly realized that this person has been fighting for a long time. The bruise on his forehead is evidence of a regular fight. The real deal. Townsend was straight up pissed off and cracked up, and when he got emotional, his blood flow accelerated, and the blood quickly seeped out, and the white gauze became a little bright red. Chen-sun, go fucking die. Tang Chen was so angry that he lost his mind and opened his teeth and claws to die with Chen-sun. Chen-sun hurriedly hugged a policeman. He's going to kill someone. Is he going to kill me before he's satisfied? I've even bought cigarettes for his son and he still won't let us go. A few police officers, their thoughts brought to the ditch by Chen-sun, drew their batons and stood at attention. Mr. Thompson, please remain emotionally stable. Dong 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 continued to narrate from the side. In order to buy our company's skincare products for his wife. Mr. Tang really put up a fight too. Old West Round Sun manager saw Dong 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 this live level. Straight sigh. This woman has no brain. Is this how you do a live broadcast? Manager Sun couldn't wait to go on air himself. Townsend yelled at the top of his lungs. I've been wrongly accused. My son has been undermined. No one believes what he says. His son is so powerful. He obviously fights a lot. Who dares to wrong him? Who dares to shade his son? The parents witnessed Tang Xiao receiving a bag of cigarettes from Wang Shirtsong. Thompson was loud and Chen-sun didn't say a word. Reasoning is not about high words. Loud voices are useless. Words are useful. Nowadays, the more that Townsend shouts, the more it invites resentment. When Thompson's wife arrives, the two men almost get into a fight on the spot. After someone from the school infirmary came over and changed the gauze on Townsend's forehead, Townsend finally calmed down. Thompson and his wife, Chen-sun, all got into a police car and came to the Shanlin police station, where the 3 of them were put into a mediation room. Please be calm on both sides and don't make a scene. The police took an early precaution. Both sides have long since calmed down, even if the police don't remind them. If he hadn't just happened to be in a car accident, Townsend wouldn't have been so muddled in his head or so impulsive. He'd always been a thoughtful person. Only, not so lucky, at the very beginning was counted by Chen-sun. Step by step, Chen-sun step by step, so Thompson has been very passive. Mr. Chen, what exactly do you want? Thompson wanted to probe Chen-sun's bottom card. I didn't think much of it. I followed the agreement we signed to the letter, apologizing first, in front of the entire school, and I will continue tomorrow until I am sure all the students, faculty, and parents have heard my apology, and then I will stop. Of course, that's just number 1. In the agreement signed between Thompson and Chen-sun at the beginning, there were a total of 3 clauses, the first of which was indeed an apology. Thompson regretted half dead. It is all because of this brain-dead wife around me. If I was given the word that it was my son who forced Wang Shirtsong to buy cigarettes, how could I have made such a mistake? After the first one is implemented, I will also find a way to take Mr. Tang Xiao to the psychiatric department for a comprehensive examination, and I will pay for the expenses. I have acquaintances in the psychiatric hospital, Chen-sun said. The second article of the agreement is to take Tang Xiao to do a comprehensive examination. There are any problems, Chen-sun is responsible for the end. And the third article is to compensate Tang Chen 50,000 yuan of moral damages and lost wages. The police began to extinguish the fire. Both sides should not be agitated. Let's talk it over. Don't make a big deal out of it. And try to negotiate as much as you can. There is nothing to talk about. It was already talked about yesterday. Chen Sun did not want to waste words. These two mouths, at a glance, are very fine people. Chen Sun did not want to consume too much energy. He wanted to recuperate. Townsend two families discussed in a low voice. After weighing the pros and cons, for fear that Chen Sun continue to make trouble, had to be soft, Mr. Chen. I apologize to you, and compensate you for 50,000 yuan of moral damage. The cost of lost wages to be calculated separately. Lost wages even if that 20 cigarettes money to me on the line. I in order to buy cigarettes for your son. Ran several stores, spend high prices to buy. Chen Sun said. Townsend's breathing intensified and the gauze on his forehead turned a little redder. How much for it? Townsend gritted his teeth. Wazi, 45 a box. A box of 10, $450 each. I increased the price, 550 each to buy. A total of 11,000. The money for the cigarettes, please send me separately. In the presence of the police uncle, both parties signed a settlement agreement. Thompson first transferred $50,000 of moral damages to Chen Sun, and then separately transferred the cigarettes on behalf of the fee to Chen Sun. Chen Sun went back and showed his mother-in-law. I sold the cigarettes, 22 of them. The original price was 450 yuan apiece. I added 500 yuan to sell, a total of 11,000 yuan. Zhou Yumei was relieved after reading it. Chen Sun's determination to quit smoking is great. I was worried that you'd secretly keep two, but it seems I was overthinking. Thompson went back, had a big fight with his wife, and both sides signed a divorce moratorium. They will divorce when their son goes to high school. The two couples slept in separate beds, and Thompson went to Taobao to buy silicone dolls. Things are far from over for Tom Shaw. Many parents saw what happened to Thompson Shaw and were worried about their children being bullied by Thompson Shaw. Parents of students in the same class as Tang Xiao are particularly worried, have asked their own children, and finally found that there are 7 students in Wang Shirtsong the same, were Tang Xiao forced to buy cigarettes. Naturally, the parents were furious and went to the school to cause trouble, and in the end they had to put Tang Xiao into other classes where they didn't know the truth. Principal Tong was also cautious. Since he had promised Chen Sun that he would give Wang Shirtsong the high school spot, he had to prepare in advance. Before Shanghai junior high school students take the midterm exam, there are 2 mock exams, called the first and second models, and some high schools can select students directly based on the results of the first or second models. The allocation of senior secondary school places to schools can be based on the results of the secondary school examinations, as well as on the results of the first and second models. If the places are given to poor students, the reputation of the school will be affected and fewer places will be allocated to this junior secondary school. Wang Shirtsong was in the middle of the class and had problems getting into high school. Principal Tong personally emphasized to several classroom teachers that they must strictly monitor Wang Shirtsong's studies. Poor Wang Shirtsong, always being watched by the teacher. Doing any small movements are immediately found. Make the little small mistakes, are focused on criticism, had to study hard. Only after the matter was completely settled did Yang Dianfeng give Wang Jianing the results. With a bam sound, Wang Jianing slammed his fist on the table. Feng, you didn't even tell me when something so big happened. Tell you what, will you solve the problem? You'll just make a bunch of nonsense. Wang Jianing is about to hit the table again. Don't beat the table. IKEA's table isn't sturdy. How many tables have you broken? Go to Zhou Yumei's house if you have the ability to do so. No go. This time, I sought the help of Zhou Yumei's son-in-law, and I was too embarrassed to talk about relocating Song Sung's account. You should at least go and thank Chen Sun. Wang Jianing said. Say thank you? He's Zhou Yumei's son-in-law. My niece-in-law. Isn't it right to help me? No one should help you. And even if they should, after helping you, you should go and thank them. Wang Jianing spoke like a tongue twister, confusing Yang Dianfeng. The two mouths cannot pull this face, but also feel that should be thanked. Bought some fruit, put Zhou Yumei door on the flash. Yang Mengxue heard a sound outside the door, opened the door, didn't see anyone, only saw a big bag of fruits. There are expensive fruits such as Chelsea and other expensive fruits. There are also ordinary fruits such as apples and bananas. Chen Sun is in the countryside. Yang Xingyu is choosing a location to open a store with Pan Changshang, and her mom is at school. Yang Mengxue doesn't dare to eat the fruit for fear that in case someone doesn't have good intentions and put something bad in the fruit. Yang Mengxue looked at the fruit and drooled. When Zhou Yumei went home, Yang Mengxue told her about the fruit incident. Don't be paranoid. It's from your no-good aunt. It must be because she wants to thank Chen Sun for her help and doesn't want to admit defeat in front of me. She's been fighting with me for more than 10 years, and when her mouth is open, I just know what kind of fart she's going to let out. Zhou Yumei went to wash the fruit. Mom, you're swearing. You're still a people's teacher. Shame on you. Yang Mingxue reminded her mom. I put up with it all day at school. What's the point of living when I can't even swear at home? Be careful of me scolding you now. Zhou Yumei pretended to be an excellent teacher for a few hours at school, and her original form was revealed when she arrived home. Chen Sun returned to the villa, came to the roof, lit a cigarette, and was very worried in his heart. Half an hour ago, on WeChat, Blade brother messaged to him, looking for him to borrow $100,000. Thinking of the network of scammers. Chen Sun video phone over. Really is Blade brother Rin Jie? I thought it was a liar. You're not being held at the neck with a knife. Are you? Chen Sun asked with a smile. Ren Jie took the phone and turned the angle to show that no one was around. Don't worry. It's me personally. I need the money. Chen Sun transferred $150,000 to Rin Jie. Rin Jie is Chen Sun's high school classmate and also Chen Sun's high school buddy. His family is very rich. After Chen Sun went to college, Ren Jie bought a pair of sneakers for Chen Sun. When Chen Sun, the Earthling, arrived in the big city, he overheard that the pair of shoes was worth more than $3,000. He wore these shoes for more than 4 years and couldn't throw them away. When Chen Sun got married, Ren Jie especially came to Mordor and sent a gift of $10,000. At that time, Chen Sun did not have a high salary and bought a house. $10,000 was a lot of money for him. After graduation, Chen Sun realized that Ren Jie's father was a deputy county magistrate. Ren Jie did not go to college, and found a very good unit in the county. Chen Sun did not expect Ren Jie will find him to borrow money. I don't know what happened to Ren Jie, but Ren Jie was dead set on not saying anything, which made Chen Sun even more worried. No, better go back and see what's going on. Chen Sun told Yang Mingxue about going back to the county. Hubby, go pick up Dad as well and spend the Mid-Autumn Festival together. Yang Mingxue reminded Chen Sun. Doing the math, the National Day is immediately followed by the Mid-Autumn Festival, which is just over 20 days away. Chen Sun drove to the county seat and went to his dad, Chen Dadong. First, Chen Dadong saw his son, and after that smile went on his face. It never came down. First, he took Chen Sun to show off in front of the other workers. My son, whom you saw last time, is handsome and especially like me. He bought me a house, well decorated. I'm going to be a grandfather soon. My daughter-in-law is pregnant and can't take the long-distance bus. Next time I'll hold my grandson to show you. Then, he took his son to the house he bought. Dabeo, this room is for you and Mingxue, facing south. The air is good, and the scenery outside is good. This is the baby room, for my grandson. Look at this crib, made of pure wood, no pollution. In the 3-room, 2-bedroom house, Chen Dadong reserved the smallest room facing north for himself. In the end, showing Chen Sun his superior cooking skills, he made a large table of rice. The flavor was very average, no comparison to the professional Yang Xingyu, and much worse than what Uncle Fu did. Chen Sun ate it with gusto. Dad, this time I'm here to pick you up and take you to Mordor. We'll spend Mid-Autumn Festival together. Dabeo, I think you're getting more and more generous. Do you know that there are 2 days in Mid-Autumn Festival where the salary is tripled? And I definitely won't go to Magic City. Chen Dadong was dead set against it. Dad, I'm rich now. Exceptionally rich. Remember the time we went to Hong Kong City? I bought Mark 6, won the jackpot, converted into Chinese currency, close to $1 billion. Afraid that you're worried. I've never told you. Chen Dadong smiled with his eyebrows. Dabeo, I am completely at ease with you. You used to be too truthful. Now you have finally learned to lie. In order to trick me into going to the Magic City, you lied in front of your dad. My son has finally grown up. I am also relieved. Chen Sun was all out of temper by his dad's train of thought, so he had to open his cell phone and let his dad see his bank balance. Well, my son studies computer science. It's okay to make a fake number to fool dad. Don't do anything else criminal. That sister-in-law of yours is still asking you to hack some system. Don't listen to her. I don't even answer their family's calls now. Chen Sun was completely defeated by his dad, hung his head and went out, driving to find Ren Jie. Go downstairs to Ren Jie's house and send a message. Ren Jie returned in seconds. Brother son, I moved. You really went back to the county? Where did you move? 601. Block 7. 328 Red House. Chen Sun drove over to 328 Red House. The house is very dilapidated, estimated to be at least 30 years old, and the neighborhood is not good, and is also noisy by the highway. Isn't Ren Jie's family rich? How come they live in this kind of house? When he saw Ren Jie, Chen Sun almost didn't recognize him. Ren Jie bare bladder, wearing shorts, slippers, beard at least half a month did not shave, deep eye sockets, properly an Afghan internet addict teenager image. The former Ren Jie is a handsome man, high school 3 years, is always the county fashion pioneer, leading the entire high school dress trend. Until the senior year, the school uniform. Renjie is useless. Renjie looked at Chen Sun. Brother Sun, why have you gotten thinner? I almost didn't recognize you. Chen Sun estimated that he had lost weight. He had been insisting on exercising during this period of time. Yang Mengxue and the others often saw him and didn't have any feeling that he had lost weight. On the contrary, it was Renjie, who seldom saw it, and once he saw it, he said that Chen Sun had lost weight. Brother Blade, you live here? When Chen Sun saw Renjie, the worry in his heart expanded. Renjie took Chen Sun to his house. The rooms are small, one-bedroom apartments. The room had a bed with a couple of thin aluminum tubes combined with a shelf next to it, with a cloth cover over it, in which clothes were hanging. The bathroom had no door, the toilet was old, and the gas stove in the kitchen was rusty. Don't ask. I'm going to be direct. If I don't, you'll suffocate. Renjie laughed, felt his pockets and realized he had no cigarettes. Chen Sun threw Renjie a box of cigarettes. He started smoking in high school. It was from Renjie that he learned. Something happened to my dad. It's normal for something to happen to him. It's strange if it doesn't. Renjie took a drag on his cigarette. My father used to be a small section chief. Very low key, then he kept moving up. The higher the position, the more people began to bull. Together with my mom, often accepting gifts. Greed. I do not know how much money. The bigger the official you are, the more you receive. When I was in junior high school, I noticed that there were people in my family giving gifts every day. At first, I guess it was a few gifts, and then it was cash. My dad played with women later. I knew about it. I didn't dare tell my mom. I guess my mom knew about it too. She turned a blind eye. They were arrested last year, investigated for almost a year, and finally sentenced a little while ago. 8 years for my dad and 3 years for my mom. It was less than I expected. That wife of mine. You've seen her before. Immediately after my father's accident, she wanted to divorce me. The daughter is only 2 years old and was awarded to her. Renjie's tone was calm, like he was telling someone else's story. Former best buds, buddies, even relatives, see me like the plague. In order to get custody of my daughter, I agreed to give my ex-wife all the house and car. And what happened? I was netted out, and my daughter was still awarded to her. The unit let me voluntarily resign. I have no job. The court thinks I am not able to provide better living conditions for the child, and awarded the daughter to his ex-wife. Before a cigarette was finished, Renjie finished the story. Too many details. He didn't say or sigh, guessing that the toughest times were behind him. Much calmer now and accepting of reality. Chen Sun didn't know how to comfort this good brother. Everyone hates privilege. Everyone hates corrupt officials. But once the official has a relationship with himself, can be used, immediately feel that he is bullish. Chen Sun also showed off in college. I have a close friend whose father is a deputy governor. What are you going to do back there? Chen Sun broke the silence. What to do? I don't want to work part-time. I don't want to be called around. So I want to buy a second-hand car and drive an online car. Tight hands. Looking for you to borrow money. In fact, 50,000 is enough. I look for you to borrow 100,000. I thought you would give less. I did not expect you to give 150,000. The county is so big. How much money can you make driving an internet car? I'll do it first. I'll switch if there's another path. I'll have the freedom to drive an online car and be able to visit my daughter more often. Two men, each with their own heartache, wanting to talk about it, and being able to talk about it, instead, is not the saddest thing. Chen Sun had wanted Renjie to come to Mordor, and hearing him say that, Chen Sun didn't even know how to help. Why don't you rent a new room? You can't even take a shower in this place. If you need money, look for me. I've gotten rich recently. Chen Sun saw that this one-room household, the bathroom was there, obviously unable to take a shower. It's summer now. I'll just get 2 pots of cool water and be done with it. If I really need money, I won't be polite. Renjie said. Renjie has his own pride. In the past, Chen Sun followed his ass to mix. Now it seems to be upside down. Chen Sun knows that a man's self-respect is very important, so he did not continue to say that he wants to help Renjie words. In the evening, invited Renjie to have a meal. Renjie insisted on not drinking, soon to open a net car. To develop the habit of not drinking, my dad was arrested. I was drinking at first, then the wine also quit. Maybe it's a good thing. Smoke less in the future too, Chen Sun said. Chen Sun drove back to his dad's newly purchased house, and just as he entered the neighborhood, he saw a man bowed over, sorting through waste paper and plastic bottles next to a trash can. Parking the car, Chen Sun went over to help. Dad, aren't you working as a security guard? Why are you collecting garbage again? I'm switching shifts. and I stopped by to pick up some plastic bottles for 5 cents apiece, which is all money. Dabeo, after your son is born, there's a lot of money to spend. Chen Dadong began to chatter. Chen Sun said, how do you know I gave birth to a son? Maybe it's a daughter. Don't you ever pick up garbage again? Leave it to others to make money. Chen Dadong thought for a moment. Right, oh, my son can make money. It's better to leave the opportunity to pick up trash to others. You go to your uncle's house tomorrow. He heard that you are returning to the county, and he has to send you souvenirs. Chen Sun lived in the county for a night. That night Chen Dadong assured his son that he would no longer pick up garbage, provided that Chen Sun must give birth to a son. Open belly birth. Chen Sun drove the next day, about 40 minutes, to his uncle's house. Aunt and uncle took out duck eggs and goose eggs wrapped in plastic foam and piled them on Chen Sun's car. I haven't even finished eating the ones I sent last time, Chen Sun said. Don't just give it to monsieur, the others eat it too. Auntie continued to load the car. After loading it, Aunt and uncle pulled Chen Sun into the hall. Seeing his uncle's very serious face, Chen Sun asked worriedly, what is it? Chen Sun, did you buy your dad a house? Yeah. Why? The name of the house. Is it just your father's? Yeah. Actually my dad bought it himself. I paid for it. Uncle and aunt both got anxious. You child too ignorant of the world. You buy your father a house can. The name must stay your own Chen Sun was confused. What's wrong with that? Uncle hated the iron. Your father Chen Dadong. He is not like your uncle so modest and low profile. He is a love of showing off. After buying a house, back to the village to show off, saying that what all the money to buy a house, but also bought furniture, and finally there are still 200,000 or so left. After showing off a few times, he was immediately targeted by people in the village, and some people introduced him to someone. Chen Sun's mind was spinning. It never occurred to him that his father might marry him back a stepmother. What's my dad's attitude? Chen Sun was sad for no reason. Aunt said, your father is currently resolutely disagree. Said absolutely will not remarry. Useless. Simply useless. Cannot hold on for a few months. Several matchmakers came to your house to look for someone. Your father is in the county town. The matchmakers have found your uncle. Let your uncle give your father a message. Uncle continued to complain about Chen Sun. How could you think of leaving so much money for your father? Aren't you stupid? You're really reading stupidly to leave so much money for your dad. You think this is Magic City. This is the countryside. Leaving his uncle's house and coming to his mother's grave. Chen Sun was saddened for a long time when he remembered the possibility of his father remarrying. He was not against his father remarrying. He just couldn't accept the possibility that someone else might take his mother's place at home. Thank you for the gift from the walker. I'm shy. Chen Sun drove. Sullenly returned to Mordor. Did not go to his mother-in-law's house. Went directly to Huisian Yashu 8-building villa. There's someone in the house. You're not going to encounter a thief. It's broad daylight. It shouldn't be. Besides, this is a villa area. The security is very good. Chen Sun parked his car and carefully walked into the small garden of the villa. And with a flash of light in front of him, he saw the familiar figure of Yang Mingxue. What are you doing here? Sneaking over here. Mom didn't stop you? Chen Sun thought it was strange. Could it be that mother-in-law had gone to class and Yang Mingxue ran here alone? What day is today? Yang Mingxue asked. Chen Sun's mind is racing. Wife's birthday? No. Wedding anniversary? No. Mid-Autumn Festival? There are still 10 days to go. Christmas? Children's Day? Youth Day? American Independence Day? Einstein's birthday? The day Newton published gravity? What day? Chen Sun got a headache thinking about it and gave up. September 15th. Yang Mingxue thought that Chen Sun should be named Cheng Yuwu, and Mom Zhou Yuwu in no particular order. Chen Sun wanted to open his cell phone to search for what exactly September 15th was. Seeing Chen Sun so unenlightened, Yang Mingxue sighed. It's really bad luck to find a polytechnic man. It seems that you still have to take the initiative yourself. Yang Mingxue pointed to her belly. It's full 3 months. Chen Sun instantly understood. And a certain location. Was instantly dumbfounded. The two started playing a game. A role-playing game. Chen Sun plays a monk who goes off the deep end. Yang Mingxue plays hell. Yang Mingxue caught the devil. Exile in a darkened hell. 3,000 words omitted here. Hell is in the wind. The devil is exhausted. Vomiting. Both sides are unbeaten. Chen Sun was even more tired than Yang Mingxue. The two couldn't get enough of it. The stuff in my car will be moved in first. It's all eggs. They'll go bad if I don't put them in the refrigerator. Chen Sun suddenly remembered. Set a pair of pants. Moving things. Suddenly saw the next door to Grandpa Yi, bald old man sitting in a small courtyard. The head of the umbrella. In the heat of more than 30 degrees. It is surprising to be able to sit down, but also did not shed a trace of sweat. So Chen Sun admired. Chen Sun asked, Grandpa Yi, my uncle gave me this. There are goose and duck eggs. I'll share half of it with you. The old man smiled. Have a heart. Little green. Take it. A middle-aged woman came out of her room, and after receiving a large bag of duck and goose eggs from Chen Sun, she quickly went back to her room. It was really too hot outside. Chen Sun moved his stuff and took a shower with Yang Mengshui. The two played devil in hell for a while longer, prolonging the shower several times over. After the shower, both of them were hungry. Opened the refrigerator. Wanted to casually cook something to eat. Remembered that Yang Mengshui is a pregnant woman. Must eat more. Chen Sun first fried a few goose eggs, boiled noodles, patted the stomach, immediately went to the grocery store to buy food, back to be cooked. Yang Mengshui volunteered to help, this one wearing an apron for the kitchen and nothing else. Chen Sun either put in too much salt or too much vinegar. The two families sort of cook a difficult meal together. It didn't taste good, mainly because Yang Mengshui was so involved. Your little brother is full. I'm still hungry, Yang Mengshui said. Chen Sun's hand shook, and a lot of chicken essence shook off. After dinner, Yang Mengshui was watching TV on the sofa, and Chen Sun decided to pay a visit to the old man next door. When the old man saw Chen Sun coming over, he stood up and brought Chen Sun towards the room. You kids, your hearts are not quiet. It's easy to sweat under the high temperature. Too much sweating consumes yang qi. It's better to come to the air-conditioned room. The old man was very considerate. The middle-aged woman called Xiao Qing by the old man took out 2 glasses, poured white water and put them in front of Chen Sun and the bald old man respectively. Xiao Qing, Chen Sun is a child. Children don't like to drink plain water. Change the tea, the old man said. Grandpa Yi, there are rules for drinking water? Chen Sun humbly asked. Isn't this a very simple truth? Children, who have never tasted the hardships of the world, like to drink soda? Colorful, young people, hot-blooded, impassioned, thinking that the world is at my disposal, the road is at their feet, not moving, like to drink some wine. Wine strengthens people's courage. Middle-aged people, who know what's going on and what's not, like to sip tea, which is sweet in its bitterness. Old people like me, on the contrary, like to drink plain water, which is tasteless and inactive. After the old man finished, he picked up the glass, took a small sip, and gently put it down. The old man's casual words mesmerized Chen Sun. This old man definitely has great wisdom. Auntie Xiaoqing changed the glass, took out an antique jar, used a bamboo spoon to scoop out the tea leaves from the jar and poured them into the glass, then poured a cup of boiling hot water, and waited for the temperature of the water to decrease a little before pouring the water into the glass containing the tea leaves. Auntie Xiaoqing explained, tea leaves before the valley rain are more tender, and when boiling water is flushed down directly, the tea will be astringent. Mr. Chen, please use the tea. Thank you, Auntie Xiaoqing. Chen Sun picked up the glass and took a small sip, filling his mouth with a refreshing flavor. Chen Sun suspected that this was the best and most expensive tea he had ever had in his life, and he inadvertently realized that the so-called glass cups were not glass cups at all, but were made of natural amethyst. The vast majority of the tables and stools randomly placed in the room, Chen Sun do not recognize, only vaguely see the round stool next to the sofa, is made of rosewood. This old man is probably an invisible rich man. Little Chen, is there something on your mind? The bald old man took the initiative to ask Chen Sun. There are 2 things on my mind. One thing is a very good friend of mine, a high school classmate. Something happened to his family. I want to help him, but I don't know how to do it. The other thing is rather less important. I opened a catering company. I intend to formally open the business after the Mid-Autumn Festival. I haven't done it before, so I don't know what kind of difficulties I will encounter. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, it's time for Elder Yi to meditate. Why don't we talk tomorrow? Auntie Xiaoqing suddenly interjected. Chen Sun was embarrassed. I'm sorry, it's me who took the liberty of interrupting. Grandpa Yi, Auntie Xiaoqing, you guys are busy. Chen Sun immediately excused himself and went back to tell Yang Mengshui that Grandpa Yi next door was definitely a high-level person. Very impressive. I'll continue to ask for his advice tomorrow. KO Hedging Development Zone. Some office. Director Feng Gang waited for 3 hours and finally met Mr. Ma Huayun Ma. Sorry for being delayed today and keeping Director Feng waiting. Ma Huayun came up to shake Feng Gang's hand. Feng Gang stood up and held Ma Huayun's hand with both hands, leaning forward slightly. It's an honor for General Manager Ma to meet me. The 2 men exchanged a few pleasantries. Ma Huayun said, our company has a small problem with the funds. The big entertainment project has to be put on hold. However, I am optimistic about this movie of yours, and I will first invest $20 million in you, and the rest of the portion you can go to find an investor. Feng Gang's heartstone landed. The prediction of this movie, need $30 million to shoot. With $20 million, the remaining $10 million will be very easy to find. Projects are like this. The first investment is very difficult to get. As long as there is a big man like manhwaedit investment, the follow-up will be a lot of followers. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Thank you so much. Phone Gang said. When Phone Gang left, manhwaedit immediately resumed his sad face. Hubby, Hwadang wants to start a business with his classmates to develop online games. manhwaedit's wife said. Nonsense. He's only been in college for a few days. Sophomores don't study well. What business to create? I don't have any money on hand. Thinking of the unreliable son manhwaedit has a big head. Hubby, don't worry. I've already checked it out. Su Jiaying changed his name to Su Qian. Su Qian is cunning. He transferred the funds away in advance. And he definitely still has a lot of money on hand. $1 or $2 billion is definitely there. To deal with Su Qian, we can only look for the old man. manhwaedit said. It's not good. manhwaedit's wife hesitated. Su Qian is so treacherous. Getting him to voluntarily spit out his money. I can't think of anyone other than the old man who can handle it. manhwaedit had a headache. That night, Yang Mingxue stayed at Chen Sun's place, and Zhou Yumei was uneasy, and after a video call with her daughter, she sent Chen Sun a list of food and a schedule of work and rest. Chen Sun, strictly follow the above. Xiaoxue's self-control is strangely poor. You have to supervise it properly. Zhou Yumei said. Chen Sun was full of promise. Go to bed at 10 o'clock. Wake up at 7 a.m. And sleep for 9 hours. According to the schedule, Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue both printed out 3 copies of the work schedule. One in the bedroom, one hanging in the living room, and one on the stairway. Both went to bed at 12:30 p.m. Woke up at 10:30 a.m. And woke up at 11:30 a.m. Exceeding their bedtime. Chen Sun first washed the bacon, threw the pot slowly stewed, let Yang Mingxue watch the gas stove, and then go to the grocery store to choose fresh vegetables, fruits, fish and shrimp and so on. Shrimp line pick clean, soaked in salt water, put the oven simply bake the water dry, throw the frying pan frying, fishing up, put next to. This intends to eat together for lunch. Yang Mingxue stood in the kitchen, hard to eat, only 2 left. Hubby, the craftsmanship is good. I still have more control and left 2 for you. Yang Mingxue smiled shyly. Eat them all. Don't let the shrimp wander off. Chen Sun fished out the bacon, sliced it, put it on rice and steamed it together. Then fried 3 vegetables and took a picture and sent it to Zhou Yumei. Mom, we ate veggies and fruits. We didn't eat fried food, and the fish were steamed. Grandpa Yi next door smelled the bacon and praised it. Chen Sun invited the old man over and ate a few slices of bacon and a little bit of rice. The bald old man had a very small meal, and after eating, he chatted with Chen Sun for a while, and Chen Sun was once again impressed by the old man's profound knowledge. After the meal, Lu Min and Pan Shangxing's 2 families came over. Brother Chen, sister-in-law, Lu Min and I are going back to Qinghai, Pan Shangxing said with a smile. Before Chen Sun could say anything, Yang Mingxue smiled. Is it going back to get married? Chen Sun said. Don't guess. Listen to Chongsheng. Pan Chongsheng said. Sister-in-law is really powerful. You guessed it before I even said it. Lu Min and I ran out without a license, and I have to change my name. So I'll go back this time and do it together by the way. Lu Min said. Sister-in-law, I don't know how to pick out clothes, and I want to ask my sister-in-law to help me choose a few clothes. Lu Min came to Magic City, only to find that the women over here dress up, and their county style seems to be a bit of a gap. She saw Yang Mingxue casually how to wear, are particularly good looking, so she wanted to find Yang Mingxue help. As soon as Yang Mingxue heard that she wanted to buy clothes, she immediately got excited. Chen Sun, drive. I want to buy some clothes for my dad as well. For this wedding, I want my dad to go as well. He doesn't want to go. Brother Chen, my dad listens to you the most. Go persuade him, Pan Chongsheng said. Chen Sun thought about it and found it difficult. Uncle Fu must feel awkward to meet his ex-wife and her husband. I'll try. Chen Sun agreed. Pan Changsheng 2 families also rented a house, 2 rooms and 1 hall. Uncle Fu and son-in-law live together. The whole person is much younger. Chen Sun said. Uncle Fu, when Changsheng gets married, he definitely wants you to be there. If you don't go, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Half a day's persuasion finally convinced Uncle Fu. Let's go. I'm going to pick out clothes for you guys. Uncle Fu must listen to me. Changsheng is getting married. You have to dress well. You can't lose face for Changsheng. Yang Mingxue began to give orders. First went to a few big shopping malls near the extension road. Bought clothes, pants, shoes for Uncle Fu, and bought several sets for Pan Changsheng. But instead Lu Min only chose a set. Go to the city and continue to choose. Yang Mingxue said. The 2 of them, Lu Min and Yang Mingxue, became more and more spirited as they strolled around the mall. Obviously, she was buying clothes for Lu Min, but it turned out that Yang Mengshui herself didn't hold back and bought 2 dresses. It was almost 8 p.m. when I finally bought all my clothes. Strange, it's been over 30,000 steps today and I'm not tired at all. Yang Mengshui was puzzled. Chan Sun said, Chang Shang, you go back to get married. It's about to be the Mid-Autumn Festival. I don't have time to go to the wedding. The red packet is to be given. Pan Changsheng smiled. Brother Chen, it's not good to give less. Chen Sun transferred $60,000. Pan Changsheng accepted it without hesitation. Lu Min was dissatisfied. Hubby, are you going to be shameless? A red packet of $1,000 is enough. These 2 living treasures finally gave up Kong and Ping and started calling each other husband and wife. Chan Sun said, not long ago, made a small fortune, earned $50,000. Don't give it back to me? I'll be angry if you do. When Pan Changsheng's family of 3 returned home, Lu Min said, hubby, Brother Chen gave you $60,000. Why did you take it? Aren't you too greedy? Uncle Fu knew that Pan Changsheng received 60,000 yuan. Also anxious, son. Chen Sun has helped us a lot. Receiving red envelopes can be. Receiving so much money is definitely not. Must be returned. Pan Changsheng said, Dad, wife, I was 18 years old to open the chess room. Contact with a lot of people. The ability to see people is much stronger than you. Chen brother and sister-in-law too. Is really treat me as a brother. Come to our home. Never polite. Like to eat fruit to go to the refrigerator to find. Wanted dad to give him fried vegetables. Buy meat over to find dad fried vegetables. The table is also never polite. If I get married, my own brother to give me money. I'm sure of receiving. Lu Min despised. Come on. Wanting money and finding such a good reason. Uncle Fu, Chang Shang, remember the goodness of others. That boy Chen Sun is kind-hearted. He wants to give you more money. Afraid that you won't accept it, and he has to find a reason. Saying something about having made a fortune recently. 2 days later, Pan Changsheng took the family back to where he grew up. Pan Changsheng's original chess room is no longer open for business. Uncle Fu and Pan Changsheng live in. After settling down Uncle Fu, Pan Changsheng went to the police station to change his name. Lu Min went back to his mother's home. When I left in too much of a hurry, I didn't take the house key. Lu Min had to wait downstairs. Lu Min, when did you come back? You've become much prettier and dressed well. An acquaintance saw Lu Min and greeted her warmly. Lu Min was a bit shy. Hello auntie. Don't say hello yet. Go to the police station. Your parents are getting a divorce. Lu Min was shocked. Mom and dad have always had a good relationship. How could they get divorced? Lu Min rushed to the police station and saw Pan Changsheng sulking. What is it? Husband, are your parents intentionally not letting me change my name? The whole police station is in an uproar, and no one has come to help me change my name. Wu Lao Er and his wife are also getting a divorce. Battle of the Four Kingdoms. If you really want a divorce, you should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau next door, Pan Changsheng said in a depressed manner. Lu Min rushed to go inside. I saw my mom cloaked in hair. Dad did not say a word. Around a lot of people in the persuasion. Alive to the police station into a food market. Small county. Police station apparently not serious enough. Lu Min walked over and asked her mom. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Min's mother's name is Li Yun and her father's name is Lu Xing. Li Yun saw her daughter and cried. I want to divorce your father. Lu Min knew that her mom was more emotional, and immediately went to persuade her dad. Dad, you persuade mom to admit her mistake. Lu Xing said, must divorce. Your mother are moving knife. I tolerate her for decades. This time absolutely cannot be tolerated. Really cannot go on. Lu Min then noticed that there was a kitchen knife under her feet. Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you guys? Lu Min's head hurt, and she suspected that mom and dad were fighting because she had eloped with Chang Shang. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm not living anymore. I went to catch adultery and ended up catching back a fish. Li Yun covered her face. Last night, Li Yun was watching TV at home, and her husband Lu Xing phone rang. Lu Xing went to his daughter's room to answer the phone. Li Yun was instantly alert. Answering a phone call, even hiding, there will not be any problem. Although Li Yun is 99 assured to her husband, but after all, there is still so a trace of a woman's vigilance. She sneaked close to the door of the room, heard not quite clear what her husband said, just vaguely heard penis size earthworm oil then a word and so on. She thought it was strange, and when her husband finished his call, she pretended that nothing had happened and continued to watch TV. In the course of watching TV, she typed the above words into the Baidu search engine and saw the results of the search, which confused her. Then, removing the last few words and continuing to search. The more you look, the more it looks wrong. A horrible suspicion rose from her heart. That night, she lost sleep. All night sleeplessness, I don't know what time in the morning. My husband, Lu Xing, got up like a ghost, put on shorts and short sleeves, opened the door noiselessly, and put on the shoes outside the door. Waiting for her husband to go out, Li Yun immediately climbed up, put on a full body of pure black clothes, suddenly remembered that the day is not yet bright, afraid that in case something happens, she carried a kitchen knife to defend herself, and followed the past. After Lu Xing went out, he muttered a few times, as if he was scolding Yuan Mengfei for riding his electric bicycle away. Then on foot, he walked 3 blocks. Lu Xing came to a tree, put 2 fingers in the mouth, found the sound of birds chirping. Soon, a person walked in the distance, and Lu Xing side by side. The person is a man, and Lu Xing demeanor is very close to the ambiguous relationship, so that the heart of Li Yun, who was following the back, was cold. She wanted to stab her husband through the heart. What made Li Yun feel slightly better was that the 2 men did not do up other more disgusting actions except whispering more intimately, presumably because on the highway, the 2 men were more restrained. Soon, the 2 men traveled further and further off the beaten path to the creek. 2 people picking a creek for their date? That's what men do for romance? Li Yun was afraid to follow too close and be discovered, so it took several minutes before she walked over. The scene in front of her made Li Yun collapse on the spot. 2 big men, who had found a small stool from somewhere, sat side by the river, not saying a word, silent. Through the hazy starlight, Li Yun saw the 2 men touching each other. Lu Xing, you lied to me so bitterly, Li Yun yelled, rushed forward, and with her hand, she chopped off a branch of a nearby tree. There were 2 bangs, followed by a plopping sound. The 2 men were scared. Lu Xing was more immune to Li Yun's voice, only to scare down the man next to Lu Xing, directly scared to fall into the river. Fluttering a few times, screams issued. Not caring about anything else, Lu Xing took the branch that his wife had cut down and stuck it headfirst into the river. The man in the river grabbed the branch and climbed up the river in a state of disarray, blood pouring out of his back, a fishhook with a barbed wire hook deeply embedded in his back. Then 2 plastic buckets were knocked over, and several small fish fell into the grass along the bank and kept rolling over. Are you guys fishing? Li Yun asked. Lu Xing was so angry that he was about to cry. Li Yun, you crazy bitch. In order not to disturb you, I accompanied you to dinner, accompanied you to watch TV. It was not easy to put you to sleep, and when you fell asleep I came out to fish for a little while. I don't fucking smoke in my whole life. I don't drink, and this is the only thing that you can't even tolerate as a hobby. What more do you want from me before you're satisfied? Next to him, Wu Laoer was about to collapse. Lao Lu, wait to beat his wife. First remove the fish hooks from my back. I'm bleeding to death. Wu Laoer's real name is Wu Qian, the eldest in the family. His wife often ridiculed his penis as too small, no feeling, so everyone gave him a nickname Wu Laoer, later amended to Wu Laoer, but no one remembers the real name. Lu Xing glared viciously at Li Yun, took off Wu Laoer's undershirt, and looked at the fish hook, hesitating. Li Yun felt as if she was wrong. She decided to help her husband out and put the credit where it was due. She didn't understand that fish hooks have barbs. She walked over, and pulled off the hook as soon as she could. Husband, you guys keep fishing. I can help out too. On the fish hook, there's more meat. Wu Laoer's. The blood on Wu Laoer's back bubbled out with a biu, and Wu Laoer's screams were synchronized with the blood, making it sound like synchronized dubbing. Lu Xing tore open his clothes, wrapped Wu Laoer's wounds and sent to the hospital emergency room. And when Wu Laoer bandaged his wounds and got a tetanus shot, the 2 families went home and had a big fight. You guys were touching each other. I didn't hold back. Li Yun was a bit vain and explained her behavior. Be reasonable, will you? The river is swarming with mosquitoes. Who dares to go fishing without rubbing Windex? Lu Xing's remaining anger has not subsided. Holy shit, women are all about their feelings. How dare you ask me to be reasonable? You don't want to live with me at all anymore. Let's just break up this family. Li Yun was enraged by Lu Xing. Lu Xing was speechless, surprisingly unable to find a reason to refute. Li Yun saw her husband did not say anything, thought he won, went to cook, found that the most handy with the knife is missing. After 10 minutes before remembering that the knife through the river, did not say a word, went straight to the river. Lu Xing has been secretly hiding the fishing gear in the river. After the quarrel, his mind is clear, remembering that he has just been too busy. The fishing rod is not even confiscated. He casually ate something, and came to the river again. Lu Xing stood by the river and saw Li Yun with a kitchen knife in her hand, seemingly to completely destroy his fishing tools. This long suppressed by his wife's middle-aged man, who has never shed tears. As the creek flowed, divorce immediately. The house belongs to you. The fishing rod belongs to me. At the moment, it was afternoon. 2 couples because of a fish caused a divorce. so that there was nothing to do when the police station was busy. All ran over to see the fun, realistic version of the mermaid on the screen. So addictive. So it happened that Pan Changsheng wanted to change his name and get married, and met his mother-in-law who took a fish as a third party to get a divorce. Knowing what happened, Pan Changsheng said, "Uncles and aunts, you continue to make a mess. Lu Min and I are going to go to do the marriage license. It's next door. The divorce is also next door. Want to go together?" When Lu Xing saw Pan Changsheng, his anger value exploded. "Yuan Mengfei, don't even think about it. If you hadn't taken the keys to my electric car away, that crazy bitch wouldn't have been able to catch up with me and none of this would have happened." Pan Changsheng knew that people in a state of anger were incomprehensible, and he whispered to Lu Min, "Dad, I can't go home without my keys." Lu Min took the key from her dad and walked away. "Uncle, Auntie, did you take a vacation today during work hours?" Pan Changsheng asked kindly. Two middle-aged men and women in the middle of a divorce jumped up like springs. "Holy shit, I forgot. You have to deduct money if you don't take a vacation." The two men ran out of sight in an instant, and grievances were lost on both sides for the sake of not deducting money. There is an addiction to going to work. Many people can give up even holiday reunions with their loved ones in order to go to work, let alone the small, everyday things like divorce, which are naturally relegated to the back of the line at work. Pan Changsheng went to change his name, expecting it to be complicated and subject to a lot of scrutiny. The few bigwigs in charge of changing the name in order to see the divorced couple quickly entered Pan Changsheng's information into the computer, took pictures, uploaded them, and in less than half an hour, got Pan Changsheng a temporary ID card. The official ID card won't come down until a week. The staff member who had done the permits came out to see what was going on and realized that the target was gone. With a sigh of relief, Lu Min took the account book and had been waiting for a long time. The two went next door to get their marriage license. The wedding, in 3 days. Bank, Gu Xinchuan faced not so good. Many colleagues, including him, received an invitation from the Lu family. "Old Gu, don't you like Lu Min? Are you just going to let it go?" Some people were angry for Gu Xinchuan. Gu Xinchuan's eyes lost their soul. "Lu Min is the woman I love. We've been engaged for 2 months, and I knew that she didn't love me when I wouldn't even hold her hand. She's getting married. I won't bless it or curse it. To each his own. How wonderful it is to love someone, even if you get nothing." Gu Xinchuan smiled, a bit ruefully. The tweeters walked away silently. Gu Xinchuan saw that no one was around, picked up the phone, and dialed. "I'm calling the police. Yuan Mengfei, who committed arson in the street, is back, and he's having a wedding 3 days from now in Little Southland, and the wedding will start at 6 p.m. Thank you to the teriyaki sauce-loving Ryabuchi Walker, the two big guys, and the other readers for their gifts. Happy New Year's Day to all the readers." Pan Changsheng burning mahjong location is too poorly chosen. Is the county by the center of the location? Did not burn the surrounding buildings, but the impact is very bad. Many people have called the police, and then the fire police were deployed. So, the people who received the call quickly knew what was going on. Arrangements began immediately. Little Southland is the name of a restaurant, one of the luxury hotels in this county, with a great reputation. As long as the locals, they all know this restaurant. According to local rules, Pan Changsheng can't meet his fiancée until the wedding is held. Li Yun Lu Xing two families are quarreling to divorce. Daughter suddenly held a wedding. The two families anxious, daughter impulsive. Son-in-law is not a good bird. To hold a wedding also do not say in advance. They are not prepared for anything. Pan Changsheng's powerful transportation skills began to manifest themselves. He's been running a boardroom in the county for over 7 years, not making much money and getting to know a lot of people. First, I organized a long guest list, took care of arranging the hotel, found a wedding company to arrange the seating, arranged for someone to do the bride's makeup, and even went to contact a kindergarten to find 6 beautiful and cute little children to be the flower girls. Pan Changsheng only used 1 day to get it all done. The wedding went as planned. Nowadays, when you get married, you basically go to a wedding company. People get married all the time in the Little South and deploy wedding sites with a light touch. Entering the entrance, huge wooden signs with information about Pan Changsheng and Lu Min's marriage, and several arrows, making it look like the subway signs in People's Square. It was easy to find the target needed in the chaotic place. Most of the modern people are like that, easily lost. Just through the trademark of the item to determine the value and direction. So many people shopping, like to buy branded products. At 6 o'clock, the people arrived. There are 15 tables of female relatives, mainly relatives and colleagues and friends of the parents. A few colleagues and friends of Lu Min in the bank, and Gu Xinchuan, as a colleague, also went. Among them, the most conspicuous, was Wu Laoer, who had gauze on his back and face. Wu Laoer is a good friend of the woman's father, Lu Xing. There are 22 tables of male relatives, and the parents do not have many relatives and friends. Most of them are Pan Changsheng's Fox friends. Sitting at the front of the room were both parents. The wedding company followed the prescribed process. One by one, Lu Xing is quite dissatisfied with Pan Changsheng. His son-in-law, the battery car key has returned to me until now. Li Yun on Pan Changsheng, the son-in-law, is also very dissatisfied. Early love in junior high school. Thought of a lot of ways to break up the two. And finally his daughter still married him. The son-in-law that Li Yun is satisfied with is Gu Xinchuan, who is a gentlemanly looking man with a good family and a scholarly background. The moderator asks, "May I ask the groom what you would like to say to your parents?" "How should I thank your parents?" Pan Changsheng took the microphone. "Any words pale in comparison to actions for the kindness of parents. But I still want to say to my father, Dad, thank you. Dad is my stepfather. He didn't treat me badly just because I wasn't his own. He asked people, looked for connections, and tried to find a way for me to go to the best elementary school in the county, and the best junior high school. And it was me, who didn't compete, who didn't get into college. I'm sorry, Dad. I've let you down." Pan Changsheng came to his stepfather and bowed deeply, inviting his stepfather and mother to the stage. On the other side, Lu Min also invited her parents onto the stage. Lu Min and Pan Changsheng stood in the center. Both parents stood on one side each, and the photographers below frantically took pictures. Pan Changsheng and Lu Min, respectively, offered tea to their stepfather and mother. After both parents went down, Pan Changsheng didn't give the microphone to the host. "Dear friends and family, thank you so much for coming to my wedding to Lu Min. I, Pan Changsheng, don't have much money, and I was able to have my wedding in the best hotel in the county because my father, he has money, and he gave me $500,000 at once. When I was 8 years old, my father and I separated. He was in Magic City, working odd jobs, 18 years of odd jobs. This $500,000, he exchanged his sweat beads for it. He saved it from his teeth. In order to save money, he rents the cheapest house, and when he gets sick, he can't even afford to go to the hospital, and he continues to work for fear of having his salary deducted. He bought new clothes for the first time in 18 years to wear at his son's wedding, and what he usually wears, he wears uniforms. Uniforms for sanitation workers, uniforms for hospital attendants, overalls for supermarket coolers. Dad, my son doesn't dare to say thank you. My son just wants to say, you don't need to work hard anymore. In the future, I'll support you." Lu Min went down and joined Pan Changsheng, holding Pan Fusho's hand, toward the stage. Pan Fusho was a bit scared. He had been doing hard labor for a long time and had never been an ignored character, and for the first time he was the center of attention. He was at a loss. Seeing his son, seeing his daughter-in-law, he suddenly remembered that he could not disgrace his son and daughter-in-law. He straightened his back, like a big tree, standing in the center of the stage, the thin body, like steel poured, the top of the sky. He is the son's heart will always rely on. Lu Min picked up a cup of tea from the side. "Dad, please have some tea." Careful people heard that Pan Changsheng called his stepfather Dad and his real father Dad. Downstairs, a police car pulls up and 3 cops walk out. Police receptionist, "Is anyone here having a wedding?" "Yes, one on the 3rd floor and one on the 2nd. The police looked at it. 3rd floor, groom Pan Changsheng, bride Lu Min. Using the process of elimination, it was straightforward to determine that the 2nd floor was the one they were looking for. The police went to the 2nd floor. The wedding continues on the 3rd floor. The host started asking oddball questions to get the mood going. The moderator asked, "Groom, what would you do if you only had one shirt and one bun?" Pan Changsheng said, "I'll give my wife the buns to eat and the clothes to wear." Lu Min said, "No, we'll share the steamed buns, and we'll take turns wearing the clothes. Guests are sure." Pan Changsheng is a ladies' man. When Lu Min's mother, Li Yun, saw Pan Changsheng, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she definitely couldn't let Pan Changsheng marry her daughter away so easily. Next session, Pan Changsheng is going to honor his father-in-law and mother-in-law with tea. Receiving a cup of tea and handing it to his father-in-law, Lu Xing, who gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, "Where is the battery car? And where are the car keys?" Pan Changsheng's hand shook as he served the tea. His brain reacting strangely fast, he was confused for 3 seconds by his father-in-law's question. "Send it over tomorrow," Pan Changsheng said. Then, bringing tea to his mother-in-law, "Mom, please have some tea." Li Yun didn't take the cup of tea, took the microphone, and asked loudly, "If Lu Min and your real father fall into the river, who will you save first?" Pan Changsheng's posture was low. "Mom, what do you think? Who should be saved first?" Li Yun froze, holding her face red. But people on the scene listened to Li Yun's question. They were thinking, if they were in Pan Changsheng's position, how to answer. I did not expect Pan Changsheng to return in seconds. but also held the questioner back. This kid, ruthless enough, is considered to have avenged me. Lu Xing saw his wife being held by his son-in-law, and felt that the tea in the cup was particularly sweet. Gu Xinchuan kept looking at his watch. The wedding was about to end. How come the police hadn't come yet? 3 policemen were poured with wine on the second floor. They rushed back to the police station, and after repeated searches, they confirmed that Yuan Mengfei had set the fire that day. When the wedding was over, Pan Changxing took his wife to a specialized room on the 10th floor upstairs, which he had booked in advance for his new room. Those who want to haunt the room can go to room 1002, the host said. After the wedding, Gu Xinchuan couldn't hold back any longer and called the police. Why don't you come and arrest people? We've been here before, and no one named Yuan Mengfei is getting married. Gu Xinchuan realized that he had made a mistake. Yuan Mengfei changed his name to Pan Changsheng. They are now in the hotel above Shao Nangua, room 1002. The hotels are networked with the Ministry of Public Security. Soon, they determined that what the alarmist said was true. Yuan Mengfei changed his name to Pan Changsheng, and Pan Changsheng got married today. In room 1002 of the wedding room, the police came to the door to arrest people. Everyone thought that Pan Changsheng and his family would spend the night here. But in fact, Pan Fusho was made to enter this room by his son. Dad, someone is coming to haunt the room later. Lu Min and I want to take an early rest, so help us fend it off. Those fox friends of mine especially love to make trouble, Pan Changsheng said. The first time Pan Fusho stayed in such a high-class room, he was a bit uncomfortable and couldn't sleep at all. Pan Changsheng 2 families back to the chess room. Chess room, humble room, became the 2 people's new room. What did you see? Pan Changsheng asked. I see happiness. The hotel attendant took the room card and led 3 policemen to the arrest. The thought of taking her groom away on her wedding night made the waitress feel excited, and with unwavering steps she walked down the hallway, patrolling the rooms on either side of her. The 3 policemen like her followers. When she came to room 1002, she swiped her card, and the moment she opened the door, she bent over out of habit and made the motion of inviting her in, resuming her waitress stance. When Uncle Fu saw the 3 young policemen come in, he immediately carried a bag of wedding candies and gave a big handful to each of the 3 young policemen. Uncle Fu remembered that he was married in the year. Haunted the room is too simple. That time the conditions are poor. Now the young people play really flower, are starting to play the police. They have to cooperate. You are Pan Changsheng? The policeman saw this person in front of him, at least 50 years old. So old that he got married for the first time? And it's a bit different from the photo. The person in the photo looks like this person, but at least 20 years younger. Uncle Fu almost laughed out loud. Changsheng's friend still pretends that he doesn't know Changsheng, and after the child is married, he is an adult, and now he is still pretending to be a child. I'm Changsheng's father. Changsheng and Xiaomin went to the city, Uncle Fu said, following the pointers given by Pan Changsheng. Going to the city? We're enforcing the law. It's illegal to lie to the police, and it's 10 o'clock and the coach doesn't even run. They left on a battery-operated bike, right after the wedding. 3 police officers in the room to perform a check. Under the bed, closet, bathroom, toilet lid are lifted up to see. Pan Changsheng too really not in. Seeing the 3 lads pretending to be policemen so much, Uncle Fu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The trio exited and pulled up the hotel surveillance video, and sure enough, the 2 men dressed in bride and groom attire entered room 1002 and stayed for less than 10 minutes before sneaking out. The 3 officers returned to the station with their heads hanging down, not sleeping at 12 o'clock. And the next day at work they received a complaint, vandalism of a wedding. The next morning, Pan Changsheng and Lu Min returned to Lu Min's mother's house. The 2 Li Yuns, like the police, almost stayed up all night, unwrapping red envelopes and registering. It was hard to fall asleep when the damn knock came on the door. Lu Xing, get up, open the door. See Pan Changsheng 2 mouths. Lu Xing, bed gas doubled, battery car keys with no. Pan Changsheng entered the door and went into the kitchen, opened the rice jar and found it to be full. Dad, did you guys just buy rice? Going to the bathroom, I found the toilet brushed clean, found a mop to mop the floor, found that the floor was also quite clean, and really couldn't find any work to do, so I reoriented the dining room table and the coffee table. Dad, Mom, in the future, I'll do this kind of physical work. Lu Xing couldn't take it anymore. Restore the table, and don't move the coffee table. Pan Changsheng opened the gift box. This is for Mom. Shanghai to buy cosmetics. Internal price, cheap. The original price of more than 50,000 a set, we more than 5,000 took down. Li Yun doesn't want to care about this son-in-law. Honey, Mom doesn't like this skincare set. You use it, Pan Changsheng said. Without a word, Li Yun snatched the large gift box and hugged it to her chest, not returning the favor and not letting go. Pan Changsheng opened another box. Intelligent fishing rod. Folded. Retractable. Comes with 30,000 mAh rechargeable batteries. 3 sets in total. Fishing line can withstand 500 kilograms of tension. Lu Xing's eyes lit up. Li Yun grabbed the set of fishing rods and was going to throw them in the trash. The two families immediately quarreled. 5 minutes later, the two families felt wrong. Why did not their daughter and son-in-law come to persuade the fight? And people disappeared. The two men looked at each other in all directions and, after coming to their senses, rushed into the bedroom. Sure enough, it was discovered that the red envelopes, which had been counted all night, were all there and the money was gone. The bride price 1 point did not see. Tens of thousands of dollars of red envelopes, not a penny left. Even the pro-mother's money pit. Li Yun feels that her daughter has rebelled, and she used to be her mom's little cotton-padded jacket. Lu Xing didn't say a word, staring at the fishing rods scattered on the ground. They must have gone to the bank. It's not too late to ride after them, Li Yun said. The battery car key is still in Pan Chongqing's hands. Lu Xing felt that the fishing rod didn't smell good either. It's not too late. There's a line at the bank for business. Li Yun was very clear-headed at the moment. Lu Min held Pan Chongqing's left hand, and Pan Chongqing carried a large bag in his right hand, which was bulk money, all $100 bills. The two arrived at the bank, where Lu Min's former bank colleague greeted the two couples to the VIP reception room and quickly deposited the money into Lu Min's account. Lu Min, you are much prettier than before. Really good at dressing up. The female co-workers looked at Lu Min with envy. Lu Min's dress, shoes, and even her hairstyle were all chosen with the help of Yang Mingxue, who grew up in Magic City. The Magic City has managed to crush the small county when it comes to fashion. Old Gu is here, someone whispered. Colleagues took the initiative to get out of the way, and those who supported Gu Xinchuan handed Gu Xinchuan a lightweight chair to make it easier to smash people, and those who supported Lu Min handed Pan Chongqing a lightweight chair, which also made it easier to smash people. The crowd dispersed, and some people took out their cell phones, intending to record the fight scene and send it to their friends. Gu Xinchuan's mouth was bitter when he saw the even more beautiful Lu Min. Lu Min, where am I inferior to Pan Chongqing? You're late. Changsheng and I, we were at the same table in middle school, and he bullied me all the time, Lu Min said. Pan Chongqing took the initiative to shake hands. Lu Min's gentle look now is pretending. She and I were classmates in elementary and junior high school, and in school violence. She was the aggressor and often beat us boys. The way her mom chopped people with a kitchen knife is an upgraded version of Lu Min. Gu Xinchuan, you are better than me in everything, but Lu Min is really not for you. Lu Min's eyes glared. Can you talk? Pan Chongqing continued. You call the police. I have long predicted that the second floor was also holding a wedding last night. I let people cover the name of the groom on the second floor. The police came to see that the name of the third floor is not Yuan Mengfei. Go to arrest the groom on the second floor. Arresting the wrong person. The police the second time they go out. They will be very cautious. After the wedding, when you saw that the police hadn't come, you were sure to call the police again. And the guy sitting next to you was the one who arranged it? So what? I told my dad to stay in the bridal room, and Minnie and I went to the chess room. I didn't think of that, did I? Gu Xinchuan, treacherous, villain. You've got your father to cover you. Unlike me, of course, who's a socialite and has to be careful about everything. You're not afraid I'll call the police now? It's no use. The second floor of the wedding. The police come over to vandalize it. They're sure to file a complaint. This shitty county. There's not enough police. I'm not in the process of committing a crime, so at least there's no time to come and arrest me today. Gu Xinchuan touched the chair beside him. Pan Chongqing patted Gu Xinchuan. Don't think about fighting. You don't have as much experience as I do when it comes to fighting. Guys, I'm going to turn myself in now. Maybe I can even collect a bounty. Lu Min and Pan Chongqing went out and rode their electric bicycles. A few moments later, Lu lugged Yun Tu panting to the bank, only to know that the two money has been deposited, and now went to the police station. I want to complain to the bank. Why don't you let Lu Min line up? Li Yun was so angry that she was forcefully grabbed by Lu Xing. Pan Chongqing came to the police station and handed out wedding candies to everyone he met. Don't disturb our office. I came to turn myself in. The guy who burned things in the street. That's me. The three policemen saw Pan Chongqing. Like seeing a savior. Your father said you rode your bike to the city in the middle of the night. I told my dad to lie to you guys. Here, have some candy. I'm getting fucking complaints trying to catch you guys. Don't worry. I'll go and fix it for you. Pan Chongqing comforted the three poor policemen. The police department felt that Pan Chongqing had such a good attitude that they couldn't bear to arrest him, and finally fined him $250. Chess room I gave to my brother to open. Everyone is welcome to go to the chess room to play after work. I gave my brother a good deal in advance. The police uncle is too hard. Come to relax after work, all free of charge. The three policemen became good buddies with Pan Chongqing. Pan Changsheng brought gifts and went to visit the family that was arrested yesterday. And after a chat, both sides became friends. The family took the initiative to cancel the complaint. Distant Magic City. Chen Sun was a bit worried. Changsheng is sneaking out, going back to get married. I don't know if anything will go wrong. Thank you for the gift from Mastered Was Car Repair Store. I haven't added more recently. Nothing will happen to Changsheng. I looked at Lu Min's circle of friends and it seems to be very joyful. Yang Mingxue said. Chen Sun did not add Lu Min's WeChat. He called Pan Changsheng. Pan Changsheng said that everything went well. And after the Mid-Autumn Festival, he returned to the Magic City. With National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival back-to-back, this long vacation turned into 9 days. Chen Sun called his dad to let Chen Dadong come to Mordor for the festival, and was criticized by his dad. Chen Dadong could not afford to give up the triple pay for that overtime work no matter what. I want to earn milk powder money for my grandson. Chen Dadong refused with a straight face. The invitation to Renjie to come to Mordor for the holiday was also rejected by him. Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm going to visit the prison. My mom and dad are in there. I have to go see them. Renjie with mooncakes. Go to prison. First look at the mother. Mother and son across the barred window, chatting on the phone. See a lot of thin sun. Heard his son blessed her happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The mother cried. Renjie took the mooncake to see his dad. I'm sorry son, dad made a mistake. The man, who had wanted to move on up the ladder, saw his son come to see him alone and immediately understood that his daughter-in-law must have divorced his son. You are not a mistake. It is a crime. There is no need to confess to me. I did not blame you. You embezzlement and bribery. I also enjoy the benefits. Now the accident. I when the son of the sun, suffered a little sin. Should be. Renjie looks much more open-minded. After separating from his dad, Renjie opened his cell phone and started taking orders. Other people are reunited. He wants to make money. Magic City. In Chen Sun's villa, Zhou Yumei came over early and went to the grocery store to buy a lot of vegetables. Every time there is a festival, the price of food must rise. The last time I came to buy food, it was much cheaper than this. Zhou Yumei dinner can forget. The price of food she remembers clearly. Yang Xingyu and Dong Dong also came over. Mid-Autumn Festival Party, originally selected the evening. Dong Dong is now the company red. The company has a party at night. No way. Yang Xingyu had to take Dong at noon to come to the party with the family at noon. Today, the main person who stir-fried the vegetables was Yang Xingyu, and Dong helped in the kitchen by washing the vegetables. As for Zhou Yumei, she went into the kitchen for less than 3 minutes before she was exasperated and came out. Yang Xingyu felt that her level of chopping vegetables was too poor to be on the table. Set up a large table in the large courtyard on the first floor, and the table is covered with Yang Xingyu's fried dishes, and more bacon and sausages sent by Chen Sun's uncle. The dishes that Yang Xingyu fried were nice and tasty, but they didn't taste as flavorful as the bacon that Uncle Chen Sun had sent over, giving Yang Xingyu a sense of frustration. Cheers. Dong was even more excited than Yang Xingyu and raised his glass. Yang Mingxue constantly gulped and inhaled vigorously. She drank fruit juice and smelled alcohol. She could only take a deep breath. Her mom did not allow her to drink. Chen Sun's health is not good. Drinking alcohol harms the liver and also harms the yang energy. The doctor does not let him drink. Today, he took a sip. The ones who actually drank were Dong, Yang Xingyu and Zhou Yumei. Xiaoyu's fried dishes today were very delicious, and Dong cooperated very well. Zhou Yumei's elementary school teacher's fault, used to writing comments to students. After finishing, picked up a piece of bacon and threw it in her mouth. Zhou Yumei has a shallow quantity, and after drinking a few cups, her face is flushed. My mom is at least 10 years younger today. Yang Xingyu began to brag about his old mom. Zhou Yumei complacent. Zhou Yumei. When I was young, that look, that body, go out absolutely traffic jam, chasing me into a long line of people. Young Tu asked, long lines for nucleic acids? Splat sound. Yang Xingyu received a chopstick. Zhou Yumei did not even look at the chopstick had accurately hit the back of Yang Xingyu's hand. What do you mean by nucleic acid? I'm the core, and other women are flooded with acid in their hearts. At that time your father lost one of his self-proclaimed cars to chase me. Dad couldn't catch up with you on his bike. But he lost his bike and caught up with you instead? How do I feel it is you chasing Dad backwards? Dad did not have a bike before you caught up. I suspect you put Dad's bike tires to puncture? Yang Xingyu obviously drunk talking nonsense. Zhou Yumei despised. How can it be? Really if the bike is zapped, it's also your father's love interest. Chen Sun could see that this mother-in-law was trying to restrain herself from letting her son lose face in front of her girlfriend. So if Yang Xingyu was even more two-dimensional, Zhou Yumei held back. Today reunion is the theme and Dong is the main character. After dinner, Chen Sun made a video call to his dad. Chen Dadong was very happy. Dabeo. I've been on duty for the past 2 days. Triple my paycheck in hand. Your dad is great, isn't he? Chen Sun smiled and said, Happy birthday, Dad. Chen Dadong was speechless. Son, you haven't been drinking, have you? When was my birthday? Mid-autumn. Chen Sun's old face blushed. I said it wrong. It's Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Dabeo has been confused since he was a child. Chen Dadong was overjoyed and didn't blame his son for saying the wrong thing. Yang Mingxue came over and called Dad. Chen Dadong was even happier. Xiao Xue, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Take good care of your baby. Yang Xingyu and Dong Dong also came over and called Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. And the last one to appear was naturally Zhou Yumei, the divine needle of the sea. In-laws, Happy Mid-Autumn. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. In-laws. The two seniors were a bit uncomfortable with the video call and greetings were a bit deliberate and ritualized. Dong took out a piece of cut mooncake and inserted it with a bamboo stick. A small piece for each person. Mooncakes are too sugary and are getting sweeter and sweeter. So people don't like them. And it's hard to say no to mooncakes on Mid-Autumn Festival. So you have to share them with the family. A car drove up and parked in the next doorway. Chen Sun was thrilled when he saw the person walking down from the car. Yi Yufan, Dr. Yi, you came to visit me? I live over here. You parked in the wrong spot. Chen Sun really didn't expect that Yi Yufan would come to visit him today. Dr. Yi is so nice that he didn't reunite with his family during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Instead he came to visit his patients. No wonder the doctor-patient relationship is so good. When Yi Yufan saw Chen Sun, the expression on his face was surprised. Mr. Chen, you live here? I came to see my great-grandfather. The smile on Chen Sun's face froze. A little embarrassed. Yi Yufan carried the gift. You and my great-grandfather are neighbors. The door next door opened. Bald Grandpa Yi came out and said, after the first string, before the second string, the flavor of the medicine is flat and the weather is full. Picked to return to the furnace forging. Forging into warming like cooking. Little treasure. Come to Big Grandpa to see if you have grown taller again. Chen Sun froze. This bald man was actually Yi Yufan's great-grandfather. Yi Qingsuan's brother? But Yi Yufan hair thick. No bald. Is genetic did not take effect? Auntie Xiaoqing came out and took the gift Yi Yufan had mentioned, and the three of them returned to their room. Chen Sun didn't know what Yi Yufan had talked to his great-grandfather about. 2 hours later, Yi Yufan came out and ran to Chen Sun's house. Mr. Chen, come on, let's go outside and take a stroll. Yi Yufan said. Obviously, Yi Yufan had something to tell Chen Sun and didn't want more people to know. Chen Sun followed Yi Yufan out, and the two of them walked out of the neighborhood to go for a walk in the forest park next to them. My grandpa and great-grandpa are blood brothers. My family's medical skills are ancestral. Great-grandpa died very early for some reason. Most of grandpa's medical skills were taught by great-grandpa. Yi Yufan said. Chen Sun didn't say anything. He knew that Yi Yufan must have something important to say. My great-grandpa's level of pulse touching was very high. Higher than even my grandfather's level. Something happened to great-grandpa later on. Treating someone. The patient's family of 3. After drinking the medicine, 2 died. Big Grandpa broke down and went insane. Except for me. When Big Grandpa sees anyone else in the family, he has a seizure. My grandfather studied great-grandfather's formula, didn't find any problems, and went to see the dregs of the medicine, only to realize that the person who had grabbed the medicine had made a mistake, and used 10 times the amount of one medicine. Later, when my grandfather gave medical treatment, he insisted on his own people grabbing the medicine for this reason. Thank you again for the gifts from Mr. Qua's car repair store. The teriyaki sauce-loving Rayuan, the Walker, and the other big guys. Thanks to Dongshan Hakkasan Mingguang, who loves mashed potato salad. Javier, who was fully concentrated. Mu Yung, who was in Zio Yangshan. Several big brothers and all the readers. Thank you. Chen Sun did not expect that Grandpa Yi, whom he admired, was a mental patient. Yi Yufan continued. Big Grandpa's paranoia is getting worse and worse. But don't worry, Big Grandpa doesn't attack people. He only lives in his own world. He thinks he's practicing immortality, and he often says some profound words, and those who don't know it, think it makes sense. There would have been nothing wrong with that, as long as it wasn't taken seriously. About 20 years ago, on Great-Grandpa's 63rd birthday, something happened. At that time, real estate and the internet was particularly hot. A distant relative of mine, my grandmother's nephew, originally a teacher, wanted to buy a house, inadvertently brought a real estate people and my great-grandfather chatted. This person was my great-grandfather's words lulled into a frenzy. The great-grandfather as a monastic Highlander, and bragged everywhere that my great-grandfather was a living god. Big Grandpa later met a lot of coal bosses, real estate bosses, internet tech gurus, movie stars and so on, all introduced to each other. Each of these big men worshipped my great-grandfather, and I don't know what words my great-grandfather gave them when I was still wearing crotchless pants. Later that relative also did not become a teacher, also do the internet, do hotel chains and so on, made a lot of money. I heard that I have to enter the entertainment industry, invest in movies and so on. Those big men who want to open a business, to set up a company, to name a company, to enter a certain industry, they all come to consult with Big Grandpa, and give $10 or $20 million if they don't move. You don't see that my big grandpa is so poor that he doesn't even have any hair, but in fact he is rich, with billions of dollars in assets. Chen Sun was dumbfounded by what he heard. He was planning to seek advice from Grandpa Yi a few days ago on what things to look out for when opening a restaurant. Luckily you didn't have much contact with my great-grandfather. If you were to have more contact with him, it wouldn't take more than a few times for you to be fooled by him, and for you to treat him as a monastic high priest. You didn't fall for it. Yi Yufan noticed that Chen Sun's expression was a bit exaggerated and asked with concern. Nope. I'm such a wise person. How could I possibly fall for it? Chen Sun hurriedly denied it. Yi Yufan was relieved, in fact. My great-grandfather's knowledge of medical theory is really very high. For example, if you have this disease, my great-grandfather would definitely suggest using the idea of detoxification, to drain the sick qi out of your body and dredge the meridians. My grandpa said that this is an idealized method, but in reality it does not work at all. Before the meridians are unblocked, the cancer cells spread first, because cancer cells are more active than normal cells, so the first step is to block it, so that the disease is solidified in a certain area, and then slowly unblock it. Mr. Chen, are you listening to me? Chen Sun recalled Grandpa Yi saying that he had encountered a quack doctor and was convinced at the time. Before Yi Yufan left, he once again urged Chen Sun, my great-grandfather won't attack people, so don't worry, just get along as an ordinary person, and don't tell others that he is delusional, so as not to irritate him. My great-grandfather has to go to the 6th hospital once a month for a checkup. The symptoms are stable at the moment, so if you don't irritate my great-grandfather, there won't be any problems. When Chen Sun went back, Yang Xingyu had already left with Dong Dong Dong, presumably to Dong Dong Dong's company for the Mid-Autumn Festival party. Yang Mingxue kept asking Chen Sun what exactly Yi Yufan had said to Chen Sun. It's nothing, just some precautions like taking your medication on time and so on, Chen Sun said. Yang Mingxue whispered, I thought Dr. Yi told us to exercise moderation. 3 times a day is indeed a bit much. Why don't we modify it to 5 times in 2 days? Dr. He said to revise it to twice in 5 days. Chen Sun said. Yang Mingxue took the initiative to review. These 2 days, the number of times is indeed a little too much. Chen Sun to nourish the body mainly. Yi Yufan felt his ears burning as he drove along, wondering who was talking about him behind his back. Zhou Yumei opened her cell phone and proudly showed Yang Mingxue and Chen Sun. So many people wish me a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Most of those wishing Zhou Yumei well were parents of students. Now you understand what it means to be full of peaches and plums. Zhou Yumei teaches her students to be humble. She is lenient with herself and strict with others. Nightfall. The moon is so full in mid-autumn. Moonlight sprinkled the entire compound. Mists rose. The whole villa was like a fairy tale cabin. Warm and beautiful. Dinner was made by Zhou Yumei. Fresh dishes for Yang Mingxue and Chen Sun. The two are one pregnant and one is a patient. They cannot eat leftovers. She warmed up some leftovers for herself to eat. At noon Yang Xingyu did too much. At 10 o'clock at night, Zhou Yumei asked these two people to strictly implement the work and rest time. Even the Mid-Autumn Festival cannot be an exception. I'm a little too excited to sleep today. Yang Mingxue protested. Lie down and slowly fall asleep. Zhou Yumei had seen countless students who made excuses, easily sealing off Yang Mingxue's retreat. Yang Mingxue two people washed up, lying on the bed. Turn off the lights. Pull open the curtains. The moonlight through the window. Half the house clear light. You had a good time in mid-autumn, didn't you? Yang Mingxue asked. Happy. After so many mid-autumns, which one do you remember best? Chen Sun laughed. That year I was a freshman in college. The first time I left home so far away. My mom was afraid that I would be lonely on the holiday alone. So she made big mooncakes in advance. As big as a plate. With walnuts, grapes, and almonds. And my mom cut a third of them and sent them to school. At that time, I did not have a cell phone. I can only use the school computer. At 8 o'clock in the evening, I went to the school computer room. And my mom and dad used the computer video. My mom and dad did not know how to use the computer, and purposely went to a relative's house in town, and the family ate mooncakes and watched the moon together, thousands of miles apart, but also felt reunited. My mom asked me if the mooncakes were good, and of course I said they were, and she said she would make them for me every year from now on. My mom loves me so much, and in my 4 years of college, I received mooncakes from my mom every year, all of which she made herself. Every time mom made mooncakes, she would go to that grain and oil food store at the entrance of the village to buy jujubes, walnuts, and almonds, and this time when I went back, the store was still there, and mom was gone. I'll never get to eat my mom's mooncakes again. The moon was so full and the moonlight was so bright, shining on Chen Sun's smiling face. Yang Mingxua gently held Chen Sun's hand. Chen Sun looked out the window. I grew up timid, afraid of ghosts. See the graves will be afraid. Always by the village partner's ridicule. Only when I grew up did I realize that underneath every grave lies a loved one that others miss day and night but can't see. I miss my mom. Mom, I miss you so much. How have you been? My son misses you. Thoughts are like a knife cutting, pain in the heart, pain in the bones. I remember the time when my grandparents were still around and my mom and dad hadn't gotten any older. And in the winter time, when the family was sitting around the table for dinner, I wouldn't sit on a stool. I had to sit on my grandpa's lap, and my mom and dad were scaring me to sit on a stool, and I wasn't scared at all. Then, grandpa left, and then, grandma left, and I became less and less timid, afraid of getting a call about which of my loved ones had another accident. Life is a feast, but there is no such thing as an unbroken feast. There are always some partings that catch you off guard. There are always some separations that don't get together again. Xiao Xue, if one day I don't hold out and leave early, don't blame me. You must be strong and happy. Pan Changqing's chess room is a store along the street. 2.5 floors. The lower 2 floors are partitioned into small rooms by Pan Changqing, used for guests to play mahjong and chess and other games. The upper half, he lives by himself, can cook. Pan Changqing and his family were preparing lunch in the kitchen, and Uncle Fu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Lu Min is a new daughter-in-law, and according to local rules, she has to cook for her in-laws with her own hands. And only after the family has eaten together can she go back to her mother's house with her husband to have dinner, called a homecoming drink. Lu Min made 3 dishes and tasted them herself. Or else, let's just eat instant noodles. Pan Changsheng said, let my dad come. My dad doesn't know the rules here anyway. Uncle Fu has no food in his stomach. A belly full of questions, clearly heard the sound of stir-frying. How no food served out? Is it that the 2 families stole food? In the end, Uncle Fook himself took it upon himself to stir-fry a table full of dishes. Lu Min secretly resolved that in the future, she would praise her father-in-law's level of frying more, so that she wouldn't have to cook by herself. After lunch, the 2 rode a battery-operated bicycle and returned to Lu Min's mother's house. Lu Min had a key this time, so she didn't need anyone to open the door and did everything herself. Lu Xing husband and wife have been having powerful emotional fluctuations in the past few days, and their ups and downs have never stopped. Li Yun had been adjusting her mind to accept this unattractive son-in-law. Sit down. There are fruits in the kitchen. Go wash them yourself. Lu Xing said. I'll go wash it. Your mom bought some sunshine grapes. They're very sweet. Pan Changsheng sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, saying how annoying it was. Auntie came to the door and came to be a grandpa? Li Yun saw her son-in-law and was upset again. Pan Changsheng smiled. Mom, underneath this glass coffee table, there is a box of napkins. The box seems to be double-layered. I've rarely seen anyone use this kind of box for napkins. Li Yun face changed. From under the coffee table took out the box. Inverted. See the bottom using self-adhesive tape. Tear open the tape. The bottom cover fell. Then fell out of a large stack of money. All $100 bills. Lu Xing was so angry that he threw the grapes into the sink. Not washing them. Whoever wants to eat them will wash them. Pan Changsheng, give me the car keys. A smile crept onto Li Yun's face. Old Lu, you're great. Surprisingly, you've saved so much private money. Several thousand. I'll count it first. Changsheng is good. When mom finishes counting the money, she'll wash the grapes for you. Pan Changsheng stood up. I'll go wash it myself. Dad, here are the car keys. Lu Xing ignored Pan Changsheng, who gave Lu Xing a wink, and the 2 of them went to the kitchen and closed the kitchen door. This is a bank card. The money collected from the wedding. All deposited in it. Password 123,321. Don't bind the cell phone. Mom is not always checking your cell phone. Lu Xing looked at the kitchen door. Count on you having a little conscience. Lu Xing began to wash the grapes. Li Yun prepared a sumptuous dinner for her daughter and son-in-law. The atmosphere is joyful. After the meal, Pan Changsheng took the initiative to wash the dishes. Was stopped by Li Yun. Accompany your father to watch TV and chat. His private money was discovered. He is sulking. Don't see that on the surface he is nothing like a man. In fact, hold his fire. His expression, quite unnatural. Surely he intends to wait for you guys to go away to quarrel with me. Pan Changsheng sat on the sofa and chatted with Lu Xing, who was holding back quite hard, unable to express his inner joy and pretending to mope. Dad, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lu Min and I are going to Magic City. I gave the chess room to my two brothers, and I only kept 10% of the shares for myself. Pan Chongsheng said, I advise you not to go to Magic City. Isn't our place quite good? There are many acquaintances, and our old couple can take care of you. You open a chess room. Your mom is not against it anymore. Broken. Lu Xing really can't afford to let his daughter leave too far away. My previous wish was to open a chess room in the county and never leave it for the rest of my life. And I went to Mordor and saw a lot of places. The remote suburbs of Magic City are more developed than even our county. I want to go outside even more now. I think you have a wild heart. What's wrong with opening a chess room? You don't have a diploma. Go to that place in Magic City. It's weird if you don't get a headache. Li Yin came over and put down a plate of washed grapes. It's okay if my head is broken. I'm still young and I'm not happy if I don't go out and make a name for myself. I think you're looking at the outside. Outside the woman is beautiful. You Seymour will also flower heart. Last time my chopper didn't cut you. If you're a womanizer, I'll cut you to death. Mother-in-law changed her face in a second. No, I just saw so many beautiful women outside and still didn't move. Only then did I realize that Minmin is the love of my life. Only then did I make up my mind to come and find Minmin. Wife, you bet your whole life on me. How could I let you lose? Lu Min held Pan Chongqing's hand. Her eyes were deep love. Husband, you broke your head and bled. I bandaged you. You lost one. I accompanied you to lose both. I can marry love. I've already won. Lu Xing and Li Yun, two teeth sour. Goosebumps wildly. These two living treasure again began to play Qiong Yao love story film. Two mouths cannot wait to take the door and escape. Let those two living treasure play to the end of the world. Lu Xing turned the TV up as loud as it could go, and Li Yin went to find headphones to brush Jian. At the Mid-Autumn Festival party of the company Old West Circle in Magic City, Dong 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 stood on the podium as one of the company's gold medal sales. Ms. Yu Hong, the president of the company, personally gave awards to all the sales. Dong 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 sold 13 million in August and 8.6 million in September. These 2 months are the sales off-season, and she still achieved such good results. I announced that I will officially promote Dong 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 to sales manager. After Yu Hong finished speaking, the applause below thundered. And some people were already calculating Dong Dong Dong's commission. Yang Xingyu, as a family member, slapped his hands red from below. In August, Dong 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 commission percentage is 1%. Commission of 130,000. Because the performance is good, September adjusted the commission percentage into 2%. Sales fell. Commission instead of becoming 172,000. Someone whispered, Dong Dong Dong's sales performance are surpassing that of Mr. Sun, although Mr. Sun is also a gold medal sales. Mr. Sun's face was a little embarrassed. He was Dong Dong Dong's superior. Yu Hong continued, everyone's success cannot be separated from the support of the family behind. Please all the families of the gold medal sales also on stage. Yang Xingyu excited to go up, standing next to Dong Dong Dong. Beside the chairman of the board of directors, Yu Hong looked at Yang Xingyu, almost forgot the words, this child is so handsome, simply like a movie star. How did I not meet it when I was young? Remembering their own fat husband Luo Yong number, she was a burst of loss. Holding Yang Xingyu's hand, this family member, do you have a girlfriend? Townsend saw the 20 cigarettes in the house is angry. He does not smoke. Put the home is also a waste. He opened an app called Salted Fish. The cigarettes to take pictures. Dumping to sell, 550 yuan a purchase. Buy more than one, and now $500 to sell. Soon someone orders. Face-to-face transactions. Check the authenticity of the transaction. The transaction is successful. Immediately after the complaint, selling cigarettes illegal, return the illegal income, by the Tobacco Administration fine 2,000, but also cannot recover the cigarettes. I complained. Ha. The cigarette buyer said smugly. Townsend then realized that he had been counted again. He suddenly remembered that the old man's house next door was going to be renovated, and the old man had a collection of tens of thousands of books that he planned to get rid of. He enthusiastically went to help. Let the old man to take pictures of the book, organize the catalog, go to Salted Fish to sell. After uploading, he bought all of them at once, and quickly threatened the old man to report the deal. The old man did not have a book sales license. Selling publications, illegal, to be fined 1 to 5 times the illegal income. Finally made some money back from this old man. Townsend let out a bitter smile when he saw the hush money that the old man next door had transferred to him. I'm not good at math. The numbers are often wrong. From chapter 54 when Yang Xingyu made up his mind to buy cigarettes for his brother-in-law. I was calculating. To chapter 90 when he bought the cigarettes. And then to chapter 110 when he transferred the cigarettes to Townsend. The price was finally not wrong. Praise myself. The last chapter was meant to be about Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, with a joyful tone, but when I wrote it, I didn't adjust my own emotions and got depressed. The next day, the old man's grandson came over to visit the old man. The old man said he was bullied by Thompson. The grandson immediately called the police. This is fraud plus extortion. Townsend was arrested, returned all the stolen money and was detained for 15 days. Townsend reported the old man for selling books illegally, and the old man was fined twice as much, and both sides were even. Become enemies with the neighbors. The neighbors will soon be renovated. Sure to toss people crazy, Thompson decided to change the house. He looked for 2 days. He felt that Xinxinyuan is good. Close to the Shanshu University. He began to contact the agent. On the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yang Xingyu called to say that his sister-in-law Yang Dianfeng and her family had all come. What are they doing here? As soon as she heard that her little aunt had come, Zhou Yumei instantly became excited. Auntie said she came to say thank you. Thank you? What thank you? Zhou Yumei didn't believe that Yang Dianfeng would come to say thank you at all. Give thanks to your brother-in-law and come back. All of you. Chen Sun drove his car, taking Yang Mengshu as mother and daughter with him, back to his mother's home. Sure enough, Yang Dianfeng's family of 3 was there. Yang Dianfeng Wang Jianning's 2 families were all smiles, and Wang Shirtsong was on the verge of tears. Chen Sun, thank you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? What Yang Dianfeng sent this time was not fruits, but cordyceps and saffron, and the price was definitely not cheap. Chen Sun smiled slightly. Nothing. Zhou Yumei asked. What is it? Chen Sun was about to say. Yang Dianfeng immediately interjected. See, sister-in-law. You, what a failure as a human being. Your son-in-law didn't tell you anything. Chen Sun predicted that these two would definitely get into a fight after 3 minutes and hurriedly changed the subject. It's the matter of Wang Shirtsong. I asked the principal to promise to give one of the places allocated to the school and high school to Wang Shirtsong as compensation for the victim. The principal later promised. Just verbally, and I was afraid that Wang Shirtsong wouldn't study well when he found out, so I didn't tell my aunt and their family. Yang Dianfeng said proudly, the school later on Song can be strict control. Class teacher inadvertently said leakage. We know the quota of things. This time Chen Sun really help us a great deal. Wang Shirtsong face fat are almost folded into a 3D effect. Cousin brother-in-law. You killed me. You really are destroying people. Harming people. I used to help people play ranked matches, and I can still earn $1,000 a month. I was going to charge performance before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and raise my income to 15,000, but the result is because of this quota. In school a few teachers all round in no dead-end angle to monitor me, and when I came home, my mom and dad put my cell phone are collected. Cousin husband, you destroyed a future gain life big brother. Qualifying? This term, which the couple Yang Dianfeng and Zhou Yumei had never heard of, was a blind spot in their knowledge. Yang Xingyu had to explain. The activities inside King's Honor are ranked based on battle performance. Some people spend money to find someone to play the game to improve their ranking. I didn't expect Wang Shirtsong's level to be so low that he could still help people. As soon as he heard that the qualifying match was a game, Wang Jianning was furious. I'll beat you for as long as you play the game. Equal exchange. Wang Shirtsong thought about it and reached out to point to the hook. Deal. Whoever backs out is a grandson. After saying that, Wang Shirtsong immediately knew that he said the wrong thing. Looking at the room, it is estimated that only his aunt can protect him, and immediately hide behind Zhou Yumei. Wang Jianning was about to make a move on the spot to preen the child beating time, and in the end, he slammed his fist on the table. Get the hell out of here and do your homework. Wang Shirtsong was aggrieved to the extreme and entered Yang Xingyu's room holding his homework. Zhou Yumei took the saffron sent over by Yang Dianfeng, took out a few threads, put them into her own cup, soaked them in boiling water, and took a sip. The flavor is general. I heard that it is a blood tonic. Yang Dianfeng despised. Be shameless. I gave it to Chen Sun. You take it and drink it in water. Chen Sun is my son-in-law. There's no problem with a latecomer giving me some saffron to drink. The two women glared angrily at each other. Wang Jianning clenched his fists intending to ring the table, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Chen Sun had to say, Auntie, don't you want to buy a house? My original neighborhood, Xinxinyuan, close to Shanghai Normal University. The environment is good. You can go there to buy a house. How are the prices over there? Do you know any agents? Wang Jianning unclenched his fist. I used to know one. Then he jumped ship. He should have an acquaintance. I'll ask him. Chen Sun clicked on Feng Daqiao's avatar and asked if there was a familiar agent over at Warm Garden to let him recommend one. For a long time, Feng Daqiao didn't answer. Strange. This Feng Daqiao used to reply to messages very quickly. Has his personality changed since he stopped working as an agent? It also depends on whether there are people dancing in the neighborhood. And if there are often people dancing, it affects Song Song's study. Yang Dianfeng a little worried. There used to be, but then after I persuaded them, they all changed their ways. Chen Sun's words caused Yang Mengxue to cover her mouth. The Pine River Steel Exchange drove a 7-seater with the 5 seats in the back completely soundproofed from the driver in the front. In the car, Su Qian said, "Old Gao, you won't have met a crook." The man who was addressed as Old Gao said, "Lao Su, you are being overly careful. This time the futures we can make money is because we got the guidance from that senior person." Next to Lao Gao sat a person. This person is not tall. In the limousine, sitting posture is also very upright. "Mr. Sun, what do you think?" Su Qian asked the man beside him. Moxie, a luo is you color. Whether it is a liar or not, look at it and then say, not easily affirmed, not easily denied. The person who was addressed as Mr. Sun was obviously not fluent in Chinese, with a strong Japanese accent. It took an hour and a half to get from the Steel Exchange to Extension Road, also via the highway. On the way, after being questioned by Su Qian, Old Gao no longer bragged about the tall man in his mind. He had turned into a tall man's appearance, constantly letting out an inscrutable oozing laughter. Coming down from the highway, turning 2 corners, seeing the low mountains in the distance, and seeing the forest park, Su Qian said, "This high man, he really knows how to choose a place. This place is suitable for health maintenance." The car slowly came to Huixian Yasu 9 building. In the courtyard of building 9, a bald old man, wearing pants clothes made of linen yarn, cloth shoes, seemed not to see the car in front of him out of the 3 people at all. He was playing Tai Chi, eyes empty, heart empty, as if no one else. Su Qian knew Tai Chi Quan himself, and he had seen countless people do it. At this moment, he was directly frozen in place. The Tai Chi that the old man played, the movements were not much different from the ones he had learned. However, he clearly felt that the subtleties were completely different. The Tai Chi he had learned before was gymnastics, child's play. Between the old man's one move and one stance, the heart rests on each other, such as flower buds quietly opening under the sun, such as seeds slowly sprouting in the soil. The old man is clearly moving, but it gives people a feeling of tranquility, quiet to the extreme, like a fine rain moistening things, noiseless and silent, but brings people unlimited vitality. The Jap surnamed Sun knelt down and saluted on the spot. "This is a god. I have seen the legendary immortals." When he raised his head, he was already in tears. The 3 did not dare to move, standing next to each other. The breeze came, obviously summer. The dry and hot wind instantly became warm and gentle, like a spring breeze on the face, like a mother's hand. The old man withdrew his energy and smiled bashfully. "Xiao Gao, you're here?" Old Gao, who was addressed as Xiao Gao, nodded his head in a hurry. "I brought 2 friends to visit," the old man said. "A person who cultivates the way. One needs to be convinced, and the other needs to specialize and have perseverance. That friend of yours, who has too many questions in his mind, is not yet destined to be with me, so let him stay in the courtyard for now." Su Qian didn't dare to go in, so he could only watch as Old Gao and Mr. Sun entered the room. Mr. Sun wanted to speak, but didn't dare. The old man said, "There is no need to ask. I know you have a knot in your heart. You come to me and I gift you with 4 words. After saying that, he picked up the brush, spread out the rice paper, and wrote down 4 big words: elephant, potential, righteousness, and reason. Mr. Sun received the rice paper with both hands, like a treasure, but couldn't read it, didn't know what the hell was written. "I'll start with the first 2 characters, bishop and potential, and then we'll talk about the later ones when we have the chance." Baldur Yi began to explain. "The big sound. The elephant is invisible. The crowd only see the appearance, not see the elephant. What works is the elephant. In modern terms, you see the apple falling to the ground, not see gravity. See the elephant, in order to deduce the trend. Xiao Gao in the futures is also the same reason. The profit cannot earn all. The momentum cannot be used up. See good. Stop." The old man spoke casually for a while, and the 2 men listened with rapt attention. Green went out and served tea to the guests. "Wait a minute. That guest outside has been standing for a long time, and I'll send him a few words, even though the fates are shallow." The old man took out his pen and wrote 6 big words. "No, it's white. Keep it's black." On the way back, Su Qian took the paper and studied it over and over again, dead set on not understanding these 6 words and what the meaning behind them was. "Don't think about it. Master Yi said that after a few months, you will naturally understand. Heavenly chances cannot be divulged." Old Gao comforted Su Qian. "Is it that I didn't pay the higher power, so the higher power won't give me the word?" Su Qian said, "Give money? You're not qualified to give money at all now." Countless people lined up and kneeled down to beg the old god immortal to collect money. The old man would only collect money when he was interested, and the money that was brought in was casually donated. Old Gao talked about the old god immortal in an endless stream. All stories of how miraculous the old god immortal was. Old Su, you're lucky this time. I'm taking Brother Jingyi to pay a visit to the old god immortal this time. I didn't intend to take you there originally. The old god immortal has a rule that the number of people meeting him must be 3. According to the Taoist saying, 3 begets everything. So I took you there by the way. Old Gao's eyebrows flew up. Son Zhang Yi, the Japanese who was addressed by Lao Gao as Brother Zhang Yi, nodded his thanks. After arriving home, Su Qian put the words away properly, found someone to frame them, and hung them at home. The phone rang. He didn't avoid his wife and answered the phone. Hang Zi, didn't I say, don't call me at this hour? I'm afraid that you are short of money. I transferred $30,000 into your account. Remember to find me if it's not enough. Hang Zi said gently. Su Qian was touched for a moment. Hang Zi was really too good for him. The vast majority of people knew that Su Qian was down and out, avoiding him like the plague. Hang Zi, this woman, took the initiative to be with him, to be his underground lover, and not to do anything to protect him, wanting to have a child with him, and also took the initiative to give him money. Love you forever, Su Qian said. After the two hung up the phone, Su Qian's wife was dismissive. That woman kinda worships you. It's just a game. Our accounts are being monitored and we don't have a chance to leave the country if we want to. This is a good thing that's been delivered to me, and I'm just going along with it. All for the sake of the family and to make things better for you. Go with the flow? You actively want it. Right. That woman is not good looking, but she's not bad looking. I'm really not interested in her. I'm in it for the money. What about for me? Any interest? The wife's gaze was sharp, like she had seen through Su Qian's heart. Liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. You are the only one for me. Never leave me. Su Qian's mouth became sweet. The wife started it. Su Qian's wife turns into a humanoid juicer. Su Qian was the object of being squeezed, drained and made into human scum. Japanese Sun Jingyi found Ma Huayun, Mr. Ma, the person you recommended to me is not a man, but a god. It's too powerful. Ma Huayun smiled without saying anything, next to someone who had already sent tea over. The two of them, Sun Jingyi and Ma Huayun, sat opposite each other and drank tea. Mr. Ma, you told me that Mr. Gao knows a very powerful person who can solve my confusion. I doubted you at first. I'm sorry. It's fine. Mr. Sun has always been cautious. It's only right to be suspicious. Today, I'm especially excited. That old fairy let me into his house. Another person, called Su Qian. The old fairy only let him stand in the yard. Mr. Gao didn't introduce me to what exactly Su Qian does. This is the first time I've heard this name. Looking at the appearance I feel familiar. Mr. Ma, do you know him? I haven't heard of it either. The corner of Ma Huayun's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. The fish hadn't taken the bait yet, but it smelled like meat. The rest, it was just a matter of time. Chen Sun didn't take cordyceps and saffron. His body knows himself. He doesn't dare to take supplements. He has to ask the doctor before he dares to take supplements. That night, Chen Sun did not go back to his country villa, but tried to stay in the newly bought house in Fairview Mansion. What makes him depressed is that although the house is old decoration, but the new furniture, there is still a little bit of smell. Despite having experienced the hottest summer in Magic City, the smell is still not all out. The next day, I bought orange peels and activated charcoal, both of which are said to absorb odors in the air. In the afternoon, Yang Mengxue was taken to the International Maternal and Child Health Hospital for a routine checkup, and the doctor gave a completely normal conclusion. Development is completely normal. Indicators are good, and it is recommended to continue to maintain. The two families were happy to hear the result. Pregnant women pay attention to nutrition. And by paying attention to nutrition I don't mean undernutrition. I mean don't overnutrition. And you currently have a tendency to overnutrition. The pregnant woman is in good physical condition. Try to have a normal delivery if you can. The doctor said. My wife used to practice gymnastics and has a high degree of physical flexibility. Chen Sun thinks the baby can be delivered smoothly. Those who practice gymnastics should especially pay attention. And don't do difficult movements when you're in the same room. The doctor's sentence caused both Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue to blush red at the same time. The two of them escaped from the hospital in a mess and drove out of the underground garage. Yang Mengxue had been complaining. You weren't that much of a nonsense person before. Today you have to talk nonsense. I obviously learned sparring. When did it become gymnastics? Chen Sun said as he drove. I didn't think much of the many difficult poses you easily accomplished in the past. I was really too stupid. Yang Mengxue wanted to pinch Chen Sun's thighs, but considering that she was driving, she held back. Chen Sun looked out the window and said, I just passed by the 6th hospital. and I saw someone at the entrance that especially looked like my high school classmate. Who? Your high school crush? No, it's a guy. Renjie. He even sent $10,000 in red envelopes for our wedding. Renjie. Isn't he in his hometown county? Yang Mingxue felt that Chen Sun must have looked at the wrong person. There were many people and cars in front of the 6th hospital, so it was normal to look at the wrong person. It should be a mistake to see that he is driving an online car in his hometown county. Chen Sun said. The two went back to pick up Zhou Yumei to go to the country house. I'm not going. So many people are looking for me. It's not convenient in the countryside. Zhou Yumei looked at Yang Mengshue's physical examination results and was relieved. The National Day holiday will end in 2 days. The first few days are living in the countryside. Zhou Yumei rehired. There is no opportunity to show off in the neighborhood. After returning, every day with the neighbors bragging, said the leadership to pay attention to her. Parents respect her. Students like her. Without her, this school is about to close down. Chen Sun drove back to the countryside. The air conditioning did not even become cool. He received 2 phone calls. One was from Pan Changshang. Said that he had to go back to the Magic City 2 days late. The price of air tickets had increased. He wanted to avoid the peak season. The other call was from Renjie. Brother son, I'm in a bit of trouble. Renjie said. What is it? Chen Sun was worried. To say it is very bullshit. There are 2 passengers, mother and daughter. Give me $1,500. Taxi to Mordor. Said urgent to go to Mordor reunion. I brainwashed. See the money. Agreed. The result of the road traffic jam. The old man was hungry. Took out a patty or a ghost thing to eat. Eat too quickly. Stuck throat. I rushed to the 6 hospitals. The old man has hung up. The old man's daughter called the police and said I killed her mom. This year is really bad luck. I guess I can't drive a net car. What the hell does it have to do with you? Chen Sun thought that this was too much of a stretch. Yeah, what the hell does it have to do with me? This woman insisted on saying that I was fraudulent. It was clear that I could get to Mordor in 4 hours. I drove for 6 hours. And if it wasn't for the fact that I had teamed up with the net car company to cheat her, her mom wouldn't have died. Because the estimated time was shown as 4 hours on the net car. Chen Sun was speechless when such strange things could be encountered. Need my help. Yell. After Chen Sun answered the phone, he was more than sure that it was the peace talisman given by Uncle Fu that allowed him to pass on his bad luck to others. Ren Jia also just spit a little. I guess there is no trouble. The latter few days also did not give Chen Sun phone. Uncle Fu's family returned to Shanghai, and by the time Chen Sun found out, they were already home. Nagisa, why didn't you ask me to pick it up? There's a bit too much stuff. Your car won't fit. Pan Changsheng really got out a big pile of things, and gave part of the things to Chen Sun, the core of which was wood fungus, as well as deer braid and other blood tonic things, mountain goods. Brother Chen, tonic body. Chen Sun cried and laughed. 2 days ago that aunt sent a bunch of things, and today Pan Changsheng sent again. All of them are great tonic. Greedy, but really do not dare to eat indiscriminately. Tomorrow Xiaoyu will also come over. We'll have a meeting tomorrow. The office hasn't been rented yet. Let's have the meeting at the place where I live first. Chen Sun said. The next morning, Yang Xingyu appeared on time. Chen Sun got 7 or 8 kinds of fruit, 5 or 6 kinds of drinks, as well as melon seeds, peanuts, duck necks and other snacks, all put on the table. Not that he is greedy. He used to open the company project summary meeting, often get a pile of snacks. Used to. The 2 women, Yang Mingxue and Lu Min, started eating. Today, it's the first meeting of our Star U Food Company, Chen Sun said. When he was done, he opened his laptop, which he had bought for more than $30,000, and opened a software called OneNote, and began to take minutes of the meeting. Venue, Building 8, Huisan Yasu. Participants, Chen Sun, Yang Mingxue, Yang Xingyu, Pan Changsheng, Lu Min. Conference theme? Chen Sun hooked up the projector and projected the contents of the screen on the wall. When everyone saw Chen Sun being so formal, they all became serious as well. Life has to be ceremonial, and so does the company. Yang Xingyu saw Chen Sun write 3 question marks on the conference topic, and he was also filled with question marks. Brother-in-law, what are you doing writing so many question marks? Chen Sun said. Theme to be determined. Nagisa, what do you reckon is the first thing I'm going to say? Pan Changsheng revealed a naive and honest expression. Shares. Chen Sun was startled. How did you know? Your sister-in-law missed the question for you? Yang Mingxue shook her head. I didn't say anything. Pan Changsheng explained. Brother Chen, when I went back to get married this time, you must have already known that there would be a lot of people in my family urging me to stay in my hometown. And Minmin's her parents must have wanted me to stay in my hometown as well. That's why you haven't been talking to me about the shares. And only after seeing us come back did you decide to give me the shares, right? Chen Sun was speechless. You know everything. You should also pretend not to know, so that I can have some sense of accomplishment. Pan Changsheng said, I went out to open a store at a very young age. Insecure, learned to take the heart of a small man to others. After meeting my father, I learned to treat people sincerely. Chen brother, I'm in front of you. I will not pretend. Chen Sun was particularly comfortable to hear. Since Changsheng also guessed, I'll just say it directly. I'll invest $10 million in the company. Xiao Shu has 70% of the shares. Xiao Yu 30%. After Changsheng comes in, Xiao Shu has 60% of the shares. Changsheng 10%. And Xiao Yu's will remain unchanged. Changsheng, if you think it's too much, you can pretend to be modest and push back a bit. Pan Changsheng said, brother and sister-in-law gave it to me. I'm not qualified to push it. I can only accept it. Lu Min couldn't stand it. Hubby, you're so thick-skinned. Pan Changsheng said, brother Chen, sister-in-law, I want to put the company shares in Minmin's name. Lu Min immediately stopped it. Brother Chen, ignore him. Write Changsheng's name alone. I'm in finance. The simpler the company's shareholding, the better, to make it easier to bring in new investment. Who exactly is in charge of you two? Yang Mengshui asked curiously. I am the householder. Minmin is the housekeeper. Minmin, you need to learn more from your sister-in-law. She is really gentle and ladylike. You are pretending. Let me tell you, my wife looks gentle, but in fact, she used to like to beat people up. I was in the same class with her in 3rd grade, and she bullied me until I graduated from junior high school. Also carried a stool to chase boys. Pan Changsheng said. Lu Min sat next to Yang Mengshui, sister-in-law. In the future, I'll learn more about housework from you. Changsheng always says I don't know anything. Yang Xingyu's mouth was wide open, and Chen Sun covered his mouth with his hand. Yang Mengshui said, meeting, don't get off topic. The first topic of the meeting, the equity change thing was determined. The change of shareholding, all shareholders of the company to be present to do the change. Chen Sun to determine the time of the change. The meeting entered the next topic, the role of everyone in the company's positioning. Xiao Yu basically doesn't know anything other than frying. I've never opened a company before, and Xiao Shui is pregnant, so the two of us won't be involved too much. And for everything else, Changsheng and Lu Min, you two are mainly responsible for. Changsheng as president is responsible for business. Lu Min is responsible for finance. Chen Sun was dividing the labor. Pan Changsheng disagreed. Brother Chen, you intend to make the company bigger, not as an ordinary small restaurant. I suggest into a board of directors. You as the chairman, sister-in-law as the president, I as a manager. Go to talk about the business. I'm a small manager. Other people will feel that the company is very big. If I'm the president of the company or to go to run the business, it will be exposed that the company is very small. In the end, everyone agreed that Pan Changsheng was right. The third item is the business part. Yang Xingyu mainly explains the whole process of the core business of the hotel. Ordinary restaurants. The process is quite simple. Chen Sun breaks down the entire process of sourcing lettuce to the final product for guests to consume into multiple steps. Purchasing lettuce, picking, washing, preserving, chopping, stir-frying, delivering. Except for stir-frying and shopping for seasonings, which was Yang Xingyu's responsibility. The other parts, all of which had to be taken care of by Pan Changsheng. Changsheng, right now we just go to the grocery store to buy vegetables. In the future, when we get bigger, we still have to go to Fengxian to wholesale vegetables. After all, some people use cold cabinets to send vegetables for thousands of miles to Fengxian, and they can throw them all away. There are vegetable bases over there. Okay, brother Chen, I'm not familiar with Mordor. You'll have to guide me more. The latter set the company's goals: lose $1 million in the first year, equalize in the second year, and open a second chain in the third year. The meeting ended successfully. Pan Changsheng returned home and told Uncle Fu that Chen Sun had given him 1/10 of a share, and was immediately criticized by Uncle Fu. Xiao Chen's company invested $10 million, and 1/10 of a share is $1 million. Are you cheating? Return the shares immediately. Pan Changsheng was speechless. Dad, Chen gave me the shares not just because I'm your son. It's because Chen recognized my ability. Yang Xingyu and I went to choose a store. The store over on Guiguo Road. Other people's rent of $30,000 a month. I negotiated the rent to $15,000 a month. And in the future, the rent will only increase by 10% every year. Can't apologize to Xiao Chen. Uncle Fu was still uneasy. After the meeting, Yang Xingyu didn't go back to the city, and he was a bit unhappy. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? Chen Sun asked. There are two women that have been harassing me lately. I'm afraid that Dong Dong will be unhappy. Yang Xingyu said. Who is it? Just ignore it. Yang Mengshui felt strange. A woman. Is the chairman of the Winter and Winter Company? Always asked me to go to the hotel to drink tea. the other person. You all know, called Su Yuan, but also with brother-in-law had a lawsuit. Yuan Co? Chen Sun thinks this woman is too strange. Right, to harass Yang Xingyu. Su Yuan has a boyfriend. How can she harass Yang Xingyu? His boyfriend can't do it? Su Yuan is so famous now that she's almost a star. Yang Xingyu said glumly. Chen Sun used the 100 poison search engine, typed in Su Yuan's name, and found 2 videos. Segment 1, someone interviewed Su Yuan. What do you think about some men breaking up with their wives or girlfriends immediately after they become successful? What opinion? This kind of shameless man is not a human being at all. Discard the people who accompanied him to struggle and suffer together. Has his conscience been eaten by a dog? Can this kind of person be called a human being? We women must unite, not to die. Let these men shall not die. Video number 2, someone interviewed Su Yuan. Why did you break up with your boyfriend immediately after you became famous? I am learning every day to improve myself. I hope that the person I love can keep up with my forward pace. I once loved my ex-boyfriend deeply. I know, love a person, not possession, but fulfillment. My ex-boyfriend know clearly that has been unworthy of me. Still do not take the initiative to break up. I'm for him, really disappointed. At first I look at the wrong person. In both interviews, Su Yuan received a great deal of support. The fans were surprised that CO11's words were alright. Some sane humans put the 2 videos together, saying that Su Yuan is a double-standard woman, and that after listening to Su Yuan too much, a person's 3 views will twist into the shape of an S. They gave Su Yuan the stage name, Big S. Su Yuan just leave it alone. Just shield her. Yu Hong is the chairman of the board of directors of Dongdong Company. You give your girlfriend a clear explanation. Don't affect your girlfriend. Yang Mingxu said. Yang Xingyu adds Su Yuan to his blacklist and begins to prepare for the opening of the restaurant. The restaurant is on Guegua Road. Guegua Road is very isolated with office buildings on one side and a high-voltage corridor with green lawns underneath the high-voltage corridor. It is far away from residential areas. There were several restaurants, all of which closed down, including Starbucks, and only 1 convenience store and 1 McDonald's remain. When Chen Sun first asked Yang Xingyu and Pan Changxing to choose the location of the store, one of the requirements was that it should not be too busy and the business should not be too good. Opening a store for the first time, he didn't know what to expect, and he wanted to use it to familiarize himself with the restaurant business, anticipate possible problems, and prepare solutions. If you are just opening a restaurant, it is perfectly fine to open a business as a self-employed person, and there is no need to register a company specifically. The store, to put it bluntly, is for practicing and preparing for the future opening of a chain store. The first floor of the hotel more than 300 square meters. The second floor is close to 200 square meters, previously rented to a Western restaurant called Stick Moon Cold. Business is too bad. The boss ran away. The staff will come to the door to collect the rent of the landlord gave a beating. The landlord bought this store along the street back then and also took out a loan, which he now regrets half to death. In the past, the restaurant was very location eating, and his location, with foot traffic only on weekdays, was therefore positioned for office workers for lunch and overtime workers for dinner. Some years ago, white-collar workers down at noon to eat a lot. The rent is naturally high. After the takeaway, 3 kilometers around the restaurant are in the takeaway radiation range, so the restaurant business on this side of Guegua Road plummeted. The landlord insisted on not lowering the rent. The restaurant owner directly closed down. After the landlord realized that the market had changed, he changed the rent from 45,000 a month to 30,000, and was rented by the owner of a Western restaurant, not realizing that this became the beginning of the landlord's nightmare. The owner of the Western restaurant held on for more than a year, closed down and ended the business, and the employees' wages were not paid for 4.5 months, and the landlord felt that it had nothing to do with him, and did not care about the matter. I didn't realize that when I went to repossess the house, I clashed with the workers who were demanding their wages. The workers also announced that anyone who rented the house would have to settle their wages before they could do so. Because the boss ran away before giving, the employees said, he has 6 months rent pressure in the landlord side. Let the employees to find the landlord to ask for money to go. The landlord did not rent out for 6 months, and finally met Pan Changxing. Pan Changxing directly cut the price from 30,000 to 15,000. The landlord is also ruthless. Got a 10-year contract, the rent is paid once a year, and the rent rises by 10% every year. Both sides feel that they have taken advantage of the other side is stupid. In order to prevent backtracking, make the liquidated damages of 1 million. No one dares to default, and then quickly signed the contract. Immediately executed. The landlord predicted that the rent for this place would get cheaper and cheaper, so he took advantage of it. Pan Changsheng predicted that after the takeaway is developed, the restaurants over here can in turn cover the residential area, which is cheaper than the rent in the residential area, and the cost advantage is more obvious. Chen Sun is familiar with the Guoguo roadside, and met Yang Mengxue on a blind date with her on Guoguo Road, so he recognizes Pan Changsheng's vision very well. Pan Changsheng came back this time and immediately started the renovation. The room upstairs and downstairs together, a total of more than 500 square meters. This place has a room rate of up to 70%, coupled with the hotel entrance can be built umbrellas, the available area of more than 400 square meters. Pan Changsheng got 2 restaurants, one for office workers, the price of the popular route, the lowest scallion oil mixed noodles $8, the vast majority of noodles, covered rice and so on, are between $20 to $25. The name of the hotel is Lu Min, called Autumn Water Irun, a strong Qiangyao style. Pan Changsheng thinks very good. Others unanimously and strongly opposed to the name is tentative. Intends to first renovation and then say. This one was despised by Yang Xingyu, who insisted on staying out of this restaurant business. Another restaurant for the gathering, Yang Xingyu personally as a chef, on the dining environment, etc. The requirements are very high. Pan Changsheng to the restaurant named Red Dust as a companion. Lu Min hands in favor. The other 3 unanimously opposed, so the name is also tentative. Pan Changsheng cut the first floor into 2 parts. One used for Autumn Water Irun, the other part is used for Red Dust Companion. The second floor is modified into a private room for Red Dust Companion. The second floor was modified into private rooms for Red Dust Companions. On the 3rd day of the renovation, someone immediately came over and made a scene, demanding back pay. Pan Changsheng didn't realize that the landlord had planted this landmine for him. There are 15 of us in total, 2 are chefs, and the owner owes us 4.5 months of unpaid wages, and the man has run away. The representative of the wage earners said, if you are owed wages, ask your boss for them. Why are you looking for us? Pan Changsheng was confused. The boss shadow are gone. The hotel with his 70-year-old mother's identity card. He said there are 6 months deposit in the landlord here. Let us go to the landlord to ask for money. The landlord does not give us money. We have no choice but to cheat, so that the landlord house cannot be rented out. After Pan Changsheng asked carefully, he realized that this group of people's luck is quite bad. After the boss went out of business, 2 people did not find a job, went back home. The remaining 13 people is to find a job, but are not very good. These 13 people, every 2 days, will come to rotate here to see, forcing the landlord to give money. In total, we are owed $540,000 in wages. We have called the police, and the police can't do anything about it. The representative of the wage hunters said. Pan Changsheng thought for a moment, you go on like this is not a solution. How about this? We just need people in the hotel. You find a time. Off-duty time is fine. I'll interview one by one. If qualified, come to work for me. The wage is the same as your original. Every 3 months of work, I pay an extra month of wages. A year down, just to make up for your 4 months of wages. You see how? The payroll representative didn't expect Pan Changsheng to make this suggestion, and he thought for a moment. I'll go discuss this with the others. Going back, Pan Changsheng told Lu Min about this. Lu Min was worried and felt that Pan Changsheng was spending money indiscriminately. Min, don't worry. I can read people more accurately than you. Brother Chen is someone who does great things. Otherwise he wouldn't let us not make money in the first year. If I'm not wrong, Brother Chen is estimated to be a billionaire. He doesn't care about losing this much money. The important thing is to set things right and do it beautifully. Brag. That villa of Chen's is rented. If he's really a billionaire, I'll let you go through the back door. Pan Changsheng was half torn. No, you'll be in pain. In the movie, they all screamed miserably. After Pan Changsheng spoke to the payroll representative, no one came to interfere with the renovation. After 2 days, at night, 13 people, all of them, came to the interview. Pan Changsheng called Yang Xingyu also. Yang Xingyu never interviewed people, came to indiscriminately, did not know what to ask. The 2 chefs and 1 handyman are men. The other 10 people, all women. When the women saw Yang Xingyu, their eyes were glowing, and they immediately announced that it was fine if they didn't want the wages in arrears, as long as they agreed to come over to work. Pan Changsheng asked in detail what each person used to do, and found that except for the chef cannot be used, the other people can stay. The 2 chefs used to do Western food, and the hotel positioning of the Chinese restaurant conflict. Stay together. We can do afternoon tea. Western food. Yang Xingyu said. In the end, all 13 stayed. All of these people have jobs, and Pan Changsheng gave them a month to resign, mainly because the hotel renovation will also take about a month. Hotel employees basically negotiate their wages verbally. with no formal labor contract. Pan Changxing told Chen Sun about this. Brother Chen, I went to KFC, those big companies, and inquired about it. The employees of their restaurants, all of them are labor dispatch over there. The employees sign employment contracts with other companies, and KFC signed a labor dispatch contract. Chen Sun understands what Pan Changxing means. Pan Changxing is worried about staff problems affecting the reputation of the hotel. If it is labor dispatch, the staff has no direct relationship with the hotel. Eventually, Chen Sun agreed to Pan Changxing's idea of re-establishing two wholly owned subsidiaries, one for labor dispatch and one for hotel brand operation. 13 people have signed formal employment contracts with labor dispatch companies. Yang Xingyu these days almost every day insomnia. He wants to give his own restaurant name. The thought of giving the restaurant name, the brain appeared in all the fish and meat, kung pao chicken and other dish names. Tossed a few days, fruitless. Is it really going to be red dust as a companion? This name is too far-fetched. Yang Xingyu decided to go to the renovation site to find inspiration. So he asked Pan Changxing and Chen Sun to join him. Director Feng Gang immediately started the pre-production work for the shooting of the web series after he got $30 million of investment from manhwaesumen. The movie was shot with a lot of pre-production work, and the actual shooting, instead, was done in a few months. After the crew has money, Huang Hai and Zhao Weiwei, as the male and female lead actors, still habitually come to the McDonald's on this side of Guigua Road to pair their lines. Unlike in the past, they used to order nothing, but now that they have money, the two of them order a pair of chicken wings every time. The two noticed that the store next to them, which had been unused for months, was being renovated. This store is huge. It should be a big boss to rent it. Zhao Weiwei said. Isn't that the receiver? I remember him as a programmer. How did he become a decorator? No wonder he's even picking up placentas. Huang Hai saw Chen Sun walk out of the store. Wow, the guy next to the receiver is so handsome. He can come to our theater. He's definitely the male lead. Zhao Weiwei said. Chen Sun followed by Pan Changxing and Yang Xingyu. The three are very satisfied with the progress of the renovation. The materials are used in the so-called non-polluting materials. This side is not a residential area, so there is no prescribed time to decorate. The workers from morning to night, less than a week. The hard furnishings are completed 2/3. Huang Hai heard Zhao Weiwei say so. His heart got upset and said, handsome useless. The key is acting. Want to be handsome? Go to the slaughterhouse for plastic surgery. Pork is so handsome that people drool. Huang Hai was a good actor with ordinary looks. Zhao Weiwei knew she had said something wrong and immediately changed the topic. Let's go talk to them. The two of them went to find Chen Sun. Chen Sun was also happy to see these two and felt that there was a connection. What made him feel strange was that Zhao Weiwei wasn't a little too enthusiastic today, constantly chatting with Yang Xingyu. You own the restaurant? Huang Hai asked. Yes, we plan to do a chain store, so we'll open one here first, and if it's good, we'll promote it throughout Magic City. Chen Sun's mind was still thinking about the renovation. Huang Hai asked, so he casually replied. These words set off shocking waves in Huang Hai's head. The receiver, it turns out, is a stealthy tycoon. Such a large hotel, rented without concern, but also to open a chain store, but also to promote in the whole Magic City. If the promotion of the success of the Magic City is not to be a national chain, global chain Huang Hai's brain was full of seawater. Mr. Chen, do you still remember that web series of ours? Are you interested in investing in it? Huang Hai's voice trembled with a hint of currying favor. Chen Sun remembered about the web series. The script hadn't been read, but from the clips of Zhao Weiwei and Huang Hai pairing lines, it should be interesting. Yes. How much investment is needed? Chen Sun asked. Estimated $40 million. Now has got $30 million of investment. It is the big brother manhwaesumen invested it. Huang Hai said excitedly. Manhwaesumen? He's invested in it too. I'll give him a call to ask about it. Chen Sun felt that manhwaesumen was not a bad person. When Huang Hai heard it, the seawater in his head turned into the Pacific Ocean, and the receiver was even familiar with Mr. Ma, who is definitely a super rich man. Chen Sun dialed over and talked to manhwaesumen for a while. Mr. Ma said he invested in a web drama. The director is Feng Gang. Is it your drama? Yes, that's us. Joe opened up slightly in excitement. That's fine. I'll pay for the remaining 10 million. I don't have much money, so I'll just put in 10 million. Chen Sun said. Any other requests that Mr. Chen has can be mentioned, such as letting this little brother play the second male role is fine. Zhao Weiwei pointed at Yang Xingyu and said, not interested. Don't look for me. My interest is stir-frying. Yang Xingyu didn't have much ambition. Your interest is stir-frying? Zhao Weiwei was disappointed to the extreme. She was the female number 1 in the script, passionate with the male number 2 at the beginning. Then she met the male number 1 and quickly ditched the male number 2 and went on a blind date with the male number 1. I didn't expect Yang Xingyu to be completely uninterested in acting. Yeah, I've loved stir-frying since I was a kid. My parents don't have time to cook when they go to work. My sister practices boxing and her hands are often injured and can't get wet, so stir-frying at home falls on my head. Don't look at me as I'm only in my early 20s. I've got 10 years of experience in stir-frying. Yang Xingyu said proudly. Pan Changsheng said, I'll make a request. The web series shooting. Choose the scene. Must choose our hotel. The hotel name shall not appear less than 10 times. The appearance time shall not be less than 30 seconds. No problem. I'll go back and tell director Feng. Chen Sun invested in the web series in the name of his company and soon signed a good investment contract. The name of the restaurant hadn't even been thought of. And the first insertion of the ad was done. Su Yuan was furious for the past 2 days. She sent a message to Yang Xingyu and found that she was blacked out and the message could not be sent. Now Su Yuan is rich. Fans from time to time to reward her gifts. Live broadcast with goods also earned a lot of money. She bought a car, bought a set. After material satisfaction, the spirit is even more empty. Remembering Yang Xingyu's appearance, her heartbeat accelerated. No, I'm going to be brave for love for once. Su Yuan didn't know where Yang Xingyu lived, but she remembered where Chen Sun lived. She drove, came to Huixian Yaxu, afraid of being found by Chen Sun when she parked in Building 8. She parked her car at the entrance of Building 9, and was soon driven away by Auntie Xiaoqing. This is a private residence. Please don't park in front of the entrance. Su Yuan had no choice but to start her car, intending to leave. And then she saw a scene that she would never forget. A bald man walked out, and the sunlight shone on the bald man's head, forming a halo behind him. Buddha light? I saw Buddha? Su Yuan was so distracted that she drove over 2 trash cans, and the dry and wet garbage tangled in the air and fell together, indistinguishable from each other. Su Yuan is like trash. First things first, then wet. Final confusion. She was confused, not knowing whether she preferred Yang Xingyu, who was as handsome as if he'd had plastic surgery, or the bald head. Kids are the ones making the choices. I want them all. Soon she woke up from her confusion. She was driving a Tesla. Get out of the car and turn on the live stream. Families, my new car, a Tesla, has lost its brakes and hit trash cans, and 2 at a time. The neighborhood security guard came over. Miss, you broke the trash can. Su Yuan turned the live camera. Everyone come to see this inhuman and scrupulous security guard. How much does a trash can cost? How much does my car cost? The security guard doesn't care about my car, doesn't care about my people, but even cares about the trash. The security guards ran away in fear. That security guard, being a thief, ran away. But unfortunately I didn't get a picture of his badge. I don't know his work number. It pisses me off. Do security guards have badges? In the live broadcast room, Su Yuan's fans were filled with righteous indignation. Catch that security guard. Su Yuan scares off the security guards and quickly flees the scene in her car. That Chen Sun is Yang Xingyu's ex-brother-in-law. I'm going to take my bite out of Chen Sun. I don't believe that I can't find Yang Xingyu. As long as my kung fu is deep, even an iron rod will be sharpened into an embroidery needle. Su Yuan thought viciously. The bald guy is Chen Sun's neighbor. Monitoring Chen Sun. 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Yuan plotted in her head as she drove. Although her driving skills were good, she was distracted and still ran the red light. Chen Sun and Yang Xingyu didn't know that they were being watched, and they were now torn. Decorating style gone wrong. Tentatively named Autumn Water Iran White Collar Fast Food Restaurant. Positioning for Chinese style. If the white-collar workers to come here to drink afternoon tea and eat snacks, you have to modify into a Western-style restaurant decoration style, such as chairs into sofas, between each seat, will be relatively independent, the interval to be increased. Obviously, with this kind of renovation, the time guests stay in the restaurant will increase, the table flopping time will become longer, and the average guest value of about $25 per order can't be sustained at all, and it will definitely lose money. Pan Changsheng said, I used to open a chess room. Chess rooms are charged by time. The longer the guests stay in the store, the better. Fast food restaurants, the more guests served per unit of time, the better. Therefore, we first need to replace all the soft sofa stools with brightly colored wooden stools, which appear clean, but the sitting time of more than half an hour will not be able to stand the buttocks. The interval between the seats and the seats cannot be too long. The neighboring seats can hear each other talk, so that the guests chat without a sense of privacy, and the guests will want to find a way to leave when they finish eating. After many discussions, the Western-style snacks were put into the red dust companion, which Yang Xingyu is mainly responsible for. Yang Xingyu is not very willing. He would prefer the restaurant as purely Chinese restaurant. Favoring to leave 2 chefs who do Western food is also him. There is no way but to knock out the teeth to swallow. Once the renovation is done, it's time to sign formal contracts with the employees. Chen Sun was afraid of problems with the contract, and went to Nyo Guhong again. Sister Nyo, this time it can't be free. I'm hiring your law firm to be our company's daily legal advisor. I was about to look for you. Gu Miao that lawsuit. Tan Xiaoye provided new evidence. You carried her mother to the ambulance in the park. The straight line distance walked 300 meters. The actual distance walked about 450 meters. An average of 0.45 meters per step. So you walked 1,000 steps. Tan Xiaoye looked for someone to calculate the jittery amplitude. That your behavior caused secondary injury to her mother. So that you carried her mom. The people, 7 in total, didn't run away. All of them were included by Tan Xiaoye as defendants, claiming $70,000 each. And these 7 people included Hu Guangxing. Chen Sun remembered the forest park in order to maintain the so-called ecological, only in the inside to build a very narrow sidewalk. The ambulance cannot drive in. When several old people were screaming, let Chen Sun go granny back to the ambulance. Tan Xiaoye screaming old people Annette, all sued. I don't care about the other old people. Hu Guangxing's matter. You continue to represent him. I'll pay for the money, plus the money for hiring your law firm. Together, Chen Sun said. In the end, Chen Sun hired Valley Red Law Firm as his daily legal advisor at a base price of 220,000 per year. The employees' labor contracts, naturally, were drafted by lawyers to help them. Chen Sun suddenly remembered. Good brother Ren Jie driving accident in his hometown. A mother and daughter hitchhiking to come to Mordor. The result is that the mother died in the car. The daughter wants to claim compensation. I do not know if Ren Jie need a lawyer. Called over, came Ren Jie full voice, Sun brother, rest assured. Nothing happened. After hanging up the phone, Ren Jie walked out of the police station. After the passengers called the police, Ren Jie gave the car recorder to the police station. Today is to get the return. After analyzing, the police found that it was the victim and her daughter who rode in Ren Jie's car together. And on the way, her daughter took out the patties and let the victim eat them, and kept urging the victim to eat them quickly. The whole process, Ren Jie are driving, do not have to bear any criminal responsibility. This daughter complained to the online car company that Ren Jie was suspected of committing a crime. Net car company immediately suspended to Ren Jie dispatch single. Today, Ren Jie get the police station to give him a not guilty receipt, take pictures, upload, and wait for the net car company to review. He can only be reassigned if he is cleared. The results of the audit came down quickly, and the online car company, presumably afraid of Ren Jie's report, personally arranged for someone to call Ren Jie to explain. Mr. Ren Jie, MS. Jiang Yingman reported you in real name as suspected of committing a crime. After checking and verifying that you have not committed a crime, Jiang Yingman announced on the internet that you are the son of a local official. The highest position of this official is a deputy county commissioner, who has been sentenced to 10 years imprisonment due to suspicion of embezzlement, and that if you continue to drive an online car, Jiang Yingman will report our company to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. We had to terminate our cooperation with you before we could obtain a reconciliation between Jiang Yingman and you. Ren Jie hung up the phone silently, parked the car downstairs, found a shared bike, rode on the street for a few hours, looking for a dozen stores, obviously outside the store posted recruitment, but the result is that they all say that people have been filled. Ren Jie rode his bike to Lower River Street, where the old houses were torn down and commercial housing was being built. I'm sorry, the real estate company won't settle with us. The building sucks, and we don't need construction workers. Once again, Ren Jie was answered in the negative. Almost a whole day without food and water. Ren Jie was thirsty and hungry. He went to the public restroom, washed his face, resisted the urge to drink tap water, wait for the face of the water a little dry, go to the convenience store to buy water, found a bottle of water to 2.5 yuan, didn't give up, walked a kilometer to the big supermarket, bought 2 bottles of water for $1 a bottle, drank a bottle in 2 gulps. The spirit seems to have recovered, was about to throw the bottle into the garbage can. A hand reached out. Give me. Ren Jie froze. A garbage picker. You couldn't tell his age. His face was wrinkled and dusty, and the dust almost filled in the grooves the wrinkles created in his face. The man was dragging a flatbed truck with discarded cardboard, plastic bottles, and cans. Took the plastic bottle from Ren Jie's hand, opened the cap, put the bottle on the ground. To the bottle is a burst of stamping. The bottle stamped flat, put on a flatbed truck, slowly walking towards the garbage cans, stretching out the pitch black hand, out of the garbage cans, out of a few plastic bottles, continue to step on. Ren Jie ride, go next to the construction site, bought a broken flatbed truck, cart, began to pick up garbage overnight, until the next day the garbage collection station work. He sells all the junk, cardboard by weight, Regular drink bottles and cans by quantity. And plastic bottles and yogurt bottles in large tubs cost a little more than smaller bottles. Renjia asked about the garbage collection station's commuting hours. He had no place to store the garbage and had to sell it immediately after picking up enough of it. Some bottles are 5 cents. Some bottles are 3 cents. And the thicker ones can be sold for about 10 cents, which is the price of clear plastic bottles. And if the plastic bottles are colored, they can only be sold by the pound, which is much cheaper. Renjia picked up hundreds of bottles overnight and earned $27.33. It's much lower than even the state minimum wage. Renjia smiled with satisfaction. The sky is the limit. God closes the door for you. Will open a window for you. Renjia went to the grocery store and bought thick canvas gloves and pants and a couple of sturdy sacks. Waste paper goes straight on the flatbed trolley. Picking up plastic bottles, or dragging a sack is easier. The trash cans were largely empty in the morning. Not many plastic bottles. Renjia didn't wander the streets. He pushed a flatbed truck to County Middle School, the largest middle school in this county and his alma mater. At the entrance to the school, the doorman saw him in this outfit and wouldn't let him in. There was no sound of lang lang reading. Renjia still felt close. Here, he spent 6 years. High school door is the biggest watershed in life. After walking out, some into the door of society, some into the door of the university, some into the door of the prison. Each go their own way. Renjia puts the flatbed in the corner and won't block the humane. He circled along the school fence, crossed the green belt near the playground, and came to the iron fences, and sure enough, 3 of them were twisted so that a person could easily pass through. He was more familiar with these details than the principal, who had been at the school for 6 years. Back then, he skipped class and took his girlfriend outside to go shopping, often sneaking out from here. He also asked Chen-sun to skip class and go out to play together. But unfortunately, Chen-sun was as timid as a mouse, afraid of being caught by the teacher, and shivered when he got to the side of the iron fence and escaped from the battlefield. Renjia carrying a garbage bag, go to the garbage cans in front of the cafeteria, go to the garbage cans outside the dormitory, quickly filled with sacks of plastic bottles, and then go to the teaching building, searching for the garbage cans on each floor, to find out a lot of discarded draft paper, test papers and so on. Haul 2 sacks of garbage, put it on a flatbed truck, sell it, find a place to rest, and in the evening, miss the rush from work, and continue to look for plastic bottles on the street until the wee hours of the morning. At 8:30 in the morning, sold all the scraps, bought 3 neat buns a bottle of water. See the collection account more 179.55. Renjia happy smile. It took a day and a half to make that amount of money, which equates to $119.70 per day. Work 6 days a week, 4 weeks a month. The monthly income of 2,872.8 yuan. To the daughter living expenses of 1,500. Rent 330. Try to go to the public restroom to solve. Almost do not cook. The car is a hybrid, charging after 10 p.m. The monthly electricity bill of about 50 yuan. A month and a half to get a haircut. The weather is getting colder. And now get a pot of cold water can take a shower. The winter to go to the public bathroom bath once a week. The cell phone communication fee is too expensive. The original in order to open the net card to grab a single. Bought the 128 yuan monthly package. Now no longer need. Have to find time to go to the business hall to modify into 28 yuan a month. Doing the math, and deducting all imaginable day-to-day expenses. The prognosis is to save $655.23 per month. No, the 150,000 owed to Chen-sun must be repaid within 5 years. The interest does not have to be paid. The principal must be repaid. Do not pay back the money. Son's brother will certainly not say anything. His wife is a Mordovian. Maybe because of this quarrel. Renjia took out the ballpoint pen he had picked up at school and wrote the plan. To pay it back, he'd have to save $30,000 a year and at least double his income. He's picking up trash for the first time today. He's unfamiliar with the routes, and he'll definitely double it later. Renjia looked at the schedule and was hopeful that good times were ahead. Saturday should be the prime time to pick up garbage. He did not pick up garbage. Found a place to get a haircut. Went to the bathroom to soak for an hour. Then rinsed his whole body. Changed into a white shirt, a gray jacket over it, light gray suit pants, black leather shoes polished, and drove to Wadin Homes. The ex-wife came downstairs with her daughter in her arms, who was 2.5 years old and hadn't seen her dad in a week. Unfamiliar for half a minute, and soon wrapped her arms around his neck and wouldn't let go. Daddy, I'm going to the big garden. Daddy's driving and can't hold you. Go sit in the back with mommy. Sweetie couldn't let go of her dad and kissed Renjia with a slobbering kiss before she reluctantly sat in the back child seat. Driving to the big park just outside the county, which was about to be developed into the second center of the county. The park had lawns and lots of kids playing, and was Sugar's favorite place. Parked the car. The trunk took out the children's car. Put Sweetie holding to the car. Sweetie is not happy. Do not sit in the children's car. Want daddy to hold. Renjia held his daughter. His ex-wife helped push the child car. Sugar got tired after an hour or so of playing. Put it in the kitty car. Went for ice cream. And got a cute baby dress and Barbara the fairy's props. After eating and drinking, Sugar was sleepy. And Renjia didn't walk far in his arms before falling asleep with a sweet smile on his lips. Sweet movements are not coordinated. Went to the hospital for a checkup. Called sensory disorder. That is, the hands and feet are not coordinated. The doctor said that now the child is small. Through training, can soon be adjusted. Our county has a specialized training institution. The ex-wife said. How much? Renjia asked. On a per occasion basis. $60 per visit. For the first phase of 2 months. Going 3 times a week. For a total of $1,584. Renjia wants to transfer money. I'd also like to enroll Sugar in a piano class. Beginners, $80 an hour. Sugar is a little kid. Only half an hour. $40 each time. Any time slot from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Renjia didn't ask his ex-wife. He figured it out right away. $200 a month. Just report less for the other classes. I'll transfer you $10,000. Renjia said. Where did you get that kind of money? Don't mess around. Don't worry. Every penny I have now is clean. One of my classmates, called Chen-sun. You've met him. I asked him to borrow money to buy a car. He gave me an extra $50,000. Didn't all those friends of yours ignore you? Did Chen-sun lend you money without knowing your situation? Chen-sun is not my friend. He's a brother. Sending Sugar home. Renjia parked the car. Went back to change his clothes. Renjia continued to collect garbage. This day, he ran more places. The next day he sold more money. And bought a hat for fear of getting a tan. I'm afraid my daughter won't recognize me if I get a tan. Before Renjia could go to the business hall to modify the package, the phone rang. Mr. Renjia, we are the court of Jing'an district of Magic City. Jiang Yingman has filed a lawsuit against you. Please tell us your detailed address. Renjia almost thought that he had encountered an internet scam. And after confirming that he was being sued, he just couldn't hold back. Excuse me, I'm not even in Mordor. So why can Jiang Yingman sue me in Mordor? According to MS. Jiang Yingman's description. Her mother suffered a food blockage on a high bridge in Mordor and failed to receive treatment at the 6th hospital in Mordor. And she has the right to sue in the city where the accident occurred. Renjia gave the address. The other party first sent over an electronic version. Jiang Yingman applied for a claim of $550,000, which includes a treatment fee of $200,000 and $350,000 of moral damages. God closes the door for you and will leave a window open for God to pour poisonous gas in through. Renjia was out of breath picking up trash. Please provide responsive materials within the specified time. The court staff gave Renjia a friendly reminder. 3 minutes later, Renjia put away his cell phone and walked to the next trash can. Early the next morning. Sell the garbage. Change back the money. That figure. Enough to sweet a day of piano training fees. And milk powder and clothes and toys costs did not earn. Have to work hard. Bought a bun. Opened a glass of water. Sat on the edge of a roadside flower bed. Ate his breakfast. And the dew of the early morning condensed into a transparent melancholy on his face. After eating the buns, drinking a good amount of water. Washing my hands and face in the public restroom. Setting the alarm on my phone. Returning home. Falling back to sleep. And after being woken up by the alarm clock, it was already 11:30 a.m., and calling Chen-sun, brother Sun. I'm fucking encountering that weirdo who's suing me. And sued me in the Magic City. Chen-sun couldn't help but laugh when he heard Renjia's exaggeratedly cheerful voice coming from the phone. Holy shit, I thought I'd met enough oddballs. I didn't think it's your turn now. Do you want to find a lawyer? I've just fought 3 lawsuits and have a lot of experience. Renjia said. For the matter of my parents. I've been to court 9 times. This aspect is more experienced than you. Just introduce the lawyer to me. It must be from Mordor. That woman is suing me in Mordor. Intentionally pit me. Chen-sun pulled the group and pulled lawyer Niu Guhong and Renjia into it. Renjia describes the whole process and gives lawyer Niu the subpoena and relevant information given by the court. Niu Guhong laughed while looking at it. Chen-sun, your black attracting physique has polluted all your classmates. In accordance with Niu Guhong's request, Renjia recorded an authorization video and electronically signed on his cell phone, fully entrusting Niu Guhong. How much is the attorney's fee and do I need to pay it in advance? Renjia asked. For the time being, there is no need. Chen-sun defined the company we gave as a legal counselor. This lawsuit is not complicated. Just as a gift. Niu Guhong saw Renjia's ID card and thought that this person looked quite spiritual. Generally speaking, What looks good on an ID is better in person. Ren Jia called Chen Sun. Aren't you a programmer? What's going on? Starting your own company? I've got a catering company. So quit driving some bullshit internet car and come help me out here. My daughter is too young to visit her often. Chen Sun hasn't become a father yet and can't appreciate the feelings a father has for his daughter. He had to say, call me anytime you want to come. As the renovation of the restaurant nears completion, naming the restaurant becomes a top priority. 2 restaurants, 2 names, 5 people, each with their own name, then voted as a group. Panchang Shang, Cloud and Water Stream, Sea and Sky Pavilion, Lu Min Spiritual Station, Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Chen Sun, White Collar Restaurant, Magnificent Restaurant, Yang Mingxue, Open Eating Restaurant, Rice Run Run Restaurant, Starwood Young, Starwood Snacks, Starwood Fine Dining. The 5 men met for the second time and all felt that the name they had chosen was the best and that the other man was out of his mind as to how he could have come up with such an odd name. Pan Changsheng and Lu Min are newlyweds. The two were originally very good feelings. For the name of the matter, the two turned their faces on the spot, revealing each other's shortcomings. From elementary school to junior high school, scandals said. Yang Xingyu felt that he was weak, sent the name to his girlfriend Dong Dong Dong. Dong Dong Dong, phone over, why don't we modify it into Dong Yu Snacks and Dong Yu Restaurant? Yang Xingyu thinks the name is very good. Yang Mingxue thinks the name is too brain-dead. The siblings encountered contradictions. It is customary to look for the ruling of the old mother. So the excellent teacher, elementary school language teacher Zhou Yumei phone came. Mom, we're picking the name of the restaurant. First things first, you only get to vote. You can't add more options. Zhou Yumei felt that these names are very poor. She came up with 12 names: Friendship Hotel, Peace Hotel. After Yang Xingyu hung up his mom's phone, he thought he should find Uncle Fu to set it. Uncle Fu felt that the 4 names proposed by Pan Changsheng and Lu Men were all unintelligible, and Chen Sun's name was the best, but not as good as the one he had thought of. Why don't we call it Fu Manchu Restaurant? Finally, for the white-collar lunch fast food restaurant, renamed Winter Rain, a large restaurant named Full House, the name sent to Niu Guhong. Niu Guhong criticized, Winter Rain and Full House are everyday words that cannot be used as a trademark name. To become a chain restaurant must choose a distinctive name. Niu Guhong criticized, Winter Rain and Fu Man Lu are everyday words, cannot be used as a trademark name. In order to become a chain store, you must choose a distinctive name. 5 people tossed and turned for nothing. Cow Valley Red suggested the name, Winter Rain Valley Scent, which was unanimously approved. The name of the Grand Hotel, which eventually became Blessed Starwood. Everyone was unhappy with the name. They all thought it was poor. Chen Sun was calm. He had worked for the company for many years and knew that the company's decisions were never the best, but the most stable. A product of compromise. The name is taken care of. The decoration is completed. The last hurdle. The acquired used dishes are cleaned and sterilized, and you can officially open for business. Bought 10,000 firecrackers. After the release, the people around the workplace noisy, almost crazy. Some people even phoned the police. When the police came, Pan Changsheng has long arranged for people to firecracker debris clean, but also sent a business card to the police. Time to come and sit down. Our restaurant hygiene and cleanliness. All the materials are all from the regular channels. Pan Changsheng took the menu and went to a dozen nearby buildings to hand out flyers. Trial operation. Registered members. Half price for the first month. Yang Mingxue brought Chen Sun and Pan Changsheng to a training center called Ingqian Alliance. This place is less than 3 kilometers from the hotel. The hall on the first floor of the training hall is the inline skating training ground. The second floor is cut into several areas with a swimming pool, basketball court, badminton court and more. Yang Mingxue came to the 3rd floor. When I entered, I saw the huge poster. A gallant woman with boxing gloves and a kick on a sandbag. The woman was dressed in workout clothes and looked clean. Pan Changsheng looked at the poster. I think I've seen the woman on the poster before. Chen Sun said. Yes, very familiar. Yang Mingxue was furious. I forgot to tell them to put it away. Pan Changsheng was startled. Sister-in-law, the person on that poster can't be you. The avatar used me only. Yang Mingxue said. Chen Sun didn't say a word. Pan Changsheng understood that his sister-in-law was beautiful. And this women's wrestling gym used his sister-in-law's avatar. And after thinking about it, he was relieved. When the 3 entered the pavilion, dozens of women gathered around and chirped. Coach Yang, Instructor Yang, Mr. Yang, various epithets. Coach Yang, where's that handsome treasure brother of yours? Why didn't he come? Make sure you call him over for us to play. Where's my little you? It's been a long time since I've seen him. Yang Mingxue smiled and replied. Xiao Yu opened a restaurant. What restaurant? Where is it? Is it far? If it's not far, we'll go for dinner every day. Far to go. Chen Sun was in the pile of women. and the buzzing around his ears didn't stop. He felt like he was surrounded by bees, constantly circling around him. Chen Sun, you're here too. Long time no see. A familiar voice rang out. Sister Su, long time no see. Seeing the wife of former leader Chen Hang, Chen Sun was like an amnesty and hurried over to chat. Sister Su pulled Chen Sun to the lounge, said while walking, Chen Hang left the company? Said you cannot afford to give up this family, little brother, for fear that you have a weak character to suffer. I was thinking must introduce a powerful wife. We are here. The most powerful is Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue, her mother is an old-fashioned, afraid of her daughter's practice of martial arts things to let people know. You now know. You know. You know. You know. You know. Doesn't it make you feel that Xiao Xue is very gentle? It didn't change her gentle and considerate nature just because she practiced martial arts. Chen Sun feels like falling into the wolf's den, but still has to praise the wolf for being gentle and considerate. Sister Su continued. Xiao Xue's coach is my good sister. Xiao Xue has won several district championships, once the city champion, was going to enter the national team, and then there was a small problem. Whether it is martial arts or women's combat, the competition has strict rules. That good sister of mine taught Xiao Xue women's self-defense. Self-defense can be nothing rules. Everything to knock out the opponent as the goal. Xiao Xue was taken off course. To participate in the national free fighting competition, the opponents knocked out of shock too. The opponents were eliminated along with her, and her elimination was due to foul play, and then did not go the road of sports. The more Chen Sun heard, the more outrageous he felt. You sit here and rest for a while. I'll go check on Xiao Xue that bag. Sister Su arranged Chen Sun and went out. An hour later, the trio left. Chen Sun drove the car and Yang Mengxue sat in the passenger side holding the bag. Pan Changsheng was sitting in the back row, going over and over what was recorded. Sister-in-law, I recorded it all. Pan Changsheng said. What did you record? Chen Sun asked. Of course it's the taste of the customers. Sister-in-law brought us here today. Isn't it for me to record the taste of these potential customers? Winter Rain Valley Fragrance is fast food. The two restaurants have to rely on fast food if they want to survive. Fu Manchu Xingyu, there's no word of mouth in the beginning. There definitely aren't many customers. Pan Changsheng buried his head, as he continued to organize the list. The restaurant began trial operation. The neighborhood white-collar taste, coupled with the pre-publicity in place, to eat a lot of people, the original plan of 10 waiters, 2 restaurants each of 5. The results of 8 to the Winter Rain Valley Incense Service, 2 in the Fu Manchu Xingyu Rest. Pan Changsheng hired 2 more chefs. All the dishes are all configured. Frying speed is fast, 3 minutes a dish. Encountered a lot of people ordering the same dish. On average, about 1 minute can fry a dish. Price all 70% off. That day at noon sold more than 200 single. The evening only sold more than 70 single. The first day of business, sold 300 single, because the price is 70% off, resulting in the original 21 yuan around the value of customer orders into 15. A total of 500 yuan sold. This data, far more than the prediction of Yang Xingyu. Once the normal business, the price is not discounted. Gross profit rose to the normal level of the catering industry. Orders will certainly fall. Therefore, Lu Min made an estimate based on the day. 10 people. Staff wages average 8,000, 80,000 wages per month. The hotel revenue of 202,500 yuan. According to the calculation of the gross profit of 50% of the gross profit for a month of 21,250. After deducting the personnel's 5 insurance policies, overhead, rent, etc. The projected revenue loss is $20,811 per month. Personnel salaries are the big one. Yang Xingyu, responsible for the Fu Manchu Xingyu, is not officially open for business. Such as official business, it is estimated that the loss is more. It must be open source. After Pan Changsheng arranged food delivery for the wrestling gym, he added more than 50 lunches a day and still didn't solve the problem of profitability. In the end, Pan Changsheng decided to make breakfast. Looked for a company called Mumbai Steamed Buns. Want to wholesale each other's buns, steamed buns. The results of this company not only do not wholesale semi-finished products to Pan Changsheng, but also looked at the location of the neighborhood. Intends to open a franchise store themselves. Pan Changsheng did not give up. Contacted another store called New Changsheng. The other party is willing to provide semi-finished buns. 50 cents a. After steaming, 2 yuan a. The other party is willing to provide half-finished buns. 50 cents a. After steaming, 2 yuan a. Baozi certainly not sell out. Pan Changsheng went to contact a production of soybean milk and tofu company, called Clear Ugly. Soybean milk is cheaper. 2 yuan a bag. Ice soybean milk and hot soybean milk. The market are sold for 5 yuan. the gross profit is even higher than the buns. After Winter Rain cereal started selling breakfast, more white-collar workers in the neighborhood bought breakfast on the way. After Lu Min's calculations, the restaurant barely broke even. Fu Manchu Xingyu official business day. The British Strong Alliance side of the women's wrestling hall came more than 30 people to Yang Xingyu to support the scene. The day lively and extraordinary. Want to eat Yang Xingyu dishes? Also want to eat Yang Xingyu. Women who go to wrestling school are mostly empty and bored. And those who can be empty and bored are mostly rich. The sales of Blessed Starry Night opened on the first day with over 10,000 sales. And on the second day with 200. A few days later, Su Yuanyuan finally finds Yang Xingyu by following Chen Sun for many times and knows that Yang Xingyu is the owner of the restaurant. The internet celebrity brought a large group of people, ordered a lot of food in the Fu Manchu Xingyu, but also consumed a lot of Western food. Yang Xingyu's head is as big as a crack, but it is not good to drive away the customers. There is no way to take Su Yuanyuan. Su Yuanyuan publicly announced that she was going to chase Yang Xingyu and steal a man from Dong Dong Dong, making Dong 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 so angry that she didn't even have the heart to broadcast. The company chairman Yu Hong personally came to comfort Dong Dong Dong. Career is more important than men. Where is your boyfriend hotel? I go to help you persuade him. So Yu Hong also know the hotel of Yang Xingyu, but also bring people over to eat and talk about business. This day, Chen Sun's former colleague Huang Guotao said, Pan Duzi finally discharged from the hospital. Chen Sun once returned to the company to help. The company gave $5,000. Chen Sun did not want to take, said to take to invite colleagues to dinner, and now Pan Duzi was discharged from the hospital, just so that we can get together. Huang Guotao asked Chen Sun in what restaurant. Chen Sun, of course, did not hesitate to recommend the Fu Manchu Xingyu. Huang Guotao brought his co-workers along, and Pan Duzi said he wanted to thank his reader Xiao Fei, so he invited Xiao Fei to come over and eat with him as well. Once Chen Sun heard that Xiao Fei, who broke Pan Duzi's knuckles, was coming over, he also warmly invited him. That night, Su Yuanyuan, alone, came to the Fu Manchu Xingyu restaurant, chose the window seat, ordered cheese lobster and a cup of juice, and ate quietly. She wanted to wait for the restaurant to close, to ask Yang Xingyu. Chen Sun's ex-colleagues came to the hotel, chose the second floor of the hotel by the window box, ordered good food, chatting about the past, lively. The only one who is not lively is Xiao Fei, a table full of people. He only knows Chen Sun and Pan Duzi, although he laughed with Pan Duzi, but after all, there is nothing in common, so he has been burying his head to eat, and also drank a lot of beverages. Of course, also drank a few glasses of wine. Dash goes to the restroom, then downstairs for some air, and he sees a woman, by the window, with a fork, looking distracted. Fei's eyes were misty, the hotel lights were hazy, the music was soft. Fei saw the woman, his heart was moved, he gathered enough courage, went forward and asked, Ma'am, can I sit here? Su Yuanyuan opened her mouth to curse as she looked at Fei in disgust, then saw the watch on Fei's hand. Nima, this watch is at least $300,000. Of course, what's your name? Sir, Su Yuanyuan said. My last name is Wang. Miss name? Fei asked. They guess. I'll tell you the real name later. The two quickly added contact information. Fei launches an onslaught of attacks on Su Yuanyuan. Xiao Fei is not handsome, nor bald, nothing legitimate occupation, completely does not meet the conditions of Su Yuanyuan's choice of spouse. But, Xiao Fei has money. It is said that his mother used to open a restaurant, and later opened a hotel. Su Yuanyuan is torn, and after being torn between the youthful and compellingly handsome man and the mature bald man, she chooses the rich man. Fei, how nice it would be if I could have them all. At the wedding, Su Yuanyuan shed tears of remorse. She planned to give Xiao Fei 2 children before divorcing. At that time, Yang Xingyu should have gotten married and she could go to Baldhead without any worries. All choices mean giving up. Chen Sun's ex-colleagues, talking about the company with excitement and sadness as 1/3 of the other programs were laid off. Huang Guotao said, the general environment is not good. All corporate budgets are shrinking. Fortunately, we have a lot of things in this project team. Still recruiting. Before Chen Sun initiative to work overtime. And now the whole project is taking the initiative to work overtime. For fear of being cut. Chen Sun asked, if everyone takes the initiative to work overtime to get the project done quickly and there's nothing to do, aren't they digging a hole for themselves waiting to be laid off? Huang Guotao was speechless. Brother Sun is really simple-minded. Our project team, if we do things fast, quickly complete the project, other projects do things procrastinate. If we do not have things to do, the leadership will give us the other project team's work, and then lay off the inefficient. Chen Sun understood that the company involution had begun. Mr. Tan went to the United States to pull in projects, made a big run, and found that the United States was cutting back on spending, laying off so many people, and that the United States was so costly that it outsourced some of its projects to us in India. It was all going to San. The U.S. side of the product manager went to India, saw the roadside flying cakes look good, bought a taste. The effect was immediate. Soon diarrhea, lying in the hotel for 7 days. The 8th day to the hospital, was filled with 3 bottles of cow urine. 3 security guards sexually assaulted the poor manager. The product manager returned to the United States and immediately gave the project to Mr. Tan. Huang Buotao said with a fluttering brow, as if he was on the scene, describing the 3 Indian security guards. The details are there. Other colleagues add fuel to the fire. Chen Sun listened to the dumbfounded. After eating, we all raised our glasses, wished Chen Sun good health and an early victory over his illness, and then shared a wish not to lay off employees, and a pay cut would be fine. Before the show broke up, Pan Duzi secretly asked Chen Sun, "Brother Sun, you seem to be ignoring me." Chen Sun said, "Don't cheat that Xiao Fei. He's hot-blooded and impulsive. He's very righteous. He's nice. There's really no need for you to cheat him." Got it. Pan Duzi took out his cell phone and swiped the code at a shared bike. "You've been drinking and you're not taking a taxi home?" Chen Sun was a little worried. In case something happened to Pan Duzi on the road, all the people involved would be responsible. "It's okay. I'm not drunk. My mind is clearer when the wind blows outside, and I could write a binary tree traversal if I were asked to do so right now." Pan Duzi rode his bike, waved goodbye to everyone, and disappeared into the night. Chen Sun returned to the banquet, saw the room full of mess. Plates, cups, napkins, piled up on the table. Inexplicably sad. There is no such thing as an unending feast, and happiness is always short-lived. A couple of waiters came over to clean up. Yang Xingyu also came out of the kitchen, took off his chef's special white hat, and sat on a stool, a little forlorn. "Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you?" Chen Sun went over to ask. "Today, just Chen Sun colleagues treat this table. The amount of consumption is more than 5,000, plus other. The day's income more than 20,000. Yang Xingyu should be happy. How this expression? A little tired." Yang Xingyu was breathless. "Isn't that your ambition? To open your favorite restaurant and be your own chef?" "Yes, I've wanted to open my own restaurant since I was a kid, and now that the ideal is realized, I really do it and find that it's not that way at all. Opening a restaurant is too tiring and not fun at all." Yang Xingyu remembered that he was in school, participating in competitions, fried dishes, very beautiful, exquisite, flavorful, how to plate. He would carefully design for a long time. He felt that he treats fried food as a work of art. He is the artist. Nowadays, stir-frying, the pursuit of color and flavor, the demand for quick completion, delicious dishes, guests often order, a little art. You're growing up. This is work, not for fun. Chen Sun remembered that when he was in college, he found it especially fun to write programs, and after work, he wrote them every day until he wanted to vomit. Work is really too powerful and can turn anything interesting into boring. Yang Xingyu was now a bit regretful. He should have known that he should have left himself a cigarette. He especially wanted to smoke. After closing, Pan Changsheng is doing a check. Whether all the dishes are cleaned. Whether they are all placed according to the requirements. Whether the water, electricity and coal are all turned off. 3 o'clock in the morning someone to send food over. 5 o'clock breakfast began to open. He arranged in advance. Lu Min is counting. Statistics. Which dishes are hot? Which dishes were ordered less? Most white-collar sweep code payment. The occasional elderly with cash. She had to prepare the change in advance. "Brother Chen, Director Fong has approached me. He's coming to our store next week for a scene. The waiter uniform will be delivered tomorrow. Do you want to try and take a role in the movie?" Pan Changsheng asked while checking things. "Not interested." "Xiao Yu, what about you?" Previously, Pan Changsheng called Yang Xingyu Mr. Yang, but now he followed Chen Sun and called him Xiao Yu. "Do not go. Resolutely do not go. Winter strictly forbid me to contact with the women who are not outside." 2 days later, Dong 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 suddenly proposed to get engaged to Yang Xingyu. "Dong Dong, in the past, when I said I wanted to get engaged, you didn't agree. Why do you suddenly want to get engaged?" Yang Xingyu asked. "After you get engaged, you're a fiancé, not a boyfriend. I heard Dong 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 say that engagement is also very important in their old country. Su Yuan hasn't harassed you recently, right?" Dong 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 asked uneasily. "Nope. Where's Mr. You, Mr. You often comes to our store for afternoon tea." Dong 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 took out a card. "There's 260,000 here. The money I saved. Take it to your brother-in-law." Yang Xingyu knew that Dong 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 had earned a lot of money from live broadcasting, and he did not expect to take out so much at once. "Last time you said you wanted to add my name to the real estate license. I didn't agree. Now you can add it." And the money we borrowed from my brother-in-law, we will slowly pay it back. Dong 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 said. Yang Xingyu was even more puzzled, and he felt that Dong 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 was not in the right state. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say that you'd get married after 25 and that young people put their careers first? Nothing much, and I'm not talking about marriage, just engagement first. My parents might want to ask you for a dowry, so prepare yourself ahead of time. Which one of your parents is better to talk to? My dad. Why don't I push his contact info on you and you guys can talk first? I don't want to talk to them. Dong 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 said. Dong 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 pushed an account, and Yang Xingyu took a look at the name of this person, a cigarette in Jiangxi. Very literary name. Well, Yang Xingyu added, straight to the point, uncle. I am the boyfriend of Winter. We intend to get engaged. Jiangxi a cigarette, you are Xiaoyu. Right. Dong Dong talked about you. Dong Dong do live broadcast. Her mother and I have seen it. You are very satisfied. Yang Xingyu's old face blushed. When Dong 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 did live broadcasting, he had once pulled him over as a live model to put on makeup. Uncle, do you have to pay the dowry in advance for an engagement? Yeah. You're a good kid. How much is the bride price? 600. Yang Xingyu was dumbfounded. So little? Uncle, is it really 600? Yang Xingyu suspected that the other party had under-entered a few zeros. Really? Yang Xingyu cheerfully transferred $600 over. After receiving the money, a cigarette quickly pushed an account, Jiangxi Beauty. This account is Dong Dong's mother's. The matter of the bride price. You go talk to her mother. $600 is the introduction fee. I will not participate. Yang Xingyu was confused. Suddenly remembering Chen Sun, he handed the phone over. Brother-in-law, you marry my sister. 1 penny of the bride price is confiscated. Chen Sun looked at the chat log and whispered to Yang Xingyu. Yang Xingyu understood and immediately replied, Uncle, Dong Dong won't let me talk to other women. After that, I added that Jiangxi beauty girl to my blacklist. Then sent a Jiangxi a cigarette and Dong 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 can see the circle of friends, engaged, happy. Any woman who has ideas about me please take the initiative to leave. Future father-in-law love me. As long as the bride price of $600, said Jiangxi collect high bride price? Are liars? Liars please take the initiative to go away. Attached below are photos of the two together and screenshots of the chat and transfer with his future father-in-law. Of course, when he took the screenshot, he only intercepted the part where the big man with a cigarette confirmed that he only needed $600 for the dowry and the transfer of the money, and he didn't intercept those latter sentences. Soon received angry praise. Dong 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 nodded. A cigarette sent an angry emoji. Yang Xingyu was elated. Chen Sun reminded, don't be too happy too early. You need a hookup to get married. Before your girlfriend's hookup is in your hands, the bride price will definitely still have to be negotiated. If I do that, won't I offend Daddy Winter? No. That future father-in-law of yours $600 are cheating. That means he is usually very controlled by your future mother-in-law. It is not easy to get $600 pocket money. Most likely do not want to let your mother-in-law know. In the future, he might even help you speak. He won't join forces with Winter's mom to raise the bride price? It's hard to say. The main thing you're doing is just letting them know that you're not a bully, and they'll think twice about actually asking for a dowry. Yang Xingyu is a kind of understanding. The adult world. There is no easy 2 words everywhere is a trap. Step-by-step alarm. He lamented for 3 seconds, then went to the restaurant kitchen to prepare to cook. Or fried food is simple He quickly received a large number of messages on his phone. Should be a cigarette scent. He ignored. During working hours, small talk would have been wrong. For the restaurant, Chen Sun has decided to be the boss. He had also been watching for the past few days. Lu Min manages the accounts and is very careful. Pan Changsheng is much more thoughtful about the operation and arrangement than he is as a programmer, and he can completely ignore it. He now wants to make sure what dishes are ordered by the guests the most. He intends to mass-produce the dishes most ordered by guests through the central asterisk kitchen and ship them to the store in a cold chain. And when that link is completely broken, he can open a chain of stores. A few months ago, when collecting used tableware, he had rented an abandoned food factory, close to 60,000 square meters, which could be completely transformed into a central kitchen. Chen Sun wasn't in a hurry, and he hoped Pan Changsheng wouldn't be either. It's obvious that Pan Changsheng would love to turn a profit in his first year. Changsheng, for the sake of long-term goals, you have to give up short-term benefits. McDonald's, KFC, they did poorly in the beginning as well. Chen Sun didn't want Pan Changsheng to deform his movements due to too much pressure. If you are in a hurry, the foundation will not be strong. If you treat opening a restaurant as a profit-making tool, it is easy to make money in the short term. Make quick money and give up long-term development. Pan Changsheng said, Brother Chen, Minmin gave me the latest data. According to the current situation going on, The loss is within $5,000 per month. The TV series is going to come to our store to film and be released next year. After the release, I estimate that there will be a lot more people coming to our store to eat, or ordering takeout, and it will definitely make money without cutting costs. When Pan Shangshang was so confident, Chan Sun really didn't care. He focused on nourishing his body and accompanying young Mengxue to nourish her fetus. Uncle Fu wants to hold a grandchild. He was too embarrassed to tell you and secretly told me a few times. Chan Sun reminded Pan Shangshang, let's wait 2 more years until the restaurant chain is successful and everything is going well. Also, we have to get ready to recruit people. Money and accounts have to be separated. Minmin is in charge of money and accounts. It doesn't meet the financial standards, and the waiters have to be increased. Don't look for me. You are ostensibly a small manager, but you are actually the president of the company. Decide for yourself. Chen Sun didn't want to chat with Pan Changsheng anymore. The more he talked, the more things came up. On the company's account, there was $10 million in the initial capital, and now there is still more than $8 million. So there is plenty of cash, so there is no need to worry at all. The reason why rich people have a high percentage of success in doing things is because they can afford to lose money and have trial and error. The reason why people with no money can succeed in opening a business is because they can't afford to lose money, so they use their best efforts. The ones who often lose money are instead those who have a bit of spare cash in their pockets, have a job, and watch other people open up stores and make money, thinking they can do the same. Rich man Chen Sun eats, takes his medicine and sleeps on time every day. He and Yang Mengxue completely gave up the habit of waking up at regular intervals, slept until they woke up naturally, and were no longer bound by a work schedule. Next to Forest Park, essential for daily walks and exercise. Zhou Yumei fights with elementary school students every day. Yang Xingyu cooks and stir-fries every day. And Pan Changxing's 2 families are busy in the store, each with their own business. Chen Sun and Yang Mengxue finally ushered in their own real leisure time, 2 times a week, but also just in line with Chen Sun's body. The number of times, for a patient is a burden. The only shortcoming is that the posture is too single. Mr. Chen, do you still remember me? On the Chen Sun chat software, a person named Zhu Luzhen sent a message to Chen Sun. When Chen Sun saw this bizarre name, he thought for a few minutes before remembering that this was a woman was the one who had robbed him of his Coke Splash dog lover Xiao Hong. This woman is a bit impulsive, full of sense of justice, but also a dog lover. The English name Zhu Ruth, because the red lips are particularly attractive. By Yang Mengxue to change the name of the note due corpse. Remember, good luck to the lady. Mr. Chen, don't you like dogs a lot? There's a pet store that opened on Tianlin Road that has a 50% discount on expensive dogs. Mr. Chen can go and take a look if he likes it. Zhu Ruth said. Okay, I'm on Extension Road. A little farther. I'll be there next Monday. Seeing Chen Sun's reply, Zhu Lu Corpse revealed an imperceptible smile. After work, she went to the Tianlin Road Dog Treasure Heaven pet store. The store manager saw no one around, pulled her into the room. Cousin, everything is ready. The store manager said. There were thousands of people in the dog-loving group, 300 or so who were sure they were going to come over, and the ones who actually ended up coming, I think, were around 200. The store manager smiled with satisfaction. The store is full of iron cages, all of which are filled with expensive dogs, with price tags ranging from $1.500 for the cheapest to more than $30.000 for the most expensive. Shan Sun didn't go to the pet store, and lawyer Niu called and said 2 things. The first incident is that Zhang Chunyang was sentenced to 3 years for assault with a weapon plus theft of a motorcycle and other acts. 6 months less than his girlfriend, Meng and Ping. Without lawyer Niu saying anything, Chen Sun almost forgot about this person. The second thing is that lawsuit of Gu's granny. Tan Xiaoye has made a bit of a fuss this time. She has taken the hospital to court in addition to looking for claims from Chen Sun and the others. According to the resuscitation records, Granny Gu was resuscitated first, and the resuscitation records were made the next day, including anesthesia, medication, surgery, etc., all of which were made up the next day, and the process is not correct. Niu lawyer said. What does Tan Xiaoyu want? Mostly wanting money. Her mom was discharged from the hospital and she sought a claim of $660,000 from the hospital. This time, Grandma Gu was going to testify in court herself that the family did the surgery without signing on the spot. Chen Sun was speechless. That good brother of yours, Ren Jie's lawsuit, is also going to court. He entrusted me with full authority. He cannot have to appear in court. Don't worry. Lawyer Niu added a sentence. Thank you, Mr. Walker, for the gift. I'm shy. When does the lawsuit against Grandma Gu start? Tan Xiaoye has added new evidence that the hospital should prepare for the lawsuit, and the court has scheduled this lawsuit to join ours in a month and a half. The hospital attorney has contacted me and intends to join forces. Chen Sun didn't know what other strange things Tan Xiaoye would get up to. He wasn't interested in caring. Yang Mingxue told Chen Sun to go to the maternal and child health hospital to make an appointment for a checkup. After the checkup, let's go find Gu Xiaoyu. It's been a long time since I've gone to see her. Living on Extension Road, she seldom goes to the city except to visit the store on Guegua Road. Gu Xiaoyu lives in the busy area of the city center. It is not very convenient to go to her. Maternal and child health hospitals are fixed to check so many people every day. Chen Sun's appointment was scheduled for next Wednesday. Yang Mingxue gave Gu Xiaoyu a phone call and said that he was going to go to her next Wednesday. Gu Xiaoyu heard that Yang Xingyu, the douchebag, even opened his own restaurant, and immediately called to come and see. Come over tomorrow. I'll treat you to dinner. Go to Yang Er's store. Yang Mingxue said. I'll give a word to Yang Er and ask his girlfriend to prepare in advance, and broadcast live the lawsuit of Gu's granny in a month and a half, so it might be able to catch fire again. Chen Sun said. Dong 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 receives a call from Yang Xingyu asking her to prepare for the live broadcast. Her reaction is a bit slow. She sees the numbers on the bank account and wonders if her mom is crazy. A few days ago, somewhere in Jiangxi province, a certain middle-aged man was in a bad state for a few days. He is Dong Dong Dong's father. Yang Xingyu gave him a chat about the bride price, and he took the opportunity to cheat the 600 yuan agency fee, and then recommended his wife to talk. I didn't expect Yang Xingyu, this treacherous guy, to really take $600 as a bride price, and announced that he had pulled the blackout of his recommended account. He sees his wife every day and wants to talk. The woman's heart is as fine as her head, and she quickly sees that something is not right with her husband. Women are tricky, and when they see it, they pretend they don't know it, and keep a secret eye on it, and watch it secretly. After observing the situation for a few days, Dong's mother came to the conclusion that her husband wanted to divorce me and could not say so, so he did not dare to say so. Dong's mother began to prepare for the divorce. At first, she wanted to transfer all of the family's money to the account of her son, who was in middle school. She is, after all, a wise and careful woman, and soon gave up. For one thing, her son was underage, and for another, she was afraid that her son's learning would be affected if he knew that his father was looking for a mistress. Instead of choosing a son, a daughter naturally becomes the first choice. Dong's mother defined Dong 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 to ask for a bank account number. The first money to turn all moved to her daughter's account, but also specially noted for the dowry, because the amount is huge. The bank staff asked to explain the purpose of the funds. After it was done, Dong's mother went and wrote IOUs with several relatives and cousins, borrowing as much as $2 million. When writing the loan, but also deliberately found the village elders as a third-party notary. Both sides signed the word, also pressed the handprints. Of course, an IOU was written and no money was borrowed. The legal expert, Mother Dong, has seen on Shake Shack that during the renewal stage of a marriage, the couple's property is jointly owned, and the debts incurred are also jointly owned. Old mother has dug a super big hole. Dong Baichuan, if I don't kill you, count me as retarded. According to Dong mother's understanding, once the divorce is finalized, her husband Dong Baichuan will have to bear half of the debt, that is, $1 million. After the wise mother Dong finished her operation, she did not immediately show her hand because she had not yet found any trace of her mistress. The bad guys will expose themselves. I just need to observe more. Everything is ready, just waiting for Junior to be exposed. Dong's mother felt that she was sitting firmly in a fishing boat, quietly waiting for the fish to take the bait. After hooking the fish, it could be braised or steamed. Everything was under her control. If Lu Min's dad's best friend Wu Lao Er knew, he would have warned, fish hooks sometimes hook the fisherman. Dong 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 received a transfer of 450,000 from his mom, also noted as dowry. Completely confused. Is the family crazy? I heard that I want to get engaged. Only charged $600 for the bride price. Dowry to 450,000. This is not the style of our Jiangxi people. Am I not pro-life? Dong 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 was caught up in her doubts about her birth, and she became even more skeptical when she got up to her name being given so casually. Finally, she decided to test the waters. Dad, Xiaoyu looked at the picture and said, I don't look anything like you. Dong Baichuan recently watched a message on Jitterbug. A woman gave birth to 3 children, all of whom were not her husband's, and a bad thought rose in his mind. Gu Xiaoyu was coming to Yang Xingyu's restaurant. Chen Sun and Yang Mingxue arrived at the restaurant in advance and found a good location. The three of them chatted and Gu Xiaoyu asked about the name of the restaurant. The big restaurant is called Fu Manchu Xingyu. Xiaoyu is mainly in charge of it. And the fast food restaurant is called Winter Rain Valley Fragrance. Chen Sun said the name of the restaurant. Gu Xiaoyu immediately found the problem. Chen Sun, the name of the big restaurant is not a problem. Fast food restaurant. You this store name, why do you carry the name of the woman Niu Guhong? Chen Sun had to explain, the original name is not called this. We intend to open a chain of stores. The restaurant name trademark registration certainly cannot be passed. It modified. Gu Xiaoyu despised. Lao Yang. I suspect that your husband is not normal. That lawyer Niu has crooked thoughts about your husband. Yang Mengxue does not matter. Chen Sun does not have a crooked mind on the line. My husband is handsome. Good people. Playing his crooked mind of the people are many. Cannot manage over. Then Yang Mengxue said that she had as much as 60% of the shares in the company. If Chen Sun had bad intentions, how could he hang all the shares on my head? Gu Xiaoyu felt strange. What is Pan Chongsheng? I haven't heard you talk about it before. Chen Sun told how he met Uncle Fu. Gu Xiaoyu said, Chen Sun, you are a person too honest. That Uncle Fu is a good person. There is no problem with this point. You help him to fight the lawsuit. You have already returned his favor. You help his son. And arrange for Pan Changxing to come to the store as the president because of the recognition of Pan Changxing's ability, which is also not a problem. However, it is not right for you to give the shares. The shares that Chen Sun gave to Pan Changxing were taken from Yang Mengshue's head, and Chen Sun could hear that Gu Xiaoyu was speaking up for her bosom friend. Chen Sun said, this peace talisman that Uncle Fu gave me was begged for his son. He has kept it for almost 20 years. To others, it is a worthless piece of jade, but to Uncle Fu, it is a treasure and a trust. At that time, I moved to the suburbs to live alone, wanting to find a place to slowly wait for death, with little expectation for the future. Uncle Fu, a stranger, gave me something he had kept for almost 20 years simply because I was about the same age as his son, and he really wanted me to get healthy and have good luck. Like in the desert, you gave me a bottle of water, and then later I went to the supermarket and bought a bottle of water to return it to you, and then told you that we're even. Do you think that's appropriate? Gu Xiaoyu seemed to understand something. Forget it, don't talk so much, that's your business. By the way, old Yang, that's Sam Tang, Tang Diquan, still in contact with you? No, I haven't been looking at my cell phone much lately. My mom says it's too radioactive. Tang Diquan might be a bit empty, and said in the classmate group that he wanted to raise a dog. Is this person sick? Not to talk about his girlfriend, but to go raise a dog. Gu Xiaoyu began to hack Tang Diquan. I know a dog lover who was going to organize an event recently. Chen Sun suddenly remembered Zhu Lu corpse. Gu Xiaoyu added Chen Sun's chat, and then pulled Chen Sun into the classmate group. Sam Tang, your love rival Chen Sun know a dog lover's contact information. They are going to hold an event. You can find him if you have a dog. Chen Sun, lazy to pull so much, gave Zhu Lu corpse, said he wanted to recommend her to other people whether to agree, get a positive answer, and immediately pushed Zhu Lu corpse's contact information to Sam Tang. You guys add friends to contact individually. The dishes are sent up, even though it is his own restaurant. Chen Sun still orders and pays the bill just like going to any other restaurant. After the three ate, Gu Xiaoyu to stroll around the neighborhood. She felt that this location is not at all a place to do anything. Open a restaurant, especially not too cold. When I went out, I saw the market management's cars, 3 of them parked in front of the store, less than a month after opening. You made a mistake? The 3 of them? Chen Sun rushed over to look. Pan Changxing smiled with him and was explaining to the supervising staff. Mr. Pan, I'm sorry, we got a report that you are selling cold cucumbers. According to the decree enacted by Mordor in 15 and 19 years, the sale of cold dishes that have not been heated at high temperatures requires a special license, and your restaurant does not have the relevant license. The staff explained patiently. The licensing process, Chen Sun is involved. He did not intend to sell direct consumption of lettuce at the outset, because he positioned the fast food restaurant to open a chain in the future. Chain stores, lettuce tastes wacky if it's frozen, and if it's not, it's a huge pain in the ass to transport, clean, etc. We haven't sold cold cucumbers in our store. This is our recipe. Pan Changxing took out the recipe and showed it to the management. One customer said, don't let them fool you. I haven't finished this cucumber yet. On the table, there was a stack of patted cucumbers, a third of which had been eaten. Sir, where did you get these cucumbers? We are not responsible for takeout food. Pan Changsheng said, did you just report this? As soon as the market supervisor saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. The restaurant had just opened, and right away, someone came in specifically to order the slapped cucumber dish. And when they did, they reported it. Raw and cold food has not been heated at high temperatures, and it is easy to breed bacteria, especially in summer. The restaurant in front of me, with good hygiene and a very nice dining environment, definitely has no problem with sanitary conditions. However, according to the state-issued the Food Business License Management Measures, divided into hot food-type food production and sale and cold food-type food production and sale, this store does not have a cold food-type license. Other people report, is justified. The staff double-checked the menu and indeed there was no cold cucumber dish. Cucumber carpaccio was available. Mr. White, we have not seen the cold cucumber dish at this restaurant, the staff said. The whistleblower's last name is White. Mr. White said, it's not on their menu, so there's no way to prove they didn't sell it. Sneaking sales is even worse. Pan Changsheng asked. We sell secretly. There must be a record of the transaction. How much did you pay for it? Is it on the order form? Mr. White was speechless. It really wasn't on his order form. This is Mr. Bai's order. He ordered shredded pork with fish and crystal vermicelli, plus a bowl of rice, nothing else. On the waiter's printed out list, there was indeed no cold cucumber. Mr. White asked for the restaurant video. The video shows that Mr. White entered the store, then asked to order cold cucumbers. The waiter said no. Mr. White continued to insist on wanting. The waiter suggested that he go to other stores to buy, saying that there is no here. Mr. White ordered 2 dishes, began to eat. Halfway through the dish is too salty, asked for cold cucumber refreshing. The waiter sent a cucumber over. Mr. White asked the cucumber to beat with salt and vinegar. Finally, the waiter satisfied Mr. White. The process was clear, and Mr. White came to the pit on purpose, but it also proved that Mr. White's cucumbers were from the store, not something he brought in from outside. According to the business license law, selling raw and cold dishes needs to be penalized. We didn't sell cold dishes, Chen Sun said. Yes, the customer wants cucumber. Did not say to bring it to eat, maybe take it to beauty paste face, Pan Changsheng said. The janitor woman remembered that she had used the cucumbers for other purposes last night and blushed a little. Are all the cucumbers in your store fresh? Absolutely fresh. This is our purchase order. All the green leafy vegetables, all delivered that morning. Pan Changsheng took out the records of the incoming transactions and showed them to the managers. A few market managers agonized for a long time. And finally, a warning penalty was given. The circumstances are minor and do not involve trading. A warning penalty is given. The waiter delivering the cucumbers was red with anger. Pan Changsheng made a wink, and the waiter forced down the words he was about to part with. Chen Sun opened his cell phone and searched for it, and without looking at it, he was shocked. According to the regulations, if the value of the goods is less than 10,000 yuan, and impose a fine of 50,000 yuan or more than 100,000 yuan, if the value of the goods is more than 10,000 yuan, and impose a fine of 10 times the value of the goods or more than 20 times the value of the goods. If it is strictly enforced, it will be fined at least $50,000. There's definitely something wrong with this Mr. White. Pan Changsheng took the initiative to admit his mistake and assured the managers that he would never do it again. Chen Sun decided to apply for a cold dish business license, or not. In case of a similar situation, the trouble will be big. Mr. White walked away smugly. Everyone has worked hard. Our cucumbers are very fresh, and work comrades are welcome to come to us anytime to take samples back. Pan Changsheng took cucumbers and also other vegetables, divided into 5 bags for the 5 staff members, and also put frozen steak in each bag. This is a sample. In order to preserve freshness, I put frozen steak in each bag. I put frozen steak to cool down the vegetables. After the market managers left, Pan Changsheng and Chen Sun found a place to discuss what was going on alone. Changsheng, that Mr. I wouldn't be a professional scammer trying to claim money from us. He looks like a veteran to me. No, he didn't ask us to pay for it. It was purely to screw us. I arranged for 2 waiters, who changed their clothes in advance, to sneakily follow him, to see what this man was really doing. I suspect that it was arranged by a competitor. We basically don't have any restaurants around here. Can't say for sure. Let's wait for the tracking results. The restaurant was basically out of business in the afternoon, and the fact that there were 2 less waiters didn't affect the restaurant much. In the evening, 2 waiters came back and reported that Mr. I was a staff member of a restaurant called D Cafeteria and was responsible for serving food to customers. They also took photographs of the waiter in his big food hall uniform serving food to customers. The Grand Canteen is less than 1 kilometer away from the Winter Rain Valley Fragrance restaurant, on the first floor of the office building, so Pan Changsheng did not even notice. This restaurant is really a university cafeteria business model. In advance of the dishes do loaded in a large plate. Customers take their own dinner plate to select dishes. Selected. Responsible for playing the master is responsible for the dishes with a small plate. Put the dinner plate, the customer end of the plate to unify the checkout. Small pot of food, big pot of rice. This is the law summarized by the catering industry. Vegetables with a small pot now fried out of the flavor. Always then the big pot fried out of the delicious. Boil congee in a big pot. The taste of congee is good. Winter rain ceremony is in trial operation this month. The price is not much different from the big cafeteria. The taste is better than the big cafeteria. Many white-collar workers spread the word by word of mouth, and have come to the winter rain ceremony to eat. Many white-collar workers have come to eat at winter rain ceremony because of word of mouth. The canteen dishes are fried in advance, not sold out at noon, frozen and put into the evening heating to continue to sell. The results of the taste worse, the loss of customers serious. The boss, to find the problem, found that the root cause of the Winter Rain Valley Incense restaurant, and then arranged for people to come to such a hand. Knowing the truth of the matter, Pan Changsheng said, "Brother Chen, we can't just let it go. We'd rather pay the price. We have to teach them a lesson. If we don't teach them a good lesson, these people will keep coming up with more disgusting tricks to deal with us." Chan Sun said, "Before you didn't come to Mordor, Xiaoyu and I went to collect second-hand tableware for a long time. There are very many reasons why these restaurants close down. I know how to make a restaurant close down. This store wants to screw us. We screw them too. If they don't go out of business, then we'll get even with each other. If they go out of business, it's their bad luck." Pan Changsheng asked, "What are we going to do?"